The alarm woke me up from my deep sleep, and I kicked the leg of the chair in front of me. My leg is cramping again. I lowered my head and rubbed my calf, and saw our head teacher Ma Dongmei approaching me. Zhang Ming, evacuate quickly! I was stunned. She was not the one in the Jola incident 10 years ago. I looked down at my phone. The time was August 26th, 2021. Am I back to 10 years ago? Sunan shouted in my ear. Why are you standing there like an idiot? The beastmaster will be here soon. She grabbed my arm, and I was confused. When I came to my senses and looked at her face, I felt sick. She betrayed me with Yang Kai and Li Xiang, and at that time, I never thought she would be with them. Before I died, I foolishly helped her hunt the beast. The radio continued to play Jura's information, describing the horror of the ancient Titan-class beast. My thoughts went back to the disaster 10 years ago, when Jola led ferocious beasts to attack human cities. The deaths of more than 3 million people reminded me of that bloody moment. Looking at the pterosaur troops flying in the sky, my mood became complicated. I once dreamed of becoming a beastmaster, but now all I see is hatred. I swear that in this lifetime, I will never let go of the 3 people who betrayed me. I am a squadron leader of a winged dragon combat unit, numbered XJ-91. We receive an order to ensure that all teachers and students evacuate within half an hour. Jola may appear at any time, and Jin City may fall at any time. I was wearing my flight combat suit and gave instructions to all the teachers and students in a steady and powerful voice. The teachers cooperated, and everyone boarded the pterosaur soul beast, tied the safety ropes tightly around their bodies, and prepared to take off. I looked down at Sunan and wanted to help her fasten the safety rope, but was coldly rejected. I can do it myself. Her eyes made me feel unfamiliar. In the past, her action would warm my heart, but now, I can only see the indifference in her eyes. Sunan lowered her head, her eyes were red, and she seemed a little aggrieved. Yang Kai was lying on the back of another pterosaur. He saw our situation and tried to avoid my gaze, but the worry in his eyes was not concealed. I didn't want to pay any more attention to him, so I looked away and focused on the task. Following the commander's order, hundreds of pterosaurs spread their wings and flew into the sky at high speed, with the whistling sound of the wind tearing their ears. In just a few seconds, the flight altitude reached more than 300 meters. A large number of ferocious beasts appeared on the coast of Benhai City. Our superiors instructed us to head to Jin Wu City. The beastmaster's voice came from my ears, and I held on to the pterosaur's back tightly. As it flew rapidly, the speed was getting faster and faster, and the wind pressure almost deformed my face. Pterosaur soul beasts are soul beasts of elite bloodline. After evolution, their speed is unparalleled. In the past, almost everyone had one. In order to protect humans from disasters, the Alliance provided this elite bloodline soul beast. I saw that Yang Kai, who was about 7 or 8 meters away from me, seemed to secretly glance at Sunan from time to time, with worry in his eyes not concealed at all. Suddenly, my heart tightened and I couldn't help but ask out loud, "Why did you lie to me?" The voice was covered by the wind, and I tried my best to make it hear clearly. I said, "Why did you lie to me? You clearly don't love me. Why did you lie to me?" My voice stopped abruptly, and anger and grievance intertwined into a huge emotion that almost exploded. Sunan was stunned for a moment, then responded angrily, "I don't understand what you mean, Zhang Ming. What did I lie to you about?" Her response made me even angrier. The closeness and trust we once had vanished at that moment. When she was dying, she told me everything, and I remember every word she said. I was just her backup. Just then, I felt a cold pressure coming from above my head. Suddenly looking up, a huge monster appeared in the sky, Jura. Its huge body covered the entire sky, and when its wings flapped, it brought a strong storm. The pterosaurs were lifted up by the strong wind and crashed into each other. The pterosaur I was riding collided with another pterosaur. Its wings broke. It began to fall rapidly. Falling from this 1,000-meter altitude, there was no way to escape death. Damn it, Jura didn't show up when we evacuated in the previous life. Why did it come this time? My mind was in chaos, and I asked myself anxiously, am I going to die again just after I came back to life? The beastmaster tried to stabilize the pterosaur, but the storm continued. Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice came. "Sunan? Sunan? Yang Kai, I'm fine." Sunan responded quickly. I chuckled and watched coldly, with no emotional fluctuations in my heart. It seems that she can never get rid of the emotional entanglement with Yang Kai. At this moment, I am no longer the easily hurt person I used to be. Just as I was about to close my eyes and welcome this unfortunate death, a pleasant little girl voice suddenly sounded. Ding! You have a new message reminder. Please check it in time. I suddenly opened my eyes, and a series of system prompts sounded in my mind. The Master's life state is detected to be extremely dangerous, and the Soul Beast training system has been activated for you. Soul Beast training system? I was completely confused by this sudden prompt. Without having time to think about it, I quickly responded, No, no, no. The system's voice continued to sound. Okay, Master, you can bring one person with you to teleport to Jin Wu City. Would you like to bring one person with you? I glanced at Su Nan, who looked desperate, and said coldly, No. Okay, the system is building a teleportation array, and the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. When I was still 100 meters from the ground, I felt dizzy. Suddenly, everything started to blur. Su Nan's eyes were full of disbelief. Zhang Ming disappeared out of thin air. The pterosaur lost control along with the other beasts, and the chaos in the storm caused them to fall into the forest. The pterosaur flapped its wings vigorously and finally protected us with all its strength, completing its mission. I suddenly appeared on the streets of Jin Wu City, and before my legs could stabilize, I was bumped into by a running girl. I fell to the ground, gasping for air. I felt like I was almost dead from what I had just experienced. Who is it? Why did you suddenly rush out? Oh, my head. I stood up quickly, holding the ground with my hands, and the girl's voice sounded in my ears. She apologized and helped me up. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? I looked at her, and my mood improved slightly. She was wearing a tight pink combat uniform, a bun, and a pair of pink cat ears. Her outfit distracted me a little. I patted the dirt off my body and tried to change the subject. I'm fine. Is this Jin Wu City? She nodded. Yeah. Where did you rush out for just now? It hurts so much. Help me check if your forehead is red. She lifted her hair slightly, and I noticed the red mark on her forehead, and then I answered, It's okay, just a little red. Can you tell me how to get to the Jin Wu City Rescue Center? Rescue Center? What are you doing at the Rescue Center? She looked at me while rubbing her forehead, seemingly unaware that I had just fled from Shilon City. I'm from Shilon City. Jura attacked our city. I was rescued by the pterosaur army and placed here. They went back to rescue others. I want to go to the rescue center and wait for the teachers first. When she heard me say that I was a disaster victim in Shilon City, her expression became serious. Let's go. I'll take you there. As soon as she finished speaking, she took my arm and ran forward carelessly. She seemed to have a straightforward personality, which was somewhat inconsistent with her appearance. I was planning to go out of the city to provide rescue. I heard that this Jura attack has destroyed 10 third-level cities. Did everyone in your school escape? No. We encountered Jura during the flight and were blown down by the storm caused by its wings. Many students and teachers may have died. Jola, she shouted in surprise. I'll take you to Jin Wu College first. There are medical facilities and temporary dormitories there. My uncle is the principal. Go there and get checked first. Thank you, I said sincerely. It's okay. You have to cheer up, become a beastmaster, and rebuild your home. Her words warmed my heart. We're here, right here. She pointed ahead. Jin Wu Academy, the highest institution for beast tamers in the Huaxia region, has master-level instructors and a king-level principal. It was the place I dreamed of entering in my previous life. Wait a moment, I'll contact my uncle. She raised her hand to operate the smart bracelet, and a projection light screen appeared on the screen. I noticed that her bracelet was the latest model from 10 years ago and was very expensive. It seemed that she was not a simple person. She dialed the phone. Uncle, this isn't she. I just met a student from Shilon No. 6 Middle School who just escaped from Shilon City. I think. Ding. You have a new short message. Please check it in time. Release task. Join Jin Wu Academy and open the Soul Blood contract. Task reward. Unknown. The system's lowly voice sounded again, and I hurriedly checked the virtual panel in my mind. Name, Zhang Ming. Age, 19. Soul points, 0. Soul Beast Bloodline Enhancement function, not enabled. System, what does it mean that the reward has not been issued? Where's soul points? The system explained. After the master contracts the first soul beast, all rewards will be issued. Soul points can be obtained by killing fierce beasts or completing tasks, and are used to improve the soul beast bloodline and level. This is simply cheating. And she continued. You can go directly to the school for admission. All students in the disaster-stricken cities have been notified. If you complete the admission procedures today, You can start classes tomorrow. Really? That's great. Thank you. She smiled and nodded. It's okay. This is my number. Feel free to contact me if you need help. I won't go in with you. Go in and turn left of the office building to complete the admission procedures. She waved goodbye and said, the soul beast eggs of Jin Wu number 1 middle school are elite. I hope you can awaken a soul aptitude above D level. Good luck. She left and left her number. I looked at the contact information in my hand with mixed feelings. The admission procedures were very simple. After verifying my file at Shalon number 6 middle school, my student record was directly transferred to Jin Wu number 1 middle school. Gather at the east square of the school at 8 o'clock tomorrow to perform the awakening ceremony together. When I came out of the office building, I could hardly hide the excitement on my face. Jin Wu number 1 middle school means a brand new path for me. It is not only the top beast taming school in China, but also the place I have always desired. Although it is a post-disaster rebirth, today I have stepped into this campus that symbolizes hope. Jin Wu number 1 middle school, one of the 4 major colleges in the Alliance, was founded by China's first respected beastmaster and has trained countless top beastmasters. This is the dawn of mankind. After the Jola incident in the previous life, Jin Wu number 1 middle school did not directly accept students from the disaster area, but instead built a temporary school and had teachers from Jin Wu number 1 middle school teach the classes. However, despite my high expectations, I failed to enter Jin Wu College in the final beast taming contest at the end of my senior year of high school because of the huge gap in my soul test scores. I had excellent liberal arts scores, but the soul test scores were 3 points apart, so I missed the opportunity. Looking at the quiet campus now, I feel complicated. The noise outside forms a sharp contrast with this tranquility. I know that the beastmasters who own silver-level soul beasts are fully supporting the rescue work, which makes this campus seem so peaceful. Entering dormitory 416, there are 4 separate beds, a bathroom, and an instant hot pot prepared for us on the table. It is so thoughtful. Daily necessities were also prepared. I washed my face and stood in front of the mirror. Looking at the boy in the mirror, I silently said in my heart, it's dark, the roads are slippery, and people's hearts are complicated. Zhang Ming, from today on, you have to believe in yourself. The noise outside the window broke the brief silence. I walked to the balcony window and just happened to see the situation at the school gate. Hundreds of pterosaurs soul beasts were hovering in the air. Ground dragon troops were on high alert, and thousands of disaster-stricken teachers and students were pouring into the school district. I immediately noticed Su Nan lying on Yang Kai's back in the crowd. His clothes were torn in several places, and there were scratches on his face. As if feeling my gaze, Su Nan looked up, and our eyes met. Her eyes were cold, full of resentment and anger. The principal personally organized the rescue, first treating the injured teachers and students and arranging accommodation for them. I turned around and lay back on the bed, but in my heart, I was already looking forward to tomorrow's soul awakening ceremony. In my previous life, my soul qualification was a level, and soul power was an almost useless skill, a low-level weakness that could reduce the enemy's defense for 5 seconds. Even so, I was still able to train 2 soul beasts. Although their aptitude was poor, one of them was an elite bloodline soul beast that I even trained to gold level 2 stars. Although my aptitude was rubbish, I still became a master beast tamer. Although soul qualifications determine the number of contracts and capabilities of a beastmaster, they do not mean the end of fate. Even a beastmaster with F-level qualifications can become a top-level royal-level beastmaster if the soul beast he contracts has epic bloodline. But this is undoubtedly a very small possibility. The quality of the bloodline determines the potential of the soul beast. Every time it evolves, the degree of strength improvement is different. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open and 3 disaster-stricken students from Blue Mountain City rushed in. After a while of commotion, the 3 finally stopped, and during the conversation, I learned that they were my classmates. Guofei, Zhao Kai, and Huang Xing quickly solved the problem of dinner, and after washing up, everyone lay down to rest. After a day of escape, they were extremely tired both physically and mentally. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the smart voice alarm clock in the dormitory woke us up from our sleep on time. Zhang Ming was the first to get up and wash up, and the other 3 did not dare to slack off. Today is the day when Jin Wu number 1 middle school holds a soul awakening ceremony for students in the disaster-stricken areas. The 4 of them hurriedly ate a simple breakfast prepared in the dormitory, washed their faces, and rushed to the playground to gather. By 8 o'clock, Nearly 1,000 students had gathered on the playground. Many of them were wrapped in bandages or plaster casts and were using crutches to participate in the awakening ceremony. The students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, excitedly discussing what level of soul aptitude they might awaken and what kind of soul beast they would contract in the future. The fear of yesterday had gradually dissipated, and everyone's face was filled with hope. The intention of Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School is obvious. Through this ceremony, the school hopes to re-inspire the students' confidence, eliminate the shadows in their hearts, and let them walk out of the haze of the disaster. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the ceremony, the school also dispatched 10 king-level beastmasters to provide assistance. In the crowd, I noticed Su Nan, who had changed into new clothes. She was supported by Yang Kai and Li Xiang as she walked to the playground. It seemed that she had sprained her ankle. Yang Kai and Li Xiang seemed to notice that I was unharmed and glared at me fiercely. We passed each other as if we had never met before. "I must kill you," Yang Kai deliberately stopped and said in a low voice as he walked by. I responded with a sneer, thinking to myself, no one can predict who will live and who will die. "Brother Ming, our school is over there. The 3 of us will go there first." Guofei patted my shoulder and asked me to follow. He insisted on dividing us by age last night, and I won by 1 day's difference. Finally, the awakening ceremony began. Lin Zhe, the principal of Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School, presided over the ceremony personally. The hexagram formation in the center of the playground has been set up, and the light is flickering. The students walk into the formation one by one, ready to be baptized by the power of the soul ranking. Wu Yifun, C level, intermediate hardening of soul power. The first student entered the formation, and the light shone, showing his soul qualifications. Principal Lin smiled with satisfaction. The next students, whose soul qualifications were respectively C level, D level, and E level, displayed various soul abilities, which attracted the admiration of the audience. Su Nan, level B, intermediate frost. Su Nan's information flashed on the big screen, causing an instant sensation. B-level, soul qualification, and intermediate frost skills undoubtedly mean that her future will be very bright, and she is very likely to become a king-level beastmaster. Yang Kai, Class B, intermediate thunderstorm. Yang Kai's qualifications were also very strong, and he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew that these 2 people would definitely become strong men in the future. Watching their performance, I couldn't help but sigh. This is the talent they had in their previous lives. I don't know what the result will be for me, but today, at least, I still have a chance. B-level soul qualification means that he can contract 5 soul beasts. Under the training of the Alliance, as long as nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Ming will become a king-level beastmaster and a pillar of mankind in the future. The awakening of Yang Kai and Su Nan is enviable. They awakened the intermediate thunderstorm and intermediate frost abilities, respectively. The former allows the beastmaster to possess soul power with lightning attributes, while the latter is ice attribute. Unlike other auxiliary abilities, attribute abilities give beastmasters powerful combat capabilities. They can not only improve their own physical fitness and self-protection capabilities, but also pass this power to the soul beasts in battle, thereby greatly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the soul beasts. Currently, there are no more than 100 king-level beast tamers with B-level and above offensive abilities in the Alliance, which shows how rare this type of beast tamer is. Every beast tamer who awakens this ability is a powerful person who guards a place and is extremely important. Principal Lin smiled from ear to ear. Yang Kai and Su Nan are both from Shilon No. 6 Middle School. So amazing. The joy on his face showed his high expectations for these 2 students. Some people on the playground began to notice Su Nan and Yang Kai's background, and the reputation of Shilon No. 6 Middle School gradually emerged. Then, Li Xiang's awakening was also announced, C-level soul qualification, low-level rage. He walked down the formation confidently, looking at me proudly, with a bit of provocation in his eyes. Guofei, B-level, intermediate steelbone. When Guofei heard that he had a B-level soul qualification, he jumped up with joy and shouted loudly, "Haha! I also have a B-level qualification." Finally, it was my turn. Although I had experienced a spiritual awakening before, I still felt uneasy this time. Walking into the awakening array, all eyes were focused on me, especially Yang Kai and Su Nan's eyes, which were filled with some deep meaning. The light of the awakening array flashed, and Zhang Ming's qualifications were displayed on the big screen. Zhang Ming, sea level, intermediate weakness. For a moment, the crowd on the playground began to discuss in low voices. Principal Lin was slightly startled when he heard the name, which seemed familiar, but he quickly turned around and announced, "Next." While I walked down the formation, I was filled with doubts. In my previous life, I was an E-level aptitude, but I didn't expect that this time my soul aptitude would be upgraded to C level. Although it was still not as good as grade B and grade A, at least he could contract 4 soul beasts. This improvement made him feel a little relieved. The crowd soon turned its attention to those students with more outstanding talents, and I realized that only those students with truly outstanding talents could attract all the attention. Just when I felt a little neglected, the system prompt sounded. Ding! You have a new short message. Please check it in time. I casually called up the system panel and clicked to check. Congratulations on completing the Soul Blood Contract mission. You have been awarded an S-level Soul Qualification card. Please select. I was stunned, and I couldn't believe my eyes. S-level Soul Qualification. How is this possible? He hurriedly checked the system backpack and confirmed the golden qualification card. Divine Bloodline. When the soul beast's health is less than 30%, it gains 40% damage reduction and has a 15% chance to cause 10% of the target's maximum health damage when attacking. This is effective for all soul beasts in combat. Demon Lord arrives. Normal attacks cause 15% additional damage. Skill damage bonus 35%. Effective for all soul beasts in battle. Soul Power Absorption. Each attack increases the attack power by 1%, stacking up to 30 layers, lasting for 30 seconds. Continuous attack state will not be lost, effective for all soul beasts in battle. Shield of Dark Light. Gain a Shield of Dark Light when attacked. It explodes after absorbing 100% of the total damage, causing equal damage to all nearby units. It is effective for all participating soul beasts. I couldn't believe it when I saw all these powerful skill options. These abilities are incredibly powerful, especially Divine Bloodline, which can reduce damage and cause huge life damage when the soul beast's health is less than 30%. This is simply an immortal myth on the battlefield. After careful consideration, he chose Bloodline of God. Although Demon Lord's Advent and Soul Power Drainage were also very tempting, Bloodline of God was perfect in both defense and output, especially in the later stages. Currently 1/9 of the number of S-level superpowers obtained. Friendly reminder, the maximum number of superpowers of S-level and above is 9, and there is no limit below S-level. My heart was almost churning at this time. He confirmed with the system, my low-level weak superpowers are still there. Does it mean that I can obtain more S-level soul superpowers, or even SS level in the future? The system replied briskly, "That's right, Master. You can obtain other superpowers or upgrade the quality of your existing superpowers by using SS-level qualification cards." I was full of anticipation. Although it was a little unbelievable at the moment, this system obviously brought him powerful power. His mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the talented classmates around him, especially the pride of Yang Kai and Sun An, he suddenly felt that everything was not so bad. Suddenly, the soul list in the sky shone brightly, attracting everyone's attention. The 4 large gold-plated characters, Divine Bloodline, suddenly appeared on the soul ranking. The shining golden light caused the rankings of other soul powers to decline for a time, and it directly replaced the 7th-ranked Earth Rock Armor and jumped to the 8th place. Lin Ziyi stared at the soul list nervously. He knew that the appearance of this new soul power would definitely cause a storm, and everyone began to speculate whether the mysterious person with this powerful supernatural power was in the playground. Bloodline of God. Principal Lin turned around quickly and exchanged a few words in a low voice with the king-level beastmaster beside him, and the king-level beastmaster hurriedly left the playground. Although I was shocked, I was glad that the soul ranking did not show who I was, otherwise I would probably have attracted a lot of attention. The change in the soul ranking caused a commotion, but it was quickly stopped by Principal Lin's voice. "Quiet. The ceremony continues." Following his order, the playground gradually returned to calm. Principal Lin continued. "All freshmen who have completed the Soul Blood contract, gather in the incubation room." My voice rang out on the projection screen again. "Incubator, here I come." My mood became more and more excited as the team moved forward. Although I remained calm on the outside, I could not conceal the excitement in my heart. The classmates around me were talking excitedly, looking forward to their first soul beast in life. "I'm so excited. I'm finally going to have my first soul beast in life." I looked at their excitement and couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation in my heart. However, Yonkai's sarcasm came from behind. Sea-level qualifications are enough for you to live on for the rest of your life, haha. I know that the group of students who have just awakened sea-level qualifications behind Yonkai are obviously deliberately provoking him. Yonkai always likes to regard himself as a strong man, and accusing others is just to appear more arrogant. I ignored them. I have long been accustomed to such ridicule and provocation. I have also suffered many similar insults in the past, but now I no longer care about them. The incubator is located in the deepest laboratory building of the school and is an extremely secure area. In order to protect the activity and safety of the soul beast eggs, there are strict monitoring facilities around the experimental building, and even flies cannot fly in. Principal Lin and a king-level beastmaster unlocked the layers of protective doors and finally led everyone into a spacious incubation room. Students, before distributing the soul beast eggs, there's one thing I need to make clear to you. Principal Lin spoke, and everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. According to the Alliance regulations, all new beastmasters must contract a flying soul beast as their initial soul beast. A whisper spread among the students. Apparently, this was a rule that everyone already knew. The pterosaur soul beast egg is still of elite bloodline. Principal Lin added. This sentence immediately caused a sensation in the audience and thunderous applause. The elite blood pterosaur soul beast egg is worth at least 1 million soul coins on the market. This is the wealth that any beastmaster dreams of. Who doesn't want to get a soul beast with elite blood? All students above grade B step out, including grade B. As soon as Principal Lin finished speaking, all the students with grade B qualification smiled. They knew that this meant they could get higher quality soul beast eggs. I looked at Yonkai beside me. He was walking at the front of the team, walking towards the second laboratory with a proud look on his face. I sneered and thought to myself, whose fate will truly change when the soul beast contract is signed. Let's go. Stop pretending. Yonkai sneered and left with a few classmates. I didn't care. He continued to walk calmly. He was already prepared in his heart. No matter what soul beast he got, he would go all out. When everyone was standing in place, Principal Lin finally spoke. Now, the soul beast eggs in front of you are all pterosaurs with elite bloodlines. Everyone, please use your own blood as a guide to summon the soul blood contract and contract the soul beast that belongs to you. One of the students stepped forward impatiently, picked up a blade, and cut his finger, letting blood drip onto the soul beast egg, which quickly activated the blood contract. A mysterious symbol appeared on the soul beast egg, and with the sound of the shell breaking, the first pterosaur baby was born. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the soul beast to arrive. Well, along with the first cry of the baby pterosaur, a pink little guy broke out of the shell, opened its tiny mouth, quickly ate the eggshell, opened its eyes drowsily, and looked at its new owner curiously. At that moment, my eyes were moist. Looking at this pterosaur breaking out of its shell, my heart was filled with incomparable emotions. I thought of my previous life, the pterosaur soul beast that would not give up even if it died just to protect me. Compared to humans, the loyalty of soul beasts is unparalleled. There is no betrayal in their hearts, only a deep emotional bond with the beastmaster. I carefully held the pterosaur in my arms, took out the soul beast rations distributed by the school, and gently fed it. Layden, don't worry, your blood will not be shed in vain. The little guy seemed to sense my sadness. He raised his pink wings and gently flapped my palms, as if to comfort me. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, you have a new short message. Please check it in time. I was stunned for a moment, then casually called up the system panel and clicked to check. Congratulations to the master for completing the task of contracting an elite bloodline soul beast and receiving an epic bloodline card as a reward. Epic bloodline card. My eyes flashed with surprise, and I was shocked. He hurriedly checked the card information in the system backpack. Epic bloodline card. A one-time item that does not consume soul points. After use, the bloodline of the designated soul beast will be upgraded to epic level. My heart was beating wildly, and I was filled with surprise and shock. Awesome! I chose use without hesitation. Ding! The soul beast bloodline has been successfully upgraded to epic level. The moment I used the epic bloodline card, the little guy in my arms changed. I watched in shock as the little guy in my arms grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. I was holding it in my arms 1 second ago, and the next second it had grown to 0.5 meters tall. I was so scared that I quickly put it into the soul beast space. Please name the initial soul beast, and you will be rewarded with 100 soul points, Layden. I said softly without hesitation. The name has already been decided in my mind. Successfully named the initial soul beast and received 100 soul points as reward. Congratulations on becoming a beastmaster and receive a beast taming gift package. Congratulations on obtaining a gold 3-star soul beast, achieving the first gold soul beast, and receiving 10,000 soul points as reward. Congratulations on owning your first epic soul beast, achieving epic bloodline, and being rewarded with 1 S-level soul qualification card. Evolvable soul beast discovered. Do you want to view it? A series of system prompts made it almost impossible for me to react. I couldn't believe that there were so many rewards. Soul points, S-level soul qualification cards, epic bloodline soul beasts. In my previous life, I never thought that one day I would be able to obtain these things. Open the beast taming gift pack. I couldn't wait to order the system. Obtain 1 legendary bloodline soul beast egg. Obtain 1 S-level soul qualification card. Obtain 10 rare soul crystals. Obtain 30,000 soul points. Legendary soul beast egg. I widened my eyes, completely shocked. This gift pack is simply too luxurious. What is the concept of a legendary bloodline soul beast egg? I hurriedly opened the system backpack to check. Legendary bloodline soul beast egg. Get a random legendary bloodline soul beast. You can choose a specific one by consuming soul points. Hatching requirements. Can be hatched by a 1-star beastmaster. Check. I was eager to know what kind of soul beast this legendary bloodline soul beast egg could hatch, but the system's answer disappointed me. You can only get more information about soul beast eggs by raising your level. Master, the system elf said with a brisk voice. Although I was extremely anxious, I could only wait patiently. Seeing the soul beast egg with legendary bloodline in the system backpack, my heart was filled with anticipation. Are you really that excited? Some classmates began to whisper, apparently noticing my unusual behavior. He's been standing there for quite some time, still grinning like an idiot. He's just an elite bloodline soul beast. He shouldn't be so happy. This kid is so pitiful. I realized that I seemed to have lost my composure, so I quickly regained my composure and continued to check the system panel. Check the evolution. I excitedly ordered the system. The best evolution plan has been recommended for you. Looking at these evolution routes, I simply don't know which one to choose. Every plan made me excited, so I decided to choose the attack route that suits me best. The Flame Wing Dragon combined with the geothermal armor will make the combat power explode. Materials required to evolve Flame Wing Dragon. 3 elite fire soul crystals, 3 lava crystals, 10 geothermal grass. Insufficient materials. Whether to consume soul points to replace materials. Without hesitation, I chose to consume soul points to evolve. Prompt. Do you want to consume 10,000 soul points to directly complete the evolution of Lava Pterosaur? I said yes. Ding. Evolution completed. Learn skills. Fireball sprays a huge fireball at the target, causing continuous damage. Lava Breath sprays super high temperature lava breath at the target with melting properties, which can reduce the target's defense. The power of these 2 skills is unimaginable. High damage and high burst, which completely meets my needs for combat. At the moment when Rodden's evolution was completed, I felt a powerful energy coming from the soul beast space. Rodden's size has changed from a soft and cute little guy to a giant pterosaur that is 4 meters tall and has a wingspan of 15 meters. His body is covered with lava scales, and fiery red lines flow freely between the gaps between the scales, like a fire demon from hell. Looking at the brand new Layton in the soul beast space, my heart was filled with satisfaction. In the past, I spent almost all my money and energy on cultivating soul beasts, and the process was suffocatingly difficult. But now, I am extremely shocked by the convenience of the soul beast training system. I glanced at the 10 rare soul crystals in the system backpack and threw them into the soul beast space without hesitation. Your soul beast has been upgraded to gold 4 stars. Your soul beast has been upgraded to gold 5 stars. 10 rare soul crystals directly upgrade Rodden to gold 5 stars. Looking at the majestic Rodden, I felt extremely satisfied. I was still just a rookie 1-star beastmaster, but this was just the beginning. At this moment, the door of the second laboratory was pushed open, and Principal Lin walked out with Yang Kai and Sunan. Yang Kai proudly raised his left arm, on which stood a thunder eagle covered in blue feathers, flashing with lightning, and obviously a powerful Lord-level bloodline soul beast. Sunim was not to be outdone. Next to her stood a falcon with ice-white feathers. Her cold temperament attracted everyone's attention. Another Lord-level bloodline. Ice Falcon. Someone whispered. This is a Lord-level bloodline Thunder Eagle. Another classmate exclaimed. When I saw their soul beasts, I couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence in my heart. Although their soul beasts are very strong, Leighton's transformation has just begun. My future will definitely surpass theirs. When I heard what teacher Lin Wanwan said, I felt a little bit disapproving. Her critical tone made me feel a little uncomfortable, as if I was doing something bad. She was full of aura 1 second ago, and the next second she turned around and asked about my situation. She seemed a little strange. I stood there, realizing that I might be a little too sensitive, but I couldn't help but silently say in my mind, I didn't know this Lin Wanwan in my previous life. Why is she always targeting me? After everyone was seated, Lin Wanwan began to distribute the test papers, and her eyes lingered on me for a moment. Although it was only a momentary contact, I actually felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing her clear eyes, I subconsciously turned my head and quickly took the test paper. When I got back to my seat, the timer had already started to appear on the system screen. I glanced at the test paper and laughed in my heart. These questions were simply child's play. For someone like me who has graduated from college a long time ago, these questions are just simple memory questions. Question 1. The names of the beastmaster levels. This was not difficult for me at all, and answering it was as easy as 1 + 1 in elementary school. Question 2. Soul beast level names. I can tell these at a glance, so it's no problem at all. Question 3. The names of the bloodlines of fierce beasts. Elite, rare, legendary. I already know these by heart. The 30-minute timer was over very quickly, and I was actually quite satisfied when I handed in the test paper. As a result, Lin Wanwan put the test paper into the scanner, and the results were immediately displayed on the virtual screen. First place, Zhang Ming, 100 points. I was stunned for a moment, and then I realized that all the classmates' eyes were focused on me. Some of these eyes were admiring, and some were suspicious. It seems that they have already labeled me as a hidden top student. Is this person a hidden top student? Probably. But no matter how I look at him, he looks like a poor student. The noise in the class made me feel a little uncomfortable. Those people who were talking about me were immediately called out by Lin Wanwan. Whoever said academic master or academic loser was immediately asked to stand at the door. I was a little speechless and thought to myself, can't these people just do their own thing? Lin Wanwan also noticed my impatience and sneered, Zhang Ming, come to my office after class. I nodded. Although I was a little confused, I didn't take it to heart. After all, no matter how unhappy I was, she was still my teacher, so it wouldn't hurt to listen to her advice. After the class, I simply ate something in the cafeteria to fill my stomach. After eating, I went to Lin Wanwan's office, as usual. As soon as I arrived at the door, Lin Wanwan let me in. As soon as I entered the room, she said straight to the point, Zhang Ming, I am a temporary support member of the Songlong team. This time I took over your class because of your cousin's matter. Cousin. I was stunned and immediately realized that she must be talking about She. She had mentioned my identity as an orphan before, but I didn't expect it to cause such a big stir. Seeing that I was a little confused, Lin Wanwan explained, yes, your cousin told me about your situation. The school will provide assistance to students in special difficulties and waive your room and board expenses. After hearing this, my heart felt warmed. It turned out that this help was not accidental, but was specially arranged by the school after it learned about my situation. This was really great news for me. Thank you, Teacher Lin. I thanked him and felt a little warm in my heart. Lin Wanwan nodded. You don't have to thank me. This is just the school's policy. Besides, since you can enter Jin Wu College, the road ahead will no longer be so difficult. I looked down at my system panel, thinking about all the changes. Without the pressure of food and accommodation, at least I can concentrate on cultivating my soul power. Moreover, the soul beast Leighton has now obtained the epic bloodline and has a bright future. Thinking of this, a surge of power inexplicably surged in my heart. In the future, I must make everything better. After returning to the dormitory, I finally had time to check the system carefully. I was so busy with classes that day that I didn't even have time to feed the soul beast Leighton its soul beast rations. Walking into the soul beast space, I saw Leighton resting quietly, and I whispered, come on, start feeding the soul power. Rodden raised his head slightly, as if he understood what I said. His eyes flashed with a gleam, and he began to feed his soul power back to me. I closed my eyes and felt the energy fluctuations coming from Rodden. As the soul power poured in, I felt my strength increasing rapidly. I was ready to face the road ahead. In the soul beast space, Leighton made a low cry through the soul blood contract. It seemed to respond to my inner thoughts. Then, the process of soul power feedback began. Congratulations to the Master for upgrading to a 2-star Beast Tamer. Congratulations to the Master for upgrading to a 3-star Beast Tamer. Congratulations to the Master. 9 prompt sounds a row left me dumbfounded. Name: Zhang Ming. Level: 10-star Beastmaster. Soul qualification: S. Soul power. Intermediate weakness: God's bloodline. 10-star Beast Tamer. I was stunned, feeling the drastic increase in my soul power, and the excitement in my heart almost drove me crazy. This progress was too fast. I didn't expect it to be so sudden. Ding. Do you want to consume 666 soul points to upgrade to a 1-star Beastmaster? Yes. Congratulations to the owner for becoming a 1-star Beastmaster. You have completed the achievement of 1-star Beastmaster and received a reward of 1 level, a qualification card. Level: 1-star Beastmaster. Soul points required for upgrading 0/2000. Soul Beast. Raton Bloodline Epic. Level: Gold 5-star. Soul points 1356/8000 required to upgrade. I quickly analyzed my soul point situation and calculated in my mind that I still had 29,434 soul points. If I choose to upgrade Raton, I might be able to upgrade to 2 stars. But if I use it to improve my Beastmaster level, I should be able to upgrade it to a few more stars. In this case, I decided to start immediately. Upgrade. Successfully upgraded to a 2-star Beastmaster. Successfully upgraded to a 3-star Beastmaster. Successfully upgraded. Not enough soul points. Unable to upgrade. 4-star Beastmaster. 15,434 soul points left. Not enough. Upgrade Raton. I finally made a decision. Successfully upgraded Raton to gold 6 stars. The last 7,434 soul points left. After my Beast Tamer level was raised to 4 stars, I felt a noticeable increase in my soul power. The soul power of a Beastmaster is mainly used for soul abilities and controlling the summoning of soul beasts. Every time I upgrade my Beastmaster level, it means I can summon more soul beasts. As for soul qualifications, they directly affect the number of soul beasts that a Beastmaster can contract, and my current S-level soul qualifications undoubtedly give me unlimited possibilities. In my previous life, due to my A-level qualifications, I could only contract 2 soul beasts, but now, as I have improved, I can control 2 soul beasts at the same time, and my combat power has also increased. While there is no one in the dormitory now, open the 2 S-level soul qualification cards and the A-level qualification card. I thought about it in my mind and decided to use this time to use all these cards to increase my abilities. Open the S-level soul qualification card. 4 options quickly popped up on the system panel. Repeated selection can improve the original ability grade, Master. Just as I was pondering which one to choose, the voice of the system elf suddenly appeared. Okay, I'm an adult. No. I smiled. I choose Demon Lord's Coming and Soul Power Absorption. Demon Lord's Coming. Normal attacks cause 15% additional damage. Skill damage bonus 35%. Effective for all soul beasts in battle. Soul Power Absorption. Each attack increases the attack power by 1%, stacking up to 30 layers, lasting for 30 seconds. Continuous attack state will not be lost, effective for all soul beasts in battle. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level soul power of the Devil Lord's Descent soul power. Currently, the number of S-level powers you have is 3/9. Just as I made my choice, the system elf's prompt sound rang again, and I felt a surge of excitement inside. Then, the soul ranking shone again, emitting a green light. This time, Earth Rock Armor, which was originally ranked 8th, was pushed to 10th, while Demon Lord's Advent was directly ranked 8th, and Soul Power Draining was ranked 9th. This attracted the attention of the league's top brass, and an emergency meeting was held. The entire league began to focus on this ranking change. Saint, I suspect that these 3 S-level abilities come from the same student. The voice of a middle-aged man was serious and firm. Obviously, the changes in the soul ranking attracted great attention. Back in the dormitory, I was filled with excitement and shock. 3 S-level spiritual powers, something I never dared to dream of in my previous life, has now become a reality. These S-level soul abilities are very powerful passive buff skills that can provide additional ability bonuses for soul beasts and do not consume any soul power. They are definitely my magic weapon for winning in the future. I also realized that my potential has made a qualitative leap. In the future, whether I am summoning soul beasts or using soul powers, I will become extremely powerful. An A-level soul qualification card is returned. Open it. The system quickly popped up a prompt. Do you want to consume soul points to open it? Select the specified superpower. I said yes. Hundreds of advanced skill options appeared on the screen, which dazzled me. Explosion. Add fire attribute to soul power. Summon explosion to attack the target. Add explosion state to the soul beast. Fire attribute skill bonus 15%. Duration 10 minutes. Consumes soul power. Meteor. Adds rock attribute to soul power. Summons a boulder to hit the target. Adds meteor status to the soul beast. Increases the damage of rock attribute skills by 15%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Consumes soul power. Seeing these skills, the original choice dilemma reappeared, but the system also made recommendations. The best option has been recommended for you. I decided to choose Explosive Flame to enhance my firepower. After all, the stronger the combat power, the more control you can have over the battle. The choice is made, and I am ready to take on all challenges. The system's reward this time is really awesome. On the road ahead, I will no longer be that lonely boy, but a beastmaster who is about to reach the top. Chapter 10, Basketball Court Battle. Advanced Shock, Auxiliary Skill. After the soul beast is attacked, 20 of the damage it receives will be rebounded to the target. The duration is 10 minutes. The soul power consumption is, after much deliberation, I decided to choose Explosion. Rodden is a fire attribute soul beast, so you can't hesitate for the 15 bonus to your fire attribute skills. Although it only lasts 10 minutes, but with the 35 skill bonus from the Demon Lord's Descent, there will be a 50 bonus to skill damage. It is equivalent to a skill dealing half more damage. Finally done. Looking at the 4 superpowers on the panel, his mouth was grinning with joy. I have already started to imagine riding Rodden and killing everyone. One person beating up to 10 people? Degree strong degree? Oh my god. Quickly open the smart computer. Another breaking news. Guofei rushed into the dormitory with sweat all over his forehead. Zhao Kai and Huang Xing were exhausted and panting, holding their knees. Brother Ming is back. Check the news. 2 more S-level souls have appeared on the soul ranking. The Descent of the Demon Lord and Soul Power Drainage. This ability is so powerful just by the name. Zhang Ming said, "Oh," and continued to lie down. Guofei thought he was in a bad mood. After all, he had heard some things about him and Sunan. He walked up to him and said seriously, "Brother Ming, don't worry. Although I, Guofei, am careless, I also know what loyalty is. Yes, Brother Ming, you don't know that the 3 of us just had a fight with Yang Kai." Fight! Zhang Ming stood up immediately and saw that the 3 men were covered in dust and their clothes were dirty. There was still blood under Guofei's nose that had not been wiped away. "Didn't I tell you not to say it?" Guofei glared at Huang Xing angrily. "What's going on?" "That bastard Yang Kai just openly scolded you on the basketball court. It's just that the school gave out a Lord-level soul beast." "What the hell is that?" "He even said he wanted to kill you. I also have a rare-level soul beast. I'll kill him first. Yang Kai is at the basketball court, right?" Zhang Ming said in a low voice. "Brother Ming, where are you going? Come back." After saying this, he opened the door and went downstairs. Guofei and the other 2 grabbed Zhang Ming's arms tightly. "You can't go, Brother Ming. The stadium is full of Yang Kai's people. If you go now, you'll get beaten up. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him." Zhang Ming stopped, put his hands on Guo Fei's shoulders, and his eyes were determined. "Brother Fei, thank you. I won't let the 3 of you get beaten up in vain." Guo Fei was stunned. He must have heard it right. Brother Ming called him Brother Fei. "Quickly stop, Brother Ming." During this moment of distraction, Zhang Ming pulled Guo Fei's arm away and ran towards the basketball court. Since the first time he questioned Sunan, Sunan's thoughts were exposed, and Yang Kai's true colors were also revealed, with a disgusting face showing. Yang Kai also took off his disguise and could now endure no matter how he insulted and scolded him. But Guo Fei and his 3 roommates, who had only known each other for less than 3 days, were willing to fight for him and Yang Kai. It would be fine if he didn't know. But after knowing, he pretended not to know and continued to stay in the dormitory. How could Zhang Ming survive in Jin Wu number 1 middle school in the future? They ran all the way to the stadium, and Guo Fei and the other two were left far behind. The classes at Jin Wu number 1 middle school end at 5 p.m. every day, and the remaining time is basically free activities. Students usually cultivate their soul beast relationships or play ball or games for entertainment. It is not yet 9 o'clock in the evening, and the 4 large searchlights on the basketball court are as bright as day. A group of girls gathered at the edge of the basketball court, huddled together, looking at Yang Kai with eyes that seemed to drive him crazy. Yang Kai, come on, Wu Yifan. Yang Kai, come here. Zhang Ming ran to the center of the basketball court and shouted. Yang Kai was dribbling the ball past someone when he heard a shout and stopped. He saw it was Zhang Ming and sneered. He walked towards him holding the basketball. Li Xiang and Yifan beside Yang Kai wanted to step forward, but were stopped by him. How? You were the one who beat up Guo Fei, Zhao Kai, and Huang Xing. Looking at the 3 ugly guys standing behind Zhang Ming, Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. Didn't I just say on the court that Zhang Ming is a piece of crap? These 3 rubbish rushed up like idiots. Was I wrong? Waste. Who the hell are you calling an idiot? Your whole family is an idiot. Before Zhang Ming could retort, the Fei started to talk back. Yang Kai's face turned red, then black, and then red and black again after being scolded by the Fei. Do you want to start a war? Li Xiang, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at Guo Jingfei with a glare. Zhang Ming raised his hand to stop the Fei, who was eager to try and rush forward immediately. Yang Kai, do you feel good scolding me? And you beat up my brother. I'm just scolding you. Do you want to start a war if you don't accept it? Yang Kai threw the basketball in his arms to the ground and yelled, Let's start the war. I'll fucking kill your grandma. Da Fei broke out. He rushed out and kicked Yang Kai. When the group of people behind Yang Kai saw that their opponent was taking action, they rushed forward, surrounded Da Fei, and started fighting with him. Although Zhao Kai and Huang Xing were small and thin, they jumped up and started hitting with their fists. Zhang Ming rushed into the crowd at an extremely fast speed. He instantly grabbed one of the men's arms with both hands and clasped them behind his back. He squatted down and swept his leg, knocking down 3 of them. He pulled Da Fei out of the crowd, and with his keen hearing, he heard the sound of fists behind him. Block with your elbow upwards and punch with your backhand. Yang Kai retreated behind the crowd, gritted his teeth, and looked at Zhang Ming with ferocious eyes. The left hand holds a right hand, and a ball of lightning appears faintly in the palm of the right hand. Get out of the way. Thunderstorm. Yang Kai raised the ball of lightning in his right hand and threw it at someone with a hoarse roar. Zhang Ming, who has become a 4-star beastmaster, has improved both his hearing and vision. In his eyes, Yang Kai's movements were so slow. A flash. He held Yang Kai's left arm and flipped it back, then quickly moved his body and hit Yang Kai's left hand with his other elbow, and the lightning ball hit his own chest directly. A scream of pain. Yang Kai was lying on the ground. Zhang Ming held his back with one leg and held his arms with both hands, pinning him to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up. Zhang Ming, I'll kill you. Oh. Da Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood next to Zhang Ming, and stomped on Yang Kai several times, but he still couldn't feel relieved. The group of people standing behind Yang Kai just now didn't expect that Zhang Ming was such a good fighter. He stood there, not daring to move forward. The girls gathered around the basketball court became Zhang Ming's fans instantly after seeing his amazing performance. Zhang Ming, Zhang Ming, Zhang Ming let go of Yang Kai. Su Nan's voice appeared in the crowd, looking at him with disgust. Oh, Zhang Ming, let me go. This time the voice changed. It was teacher Lin Wanwan who came. The Dean of Studies, Xiaohua, was also there. Take all students involved in this fight back to the teaching office. Seeing the teacher come out, he let go of Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his arms fiercely and spat at Zhang Ming. Who the hell are you? Da Fei pointed at Yang Kai and cursed. Student Guo Fei. Student Yang Kai. Please pay attention to your behavior and words. Where's this place? This is Jin Wu number 1 middle school. If you don't want to go, get out. Hearing the dean's words, several people lowered their heads. The dean has the authority to expel people. If the school and the city weren't filled with surveillance cameras, we would have killed them both long ago without finding an opportunity. All those involved in the fight were taken back to the training room. Chapter 11 Quarrel. In the dark teaching building, bursts of harsh reprimands were heard from the dean's office. I just made a contract with a soul beast and became a beastmaster and you're already fighting me. You become more powerful, right? Use your strength against the ferocious beast outside. He's a bully at home. The head teacher, Xiaohua, pointed at several people's noses and cursed loudly. Next to him, Lin Wanwan, who was wearing teddy bear pajamas, slippers, and a facial mask on her face, glared at Zhang Ming with her hands on her waist. Teacher Xia, Yang Kai was the first to scold me. Guo Fei believed that he had done nothing wrong, and the reason for the fight was because Yang Kai was foul-mouthed. Yang Kai lowered his head and glared at Guo Fei fiercely, holding a grudge against him. I don't care what the reason is. Fighting is prohibited in school. All those who participated in the fight must write me a 3,000-word written apology today and hand it in tomorrow. After Director Xia finished speaking, he pushed the door open, slammed it with a loud bang, and left angrily. Teacher Lin saw that although Director Xia was angry, he did not give any disciplinary warning. Otherwise, the students who participated in the fight would have a stain on their files forever. This was also done for Lin Wanwan's sake. You guys should all go back and rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Ming knew that he had escaped a disaster today, but he also had the urge to kill. However, there were cameras everywhere inside the academy, and if he really did kill him, he would definitely be discovered by the academy with his current strength. He won't be able to explain it clearly by then, and Leighton cannot be completely exposed now. He must find a way to get Yang Kai out of the city. Only by going out of the city and killing Yang Kai will he not be discovered. The most important thing is that Rodden now also needs a lot of soul points to upgrade, and he also needs to go out of the city to kill monsters and accumulate experience. After returning to the dormitory, DeFei was still very happy. After all, he also disliked Yang Kai, who looked down on others all day long. If you didn't know, you would think that he had contracted a very powerful soul beast and really thought of himself as a big shot. Zhang Ming couldn't sleep after returning to the dormitory, so he went up to the rooftop. Rodden was growing very fast. Because of his bloodline, he was born at the gold level and could already take him to the sky. Riding Rodden and flying into the sky again, I felt that all the troubles in my heart were swept away. In this life, he wants to live his true life again. The next day in class, teacher Lin Wanwan didn't mention a word about the fight yesterday, as if it had never happened. Zhang Ming was also very honest, but when he was getting food in the cafeteria, he happened to run into Yang Kai again. Yang Kai and a group of people behind him saw that Zhang Ming was holding just ordinary food in his hands, so they wanted to find an opportunity to humiliate him. Hey, why are you eating this? Can eating this give you strength? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're an orphan. You need subsidies from the academy for meals, huh? If it's not enough, I can lend it to you. If you want to eat something, just call me Big Brother, and I'll pay for your meals from now on. Ha! Yang Kai said this deliberately, with a completely mocking tone. DeFei on the side could no longer bear it and wanted to take action. Zhang Ming had already thrown a tray in Yang Kai's face. You're still putting up with this bullshit. I've spoiled you and made you a bad person. You still want to do it? Do you dare to come with me to the Academy's competition arena to fight? Do you dare? Yang Kai pointed at Zhang Ming and said, Why not? I'm just afraid you don't have the ability. Okay, anyone who doesn't go is a coward. The college competition arena is a place for college students to compete in a fair, just, and reasonable manner. There is no danger to life. It is just a simple competition. Both of them went onto the arena. Although Yang Kai had just made a contract, he directly summoned his bird with thunder attribute. In his eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Yang Kai raised his head high, and many classmates gathered around to watch. In front of everyone, Zhang Ming summoned Rodden, a pterosaur with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and flames on its body. This shocked everyone. Even Yang Kai did not expect that Zhang Ming possessed such a powerful soul beast. How is that possible? Your soul beast bloodline is just garbage. You're trash too. His soul beast has mutated. Some people thought that Zhang Ming's soul beast had mutated, and they looked at him with envy, because soul beasts can indeed have bloodline mutations, but the chance is 1 in 10,000. No one expected that he would be so lucky. Yang Kai also gritted his teeth and was angry. He was just an orphan and a piece of trash, but he actually encountered such a good thing, but was difficult to back down. The Thunder Eagle was definitely no match for the pterosaur. Sure enough, it was just a meeting. The result is undoubted. He was killed instantly. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Zhang Ming saw the opportunity and wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Kai in revenge, but Lin Wanwan showed up with the director of the academy. They all came after hearing the news and were worried about casualties. After all, They're newly contracted soul beasts and have no idea about combat. If they fail, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Stop it. Both of you get down here. Zhang Ming saw that this opportunity had failed. Yang Kai was so scared that he sat on the ground. The fear just now made him sweat all over. Zhang Ming was also called to the office alone, waiting for punishment. Do you know what the consequences are if you fail? And why did your soul beast advance so quickly? Answer my question. Faced with Lin Wanwan's questioning, Zhang Ming chose to remain silent. Bloodline mutation. Zhang Ming also used this reason to shirk responsibility, and Lin Wanwan seemed to see through his thoughts. Do you think I will believe it? Just at this moment, the dean suddenly came in and whispered something to Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan looked at Zhang Ming with some surprise, and then a smile appeared on her face. Are you short of money now? Zhang Ming was stunned but nodded. He was indeed short of money, and it was a reality and nothing to be ashamed of. If I can help you, you can get into the C class. Chapter 12. The Soul Beast competition begins. Ding. You have a new short message. Please check it in time. Release task. Get the treatment of Jin Wu number 1 middle school seed students. Reward. Soul points, *10, 000. Reward. Open the Soul Point Exchange Mall. The system elf has issued a task. Teacher Lin was waiting for Zhang Ming to continue. Zhang Ming stood there stupidly again, not moving a muscle. Hello? You're in a daze. Oh, came back to his senses. Teacher Lin crossed his arms and chuckled, which was quite touching. Tell me, what does this have to do with being rich or not? As you can see, Raton is now a gold-level soul beast. Not to mention the materials needed for future evolution. I'm afraid I can't even afford the soul beast daily rations. You know I am an orphan and have no financial support. So I would like to ask you to help me apply for a salary subsidy for seed students from a school. You want to take the seed class? No. As long as I can apply for the seed student subsidy, it will be fine. Teacher Lin is so good to me, I don't want to leave Teacher Lin. You're so sweet-mouthed. Are you able to speak so eloquently in just a short while? Teacher Lin deliberately smiled and teased Zhang Ming. I will keep your matter confidential. I will apply to the school tomorrow. Don't tell anyone else about Leighton for the time being, and don't let him out at will. You must remember this. Teacher Lin's tone was full of concern. If it were daytime, he would definitely ask you loudly if you understood. Women, they are amazing. Okay, go back and rest. Remember to write the 3,000-word written inspection. When leaving, Teacher Lin's somewhat strange voice came from behind. Back to the dormitory. Guofei and the other two were writing furiously, quickly copying their self-criticism reports on a smart computer. Brother Ming, copy it quickly. I just found 4 different versions. Good. I feel so relieved today. Brother Ming, your 2 moves today were so damn cool. Can you teach me a few moves too? Guofei wrote while imitating Zhang Ming's movements, writing in a flamboyant and vigorous manner. Okay, I'll teach you the 36 moves of grappling some other day. Thank you, Brother Ming. Guofei clasped his fists, the highest etiquette for people in society. The 4 of them laughed out loud. Happiness between men is sometimes so simple. Just a gesture, a look, or a word. It's already 10 o'clock, Duffei. Turn off the lights and go to bed. Good Leming, brother. Lying on the bed, checking the tasks released by the system this time. Whether it can be accomplished depends on tomorrow. Sleep. Attend class. Stand up. Hello, teacher. Teacher Lin wore light makeup today and a loose pink casual sportswear. Although she covered herself tightly today, her charming curves could not be concealed. Sit down. Today's class will teach you what you need to pay attention to in the early stages of training soul beasts. It seemed that Teacher Lin was in a good mood today. He had a smile on his face the whole time and did not mention a word about the fight that happened on the basketball court last night, as if nothing had happened. As the monitor, Zhang Ming's seat was moved from the VIP Sundrench healthcare area to the VIP Supreme Guardian area next to the first row of desks. Always under the watchful eyes of Teacher Lin. But it's okay, the air in the front row is good, the front row smells good. All the courses I'm studying now have been studied in my previous life, and I have already memorized them by heart, but I still have to sit in my seat and listen to the lectures. The Alliance stipulates that all students must graduate from high school, complete all beast taming courses, and be at least 18 years old before they can sign up for combat units and follow the troops to hunt soul beasts. Or you can become a beast taming master and own a gold-level soul beast, which will also allow you to obtain the qualification to leave the city. Rodden meets the requirements, but he still lacks a lot. If you can't go out of the city to hunt soul beasts, you can't obtain soul crystals and soul points, and you can't level up. Simply relying on the soul points rewarded by the system to issue tasks is far from enough, and these 3 years will be wasted. Today's class ends here. We will have an AR practice class in the afternoon. Zhang Ming, come with me to the office. Teacher Lin. Zhang Ming gently pushed open the door. I called Principal Lin on my smartphone last night and told him about you. Principal Lin went to a meeting at the academy today and has agreed to your request. Not only will you be given enough soul beast rations every month, but you will also receive 10 elite beast soul crystals, plus a monthly subsidy of 10,000 soul coins. How is it? Is it okay? Teacher Lin sat in the boss chair, tapped the floor lightly with the toe of his shoe, turned the boss chair with an innocent look on his face. Wow, thank you, Teacher Lin. The rations were distributed in full, but Leighton had a big appetite. He calculated that he would consume more than 10,000 soul coins a month, and his appetite would increase. There are also 10 elite soul crystals and 10,000 soul coins every month. The 10 elite soul crystals alone are worth 67,000 soul coins. All in all, the monthly subsidy is close to 100,000 soul coins. This treatment is even better than the birth of a seed. Congratulations on completing the task. You will receive the treatment of a seed student. Get reward soul points *10,000. The soul point exchange mall has been successfully opened for you. Looking at Zhang Ming's happy smile, Teacher Lin also looked very happy. Don't be too happy yet. The school has given you such a large subsidy. Don't you want to give back some honor to the school? Always be prepared. Zhang Ming stood at attention and spoke in a clear and loud voice, which immediately made Teacher Lin laugh. Don't feed these 10 elite soul crystals to Leighton when you go back. First absorb them to raise your beast taming level to 1-star beast tamer. When you run out of soul crystals, come to me for more. The more Zhang Ming listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Doesn't this mean that the school would increase his soul power level for free? 3 months from now, the entire alliance will hold a soul beast competition. You will represent Jin Wu number 1 middle school in the Huaxiao region high school competition preliminaries. After qualifying, you will represent Jin Wu number 1 middle school to participate in the regional competition at the alliance headquarters. The soul beast competition has begun. How could you forget about this? Hey, why are you still here again? Oh, I heard it. But I'm only 16, and can I participate in the competition? Of course. As long as the soul beast reaches the silver level, it can participate in the competition. So I ask you to improve the level of the beast. In the next 3 months, don't do anything else except attending classes, eating, and sleeping. You must work hard to improve your soul power level. Opportunities are rare. If it weren't for the soul beast competition, the academy wouldn't be able to give you 10 elite soul crystals so easily. Zhang Ming naturally understood what Teacher Lin meant. There is no free lunch in the world. Although Rodin is a golden soul beast with epic bloodline, he still needs to win it all back by himself. Preliminary round. You must advance. The Huaxia preliminaries are jointly held by all colleges and universities. The reward for the top 10 are very generous. The prize money alone is 1 million soul coins. You are short of money, right? Work hard, young man. 1 million soul coins. For the sake of money, you have to improve your soul power to death. Ding. You have a new short message. Please check it in time. Release mission. Get the top 3 in the Soul Beast Competition Chinese Regional Qualifiers. 3rd place reward. 1 orange quality Horcrux. 2nd prize. Orange quality Soul Bone *1. 1st place reward. Chapter 13. The Emperor's Weapon Haunted by Evil Ghosts. 1st prize. Legendary Bloodline card *1. It turned out to be a legendary Bloodline card. I heard that the 1st place in this preliminaries will not only receive 1 million soul coins as a reward. In order to encourage students' enthusiasm for participating in the competition, the Huaxia district even specially provided an orange quality soul bone. Orange quality soul bones can only be produced by beast kings with perfect bloodlines, and the chance is extremely small. Among 100 beast kings, only 1 has a soul bone. The rewards for the preliminaries include orange quality soul bones. The Huaxia district really spent a lot of money this time. This is a soul bone, not to mention orange quality. Even purple quality soul bones are in short supply. It is a treasure that you cannot afford, even if you have money. Soul bones are created from the king of ferocious beasts with perfect bloodlines. The soul bones contain the beast's innate skills during its lifetime and can be perfectly integrated with human bones, greatly improving the beastmaster's combat effectiveness. Not only does it improve the overall quality of the human body, the talents that come with soul bones are equivalent to gaining another kind of spiritual power to make up for the physical shortcomings of humans in beast-taming battles. Huaxia District is mighty. Strong degree. First place in the preliminaries. I, Zhang Ming, will definitely win. Of course, I'm full of confidence. The school doesn't require you to get first place this time. Just being in the top 10 is fine. Although this is a preliminaries, you're facing seniors who are 2 grades higher than you. Don't think that you are invincible just because you're a 6-star gold player. There are many talented people in the Huaxia region who have gold-level soul beasts like you. You better be careful. Teacher Lin looked at Zhang Ming, who was full of confidence, and intended to give him a blow. Okay, I'll pay attention. He nodded heavily. It's all right, go back. The preliminaries are still 2 months away, and the contestants will be selected before the big competition. There's still time. Go back and prepare well. Thank you, Teacher Lin. He bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Teacher Lin was amused by Zhang Ming's serious bow, but Zhang Ming was grateful to Teacher Lin from the bottom of his heart. He knew in his heart that in order to obtain the seed student subsidy, Teacher Lin must have used Principal Lin's connections. Teacher Lin Wanwan is the daughter of Principal Lin Zhe. Leave the office and return to your seat in the classroom. Huang Xing and Zhao Kai came over. Both of them had D-level qualifications and were in the same class as him. Brother Ming, what instructions did Wanwan give you this time when she talked to you? That's right, what did Wanwan say? Go away and cool off. Don't ask around and call Teacher Lin instead. Don't keep calling her Wanwan all day long. Zhang Ming pretended to be angry to scare them. System Elf, check the Soul Point Exchange Mall. Soul Point Exchange Mall. Soul Points, 17434. Green Soul Beast Rations, 100 Soul Points. A-Level Soul Qualification Card, 50,000 Soul Points. S-Level Soul Qualification Card, 100,000 Soul Points. SS Level Soul Qualification Card, 1 million Soul Points. In the system panel, there's a bunch of colorful and glittering shopping malls, and the first row is Soul Qualification Cards of various levels. Fuck, S-Level Soul Qualification Cards are so valuable. 100,000 Soul Points per card. SS Level requires 1 million Soul Points. There's also SSS Level later, so many zeros, tens, hundreds, millions, 10 million Soul Points. Onaji? System Elf, are you sure you're not kidding me? Can I afford the things in this mall? Dear Master, you can earn soul points by completing tasks or killing soul beasts. Killing a beast with a level higher than silver will automatically gain more than 1,000 soul points. The higher the level of the beast, the more soul points you will get. You can also get soul points by recycling soul crystals. The System Elf's sweet, lowly voice is really nice. Thank you, Elf. It is the elf's honor to serve my dear master. Continue to check the Soul Point Redemption Mall. Each of the blocks in the mall flashed a dazzling light, attracting his attention. They were divided into 7 colors: white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and bright red, according to their grade. Haunted by evil spirits. Red grade. Check. Haunted by evil spirits. Introduction. An imperial armor left behind by a saint during the super ancient civilization. Made mainly of the scales of the giant star beast Jola, supplemented by more than 100 kinds of materials. It has an iron wall of defense and the ability to continuously evolve. It ranks 48th among the 48 ancient imperial armors. It is damaged and needs to be repaired. 48 ancient imperial artifacts, supreme soul weapons created by our ancestors in the super ancient civilization period using ferocious beasts as materials. Each one has a unique ability. I was shocked. One of the 48 ancient imperial artifacts actually exists in the Soul Point Exchange Mall. The super ancient Horcrux in the Horcrux ranking on the soul list. Imperial weapon. I need tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of soul points. F*CK. 100 million. You still need 100 million soul points when everything is damaged? Even if I kill all the beasts in the world, I still can't get enough soul points. The owner can set a small goal first. A small goal of 100 million. Thank you, little elf. Destroy the world quickly. The wish function has been enabled for you. Select any item in the mall to add to your wish list. The system will reward the wish item based on the difficulty of the task. Wish list? Add haunted. Successfully added haunted to your wish list. I only have over 10,000 soul points on me. Why would I want a bicycle? Let's see what we can afford. Soul Power Book, Red Grade. Why is this so cheap? 16,666 soul points, damn. Just enough. Soul Power Manual. A combat manual left behind by our ancestors during the ancient civilization period when they fought against ferocious beasts. After using it, it will unlock the ability to absorb external energy. Actively use it to gain soul power, perfectly absorb soul crystals, and greatly enhance the combat capability of the beastmaster. Activate the ability to absorb external energy. If I want to improve my beast tamer's level, I can only do so by absorbing the soul power in the soul crystals. Could it be that the Soul Power Book can allow me to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and improve my soul power, just like the fierce beasts? Exchange. Successfully exchange for the Soul Power Book. 768 soul points remaining. Use. Congratulations on using the Soul Power Book. Since you have S-level soul qualification, turn on the automatic absorption mode, and the energy absorption speed will increase by 70. Level. Upgrading requires soul points 17/32,000, plus 17 soul points, plus 18 soul points, plus 16 soul points. Fuck, this is automatically increasing soul points. Zhang Ming discovered that every 30 seconds, a message about increasing soul points would appear in the system message bar. Soul points can not only upgrade the level of soul beasts, but also improve the level of beast control. At this rate, 1 minute and 30 points, 1 hour and 60 minutes. That's 2,000 soul points. 1 day and 24 hours. That's nearly 50,000 soul points. That's 1.5 million soul points a month. 18 million a year. After doing the math, I suddenly feel that the goal of 100 million is too low. Soul Power Book YYDS. Chapter 14, Lion City Ruins. Night Demon Rat King. After the geography class in the afternoon, I had a quick bite in the cafeteria. Take out the elite soul crystal from the system backpack. Absorb. Perfectly absorb elite soul crystals and gain soul power 5,000. I watched as the soul crystal that I had just held in my hand disappeared in an instant, without even a trace of it left. Ecstasy. Onaji. Asterisk. Instant absorption. It doesn't even take time to absorb. 10 elite soul crystals were absorbed at once. Successfully upgraded to 5-star beast tamer. Just a short while? 5 stars. He opened the system panel and confirmed it again and again, with a look of disbelief on his face. Level. Soul points required for upgrading. 18,000/64,000. The experience gained from leveling up is doubled. Plus 20 soul points. Plus 21 soul points. Plus 22 soul points. The experience was doubled, but he found that the soul points added every 30 seconds also increased slightly. Although it was only a few points, every little bit counted. Little by little, a drop of water wears away a stone. Perseverance is the key. Suddenly, he discovered a serious problem. The soul crystals are used up. Although the school gave him free soul crystals, he was not shameless. With his current absorption rate, even a ton of soul crystals would not be enough for him. Forget it. Teacher Lin also knows that with my C-level aptitude and absorption speed, it will take more than a week to absorb all these soul crystals. Let's talk about it next week. It seems like we have to find a way to go out of the city and hunt beasts to get soul points. It's not a good idea to stay in school all the time. Just do it. Put on thermal underwear, put on a multi-pocketed leather flight jacket, kick on big leather boots, and wear night vision goggles. He walked out of the dormitory building as if nothing had happened. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the school, except for the back wall of the girls' bathhouse. I walked cautiously to the back wall of the women's bathhouse. The windows were fogged up by the steam, and it seemed that many people were bathing today. He summoned Rodden, quickly rode on his back, and gently patted Rodden's neck. Let's go Raton. In the dark and quiet night, a sharp cry pierced the night sky. Zhang Ming rode on Rodden and laughed and shouted. Feel the cool breeze passing by and open your arms. Ah, I'm back. Layden, fly as much as you can. Oh. Zhang Ming laughed wildly and shouted Rodden's name. Rodden also responded by making a cry. The female students who were bathing in the women's bathhouse were startled by the scream of Layton outside the wall. Teacher Lin Wanwan happened to be in the staff bathhouse as well, and frowned when she heard the scream. Zhang Ming, thousands of meters high in the night sky. One man and one beast, free and flying as they please. The Jin Wu City is brightly lit at night, with dazzling lights, colorful and extremely charming. At this moment, Zhang Ming truly felt reborn. Be careful of her tone, rise a little higher, and avoid the patrol of the pterosaur troops ahead. As a member of the pterosaur combat unit in his previous life, he knew the night sky very well, and there were also beastmasters from the pterosaur unit patrolling. If you want to avoid the pterosaur troops on duty, you must rise to an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. This altitude is a safe altitude and can avoid the pterosaur troops. The on-duty personnel of the pterosaur force usually only patrol at an altitude of around 1,000 meters. After all, the high altitude at night is very cold. Maintaining this altitude and flying southeast for an hour, you will reach the ruins of Lion City. The light and shadow of Jin Wu City gradually disappeared into the darkness. Lower altitude. Maintain alert altitude. Zhang Ming quickly got into the state, and his experience in taming beasts in his previous life came to the fore. After the catastrophe, plants all over the world grew wildly, and the ruins of the city in front of us were covered by countless green vines. Although shrouded in darkness, the entire ruins of the Lion City are pitch black without a trace of light, but one can still vaguely see the outline of the city from 100 years ago, and miniatures of history can be seen everywhere. Skyscrapers that collapsed under the trampling of giant beasts, rusty traffic light poles, and asphalt roads with cracks in the ground. Every ruin shows you the disaster that happened 100 years ago. Looking down from above, there seem to be countless green eyes hidden in the darkness. The target group of ferocious beasts ahead has been automatically detected for you. Night Rat. Bloodline normal. Level silver 3 stars. Skill bite shadow attack. Introduction. Before the disaster, there were rats living in the city sewers. After the mutation, their size increased dramatically. They carry the mutated Ebola virus and move as fast as a shadow. Don't be bitten by them. They are afraid of sunlight and prefer to hunt in groups at night. It's the night rat. Zhang Ming controlled the latent to stop a few hundred meters in the air, maintaining a safe distance. Don't underestimate this little guy, the night rat. Although it is only at the silver 3-star level and its bloodline is not strong, the Ebola virus it carries once caused the deaths of hundreds of millions of people during the disaster day. Even if a gold-level ferocious beast is bitten by this little thing, it will die with hatred. Moreover, they are ferocious beasts that live in groups. If you find a night rat, congratulations, at least thousands of night rats are already targeting you. Rodent attack. Great fireball technique. Rodden, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his head and a huge fireball suddenly came out of his mouth. The bright firelight instantly illuminated the surroundings. Taking advantage of the brief moment of light, Zhang Ming's scalp on the back of his head suddenly felt numb. The ground was densely packed with night rats. Each of them was a 1-meter-long black rat. They climbed one on the back of another and continued to gather together to form a human ladder. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they had already piled up more than 100 meters. A huge fireball was aimed at the night demon rat at the highest point. The newly built ladder collapsed instantly, and everyone scattered, leaving a large, open space. Hundreds of night rats that were unable to escape were burned to death in an instant, and the air was filled with a pungent stench of burning. He quickly took out a gas mask from his trouser pocket and put it on. These night rats are carrying the Ebola virus, and this is no joke. Squeak, squeak. The group of night rats hid in the cracks of the rock wall, making shrill noises to vent their previous anger, as if calling for more companions. Kill silver 3-star night demon rat and gain 1,000 soul points. Kill silver 4-star night rat and gain 1,200 soul points. Kill silver 5-star night demon rat and gain 1,400 soul points. Just with this fireball, I gained more than 80,000 soul points. So cool. And the higher the level, the more soul points you get after killing. These night rats had seen how powerful Rodden was and knew they were not to be trifled with. They hid in the cracks and squeaked, not daring to stick their heads out. The squeaks became more and more frequent and louder. Although the night demon rats are of a low level, they have a very high IQ and know how to cooperate in combat. Just like just now, although they knew Zhang Ming was in the air, they knew how to use a human ladder to reach him. Warning, warning. The gold-level Beast Knight Demon Rat King is detected approaching. Oh no, a golden-level Rat King has emerged from this group of Night Demon Rats. The Night Demon Rat King is a golden-level beast that has wings and is similar to a bat. It is also extremely fast. It is not inferior to the golden level storm pterosaur. 100 meters away, there was an ugly and ferocious beast with a rat head, long fangs, and flapping a pair of bat wings. It flew towards him at an astonishing speed, and the cries of the night rats below became more intense. Chapter 15, Billionaire 1-minute trial card. Night Demon Rat King. Bloodline rare. Level gold 9 stars. Talent sound wave of death. Skills: bite, swiftness, shadow strike, violent crushing. Introduction. The Rat King is fed by the night demon rats. Affected by the Ebola virus, his bloodline mutated and evolved into a rare bloodline. He will only appear when called by the rat group. Be careful of his sound waves, which will make you and the soul beast lose your mind temporarily and cause a dizziness effect that lasts for 30 seconds. Golden 9 stars. Comes with a talent for debuff status. Before he could react, the Rat King suddenly turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, less than 3 meters away. This distance is already very dangerous. The speed of the Rat King just now seemed to have pressed the accelerator key, and he sprinted to the front in a moment over a distance of 100 meters. Zhang Ming remained calm in the face of danger and ordered Leighton to flap its wings suddenly, flying high into the sky to keep a safe distance. Fire explosion. The fire skill damage bonus is stacked by 15 for 10 minutes. Great fireball technique. 3 balls of scalding fire flew out and shot towards the ugly rat head of the Rat King. The Rat King turned back into a black shadow and dodged without any effort. Squeak. The night Rat King flapped its wings casually, and sharp and piercing grinding sounds came out of its mouth, as if it was mocking. You hit pretty fast. It depends on whether you are faster or I have more bullets. Rodden roared, and the magma scales on his back ignited red flames. His soul power gathered, and his sharp cheeks bulged instantly. An extremely hot fireball burst out of his mouth and turned into a pillar of fire that was more than 10 meters long. The dark night sky was instantly illuminated by this beam of fire, making it incredibly bright. The Night Rat King has a ghostly figure, with the bat-like wings behind him flapping wildly, like a big black rat with bee wings. Wherever you hide, the flame beam will spray there. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire, and the Night Rat King had nowhere to hide. Now Rodden is like a flamethrower, and the blazing flame evaporates the moisture in the air with a sizzling sound. Squeak, squeak. Kill Silver 3-star Night Demon Rat and gain 1,000 soul points. Kill the Silver 4-star Night Demon Rat and gain soul points. The system message bar was filled with thousands of prompts in an instant. The flame column dissipated. The air was filled with a foul burning smell that could be smelled even through a gas mask. There was a huge black ball about 10 meters high on the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke and burning red by flames. One by one, the night rats fell off the black ball, revealing the Night Rat King wrapped inside. In order to protect the Rat King, these night demon rats actually used their bodies as a shield and wrapped the Rat King inside. A little surprised. Is this still an ordinary night rat? These are all loyal ministers. The Rat King looked around at the burnt rats, his strange pupils revealing anthropomorphic anger and sadness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ripples were shaken by the sound made by the Rat King, which was extremely harsh and unsettling. It's the sound wave of death. Cover your ears quickly. But the power of the sound waves has already entered my ears along with the transmission of the air, causing my breathing to become short, my heart to become restless, my heartbeat to speed up, and I felt like there was a stuffy feeling in my chest that couldn't get out, and my head to feel dizzy. I always feel like falling down. A roar came from Rodden's mouth, drowning out the sound waves of death. It woke him up from his dizziness. Although the Night Rat King's death sound waves can affect Zhang Ming, they cannot affect Rodden. The power from Epic Bloodline ignores any debuff status lower than one's own bloodline. After the Rat King used his innate death sound wave, he opened his mouth and kept exhaling. It was obvious that he was consuming a lot of energy, and the frequency of his wings flapping also slowed down a bit. Kill him while he's ill. Lava breath. The earth is illuminated again. It was as if there were endless flames in Rodden's mouth. The scorching flames melted the instant they touched the ground, turning into scorching magma. Endless fire descended upon the world and devoured the earth. The broken walls and the ruins continued to melt, and the night rats hiding in the cracks kept rushing towards the Rat King, trying to protect him just like last time. The molten rock turned into flowing magma. Every second, hundreds of night rats were melted and completely transformed into magma bubbles and burst. Rodden was like a fiery demon born from hell, slaughtering night rats crazily. The system message bar has exploded. Over 10,000 kill tips. System prompts have been automatically blocked for you. Ding. Congratulations on killing the gold-level Beast Knight Demon Rat King and obtaining 50,000 soul points. Ding. Exploded gold, ordinary treasure, chest, *1. Finally dead. He breathed a sigh of relief. On the ground, magma flowed wildly, turning into a flaming hell that melted everything in the world. It took more than an hour for the magma to gradually turn into stone. Thinking back to the battle just now, I still feel scared. Rodden is superior to the Rat King in both bloodline and talent, but when they really fight, he feels extremely exhausted. The Rat King is not only higher level than Rodden, but also incredibly fast and can dodge almost all skills. If it weren't for Rodden's powerful bloodline, fierce firepower, and large damage range, killing the Rat King would probably be a tough battle. Fortunately, he always kept in mind the military training he received in the Pterosaur Corps in his previous life, and remained on high alert at all times, not giving the ferocious beasts any chance to get close. Otherwise, with the speed of the Rat King, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. This is a ferocious beast with 9 gold stars, and he knows very well what will happen if he gets close to it. Never underestimate any ferocious beast. What you think is weak can be fatal. Zhang Ming couldn't help but think of this iron rule of taming beasts. What a pity for these soul crystals. The soul crystal was melted by the lava breath and merged with the rock. However, the soul points gained this time reached a frightening number. Even I couldn't believe it. Check the soul points. Soul point 1001328002. 1,100 million. Oh, duh. No. How many night rats did Raton kill? Quickly check the number displayed in the system message bar. Tens, hundreds, thousands, more than 100,000 night demon rats. Underscore? Oh my god, so many. They must have wiped out the night demon rats in the Lion City ruins. Ue, kaomoji, rinku. Congratulations on achieving your goal of 100 million yuan. Get reward of 10,000 soul points. Hey, can 10,000 soul points still be accepted by me now? Oh, congratulations on your achievement of killing 100,000 ferocious beasts. Get reward of 10,000 soul points. I have now joined the Billionaire Club. Cut. I looked at the time, and it was almost 4 a.m. Today's hunt for the ferocious beast was a success. Lying on the back of Rodden, crossing my legs, and running at a speed of 70 miles per hour, I felt free and relaxed. Show me the Soul Point Exchange Mall. I want to spend some money today. Spend money. After looking at it for a while, I unconsciously set my sights on the bright red Imperial weapon. I felt like I was being scratched by a cat. Anxious and itchy. How about buying it and seeing it? Or should we wait a little longer? Upgrade the level first. Intense ideological struggle. Finally, curiosity overcame reason. I made 100 million overnight. What's there to be afraid of? Dry. Successfully exchanged for the Imperial weapon. Evil ghost haunting. Consuming 100 million soul points. Remaining soul points, 152,802. Huh. Imperial weapon. Kissy face. Wear it. System prompt. The Imperial weapon is damaged and cannot be worn. Please repair it. Repair cost, 10 billion soul points. Insufficient soul points cannot be repaired. How much? Say it again. 10 billion. I spent 100 million to buy a father. Chapter 16. Teacher Lin knows about my S-level qualifications. That system elf. I don't want it anymore. Can I return it? This function is not supported yet, sir. Well, can I get something else? This function is not supported yet, sir. Looking at the remaining 150,000 soul points, sadness welled up in my heart and grief flowed like a river. 1-minute trial card for Billionaire Club. The dream shattered into pieces. I want to die. Don't stop me. Let me die. Carrot. My 100 million. My little goal, it's gone. All gone. Woo-woo. With an extremely heavy heart, I return behind the bathhouse wall. The campus at night is filled with the chirping of insects. When I returned to the dormitory, Dafei was sleeping soundly, snoring rhythmically. Change your clothes, wet a towel, and simply wash off the odor on your body with warm water. Oh, this tastes really good. I can still sleep for about 2 hours, cover myself with a quilt, and bury my head. Attend class. Stand up. Hello, Teacher Lin. Everyone stand up and listen to this class today. In the first class, Zhang Ming laughed out loud and rubbed his half-open eyes. I'm so sleepy. I don't know what was wrong with Teacher Lin today. As soon as he entered the room, he slammed the textbooks on the desk. His voice was more than 10 decibels louder than usual, and he almost shouted while teaching. She even deliberately wore a blue suit like a domineering female president, and her eyes glared at people, making it even more difficult to look directly at her. Standing in the first row as the supreme VIP guardian, he was almost shaken to the point of losing his internal organs by Teacher Lin's lion roar. Everyone was guessing secretly. It must be my period. Do you think my temper has improved these days? I still feel like there are too few classes and too much spare time. Teacher Lin suddenly raised his voice. My ears. A student secretly left school yesterday. The teachers must be fools. Huang Xing and Zhang Ming exchanged glances, but he glared back at them. Teacher Lin also noticed the two people's little actions. I won't tell you who it is today, but if it happens again, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Teacher Lin is really angry. His feet were on Zhang Ming's desk. He looked domineering and seemed to have a lot of energy. Today we will talk about improving the physical fitness of beastmasters. I let out a breath quietly. I was so scared. How did Teacher Lin know that he left school secretly? It seemed that Leighton barked last night, but that's normal. The barking of soul beasts can often be heard in school. Could it be that Mr. Lin was in the women's bathhouse yesterday? Omega. My left foot was numb from standing, so I stood with my right foot. My right foot was numb again, so I stood to the side and endured the whole class. Zhang Ming, come to my office. After saying that, Teacher Lin left with the textbook in his arms without looking back. Brother Ming, where did you go yesterday? Huang Xing quickly came over and asked in a low voice. Shut up. Stop asking questions. Zhang Ming deliberately pretended to be angry. Teacher Lin, tell me, where did you go on Rodden yesterday? You were a man yesterday, but today it's hard to be a man. Do you dare to do it, but not to take responsibility? Ruins of Lion City. Well, what did you do there? Teacher Lin actually said, something was wrong. This was very wrong. All right, you become quite capable. I gave you 10 soul crystals yesterday, and you went out of town for a stroll overnight. Tell me the truth. What are you doing in the ruins of Lion City? Don't wait for me to expose your true identity, or it will be embarrassing. Zhang Ming lowered his head, feeling guilty like a thief, and didn't dare to look up at all. Leaving school without permission and leaving the city. This would result in a serious disciplinary action at Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School, and in serious cases the person might even be expelled. Killed a few night rats. I just want to take Leighton to practice in combat, so that we can prepare for the qualifiers in advance. Zhang Ming smiled playfully, a standard smile that showed one admitting a mistake. That's a pretty good excuse. He killed a few night rats. Teacher Lin leaned back in his boss chair, trimming his nails with a nail clipper as if nothing had happened, and spoke lightly. Maybe 5 or 6. Edit. 7 or 8. It's being edited. 17 or 18. You're doing this on purpose to piss me off, aren't you? I'm afraid you have wiped out all the night demon rats in the ruins of Lion City. Do you think I know nothing? I'm telling you, Zhang Ming. I heard Leighton's cry last night, and I guessed it was you. Early this morning, the military sent the video of your battle in the Lion City ruins to the principal's office. Now, the top military officials know that you have a soul beast with epic bloodline. The military is now asking the school to verify your identity and investigate the origins of Rodden. You decide what to do now. I flew to an altitude of over 2,000 meters to avoid patrol troops. With your little tricks, you think you're just a useless person in the military. Teacher Lin, can I know how the military discovered this? See for yourself. Teacher Lin turned on the smart computer on the table and projected a virtual screen. Zhang Ming appeared in the ruins of Lion City, riding Rodden. Beidou Spore System. This is not the black technology that the Alliance developed 3 years later. It does not require the launch of satellites to obtain images. It is the first generation of plant-based soul beasts that the Alliance has cultivated for real-time monitoring. Using the power of the soul ranking as the center, spore soul beasts are deployed all over the world to allow them to grow automatically. Although they do not have combat power, they can transmit and receive monitoring images in real time and establish a complete beast monitoring and prediction system for the Alliance. Why did the first generation of plant spore soul beasts appear 3 years in advance? In the previous life, the Beidou Spore system took on almost all of the Alliance's defense, monitoring and reconnaissance mechanisms, becoming the eyes of all beastmasters spread across the globe and forming a real-life map. With the assistance of the Big Dipper Spore system, the Alliance has recaptured the land occupied by ferocious beasts time and time again. Zhang Ming called out the Beidou Spore system. Although Teacher Lin was somewhat curious, he did not ask too many questions. Okay, stop looking so sad. You are quite capable. You have even alarmed the top leaders of the Huaxia district. This incident should be treated as if it never happened. This video has been sealed as a level 3 secret. The military district reported this matter to the Huaxia district, but it has been suppressed by the top leaders. The senior executives of the Huaxia district. Zhang Ming did not reply, but secretly recalled the names of the senior executives of the Huaxia district in his heart. You have turned a disaster into a blessing this time. The Huaxia high-level officials have specifically asked you to participate in the regional competition and have asked Jinwu No. 1 Middle School to fully support you unconditionally. You must do your best to bring honor to the Huaxia district. Yes. Zhang Ming stood straight and answered in a firm voice. By the way, I just want to know why you have nothing to do in the middle of the night and why you kill so many night rats. Teacher Lin looked curious and didn't know how to answer this question. Can I say I'm poor? Mingming was still a billionaire last night. I'm so sad. I'm not Mingming. Where are the soul crystals I gave you? Did you sell them? Did you use them up? It's used up, Zhang Ming said in a low voice. How can you absorb so quickly with your sea-level talent? Stretch out your hand so that I can check your current soul power level. 5-star beast tamer? How is that possible? Teacher Lin was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Even among the talented students in the C class now, the highest level is only a 9-star beastmaster. How is this possible? What are your qualifications? Teacher Lin's voice was flat and very calm. But the more this happened, the more scared he became. Chapter 17, Space Horcrux. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? The two men looked at each other. Zhang Ming appeared extremely calm and had a righteous look on his face. In fact, I was very panicked. Teacher Lin's eyes seemed to speak, staring at him in a way that made his hair stand on end. Then he smiled and spoke. Okay, don't be so nervous. I'll just ask casually. He heaved a sigh of relief. If Teacher Lin insisted on testing him, the secret of his S-level qualification would be exposed. Don't go to class this afternoon. Go back and clean up. What? The Academy has officially notified that all students in the key classes and seed classes will report to the Academy today to start a 2-month special training to prepare for the competition. Oh, you go too. This is a space Horcrux. It contains 2 months' worth of soul crystals and rations. As Teacher Lin spoke, he threw over an exquisitely shaped blue bracelet, which was obviously a women's bracelet. She hurriedly caught it and held it lightly in her hand. Space Horcrux. Teacher Lin, no, this is too expensive. Space Horcruxes have the function of portable storage and are special Horcruxes. They are made of raw stones that contain spatial power, and the birthplace of the raw stones is usually in the territory of monarch-level beasts. So don't underestimate this small bracelet. Behind it may be the price paid for by countless beastmasters' lives. The value of each space soul weapon in the market is no less than 2 million soul coins. Even the smallest Horcrux of only 3 cubic meters would cost nearly 1 million soul coins. Even in his previous life, Zhang Ming didn't get a spatial soul weapon. Although I have the system's backpack that can hold unlimited items, in order to conceal my identity, I plan to save money to buy a space soul device after graduation. In addition to being able to store items on the go, it is also a symbol of status. Don't think this is for you. I'm afraid that you'll be missed by others if you carry so many soul crystals and food. It will make Layden feel wronged. Besides, the space in this bracelet is not enough for me to use. It will just gather dust if I leave it there. I'll lend it to you first and return it to me when you come back. But this is really too expensive. Zhang Ming wanted to refuse, but Teacher Lin already looked angry. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Zhang Ming's eyes were red. Even though he had lived 2 lives, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. From his previous life to now, besides the director of the orphanage, the only person who touched him the most was Teacher Lin in front of him. Ude. Although Teacher Lin disagreed, he understood that Teacher Lin had been helping him silently. A man should not shed tears or bleed. The teacher has always believed in you. You will definitely become an excellent beastmaster and bring honor to the school. Yes. Zhang Ming nodded heavily. After leaving the office, I didn't go back to the classroom, but went straight back to the dormitory. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, teachers from Jin Wu College came to pick up students for special training. He looked down at the sapphire bracelet on his wrist, bit his right index finger to squeeze out a drop of blood, which he dripped on a bracelet, and used the method of soul blood contract to leave a unique mark of his soul in the Horcrux. The soul power extended into the bracelet, and the space inside the bracelet could be seen clearly in an instant. There are actually 10 cubes, 3 million soul coins. No more, no less. He didn't expect that Teacher Lin would lend him such a valuable Horcrux. 3 million. Even if he had joined the Pterosaur Corps in his previous life, his monthly salary was only more than 30,000 soul coins. With his salary level, he would probably have to work for 10 years without eating or drinking. What is this? New clothes. Teacher Lin even bought him 2 new sets of clothes. No wonder. He only has 2 sets of clothes. One is the uniform of Shilin No. 6 Middle School, and the other is the uniform of Jinwu No. 1 Middle School. He changed the clothes over and over again, and used the money he saved to buy a flight jacket and big leather boots. The No. 6 Middle School uniform he was wearing had long been stained by all the washing. Why are there still underwear? Teacher Lin is so considerate. Omega winky face. Huh, Brother Ming, you're here too. Da Fei pushed the door open. I saw Zhang Ming collecting the underwear hanging on the balcony and a No. 1 Middle School uniform neatly folded on the bed. Brother Ming, are you also going to the academy for special training? Yes. Great, Da Fei shouted in surprise. I was worried about what to do if Yang Kai and his gang come to me for special training. I am powerless, and that bastard has been holding back these past 2 days. He brings people to our class entrance every day after class. That's good now. With Brother Ming here, I wonder who dares to mess with me. Da Fei said in an excited tone. Don't worry, I'm here. If anyone messes with me, I'll deal with him. Yes, pan him. // In the afternoon, the gathering point is at the school playground. Students from the key classes and seed classes of the 3 grades stood together in groups of 3 or 5 and chatted. About 5,600 people in total. Among them, the largest number of freshmen are in the first year of high school. Zhang Ming spotted Yang Kai and Su Nan at a glance. Yang Kai was with a group of sophomores, nodding and bowing, talking and laughing with a young man with a shiny oily hair. But the young man with the slick back hair didn't even look at him. His eyes were always on Su Nan, unwilling to leave. Da Fei whispered into Zhang Ming's ear. The successful person? Yes, that's him. He is Jiang Jie, who has A-level qualifications in the seed class of the second year of high school. His family specializes in selling soul beast rations in the first-level city Nanwatching. He made money in his old age and is known as Jiang Xiao. There is also Dong Liang from the second year of high school, Wang Bin from the third year of high school, and Meng Xiaoyan from the third year of high school. The 4 of them are called the 4 young masters of No. 1 Middle School. Their families are either rich or officials, especially this Jiang Jie. I heard that his pocket money alone is 300,000 yuan a month. Zhang Ming secretly wrote down several names, thinking to himself, is it possible to make so much money by selling feed? Isn't it just soul beast rations? White soul beast rations are sold at 50 soul coins per pound on the market, and green rations are sold at 200 soul coins per pound. In the exchange mall, 100 soul points can be exchanged for 1 green ration, which is about 1 pound. 1,000 soul points can be exchanged for 2,000 soul coins. 10,000 soul points are 20,000, and 100,000 soul points are 200,000. Seems like a good way to make money. Asterisk. Hi, you're here too. When Zhang Ming was silently calculating how many green rations he would need to earn 1 million soul coins, a lovely and pleasant voice rang out. A cute girl with pink cat ears on her head, a red and black plaid preppy skirt, and long white knitted stockings was running towards him. Da Fei widened his eyes, attracted by the girl's cute and pure appearance, and could hardly take his eyes off her. Brother Ming, I can't believe you hooked up with the freshman beauty and Qi so quietly. Zhang Ming looked at the cute girl running towards him and felt that she looked familiar, so he thought about it carefully. It turned out to be her. What? Don't you remember me? The cute girl tilted her head and spoke softly. Hello. Let me introduce myself. I'm Guofei from the key class of grade 1. Remember, you brought me to school that day, Anchi, right? My name is Zhang Ming. Chapter 18, King Level Beast Tamer. Xinjiang. Da Fei was simply ignored by the two. Hee, just remember it. Are you also going to the academy for special training? I heard about you from my sister. Zhang Ming smiled foolishly and nodded, not knowing how to respond. Teacher Lin Wanwan is Lin Anqi's cousin, and basically everyone in the school knows about this. The group of people where Yang Kai was standing not far away were pointing at Zhang Ming. Xiao Kai is the one talking to Anqi, the kid who beat you that day. That's right, young Master Jiang, it's him. Yang Kai said with certainty when he saw an opportunity to retaliate. Let's go over there. Young Master Jiang spoke in a calm voice and waved his hand, and his younger brothers followed him towards him. Seeing Jiang Jie and his gang coming, Defei hurriedly pulled Zhang Ming's clothes. Zhang Ming also saw Yang Kai's malicious smile. From a distance, Yang Kai opened his mouth and said 3 words to him silently, his eyes wide open and extremely exaggerated. Looking at the shape of his mouth, it seems like you're dead. Zhang Ming, right? You have 3 seconds to stay 10 meters away from Anqi. Young Master Jiang fiddled with the white gloves on his hands, his voice cold and his eyes arrogant. Don't you understand what Master Jiang said? Get out of here. Yang Kai stood nearby and yelled. Fuck, who the hell are you? It wasn't you that I kicked that day, was it? Dafei was the first one to be unhappy and started to curse. Hearing Dafei's foul language, the younger brother beside Jiang Xiao was about to step forward, but was stopped by Dafei. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to hit anyone in front of Anqi. Be sensible and leave by yourself. There was disdain in Jiang Xiao's voice. Jiang Jie, I give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Anqi bent her waist, puffed up her cheeks, and said angrily. Seeing Anqi like this, Jiang Xiao was immediately happy. I just love seeing you when you're angry. Angie, it's so cute. Defei stood by and rolled his eyes. What a dog licker. Underscore. From a distance, Zhang Ming saw from the corner of his eye that Su Nan was looking at Anqi with hostility, as if Anqi had stolen her prey. What are you arguing about? Get out of the way. Our Master Dong said that this Zhang Ming is his protector. Here comes another one. A slightly fat boy wearing a white casual suit, white leather shoes, and sunglasses walked over. As soon as he got close, Zhang Ming was choked by the fragrance on his body. This guy is even more pretentious than Jiang Jie. Isn't it hot? Wearing a suit in the hot summer. Jiang Jie looked up at Dong Liang, sneered, and said sarcastically, Just you to protect him? I don't think it's good enough. You're just an idiot, wearing a white suit in the middle of summer. Jiang Jie said to the people around him with a smile. Haha, I didn't wear white gloves even though I was pretending. How can a feed seller have the courage to wear white gloves? What's the matter? Are you a driver? Huh? The younger brothers behind Dong Liang laughed collectively. Jiang Jie was so angry that he was speechless. Although Dong Liang's qualifications are 1 level lower than his father is the deputy city lord of the 2nd level city and does not take Jiang Jie seriously at all. The deputy city lord of a 2nd level city must be a king level beastmaster of at least 3 stars. That's enough. Dong Liang, get out of here too. And she got angry and pointed at Dong Liang. Angie, I'm helping you. I don't need your help. You guys are everywhere, and I can't even talk to my friends. Okay. Anything is fine as long as you're happy. Just wait for me. Jiang Jie stretched out his hand, smiled apologetically, and stepped back, pointing at Zhang Ming, and said harshly. Seeing Jiang Jie leave, Anqi glared at Dong Liang again. Well, I'm always the one who gets hurt. I, young Master Dong, will protect Zhang Ming from now on. Whoever touches him is touching me. Do you hear me? Dong Liang deliberately shouted at Jiang Jie, who was leaving. I heard you, Mr. Dong. The younger brothers behind him cooperated very well and responded in unison. Zhang Ming was left speechless by this incident. In the senior year, Wang Bin and Meng Xiaoyan stood together and watched the farce, both laughing. How naive. You are still young. Apart from having S-level qualifications, Lin Anqi is no match for her sister Lin Wanwan in terms of figure and looks. Wang Bin became inexplicably excited when he thought of Lin Wanwan's black stockings. That's right, Wanwan is the goddess in my mind. Meng Xiaoyan agreed very much. They were of the same character, so they could pee in the same pot. I'm sorry, I caused you to offend Jiang Jie. And she apologized apologetically. It's okay. Even if I hadn't met you today, I have a grudge against Yang Kai, and he would definitely instigate it and let Jiang Jie cause trouble for me. Zhang Ming glanced at Yang Kai and Su Nan and said, Well, I've heard a little bit about you. Is Su Nan your ex-girlfriend? Angie felt a little embarrassed to ask this question, but she couldn't help her curiosity. No, she never has been. Zhang Ming said in a flat tone. Oh, everyone assemble. The teacher from Jin Wu Academy is here. Everyone got on the school bus, and on weekdays, transportation was mainly by car. Zhang Ming and Da Fei sat in the back row, separated by an aisle, and Chi sat in the seat to his right. Mind if I sit here? I don't mind. Jin Wu College is located in the center of the city, half an hour away, and it didn't take long to get there. Brother Ming, please help me carry the suitcase. It's too heavy. Da Fei took a suitcase with just the food. Good. Everyone follow your guides and go back to the dormitory to put down your luggage. Gather here on time at 4:30. The speaker was a middle-aged instructor in camouflage combat uniform. Unlike the teachers in the academy, from his stern eyes, one could tell that this instructor must have come from a combat unit and was a beastmaster of a high rank. Hey, Brother Ming, I just realized why you didn't take your luggage. Where are the clothes you packed? Da Fei noticed. What I have to pack? The academy has everything. 2. Hurry up, there are still 10 minutes left. This instructor doesn't look like someone you can easily mess with. Right away, the two of them ran to the gathering place in a panic, and everyone was already standing in line. Damn it, I have to show my face on the first day of special training. Report. Zhang Ming from Class 16 of Grade 1 requests to return to the team. Zhang Ming stood straight and shouted the command he used to receive in the army. The instructor looked at the time on his wrist and saw that there were still 2 minutes left. Allowed to return to the team. Report. Guofei from Class 2, Grade 1 request to return to the team. Guofei followed suit. Return to the team. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Zhan. I'm from the United Front Department of Jin Wu City, and I'm a king-level beastmaster. For the next 2 months, I'll be giving you hellish training. I'll make this clear in advance. If anyone can't stand it, they can sign up and withdraw now. If anyone can't stand it and withdraws midway, they will be disqualified. Do you understand? Clear. Louder. Understood. He is Qin Zhan. In his previous life, Qin Zhan's name was well known. Now he may not have been promoted to an Imperial-level Beastmaster, but after Qin Zhan was promoted to an Imperial-level Beastmaster in his previous life, he was a ruthless man who dared to enter the lair of a Monarch-level, ferocious beast alone. But what he is most famous for is not this incident, but the hellish training he just mentioned. In his previous life, almost all the new recruits who had just joined the army were specially trained according to his hell mode. He was called the man from hell by countless recruits, and he only had 1 breath left to live. Chapter 19 Special Training begins. The nightmare is coming. Instructor Qin inspected the queue and observed each student one by one. They all deliberately avoided Instructor Qin's eyes and dared not look him in the eye. Is there anyone who wants to sign up to withdraw now? You have 10 seconds to answer me. Start the countdown now. 10, 9, 8. Everyone held their breath. No matter if they were freshmen or seniors, they were all shocked by the instructor's aura and felt a little afraid. 3, 2, 1. Very good. We didn't bring shame to Zhenwu number 1 middle school. You step out. Instructor Qin took the bamboo pole in his hand and hit Dong Liang's protruding belly. Are you here for special training or for tourism? Who told you to wear a suit and leather boots? I will punish you by making you run 3 kilometers in the playground. If you fail to finish, you will be disqualified. Instructor, I thought today was just follow orders. Yes. Dong Liang didn't dare to talk back and ran to the playground. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and Zhang Ming was no exception. He had suffered a lot from this special training. Everybody, turn right. Right. Where's right? If you make a wrong turn, turn right 1,000 times. If you make a wrong turn again, you will have to do it 10,000 times next time. Damn, it's really poisonous. Fortunately, I didn't turn it wrong. Sigma, surprised face. Those who got it right secretly rejoiced. All of them. 5 kilometers warm-up. When they heard about the 5 kilometers warm-up, everyone looked so miserable. This is too cruel. Is it starting now? This is not the way to play it. Today is just the first day. Zhang Ming adjusted his breathing and followed the last row of the queue. Fortunately, he was careful and changed into the light running shoes prepared by Teacher Lin. Da Fei was in a bad situation as he had to wear a pair of brand new big boots. After 2 laps, my toes were aching and I stretched my legs out and ran up and down. Most of the girls wore soft-soled shoes, and even though they were out of breath, they were gritting their teeth and persevering. Speed up! Instructor Qin, who had been running, suddenly shouted. Sprint for the last 500 meters. Add 1,000 meters to the last 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the student who had been shaking his head and swaying forward suddenly seemed to have lost his energy. Each one of them walks briskly. Even girls are no exception. Run away. No one wants to run another 1,000 meters. It's exhausting. Zhang Ming has been conserving his energy, waiting for this moment. When I was in a combat unit in my previous life, I was tortured by the Hellish training thousands of times, and it has long been engraved in my mind. Give it your all and step on the accelerator. Taking advantage of the turn in front, I rushed to the front row of the team in one breath. Everyone can accelerate on a straight line, but overtaking on a curve is fast. Why? He instantly surpassed his seniors who were older than him and ranked first. Instructor Qi noticed that Zhang Ming's breathing was smooth and his complexion was normal, and nodded secretly. When he was turning the corner just now, he noticed that Yang Kai and Li Xiang, who were running in the inner circle, were looking at him viciously. Finally finished the run. Hoo-hoo. Everyone was so tired that they were gasping for breath, their faces flushed and their necks thick. They were so tired that they just laid down on the ground, their hearts pounding so hard that it felt like they were about to jump out of their throats. My dear mother is here, but damn, I'm so tired. I'm dying of exhaustion. Assemble. Instructor Qin blew the whistle and saw some people still lying on the ground and reluctant to get up. I'll count to 3. If you don't stand properly, I'll add another 5 kilometers. 3. As soon as I started counting, wow, they stood up instantly. On the playground, Dong Liang was sweating profusely before he finished running 3 kilometers. He took off his suit and threw it away because he was so hot. On the other side, the one who was punished to turn right 1,000 times was still turning, mumbling the command, turn right, and was already getting lost. Gather at the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow. 5 kilometers warm-up is a compulsory course, and special training will officially begin tomorrow. Disband. OMG. Finally disbanded. Damn, I'm already so tired before the special training even starts. I'm going to be exhausted tomorrow. That's right, he's simply the devil. Some bad-tempered students threw their clothes on the ground and started complaining. Yang Kai was also very tired. He sat on the ground with his hands on his back and didn't even bother to speak. Sunan's ears were flushed as he lay on the lawn. At first glance, his face was blocked by 2 tall mountains, and he couldn't see it. Zhang Ming was fine. Although his clothes were soaked, his condition was not as bad as others. DeFei sat on the ground, quickly untied his shoelaces, and massaged the soles of his feet repeatedly. Fuck, Brother Ming. I said it would hurt so much. It's blistering. Oh, Timmy, it stinks. Put on your shoes quickly. Zhang Ming said, pinching his nose. Give you 2 some water. While they were talking, and she came over with 2 bottles of water in her hands. Angel's face, which was a little chubby to begin with, was flushed red, and a few strands of hair were soaked with sweat and stuck to her forehead. She was wearing a pink close combat suit with the zipper of the collar slightly unzipped. It seemed that she was also very hot. Oh, thank you. He took the water and thanked politely. Emma, I'm so thirsty. Dafei unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in 3 gulps like a donkey. I feel so good. Let's go have dinner together. And she invited Zhang Ming. Let's eat, Ming-ji. I'm hungry too. Well, let's eat first, and then take a shower when we come back. Seeing Zhang Ming and Qi leaving together, Dong Liang and Jiang Jie raised their arms, wanted to say something, and then put them down. Mr. Dong, how are you? A sissy younger brother beside him asked with concern. No, I'm fine. I'm still alive. Anchi insisted on treating everyone, so the 3 of them ordered 4 dishes and a soup in the school cafeteria, and they devoured them all in no time. After returning to the dormitory, Zhang Ming and Dafei quickly washed their clothes and took a shower. After they were done, they quickly went to bed. My bed, I miss you so much. Dafei lay on the pillow, squinting his eyes and looking satisfied. Less than a minute later, the snoring began. I guess the soul beast sparring will start tomorrow. The reason why hell training is called hell is not only because it is a high-intensity physical exercise, but also includes real 1v1 battles between soul beasts and the most terrifying survival in the wild. The last item of training in the recruit camp in a previous life. You will be randomly thrown into any ferocious beast area outside the city, and you will be considered qualified only if you successfully survive in the wild for a month. If you are lucky, you may be dropped into an area with only silver-level beasts. If you are unlucky, it is not uncommon to encounter the king of ferocious beasts. It all depends on luck. In his previous life, he was a bit blind and was thrown into the territory of a Star Diamond-level ferocious beast. He barely survived after a narrow escape from death. Of course, if you really encounter a life-and-death crisis, The beast tamer hidden in the dark will rescue you in time, but you will also lose your qualifications and have to start the hell training all over again. Suddenly, I remembered that when I killed the Night Rat King that day, a treasure chest seemed to have dropped, but I never had time to check it. Check the system backpack. Golden ordinary treasure chest. A gold-level beast may be found with a very small chance. It can be opened by consuming designated soul points. Check the treasure chest. I was a little curious when I saw the treasure chest for the first time. 56.33 chance to get green grade items. 31.41 chance to get blue grade items. 15.92 chance to get purple grade items. 6 chance to get orange grade items. 3 chance to get special items. Chapter 20. One-horned rhinoceros, turtle vs. thunder eagle. 3 chance of getting special items. Some were curious about what special items meant. Open. Opening the treasure chest consumes 10,000 soul points. Does the owner consume soul points to increase his luck value? The higher the luck value, the greater the chance of obtaining high-level items. The system elf's lowly voice appears in my ears, and I never get tired of listening to it. Remaining soul points, 301,234. With the soul points left over from last time, plus the ones accumulated from the soul power book in the past 2 days, I don't know how much I can get. Increase your luck points. Successfully consume 300,000 soul points to increase 30 luck points. Remaining soul points, 1234. Fuck, you finished it all at once. Means. He wanted to keep it for upgrade, but he just became poor again after returning to poverty. Open. Ding. Congratulations on completing the achievement. This is your first time opening a gold treasure chest. You will be rewarded with 10,000 soul points. The unshakable achievement reward is 10,000 soul points. Infinity. Congratulations on obtaining this special item. Hippo's tears. What the hell? Hippopotamus tears. Check. Hippo's tears. The male hippopotamus shed tears when he saw the female hippopotamus die in front of him. The tears condensed into crystals after falling. Effect, unknown. This is what you get for 300,000. System elf, this is a special item? It's too special. I felt confused. Last time, I spent 100 million soul points on an imperial weapon that looked good, but was useless, and I can only watch it helplessly. This time I opened this thing again. You say he is unlucky, but he got a special item. If he is lucky, he got a hippopotamus tears. System elf, please look at my tears. Oh. So annoying. I have to start saving all over again. Sleep. Everyone. At ease. Stand at attention. Count. 1. Didn't you eat? Do it again. 1, 2, 520, 555. Instructor Chin was still wearing camouflage combat uniform, but today he had an additional camouflage hat on. He scanned everyone with an eagle-like gaze, and everyone consciously changed into light clothes and running shoes. Everyone, turn right. Instructor Chin deliberately prolonged the sound and paused for a few seconds, and there was not a single wrong turn. 5 kilometers, running and walking. Instructor Chin followed, whistling and shouting orders, showing great progress compared to yesterday, both in formation and pace. With yesterday's experience, everyone adjusted their breathing well today. Instructor Chin led everyone towards the Academy's Soul Beast Fighting Hall. Soul Beast Battle Hall. The Academy was built to cultivate the combat capabilities of soul beasts and can withstand damage from star diamond-level soul beasts to the greatest extent. Hundreds of soul beast fighting arenas were right in front of them, and everyone was looking at them curiously. Divide into 3 teams according to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade of high school. Now let's start the 1v1 soul beast combat training. Everyone summon your soul beasts and find your corresponding arena according to the sequence number that appears on the big screen. Inside the stadium, a virtual smart projection screen appeared, displaying everyone's name and opponent. Ring number 1, Wu Yifan versus Qian Feng. Ring number 2, Su Nan versus Lin Anqi. Ring number 12, Jiang Jie versus Dong Liang. Ring number 77, Guo Fei versus Yang Kai. Brother Ming and I are practicing against that bastard Yang Kai in the same ring. Guo Fei laughed in surprise. Look, I can't defeat him. My rhinoceros beetle has long evolved into a one-horned rhinoceros beetle and is not afraid of his thunder eagle at all. Guo Fei was full of confidence. Next to him lay a 3-meter-long beetle-like soul beast covered with a reddish-brown shell. The 6 sturdy limbs have saw-like tibiae, and a huge horn extend from the head, which is hard and upright. Soul beast information detected. Rhinoceros beetle. Bloodline rare. Level silver 1 star. Talent strength enhancement. Skills charge, fly quickly, and use horns to knock the target away. Super force clamp. Clamp the target with horns, delay the target's movement, and bite it. Evolution route 12 types. Introduction: an insect-type soul beast, brave and aggressive, with a strong sense of territory. Its horns can easily lift objects heavier than itself, and the super strong defense of its shell makes it a combative in the insect world. Its weakness is its abdomen, and it is afraid of light. It was the first time that Zhang Ming saw a phase soul beast. It turned out to be a rhinoceros beetle with a rare bloodline. Looking at Yang Kai's side, a thunder eagle with blue feathers and a 4-meter-long wingspan, emitting lightning, was hovering above his head, with a pair of cold and sharp eagle eyes. Thunder eagle. Bloodline lord. Level silver 3 stars. Talent swift current. Skills lightning chain. Fires 3 lightning chain balls at once, which can bounce between targets. Electromagnetic storm. Fires a large amount of electromagnetic storm damage, triggering a paralysis effect. Evolution route 9 types. Introduction: a lord living in the Thunder Rift. He has a powerful talent for thunder and lightning, can cause a lot of group damage, is extremely fast, is extremely careful about his reputation, has a weak spot on his eyes, and is afraid of fire. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Da Fei, whistled, and the thunder eagle flew into the ring and landed on the ground, trimming its feathers with a look of smugness and arrogance on its face. Fuck, Brother Ming, look at that bastard. Look how awesome he is. Go ahead, hit that stupid bird's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys for me. Zhang Ming was stunned when he heard the name Da Fei called out. Da Fei named the one-horned rhinoceros beetle Dolly. Seeing that Dolly was leading the charge, the thunder eagle let out a hissing cry and flapped its wings. Thunderbolts of lightning popped out from its blue feathers and shot towards Dolly. Humph! In front of the thunder eagle lord-level bloodline, you, a stink bug, are just a little brother. Lightning chain. 3 lightning balls suddenly burst out from the thunder eagle's beak, with strong thunderous lightning and flashes of white light, entwining around the powerful horn. Da Fei looked worried and clenched his fists nervously. Come on, Dolly. After the lightning chain ball touched the powerful horn, it just made 2 pop sounds and then dissipated, which startled Yang Kai. How is this possible? You clearly have a rare bloodline. However, Zhang Ming saw through the trick. Both the shell and horn of the one-horned rhinoceros beetle were too hard, and it was impossible to penetrate the shell and cause any harm to Dolly. Although Dolly's speed was not as fast as the thunder eagle, his horn, which was nearly 2 meters long, pressed down on the thunder eagle tightly. Thunderstorm. Yang Kai became anxious and quickly used his special powers to increase the skill damage of the thunder eagle. Thunderbolt and electromagnetic storm. On the ring, a small thundercloud suddenly gathered, with flashes of lightning and loud thunder in the cloud. Lightning bolts as thick as arms struck the shell of the unicorn beetle fiercely, and the outer shell turned black in an instant. Da Fei felt very distressed when he saw this. The fierce lightning ignited wisps of white smoke on the shell. The one-horned rhinoceros beetle lay motionless on the ground. It seemed that it had been defeated. Instructor Qin noticed the noise caused by the battle and came over to check. It's not a big problem. Your soul beast just fainted. Hearing that everything was fine, Da Fei finally felt relieved. Zhang Ming stared at the virtual screen carefully, but couldn't find his name. Instructor Qin, why is my name not listed? Zhang Ming, right? Of course your name isn't there, because your sparring partner is me. Sigma, Dodado, Kaomoji, Rinku. Sorry, everyone. The update speed of Xianka is a bit slow. Every day, I have to squeeze in time to write quickly. In order to ensure the quality of each chapter, Xianka is not willing to write water. I beg for a 5-star praise. I declare again that this book is not a harem. Chapter 21, everyone is shocked. Rodden of epic bloodline. Looking at the smile on Instructor Qin's lips, I had a bad feeling in my heart. Yang Kai was a little surprised when he heard what Instructor Qin said just now, but he didn't dare to ask. Let's go. Your arena is the largest one, number 0, which can withstand the attacks of king-level soul beasts. Zhang Ming nodded without saying anything and followed Instructor Qin. Yang Kai watched Zhang Ming and Instructor Qin leave, his eyes full of jealousy. As a sparring partner with a king-level beastmaster, Yang Kai knew exactly what this meant. Soul beasts will see rapid improvement in both combat capability and combat skills. But why? He, Zhang Ming, is just a piece of trash with C-level qualifications. The soul beast is just a common pterosaur. He is an A-level seed student. His soul beast is a thunder eagle with lord-level bloodline. Even if he is not the sparring partner, there are other students with A-level qualifications or even S-level qualifications in the entire Jin Wu No. 1 middle school. Why did Instructor Qin choose him? The more Yang Kai thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at Zhang Ming's back and shouted at him. Instructor Qin turned around and cast a stern gaze on Yang Kai, and suddenly felt a chill on his back. Coach Qin, I have something I want to ask you. He was furious just now and wanted to question in a domineering manner, but Instructor Qin looked at him and his voice softened. Explain. Why do you want to practice with Zhang Ming alone? He's just a C-level student. He almost couldn't hold back the word waste. You mean C-level rubbish, right? Instructor Qin looked at Yang Kai and added what he wanted to say. Yes, Yang Kai no did hiafili. Because among all of you, only Zhang Ming Soul Beast is qualified to be my sparring partner. Impossible. My Soul Beast has the bloodline of a lord. His Soul Beast is just a common one with elite bloodline. How can it compare with mine? Yang Kai's emotions were somewhat out of control, and he subconsciously raised his voice several times. Haha, Instructor Qin smiled with a fake smile. His soul beast has an epic bloodline. What? A light and airy epic bloodline shocked him, his face full of disbelief. Instructor Qin ignored Yang Kai and opened the smartphone on his wrist. Lieutenant Lan, come to the Soul Beast Battle Hall. There's a little guy here who needs your sparring partner. Receive. Everyone's attention was drawn to Yang Kai's commotion, and they looked at Zhang Ming in confusion. Zhang Ming walked onto the stage and took the position of the beast tamer, and the two of them fought separately. Look, is there someone sparring with Instructor Qin? Who is it? Isn't he a student in a regular class? I don't know. He must have offended Instructor Qin and was taken away for solo training by Instructor Qin. It's going to be a good show to watch. In the audience, everyone was talking at once, expressing their opinions and hugging their shoulders, waiting to see the show. What's wrong, Kai? Sunan walked up to Yang Kai and asked in a gentle voice. Yang Kai looked at Sunan, reached out and pinched Sunan's face and pretended to smile. It's okay. I just had some unpleasantness with Zhang Ming. You farted. I just realized that you are quite good at making up lies. It's obviously you who are not convinced and can't stand the fact that my brother Ming was invited by Instructor Qin to be his sparring partner. So you are envious and jealous. Defei didn't take Yang Kai seriously at all and scolded him when he should. Sunan is not stupid, and he can guess what happened just now. I just don't believe that rubbish can have a soul beast with epic bloodline. Yang Kai responded to Guo Fei with all his strength. A soul beast with epic bloodline? Sunan's heart was filled with waves. He turned and looked at Zhang Ming on the ring. Don't worry. Layton has been registered with the United Front Department. You don't have to be shy about summoning him. Thank you, Instructor Qin. The voice expressed thanks sincerely. Zhang Ming, don't feel inferior because of your C-level qualifications. What's wrong with C-level qualifications? You have Layton, and your future achievements will not be inferior to mine. Instructor Qin has a very high opinion of Zhang Ming. You should know that Instructor Qin is not an Imperial-level beastmaster now. He was also the operations chief of staff of the United Front Work Department of Jin Wu City with the rank of colonel. He was in a high position and held military power. Although I'm a king-level beastmaster, my qualifications are not high, only C-level. So I believe that a beastmaster's achievements cannot be judged by qualifications alone. Everyone has the potential to become a strong one. It just depends on your choice. Instructor Qin's encouragement and inspiration warmed his heart. He understood that Instructor Qin was afraid that the rumors from the outside world would defeat him and waste the epic bloodline of Layton, and he would rebuild his heart as a strong man. Let's get started. Good. I have now contracted 3 soul beasts, all of which are king level. Excluding the first flying soul beast with elite bloodline, the second has lord level bloodline, and the third has perfect level bloodline. I will summon a second king-level soul beast with lord-level blood to practice with you. Zhang Ming looked very bitter. A king-level soul beast with the bloodline of a lord. Although its bloodline is not as high as Layton's, its level is there. Don't worry, I will lower my strength to the gold level and won't use my full strength. Don't worry about your soul beast getting hurt. Hearing Instructor Qin say this, I felt relieved. Call. Both of them summoned soul beasts at the same time. Two gigantic soul beasts suddenly appeared on the spacious arena. Rodden's roar startled the whole audience. It spread its wings that were more than 10 meters long and flew up into the sky. The magma scales covering its entire body were so hot and fierce that they were shocking to the eye. Impossible. Impossible. Yonkai was stunned. He looked at the magma pterosaur hovering in the sky with shock in his eyes. Sunan also looked at the pterosaur in disbelief and then looked at Zhang Ming. He truly possesses a soul beast with epic bloodline. The soul beasts that were practicing in the ring were attracted by Rodden's cry. The pressure from the epic bloodline descended upon the entire venue invisibly. All the soul beasts fell to the ground and lowered their heads. It was as if Rodden was their king. Thunder Eagle, raise your head. Yankai roared angrily. Until now, he was unwilling to admit that Zhang Ming was stronger than him. Sunan stood there stupidly, looking at Zhang Ming on the ring in a daze. At this moment, she finally understood what Zhang Ming asked her that day. It turned out that he had changed a lot. He had been hiding himself, perhaps just for this moment. Soul Beast information detected. Earth Spike Iron Armor Dragon. Bloodline Lord. Level. King 2 stars. Talent. Iron Bones. Skills. Thrust Meteor, Tail Swing, Brutal Impact, Giant Hammer, Vibration, Ground Spike Flying Attack. Introduction. Ankylosaur from prehistoric times. The spines all over its body symbolize its defense. When encountering a strong enemy, it will curl itself up into a ball and smash into the target. It has a gentle personality, but will never show mercy to invaders. Its weak points are the abdomen and eyes. Good job. Zhang Ming looked at the huge monster in front of him, which was nearly 30 meters long. It was covered with earth-brown steel scales from head to tail and covered with barbs. It was worthy of being the bloodline of a lord. Both its talent and skills were too strong. Ding. Release the task. Successfully defeated the Earth Spike Armor Dragon. Award. Chapter 22 Rodden vs. Earth Spiked Iron Dragon. Reward. 10 repair rate of the evil spirit haunting the Imperial weapon. 10 restoration of the evil spirit? Isn't that equivalent to 1 billion soul points? Let's fight. As soon as the ground-spiked Ankylosaurus came on the scene, Rodden felt threatened and let out a hissing sound from above. All the students looked at the two soul beasts on the stage and exclaimed in unison, "Wow, it's a gold-level soul beast. Could this be Zhang Ming's soul beast? Isn't he a pterosaur of elite bloodline? What evolutionary line does this pterosaur with magma flowing all over its body belong to? It looks so powerful. It's not afraid of Instructor Chin's ground-spiked armored dragon at all. Even if he has epic bloodline, where does he get the money to train a soul beast? I have spent no less than 800,000 soul coins just to evolve it to silver." Yang Kai clenched his fists and stared at Zhang Ming on the ring. Sunan was also shocked by Zhang Ming's soul beast. Her ice falcon and the lava pterosaur in front of her were not soul beasts of the same level at all. The information of the two soul beasts was also displayed on the big screen. Lava pterosaur, gold 6 stars. Earth Spike Iron Armor Dragon, King 2 stars. It's not even gold 1 star. It's actually gold 6 star. Yang Kai's cognition was refreshed again. To cultivate a gold-level soul beast in such a short time, the amount of soul crystals and resources required would definitely be an astronomical figure. He's just an orphan. Why? Come on. Zhang Ming. Below the stage, and she happily waved her hands and shouted to him, equally surprised. Dafei was already stunned. It turned out that Brother Ming was the most awesome man in the whole school. "Don't worry. I will only let the soul beast exert half of its strength," Instructor Chin said calmly. Earth Spike Attack. Zhang Ming's pupils tightened and then dilated as the fight started. The ground spike Ankylosaurus suddenly leaned forward, and sharp barbs all over its body flew out instantly. They were so densely packed that there were at least hundreds of them at a glance. Rodden flapped his wings, and red magma flowed on his back. The temperature rose rapidly, wisps of steam came out, and several flames spewed out of his mouth. Great fireball technique. The fireball collided with the ground spikes, but did not slow down the flying speed of the ground spikes at all. Instead, it shot towards Rodden, carrying the flames. Hide from Raton. Geothermal armor. Rodden took advantage of the air and dodged quickly. The magma on his back flowed freely, wrapping his whole body and forming a layer of hard armor. The ground spikes hit the geothermal armor, but couldn't penetrate it. Rodden let out a hiss. Obviously, the previous attack had angered him. It flew quickly to the top of the ground-spiked, iron-armored dragon's head. Its lower abdomen bulged, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide. Lava breath. A layer of blue protection lit up at the four corners of the ring, isolating the powerful attack inside, but the scorching heat inside the ring could still be felt through the protective shield. So strong. Everyone stared at the ring intently, not daring to blink for fear of missing every second of the exciting shots. Lava breath. This move was once used to defeat the gold 9-star Knight Rat King and slaughter tens of thousands of Night Rat. The entire arena instantly turned into a sea of fire. The flames fell on the ground and turned into a ball of red magma, like the blazing sun. In the blink of an eye, the arena became a sea of magma and fire. The Earthspike Iron Armor Dragon curled up into a ball and shrank in the magma. The hot magma came into contact with the scales of the Earthspiked Iron Ankylosaur, and wisps of white smoke came out, but there was no sign of melting the scales. What a strong defense! Zhang Ming also saw the amazing defensive power of this soul beast. He was afraid that with Rodden's current attack, he would not be able to cause any damage to it at all, but would instead consume all of Rodden's soul power. This is the annoying thing about fighting against soul beasts with high defense. You can't break the defense, and you can't hit it. Good boy. This move is the skill to defeat the Night Rat King. Unfortunately, your soul beast is too low level and cannot break through the defense. Instructor Qin praised him with a smile, but he did not hide the pride in his smile. Zhang Ming had a serious expression on his face. He was thinking, what should he do if he encountered this kind of ferocious beast with super high defense in the wild? Escape? If you can't win, you must escape. But if you can beat it, you must try it. If you want to cause damage, you must first break the defense. The abdomen of the ground-spiked Iron Armor Dragon is his weakness. However, once the ground thorn Ankylosaurus senses danger, it will curl up into a ball to protect its abdomen. Fire explosion. Forget about that for now and give Rodden a 10 damage bonus on his fire skills. Huh, the little guy is serious now. Instructor Qin smiled. No, it seems like he just used another supernatural power. Zhang Ming had no idea that the state he had just blessed Leighton had already exposed the fact that he possessed advanced supernatural powers. Good boy, I didn't expect you have dual superpowers, and they're hidden so deeply. Instructor Qin thought to himself. I find his sparring more and more interesting. The giant hammer vibrates. Roar. The ground-spiked Iron Ankylosaurus raised its head and let out an angry roar, then curled up into a ball again and actually bounced up on the spot. Each time you hit the ground, the height of your next jump increases. Call, accompanied by a strong wind. The ground-spiked Ankylosaurus suddenly bounced into the air, parallel to Rodden. An iron ball about 8 or 9 meters in size stayed in the air, spinning on the spot, and flew straight towards Rodden. Fuck, that's awesome. Below the stage, 2 waves of fans have emerged to support Rodden and Geodude. Come on, Raton. We support you. The one who shouted the loudest was not Guofei, but Dong Liang. Rodden glided sideways and avoided the first attack. The ground-spiking Ankylosaurus continued to stay in the air, spinning at high speed without any room for maneuver. In an instant, it crashed into Rodden again. There was no time to pause at all. The connection was too fast. Zhang Ming was very surprised how it did it. Radon, Storm Strike. Rodden and Zhang Ming understood what he meant, spread their wings, and quickly spun their bodies, instantly creating gusts of wind on the ring. A whirlwind mixed with flames formed. It's just a head-on confrontation. Let's see who is more stubborn. Just when the 2 soul beasts were about to collide with each other, Zhang Ming raised his hand and used a debuff power on the ground spike Iron Armor Dragon. Weak. Reduces target's defense. The flaming tornado and the big iron ball collided with each other, causing ripples in the air and a huge noise that made everyone sweat. The arena was filled with white smoke and heat waves, making it impossible to see what was going on inside, and it was unknown who had won. The white waves dissipated. On the ring, the earth-spiked Ankylosaurus was still standing on the ground, and Rodden was also hovering in the air proudly, but his body was covered with scars and was seriously injured. The 2 soul beasts are actually evenly matched and are on par with each other. Instructor Qin was very shocked. Leighton was only at the gold 6-star level, but his strength was so strong. Although he did not use his full strength, the Earthspike Armor Dragon also used more than half of his strength. At this moment, even Instructor Qin couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. arousing the passion that had been immersed in him for many years. Instructor Qin isn't done yet. Since it is impossible to damage the weakness of the ground spike Iron Armor Dragon, just keep stacking attack power and forcefully break its defense. Soul Power Absorption. Chapter 23, Are You Worthy? Soul Power Absorption. Each attack increases the attack power by 1, stacking up to 30 layers, lasting for 30 seconds. Continuous attack state will not be lost, effective for all soul beasts in battle. Balls of fire were continuously ejected and landed on the armor of the ground spike armor dragon, turning into black smoke and having no effect at all. Don't waste your energy, kid. Let's consider this round a draw. Instructor Qin said with a smile. He was very satisfied with the result. Instructor Qin, the battle is not over yet. Please respect your opponent. Zhang Ming said with a serious look. He also wanted to finish it quickly. But what about the 10 repair rate? I really can't bear to do that. Okay, I'll stick with you till the end. The boy has a rather stubborn temper. Instructor Qin agreed with a laugh. Rodden attacked continuously, his entire body covered with a layer of light, holy glow. The status bar on the system panel also shows that the soul power absorption has been stacked to the 27th level. Instructor Qin's expression tensed as he noticed that the fireball spewed out by Rodden seemed different from before. The fireball grew bigger and bigger, and the flames became more fierce. It was only about half a meter before, but now it was 3 or 4 meters. The color also changed from fiery red to deep red, which was particularly eye-catching. Exposure, lava breath. Rodden gathered his strength, and his entire body was ablaze with flames, making a terrifying sound. It was like a demon born from the flames. The arena turned into a sea of magma and fire again, and Instructor Qin noticed that the ground of the arena was actually melting. The ground-spiked iron ankylosaurus felt the high temperature coming from the ground. The hot magma flowed under its feet, and white mist rose up. As if it felt the pain, the iron ankylosaurus frantically raised its feet and quickly curled up into a ball, relying on its armor to resist the magma. The color of the blue protective shield also instantly turned red. Not good. The power of the protective shield can no longer be resisted. Instructor Qin's face changed drastically. He was very puzzled as to why the same move was several times more powerful than before and had already reached the level of damage that a Stark Diamond-level Soul Beast could deal. A red alarm pattern immediately appeared on the virtual big screen. The protective shield is about to reach its limit. Please evacuate quickly. The protective shield is about to reach its limit. Please evacuate quickly. Everyone was stunned when they heard the alarm. How is this possible? How can a gold-level player cause king-level damage? Everyone evacuate. Quickly. Instructor Qin hurriedly got down from the beastmaster position and shouted loudly. Once the protective shield is damaged, the magma on the ring will flow down, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Ming, stop it now. The magma continued to erode the armor of the ground spike armor dragon, and the originally sharp ground spikes gradually softened. Instructor Qin looked back at the arena, and seeing that Zhang Ming had no intention of stopping, he quickly summoned the soul beast back to the beast taming space. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission and defeating the ground thorn armor dragon. Get the reward of 10 repair of the imperial weapon Evil Ghost. Zhang Ming wiped the sweat from his head, and the moment he heard the system prompt, he hurriedly recalled Rodden back to the beast taming space. The flashing red protective shield turned blue again. It was a close call. Instructor Qin rushed towards Zhang Ming angrily and pulled him down. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? No. You know why you don't stop? Zhang Ming did not answer. He did not expect that the damage after adding 30 attack power would be so severe. Reach the star diamond level. Zhang Ming, do you want to kill us? Yang Kai squeezed to the front from the back of the crowd, pointed at Zhang Ming, and spoke loudly. Yeah, it was so dangerous just now. Everyone started to talk and accuse each other, and the admiring looks just now turned into anger and hatred in an instant. Zhang Ming said nothing, just looked at the faces of these people and the ugly insults. Shut up, everyone. Although Instructor Qin was angry, he still stood up to stop the public anger. What happened today is my fault. I misjudged the damage of the epic bloodline soul beast and almost caused a big mistake. I will report to my superiors and ask for punishment. The responsibility does not lie with Zhang Ming, so don't blame him wrongly. Once a soul beast skill is cast, it cannot be interrupted. Moreover, You're all beastmasters now. If you can't handle an emergency like the one just now, how can you survive in the wild? If a king beast really appears, how should we deal with it? Everyone, go back and write me a 3,000-word response plan. Instructor Qin not only defended Zhang Ming with a few words, but also gave everyone a lecture. Ginger is still spicy when it is old, but there's still a lot of whispered insults. A person like this possessing epic bloodline is simply a disaster for humanity. This kind of power must not be placed in the hands of a student. It must be handed over to the Alliance for judgment. Yang Kai moved among the crowd, provoking them with words and stirring up their minds. You're right. I was fucking scared to death just now. He was committing murder. Bullshit. And Chi's sweet voice appeared loudly. It's rare to hear such a dirty word coming from the mouth of a cute girl. Instructor Qin has just explained it very clearly. Once a soul beast skill is cast, it cannot be interrupted. Zhang Ming has already recalled the soul beast at the first opportunity. Moreover, even if the protective shield is broken, each of you has a flying soul beast, so it can't hurt you. With your mentality, if you really encounter a ferocious beast in the wild, you will die. And she spoke in a high-pitched tone and criticized everyone as soon as she opened her mouth. Everyone was speechless. After thinking about it carefully, this was the truth. Instructor Qin looked at Zhang Ming with some apology. Zhang Ming understood Instructor Qin's expression, nodded slightly, and smiled. Everyone else continued training. Awesome, Brother Ming. I really admire you. Epic bloodline. Star Diamond level damage. Brother Ming, can you tell me secretly how you did it? DeFei's eyes lit up and he looked at him longingly. Because I'm handsome. Question mark. Brother Ming, just tell me. Dafei knew he was bragging as soon as he heard it. I shook my head helplessly. To be honest, I don't believe it. Zhang Ming, Leighton is really awesome. And she looked at him with the same admiration. Thank you for just now. It's all right. I just can't stand Yang Kai talking nonsense and stirring up trouble. While the three were chatting, DeFei was gesticulating and explaining the battle scene just now. Sunan came over. Zhang Ming. Sunan bit her lip lightly, not knowing how to start talking, and her expression was very strange. Zhang Ming looked at him coldly and did not agree. Just say what you want to say. There's no need to be so hesitant. And she stood nearby, looking at Sunan angrily. She had long heard about Sunan's green tea deeds. Not only was she ambiguous with Yang Kai, she was also secretly having an affair with Jiang Jia. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Brother Ming doesn't like you either. And she responded domineeringly that in terms of appearance and background, 100 Sunans could not compare to her. I just wanted to come over and tell you. Zhang Ming, I still like you. Can we get back together? I'm sorry, do you deserve it? Do I deserve it? The three words, light and fluttering, kept echoing in Sunan's mind. Sunan, I don't even want to talk about your little story. Everyone in the school knows about it. Now that you see Brother Ming's potential, what were you doing before? Why don't you leave quickly? Have you forgotten how you lost in the ring just now? Faced with Chi's retort, Sunan was speechless, his eyes full of resentment. Get out. The word get out came from Zhang Ming's mouth. Zhang Ming, you will regret this. Chapter 24 Shock. 3 S-level superpowers. So domineering. Brother Ming. Dafei was even more excited than Zhang Ming. Lieutenant Lan Tianai of the Jin Wu City United Front Department reports in. At the entrance of the fighting hall, a young instructor with dark skin, also wearing camouflage combat uniform, stood still and saluted. Coach Lan, there's a student here who wants to practice with you. Please give him some guidance. Yes. Yang Kai, get ready. Instructor Qin said calmly. Instructor Qin, I. Yang Kai hesitated, wanting to refuse. Follow orders. Yes. Don't worry, classmate. I'm only a master-level beastmaster, and I will stop when I'm done. Instuko Lan's fine now in Li. Yang Kai felt scared and embarrassed, and his smile was uglier than his crying. A Grandmaster-level beastmaster can at least have a gold-level soul beast, which is no match for his silver-level soul beast. It's all Zhang Ming's fault. He glared at Zhang Ming fiercely and walked up to the beastmaster position on the ring unwillingly. You deserve it. That's called overestimating one's own capabilities, haha. Dafei was so happy. Zhang Ming, come with me. I have something to ask you. Instructor Qin waved at him, somewhat seriously. He nodded slightly and roughly guessed in his heart. The office on the second floor of the battle hall. Let's get straight to the point. What exactly is your soul qualification? Why did you hide your A-level qualifications. The power of Rodden's last move, just now, was obviously enhanced. How did you do it? 3 soul-searching questions. Instructor Qin is indeed a veteran and a king-level beastmaster. Sure enough, no secret can escape his eyes. Actually, I am. Before he could finish his words, the soul, ranking hanging high in the sky, suddenly emitted a bright green light. On the soul list, the superpower rankings have been refreshed again. For large gold-plated characters appeared. The essence of extreme ice. The system automatically detects the presence of S-level soul power. The essence of extreme ice. Essence of extreme ice. An S-level soul power that allows the beastmaster to control the polar cold. Normal attacks have a 40 chance to summon frost power to assist in attacks, and ice skill damage is increased by 50. It is effective for all soul beasts in battle. The virtual big screen in the venue then broadcast this explosive news. Following the 3 mysterious beastmasters who awakened S-level soul abilities last time, an S-level soul ability named the Essence of Extreme Ice has appeared again on the soul power ranking today. Soul power ranking 10th. According to the detection of the source of the fluctuations, this S-level supernatural power comes from the Huaxia area. The specific city cannot be located for the time being. All units at all levels are requested to strictly examine the new beastmasters. Instructor Qin was stunned for a moment, and then the smart bracelet on his wrist started flashing. Hello, it's me. Got it. Instructor Qin suddenly stopped where he was and answered seriously. He left the office in a hurry, leaving him alone. System Elf, are you sure you are nearby? That's right, Master. Zhang Ming frowned. Could it be her? He left the office shortly after, and the students stopped practicing and gathered together to study who this person might be. What is the ability of the essence of extreme ice? Instructor Qin left for a while and then came back in a hurry. In his hand was an instrument shaped like a thermometer. Ability detector. At the request of our superiors, we are now screening every student for special abilities. Everyone understood that they were looking for the classmate who had just awakened S-level superpowers. The broadcast also said that the energy fluctuations came from the Huaxia area, and it was not possible to locate which city for the time being. Ability detector. There is no need for tedious and complicated contract ceremonies, and the soul qualifications of the Beastmaster can be tested anytime and anywhere. The Alliance had only recently developed this cutting-edge technology, which had just completed its initial testing phase and would have required some time for testing before it could be put into use. The incident happened suddenly, and 4 Beastmasters with S-level soul qualifications have appeared in the Huaxia region. Can't wait any longer. Immediately transmit the supernatural power detector using the latest space technology. Everyone assemble. Instructor Qin was a little excited. He had a feeling that this Beastmaster who had just awakened S-level supernatural powers must be among this group of students. Instructor Qin, there's no need to test. It's me. Sunan walked slowly towards a crowd. Everyone stared at her with wide eyes in disbelief. Didn't she awaken a B-level soul qualification? Could it be dual qualifications? Her original ability seems to be intermediate frost. When Sunan passed by him, he noticed that his temples were covered with sweat, and he felt a real chill. His originally black hair gradually turned icy white, as if snowflakes were falling. Wow, it's really her. Look at her hair turning icy white. So beautiful. She's like an ice goddess. The changes that happened to Sunan before our eyes were enough to prove that she was the one who had just awakened the S-level supernatural power, the essence of extreme ice. Sunan's eyes were cold as he slowly stretched out his right hand. Instantly, the temperature around him dropped drastically, and a streak of icicles gathered in the palm of his hand before shattering with a crisp bang. As if it was a deliberate performance, Sunan looked at everyone with a cold and arrogant attitude, especially when he looked at Zhang Ming. Instructor Qin was very surprised. This power was among the top 10 in the superpower rankings. The future achievements are limitless. And she puffed up her cheeks and pouted, looking somewhat unconvinced. What's so great about that? I also have S-level soul qualification. Although her ranking is not as high. Although Nan admitted that she was an S-level qualifier, Instructor Qin still pointed the supernatural detector at Sunan's forehead. The detector screen displays an S rating. Instructor Qin was overjoyed and immediately called the smart bracelet. The student with S-level supernatural powers has been found. Su Nan from the first-year class of Jin Wu number 1 middle school. Yes, yes. Instructions from our superiors. Since the detector is truly useful, we should test everyone. It is very likely that 3 students have awakened their special powers, but have not yet discovered them. Everyone stand in order and get tested one by one. It seems that he really can't hide today. With 3 S-level superpowers, he is destined to attract worldwide attention today. Zhang Ming glanced at Su Nan, his cold eyes full of disdain and arrogance. You will regret it. This sentence suddenly rang in my mind. Haha, let's see who will regret it. Instructor Qin, there's no need to test. It's me. Zhang Ming suddenly stood up and said in a flat tone. Impossible. Yang Kai was the first to stand up and oppose. He could accept that Su Nan had an S-level ability. After all, Su Nan had a B-level ability before, and the Frost had a high chance of mutation. But how could Zhang Ming, a rubbish with C-level qualifications, have S-level supernatural powers? Instructor Qin picked up the detector and pointed it at his forehead with some anticipation. Ding! S+. S+. The venue was completely silent. It's really S rank. Dafei and Anshi looked at Zhang Ming in disbelief. At this moment, he no longer hid his abilities and displayed all 3 S-level superpowers to everyone. 3 golden halos appeared and continued to surround the body. What? 3 S-level abilities? Instructor Qin shouted in shock. Even Qin Zhan, who had been through hundreds of battles and seen many storms, couldn't keep his composure at this moment. So this is the meaning of S+. Su Nan's eyes paused, and the arrogance just now disappeared in an instant. He looked at Zhang Ming in disbelief. How could it be? How could it be? Chapter 25. The Venerable Summons. Departure for Dragon City. Su Nan involuntarily stepped back. 3 S-level abilities. How is this possible? Ming Yi, you're so awesome. I admire you so much. Dafei was so excited that he didn't know how to express it. He wanted to hug him and kiss him right away. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he kept muttering to himself. Impossible. This is impossible. He is clearly a C-level talent. In an instant, all the students in the venue showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. This is S-level talent. 3 in one go. It would be nice if I could have one. Instructor Qin was so excited that he immediately took control of the scene. He called Lieutenant Lan and whispered a few words to him. Lieutenant Lan then left the venue immediately with a serious expression. Classmates, Zhang Ming has an S-level soul qualification, and even I am surprised. Possessing 3 S-level abilities is unprecedented in our beast control history. Instructor Qin was very excited, his face filled with joy. The smart bracelet on my wrist flashed again. Yes, Your Excellency. Clear. Okay, got it. Instructor Qin said he understood everything, and beneath his serious expression was an excitement and joy that he could not suppress. Zhang Ming, the highest decision-maker of the Alliance's Huaxia region, Lord Lin wants to see you in person. Your Excellency. Zhang Ming nodded slightly. He had already expected that once his S-level qualification was exposed, it could be said that in less than half an hour, he would become the most watched beastmaster in the world. Being summoned by the top management of the Huaxia district is inevitable. But he didn't expect that Venerable Lin would summon him personally. Throughout the 4 major regions of the Alliance, there are hundreds of millions of beastmasters. There are only 11 Venerable-level beast tamers, and each one of them stands at the pinnacle of humanity. A beast tamer must possess S-level soul qualifications and be able to control 7 Overlord-level soul beasts and compete with ancient behemoths. Compete for the top spot, guard the city, and resist the ferocious beasts. It is regarded as a white jade pillar supporting the sky and a purple gold beam spanning the sea. Let's go now. I'll accompany you to Dragon City in the Huaxia district. Dragon City, the only main city in the Huaxia region with a Venerable in charge. Oh, and Su Nan, you come too. Instructor Qin happily summoned the flying soul beast, Quetzalcoatl, and called the 2 to come up. Zhang Ming looked at Su Nan without saying anything, then climbed onto the pterosaurs' broad back. Although he was curious about how Su Nan acquired the S-level soul qualification, he would not take the initiative to talk to him at the moment. Yang Kai was so angry when he saw the 2 of them climbing onto the pterosaurs back together. Su Nan is obviously his woman. The honor that should have belonged to him was now snatched away by this loser. The The Quetzalcoatl spread its wings over 30 meters long and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. So fast. As expected of a wind-attributed soul, beast famous for its speed. Dragon City, the most prosperous city in the Huaxia region of the Alliance. Not only does it occupy the core area illuminated by the power of the soul ranking, it also has a venerable level beastmaster in charge. At Quetzalcoatl speed, it would only take 2 hours. Before our eyes, a giant steel city towering over the east of the world appears. The fusion of technology and civilization is all reflected in Dragon City. The magnetic levitation train, which was only introduced 100 years ago, travels between cities. One after another, maglev cars powered by soul crystals are flying in the sky. The virtual big screens that can be seen everywhere symbolize the civilization of this era. Zhang Ming was so attracted by the scenery in front of him that even he was curious. In his previous life, he had never been to such a high-end big city. He had only seen it on the radio. It was simply a highly advanced, technological, and civilized city. I was just as shocked as you when I first came. Look, this is our Huaxia district's Dragon City, the main city built by us Huaxia people ourselves. Instructor Qin laughed heartily and looked at the prosperous city in front of him, feeling proud and excited. Instructor Qin controlled the soul beast to fly towards the clouds above Dragon City, and saw a mountain that towered into the clouds and reached the top of the clouds. Tianju Peak, a palace with an ancient shape, sits on the top of the mountain, seemingly out of place in this era. In the octagonal pavilion outside the hall, there's a stone table and 4 stone benches. A white-haired old man frowned, holding the white piece between his fingers, thinking about where to place the piece. The middle-aged man sitting opposite looked at the old man with a smile on his face. It's Qin Zhan who's here. The Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and landed on the ground, its huge wings stirring up gusts of wind. The flowers and plants on the ground were blown by the strong wind and swayed in all directions, but the 2 people in the pavilion did not even have a hair flying, which was extremely horrifying. Qin Zhan called back the soul beast, and Zhang Ming and Su Nin stood behind him. Hello, Your Excellency. Colonel Qin Zhan from Jin Wu City's United Front Department reports in. The middle-aged man stood up. His eyes were kind, and there was a smile on his lips. Thank you for your hard work, Colonel Qin. Noticing the 2 little guys behind Qin Zhan, the middle-aged man praised. Zhang Ming, Su Nan. Not bad, all good. Seeing the legendary master from my previous life at such a close distance made me feel a little excited. The Venerable in front of him was dressed simply in an old Zhongshan suit. If Instructor Qin hadn't called him Venerable, I'm afraid that if someone passed by him, they wouldn't realize that he was the beast tamer Venerable. Not only did he not put on airs at all, he also gave people a very friendly feeling. Don't be polite, Colonel Qin. Sit down and talk. Thank you, Your Excellency. I can just stand. Even Instructor Qin seemed a little reserved in front of the Venerable and stood very straight. I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Yi from Wu City. After saying this, the old man stood up, smiled, and nodded slightly as a greeting. Bei Kuyelao, Horcrux Master. When Zhang Ming heard the name, his heart was stirred. In his previous life, the reputation of Beiwu Yilao was almost as great as that of the Venerable Lin in front of him, because he is the only existing Horcrux Master who can refine orange-quality Horcruxes. Not only that, he is also an Imperial-level Beastmaster. He guards the northern border, Wu City, and is known as Beiwu Yilao by the world. In the previous life, every Emperor-level Beastmaster was a pillar of the sea, a true big shot. I didn't expect that today. I would be able to meet 2 top bosses who I never dared to dream of in my previous life. Lord Longsheng, Bei Kuyelao. Hello, Mr. Yi. Instructor Qin shouted suddenly, obviously nervous. Colonel Qin has great potential. His achievements in the future will not be inferior to those of an old man like me. Mr. Yi looked at Instructor Qin with a smile and was very appreciative. Mr. Yi, let me introduce these 2 little guys to you, Zhang Ming and Su Nan. Su Nan is the S-level soul aptitude that awakened today with the ability of the essence of extreme ice. Zhang Ming is the mysterious beastmaster who awakened 3 S-level spiritual powers some time ago. Oh, old Ye's gaze fell on Zhang Ming again, looking him up and down, and said with a laugh, The young are to be feared. The young are to be feared. China has successors. This is a purple Horcrux that I used when I was young. It is no longer useful to me, so I will give it to you as a gift. A platinum ring with an ancient shape fell directly into Zhang Ming's hands. Ding! Wearable Horcrux found. Flash ring. Flash ring. Chapter 26 The Promise of the Venerable. The Blue Secret Realm. Flash ring. Move to the specified direction, no more than 10 meters away, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. The system panel instantly read the information of the ring. I was slightly surprised in my heart, but it didn't show on my face. Although the flash ring is a purple quality Horcrux, its skills and value are in no way inferior to those of an orange quality Horcrux. Mr. Yi gave such a valuable gift right off the bat. Zhang Ming nodded in thanks. Thank you, Mr. Yi. It's a small matter. I was in a hurry when I went out this time and didn't bring many Horcruxes with me. I'll give this soul crystal to this little girl. Old Yi smiled and took out a purple soul crystal and put it in Sunan's hand. The soul crystal of Lord-level bloodline. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Sunan also nodded in thanks. Although the purple soul crystal is not as valuable as the flash ring, it is worth millions of soul coins on the market. As expected of a master of Horcruxes, even a hint of something showing between his fingers is worth millions. Mr. Yi is a master of soul weapons and is very generous. I'm ashamed of myself, Reverend Lin said with a smile. Sunan was slightly stunned when he learned that the old man in front of him was actually the master of Horcruxes. But if you two can get the top 3 places in the finals of this Soul Beast competition, I will make the decision and allow you to enter the Blue Secret Realm. The Blue Secret Realm. Ding! You have a new short message reminder. Please check it in time. 100 years ago, the giant star beast Jola brought a solar storm to the world and summoned the gate of space. Endless ferocious beasts emerged from the gate, causing a global catastrophe. The solar storm ravaged the world, causing space instability. 4 spatial cracks appeared, connecting 4 different interfaces. One of them is the Blue Secret Realm. After the first Chinese beastmaster appeared, he sealed the Blue Secret Realm, turning it into an exclusive secret realm for the Chinese region, for future generations of beastmasters to use to contract powerful bloodline soul beasts. It has provided numerous beastmasters in the Huaxiao region with soul beasts with deep bloodlines and powerful talents. To enter the Blue Secret Realm, 2 requirements must be met. Reach the level of beastmaster. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Huaxiao region are eligible to enter the Blue Secret Realm. The lowest level of ferocious beasts in the Kanglan Secret Realm are rare bloodlines. Although it is a secret realm unique to the Huaxiao region, the current level of exploration still does not exceed 10, and there are still many dangerous and terrifying creatures in it. You must be accompanied by an Imperial Beast Tamer to successfully complete the contract. This temptation is too great for him. With a Soul Beast training system, he can redeem Bloodline enhancement cards as long as he has soul points, so he doesn't need to worry about the Soul Beast bloodline. The only thing he needs to consider is the Soul Beast talent and type. It is extremely difficult to choose a Soul Beast that meets your needs in the outside world. Most people are lucky if they can contract a Soul Beast with a high-level bloodline, so they don't care about the talent and type of the Soul Beast. 4 ferocious beasts from the outside world. The chance of a beastmaster successfully signing a contract is no more than 5, and the ferocious beasts would rather die than surrender. Only the ferocious beasts surviving in the Blue Secret Realm have a great chance of successful contract. This is also the beast taming paradise that all beast tamers in the Huaxiao region yearn for their whole life. Why don't you thank your excellency quickly? Instructor Qin was standing aside and saw that both of them were stunned. Thank you, your excellency. He nodded heavily and expressed his gratitude sincerely with his eyes. Well, I'm sorry for asking you two to make this trip today. I was also curious and wanted to see who the Beastmaster who awakened 3 S-level superpowers was. I was very happy to see him today. Thank you for your hard work this time, Colonel Qin. Both students are excellent. I'll leave them to you now. Yes, Your Excellency. Instructor Qin responded loudly. Afterwards, Reverend Lin spoke a few words to Instructor Qin alone. Instructor Qin's face changed from excited to happy, and he nodded repeatedly, but no one knew what he said. Your Excellency, let's go back first. Instructor Qin said. Well, be careful on the road. Next time I come, I will personally take you around Dragon City. Instructor Qin summoned Quetzalcoatl Pterosaur, and Reverend Lin waved goodbye. Little guy, come to Jin Wu City to play if you have a chance. Before leaving, Mr. Yi also smiled and waved to Zhang Ming. Sunan hid the jealousy in his eyes and looked at Zhang Ming with mixed feelings. The 3 of them set off to return to Jin Wu City. After those people left, Mr. Ye's eyes turned cold. Your Excellency, the medicine developed by Magian District this time is a batch of defective products. It consumes souls at the cost. Do you want the two traitors, Yang Kai and Su Nan? It's okay. Zhang Ming will take care of this matter. On the way back, Zhang Ming opened the system message bar and read the content of the prompt. Trigger story mission. Explore the Lost World, Blue Secret Realm. Reward, unknown. The Lost World. There was no conversation along the way, and we returned safely to Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School. Seeing Zhang Ming and the other man coming back, everyone stopped training and surrounded them. How is it? Did you see the Venerable? Is the Venerable tall and brave, like the god of war? What is the Venerable's soul beast? Is it big? The two were overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, and Instructor Qin quickly stopped them. Everyone returned to your respective arenas to continue special training. Don't ask about the Venerable's affairs casually. This is confidential. Follow the order. Yes. Everyone returned to their respective positions dejectedly and continued to practice, still talking in low voices in private. Zhang Ming was also called to the office on the second floor by Instructor Qin. You are really a hidden talent. It really opened my eyes. Instructor Qin lit a cigarette for the first time, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed loudly. It made him quite embarrassed. Don't be restrained. From now on, I will be your full-time sparring partner. The Venerable has already issued the task. The Huaxia District will fully support you. We will make sure you reach the level of Beast Tamer Master within 2 months. All soul crystals are open to you. Use as many as you can. Just go all out this month to increase your level. I have decided to take you to the wild for actual combat next month. A beastmaster who has not experienced the horror of crisis will never grow. Instructor Qin took a deep puff of cigarette and preached. Moreover, this time, the 3 major regions of the United States, the European Union, and the Soviet Union all have S-level talents participating in the competition. Leighton is not the only soul beast with epic bloodline. As far as I know, there are already 9 beastmasters who have soul beasts with epic bloodlines. 9? So many. Is it so easy to catch epic bloodline? You must upgrade to a beastmaster as soon as possible and have enough soul power to control 2 soul beasts. Although I can contract a second soul beast for you now, your level is too low and your soul power cannot keep up. The soul beast can only fight for a short time. It would take too much energy to focus on training a second soul beast, so we must unleash all of Leighton's potential and combat power. Listening to Instructor Qin's words, he knew in his heart that he had to get a top 3 place in this competition. You have to take it. I suddenly felt the burden on my shoulders was heavier. No matter whether it was the reward for the top 3 in the preliminaries, the system reward, or the reward for the final, each reward was like a stunned blonde bunny girl, seducing him with her enchanting figure, waving at him, teasing him constantly, and attracting him. Let's start the field combat today. Instructor Qin. Okay. Instructor Qin put out his cigarette and laughed loudly. Wah! Everyone was curious when they saw Zhang Ming leaving with Instructor Qin, who was laughing heartily. Yang Kai clenched his fists and looked at Su Nan with an increasingly vicious look. After returning, Su Nan was very cold towards Yang Kai and even ignored Jiang Jie, who had approached her before. In less than half a day, he seemed to have become a different person, cold and heartless. Humph, you turned into a phoenix after flying onto a tree? Now is not the time for you to cling to me to buy you evolution materials. Just wait for me. Chapter 27, The Strange Misty Forest. Zhang Ming and Instructor Qin left the battle hall and flew out of the city. Instructor Lan continued to train other students. Su Nan looked at the 2 people leaving, feeling very dissatisfied, and there was a hint of resentment in his cold eyes. At this moment, he was riding on the back of Quetzalcoatl and soaring into the sky, eyes full of anticipation. Finally, I can kill the beast openly and honestly. Earn soul points. Even though the Alliance provides a lot of resources, it is not as fun as upgrading the soul beast training system. As long as you have enough soul points, upgrading will be a snap. 1 knife, 999. C. It is also a good opportunity to use the resources provided by the Alliance to confuse the fact that the level is increasing rapidly. Below is the ruins of Alliance City you escaped from last time. This place is full of silver-level beasts, and gold-level beasts are very rare. Looking down at the ruins from a distance of several hundred meters, it was quiet and empty. It was indeed difficult to find any traces of ferocious beasts during the day. This time I will take you to the Misty Forest. It is shrouded in mist all year round and is home to a large number of gold-level beasts. The Alliance has always wanted to eliminate the beasts here, but unfortunately, it has failed every time. There, Rodden's strength may be suppressed by the environment, and he may not be able to fully exert his combat power like a ground-based soul beast, but will better hone Rodden's adaptability and combat ability. Okay, he agreed immediately. The Misty Forest is also known as the Strange Misty Maze. The white fog here is tens of meters thick. It began to spread after the disaster, and there is a white fog within 1,000 miles. Anyone who accidentally enters without a flying soul beast will die. In the previous life, the Huaxia district had sent troops many times to clean up this place, but unfortunately they returned empty-handed every time. He had been here once as part of a team transporting the wounded, but this time he happened to run into a star diamond-level ferocious beast. He still remembers it vividly. If it had not been discovered in time, and if we had not run away fast enough, it would have turned into nutrients to nourish the soil. The flight lasted about 2 hours. The scene is gradually covered by a white fog, which is 40 meters thick. Visibility is almost non-existent. Looking down from the sky, you can hardly see anything. All you can see are the treetops sticking out and the occasional strange cry. Extremely weird. In the previous life, the Alliance set up a king-level beastmaster investigation team in order to reclaim the land occupied by ferocious beasts. Finally, we figured out the secret of why the Misty Forest is shrouded in fog all year round. A monarch-level beast is hidden in the Misty Forest. Mirage Beast. System notification sounds continued to ring, and the message bar was filled with hundreds of messages. Open any one of them, and all you'll see is information about ferocious beasts. Jungle Python. Bloodline Elite. Level Gold 2 stars. Skills Death Coil, Poisonous Jet, Python Swallow. Introduction. A giant python living in the primitive jungle. After the catastrophe, its body length reaches 30 meters. It can easily swallow prey that is several times larger than itself. The poison sprayed from its fangs is highly corrosive. Its weak points are the eyes and waist. A 2-star gold python with elite bloodline is so powerful. This Misty Forest is still so terrifying. Check the message bar, read the beast information carefully, and write down the beast's level and weaknesses. Ghost Tiger. Bloodline Rare. Talent. Stealth. Temporarily enters stealth state. Lasts 12 seconds. Increases speed by 50. Level Gold 7 stars. Skill. Bite, drink blood, and invigorate. Introduction. A tiger that can become invisible. It often appears out of nowhere and can give you a claw at any time. If you meet it, you can only wish you good luck. Its weaknesses are its belly and tail, provided you see it first. Ghost Tiger. In the previous life, the ghost tiger was almost synonymous with a nightmare of all beast tamers. Not only was it extremely fast, not inferior to the Nightblade leopard, it also had the talent of being invisible. Often ambushes combat personnel on missions. Wherever there are ghost tigers, 3 people must stay up all night to stand guard. Otherwise, it will take you away when you're just kidding. Instructor Qin noticed that Zhang Ming's face was flickering and something was wrong. Why? Do you regret it? Do you think this place is too scary? Instructor Qin deliberately provoked him and laughed. No, it's just that I just felt the breath of the ghost tiger. Ghost tiger. Instructor Qin frowned slightly. Although the ghost tiger is only a gold-level beast, the threat it poses to us is no less than that of a diamond-level or even a king-level beast. This guy can hide and sneak around and may appear at any time. I'm also worried about this. After all, a beastmaster is very vulnerable without a soul beast and can easily be attacked and killed by a ferocious beast. Well, let's land first. I will summon the Earth Spike Armor Dragon to follow us. This way, even if the ghost tiger appears, the Armor Dragon will be able to protect us in the first place. Passing through the thick white fog, below are strangely shaped, uneven branches and ancient trees with tangled roots. The 2 men stood still, and Instructor Qin recalled the pterosaur and summoned the Earth Spike Armor Dragon. As soon as the king-level aura of the Earth-spiked armor dragon was released, it startled the birds and beasts. It seems that there are a lot of ferocious beasts lurking around, and many of them are targeting them. This place is covered in fog. Visibility is no more than 10 meters. Don't get too far away from me. And there are too many trees. Rodden's vision is also limited, and he can't take advantage of the air. Once you encounter danger, you must summon Rodden to take off immediately create a safe distance, and then look for an opportunity to attack. Do you understand? Although the misty forest is scary, it is the birthplace of the purple heartgrass. This is why the Huaxia district is eager to recapture this place. Many mercenary teams have also come here to try their luck. Purple heartgrass is a necessary material for soul beasts to evolve to the star diamond and king levels. No matter which evolutionary route you take, you need purple heartgrass. Moreover, the higher the bloodline, the higher the quality requirement for the purple heartgrass. A purple quality purple heartgrass has been sold for 3 million soul coins in the market, and everyone is rushing to buy it. He had a deep understanding of the selling price of evolution materials. It was still okay for a beastmaster, as he would only have to spend some soul crystals at most, but it was a different story for soul beasts. Eating, upgrading, evolving, everything costs money, especially the cost of evolution materials. The key is that you can't buy many evolution materials. Instructor Qin walked side by side with Zhang Ming, explaining everything around him as they walked. What are the rules of survival in the wild? How to distinguish plants? How to identify the levels of ferocious beasts through their feces? How to be alert in such an environment? And how to respond immediately if you encounter danger? Zhang Ming listened very carefully. Although he had participated in combat units, he mostly carried out patrol missions within the city and had only participated in a few hunting operations in the wild. So these valuable experiences are priceless to him. Be careful. Don't move. Instructor Qin suddenly stopped, and a shield-shaped Horcrux appeared on his arm, blocking him in front of him. The Beidou Spore system has just been developed, and it will take a long time before it can be put into use. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so passive. Instructor Qin whispered to him, paying attention to his surroundings. After a beastmaster advances to grandmaster, his 5 senses will be fully enhanced by his soul power. I just heard a sound like a branch was broken in front of me. In the wild, you must never let your guard down. Fierce beasts often appear the second before you relax. Zhang Ming nodded secretly and looked around. His left-hand fingers had already pressed on the flash ring, ready to activate at any time. Chapter 28. The March of the Dead, Carrion Beasts. It's getting closer, Instructor Qin said in a low voice. Crunch. Even he heard the crisp sound of branches being stepped on and broken. Pay close attention to the prompts in the system message bar. A spotted deer appeared in front of him, its body rotting and covered with black bugs, with half of its bones exposed. A dozen meters away, a foul smell came to my nose. Its eye sockets were empty, with no eyeballs, and its abdomen had a gap as big as a basin. Rotten flesh and bones were clearly visible, proving that it had been dead for a long time. Its whole body exuded a horrifying, deathly aura, like a walking corpse. Carrion deer. Bloodline elite. Level, silver 5 stars. Skill, deathly corruption. Introduction, an ordinary beast that died during the catastrophe. It was infected by the death energy of the ancient Titan March of the Dead that passed by and became a muddle-headed undead beast that only knew how to kill. It is very sensitive to life, so be careful not to be bitten by it. If you are unlucky enough to meet one, look behind it. Weakness, flamehead. It's a corpse beast of the undead species. Instructor Qin recognized the ferocious beast with a creepy look at a glance. Undead species are different from ordinary beasts. Compared to ordinary beasts, they are dead, but they retain their blood and some abilities in life. They are infected by the death energy of the March of the Dead, one of the 17 ancient titans. It is a different kind of ferocious beast. All creatures that are tainted by the aura of death, whether animals, humans, or plants, will become undead. He stood up again, lost his mind, and turned into a confused and rotten corpse who only knew how to kill. 100 years ago, on the day of the catastrophe, over 100 million carrion beasts invaded human cities. The name of the ancient Titan beast, the March of the Dead, was forever engraved in human history. This type of undead corpse-like beast has no soul crystals in its body. It usually gathers in groups and is extremely sensitive to the vitality of living things. It can sense it from more than 10 miles away. Even if it is a real, ferocious beast, it would not be willing to provoke a carrion beast and would even stay away from it. The ground-spiked iron ankylosaurus suddenly emerged from the ground, and with a swing of its tail, the huge tail hammer instantly threw the carrion deer onto a tree nearby, smashing the rotten flesh and bones to pieces. The carrion deer did not make any sound, but just opened half of its fangs, looked ferocious, and kept moving its front legs, dragging half of its body forward. In the white fog, one corpse beast after another appeared. There were so many carrion sheep and carrion monkeys that in the blink of an eye, there were no fewer than thousands of them. Immediately summoned Rodin, a hissing sound shook. Great fireball technique. In an instant, nearly 100 corpse beasts rushed over, and the hard thorns of the earth-spiked iron armor dragon were like a city wall, blocking them tightly. Each attack smashed several rot beasts to pieces, and its tail hammer was covered in rotten flesh and blood. Successfully killed a 2-star silver corpse beast and obtained 200 soul points. Successfully killed a 5-star silver corpse beast and obtained 500 soul points. Zhang Ming noticed a system message prompting that the soul points obtained from killing corpse beasts were much less than those from killing ferocious beasts. The soul points given by killing a silver 10-star corpse beast are equivalent to those of a silver 2-star beast. Fortunately, Rodin's fireball was powerful enough. The soul power absorption has been stacked to 30 layers. Each fireball can take away 6 or 7 corpse beasts. The air is filled with thick black smoke and a burnt smell mixed with a foul odor. Instructor Qin quickly took out 2 gas masks and handed them to him. Although the carrion beast was afraid of fire, it instinctively retreated when faced with a fireball falling from the sky. But he felt no pain, just like a walking corpse. Even after the flames ignited on his body, he still rushed forward fearlessly. Zhang Ming and Instructor Qin stood back to back, always alert to the white fog around them and guarding against the corpse beasts rushing out. Rodin hovered above the 2 men, spewing flames continuously. Instructor Qin threw the round shield in his hand forward with all his strength. It made a perfect arc, and the seemingly round edge of the shield turned into a sharp knife when it brushed against the corpse beast, instantly cutting off the beast's head. The round shield was back in his hand, and Instructor Qin turned around and smiled. This shield of mine was made by Master Yi using the teeth of a monarch-level beast mixed with a divine alloy. It can produce a very sharp cutting force at high-speed rotation and can be used for both fighting and defense. Thinking of the evil spirit haunting the Imperial weapon lying dead in the system backpack. To be honest, he was a little envious. Winky face. The combat capability of a king-level beastmaster is such that even without summoning soul beasts, after being equipped with soul tools, his combat power can easily deal with gold-level beasts, let alone a mere silver-level corpse beast. Watching Instructor Qin killing 6 or 7 carrion beasts like cutting vegetables, Rodin's flames burned even redder. Lava breath. Wisps of white air sizzled as the white mist in front of him was evaporated by the high temperature, clearing the field of vision within 100 meters around him. As far as the eye can see, countless corpse beasts are still coming one after another, rushing forward like mad. Even though he was killed by the thorns of the ankylosaur and his body was pierced by the spikes, he still struggled hideously. No, there are too many. We can't kill them all, Instructor Qin said as he looked around. If we continue like this, both of our soul and physical strength will be exhausted. I will summon the Quetzalcoatl now. You go up first. Good. Zhang Ming also realized that this was not a solution. The corpse beasts had no sense of pain, were fearless of death, and were numerous. The system prompt bar would have exploded by now, and the soul points were also increasing rapidly. In just a short while, he and Instructor Qin killed 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Instructor Qin's wrist was sore from throwing the shield. With the ground thorn dragon as cover, Zhang Ming activated the flash ring and appeared directly on the back of Quetzalcoatl. With a hissing sound, Instructor Qin jumped directly onto the back of the pterosaur, and the 2 of them took off into the air. Rodin followed Quetzalcoatl and breathed lava before leaving. 2 pterosaurs, one big and one small, spread their wings and flew high. The carrion beasts on the ground all made strange noises towards the sky. Haha, this is really exciting. Instructor Qin twisted his wrist and laughed. Zhang Ming also excitedly opened the system panel to check the soul points. Soul point 2132802. More than 2 million soul points. Finally, I saw money again. Although killing a corpse beast does not give many soul points, a little bit of accumulation will add up to a lot. Just like a drop of water wears away a stone, and a pile of sand can build a tower. I won't spend money recklessly this time. I'll upgrade Rodin's level first. Increase the level of Soul Beast. Successfully upgraded to Raton, Gold 7 stars. Successfully upgraded Raton, Gold 8 stars. Get to 10 gold stars in one go. Materials required for evolution. Purple quality, purple heart grass, *10. Perfect soul crystal, *10. Lava fire crystal, *10. Insufficient replacement soul points. Unable to evolve. Zhang Ming was dumbfounded. It took more than 10 kinds of materials to evolve to star diamond level. It would take more than 10 million soul points to replace it. There's still a long way to go. The remaining soul points will decisively increase the soul power level. Successfully upgraded to 6-star Beast Tamer. Successfully upgraded to 7-star Beast Tamer. Just enough to upgrade it to 2 stars. Level 0/336000. The soul points required for each star upgrade are doubled. Instructor Qin seemed to sense the changes in Zhang Ming and Layden, but he couldn't tell where. Just when Instructor Qin was puzzled, they both discovered at the same time that there was a lake in front of them with clear blue water that was not covered by white fog. The lake is so deep that you can see the bottom when you look from the air. It looks very shallow. Wisps of white mist emerge from the center of this big lake and spread to the sky. Mirage Beast. Zhang Ming was surprised and blurted out that he had accidentally run into the lair of the monarch-level ferocious beast Mirage Beast. Chapter 29, The Strongest Soul Beast. Golden Leomon. Mirage Beast, a monarch-level beast with epic bloodline. Instructor Qin looked at the lake with doubt. It is hidden in the lake below. The white mist is the gas it inhales and exhales. Over hundreds of years, it has accumulated more and more, so it has formed such a wide range of white mist. Zhang Ming said with certainty, "Bring up the system message bar and search for Soul Beast information. Mirage. Bloodline. Epic. Level Monarch 1-star. Talent. Mirage. Creates illusions by refracting sunlight through the gas it exhales. Skills: strong attack, powerful bite, rotten fluid splash, strong light reflection, multiple phantoms, mystery dreamland." Introduction. In prehistoric times, there was a giant clam that lived in the ocean. After sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, it woke up with its strength greatly reduced. It is lazy and does not actively attack its targets. The white mist it spits out is both its armor and its weapon. Be careful not to inhale too much. Weakness: the nerve tissue inside the shell, provided that you pry open its mouth first. Zhang Ming gave a brief introduction based on the information on the Soul Beast panel. Instructor Qin looked a little surprised, but also a little convinced. How do you know so much about it? Even its abilities? I saw these in the Ancient Creature Encyclopedia a long time ago. I thought of them because they seem to be somewhat similar to Mirage Beasts. Encyclopedia of Ancient Creatures? Why don't I have any impression of this book? Instructor Qin looked at him doubtfully. Never mind the details. What should we do now? He interrupted Instructor Qin's doubts and asked, "If it is really a monarch-level beast, as you said, I need to report it immediately and seek the opinions of my superiors before making a decision. After all, it's a monarch-level beast. Even though it's only 1-star, I'm afraid I can't deal with it." Zhang Ming nodded, understanding what Instructor Qin was thinking. No matter it is a ferocious beast or a beastmaster soul beast, once it enters the monarch level, earth-shaking changes will occur. Not only did its size increase dramatically, but its strength also soared, resulting in a qualitative leap. All skills will be advanced and sublimated, and the destructive power generated will be different from before and can easily destroy a city. The destructive power caused by some powerful monarch-level beasts is no less than that of overlord-level beasts. Instructor Qin dialed the smart bracelet, but it shows that it is not in the service area. Mirage beasts are lazy by nature. They don't breathe for too long each time. They appear at fixed times and fall asleep again after storing enough oxygen. We stumbled upon it by accident this time, and it just happened to come out to breathe. Next time I want to wait for it to show up, I don't know how long we'll have to wait. Missed this opportunity. Instructor Qin also understood his thoughts. Seeing that Zhang Ming spoke so convincingly, he began to believe him even though he didn't want to. It can't run away anyway. It can't run away. When we are ready, the next time we enter the misty forest, are you so sure that we can still find this lake? Moreover, when the Mirage Beast is asleep, it will bury itself in the soil several hundred meters below the lake bottom, and the spiritual power fluctuations it emits are minimal. Even if we find the lake, we can't lure it out. So what do you say we should do? After listening to Zhang Ming's analysis, Instructor Qin also had some thoughts of taking action. He had never killed a monarch-level beast before. Instructor Chin, how many stars of a king-level beast tamer are you now? King level 8 stars. That means your strongest soul beast is a king 8 star. Instructor Chin nodded and waited for him to continue. What if I tell you that as long as you hold the Mirage beast back, I can kill it? Boy, it's not that I don't believe in your latent strength. This is a monarch-level beast. If you hadn't said that this giant clam wouldn't attack people, will we still be sitting here chatting for so long? Don't be too stubborn, and don't gamble with your life and the life of the soul beast. Instructor Chin looked serious. Understand, Instructor Chin. I am very sober and rational. I didn't say anything big, and I won't gamble with our lives and the lives of the soul beasts. Please believe me. Looking at Zhang Ming's determined eyes, Instructor Chin was wondering whether he should really give it a try. What if it succeeds? The misty forest can dispel the white fog, and the Huaxia district can also recover this land. The monarch-level beasts are made of top-grade Horcrux materials. But what if it fails again? It's okay for him to get killed, but Zhang Ming possesses 3 S-level superpowers, and he will never allow anything to happen to Zhang Ming. Done. If you can't beat it, you can run away. I don't believe this big clam can catch up with us. Instructor Chin suddenly shouted heroically. Tell me what to do. Instructor Chin, do you have any purple rations left? Sprinkle some on the lake's surface to lure it out first. Then I'll have Rodden give it a braised stew. To piss it off, just control the soul beast to entangle the Mirage beast, and leave the rest to me. Good. Instructor Chin took out a 40-kilogram bag of purple rations from his space soul device and scattered it all onto the lake. Is that enough? The calm surface of the lake was dotted with ripples from the fallen rations. The two of them stared at the lake with bated breath. Gulp, gulp. A series of huge bubbles rose from the bottom of the lake and burst. The fish is hooked. Wow, wow, wow. A sound of water stirred up the sound of flowing. Under the turbulent water splashes, a huge clam with a body length of nearly 40 meters, silver-white patterns all over its body, and crystal clearness appeared. What a big clam! Instructor Chin was stunned. If you sprinkle some minced garlic, chili powder, and cumin powder on it, and put on the barbecue grill, wow, I'd love 2 cans of beer. That's simply wow. Open the door for wow, wow is home. See? It's a pity that there is no such a big grill. The Mirage beast's huge shell opened and closed up and down, and its seemingly heavy body floated on the water, constantly swallowing its purple rations. Call! Instructor Chin seized the opportunity and summoned the strongest soul beast. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge golden lion descended from the sky, covered with glittering golden hair. The lion's head is covered with lush golden mane, showing its kingly status at all times. Golden Leomon. Bloodline, perfect. Level, King 8 stars. Talent, Might of Beasts, causes oppression on the target, reducing the target's attack power by 30. Skills, Lion's Roar, Beast King's Claw, Golden Sword Rain, Critical Blow. Introduction, a golden lion king with perfect bloodline, capable of great damage. Cover your ears to be careful of being deafened. Never look directly into its eyes, or you'll have nightmares. Weakness, eyes on the abdomen. So strong. As soon as the golden lion beast appeared, Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. He was attracted by the glittering golden hair. Mighty, domineering. The golden lion was nearly 10 meters tall and over 30 meters long, and it was not inferior at all. It pounced directly at the Mirage beast. The lake was stirred up by huge waves, and there was a deafening lion's roar, and he quickly covered his ears. The Mirage beast was instantly overturned in the lake by the golden lion beast. The lion's claws, as sharp as knives, pressed hard against the upper and lower shells of the Mirage beast, trying to pry them apart. Countless transparent liquids mixed with white mist suddenly gushed out from the shell of the Mirage beast, spraying Leomon in the face. The strong putrefactive fluid emitted a wisp of white gas, and the painful Leomon quickly broke free and immersed his head in the lake water. The next second, the golden lion beast's eyes became psychedelic and radiated blood red, and its roar was filled with brutality. Not good. The mysterious dreamland of the Mirage beast and the lion beast. Zhang Ming said anxiously. Chapter 30 Mixed Doubles. Kill the Mirage beast. The golden lion let go of the Mirage and turned around to pounce fiercely at Leighton in the air. Rodden quickly parried, and the hot magma on his scales forced Leomon to let go and quickly increase his altitude. The Mirage Beast's shell opened and closed, continuously spitting out white mist, which instantly enveloped the entire lake's surface, and visibility was no more than 3 meters. Oh no! Instructor Chin saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly summoned the Earthspike Armor Dragon. Liamin's furious roar was heard from the mist. There was a long roar, and I could feel the anger in Rodden's voice. A red flame, several dozen meters long, spurted out. The white mist in front was cleared a little, revealing the figure of the lion beast. Rodden looked down from above, keeping a vigilant eye on Liomon. Liomon kept leaping and lunging into the air. Instructor Chin has been trying to contact Liomon through the soul contract, but found that no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain as Liomon had fallen into an illusion. Treat them as enemies. It is still impossible to take the Liomon back to the soul beast space. This Mirage Beast skills are too difficult to deal with. We haven't cleared the abnormal state and awakened Liomon. We are in a very dangerous situation now. Instructor Chin said seriously. Golden Sword Rain. When Liomon saw that he couldn't reach Rodden in the air, all the golden hair on his body suddenly exploded and stood up vertically, turning into golden thorns that suddenly shot out. Thousands of golden thorns were densely packed and pierced towards Rodden like a rain of swords. Rodden had no time to dodge, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered with golden thorns, turning him into a hedgehog. Fortunately, the geothermal armor was strong enough, and the flowing magma melted the golden spikes on his body. Through the system panel, it was found that this move had taken away more than 1/3 of Rodden's health. As expected, Golden Liomon is the 8-star king. The damage is too high. The ability to clear abnormal status. Instructor Chin's words inspired him, and he quickly opened the Soul Point Exchange Mall. System Elf, which one is the ability to clear abnormal status? Time is running out. There is no time to find it. We have recommended abilities that meet your requirements. Advanced Purification. After active use, it can remove one abnormal state of the soul beast. Advanced Protection. After active use, it will grant abnormal immunity to the soul beast, which lasts for 10 minutes. Look at the remaining soul points. Take them all. Successfully exchanged for Advanced Purification, consuming 10,000 soul points. Successfully exchanged for Advanced Blessing, consuming 10,000 soul points. The golden lion beast took advantage of the moment when Rodden paused, raised its huge lion claws, and suddenly grabbed towards the sky. 3 blood-red claw lights appeared instantly and headed straight for Rodden. Beast King Claw. Rodden was unable to dodge and was hit in the body. He let out a scream and fell into the lake. The Mirage's shell kept shaking as if it was mocking, and it rode the waves towards Rodden. Advanced Purification. Advanced Blessing. At the critical moment, 2 white beams of light fell on the lion beast's head, and a layer of white fluorescence wrapped around the golden lion body. The originally blood-red and violent eyes suddenly became clear as he looked at the seriously injured and declining Rodden, who was about to be swallowed by the Mirage Beast. Lionmon is awake, Instructor Chin said, in surprise. Liomon, fatal blow. Roar. The golden Lionmon suddenly disappeared and turned into a golden flash, attacking the Miragemon directly. A flash of golden light. A golden arc more than 10 meters long appeared sharply and slashed fiercely on the shell of the Mirage Beast. With a loud bang, the Mirage Beast was knocked back by the blow, and a deep claw mark was left on the shell, which was very obvious. The Mirage Beast opened its shell wide, and endless white mist spread out from it. The figure of the Mirage Beast in front of him slowly disappeared and appeared in the sky, on the lake, in front and behind. Its multiple phantoms. Instructor Chin also had beads of sweat on his forehead. The Monarch-level beast was indeed difficult to deal with. This Mirage Beast is just a Monarch-level beast that is not good at attacking and fighting. If it encounters a Monarch-level beast with a strong bloodline and amazing combat power, even an Emperor-level beastmaster will have to think twice. This is troublesome. We can't find out which one is the true form of the Mirage Beast. Zhang Ming looked at all the phantoms of the Mirage Beast calmly and suddenly thought of something. All the phantoms are fake. Its true self is hidden at the bottom of the lake. Radon, breathe on the lava in the lake. Rodden responded to Zhang Ming, flapped his wings, and flew up again, adding the explosive flame state, increasing the damage of fire skills by 15. A column of lava gushed out from the mouth. As soon as the hot magma touched the lake water, wisps of white smoke appeared instantly, and the lake water evaporated. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, both of them felt as if the lake in front of them was about to boil. Rodden's breath continued to flow out, bubbles appeared in the lake water, and the temperature continued to rise. The shadows of the mirage beast around them actually gradually faded and disappeared. The mirage beast floated out from the bottom of the lake with a whoosh. Golden Leomon has been waiting for a long time, a fatal blow. The mirage beast's shell actually cracked on the claw mark just now. Kill him while he's ill. Rodden turned around and faced the mirage beast directly. Lava breath covered the mirage beast's shell. The boiling red magma seeped into the shell through the gap just now. The mirage beast felt pain and wanted to escape to the bottom of the lake, but was blocked by the boiling lake water. Zhang Ming noticed that Rodden's health was now less than half and automatically activated 40 damage reduction. Blood of God, a storm blow, a fatal blow. Rodden hovered over the lake, spinning at high speed, stirring up gusts of wind, like a high-speed spinning flaming drill. Nail it hard on the cracked shell of the mirage beast. The golden Liamon once again turned into a golden flash, and when it appeared, a golden claw more than 10 meters long flew over. The two joined forces, and the two powerful attacks hit the broken shell of the mirage beast. Click! All that was heard was a crisp cracking sound. The shell on the mirage beast shattered into countless tiny pieces, revealing the crystal-clear white flesh inside the shell. A pearl emitting bright, white fluorescence lay quietly in it. This pearl is its soul crystal. If you take out the pearl, the mirage beast will lose the source of its soul power. Zhang Ming suddenly shouted and pointed at Jinju. Without the protection of the shell above, the mirage beast's strength was greatly reduced. Rodden spit out fireballs crazily, triggering a 15 chance to cause 10 of the maximum life damage. The mirage beast floated on the water and kept flapping and rolling. The shells on its body were burned red, and the meat inside the shells began to emit fragrance. So fresh, still alive, and fresh. Rodden and Golden Lyman played a mixed doubles game, and Miragemon was defeated again and again. The white meat inside the shell turned golden yellow and sizzled with oil. Obviously, it was cooked. A monarch-level ferocious beast has been reduced to a roasted oyster. Regardless of its talents or skills, Mirage Beast is not good at attacking and fighting, but prefers to be in a controlling state. Otherwise, no matter how high the damage of Rodden and Golden Leomon is, it will be difficult to defeat Mirage Beast. Following a system prompt sound, the Mirage Beast completely stopped moving and floated quietly on the lake. Congratulations on successfully killing the Monarch-level Mirage Beast and obtaining 10 million soul points. Congratulations on getting a Diamond Ordinary Treasure Chest, *1. Chapter 31, Soulbone. Demon's Eye. Victory! We won! Instructor Qin shouted excitedly with his fists clenched. Zhang Ming nodded heavily, his face filled with irrepressible joy. He didn't expect it to be successful. No matter how weak the Mirage Beast is, it is still a true Monarch-level ferocious beast. Zhang Ming, we really killed the Mirage Beast, a Monarch-level beast. Even Instructor Qin, who had been through many battles, could not control his excitement and joy. In the hearts of all beastmasters, the Monarch level symbolizes invincibility and power. Only an Imperial-level beastmaster can defeat him. It was totally unexpected that he died at the hands of a Gold-level and King-level soul beast. The white mist on the lake gradually dissipated, and Instructor Qin took out a huge pearl from the shell of the Mirage Beast, which was as big as a basketball. White and holy. Although this pearl is the soul crystal of the Mirage Beast, it is not in the form of a crystal core. When we return, please ask the experts in the Alliance to identify it and see if it can be made into a Horcrux. Instructor Qin said as he handed the pearl to him. You can keep the pearl. It doesn't matter whether you use it yourself or sell it. This is your trophy. I will take the body of the Mirage Beast. I will report the military merit of killing the Mirage Beast to my superiors truthfully. You have made an indispensable contribution. It's still Instructor Qin's Golden Lion Beast. Zhang Ming took the pearl and felt a cool warmth in his palm. They're both so powerful. Wait for me. This Mirage Beast has been hiding here for so long. I'll dive to the bottom of the lake to see if there's any material. As soon as he finished speaking, Instructor Qin jumped into the lake with a splash. Taking advantage of this gap, Open the system backpack and check the diamond ordinary treasure chest that just exploded. Diamond ordinary treasure box. Check. 56.33 chance to get blue items, 31.41 chance to get purple items, 11.26 chance to get orange items, 1 chance to get special items. Whether to consume 100,000 soul points to open the treasure chest. It's worthy of being a diamond treasure chest. It costs 100,000 soul points just to open it. Does the owner consume soul points to increase his luck value? The higher the luck value, the greater the chance of obtaining high-level items. Friendly reminder of the system, Elf's lowly voice. No. Every failure makes you wiser. Last time I opened the hippopotamus tears, and I still don't know what to use it for. He wanted to keep the 10 million soul points he had just warmed up for the evolution of Rotten, so he didn't dare to waste them. At worst, you could get a blue quality item. Take a deep breath of European Emperor. Open. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the purple quality soul bone. Demon Eye. Fuck. It's shipped. Soul bone. Onaji. Devil's Eyes. The eyes of a demon from the endless abyss are evil and ferocious. When you stare into the abyss, the devil's eyes are also staring at you, with the possibility of infinite evolution. Basic abilities: night vision, perspective, farsightedness, speed reading, insight, vision sharing, fusion, evolution. Skills: none. Skills can be generated by fusing different soul bones or special materials. Perspective: Zhang Ming saw the ability he had always dreamed of at a glance. The nightmare of millions of girls. Wipe the saliva. Evil. The lowest quality of soul bones is blue, but it is very difficult for ferocious beasts with rare bloodlines to give birth to soul bones. Most of the time, soul bones have a very small chance of being born in the bodies of ferocious beasts with lord-level bloodlines and perfect-level bloodlines. For the first place in the soul beast competition preliminaries, the Chinese region has prepared an orange-quality soul bone as a reward. In the tasks issued by the system, the reward for the second place is also an orange-quality soul bone. It can be seen how precious and scarce soul bones are. Immediately merge the demon eye soul in the system backpack into the eyes. Fusion. There is a dark line in the middle of the amber pupil, like a real devil's eye. Zhang Ming opened his eyes again and activated the power of the devil's eye. In an instant, I realized that the things and scenery around me had completely changed. He could actually see Instructor Qin lurking at the bottom of the lake. His face flushed, he was holding his breath, and his eyes were looking for him excitedly. So amazing. Ding. Found materials that can be fused with the devil's eye. Oh, Onaji. Asterisk. Check. Mirage Pearl. The soul crystal essence of a monarch-level ferocious beast, possessing the Mirage Beast's innate talent. Fusion. Ding. Demon eyes merged successfully, upgraded to orange quality. Ability to obtain: hypnosis, illusion, delusion. Skills obtained: phantom clone, abyss gaze. He understood that the phantom clone was similar to the multiple phantoms of the Mirage Beast. Using illusion to create several identical phantoms could confuse ferocious beasts, especially in the wild. By creating several illusions, the ferocious beast could not tell which was real and which was fake. Another way to save your life. Abyss gaze. When you gaze into the abyss is also staring at you, infinitely magnifying the fear in the other person's heart, creating an abyss illusion, pulling the other person into the illusion and causing damage to the soul. Soul damage. Hit the soul. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. This orange soulbone demon eye is too powerful. Just as Zhang Ming was trying out the various abilities of the devil's eye, Instructor Qin suddenly emerged from the lake. Oh my god, it's so big. Underscore. Look, Zhang Ming, I found something. Instructor Qin happily held up a shiny stone in his hand. By activating the farsightedness ability of the devil's eye, even the mud and sand on the stone can be seen clearly. He felt that this crystal stone looked very familiar, as if he had seen it in a book, but he couldn't remember where it was for the moment. This is a piece of transparent crystal. 5-colored light can be seen under the refraction of sunlight. The crystal is covered with dense golden threads. The golden threads seem to be alive and flowing inside, which is very beautiful. It's divine stuff. Zhang Ming suddenly remembered and was a little shocked. Instructor Qin didn't care about his wet clothes at all. Zhang Ming also ran up to him and observed him carefully. It's really divine stuff. Instructor Qin. How did you find this magical material? Huh. I found it by following the traces of the mirage beasts that often live at the bottom of the lake. This piece of divine material was covered by the algae at the bottom of the lake, and I almost couldn't see it. Instructor Chin was very happy and looked very surprised. The origin of the divine materials cannot be traced, but in the super ancient civilization period, divine materials were essential for making supreme soul weapons and imperial weapons. The term divine material was also discovered from stone carvings recorded in the remains of ultra-ancient civilizations. No one knows how he was born, but the abilities he possesses subvert the world's cognition. Give life to the Horcrux. In other words, it gives the Horcrux the ability to repair itself and the ability to devour and evolve. Although it has no thoughts, it can repair and evolve itself by devouring soul crystals and materials. Owning a Horcrux made of divine materials is something that all beastmasters pursue and dream about throughout their lives. Just like his imperial weapon is haunted by evil spirits, as long as he has enough soul points, he can not only repair the imperial weapon, but also transform him and continue to evolve. Chapter 32, Ghost Tiger's Child. The piece of magical material in front of me is as big as a fist, which is really rare. Rare in the world. In the previous life, a beastmaster discovered a piece of divine material the size of a fingernail, which was directly exchanged by a respected beastmaster in the Magian district for an epic soul beast egg. One can imagine how precious the divine materials are. The piece in Instructor Chin's hand is beyond measure. It is a priceless treasure. I need to bring this divine material back to the Alliance and hand it over to the Chinese headquarters. Although we were the ones who killed the Mirage Beast, the significance of the divine material is too important. I hope you can understand. The reason why Instructor Chin said this to him was because he was afraid that he would become greedy when he saw the divine material and think that it should be shared equally between the two of them and should not be handed over to the Alliance. As a soldier, Instructor Chin is upright and incorruptible. He will nod without hesitation for anything that is beneficial to the Chinese nation. Even if he has a piece of divine material as big as a fist in his hand, he can give it up without any care. Zhang Ming nodded. To be honest, he was really moved just now. Who wouldn't be tempted by treasure? But this magical material was discovered by Instructor Chin after all. I understand, Instructor Chin. The divine materials are extremely precious and should be handed over to the Huaxia headquarters to create more powerful soul tools and give them to the beastmasters who have been protecting the Huaxia city to bring out its light and heat. I'm glad you understand, Zhang Ming. Boy, I know you must be reluctant to part with it. After all, this is a divine ingredient. I still have a few purple heart grasses here. I won't let you suffer any loss. Take it. Instructor Chin took out a few purple-tipped purple heart grasses and handed them to him. Instructor Chin, this is too valuable. Take it if I tell you to. Instructor Chin deliberately put on an angry expression, but only smiled when he saw Zhang Ming accept it. Compared with the value of the divine material, the weight of purple heart grass is a bit light. But Instructor Chin handed him 7 purple-quality purple heart grasses. This is more than 20 million soul coins. For him, who is still a student, this is an astronomical figure. It is a wealth that most beastmasters can never achieve in their lifetime. Don't tell anyone about the divine materials. I need to contact the headquarters immediately and send troops to clear it up. Instructor Chin completely ignored him, raised his hand to check the time, and didn't respond to him. Whatever the reason, a sincere thank you. Instructor Chin smiled. Let's return quickly before it gets dark. I have to go to Dragon City later. Good. The two of them rode on Quetzalcoatl pterosaurs and spread their wings and flew into the sky. Although the Mirage Beast is dead, the white fog in the misty forest is still thick. It will probably take a few days for it to completely dissipate. Devil's Eye. By activating the ability to break delusion and farsightedness, the forest covered by the white fog was clearly visible in the field of vision. Even the small ferocious beasts hiding in the tree holes could be seen clearly. The ability of the demon eye is so practical. Anything within 300 meters can be brought closer and shrunk by the devil's eye, leaving it with nowhere to hide. As soon as it took off, Instructor Chin quickly used the camera function of his smart bracelet to take a few photos of the divine material and try to dial a virtual phone. With a beep connection sound, a 7-inch virtual projection screen appeared. Zhang Ming turned his head away intentionally. And Instructor Chin also turned on the encrypted call mode, so he couldn't hear anything even if he wanted to. From the corner of my eye, I saw Instructor Chin looking very excited, nodding his head continuously and looking at his mouth shape. It should be said received, understood. Sitting on the back of Quetzalcoatl, activating the demon eye, he became playful and casually observed the scenery on the ground. Carrion beasts? So many. Through the thick white fog, he saw no less than 100,000 carrion beasts running and gathering madly in the forest. The scene was extremely horrifying. The carrion beasts came one after another, as if they were chasing a ferocious beast. It is a ghost tiger with a dark blue, almost transparent body and no patterns, running at full speed and astonishing speed. If it weren't for the ability of the demon eye, I wouldn't have been able to detect that this transparent shadow was a ghost tiger. This ghost tiger is not only extremely fast and agile, it jumps and shuttles freely between branches and looks back at the army of corpse beasts behind it from time to time. There was a deafening roar that could be heard from 100 meters away. Another ghost tiger appeared. Wrong. It's a ghost tiger corpse species. Its entire body was pitch black and azure blue, with a protruding fang still in its mouth. Its body was rotten, and it was staring at the ghost tiger that was running at full speed just now. The two tigers confronted each other and made low groaning sounds. The corpse-type ghost tiger kept moving forward, forcing the ghost tiger in front of an ancient tree. The ghost tiger roared and suddenly launched an attack, pouncing on the corpse-type ghost tiger. In an instant, the originally dark blue and transparent fur gradually turned into dark blue and was no longer transparent. Blue blood flowed out, and the body was covered with scars. A large piece of flesh was bitten off from the neck by the corpse-type ghost tiger. Watching the corpse species swallowing the piece of flesh and blood like a wolf or a tiger, there was a hint of sadness in the ghost tiger's roar. Instructor Chin, stop for a moment. Instructor Chin was still on the phone when he heard Zhang Ming calling him. He stopped the pterosaur and hovered in the air. Zhang Ming leaned his head forward and stared at the ground. He was very curious. Why was this ghost tiger fighting so desperately? After being scratched by a corpse species and infected with death energy, it will also become a corpse species in less than a day. Zhang Ming noticed that the corpse-type ghost tiger was slightly larger in size and was a male tiger. This injured ghost tiger is a tigress. The female ghost tiger guarded the ancient tree behind her tightly, not allowing any corpse beast to approach. A small ghost tiger, which was not very big, poked its head out and cried anxiously. It tried to rush out several times, but was yelled back into the tree hole by the mother ghost tiger. Seeing this, he understood. The mother ghost tiger is protecting her children. Seeing more and more corpse beasts gathering around the female ghost tiger, the corpse ghost tiger became even more fearless and kept attacking. A large piece of skin on the female ghost tiger's right paw was torn off, revealing the eerie white bones. Can't wait any longer. If this continues, the female ghost tiger will die from excessive blood loss in less than 5 minutes. Layden, he jumped onto Rodden's back, let out a roar, and plunged into the white fog. Raging flames fell from the sky and endless magma flowed on the ground, melting the already rotten body of the corpse beast. The female ghost tiger noticed the appearance of Zhang Ming and Layton and actually showed a look of gratitude. Looking at the infected and festering wounds all over the female ghost tiger's body was shocking and very creepy. While Rodden was frantically fighting off the carrion beast, the mother ghost tiger quickly got into the tree hole, picked up the little ghost tiger, put it on the ground in front of Zhang Ming, and roared at him. Zhang Ming's eyes were firm, and he understood ghost tiger's meaning. He jumped off Rodden's back, picked up the little ghost tiger, activated the flash ring, and returned to Rodden's back. Watching Zhang Ming taking her child away, the female ghost tiger laid down on her front legs and bowed her head to thank him. Anthropomorphic gratitude was revealed in the tiger's eyes that were originally frightened. Don't worry, I will protect it. More and more carrion beasts gathered on the ground and began to pile up. The carrion ghost tiger targeted Rodden and kept trying to pounce on him. The female ghost tiger roared and pounced on the corpse ghost tiger, biting them together. The army of corpses overwhelmed her. The little ghost tiger in my arms kept whimpering, trying to break free. Chapter 33, Evolution. Red Flame Pterosaur. When Instructor Chin saw him driving Layton into the sea of fog below, he quickly hung up the phone and followed closely. Through the white fog, as soon as I reached the ground, I saw Rodden soaring into the sky. Instructor Chin was about to get angry when he noticed the little guy in his arms. Ghost Tiger. He activated the flash ring again, returned to the back of Quetzalcoatl and told Instructor Chin what had just happened. In the face of maternal love, all beings are equal. Ghost Tiger sacrificed himself and entrusted his cub to you. But you are good. Your ears are really pointy. In the time it takes me to make a phone call, I managed to get a Ghost Tiger cub. You can do it, kid. He gently stroked and soothed the baby in his arms, and his eyes became soft and delicate. Although the Ghost Tiger is a rare bloodline, its talent is unique and it is destined to be a natural assassin. When a Ghost Tiger grows up, even a king-level beast will have a headache if they encounter it. How many beastmasters are willing to pay a high price for a Ghost Tiger cub? You're really lucky. Zhang Ming smiled embarrassedly. I owe this to you. If you hadn't brought me to the Misty Forest, I wouldn't have met the Ghost Tiger. The cub was just frightened and witnessed the death of its mother. Try to see if you can form a blood bond with it. Use your soul power to comfort the little guy first. If the blood bond does not work the first time, don't worry. Feed it for a while, build an emotional foundation, and try the blood bond again after it becomes dependent on you. Zhang Ming nodded and placed his palm on the tiger cub's light blue skin, letting a trace of his soul power flow into it. The little guy hasn't grown any teeth yet, so he opened his mouth and bit his finger, then raised his cute little head and made a childish cry to him. Carrot omega carrot ah. He bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, which fell on the tiger cub's forehead. The blood slowly seeped into the light blue skin and disappeared, turning into a pattern composed of strange symbols. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting the Ghost Tiger. The system prompt sound suddenly rang, and Zhang Ming was surprised. It's done. Successful. Instructor Chin asked in a low voice as he watched the little guy slowly close his eyes. Zhang Ming nodded, but didn't dare to make a sound for fear of waking the little guy. The two of them understood each other and hugged each other all the way back to Jin Wu City without saying a word. Return to Jin Wu Academy, land on the playground, and put the little guy into the Soul Beast space. I'll give you a day off tomorrow, and we'll continue the special training after I come back. Good. After saying that, Instructor Chin continued to control the pterosaur to fly into the sky, heading towards Dragon City. It was already dark, so I bought 2 lunchboxes at the college's self-service supermarket and returned to the dormitory. Brother Ming is back. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw Da Fei, shirtless, and 2 other roommates playing a game together. Put down your lunchbox and take a shower first. Just after I finished squeezing out the shampoo, I heard Da Fei knocking on the glass door. Brother Ming, breaking news. Breaking news. I'm washing my hair. I can't hear you. Come out and tell me later. What? Zhang Ming was eating his lunchbox with big mouthfuls, and he almost choked when he heard Da Fei's words. Su Nan, Yang Kai, and Li Xiang were picked up by the mysterious royal-level beastmaster this afternoon. Instructor Lan is seriously injured, and even the dean of the academy has shown up. The mysterious beastmaster asked Su Nan to choose whether to go with him or not, and she agreed. Yang Kai and Li Xiang flattered her and insisted on going with him. What does that beastmaster look like? We're soul beasts. I was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see it. The soul beast looked like a big bee. What kind of bee is that, Brother Fei? It looks like a green-headed fly to me. Bees? Flies. Thinking back to the royal beastmasters in the 4 major regions of the Alliance in the previous life, there was only one person who met the description of Da Fei and the others. In the Magian district, there is a royal beastmaster nicknamed Wasp. Traitor! He slammed the table angrily. Now he also understood why Su Nan suddenly awakened his S-level soul power. In the previous life, the Magian district of the Alliance had more and stronger beast tamers in order to develop human potential and improve soul qualifications. By extracting the blood of legendary beasts, a secret medicine that can awaken a person a second time was developed. Once taken, there is a 50 chance of awakening a second time, developing a second S-level superpower, or improving the level of the original superpower again. No wonder he noticed that Su Nan's temples were covered with sweat that day. He must have obtained the secret medicine for the second awakening a long time ago and took it temporarily. This secret medicine is dedicated to the development of the soul. No matter the body or soul, the pain endured is unimaginable. He didn't expect that Su Nan, Yang Kai, and the other 2 would actually betray the Huaxia district. After the catastrophe 100 years ago, the remaining countries in the world spontaneously united to form an alliance. But the alliance was not a monolithic entity, and there was competition among the 4 major regions. In order to train and discover talented beastmasters, Each region will use threats and inducements at all costs. Once the crime of betrayal is established, it will never be accepted by future generations. Removed from China. Before he could kill the 3 men, they ran away. That's fine. The next time we meet, I will have sufficient and reasonable reasons to kill all 3 of them. I was worrying about how to end the killing of these 3 bugs. After all, the laws and investigations in the Huaxia district are extremely strict, and the entire city is covered with surveillance cameras. If I want to take action outside the city, I won't have the chance for a while. I understand. Zhang Ming calmed down and continued eating. You betrayed me in your previous life, and now you betray your nation. It seems that this dog can't change its habit of eating shit, no matter in its past or present life. Seeing that he had suppressed his emotions, Dafei didn't dare to say anything more. Lying on the bed, he probed his consciousness into the soul beast space and fed the little guy food. Open the Soul Points Exchange Mall. Epic Bloodline card. 1 million soul points. Exchange. Successfully exchanged for Epic Bloodline card *1. Originally, he wanted to wait until he was promoted to a Master Beast Tamer before hatching the legendary Bloodline Soul, Beast Egg, as his second soul beast. But he met the Ghost Tiger. Although the Ghost Tiger's bloodline is a little inferior, its talent is unique. Just imagine an assassination-type soul beast with extremely fast speed and stealth. It will become the nightmare of all ferocious beasts and beastmasters. Decisively exchange for the Epic Bloodline card to upgrade the Ghost Tiger bloodline. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful the Ghost Tiger with Epic Bloodline would become after it grew up. The remaining soul points will be used to transform into Latent first, so that he can continue to break through the soul power level limit. Materials required for evolution. Purple quality, purple heart grass *10, perfect soul crystal *10, lava fire crystal *10. Do you want to consume 6.83 million soul points instead? Yes. Ding. Successfully evolved into a scarlet flame pterosaur. Comprehension skill. Dragon flame song. Spit out several fire dragons to attack the target. Additional target tracking. In the soul beast space, Rodden's body shape changed again. His height became 7 or 8 meters, and his wingspan became more than 20 meters. A giant fire dragon. Star Diamond level 1 star. Remaining soul points, 203,3687. I checked the remaining soul points and found that there were still about 2 million. Continuing the upgrade would only be enough to upgrade it to 1 star. After upgrading to a higher level, the soul points required for each star upgrade also reached 1 million. Check out the Ghost Tiger. Chapter 34, Evolution. Wind Demon Tiger. Ghost Tiger. Bloodline rare. Talent. Stealth. Temporarily enters stealth state. Lasts 12 seconds. Increases speed by 50. Level Bronze 3 stars. Skill Bite. Introduction. This is the cub of the Ghost Tiger. Don't underestimate it, because it can bite you secretly when it gets angry. Evolution route. 7 types. Open the Epic Bloodline card in the system backpack and use it directly. In the Soul Beast space, the originally skinny and cute Ghost Tiger suddenly roared, shaking the space. Feeling the increase in blood power, his tiger eyes glared, and his originally light blue skin turned dark blue and transparent, gradually fading. Its body size also increased, and in a breath, it turned into a giant blue tiger that was 3 meters tall and about 5 meters long. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading the Ghost Tiger bloodline to the epic level. The best evolution route has been recommended for you. Do you want to check it now? Check. Hidden Evolution, Shadow Tiger, Wind Demon Tiger, Prison Demon Tiger, Eclipse Tiger, Great Dark Sky. Atavistic Evolution, Blue Tiger, Blue Eyes Tiger, White Eyes Ghost Tiger, Purple Eyes Demon Tiger, Evil Eyes Monarch. Carefully compare the 2 evolutionary options recommended by the system. The first type is a high agility melee type, an assassin type with a strong burst of single kill capabilities. The second type is a single target skill burst damage, a long range turret type, and also comes with a control skill. Both options suit his taste very well, whether it is paired with Rodden to build a fierce firepower combination. Whether it's stealth or single kill, growing into an assassin, it can greatly increase the beastmaster's combat power. After the Ghost Tiger's bloodline was upgraded, its talent also underwent a transformation. Choosing the first route will perfectly match its talent and unleash its full combat power. Choose to hide evolution. Whether to consume 1.7 million soul points to directly evolve into a wind demon tiger. Why so many? I only spent 10,000 soul points to evolve Rodden last time. Dear Master, you have chosen a hidden evolution, which requires the consumption of special beast soul crystals. Change the soul point consumption of atavism evolution to 100,000. Do you want to change it? That's it. Hidden evolution. Evolution. Ding. Ghost Tiger successfully evolved into Wind Demon Tiger. Wind Demon Tiger. Bloodline. Epic. Talent. Shadow Bloodline. Passively increases agility by 40 and dodge by 15. Actively enters stealth mode. Attack power increases by 15. First attack adds 35 extra damage. Stealth mode must be actively exited, unlimited time, and no cooldown. Level Gold 3 stars. Skills. Riven Chisel. Sharp Claws attack single target. Roar. Roars at surrounding targets, causing 3 seconds of deceleration and stun. Ghost Claw. Swings Ghost Claw shadows at the target, increasing critical damage by 25. Introduction. A rare, epic bloodline ghost tiger with high agility and high burst. No one has ever seen its appearance because everyone who has seen it is dead. The record about it will be written by you. Weakness. Slow down defense. This skill is simply that of a natural-born assassin. The transformed shadow bloodline can actually remain invisible forever. I'm tired of saying the word awesome. Underscore. I can't help but sigh in my heart. Judging from the skills alone, Ghost Tiger's single kill ability may have surpassed Rodden. If they really fight, I'm afraid that the 1-star Diamond Rodden will not be able to defeat the 3-star Gold Wind Demon Tiger. In the Soul Beast space, the Ghost Tiger that had just completed its evolution's dark blue skin changed again, appearing transparent and blurred. If you look closely, you can only see the blurred outline of its body. The originally tall body had shrunk into a tiny creature that was a little over 1 meter tall and less than 3 meters long. Under the huge tiger paws seemed to be hidden steel claws, sharp and cold. Give your new soul beast a name. Dark Blue. Successfully named the Wind Demon Tiger Yulan. Rewarded with 100 soul points. Yulan sensed the name coming from the soul and roared in response. It's a pity that it's nighttime now, so we can't see the Blue Tiger King, the King of Beasts. Looking at the remaining 300,000 soul points, I feel more and more that they're being spent very quickly. When I first got the Soul Beast training system, I thought 1 million, 10 million, and 100 million were astronomical figures. Now it seems still too young. It's morning in a blink of an eye. Zhang Ming, who wanted to sleep in, was woken up by Dafei early in the morning. Sitting shirtless next to a virtual smart computer, he was shouting and yelling, extremely angry and spitting foul language. I am very curious. How could Dafei be so powerful since he was born in the Qing dynasty? Did you watch the video again last night? Mingji, I'm so fucking pissed off. Hurry up and take a look. On the Soul ranking platform, those 2 idiots Yang Kai and Li Xiang are on TV. Hearing this, he rubbed his eyes and stood up quickly, without even having time to put on his shirt, and went up to him in his shorts. The channel shown on the video is the US-China broadcast. Yang Kai and Li Xiang were wearing the distinctive combat uniforms of the Meijian District Beast Tamers, looking bright and beautiful with shiny hair, and it was unknown how much hair oil they had applied. They looked proudly at the camera. For being able to awaken the S-level superpowers for the second time, I would like to thank all the researchers in the Meijian District first. It is your silent research, selfless dedication, and investment of life and energy that have led to the development of the awakening secret medicine. As the beneficiary, please accept my sincere thanks. After saying this, Yang Kai in the video bowed deeply to the person in front of him. Fuck, you bastard. It's only been less than a day since he left, and look how his tail is wagging. Dafei was furious. He pointed at the video and cursed at Yang Kai's entire family. Zhang Ming watched silently without saying anything, but he was also burning with anger in his heart, and his fists were clenched tightly. 2 idiots. This Li Xiang is no good either, birds of a feather. Next, the RD personnel from Meijian District appear in the video, introducing the extract ingredients and effects of the awakening secret medicine. He also made a speech welcoming all young beastmasters to join the Meijian District. All young beastmasters with B-level qualifications are eligible to receive a secret awakening medicine after joining the Meijian District. Isn't this a blatant poaching? My Jiang is so fucking shameless. Hundreds of years have passed, and the Magian district is still so arrogant and selfish. All of humanity has merged into an alliance, and they still use this trick, still dreaming of dominating the world. DeFei wanted to punch Yang Kai and the Magian district host who was speaking in the video to pieces. I'm so angry. The video announced the names of the S-level powers awakened by Yang Kai and Li Xiang this time. Thunder God's Wrath, Soul, ranking ability, ranked 13th. Blood Rage, Soul, ranking ability, ranked 17th. The video only announced the name of the S-level power and did not give a detailed introduction to the power. However, combining the two people's previous abilities and judging from their names, it is not difficult to judge the functions of these two S-level abilities. Yang Kai previously had Advanced Thunderstorm, and Li Xiang had Intermediate Rage, which should be a secondary upgrade based on the original superpowers to strengthen the original superpowers. However, their superpowers are ranked quite high on the soul list, and both of them have squeezed into the top 20. It's really a beautiful scene. Beep beep. Several people were studying the special abilities of the two traders when the smart watches on their wrists rang. It was Angel calling. Hello, is Brother Ming awake yet? Do you want to eat together? The smart bracelet was given to him by Anshi, as he doesn't have the money to buy such a high-tech gadget. When DeFei and the others heard the cute voice, they immediately looked at him with a smirk on their faces. Hey, is Brother Ming up yet? Do you want to have dinner together? Huh. DeFei deliberately imitated Anshi's voice, and his face turned red to his neck. Chapter 35, Emperor's Plan. Jin Wu City Central Hospital. After the three of them finished breakfast in the college cafeteria, Angie suggested going to the hospital to see the injured Instructor Lon. Ward 203. Gently pushing the door open, I saw Instructor Lon with a plaster cast and a bandage on his arm and wearing a hospital gown, looking a little funny. What he saw was Zhang Ming and his friends. He quickly straightened his clothes. You don't have to start with Instructor Lon. Neither you nor Instructor Qin came today, so we thought of coming to see you. And Qi said, I'm fine, just a little scrape, nothing serious. Instructor Lon smiled and raised his plastered arm. This is so embarrassing. Outside the ward, Instructor Qin's voice was heard. Colonel Qin. Instructor Lon quickly sat up straight and saluted with his other hand. How is it? Is the injury serious? It's okay. I just told Zhang Ming and the others that it's okay. He will recover after a few days in the hospital. Humph. I never thought these three ungrateful bastards would be traitors. The people in the Magian district are too overbearing. They openly come to China to poach people. Instructor Qin was very angry. His eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed that he did not get enough rest. Several people listened to Instructor Qin's words in silence. Let's not talk about this for now. Your superiors asked you to take good care of your injuries. During this period, the headquarters will send another instructor. Don't worry, just rest and recover. Yes. Instructor Lon agreed in a low voice. Zhang Ming is here too. Instructor Qin called him to the balcony of the ward alone. Instructor Qin had a stern face and a serious expression, completely different from the person he was yesterday. It was obvious that Instructor Qin was angry about this matter. I hate and feel sorry for what happened to Sunan and the other two. According to the intelligence from the Magian district, more than 40 new S-level beastmasters were added overnight yesterday, and this number is still rising. The soul rankings are being updated all the time. Zhang Ming frowned, realizing the seriousness of the matter. In the short term, there won't be much of a gap, but over time, the advantages of high-quality beastmasters will be apparent. The more soul beasts you contract, the more resources you'll need, and the faster you'll expand outward. This morning, the Magian district has officially announced in the media that it has launched the Monarch Plan and established the Monarch Organization to train S-level beastmasters. The ambitions and minions of the Magian district are constantly extending outward. Instructor Qin lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. I know that you may not understand the meaning behind these things. Instructor Qin, who exhaled thick smoke and smelled of it, looked at him firmly. What I'm about to tell you is top secret. You must not mention it to anyone. The Venerable has issued an order to establish the Emperor Plan. The Emperor's Project? That's right. Huaxia District has limited resources and is not as wealthy as Magian District. After deducting the resource expenditures for the combat troops and the soul crystal expenditures for the colleges in each city each year, plus the research funds, there are not many resources left to use. The so-called Emperor Plan is to select a group of talented beastmasters to learn how to make Horcruxes. By studying the stone inscriptions left over from the super ancient civilization period, we can reproduce the supreme soul weapons created by humans during the super ancient civilization and promote the development of soul weapons in the Huaxia region. Imperial weapon. Zhang Ming blurted out, somewhat shocked. The Emperor Plan did exist in the previous life, but was not announced until several years later. Unexpectedly, the Emperor Plan had already been secretly carried out and was on par with the Monarch Plan in the Meijin district. The Alliance's current Horcrux manufacturing technology is very backward, so the price of Horcruxes is extremely expensive. Ordinary beastmasters can't afford to buy or use them. The only master of the Horcruxes in the Huaxia region is Mr. Yi. Horcruxes are in short supply, and the other 3 regions are no exception. His Holiness's ideas are very advanced. If successful, they will promote the progress of all mankind. Every time when Instructor Qin mentioned Master Lin, his eyes would inadvertently reveal admiration. The scarcity of Horcruxes is not only related to the current Horcrux craftsmanship and materials, but also the inheritance of Horcruxes is the key. Our researchers are interpreting and translating ancient civilization stone carvings day and night to find relevant records of Horcrux manufacturing. But they're just a drop in the bucket, so the Venerable decided that if our predecessors could take the path of a Horcrux master, we can do the same, starting from scratch. I see. Horcruxes, whether used as weapons or auxiliary equipment by beastmasters, can greatly increase the survival rate of beastmasters in the wild and allow beastmasters to have powerful means of attack. There are records on stone carvings from the ultra-ancient civilization period that a master beastmaster relied on a powerful soul weapon to kill a king-level ferocious beast with the help of a soul weapon without summoning the soul beast. It shocked many researchers in the Alliance. After all, a beastmaster's first reaction when facing a ferocious beast is not to consider how to fight, but to ensure his own safety first and then summon the soul beast to fight. Especially when facing giant ferocious beasts, their sense of smell is very sensitive, and they specifically attack the beastmasters. Once the beastmaster dies, the soul beast will return to the soul beast space and disappear forever, and no one knows where it will go. This means that as long as the beastmaster dies, no matter how powerful your soul beast is, it will perish. This is also the biggest problem that has plagued beastmasters for 100 years. The reason why the Meijin district established the Monarch Plan is to improve the qualifications of beastmasters, contract more and stronger soul beasts, and make up for the shortcoming that the pets are strong but the masters are weak. After the competition, you will officially join the Imperial Organization and learn the manufacturing and research and development of Horcruxes. Zhang Ming nodded heavily. This important decision not only concerns his future achievements, but also the future status of the Chinese region in the Alliance, and even the foundation for the future survival of all mankind. During this time, you should focus on preparing for the competition. You must beat up those American guys in the finals. Ding. You have a new short message reminder. Please check it in time. After continuing to chat with Instructor Qin for a while and looking in Instructor Qin's red eyes, Zhang Ming asked Qi and Defei to leave and asked Instructor Qin to go back and have a good rest. At noon, the 3 of them had lunch at the Jin Wu building on the central street of Jin Wu City. Brother Ming, shall we go shopping in the mall of the Golden Plaza building later? Anchi's voice is so sweet that Dafei is envious. Angie, you should just call me Zhang Ming or call me Brother Ming like Dafei does. No need to add the word brother. Okay, Brother Ming. And she said with a smile while tilting her head and squinting her eyes. Golden Tower. The shopping mall complex under the Jin Mao Group in Huaxia District integrates shopping, leisure, and entertainment, covering everything. There are also special counters selling various evolutionary materials and resources needed for soul beasts, and even soul beast eggs are for sale. Just considering the price, I would just take a look at the window at the door. I can't afford it at all. Anchi insisted on holding his arm to go shopping, and Dafei had nothing to do, so he followed the 2 of them, his eyes shining. He looked left and right, front and back, and was stared at the items in the glass window. Fuck, Brother Ming's shop sells soul bones. This shop sells Horcruxes. Holy crap, a blue-quality Horcrux for 30 million? You must be kidding. Who the hell can afford this? Soul beast eggs of rare bloodline. When passers-by saw Dafei like this, they thought he had never been to the city, so they all smiled. Brother Ming, Do you think that guy looks like Jiang Jie? What looks like is clearly what it is. Chapter 36, Online Store Number 8. Across the mall aisle of more than 10 meters, Jiang Jie, dressed neatly in a designer suit, stood arrogantly in a store that was being renovated, pointing things around, completely oblivious to the gazes of the outside world. TSK, he really is born into a rich family. He's a different person once he leaves school. DeFei's words sounded sour. I have to admit that Jiang Jie's family does have some financial resources. Although Jiang Jie is a playboy, his father Jiang Xiao is a well-known person. He started from scratch, is a philanthropic entrepreneur, a key supported enterprise, a model manufacturing enterprise, and has been awarded many honorary titles. We have been engaged in the production of soul beast rations for more than 40 years. At first, it was just a small workshop of 60 square meters with 3 people, but now it has become a leading enterprise in the production of soul beast rations. His family has production lines and food supply stores in all cities across the Huaxia region. Brother Ming, let's go to the front and buy something to drink. And she was disgusted with Jiang Jie in her heart and deliberately pulled Zhang Ming forward. Jiang Jie turned his head inadvertently and saw 3 people standing in the aisle through the transparent glass. Hee, isn't this our genius beastmaster Zhang Ming? How come our genius has time to go shopping today? As soon as Jiang Jie opened his mouth, he acted like an old yin-yang master. His tone was sarcastic and very unpleasant. Zhang Ming and the other 2 were too lazy to pay attention to him. They met by chance and had no connection with each other, so there was no point in talking to each other. Don't rush away. I'll buy you a drink, genius. Why is the genius ignoring me? Jiang Jie deliberately raised his voice and shouted in the aisle with a mocking look on his face. Pa! He spat on the ground in disgust. Do you really think you are a genius just because you have S-level qualifications? You are nothing but a dog without money. Don't let the time come when you can't even afford to feed the soul beast, Jiang Jie folded his arms around his shoulders, bent down deliberately, and patted the leather shoes he had just ordered today. What a fucking idiot. DeFei didn't take Jiang Jie seriously at all and turned around to greet him. Ignore him. He relies on his family's wealth to act arrogantly and domineeringly. And she advised. Zhang Ming didn't respond. Yes, if you don't have money, you are just a dog. Although this sentence sounds harsh, it is very realistic. In his previous life, the main reason for his misfortunes, apart from meeting the wrong people and not being able to judge people correctly, was because he was poor, wasn't it? Originally an orphan, he barely completed his studies with the aid of the Alliance and joined a combat unit to earn a living, which was just enough to feed his soul beasts and his own expenses every month. I saved some money by living frugally and spent it all on cultivating soul beasts. There was a month when the soul beast was so pitiful that it starved and had no food for 3 days. He would remember this incident for the rest of his life. Although there's a soul beast training system in this life, rebirth only takes 1 month. He contracted 2 epic bloodline soul beasts and reached the star diamond level that he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. It is precisely because of the soul beast training system that his ambitions in this life go beyond this. His goal was to contract 9 soul beasts, and they had to be 9 soul beasts with legendary bloodlines, or even stronger. He wants to stand at the real top. Perhaps Jiang Jie's words stimulated him. Since he had a soul beast training system, why not make good use of the system to make money for him and build an industry? This way, after graduation, you won't have to run around looking for a job or taking on missions to earn soul coins like in a previous life. If you own a shop, you can legitimately exchange soul points for various resources in the mall and sell them. Is there any business that can make you more profitable than selling things from the mall? All he lacked was a shop. Angel, how was the daily transaction volume of Jin Wu Mall? And she knew much more about Jin Wu City than he did. It's okay. Although the Jin Wu building is not the largest shopping complex in Jin Wu City, it is also a mid to low level shopping mall. 60% of beastmasters will choose Jin Wu Mall for shopping. Otherwise, Jiang Jie and his family would not have chosen Jin Wu building to open a store. Why? Brother Ming, do you want to open a store? When Anchi heard him ask this question, it was easy for her to think of the topic of opening a store. Zhang Ming did not hide anything and expressed his thoughts. The store doesn't need to be too big. It only sells daily consumables, such as soul beast rations. I understand your idea, brother. But if you really want to do this, you could try a virtual online store. Online sales are very popular now. All of Anchi's soul beast consumables are basically purchased in the Huaxia Cloud shopping mall. After placing an order and paying, the Night Express company will have a dedicated beastmaster to deliver it. It's very convenient. Yes, how could I have forgotten this? I can open an online store in Yungo Mall. Angie's little brain is still quick. As soon as she finished praising Angie, a blush appeared on her pink cheeks. No way. Brother Ming, why did you suddenly come up with the idea of opening a store? Dafei was very puzzled. In Dafei's opinion, the best choice is to join the combat forces after graduation, accumulate military merits, cultivate soul beasts, upgrade and evolve, and finally become a high-level beastmaster. This is his ideal life, the perfect life. And she also looked at him curiously. So that next time we see that grandson, he won't spit on our backs. In the eyes of these rich kids, your background is the same as Dong Liang's, and they don't think highly of you. Yeah, Brother Ming has some truth in what he said, but I think Dong Liang doesn't like Jiang Jie either. Times have changed. We can't just rely on fists. Identity, status, and wealth are all indispensable. At this moment, Dafei felt that there seemed to be a 1,000-foot-long light shining on Zhang Ming's body, and his image instantly became much taller. I find that Brother Ming's speech is becoming more and more profound now. Dafei said, half-knowingly, "What flavor do you want to drink? Naruto and I? There's watermelon popsicle, lemonade, and milkshake dirty tea." And she stood in front of the drinks counter, tiptoeing in her Lolita shoes. Just looking at her back, the black and pink princess dress was enough to make people take a few more glances. "Just lemonade, I'll pay for it." 2 glasses of lemonade. "Angie, what do you want?" Zhang Ming said, clicking on the virtual bracelet on his wrist to pay. "Thank you, Brother Ming." The 3 of them sat on chairs outside the store and started tinkering with the Yungo Shopping Mall online store. Fill in the information. Facial recognition, category selection, store name. What a good name. There's a random name here. Shop number 8. Sure. Is it over? Brother Ming, you are too fast. You didn't even think about the name of the store carefully to give it a catchy sign. Why did you just pick a random name? Dafei was a little surprised when he saw Zhang Ming working so fiercely. "It's okay, it's just a name. But Brother Ming, do you have any goods? What are you going to sell?" "Hee, it's a secret. I won't tell you yet." Zhang Ming smiled knowingly. He had already thought about what to sell. If you want to make money, make a lot of money. If you want to sell what is not available in the market. Chapter 37, Secondary Occupational Mission. What on earth is this so mysterious? And she pouted her lips, revealing her cute little fangs, and asked expectantly. Zhang Ming smiled, but said nothing. And she pouted, her baby fat cheeks puffed up slightly, and she pretended to be angry. After registering all the information of the Yungo Mall online store, all that's left is to take photos and put the goods on the shelves. The transaction process of the cloud shopping mall is very convenient. Whether it is ordering food or shopping, it can all be done with one click. Buyers browse the store, select products, and place an order. The merchant confirms the order, and every city has full-time or part-time beast tamers who deliver the goods quickly and pick them up at the door. Control flying soul beasts to make deliveries and earn delivery commissions. In his previous life, he was also a member of the glorious Night Express. From picking up parcels in the same city to delivering them to the door, the fastest time was no more than 20 minutes. People in the industry call it fast seconds. It once won the honor of the fastest night for 3 consecutive years and received numerous praises. For cities that are very far away, the parcels will be picked up and handed over to the Night Express headquarters, which will use the most advanced space technology to transport the parcels to the target city branch. It is then delivered by the riders, which is extremely convenient. However, space technology has just been developed and is still in the testing phase. It is only used within the Alliance's combat military and has not yet been open to the public for use. At present, deliveries to cities that are far away require riders to hand over express parcels, but the latest time will not exceed 4 days, and generally the parcel can be received within 1 to 2 days. Therefore, the current cloud shopping mall is not as popular as it was in the previous life and is still in its infancy. The wave of online shopping among the entire population that occurred in later generations had not yet formed. Because of the existence of the space soul weapon, Zhang Ming does not have to worry about stockpiling backlogs. After putting the products you want to sell on the shelves, you can sell them and change them at any time. Very convenient. Although the Soul Point Exchange Mall can meet almost all of his needs for cultivating soul beasts. But after all, he still needs to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate, and he still needs money for daily expenses. If you rashly use soul points to exchange items in the mall and sell them in physical stores, you will be tempted to do something bad. The cloud shopping mall will keep the information of each online store owner confidential. The Alliance Intelligent Brain Cloud computing data will encrypt and keep the privacy of all online stores in the 4 major regions. Even the top management of each district cannot snoop into the privacy. It is extremely safe, and there is no need to worry about the items in the Soul Point Exchange Mall being discovered. Let's go. I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. The more Zhang Ming thought about it, the more he thought this was a feasible idea. So he stood up and said, although he was the one treating, he was short of money and could only treat the 2 of them to a fast food meal. The 3 of them ate with gusto and didn't complain or say anything. Hey, what a coincidence today. How come I ran into a genius again? The person who spoke was Jiang Jia. He was wearing sunglasses, and he gently pulled down the frames. He lowered his head to glance at the fast food the 3 people were eating, and his tone was full of disdain. Oh, geniuses only eat this? Anchi, you too? Must follow him and eat this crap. Is this food for human consumption? The workers who work for my family don't eat it, huh? After some ridicule and a few laughs, Jiang Jia walked into the high-end restaurant next door, called the manager, and ordered food in a very arrogant manner. Fuck, you bastard. If it weren't for the city's rule that soul beasts cannot be summoned, I would have killed him today. De Fei glared at Jiang Jia fiercely and started cursing at him with foul language. Why bother with him? During the special training tomorrow, let Instructor Qin arrange for you to practice against him and teach him a lesson. It has to be you. Brother Ming, this is a good idea. De Fei's eyes lit up and he looked surprised, thinking in his heart how to deal with this bastard tomorrow. After dinner, I didn't continue wandering around and went back to the college to avoid meeting that idiot Jiang Jia and feeling sick. It's not a pleasant feeling to vomit right after eating. After returning to the dormitory, Da Fei went out to play ball. Zhang Ming was lying on the bed, crossing his legs, checking the system panel. When Instructor Qin told me about the Emperor plan this morning, I seemed to have received a system message, but hadn't had time to read it yet. Check. Trigger the secondary occupation task and create a white quality Horcrux. Open the collection function, the soul weapon creation function, and the soul weapon manufacturing book classification in the exchange mall. Reward. Purple manufacturing book *1. After reading the message, Zhang Ming stood up and sat up. Secondary job? Horcrux creation function. Horcrux creation book. System elf. What does the Horcrux creation function mean? Dear Master, put in the Horcrux crafting book and materials you want to craft, and the crafting function will automatically craft it. After successful manufacturing, you will gain corresponding experience points. After upgrading the level, the chance of successful manufacturing will also increase. There is still hope to create a higher grade Horcrux master. So that's how it is. It's pretty much what I thought. Awesome. See, restraining the little sense of anticipation and excitement in my heart, I suddenly felt that the future was bright. Yesterday, I had more than 300,000 soul points left when I evolved Yulan. Adding the soul points I saved from the soul power book tonight, I have less than 400,000. That's about enough. Let's change a few to open up the market. Soul Point Exchange Mall. Find the cheapest column. B-level soul qualification card, 5,000 soul points. C-level soul qualification card, 2,000 soul points. Let's start with 10. We don't have many soul points anyway. B-level soul qualification card. After use, the soul qualification is raised to B-level and a random soul power is obtained. The soul points consumed can be specified. System elf, if other people use the qualification card, will the soul power be randomly selected? Dear Master, other people will use random abilities by default when using the qualification card. Okay, elf. The second awakening secret medicine from a Magian district. I have never heard of this ghost thing in my previous life. It might have some side effects. How can it be as healthy and green as the soul qualification card produced by our system? Take a photo. Fix it here, make the shadows a little softer, and the colors a little softer. Select Upload. Price. Use Dafei's virtual computer to check how much the second awakening secret medicine in the Magian area sells for in soul coins. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. Not more, not less, exactly 10 million soul coins. Moreover, it has been sold out. The secret medicine for the second awakening is called a miracle drug in the black market. The price has increased several times and is directly hyped up to 70 million per bottle, but there is still no demand. This Nima Meijian guy really knows how to do business. Zhang Ming was watching when a pinned message with the Chinese region marked popped up at the top of the screen. The Huaxia district has verified that the secret medicine for the Second Awakening contains a large amount of harmful ingredients. Taking it will accelerate the decay of the soul. It is strictly forbidden to take it, buy it, or circulate it privately. I knew the American guy had no good intentions. The C-level qualification card is priced at 500,000 soul coins, and the B-level qualification card is priced at 2 million soul coins. Let's leave it like this for now. 2 million soul coins may seem like a lot, but as a low-level beast tamer in his previous life, he could earn more than 30,000 soul coins every month, so this price was not considered high. However, the amount of soul coins consumed in cultivating soul beasts is too astonishing, resulting in everyone spending all their money every month and having no money left. Just wait for the order notification. Besides, Zhang Ming wanted to sell the qualification card through Enqi. Contact the real senior management of the Huaxia district and use the qualification card where it should be used. This is Zhang Ming's real plan. After all, taking out so many qualification cards at once would definitely arouse suspicion, but in this way, it can also protect yourself in disguise. Chapter 38, Tyrant Ruins. Ding dong. Huh, it's just been put on the shelves, and someone is asking for advice so soon. As soon as I lay down, the cloud shopping store icon on the smart bracelet on my wrist started flashing as a reminder. Open the virtual cast screen. The Forest Fairy sent you a message. Forest Fairy, is the boss here? Shop number 8 customer service. Yes, what can I do for you? The Forest Fairy sent you a product link. Forest Fairy, can this B-level qualification card really improve soul qualifications? Customer service of store number 8. Yes, we will compensate you tenfold if the product is fake. We guarantee that it is authentic and effective. Forest Fairy. Oh, customer service of store number 8. Customer service of store number 8. If the product does not work after you receive it, you can click the complaint button to file a complaint. You can apply for a refund at any time. You don't have to worry at all. This is my first time acting as a customer service representative for an online store. I'm very careful with every word I say. Although I don't expect this first buyer to place an order, it allows me to accumulate experience in serving customers. After waiting for a long time, the Forest Fairy didn't reply to him. Her status showed online, and it seemed that she was ignoring him. In my previous life, I only had experience as a knight, but not in running an online store. Well, I'll learn slowly. An afternoon passed. Apart from the Forest Fairy who consulted me once, no one else came to consult me. Is it because the B-level qualification card is not attractive enough? That shouldn't be the case. Most beastmasters are below level C. New stores are given 7 days of traffic support. Looking at this amount of traffic, more than 20,000 people have viewed my store. That's right. The Awakening Secret Medicine is sold out. I just have an ordinary card with no advertising or reputation, but the price is so low. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. I spent the whole afternoon on the online store, learning customer service chat techniques, how to answer buyers' questions, and what words of endearment to use to address buyers. Open the Soul Point Exchange Mall and directly exchange for 1 S-level qualification card and 10 A-level qualification cards. Prepare to put them in the online store as the treasure of the store. Set them as not-for-sale items, specifically to attract attention. System Elf, if someone else uses an S-level qualification card to awaken a power, will it be the same as mine? Master, don't worry. You're the only one who can choose the S-level qualification card by spending soul points. If anyone else uses it, it will only enhance the original ability level to S level. Don't worry. Take pictures, set for display only. Do you still need to name a price? The price of a level soul qualification card is 8.88 million soul coins. The S-level soul qualification card is priced at 99.99 million soul coins. Anyway, it's just a display item, and I guess no one would be stupid enough to pay for it and be taken advantage of. Displaying the S-level qualification card is just a stepping stone, and it will not be actually sold through the online store. Regardless of its origin or function, it will definitely attract attention. Grade A and Grade B qualification cards are the products he wants to promote. It is also a good product that most beastmasters can afford. When Dafei came back from playing ball, Anchi called and said that she had something to do in the afternoon and couldn't have dinner together. Dafei and I had a quick bite in the cafeteria. Looking at the quiet online store, no one has been interested in it, so I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the store has just opened, so there's no need to rush. Good wine needs no bush. He believed that once someone tried to buy it and discovered the effect of the qualification card, it would definitely cause a stir, attracting countless beastmasters and setting off a frenzy. In the morning, it is cloudy today. Instructor Qin also returned to his previous expression, and a new instructor namely came. According to Instructor Qin, the two were comrades who joined the army at the same time, were of similar age, and had similar personalities. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Shutong, a King Level 3-star Beastmaster. I am honored to join everyone's special training in place of Instructor Lon. Before he finished speaking, applause broke out in the venue. I will be responsible for everyone's training in the next period of time. Instructor Li's expression was different from Instructor Qin's. Instead, there was a gentleness in his voice. However, his eyes were as cold as Instructor Qin's, and he couldn't hide his expression. Instructor Qin practices with his soul beast every day on the largest fighting stage in the stadium. Not only that, a new special training has been added. Fighting. Instructor Qin would not stop until he was beaten black and blue every day. Instructor Li is even more ruthless. The students thought that Instructor Li's training method would be gentler. Who would have thought that the Hell training was even more severe than Instructor Qin's method? In order to strengthen physical fitness, all men and women, regardless of gender, followed the military method to carry out weight training. It also completely disrupted the rules of soul beast battles, and the Beastmaster was not allowed to stand in a safe position. You must enter the battle arena and join the battle together with the soul beast. The winner will not be determined unless one party voluntarily admits defeat. It's simply an enhanced version of Hell mode. This would make life difficult for everyone. In previous sparring sessions, the Beastmasters always stood safely on the beast taming platform without having to worry about being hurt by the attacks of soul beasts. Now it's bad. I wish I had eyes all over my body so I can be on the lookout for the opponent's attacks at all times. After each battle, everyone was drenched in sweat, nervous, frightened, and shocked, with all kinds of emotions filling their hearts. Not only do they have to dodge the attacks of opponent soul beasts and keep a safe distance at all times, but they also have to prevent themselves from getting hurt. This special training method is really cruel for these rookies who have just become Beastmasters. Defame matched Jiang Jie twice in a row and won by relying on the rhinoceros beetle's defense. 2 sets of clothes were ruined in 2 times, and each time he was covered in dirt. Jiang Jie was not having a good time either. He was hit by the horn of a rhinoceros beetle once, and his left arm had to be put in a cast. Looking at the injured Jiang Jie, Defei finally got his revenge. He spoke foul language and made Jiang Jie blush. Only then did he feel satisfied. It also proves to everyone that the level of bloodline does not represent absolute strength or weakness, and soul beasts with low bloodline can also defeat soul beasts with high bloodline. After nearly a month of hellish special training, everyone's combat skills in controlling soul beasts have improved dramatically. Attack, dodge, defend, predict, all in good shape, like a real warrior. Zhang Ming rode on Rodden's back, while Instructor Qin stood beside the Earth Spike armored Rex, holding a round shield in his hand and throwing it directly at Rodden's chest. The Earth Spike armored Rex also launched an attack at this time. There was no way to dodge. Leighton activated the Dragon Flame song, spitting out 7 flaming dragons that rushed towards Instructor Qin and directly attacked the Beastmaster. The round shield failed to hit the target, so he quickly rolled sideways to block the fire dragon. Zhang Ming also took the opportunity to activate the flash ring and stimulate the devil's eyes. His originally black eyes instantly turned into amber devil-like pupils, and Instructor Qin's movements instantly slowed down. He appeared behind Instructor Qin in a flash and kicked him right in the back. Kicked Instructor Qin 5 or 6 meters away. "All right, kid, your month of training wasn't in vain. You can even touch my body." Instructor Qin stood up and praised him with a laugh. "Is it upgraded?" "Yes. I absorbed soul crystals yesterday and upgraded to a 1-star Beastmaster." "Good. Today is the end of the month. There's still 1 month left. Tomorrow, everyone will be issued combat uniforms and start surviving in the wild. Don't look so sad. The place to live has been decided for you. It's in the Tyrant Ruins." Chapter 39, Aircraft Battleship, Red God. Tyrant's Ruins. During the Cataclysm, when the ancient Titan Black Dragon King Tyrant awakened, the Earth's crust moved and the ground cracked, revealing the remains of an ancient civilization buried 10,000 meters underground, which were named Tyrant Ruins. Along with the awakening of the Black Dragon King Tyrant, there were also countless subdragon beasts. After the soul list came into the world and the Black Dragon King tyrant disappeared, his bloodline descendants still survived in this relic, including many king-level beasts. Above Jin Wu Academy, a huge ship, 300 meters long and 100 meters wide, spanned the sky, casting a shadow below the Jin Wu Academy. It's the first-generation aviation battleship Akami. A student who loves technology pointed to the huge, red, steel-bodied flying ship in the sky and blurted out. Although it is a first-generation aviation battleship powered by nuclear power, its speed is still not inferior to that of a second-generation anti-gravity-driven aviation battleship. The nuclear-powered aviation battleship Qishan, the first generation of aviation battleship independently developed by the Huaxia region, is used to gather beast-controlling troops in wartime, block the invasion of giant beasts, and protect the people of China. In my previous life, I was fortunate enough to climb it once. Although it is the first generation of battleships, and it is 100 years old, it has not been retired yet. Both its facilities and weapons are still equipped with the latest black technology, which is amazing and makes people marvel at the power of scientific and technological civilization. The appearance of the Red God caused a group of teachers and students from the Jin Wu Academy to lie on the guardrails and watch, exclaiming in amazement. Everyone, stand at attention. Instructors Sheen and Lee stood in front of the team with serious expressions, examining every student who was ready to fight. Before you start your survival in the wild, I have a few things to tell you in advance. The location for this wilderness survival is the Tyrant Ruins, and the survival period is 30 days. I would like to state in advance that wilderness survival is extremely dangerous and uncertain, and your life may be in danger at any time. If anyone doesn't want to take the risk, they can step forward now. After Instructor Chin finished speaking, there was complete silence, and everyone even stopped breathing. A minute passed, and Instructor Chin's eagle-like eyes cast upon every student's face, creating an invisible pressure that made no one dare to look directly at him. Instructor Chin, a girl came out with a timid voice. Seeing someone stand up, the other people in the back of the team, both men and women, felt their hearts beating like drums and became hesitant. 3 more girls stood up, followed by 2 boys. Is there anyone else? Last minute, Instructor Chin shouted suddenly. Of the original team of 500 or 600 people, only half had left, leaving less than 300 people. Zhang Ming looked determined and stared straight ahead. Instructor Chin looked at the remaining people and nodded secretly. He was very satisfied that half of them were still left. Instructor Chin did not reprimand the students who dropped out with harsh words. Although the group of students in front of him are highly qualified and talented, they are trained by the Alliance. But after all, he has never experienced the baptism of blood and tears, never truly faced a powerful, ferocious beast, and never felt the fear and terror of being infinitely close to death. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can never grow into towering trees that can stand on their own. If you want to become a true beastmaster, a qualified beastmaster, just having advanced qualifications and a soul beast with a powerful bloodline is far from enough. Courage, confidence, calmness, survival in the wild trains your ability to respond to emergencies and your combat capabilities. Whether it's on the battlefield of a big competition or one day in the future when you really encounter a powerful beast outside the city, this experience of survival in the wild will benefit you for life. Students who withdraw will be disqualified from the competition. All those who stay will summon flying soul beasts to land on the battleship. A B-level combat suit has been prepared for each of you on the battleship. It's a welcome gift from the Alliance to all the students who stayed. I hope everyone can improve their ability to fight with soul beasts through this survival experience. The atmosphere was tense just now, but when they heard the words B-level combat suit, joy and excitement instantly appeared on their faces and applause broke out. The Alliance has invested a lot this time. The price of a B-level combat suit is already $2 million. The C-class combat suit alone is fireproof and waterproof and costs $700,000. I have tried on the B-class combat suit in the mall. It has improved its tolerance to high temperatures and is made of the fur of the Lord's bloodline beast. The fur of a beast with the Lord's bloodline? That $2 million is really not expensive. That is to say, you can resist most attacks from gold-level beasts, so you don't have to worry about getting hurt. There were whispers among the team, each discussing the value and function of the B-level combat suit. But the students who just quit were so envious and regretted it so much. Instructor Chin looked at Zhang Ming, and the two smiled knowingly. Everyone summoned flying soul beasts, and flew towards the warship above their heads. Although I'd been to the Red God once in my previous life, I still felt relaxed and happy when I stood on the steel deck of the Red God again and looked down at the Earth. Damn it, this is a quantum cannon. Even a diamond-level beast will be knocked down with one shot. The students who had just boarded the battleship were shouting and clamoring in surprise, and even the guardrails on the battleship looked new to them. Everyone assemble. First, all equipment on the warship cannot be touched casually. Second, you can't move around freely. You can only move around on the deck. The students nodded repeatedly and stood where they were, not being allowed to touch or look at it. Everyone, collect your combat uniforms in an orderly manner. During this wilderness survival mission, the Red God will use the latest space teleportation technology to randomly teleport you to different areas in the Tyrant Ruins. Here are 3 days' worth of supplies, one for each person. The Red God will airdrop supplies every 3 days. Your mission is to find the supplies, avoid the beasts, and survive. You can find a safe place to hide. I won't interfere with what you do. As long as you survive successfully, you will be considered qualified. Instructor Chin, what should we do if we really encounter danger of certain death? Asked a senior male student. There's a positioning bracelet in the supply backpack. If you really encounter danger that you cannot avoid, use the positioning bracelet to send a distress signal. The space transmission device on the Red God will automatically locate your position. If you remain motionless for 3 seconds, it will automatically teleport you back to the Red God. Wow, black technology. Likewise, you will also be disqualified from participating in the competition, and your combat uniforms must be returned. We have to return the combat uniforms. Many people showed disappointed expressions. Sure enough, the space teleportation technology from the previous life is now being used in combat troops. Zhang Ming thought secretly. The Red God sets off. The huge battleship slowly rose into the air, and the huge thrusters of the stern kept turning red and hot. Suddenly, a fierce energy fire attack gushed out, and a spherical shield composed of pentagonal figures suddenly appeared around the Qishin battleship. It disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed, and the battleship disappeared in the blink of an eye. The people on the battleship did not feel weightless at all. The air currents and clouds around them changed wildly, which was quite magical. Chapter 40, Raiding Taelong's Lair. 10,000 meters above the sky, a red streak of light streaked across the blue sky. It's the aviation battleship Akagami. Everyone, get ready and line up to enter the teleportation platform. It is expected to arrive above the Tyrant Ruins in 30 seconds. Everyone had already put on their combat uniforms and carried their backpacks. They were all feeling nervous and scared. De Fei and Qi, no matter where you appear after teleportation, immediately summon Soul Beast to take off and keep a safe distance. Don't fly too high or too low. First find a place with water to hide and collect more feces from high-level beasts. Da Fei and Anshi stood in front of him, looking like primary school students listening attentively. He also generously shared with the two all the wilderness survival experience he had learned from Instructor Chin. If you really can't hold on any longer, activate the positioning bracelet to send a signal. You only have one life. Remember, looking at Zhang Ming's serious expression, the two nodded in response. I got it, Brother Ming. Don't worry. I hope to meet Brother Ming sooner so that we can team up. Hee. And she said with a smile. The pink combat suit on her body was wrapped with small lines, which was quite delicate. Don't worry, Brother Ming. My rhinoceros beetle has been upgraded to Silver 6 stars this month. DeFei was quite proud and said, patting his chest. Okay, remember the mark we agreed on and meet up early. Teleport preparation countdown. The main control room of the Akagami was filled with more than a dozen combat personnel who were operating instruments to control the warship. In the center of the control room, there was a glass round table that was just big enough for one person to stand. The students in front stood on the transmission platform one after another and disappeared in a flash of light and shadow. Be careful. Instructor Chin walked up to Zhang Ming, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Yes. He nodded heavily. It's his turn. Standing on the transmission platform, to be honest, it was the first time for me to experience this black technology of space transmission. The countdown begins. 3, 2. As the operator next to him counted, he felt a strong suction force coming wildly from all around his body. The body seemed to be disintegrating and melting, and light and shadows appeared and disappeared on the transmission platform. Next second, a figure appeared out of nowhere The wonderful feeling just now disappeared, and my feet suddenly landed on the ground, and I felt steady. Roar! Before I could confirm my surroundings, a deafening roar reached my ears. Damn, my luck can't be that bad. Look up. Stunned. He was actually teleported to the lair of the ferocious subdragon beast, Taya Dragon. Underneath was the nest that the Taya Dragon had built with branches and leaves. There are 5 huge dragon eggs next to it. A Teosaurus, as tall as a 2-story building, poked its huge head over. It had 2 pitch-black, spiral horns on its lizard-like head, brown, red, and black scales all over its body, and a pair of small wings on its back, like a decoration. An unpleasant sour smell came from a mouth. Hi, sorry. Tailong raised his head and let out an angry roar, and the huge lizard head came towards him like a cannonball. He quickly activated the flash ring and teleported to the huge lizard head of Tailong. Tailong had short front legs and couldn't catch him at all, so he kept shaking his head, trying to shake him off. Laden, a fire pterosaur with a wingspan of more than 10 meters appeared, and a ball of fire flew towards Taya Dragon from its mouth. Leaping forward, Rodden swooped down and caught him. The man and the beast have a great understanding of each other. Taeron's information panel also appeared in the field of vision. Talent, bloodline rare. Talent, strength enhancement. Level, star diamond 1 star. Skill, bite tail strike collision ground shock. Introduction, a descendant of the Black Dragon King Tyrant, a social dragon species with outstanding size and strength, thick skin, and high health. It is an extremely difficult opponent to defeat. If you meet a Taya Dragon, it means its partner is not far away. Weaknesses, wings and mouth. A star diamond level Taya Dragon. Fire explosion. Cast the supernatural power pyroblast, and first give Rodden a 15 skill damage bonus. Long Yin sings. Zoom in when the fight starts. 7 or 8 ferocious fire dragon heads roared out from Rodden's mouth and rushed straight to Tailong's face. Zhang Ming used Rodden, taking advantage of the air advantage, to continuously carry out all-round fire treatment on the Taya Dragon. The fire ignited the nest, and several dragon eggs in the nest were mercilessly burned by the flames. Taeron had no time to fight with Rodden and let out an anxious roar. In the distance, another roar seemed to be heard. This is a female Teosaurus, and it's calling for its mate. He looked down at the dragon eggs in the nest and patted Rodden on the back. With an instant dive, he jumped into the burning nest and directly put the 5 dragon eggs into the system backpack. He activated the flash ring and returned to Rodden's back. Seeing the dragon egg disappear, Tailong was angry. The powerful hind legs kept stomping on the ground, and the rumbling sound was extremely loud. No liftoff. Rodden also discovered Taeron's intention and quickly increased his altitude. Tailong stomped its legs on the ground and jumped up several hundred meters. The pair of decorative small wings behind it flapped rapidly, allowing it to stay in the air for a short time. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to bite Rodden. That was a close call. Just a few meters away, it was almost reached by Tailong. Eyes of the Devil. Activating the Soulbone Demon Eye, he saw from afar a larger and stronger Taya Dragon running towards him at a rapid speed in the jungle. 1 is easy to deal with. Let's forget about 2. The hide of the Taya Dragon is so thick, if Yulan is also at the star diamond level, it'll be fine. Slipped away. Seeing the dragon egg being stolen by the egg thief who suddenly appeared, the angry Taya Dragon chased after him madly, intending to fight to the death. Seeing that Rodden's figure was getting smaller and smaller in the sky, Taeron roared to the sky and let out a miserable cry. At this moment, on the Red God, 10,000 meters in the sky, a giant screen in the control room is divided into hundreds of small screens, showing the figures of all students participating in wilderness survival and being monitored in real time. Beidou Sports System. Haha Lao Zhao. Instructor Qin laughed heartily and opened his arms to warmly hug the middle-aged man opposite him. Old Qin, how about my Beidou Sports System? Very good. Lao Qin praised with a thumbs up. In order to cooperate with you in this wild survival mission, I planted spore seeds in the Tyrant Ruins 2 months in advance. This time, you owe me a favor, and you can't deny it again. Old Zhao pointed at Instructor Qin and said with a smile, Huh, okay, everything is not a problem. Huh, this student riding the fire dragon is pretty good. He dug out the Taya Dragon's nest as soon as he was teleported down. Old Zhao noticed Zhang Ming's figure on the screen. Isn't the guy who robbed the bird's nest Zhang Ming? This brat. Huh, it was this guy who killed the Mirage beast with me last time. After Instructor Chin finished speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly understood. So, this is the student that Reverend Lin mentioned. Not bad, not bad. Old Chin has good taste. Over the jungle. Seeing that Taolong did not chase him anymore, he recalled Layden, summoned Yulan, and hid in the dense forest. Because he saw from afar a large group of two-tailed, sharp-toothed birds in groups. These are cruel birds and beasts that eat everything. Once they appear, there will be at least hundreds of thousands of them. After all, we are surviving in the wild and cannot escape from the area of tyrant ruins. We can only choose to hide. I moved my ears slightly, and just as I landed on the ground, I heard a few humming sounds. Bloodthirsty porcupine. Chapter 41. Razorback jackal. Bloodthirsty porcupine. Bloodline elite. Level, silver 7 stars. Skill, bloodthirsty savage charge. Introduction. Porcupines living in the jungle are quite common. They are raw and bloodthirsty and love to eat carrion. Weakness, nose and fangs. The system detects and automatically prompts information about nearby ferocious beasts. Yulan go. Before the bloodthirsty porcupine showed its face, a dark blue, almost transparent outline seemed to jump out from less than 3 meters away from him, stirring the bushes under his feet, causing a rustling sound. Activating the demon eye, a porcupine half a man's height, covered with spikes and with 2 curved fangs under its nose, was sniffing the ground with a hum. Yulan was like a ghost. In an instant, he jumped over 10 meters and came in front of the bloodthirsty porcupine. As if it had sensed the danger, the bloodthirsty porcupine suddenly had spikes all over its body, its back raised high, and it snorted ferociously with a vicious look in its eyes. Almost at the same time, Yulan launched an attack. Sharp chisel. A blue-purple arc-shaped claw mark suddenly appeared and hit the porcupine, drilling into the bloodthirsty porcupine's fur like a nail, killing it instantly. A terrible pig-killing scream. Ga. The bloodthirsty porcupine twitched a few times, then fell down and became motionless. Successfully killed the silver 7-star bloodthirsty porcupine and obtained 7,000 soul points. The sharp blue tiger claws scratched the porcupine's abdomen, took out a walnut-sized soul crystal, and used the tiger claws to push it to his feet. Walking to the bloodthirsty porcupine, Yulan also appeared with an almost transparent blue outline. If you look closely, you can see the colorful patterns on the fur, and the 2 protruding sharp fangs in its mouth are extremely eye-catching. Yulan fiddled with the soul crystal, motioning him to pick it up, squinting his eyes, and rubbing it against his thigh, making a purring sound through his nose, very intimately, not at all like the ferocious tiger that had just killed the porcupine with one blow. Yulan is awesome. He squatted down, stroked Yulan, picked up the soul crystal on the ground, and put it into Yulan's mouth. After upgrading Yulan's bloodline to epic, Yulan's IQ also increased significantly. He became like a clingy child who would rub against him for a long time, every time. It's a pity that I don't have soul points to upgrade you. Otherwise, 2-star diamond-level soul beasts would be fearless in this tyrant ruins. He placed his right hand on Yulan's abdomen and tickled her. Yulan lay on the ground with her 4 paws facing the sky, enjoying it very much. The snoring in her nose became more and more rhythmic. She was not afraid to expose her most obvious weakness to him at all. Okay, let's go, Yulan. He stood up and patted Yulan on the back. Yulan shook his tiger body, shook off the dead leaves and dust, then entered invisible state again and followed him. The demon eye cannot be opened continuously because the soul power consumed is too huge. With his current soul power of a 1-star beastmaster, he can only use it for a maximum of 1 hour. We also need to conserve the soul power provided by summoning soul beasts. After all, this is the wilderness. Once a beastmaster has exhausted his soul power, he becomes a paper tiger without fangs and claws. But with Yulan protecting me, I feel a lot more relieved. The terrain of the tyrant ruins is not suitable for summoning Rotten. Survival in the wild is to find ways to stay alive in the wild, unless necessary to summon Rotten to escape. Since there are porcupines here, there must be a water source. 30 days of survival in the wild had just begun, and both he and the soul beast needed to replenish water. Although the Red God will drop airdrops every 3 days, the locations are too random and the area of the tyrant ruins is not small, so it is not easy to find the airdrops. Open the system backpack and take out the gathering knife given by the system when the secondary occupation task was triggered. Sharp knife. A sharp knife? used to collect the fur and bones of ferocious beasts, and it will never wear out. Holding the knife, he stabbed it into the porcupine's hard hair, full of sharp thorns, and it went in very easily. Don't use too much force, just stroke it gently. It was effortless to gut the porcupine. First, shave off the sharp thorns, regardless of whether they're useful or not, and stack them neatly, then skin and bone them. The fangs can't be spared. Although it was my first time dissecting it, after a few cuts, I became more and more skilled. In a short while, the porcupine was dissected by him. The porcupine meat was not wasted. I planned to find water to wash it clean and set up a barbecue grill in the evening to have a delicious meal. Ding! Congratulations on getting 10 points of gathering experience. You still have experience? Open the system, Horcrux Manufacturing Panel. Horcrux Manufacturing Level, Horcrux Apprentice. Collection Level, Primary, 10/10,000. You know what? This knife, given by the system, is quite useful. It was my first time doing this job, and my hands are covered in blood, which is not a good sign in the wild. The ferocious beasts are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, so this place is no longer safe. However, we can make good use of the remaining internal organs and flesh of the porcupine on the ground as bait to attract more ferocious beasts. Letting Yulan lurk nearby, he used a flash ring to climb up to the treetop next to him. Open the demon eye, fish quietly, and wait for the prey to take the bait. It hasn't been more than 10 minutes. The first prey appeared. The sound of rustling came from the bushes. It was a razorback jackal, with its tail hanging down and its head lowered, its nose moving slightly as it kept following the scent in the air, and it was approaching the porcupine's corpse little by little. Knifeback jackal. Bloodline elite. Level gold 4 stars. Skill whirlwind blade backslash. Introduction: a wild wolf tribe that mutated after the catastrophe. It grew a blade-like exoskeleton on its back, which was very sharp and could easily cut through the scales of its prey. It had a keen sense of smell and was good at sneak attacks. Its weaknesses were its nose and abdomen. It's the razorback jackal. Hiding in the treetops and looking down, this razorback jackal had brown and yellow hair all over its body, and it looked like there was a big knife stuck on its back, shining with silver light, and the blade was stained with red blood. As if it smelled something, the razor-backed jackal suddenly became alert, observing its surroundings vigilantly and not moving forward. Very clever. Looking at the cautious razorback jackal, he contacted Yulan through the contract and asked Yulan to launch a sneak attack. Invisibly, before anyone noticed, 3 blue-purple claw marks with a faint glow and thunder appeared, 2 meters long, and slashed towards a knifeback jackal. The razorback jackal suddenly opened its 4 claws and was startled. React quickly and turn around and run. The ghost claw hit the blade of the jackal's back right away, making a few low humming sounds. Through the demon's eyes, he saw that the blade on the jackal's back was cut with more than a dozen gaps by this blow. This knife doesn't look good. It chipped after just 1 strike. Yulan followed closely behind and chased the razorback jackal. There was no way the jackal could outrun Yulan. He caught up with it in just 2 or 3 breaths and pounced on it with a roar. The jackal was slowed down by the shock of the roaring attack, and Yulan launched a fierce attack, aiming at the jackal's side. 1 hit. The side of the knifeback jackal was torn apart, and blood gushed out. The razorback jackal lay on the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Zhang Ming with vicious eyes, full of resentment and unwillingness. A miserable wolf howl. Oh no, it's calling its own kind. Chapter 42. Saving 2 stupid humans. Before the jackal could shout a second time, he ordered Yulan to pierce its throat with 1 claw. As a result, he found the razorback jackal and quickly took out a sharp knife to dig out the blade on the jackal's back. Although it has a few cuts on it, it should still be usable after some polishing. He swiftly collected the materials from the jackal. He activated the devil's eyes to look around, then turned over and rode on Yulan's back, preparing to escape the crime scene. The blue one rushed quickly, freely moving through the dense forest. Just as its name suggests, the blue one is ghostly. Because Yulan was in invisible mode, Zhang Ming now seemed to be riding on the air and moving at a very fast speed. The picture is extremely weird. The demon eye is always open, observing the surroundings. He is not afraid of 2 or 3 gold-level beasts fighting alone, and Yulan can handle it without Layden's help. But when it comes to a group of gold-level ferocious beasts, you have to be cautious. These are not the group of silver-level night rats in the Lion City ruins. They're not so easy to deal with. Once the razorback jackal calls a pack of wolves together, 100 will respond. All the ferocious beasts belonging to the wolf family will come when they hear the call, and they are very united. By then, tens of thousands of gold-level wolves will come forward one after another, and among them there may be star diamond level or even king-level wolf kings. With Rodden's 1-star diamond level strength, he not only had to protect his safety, but also had to deal with the wolf pack's attacks. It's really too tiring. It's not worth taking the risk just to earn soul points. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Stay safe first and then develop. Fortunately, Yolan's speed was astonishingly fast, and the scenery around him changed rapidly, as if a series of phantoms were constantly passing by. The devil's eye looked carefully into the distance and discovered many ferocious beasts hiding in the bushes. Among them, the most numerous were the brutal dinosaurs. 2 or 3 of them gathered together to gnaw on the dead flesh on the ground. I don't know where Dafei and Anshi were teleported to. Someone. I was just wondering, with Yolan's speed, we have run dozens of miles. Why haven't we found anyone yet? From a distance, I saw a man and a woman running away quickly in the southeast direction. Both of them were wearing newly issued combat uniforms and were also students participating in the wilderness survival program. Behind him was a Deinocheirus that was about 3 meters tall, with 2 huge claws that were nearly 2 meters long, an extremely exaggerated size. He kept waving his claws like 2 sharp sickles, cutting the stones and trees along the way easily, and the air was cut by the rapidly waving claws, making rippling sounds. He patted Yolan's neck, quickly turned around, and ran towards the 2 people. Getting closer. Help! 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 The 2 people's cries for help reached my ears. The woman panicked and tripped over the vines on the ground. Although I was curious as to why I didn't see the 2 people's soul beasts, saving people was the most important thing. The man looked back at the girl who fell, with no intention of stopping. Keep running. At this time, who can care about other people's life or death? The most important thing is to escape. The girl's pupils constricted and her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't even have enough time to activate the positioning bracelet. Am I going to die here? She could see that the Deinocheirus's terrifying claws, which were larger than its body, were about to pierce her body. A tiger roar shook the jungle. Deinocheirus paused for 3 seconds. The man running in front was startled by the tiger's roar and turned back suddenly. Then I saw a man with nothing underneath him, but he was in a riding posture like a knight. With a swish, it jumped out from the bushes next to it, leaped 4 or 5 meters high, and landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The scene was extremely terrifying. It was during this 3-second gap that he hurriedly activated the flash ring and suddenly appeared next to the girl. He picked up the girl with both arms and ran. The whole action was smooth and seamless, which stunned the boy. Yolan pounced towards the Deinocheirus like a tiger, followed by a sharp chop at the Deinocheirus' face. A scream of pain came from the mouth of the Deinocheirus. It covered its face with its huge claws and took big steps back. Yolan launched another attack, and the Deinocheirus was attacked from both front and back. In an instant, several scars appeared on its body. When Yolan is in invisible state, he is like a haunting ghost, hiding in the darkness with a knife in hand, stabbing you again and again, and you can't even see him. How infuriating! The Deinocheirus felt pain and roared angrily. Its sensitive sense of smell had already detected the blue scent, and it swung its claws wildly to attack. With more and more wounds on his body, he looked at the rescued prey reluctantly and turned around and ran away. The girl had already closed her eyes, given up hope, and waited for death. The Deinocheirus was so close before her eyes that she didn't even have time to use her positioning bracelet to send a transmission. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that he was being carried on someone's shoulders. Feeling the softness on his shoulder and seeing the Deinocheirus leave, Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and carefully put the girl down. Deinocheirus is a gold-level beast with rare bloodline, and its attacks have cutting power. Unlike the subdragon species, which are descendants of the Black Dragon King Tyrant, their image is close to that of the Western dragons, while the dinosaur species are dinosaurs that became extinct in prehistoric times. The Deinocheirus is known for its cruelty and brutality. Its exaggerated pair of giant claws are simply flesh-harvesting knives. When it swings up and down, it can cut through the defense of the gold-level beasts like cutting tofu. Yolan was able to scare the Deinonychus away entirely by relying on his quick attack. The girl looked up at Zhang Ming in disbelief. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. The boy who had just come over also ran over breathlessly, holding his hands on his knees and gasping for breath. Thank you for saving me, Zhang Ming. The girl called out his name directly to thank him. After all, his name was very famous in the special training class. Hurry, hurry, our soul beasts are still there, and they have been injured. The man panted and pointed behind him. Hurry up and save our soul beast, Zhang Ming. The girl pulled his hand and said anxiously, Where are your soul beasts? Our soul beast was injured while trying to protect us, while trying to escape and block the Deinocheirus from behind. You mean you abandoned the partner who trusted you the most? The voice was a little flat. The two didn't seem to understand the meaning of his question. Isn't the soul beast's mission to protect the beastmaster? He didn't need an answer. He rode on Yulan, opened the demon eye, and followed the traces of the Deinonychus. About 10 miles away, we found two soul beasts covered in scars, lying miserably on the ground, but fortunately they were still alive. These two are really fast runners. Luckily, Deinonychus is not a good runner, otherwise they would have died long ago. The two had the opportunity to control the flying soul beast to escape as soon as they encountered the Deinonychus, but they did not do so. Deinonychus is a ferocious beast with a rare bloodline. In order to covet the soul crystal, the two of them would definitely take the risk to hunt it. Who knew that he underestimated the cutting power of the Deinonychus? Not only was the soul beast seriously injured, but he almost lost his life. The boy helped the girl and chased after them with difficulty. Seeing that her soul beast was badly injured, the girl rushed to her soul beast with tears in her eyes. The seriously injured soul beast looked at the girl weakly and made a low humming sound, as if to comfort the girl. What should we do? Without the soul beast, how can we survive for 30 days? The girl started crying. Your soul beast is already injured like this, and you're still worried about how to survive in the wild. After saying this, he mounted Yulan and prepared to leave. You, Zhang Ming, what do you mean by that? Do you think all soul beasts have epic bloodlines like you? He remembered that the boy was Yang Kai's number 2 lackey before he left, Duja, and the girl was Wang Yuan, Duja's girlfriend. Stupid stuff. He replied lightly and disappeared into the dense forest. Chapter 43, Horcrux, Dragon's Lament. He cannot influence other people's views on soul beasts. In their eyes, soul beasts are either tools or weapons. After experiencing the changes in his previous life, soul beasts are the only relatives he can rely on in his heart. A week has passed since the two men were rescued. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Dafe and Anshi were still not found, and no secret code left by the two was found in the jungle. The area of the Tyrant Ruins is very large, about the size of 3 or 4 level 2 cities. Stone carvings that have been weathered and unrecognizable can be seen everywhere in the dense forest. Through the vague graphics, it is not difficult to imagine that this was also a prosperous city billions of years ago. Buried deep underground. After billions of years, the palace ruins still retain their original frames, and the half-collapsed sculptures have become the places where the ferocious beasts gather and rest. These days, under the protection of Yulan, the super bodyguard, I have been eating well and sleeping soundly. The system has the function of automatically detecting and warning of nearby ferocious beasts. Every time he was targeted by a ferocious beast, relying on Yulan's speed advantage, he carried him through danger in the dark night several times. In the center of the Tyrant Ruins, the winding Nimes River runs through the entire primeval forest. On the other side of the river, in a hidden cave, Zhang Ming was leisurely flipping the barbecue on the rack. The golden barbecue was sizzling, and Yulan was full of anticipation, lying obediently on the side waiting. It was a coincidence that we discovered this cave. Didn't he take out the Taya dragon's eggs when he was first teleported here? I don't know whether the 2 Taya dragons came by smelling the scent or asking for directions. He chased after me. When he saw Taeyalong, he was stunned, with big question marks all over his face. Quickly summoned Rodin and run away. Flying along the river, we happened to find this cave, which was close to the water's source. To settle down here and order Yulan to kill the original owner of the cave, the fox bear, cleanly and efficiently, moved into a new home. Every day, he used the Devil's Eye vision sharing function to let Rodin fly up and down the river, looking for Dafe and Anshi. He didn't find them, but he found a bag of supplies. He also left a secret code in the woods, hoping that the two would find it. It is such a blessing to have such a cave to live in, among the ruins of Tyrant full of ferocious beasts. Yulan and Rodin guard the entrance of the cave and can attack or defend. He even asked Yulan to dig a large hole in the ground at the entrance of the cave and hang the corpses of ferocious beasts on it to attract the ferocious beasts that came out to hunt. As long as a ferocious beast is attracted, Rodden's fire therapy and Yolan's massage will all be used. After 2 or 3 days, the corpse was crawling with rotten insects, but not a single piece was eaten away. Instead, the cave was filled with meat of various ferocious beasts, and the system backpack was full of ferocious beast materials. The gathering experience and soul points have increased a lot. Others who participate in wilderness survival activities are really here to challenge themselves to the extreme. Once the 3-day supplies were finished, they not only had to face the ferocious beasts that might appear at any time, but especially at night, they had to squat on trees all night without closing their eyes, like a giant monkey, always snuggling up to the flying soul beasts and not daring to sleep. If there is any sign of trouble, they will run away immediately. I was not full every day. I ate whatever I could. I had to lick the dew on the leaves at dawn. Life was so difficult. Yulan lay beside the barbecue grill, taking a bite each time. On the other grill was a whole ferocious beast prepared for Rodden. 1 person and 2 beasts, they were well fed and satisfied. If I can create 3 more green quality Horcruxes today, my Horcrux master level will almost be able to rise to the level of a senior apprentice. Open the exchange mall and exchange for 3 green Horcrux manufacturing books. Unfortunately, the highest quality Horcrux crafting book in the store is only a blue one. A green one costs 100,000 soul points. Fortunately, I have hunted enough ferocious beasts in the past few days and accumulated more than 3 million soul points. Once upon a time, he missed the night rats so much. Let's change to 3 offensive crafting books. After crafting successfully, the type of weapon will be random anyway. Place the green Horcrux crafting book in the center of the Horcrux crafting function. For manufacturing books below, the purple grade, whether you're making weapons, armor, or special soul tools. The weapon shape and style are all randomly generated based on the ferocious beast materials you put in, and the additional features are also different. It all depends on the properties of the material. The green Horcrux crafting book requires 3 different materials, and each crafting consumes 1,000 soul points. Ding! Successfully created. Obtain 3 green quality attack Horcruxes. Congratulations on your promotion to Advanced Horcrux Apprentice. 3 more junk swords. Recycling them can help recover some of my losses. Ding! Recycling successful. He took out the purple Horcrux manufacturing book that was a reward from the system task with great interest. Purple Horcrux manufacturing book. Add any 5 materials to randomly create an offensive Horcrux. It's you. He placed the purple manufacturing book in the center of the Horcrux crafting function, looked at the remaining 5 windows, sized up the materials in the system backpack, and began to think seriously. This is the tendon of the dinosaur-type beast, the drain lizard. This is the fire gallbladder and skeleton of the subdragon-type beast, the flame crystal dragon. And this is the crystal stone found in the beast's stomach. Looking at the backpack full of materials, putting them up and taking them down, I feel overwhelmed. Oh my god, I have difficulty making choices. Can't I just put in specific materials when making a book? Master, only orange Horcrux creation books can specify materials. Forget it, this is it. God knows what else he will create. It's just a waste of this purple crafting book. There were no purple manufacturing books in the exchange mall, which was why he was so eager to get them. Ding! Found a special item. Hippopotamus's tears. Whether to put in? This thing can also be used as a material. Put in special material hippopotamus tears. There's a 10 chance of creating an orange Horcrux. After hearing this, what else can I think about? Dry. Build. Watching the progress bar on the Horcrux creation function, it goes from 1 to 100 little by little. He clenched his fists, feeling nervous and scared. Ding! Successfully created. Congratulations on obtaining the orange quality Horcrux, Dragon's Sorrow. Orange quality? Looking at the exquisitely shaped bow and arrow flashing with orange light in the backpack, he couldn't contain his excitement and shouted out loud. Check. Dragon's Lament. Rank, orange attack type. Attributes, fire attribute. Damage to dragon-shaped targets increased by 30. Skill, Dragon Flame Dawn. Charge a strike. Release Dragon Flame to attack the target. Introduction. A bow and arrow made from the dragon bones of a subdragon beast that inherited the bloodline of the flame dragon. Blessed by the dragon blood crystal, it has an additional effect of oppressing all dragon-shaped beasts. It can establish a soul contract with the user and enable telepathy. Soul contract. He took out the dragon's sorrow from the backpack. It was a large bow that was almost half a person's height and had an exaggerated shape. There seemed to be streams of flames on the bow, but it was gentle and comfortable to hold in the palm of his hand, without any sense of weight. He tried to squeeze out a drop of blood and drop it on the bow and arrow. Like a contracted soul beast, the dragon's sorrow suddenly disappeared and turned into a small bow and arrow mark that appeared on his left wrist. It seemed that with just a thought, he could hold the dragon's sorrow in his hands at any time. Chapter 44, Red Rain, is coming. It was the first time he had seen a Horcrux that did not need to be placed in a space Horcrux. It feels magical. This wonderful connection was like the connection between a beastmaster and a soul beast. He could clearly feel that the dragon's sorrow was hidden in his left hand. The idea moved slightly. The dragon's sorrow appears in his hand again. Is this the effect of the hippopotamus tears? The only thing that can be associated with this change in the Horcrux is the hippopotamus tear. In his previous life, even though he was a hard worker, he couldn't even afford a space soul weapon. But if you haven't eaten pork, you haven't seen a pig run. I still have some basic knowledge about Horcruxes, but I have never heard of anyone's Horcrux being hidden inside a body. The crystal found in the stomach of the flame crystal dragon turned out to be a dragon blood crystal. It must have been swallowed by mistake. In this world, to be truly called dragon blood, one must be a dragon-shaped beast with legendary bloodline. Even the dragon-shaped species with epic bloodline are not acceptable. It can only be called pseudo-dragon blood. Just as he was extremely curious and picked up the bow and arrow to look at it carefully, the soul ranking above the sky suddenly shines. The soul list covers an extremely wide range. No matter where you are, you can always look up and see the soul list as high as the sun. The Qi Shun, which was thousands of feet high in the sky, also received a call from the headquarters. The ranking of soul weapons in the soul list has changed. A new orange quality soul weapon, Dragon Sorrow, has been added, pushing it into the 67th place. According to the energy source detected by the headquarters this time, it came from your direction. The Tyrant ruins have gone beyond the protection range of the soul list and cannot be specifically located. By the way, keep a close watch on the Tyrant ruins to prevent anyone from doing anything bad. Yes, Minister. In the control room, Coach Qin and Captain Li responded in unison. Both of them were full of doubts and confusion. Could it be that Mr. Yi is here? Asked Captain Li. Impossible. Since the headquarters has communicated to us, this possibility must have been ruled out. Old Li, do you think this is possible? Instructor Qin touched his chin, looking thoughtful. Did someone break into the remains of a super ancient civilization and discover this Horcrux? And thus the soul ranking detected it. You're kidding. Old Li immediately rejected the possibility raised by Instructor Qin. It's been so many years. What could have been preserved for so long? How can this be nonsense, Lao Li? We have even realized space teleportation technology now. Zhang Ming, the student I have a good relationship with, is the first soul beast to return to its ancestral home and awaken its epic bloodline. Do you think this is nonsense? Also, Mr. Yi also said that Horcruxes are made of materials such as the bones and fur of fierce beasts. Theoretically, as long as they are sealed properly, they could be preserved from the super ancient civilization period to the present. Didn't our space technology also come from ancient documents in the Blue Secret Realm? And that Horcrux, have you forgotten it? Sure. Upon hearing this, Lao Li quickly covered Instructor Qin's mouth. How dare you say that? This is all top secret. I can't argue with you, so stop talking nonsense, okay? However, Lao Qin, your words also aroused my thoughts. Lao Li said with heavy emotion. The ancestors who lived in the super ancient civilization were so wise and gave birth to so many powerful beastmasters, but they still perished in the end. The ancient titans slept for billions of years without dying. It's really hard to imagine. Yes, not only the two of them, but all the people living in this era are shocked and fascinated by the word super ancient civilization, as if these words have endless magic. It attracts you to explore, discover, and find out the truth of everything. Sizzle. In the control room, the large screen that was monitoring in real time suddenly started to snow, and the image transmission was interrupted. Not good. Old Li quickly ran to the operating table to check the Beidou Spore system. Captain, our transmission has been cut off. Cut off. Captain Li was a little surprised. Connect the second line immediately. Yes. 6 or 7 small screens on the screen restored their images. What happened? Why were only these few pieces restored? Captain, the transmission was cut off, and it was not a disruption to the soul ranking. According to data analysis, the Spore Soul Beast was destroyed. Captain Lee's expression gradually became solemn and hard. Let the first combat team go out immediately. Patrol the spores in the Tyrant ruins. Just as Captain Lee gave the order, a shocking scene appeared on the screen. A large blood-red cloud covered the sky and the sun, sweeping across madly. Wherever it passed, it was like a swarm of locusts, and in an instant, it devoured a giant tree several dozen meters high. Rocks, flowers, plants, and ferocious beasts were all swallowed up by this huge red cloud. Red raindrops began to fall from the sky, as red as blood, corroding everything. The originally bright and clear sky above the Tyrant ruins was now completely blocked by red clouds, the scope of which was astonishing. All that was left was a bare expanse of sand. It's red rain. Damn it, it's the bloodthirsty flying ants from the Lifeng Gobi Desert in Meijian District. Oldly suddenly yelled in anger. Damn the Americans. The alliance is not split yet. How despicable. They want to kill all hope for China. Report to headquarters immediately and activate the second-level combat readiness status. Instructor Chen's expression became solemn, and he was very worried about the students who were still in the Tyrant ruins. Oldly, can we try space teleportation and see if it still works? Instructor Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Captain, the space legend is usable, but the positioning signal cannot be received. Instructor Chen and Lao Li had gloomy and angry expressions on their faces. In the cave, he was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Holding the dragon's sorrow, riding on the blue, he turned into a shadow and jumped out of the cave. Turn on the demon eye, and with the functions of farsightedness and insight, you can instantly lock onto a target. A velociraptor running rapidly in the forest. With the dragon's sorrow drawn to its full potential, the bow absorbed his soul power and condensed into a flaming arrow. Whoosh! Shoot at the head of this velociraptor. The flaming arrow exploded instantly, and a 1-star gold-level beast was killed instantly. Too strong. Not only was he amazed at the power of Dragon Sorrow, but also gave him the ability to instantly kill a gold-level beast. He seemed to notice something was wrong in the jungle. Countless ferocious beasts, birds, and insects are running madly towards the west at an extremely fast speed. There's so many of them, like thousands of horses galloping. Every ferocious beast was running forward as if it was risking its life. Some powerful beasts didn't even look at the prey beside them and ran forward desperately. In the sky, the two-tailed sharp-toothed bird was also flapping its wings frantically. Summons Rodin and rises into the sky. Look into the distance. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. The overwhelming red clouds are roaring towards you. Wherever it passes, no grass grows. Oh my god, it's Hongyu. Chapter 45, Terrifying Bloodthirsty Flying Ants. Mentioning red rain, records about it. Almost all humans are familiar with it when they first learn about beast taming. They originated from the red ants unique to the Meijian area, which mutated into bloodthirsty flying ants during the catastrophe. Initially, the Meijian district used fire, poison gas, and chemicals, trying various elimination methods, although it also prevented several red rain disasters. However, the bloodthirsty flying ants have not been completely eradicated. Bloodthirsty flying ants have extremely strong reproductive capacity. Every time they are killed, the queen ant will lay new eggs with antibodies. The same method can only kill it the first time, but it will never kill it the second time. This is what is truly terrifying about bloodthirsty flying ants. Until now, the bloodthirsty flying ants have evolved into immortal cockroaches that are not afraid of fire or knives and have extremely strong vitality. It is listed as one of the most destructive beast disasters. In the minds of humans, red rain is as disastrous as a natural disaster. It is a horrific disaster that has not been completely eradicated despite human efforts to date. During the period when the ancient titans disappeared after the catastrophe, red rain was the nightmare of all beastmasters in the entire Meijian district. According to historical records, in order to slow down the rapid reproduction cycle of bloodthirsty flying ants, the Meijian district dispatched hundreds of thousands of beastmasters with fire-type soul beasts. It spews fire day and night, driving the bloodthirsty flying ants to the uninhabited Lifeng Gobi Desert. There, the strong sunlight and scorching heat, coupled with a lack of water, successfully prolonged the egg-laying cycle of the bloodthirsty flying ants. There is no way that the red rain would appear in the Tyrant ruins for no reason. It must be my Jiang who brought the ant nest and the queen ant here. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, when the Magian district declared its independence from the Alliance, a terrifying beastmaster who controlled millions of bloodthirsty flying ants appeared to expand the territory. Regarding the identity of this terrifying beastmaster, some speculate that he is a disciple of Master Mai Jiang, while others say he is the Wasp King. The opinions are clear. Seeing the red clouds gathering more and more in the sky behind him, his heart couldn't help but hang in the air. The Red God has issued an order to end survival in the wild. Send out all combat forces to carry out the rescue. Race against time with Hong Yu and search for the students every second. Instructor Qin and Captain Li in the control room looked heavy-hearted. I have applied to my superiors for support. There must be a conspiracy from the Meijian district behind this red rain. Captain Li said angrily. Laoli, I'm very worried about something now. The Meijian district was not only able to silently evade the surveillance of the Beidou spore system, but also released bloodthirsty flying ants into the Tyrant ruins. Looking at the trajectory of the red rain, it seems like someone is manipulating it behind the scenes. Instructor Qin said, pointing to the screen. Are you saying that someone in the Meijian district has contracted the bloodthirsty flying ants? That's right. Instructor Qin nodded. It is not difficult to contract the bloodthirsty flying ants, but if you want to control such a large number of bloodthirsty flying ants at once and form a red rain, you must contract the queen ant. As long as the queen ant is contracted, the beastmaster can directly give orders to the queen ant and can also indirectly control other ant soldiers. Oldly, you stay here. As the instructor of this special training, I can't wait here when I encounter this situation. Instructor Qin walked out of the control room after saying this, and Lao Li did not stop him, because he knew that he couldn't stop it even if he tried. Instructor Qin summoned a flying soul beast and flew it straight towards the direction where the red rain was coming from. Go upstream. In the sky, Zhang Ming was not flying very high on Rodden, constantly searching the ground with the devil's eye. He looked back and far away and pushed with all his strength and saw the true face of the red cloud, which really shocked him. Although he had never seen real bloodthirsty flying ants, he did not expect that the bloodthirsty flying ants were so big. Each one was the size of a fist, and the two pairs of wings behind them flapped rapidly, and there was almost no visible trace of the flapping. He also discovered that the bloodthirsty flying ants do not eat everything they encounter. Instead, it was ground into powder by its pair of serrated fangs. Horrible. Fear. Wow, such a huge red cloud. There must be more than billions of them. If you get bit by one or two of them, let alone a whole group of them, it would be fatal. He was also a little scared. Wherever the red rain passed, it instantly turned into a bare wasteland. No flowers, plants, or rocks were left. They disappeared under the red rain at a speed visible to the naked eye, no longer recognizable. The originally lush and green forest now looked like a barren purgatory without any sign of life. Fortunately, the speed of the red rain was not too fast. It advanced along the Nimas River, pushing out a long, abrupt, empty space in the middle of the Tyrant ruins like a gap shaved on the head. Hey, Zhang Ming, save me. He was no more than 50 meters above the ground, and people on the ground could easily spot him. It's them again? Du Zhe and Wang Yuan. The two men had no idea what was happening. They only saw all the ferocious beasts around them running forward desperately, including the Deinochellosaurus that had attacked them before. It seemed that the two of them had no intention of stopping at all, as if the last value of both of them had been lost. Although I don't know why. Even a fool can tell that something big must have happened to make the ferocious beast so frightened and run away for its life. The two guessed that a terrifying beast must have appeared. However, the soul beasts of these two people have not recovered from their injuries and are unable to carry people on flight. I don't know how these two people survived in the Tyrant ruins. They were hungry and tired, and they ran out of strength after running a short distance. Wang Yuan happened to find him, and the two of them shouted at him loudly. Looking at the two people's eyes full of hope and expectation, Zhang Ming rode the Rodden directly over their heads without any intention of stopping. It's like I didn't see it. Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming. Behind them, the two people's voices became louder and louder as they got farther away. I've already given you one chance to live. Without soul beasts, you're doomed to die in the wild. Looking at him walking away, Duge's eyes were filled with vicious resentment, and he pointed at the place where he disappeared and cursed. Zhang Ming, you watch someone die without helping him. You will die a miserable death, somewhere in Tyron's ruins. A figure covered in a black robe stood on a rock. He raised his arms high, tilted his head slightly, and whispered something to himself, like a devout believer. In front of him, a cube emitting starry blue was slowly floating. A fist-sized space channel slowly rotated, emitting brilliant sparks. One after another, bloodthirsty flying ants just emerged from this space channel and flew into the sky. The figure lowered his arms and covered his face with his hands. When he took them down again, his palms were covered in blood, which dripped onto the block. The space channel that was originally the size of a fist suddenly expanded to half a meter. There's an endless stream of bloodthirsty, flying ants scrambling to get out. The figure's entire body twitched continuously, suddenly burst into laughter, very excited. Block it! A rectangular layer of light and shadow suddenly appeared above the entire Tyrant ruins, covering all directions. Chapter 46 Mysterious Screen. As soon as this rectangular barrier appeared, a soul power with an extremely high frequency was detected on the Qi Shun. Report to the captain. Unknown fluctuations of soul power have appeared. Connect me to the Sky Eye. Captain, connecting to the Sky Eye will. 5 minutes will be fine. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. On the screen, an extremely huge light and shadow screen suddenly appeared, covering the ruins of Tyrant. The red rain is right at the top of the screen, and it is still growing larger and larger. It seems like he's going to swallow up the entire Tyrant ruins in one fell swoop. The Meijian district is trying to divert the trouble to our Huaxia district, bringing the red rain into our Huaxia district. Captain Li was slightly stunned and furious. Pass my order. Prepare to fire the quantum cannon. Damn it. Blast this damn screen into pieces for me. Yes. At the same time, all the quantum cannons on the Qishun were aimed at the light and shadow screen, and hundreds of cannons fired at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The white quantum attack collided with the light and shadow screen with a loud bang, without even a trace of smoke. The white energy ejected countless blue electromagnetics, which were actually absorbed by the screen. Captain, the quantum cannon has no effect. Prepare to compress the quantum cannon. Yes. Compression quantum cannon activated. Energy begins to compress. 1-6. The compressed quantum cannon is a high-energy weapon that is more than 10 times more powerful than an ordinary quantum cannon. With one shot, the king-level beast will surely die. Even weak monarch-level beasts will be seriously injured. A huge cannon barrel with a radius of more than 10 meters was seen extending from the front of the Akagami. It was filled with blue, unknown energy and was constantly being tightened and compressed, with an extremely bright blue light spot emitting from the center. Emission. A white beam of light that lit up the sky shot out like a giant pillar, pointing directly at the screen wall. This blow seemed to penetrate the rectangular screen, and the sky, which was originally daytime, suddenly turned bright white. At this time, Zhang Ming had already noticed the changes happening above his head. Compressed quantum cannon, temporary blindness. The sky returned to its blue color, but there was a circle of clouds. How was it possible? He was shocked. When the white light flashed just now, he saw it clearly with his devil's eyes. The energy beam from the compressed quantum cannon hit a layer of light and shadow screen wall, like a stone falling into a calm lake. After creating circle after circle of ripples, the energy beam was completely absorbed by the light and shadow screen. Captain, the compressed quantum cannon doesn't work. Captain Li looked calm, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Transmit the previous footage to the Chinese headquarters. This action just now really attracted the attention of everyone in the ruins. The red rain has just arrived, and some people on the edge have not yet noticed the changes. Zhang Ming's expression changed slightly as he realized the seriousness of the situation. He can't get out. There's an unknown barrier above that blocks our retreat. There's red rain behind us. There are wolves in front and tigers behind us. It's like a cage. Since the red rain and the mysterious screen appear together, there must be someone behind this. They want to bring the bloodthirsty flying ants into the Huaxiao area, and then take this opportunity to wipe out us students who are participating in the competition. There is no way that the Magian district would go to such great lengths to kill a few students. My Jiang is so scheming and calculating. Now, I can only run forward without looking back. Also, he seemed to find that the speed of Hong Yu's advance behind him seemed to be a little faster. Just now, in order to see the bloodthirsty flying ants clearly, I had to use all my strength to activate the demon eye. Now, I can see them clearly from a distance. The red rain is speeding up. Speed up. Red rain began to fall from the sky. Countless ferocious beasts were lifted up to the sky by the red rain and turned into drops of red blood that fell down. The buzzing sound of their wings was very much like the rumbling of thunder. Shadows and fear shroud the ruins of Tyrant. Two familiar figures appeared in front, a giant beetle and a flamingo with rose-colored feathers. It's Dafei and Anshi's soul beast. Hey, Dafei. Rodden sped up and overtook the two. Ming Ji, Brother Ming, they both said in surprise at the same time. It's so good to see you guys. Come here, you two, you're too slow. He grabbed the two men's hands and pulled them to Rodden's back. I've been looking for you two for several days, but I couldn't find the secret code you left. Where you teleported to? Oh, don't mention it. I don't know if the transmission system was deliberately making trouble for me. It sent me directly to the nest of the two-tailed, sharp-toothed bird. I've been running for my life these past few days. Looking at Dafei, who was covered in dust and dirt, his combat suit was badly worn. It seems that he has suffered a lot. What about you, Angie? Angie is not as good as me, Dafei said angrily. I was teleported to an underground palace in the ruins of Tyrant. It was full of scary, poisonous pythons and dragons. It took me a lot of effort to escape. Then I went down the Nimes River to look for you and met Dafei. Angel described it with emotion. Underground ruins? Is it an ancient civilized city? This was the first time he heard that there were still undiscovered ancient civilizations hidden in the ruins of Tyrant. In the previous life, the four major regions of the Alliance expanded their territory and vigorously recovered the land occupied by ferocious beasts. While recovering the land, they searched and explored the relics left over from the super-ancient civilization and made unprecedented new discoveries. I don't quite understand it, but it's quite scary anyway. There are altars and skulls of ferocious beasts everywhere, and a very, very large formation. Angel opened her hands and gestured. Suddenly, he felt that Hong Yu's appearance was not as simple a conspiracy as he had thought. If the Magian district just wanted to divert the Red Rain disaster to the east and just wanted to prevent the Red Rain from appearing in the Magian district, why did they choose the Tyrant ruins? And the underground ruins that Anshi mentioned, from which period of the super-ancient civilization did they belong? I always feel like I'm caught in a vortex of conspiracy. We can only flee upstream of the Nimes River now. You saw the compressed quantum cannon just now. This layer of light and shadow screen is to prevent us from escaping. The two nodded. All we can do now is run against the clock and wait for rescue. Once we reach the end of the wall, the red rain will pour out, and we won't be able to resist at all. Yes, there's so many bloodthirsty flying ants, endless and with no end in sight. Even if I were given 10 lives, it would not be enough to kill them. When I was running away just now, I saw a group of king-level beasts running for their lives. Why is this red rain so terrifying? Even the king-level beasts don't dare to confront it head-on. Dafei asked puzzledly. Because every bloodthirsty flying ant is of silver grade, and you can't kill it. Just ask yourself, with hundreds of millions of silver grade flying ants, how long can a king-grade beast last? Haven't you heard the saying that ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers? Hearing Zhang Ming's answer, Dafei sighed. I am so young and handsome. My life has not yet started. My future is not yet brightened. Am I going to die in the mouths of a group of ants? Brother Ming, do you think that man looks like Instructor Qin? Chapter 47 Jedi. Escape. Take a closer look. It's true. The three of them waved and shouted. Instructor Qin is here to save us. Dafei saw that there were more than 100 flying soul beasts following the Quetzalcoatl pterosaur, and the soul beasts were filled with people sitting side by side. Zhang Ming saw Du Zhe and Wang Yuan were also there, sitting on the soul beast of one of his classmates. Invite Leighton to meet Instructor Qin. Everyone is here. Instructor Qin raised the positioning tracker in his hand, and all the yellow dots displayed in it gathered together. Follow me. Instructor Qin didn't have time to say much. His face was covered with sweat, and everyone followed closely behind him. The group flew upstream along the Nimes River and Du Zhe and Wang Yuan looked at him with resentment all the way. I wish I could eat him. The red rain behind him was very close, less than 5 miles away. The distance is constantly shrinking, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is right in front of us. Damn it, how come Hong Yu is so fast? Instructor Qin looked back and said he had personally sent this group of students here, and he had to ensure that everyone returned safely and not let anyone fall behind. It seemed that before it even reached the edge of the Tyrant ruins, the red rain was about to catch up. Everyone's faces were filled with anxiety and worry, and they wished they were riding a rocket. At the end of the team, several bloodthirsty flying ants that were flying in the front had already rushed up. Instructor Qin held a shield in his hand, stood on a pterosaur, and continuously threw flying shields to knock away the bloodthirsty flying ants that rushed up. Zhang Ming also deliberately slowed down and let Rodden spray flames to stop the attack of the bloodthirsty flying ants. Unfortunately, a few bloodthirsty flying ants still climbed onto the wings of several pterosaurs and bit their wings frantically. In just a few breaths, 2 pterosaurs lost their balance and fell behind and were submerged by the red rain. In an instant, a complete pterosaur skeleton appeared, and all its flesh and scales were sawed into blood mist and floated away. Ah, Silver! My Ah, Silver! He watched helplessly as the soul beast he had personally nurtured turned into nothing but a bloody mist in the blink of an eye, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Instructor Qin's combat uniform was torn by the bloodthirsty flying ants, leaving a large hole in it, exposing his flesh and blood, but he still insisted on resisting, buying time for everyone. Coach Qin, we can go on like this. Red rain is too fast, and the entire Tyrant ruins are isolated by this barrier. We will end up with nowhere to escape. Furthermore, fighting in the air is not in our favor, and we cannot play to our strengths at all. He shouted loudly to Instructor Qin. Instructor Qin knew this truth, but at the moment all he could do was to delay time as much as possible and wait for rescue from the Chinese headquarters. There was no other way. Angie, do you still remember the location of the underground ruins? Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he quickly asked in Shi. It's right in front of us. There is a ruined square on the east bank of the Nimes River. There's a cave under a huge rock. I crawled out from there. Angie, you show the way. Zhang Mingyu ordered Leighton to fly to the front of the team and shouted at the top of his voice. Everyone, follow me if you don't want to die. Zhang Ming. Instructor Qin heard his voice and saw his determined eyes. Everyone follow Zhang Ming. I'll provide cover. At this time, everyone was extremely scared. Zhang Ming's words seemed like a life-saving straw. The timid ones had already wet their pants and did not dare to look back. Angie shouted excitedly, pointing at a ruined building below. Brother Ming, this is it. Everyone fall. Fall. Rodden was the first to land on the ground, and he struggled to break open a huge stone slab that was 5 or 6 meters thick, revealing a large enough gap, and there was indeed a dark passage underneath. Recall Leighton, stand at the entrance of the cave, and call all the students to go down into the cave. Hurry! Hurry up! The red rain had already arrived overhead, covering the entire sky and earth, and the buzzing sound it made was extremely disgusting. Instructor Qin fought bravely, and his body was covered with wounds. 2 pieces of flesh were torn off his arms, revealing his white bones. Instructor Qin, quick! When it was Wang Yuan and Du Zhe's turn, the 3 of them looked at each other. He didn't say anything and sent them down the cave. Seeing that the last student had also entered the tunnel, Instructor Qin summoned out all 3 soul beasts. The golden lion beast started killing everyone, showing the strength of the 8-star king to the fullest. Even though he was covered in wounds, he still looked like a beast king. Instructor Qin, the only one missing is you. Come here quickly. He was also a little anxious. Instructor Qin's eyes flashed. He looked over here and ran quickly towards the cave entrance. Yulan, cover. I saw an invisible shadow flash by, and several blue-purple claw marks appeared. The sharp cutting acceleration actually cut the bloodthirsty flying ant into 2 pieces. The ground-spiked iron ankylosaurus rammed the boulder with all its might in an attempt to completely seal the entrance to the cave. Everyone get down. Dafei, quickly tell your rhinoceros beetle to use its horn to push the boulder. Coach Qin, don't worry about the boulder. Come in quickly. I'll let the rhinoceros beetle hold it up. At the critical moment, Instructor Qin rolled sideways into the cave entrance and called the soul beast back to the soul beast space. The huge rock closed the cave entrance. Even through the several-meter-thick rock, the flapping sound of the locust's wings passing by could still be heard outside. Thanks to you, Dafei. Ordinary soul beasts wouldn't have such great power. Zhang Ming was also sweating with anxiety. Instructor Qin was sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, with blood all over his body. The tunnel was packed with people. If you don't want to die, get down here. Looking at this group of timid and cowardly classmates, no one dared to step into the darkness. They all stood there waiting. Facing Zhang Ming's accusations and scolding, no one said a word. Their faces were covered in dust, and their eyes were dull. Dafei, hold on to Instructor Qin and Qi. Let's go. Yeah. And Qi nodded vigorously and followed behind. Open the demon eye, and the dark blue follows you. Even though there is no light in the underground, it is still clear. When Zhang Ming moved his feet, the people behind him all followed him. Summon all the uninjured soul beasts. Form groups of 3 and find your own partners. Protect yourselves. More than a dozen pieces of information about ferocious beasts have appeared in the system prompt bar. And they're all poisonous beasts. Dafei and Qi, the two of you, protect Instructor Qin. At this time, Instructor Qin had lost too much blood and was unconscious. I don't know how long the huge rock at the entrance of the cave can hold out. Now I'm the only one I can rely on. Look around. This is a space of great depth, with strange symbols carved on the broken stone pillars. In the center is a huge square with 18 dilapidated stone pillars. A terrifying beast is carved on the top of each pillar. The ground of the square was covered with lines of grooves forming a huge and strange rune formation. Looking back, there was a palace that was shaped like a temple and had an extremely exaggerated and weird style. The image of the star beast Jola is prominently carved at the top of the palace. This is Chapter 48, Human Sacrifice and Black Death Bugs. This is a human sacrifice. Looking down, human skulls were neatly stacked on the square outlined with strange rune lines, and poisonous insects of various colors, dark green and black, were crawling in and out at will. In front of him was an altar made of piles of bones. So many years have passed, and the bones are still there. The bone altar faces the statue of the star beast Jalal in the temple, which is strange and mysterious. A staircase piled with the bones of ferocious beasts extends from the bottom to the altar. It was too dark around him, and he could only see clearly with the help of the devil's eye. The others were completely in the dark and could not see this horrifying scene. Human sacrifice. In his previous life, Huaxia District had discovered a strange record of this creepy altar in an ancient document somewhere, and he was fortunate enough to witness the time-worn stone carving of the document in the exhibition hall. He vaguely remembered that 3 words were mentioned in the translation next to the stone carving. The Emperor fell. Holy Death. Black Rock. In the ultra-ancient civilization period, the time is unknown. The Emperor shed blood in the starry sky, and the saints no longer protected mankind. At this point, civilization entered an ultra-dark age, Black Rock. In order to survive, the ancient ancestors encountered the giant star beast Jalal, who came and left a stone carving and disappeared. The ancestors comprehended the inscriptions on the stone tablets, built temples, constructed formations, and summoned the star beast Jalal. Sacrifice 1,000,000 for continuation. In the past, some historians have studied that the average life expectancy of the ancestors living in the Black Rock era was no more than 17 years old, and they had become elders in the tribe at the age of 30. In that dark and turbulent era, being alive was the greatest luxury. The sacrificed humans not only lose their flesh and blood, but their souls will also be enslaved forever by the Death Servant, one of the 17 ancient titans. He didn't expect that under the ruins of Tyrant, there was a complete human sacrifice from the Black Rock period. Shocking. Careful. A slender emerald green poisonous snake with a bright green body was attracted by the smell of blood and crawled to Instructor Qin's feet. The emerald green poisonous snake raised its body high and was about to attack. It was beaten into a pool of green liquid by Yolan's claw. Neither Dafei nor Anqi noticed the poisonous snake just now, and they were still frightened and scared. Don't be careless. It's too dark here, and the soul beast's vision will be obstructed. Only a few soul beasts can see at night, so you must be careful. He reminded everyone again and again. But right now, it is not a good idea for so many people to stay at the entrance of the passage. No one knows when the rescue will arrive. Instructor Qin is so seriously injured that his wound must be treated as soon as possible. There were so many people who were already frightened, yet they couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Ming squeezed into the crowd and checked each person's injuries and mental state one by one. You, and you. With a quick glance, he immediately pointed out dozens of male classmates whose eyes looked normal. We are temporarily safe now, but I don't know how long this huge rock can hold. So now we can only save ourselves. We have two choices now. Stay where you are and wait for rescue. I will leave some food for you. Whether you live or die is up to fate. I will continue to explore downwards and look for a safer place of shelter. The people I just called can stay if they don't want to go. Of course, following me down to find a safer place is just my personal opinion, and it may also put your life in danger. It's your choice. After saying that, he took out enough ferocious beast meat for 100 people from his system backpack. If they were eaten sparingly, it would be enough for the people who stayed behind to survive for a few days. In the darkness, no one paid attention to the beast meat on the ground. Their eyes were dull, and they had no fighting spirit. He touched Dafei and Anshi with his hands, took a step forward, and completely ignored the people behind him. It is impossible for him to take care of the life and death of everyone, and he does not have the ability to do so. He asked himself whether what he had just done was the most humane. Dafei followed behind him, and some students in the aisle behind him decided to follow him with struggling expressions. This huge rock may break at any time, and the bloodthirsty flying ants will rush into the underground. Instead of waiting to die here, it is better to give it a try. Zhang Ming looked up at the high rock wall above his head. Although the entire underground space was large, the inverted rock spikes on the rock wall above his head were crawling with strange insects with black shells. Information about strange insects appearing in the field of vision. Black death bug. Bloodline rare. Talent regeneration. As long as the head is not lost, eating flesh and blood can grow new body limbs. Level gold 9 stars. Skills. Bite black blood explosion. By self-destructing the body below the head, black blood is splashed out to pollute the surrounding area, with poison attached. Parasitism. Drilling under the skin to destroy the flesh and blood tissue in the body and lay eggs. Introduction. In ancient times, lice parasitized on the bodies of ancient titan beasts. After hatching from eggs, they were at the gold 9-star level and could not be upgraded. Their strong regeneration ability, combined with the terrible black blood explosion, killed them. Their names are still popular today. They are extremely sensitive to light and sleep most of the time. Weakness. Insect mother or one-shot kill. Aren't the Black Death bugs extinct? Looking at the densely packed and motionless Black Death bugs above his head, which must be sleeping, he swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he did not use lighting. Otherwise, he would have awakened the group of Black Death bugs, and their death would probably be no more beautiful than that of the bloodthirsty, flying ants outside. There are tens of thousands of these terrifying and ferocious insects that are born with 9 gold stars on the rock wall above their heads. This underground palace is so terrifying, it's no less terrifying than the red rain outside. Suddenly, a ray of light illuminated the surroundings. The appearance of this light is like a lighthouse in the dark sea, guiding the way forward. There is light ahead. Everyone also saw the scene in front of them clearly, and some timid girl screamed. Who the hell is that? Zhang Ming yelled and turned around to glare. It's that damn Duja. Grass. He snatched the light from Duja and turned it off, just about to scold him. The rock fragments and dust above my head fell off. The Black Death bugs with black shells slightly opened their shells, revealing their wings, which flapped slightly. Run! He picked up Dafei and Anshi and ran away. One by one, the Black Death bugs flapped their wings and left the rock spikes, hovering above the rock wall. Having lost the light source, they flew around aimlessly without pouncing on anyone. Don't turn on the light. Zhang Ming ran and shouted, and saw someone turning on the light behind him, so he didn't care about anything else. This is a Black Death bug. Everyone, don't turn on the lights. There were people behind him who didn't understand what was going on, but some of them turned on the lights out of curiosity. Grass. The Black Death bugs were attracted to the light source, and swarms of them flapped their wings rapidly and attacked. What is this? It's got into my skin. Get it out. A boy screamed loudly as 3 Black Death bugs drilled into his body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a mummy. His pupils disappeared, and all the blood in his body was sucked out. Dafei. Enter the temple. Chapter 49. The ancient giant beast guarding humanity. The temple seemed to be just around the corner. In the middle, there is a square covered with bones of human sacrifice and full of poisonous beasts. The black death worms have awakened, causing the poisonous beasts on the ground to become restless and gather in the air. The four of them squeeze behind Yulan, with Anshi in front and Instructor Qin tightly sandwiched between him and Da Fei. The tip of his nose was just against the back of Anshi's head, and he could smell the fragrant scent of flowers as he breathed in. He lowered his head slightly, strands of hair lingering on the collar of his combat uniform, and his fair skin made him unable to help himself. "Brother Ming, what did you put in your combat suit? It's so hard." Angel suddenly turned around and asked. Fortunately, it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. My cheeks were red. "My secret weapon, don't touch it." "Oh, Yulan has night vision and is extremely fast. He can dodge the attacks of poisonous beasts quickly every time, jump high, and land accurately without suffering any damage. Attack the soul beast that produces light, don't move." Looking at the people behind him who were controlling their flying soul beasts to fly around in the darkness, he turned around and shouted. At this time, if anyone launches a fire attack like this, that's simply because you won't die. Exposure. The sound of a fire explosion was like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating the world. "Fuck, who the hell is so brave?" Da Fei blurts out. The three of them turned their heads. Duja was controlling a flaming flying squirrel and attacking it like crazy. The flames as big as basketballs looked like fireworks blooming in the night sky, bright and colorful. "Come on, baby." Duja's eyes were bloodshot. His expression was exaggerated. His facial features had been deformed by the black death bugs, and he was shouting almost crazily. "Duji is crazy. D. All of you die." With the last sound of death, the fire-flying squirrel under him was completely corroded by the black blood and turned into a pool of blood. The scene was extremely scary. When people are extremely frightened, they can indeed go crazy and behave in ways that are unusual for normal people. The man who was so brave just now was reduced to nothing in an instant. Everyone witnessed Duja's death with their own eyes. Those who stayed in the passage secretly felt lucky that they did not follow Zhang Ming out to take risks like that stupid Duja. Duja's previous commotion attracted a large number of black death bugs and also illuminated the way forward for most people. They all rode their soul beasts and ran for their lives. Duja's body was torn into pieces, especially his entire body skin had festered in an instant, turning into a blood-red skeleton, still laughing loudly. It was extremely horrifying, and this scene left a shadow in everyone's heart. What an idiot. It's useless even if he dies. Just now Zhang Ming shouted at the soul beast that would bring light not to attack. It deserves it. It's all your own fault. No matter what, Duja sacrificed himself to illuminate others, but he died. Not only did he not receive any respect, but he was ridiculed and abused by the people closest to him. Yulan also passed through the mud, with all four claws in the air, and landed on the human sacrifice square. The tiger's claws made a crisp sound when stepping on the white bones. He clearly saw the appearance of the ferocious beast standing on top of the 18 dilapidated stone pillars in the square. They are exactly 17 ancient titan beasts. Each one has a completely different shape and movement, with fierce eyes and bloody mouths wide open, as if roaring. Lifelike. "No, why is there one more?" He asked Yulan to slow down intentionally and stare at the statue of each ferocious beast carefully. "This is the Sky Overlord Jura, the Black Dragon King Tyrant, and the March of the Dead. As we walked, we counted the name of each ancient titan. To date, the Alliance has discovered and interpreted the stone carvings of the super-ancient civilization and has a very clear record of the 17 ancient titan beasts, including the ability data of each beast, all of which have been made public. He once passed by Jola. Take a closer look. The appearance of the 18th titan is not any of the monsters recorded by modern civilization. Moreover, this giant beast statue is facing the other 17 giant beasts with its wings spread, which implies a sense of confrontation. It's the queen of ferocious beasts. In the previous life, the Chinese Xia region of the Alliance once discovered the ruins of a temple in southern Yunnan City, where the queen of ferocious beasts was enshrined. When the contents of the ancient stone carvings were deciphered, the records about the queen of ferocious beasts were announced to the world. World sensation, known as the forgotten 18th beast, the eternal god. At that time, it was recorded in the stone carvings in the ruins of the temple that the queen of ferocious beasts could not bear the cruel practice of the star giant Jelif in captivity against humans, so she joined forces with humans to fight against 17 ancient titan beasts. desperately trying to protect the human fire. He became the patron saint of all mankind in that era and was worshipped as a god. The Queen of Beasts' betrayal completely angered the star beast Jola. All the related names and records about her were burned, and only a few stone carvings still have records about her, letting the later generations know that there was once an ancient Titan beast, the Queen of Beasts, who fought to the death to protect mankind. Looking closely at each stone pillar, one discovers that strange symbols from the ancient civilization period are carved on them. Although I can't understand the words above, I can guess that they record the names of these Titan beasts and the honorifics used in the sacrifices at that time. The Queen of Fierce Beasts. After passing through the human sacrifice square, the temple is within reach. As I stepped over the threshold of the temple, I felt like a huge stone in my heart had finally fallen to the ground. The large army behind them also came in a sparse manner, crawling and tumbling. There were less than 50 people left alive, plus those who stayed in the passage. There should be more than 100 people left. The temple was still pitch black, with no sight of one's hand in front of one's face. No one dared to light the lamp this time. Everyone looked at Zhang Ming, waiting for him to speak. Invisibly, he seemed to have become the final backbone. "Brother Ming, do you feel a chill on your back?" Dafei said tremblingly. "Cold. I had already observed it when I entered the temple just now." There was nothing strange in the entire temple except for various stone statues and the colorful murals on the walls. The system also did not indicate the presence of any ferocious beasts nearby. Not only Dafei, everyone else also felt a chill on their backs and tingling on their scalps, as if something was staring at them. Suddenly, he felt it too. Not the wind. It seemed as if there was something hiding in the dark, staring at them. This shouldn't be the case. If it was a ferocious beast, why didn't the system give any prompt? He opened the demon eye and activated it as much as he could, looking at every suspicious place in the temple. The temple is very spacious, with stone statues on both sides. In the front is a stone table with exquisite carvings. The wall above is carved with the image of the star beast Jola. The stone statues looked like warriors in armor, all with their eyes closed. I reached out and touched them, and they were cold. There was still no prompt sound when I got close. The walls all around were solid and not hollow at all. In this huge temple, the only suspicious thing was the stone table in front. "Ding, you have a new short message. Please check it in time." Just as he approached the stone table, a system prompt sounded. Chapter 50. The Dominated Fallen Beastmaster. Unknown life source detected. Unknown life source detected. 3 consecutive reminders aroused his vigilance. On the stone table in front of me was a tray with exaggerated shape and exquisite carvings. A wooden box carved with flowers was quietly placed there. Upon closer inspection, the wooden box looked as new, and the carved patterns were lifelike, gorgeous, and realistic, as if they had burst out of a painting. Although it was in the underground where it had been sealed for a long time and was not exposed to wind and sun, the wooden box still looked incredibly new. I carefully reached out my hand and placed it on the lid of the wooden box, and the feeling of being spied on appeared again. It came from the wooden box. What exactly is inside? Ding. Unknown life source detected. Analysis in progress. Analysis completed, confirmed. Ding. Found the fire of inheritance. The fire of inheritance? What is this? He had never heard of the fire of inheritance, so he immediately asked the system elf. "Master, the fire of inheritance is the bloodline inheritance left behind after the Titan beast that ignited the divine fire fell. Integrate the fire of inheritance into the legendary soul beast egg to obtain the blood inheritance of the ancient Titan." He was stunned and quite shocked. He just happened to have a legendary soul beast egg that hadn't hatched yet. It takes 10 million soul points to hatch a legendary soul beast egg. After saving for half a month, I only need a few 100,000 to hatch. Looking at the ferocious beast pattern carved in the center of the wooden box. Placed within it is the 18th ancient Titan beast, the fire of inheritance of the Queen of Beasts. In the darkness, everyone huddled on the ground. Dark, damp, and scary. "Brother Ming, what's wrong?" Dafei's voice was obviously filled with fear. "Oh, nothing." Resisting the urge to open the wooden box, he put the wooden box containing the fire of inheritance into the system backpack. After all, he had never seen what the fire of inheritance looked like. If it suddenly opened up and shone brightly and became mysterious, it would definitely attract other people's attention. Even a fool knows that nothing found in the ruins is trash, so it is better to be cautious. Don't scare yourself. It's safe here. Zhang Ming deliberately raised his voice to comfort everyone. Haha, really? Suddenly, a ghostly laugh came from all directions in the temple. A figure covered in a black robe, whose gender could not be identified, seemed to appear out of thin air and stood opposite Zhang Ming. His voice was strange and hoarse, as if he was deliberately pinching his throat to laugh, and his laughter was creepy. Looking at the black-robed figure with the demon eye, he found that he was skinny and his hands were like tree bark. And look at his face. I was really frightened by this man's face. This is an old face with dry skin and full of wrinkles. There are no eyeballs in the empty eye sockets, and there's a blood pit under the cheekbone. Not only that, the whole face looks like it has been pierced by countless nails and is full of bee eyes. Neither human nor ghost. Extremely scary. Haha, Zhang Ming. The black-robed figure spoke out his name. With a whoosh, an ice-blue ghost fire appeared in the black-robed man's dry claws. He suddenly saw a flying soul beast standing on the shoulder of the black-robed figure, and it looked very familiar. Everyone stand back. Zhang Ming was very calm. With a loud shout, he immediately summoned Rodden. Shadow stood guard beside him with his finger on the flash ring, ready to dodge at any time. Upon hearing the sound, everyone quickly huddled in the corner of the temple. They had already become frightened birds and had lost their fighting spirit. But Enchi was not afraid at all. She summoned the soul beast and stood at the front with Da Fei, ready to join the battle at any time. Haha, hand over the fire of inheritance. The black-robed man's voice was strange and harsh. Zhang Ming suppressed the nausea in his stomach and looked at the black-robed man's facial features again. Playing tricks. The flying soul beast on the black-robed man's shoulder exuded an icy chill, and the temperature around him kept dropping. At this moment, he finally knew the true identity of the black-robed man in front of him. Not only did you betray your own people and join another region, you even betrayed humanity. I became a corrupted beastmaster who was dominated. Sunan. The people behind him were shocked when they heard Zhang Ming's angry voice. The black-robed man was set off by the ice-blue ghost fire and looked like a ghost, which was extremely terrifying. Haha, so what? What about betraying the Huaxia district? What about betraying humans and becoming a dog for the master? Now I have an immortal soul. I have become an eternal being. All of you are just stepping stones to pave the way for me. The black-robed man's hoarse voice screamed almost crazily, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Stupid idiot. Go Yulan. Kill her. Before they found an opportunity to take action at school, Sunan and the other two defected to the Huaxia district, and now they met her here. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Either you die or I live. Just you. Let them play with you first. In the darkness, two figures with lifeless eyes and blood-red bodies condensed from the ground and transformed into two cursed warriors wearing armor and holding great swords. Take a closer look. The two people looked like Yang Kai and Li Xiang. As soon as the two men appeared, they knelt down and respectfully called Su Nan Master. Su Nan, wearing a black robe, stretched out his dry hand and waved it towards the two men. Two blue flames ignited in his originally empty eyes. Master, Master. The two men stared at Zhang Ming intently, and their aura was completely different from before. It felt like they were facing two king-level ferocious beasts. The cursed warrior is a humanoid beast cursed by one of the ancient titans' servants of death, a blood-pact method unique to the fallen beastmaster. The soul of the person being killed is permanently sealed in the body, and after being cursed by the death servant of one of the ancient titans, it becomes the contracted soul beast of the fallen beastmaster and is driven to fight for him. It was recorded in ancient documents that the ancient titans cursed the beastmasters who died in battle, contracting them to become slaves of ferocious beasts, turning them into brutal and ruthless killing machines who only knew how to kill. This was the earliest fallen beastmaster. Later, humans who could not bear the suffering voluntarily became slaves of the titans and turned into dominated fallen beastmasters, just like Sunan now. Haha, isn't it surprising? Originally, you also had the opportunity to become one of them. What a pity I didn't get your body. With your bloodline, once you become a cursed warrior, you can directly become a monarch-level soul beast. It turns out that you have been a fallen person for a long time. You approached me just to get my body. At this moment, he finally knew. In his previous life, he was obviously an ordinary person with no qualifications and no background. So why did she choose to get close to him? What else? Do you think I really like you? I just want your body. Although your soul aptitude was rubbish before, you have blood in your body that even the master praises. Sunan licked his dry lips. A bloodline that even the master praises? Chapter 51. Bloodline from the Ancients. Tanya tribe. Master? Bloodline. In the previous life, the dominated fallen beastmaster once formed the Fallen Alliance, became the servant of the ancient Titan beast, transformed into the minions of the ferocious beast, and hid in the 4 major regions of the Alliance. Some of them are beastmasters at the lower level, and some are high-level officials in the 4 major regions who hold important positions. In order to find humans with strong bloodlines, the Fallen are like a group of rats living in the city sewers, using their bodies to test every member of the opposite sex they come into contact with every night. Once a fallen beastmaster becomes dominated, he can only choose one of the contracted soul beasts to stay. The other soul beasts will be transformed into nutrients and absorbed by the fallen, improving the fallen's soul qualifications and soul power level. At this moment, he also understood why the soul qualifications of Sunan, Yang Kai, and Li Xiang suddenly improved in this life. It turns out that these 3 people have already become corrupted beastmasters who are dominated. In order to gain immortal souls, the Fallen are willing to sacrifice their souls. Taking advantage of Zhang Ming's distraction, the 2 cursed warriors Yang Kai and Li Xiang suddenly attacked. The 2 swords instantly became huge, were raised high, and fell heavily to the ground. I've been prepared for this move of yours. Zhang Ming activated the flash ring and teleported to the side with a sneer on his face. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Cursed warrior Yang Kai. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, cursed armor. After each attack, the cursed energy will recover automatically. Level, King 2 stars. Skills, Undead Binding Death Curse, Great Sword Mastery of Corpse Ghost Strike. Introduction, undead species cursed by the servants of the god of death. Their souls are sealed in the flesh, suffering day and night, becoming combat tools that only know how to kill all day long. Weakness, Holy Attribute. Taking advantage of the opportunity to dodge, the system panel was summoned and appeared in the field of vision. Looking at Yang Kai's extremely powerful talent and skills, he also understood what the bloodline Su Nan was referring to. A ferocious beast in human form. In the previous life, the Alliance had published ancient records about ferocious humanoid beasts. This can be traced back to the ancient civilization period, the origin of mankind. At that time, there were a total of 15 human races on Earth, with different talents and abilities. They once gathered together to resist the giant beasts, but later fell apart due to unknown reasons. The 15 human races combined with each other and passed down to this day, with only the current civilized humans left. The Beastmaster also evolved from one of them. Among them was a humanoid race, the Tanya. They are born with strong blood, and possess blood talents that are no less than those of ferocious beasts. Their physical strength is extremely powerful, but their soul qualifications are extremely poor, and they are naturally unable to become beastmasters. The Titans regard humans with this bloodline as their mortal enemies. The most ancient curse of all Titans. The souls of the killed Tanyas will be sealed permanently in their bodies, turning them into the first generation of humanoid beasts. Curse the warrior. Until the Tanya tribe was completely extinct, this method continued from ancient times to the super ancient civilization period, and the Titan beasts enslaved countless beastmasters as slaves. Today, the Fallen still use this ancient curse in the same way to find and kill humans who still have a trace of Tanya blood in their bodies. Turn them into cursed warriors, become his soul beasts, and serve him. It turns out that the cause of all this is because he also has Tanya blood. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity. His soul and Rodin came to the same conclusion, and he attacked immediately. Long Yin sings. Rodin spread his lava wings that were more than 10 meters long, but due to the space limitations in the temple, he was unable to fly, so he had to attack from where he was. Yulan cooperated with him and used his rapid speed to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai and Li Xiang. Instantly, 9 fire dragon heads rushed over, rushing towards the cursed warrior. The scorching heat instantly illuminates the entire temple. The people who were originally huddled in the corner suddenly felt the warmth and light. Outside the temple, the black death bugs that were previously afraid of the temple and dared not enter were attracted by the light and flew in droves. It's the black death bug. Everyone screamed and were so scared that they didn't know where to hide. Several students who were unwilling to die here stood up resolutely. Even if I die, I have to take a few people with me. Dali, kill him. Defei was also getting anxious, and he ordered his one-horned rhinoceros beetle to charge forward. Relying on its powerful and hard shell, the black death bug had no way to attack him for a while, and it tried to drill in several times but failed. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed. We must not be distracted by other things at this moment. Without the threat of the fire of inheritance in the temple, the black death worms will no longer be afraid. If the fire of inheritance was taken out, Rodin and Yulan would be held back by the two cursed warriors, Yang Kai and Li Xiang, and would be unable to split themselves, and the fire of inheritance would definitely be taken away by Sunan. There was also a soul beast with a king-level aura standing on her shoulder, staring at her eagerly, eager to try. Yang Kai held a big sword in his hand, and every time it hit the ground, it made a clang sound, which showed that it was not light. Rodin activated his innate geothermal armor, and the hot magma flowed freely on his back, forming a magma armor around his body. His entire body kept flashing red, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Bang! Yang Kai and Li Xiang kept aiming at Rodin and attacking him repeatedly. The dark and dull sword was wielded very easily by the two of them. Relying on the weight and length of the sword, they rushed out of Rodin's encirclement of flames without fear of death and slashed with the sword. Seeing that Rodin was defeated step by step, Yolan's attacks were unable to cause any damage. The cursed warriors used a completely head-on fighting style, and both of them had no expression on their faces and did not feel any pain at all. A trace of black air emanated from their deep black and blue armor. Every time after being attacked, the black gas emanating from the armor seemed to have life, constantly entwining the two of them. Level suppression. Powerful fighting style. There were also black death bugs outside that kept pouring in. If Yulan hadn't fought desperately to protect him, Sunan wouldn't have needed to take action. He would have died under the black blood of the black death bugs and turned into a pool of blood. Sunan lowered his head. The black hat covering his face kept shaking, and a terrifying and creepy laugh came out of his mouth. He seemed very excited and thrilled, and his whole body began to tremble. In his opinion, this scene was completely a case of insanity. I'm so happy. I'll be able to get your body soon. Sunan's voice was mixed with almost crazy laughter. Madman, trigger flash again to avoid the attack of 3 black death bugs. Although I had only heard in my previous life that every fallen beastmaster was a fanatic who worshipped power and pursued strength. After seeing it today, he finally understood. Selling your soul does not gain power, but only awakens the desires and ambitions lurking deep in your heart. Magnify it infinitely. In order to gain power, the fallen will do anything, even kill their father and mother. A shrill and piercing cry. The ice falcon surrounded by ice blue flames on Sunan's shoulder moved. It's extremely fast, with sharp wings, like a charging fighter plane. Dragon Sorrow. Dragon Flame Dawn. Chapter 52, Hatching Legendary Soul, Beast Eggs. Pull the Dragon Sorrow to its limit with your right hand. A fire dragon with golden flames burning all over its body roared out. There was a deafening roar of a dragon, penetrating inside and outside. This is a giant oriental dragon that inherits the ancient Chinese heritage. Go straight to the ice falcon. Boom! When the two collided, a dazzling aurora suddenly flashed in the temple, illuminating the entire underground ruins. The ice blue flames and the golden fire dragon seemed to purify everything, and the surroundings were bright and blank. When the light faded, the blue flame on the ice falcon's body was significantly reduced, and it screamed at the top of its lungs. Drops of ice blue blood fell, and it was obvious that the blow had seriously injured it. Zhang Ming was also breathing heavily. This single blow almost drained his soul power. At this moment, even the summons of Leighton and Yulan seemed a bit far-fetched. Sunan was not surprised. The face under the black robe became more and more terrifying. Countless rotten insects of different colors emerged from the densely packed bee eyes. The ice falcon actually stretched out its claws and grabbed her face fiercely. As the bees picked out rotten insect from their eyes, their injured wings recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, I didn't expect you to have such an ancient Horcrux. I really underestimated you. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Once I get your soul, everything you have will be mine. Sunan screamed the last word madly, his face covered with blood, his sunken pupils without eyeballs, and he looked extremely horrible. The ice falcon swooped towards him again. This time, his soul power had been exhausted, and he held on to the flash ring tightly. How could he die here? Even if it consumes my vitality, I must kill her. Just as the ice falcon was about to pounce, a furious lion's roar shook the surroundings. A golden flash appears. Golden Leomon. Roar. Beast King Claw. The golden lion beast pounced fiercely at the ice falcon, pressed it to the ground, opened its lion's mouth, and strangled the ice falcon's neck with its sharp fangs. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't turn over. Instructor Qin. Zhang Ming was a little excited. He turned around and saw the wounded Instructor Qin, who was leaning against the wall to support his body under the protection of the ground-spiked iron-armored dragon. A smile appeared on Instructor Qin's pale face. He insisted on raising his arm and extending his right thumb. Ah, damn it. Qin Zhan. D. Sunan shouted at the top of his lungs. His hoarse voice was extremely penetrating. A cube shining with starry blue light appeared out of thin air and slowly rotated. The light was mysterious and deep, like a night star in the endless starry sky, shining brightly. You forced me to use the Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube. Zhang Ming also noticed this strange block of blue starlight that was sparkling like the starry sky. It was eerie and deep, something he had never seen before. Ding! A fluctuation of holy energy appears nearby. Saint-level Horcrux. The block in front of Su Nan turned out to be a holy-level Horcrux. Although we don't know the power of this cube-shaped holy-level Horcrux, once the Horcrux becomes a holy weapon, its power will be no less than facing an ancient titan. Ding! You have enough soul points to find a soul beast egg that can be hatched. Whether to hatch immediately. Enough soul points. The 10 million soul points needed to hatch a legendary soul beast egg were accumulated by Rodden and General Yulan by killing the Black Death bugs. Ding! Discover the fire of inheritance. Do you want to fuse it and inherit the bloodline of the Queen of Fierce Beasts? Choosing the Queen of Fierce Beasts means you will give up other options, including the legendary soul beast egg. Yes. Fusion. In a system backpack, a wooden box carved with hundreds of flowers slowly opened. The pattern in the center was carved with a lifelike butterfly-shaped giant beast with flapping blue wings. The fire of inheritance merged into the legendary soul beast egg, and instantly, it emitted a dazzling red light. He immediately bit his finger, took out the legendary soul beast egg, and let the blood drip out. Whisper the spell to open the soul blood contract. Ancient gods, please obey my call and awaken from the endless starry sky. The blood fell on the soul beast egg and turned into a pattern of mysterious symbols, which slowly disappeared. Sunan saw a mysterious soul beast egg, emitting red light, suddenly appear in front of him. This ancient aura and powerful bloodline frightened all the ferocious beasts around. This is mine. It's my ancient titan bloodline. Sunan rushed over like crazy. His two dry hands kept grabbing forward with a shrill sound, and ice blue flames burned on his body and kept hitting him. As soon as each ice blue flame touched him, it turned into ice blue flowers and slowly floated down. A layer of faint red light shield protected him and isolated him from all attacks. Birdcage. Shrink. As Sunan uttered the word, the originally boundless light and shadow screen in the sky above the Tyrant ruins outside suddenly shrank, and its range continued to shrink. All the ferocious beasts that were pierced by the light and shadow screen were killed in an instant. It was cut into countless lines. The scene was extremely bloody. Only the bloodthirsty flying ants were safe and sound after being pierced by the light and shadow screen. It was as if this nearly transparent screen of light and shadow was the guillotine of hell, targeting only the life in the ruins of Tyrant. The light and shadow screen continued to shrink until it shortened to the underground ruins. A square screen of light and shadow suddenly attacked from all directions at extremely fast speed, passing through the rock wall and the Black Death worms. The Black Death worms exploded collectively in an instant, and large amounts of black blood poured down. Golden Leomon resolutely killed the Ice Falcon and fought against two cursed warriors alone, accompanied by a crisp sound of breaking the shell. The soul beast egg floating in front of Zhang Ming cracked a little. A young head popped out from it. It opened its half-closed eyes and looked at him curiously. Its gem-like eyes looked around curiously, and it opened its two tender claws to eat the eggshell underneath it, revealing its entire body. It is a young caterpillar with a white body and blue stripes on its back. A caterpillar? Is this a legendary soul beast that inherited the blood of an ancient titan? Zhang Ming widened his eyes and was stunned. After being shocked, I realized that the queen of ferocious beasts was actually a butterfly-shaped ferocious beast of the insect species. Just like the great power of the big fly, it needs to go through the larval stage. The big, fat, white caterpillar in front of you is the queen of ferocious beasts from ancient times. As soon as the larvae crawled out, they crawled affectionately into the palm of his hand and rubbed against it continuously. It has only been a minute since the soul beast egg was hatched. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. A huge crack appeared above the underground ruins, and endless bloodthirsty, flying ants swarmed in. Oh no! Sunan laughed like crazy, constantly urging the Rubik's Cube to reduce the space of the light and shadow screen, in an attempt to kill everyone. Ding! Congratulations on completing your achievement and hatching your first legendary soul beast. Ding! Congratulations on completing the achievement and contracting an ancient titan beast. Get excess rewards. Chapter 53. Gaze from the Abyss. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the soul beast armor. Thorn armor. Armor of Thorns. Grade, purple. Skill. After receiving skill damage, 15 of the damage will be reflected back to the attacker, and it will take effect when worn. Introduction. A rattan armor made of thorny vines of man-eating plants. After being armed, it greatly improves defense. He quickly glanced at the system panel. Soul Beast armed. If the Horcrux is the weapon and armor of the Beastmaster, then the Soul Beast armor is the Horcrux of a Soul Beast. Today, the manufacturing technology of Soul Beast weapons is still being explored, and all the existing Soul Beast weapons are excavated from ancient ruins. Soul Beast weapons are more precious than the soul weapons used by Beastmasters and are rare in the world. And this piece of thorn armor is of purple quality. Its rarity is no less than that of the orange Horcrux, Dragon's Sorrow. The armor of thorns was immediately put on Rodden, and it was like a vine taking root and sprouting. Countless vine branches instantly grew on his back where the magma was flowing, covered with sharp vertical thorns, each of which was shining with a cold light. The originally fiery geothermal armor was instantly wrapped in the armor of thorns, and the armor of thorns covered Rodden's entire body. Accompanied by a roar, Rodden spread his flaming wings that were more than 10 meters long, opened his mouth, and spit out 7 flaming dragon heads that rushed toward Sunan. The ice-blue flame danced in the dry palms, and suddenly changed. The ice-blue flame filled the entire temple, forming a circle of fire that surrounded Zhang Ming in the middle. Zhang Ming had just recovered some of his soul power and put his right hand on the bowstring again. Aim at Sunan. Whoosh! A flaming arrow flew straight towards the foul ghost face. There was a disdainful sneer from under the black robe. A layer of light and shadow screen suddenly appeared in front of her, and the flaming arrow pierced into the screen, and with a puff, the flaming arrow was extinguished. Ha! What a waste of effort! Seeing that Rodden and his attacks were all blocked by the barrier summoned by the strange magic cube, he thought to himself that something was wrong. This strange barrier was getting smaller and smaller and was approaching the temple. Outside, there are endless bloodthirsty flying ants fighting with the remaining Black Death bugs. Under the current situation, Sunan must be killed quickly. Otherwise, everyone, including him, would die. Zhang Ming's expression suddenly tensed up, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right leg. 2 bloodthirsty flying ants were lying on his thighs and gnawing at his combat uniform. So he quickly slapped them away with his hands. The little caterpillar, which had been lying quietly on his shoulder, suddenly became agitated. It kept stretching its tender claws and making strange noises at the bloodthirsty flying ants, as if warning the invaders. When the bloodthirsty flying ant heard the strange sound, it seemed very frightened. It immediately spread its wings and flew away from his thigh, biting off a small piece of flesh. It was the little caterpillar's warning that drove away the bloodthirsty flying ants. Immediately bring up the caterpillar's property panel. Ferocious Beast Queen, Larva. Bloodline Legend. Talent. Queen's arrival, after active release, forcibly weakened the target's strength by 50. Level, Bronze 1 star. Skill, Spinning. Introduction, inherited the blood talent of the ancient Titan Beast Queen. In the larvae stage, it was upgraded to gold level and then formed a pupa, completing the first metamorphosis. 1 bronze star. According to past experience, after Rodin and Yulan used epic bloodline cards to upgrade their bloodlines, they were born at gold level. Although I don't understand why the little caterpillar is only bronze 1 star, but seeing that it scared away the bloodthirsty flying ants with just a warning, the blood talent of the queen of ferocious beasts should not be underestimated. The little caterpillar stood on the shoulder, stretched out its upper body, and made a hissing sound. The bloodthirsty flying ants surrounding the temple suddenly gathered together and huddled together, not daring to continue flying inside. The bloodthirsty flying ants that stayed inside the temple fled quickly. Sunan noticed the changes in the bloodthirsty flying ant. There were 5 long bloody marks on its pale and terrifying face caused by the withered hands. The 2 cursed warriors used their great swords to knock away the golden Leomon, jumped up, and attacked him with their great swords raised high. Rodin stepped forward and pounced toward Sunan with dark blue agility, and a deep blue claw light appeared. Bang! That layer of light and shadow screen appeared again. While blocking Yolan's attack, Rodin also blocked the attack of the cursed warrior. In an instant, the situation came to a stalemate. A smile appeared on Zhang Ming's lips. Do you think you've won? His finger was already on the flash ring, and he kept moving forward as he spoke, closing the distance between them. Haha, I have a Rubik's Cube to protect me, and you will all die. The black hood lowered slightly, noting his movement forward. Don't think about triggering flash. All attacks are ineffective in front of the demon. Sunan's hoarse voice revealed confidence. I just don't believe it. Before he finished speaking, the flash ring appeared. Zhang Ming instantly appeared in front of Sunan and crashed into the light and shadow barrier. Sunan's pale ghost face was right in front of him, but they were separated by a layer, and yet he couldn't kill her. Ah, I told you all attacks are ineffective in front of the demons. Bang! The light and shadow barrier in front of him suddenly cracked, like broken glass, and Sunan stepped back unconsciously. How was that possible? How could the barrier summoned by the cube break? Impossible. Ah! The light and shadow barrier shattered in an instant, turning into crystal light spots floating down. Zhang Ming held a sharp knife tightly in his left hand and stabbed it into the light and shadow barrier. Gaze into the abyss. With an angry roar, he forcibly activated his exhausted soul power and mobilized the vitality of his whole body to gather it in the devil's eyes. His eyes turned into amber devil's eyes, and inky black lines appeared in his eyes, suffocating with fear. The devil's eyes stared at Sunan's sunken eye sockets without eyeballs. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. Ah! Sunan held his head and screamed, his piercing voice full of horror and fear. Deep in the soul hidden under the black robe, scenes of misery and horror flashed by. She saw that all the people she had killed appeared before her. She was tied to a cross, her body covered with scars. All the people she had killed were grinning evilly and looking at her with ferocious eyes. Each of them held a sharp knife in his hand, cutting her skin and her face with one cut after another. Drops of blood slid down the scar. A knife cut open her body, exposing her internal organs. These people reached out and dug out her internal organs, stuffing them into their mouths frantically, eating with great enjoyment. She struggled desperately, screaming, "She is crazy." Judgment from the soul. The scene changed again, and she found herself in a dark abyss. Her big blood-red eyes opened wide, and her soul seemed to be bitten by thousands of ants. It was extremely itchy, and she felt piercing pain, suffering, sadness, and fear. Once the abyss gaze is activated, the opponent will fall into his own fear environment. The soul will be consumed by fear. Blood oozed from Zhang Ming's eyes, and his skin gradually shrank. He raised his right hand, holding the knife with difficulty. Flutter! Stab her between the eyebrows. Countless rotten worms and green, smelly blood splashed. Chapter 54, Mysterious Fanatic. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from Sunan's dark eyes, and his expression was painful. Use your last bit of strength. Push the knife in again. In the terrifying environment of the abyss staring at him, Sunan's soul became increasingly ethereal, as if the bright fire was beginning to dissipate. No, I have a mortal soul. Master, save me. Owner. Zhang Ming held on desperately, using the devil's eye to destroy her soul until the soul fire that symbolized life was extinguished. Suddenly, those huge, blood-red eyes appeared again and looked at him. A cold feeling comes from the soul. Terrifying, powerful. As the saying goes, gazing into the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss is also staring at you. The horror from the abyss is now facing it from thousands of miles away. It is detected that your vitality is rapidly decreasing. The devil's eye has been closed for you. The devil's eye closes and returns to its original pupil color. Zhang Ming's whole body was soaked with sweat, and his head was covered with sweat. That was a close call. Just now he witnessed with his own eyes Su Nan's soul being erased and dissipated. Those blood-red eyes were too terrifying. There is no way to get out of that state of terror. It's as if it was fixed there. If the system hadn't forcibly closed the demon eye and pulled his mind back, his soul would probably have dissipated in those blood-red eyes. Still frightened, he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body weak. As Su Nan's soul dissipated, wisps of black air began to emanate from the bodies of the two cursed warriors. The cursed armor on their bodies began to float away and rot piece by piece, and they were disappearing like weathered stone statues. Zhang Ming. Yang Kai regained his consciousness and called out his name. Ha! Yang Kai and Li Xiang both laughed at the same time, without any expression. Zhang Ming stared at the two of them coldly. At this moment, they were both doomed to die. Yang Kai suddenly grinned evilly, not caring at all about his collapsing body. Tanya tried. The master will never give up on you. Sooner or later you will become a killing tool, like us. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words, he forced himself to hold on to his tired body, pulled out his knife, and quickly rushed to Yang Kai. A slash of knife. Cut off their heads. The severed heads still made mocking sounds and looked at him strangely, making him very uncomfortable. Layden, crush their heads for me. Rodden felt his mood at the moment, spread his wings, and grabbed with his huge claws. The cursed warrior also completely turned into ashes and fell away, as if he had never appeared. The temple finally regained its security for a moment. After all the efforts, there were less than 30 people left. If it weren't for Instructor Qin, who dragged his seriously injured body to block the cursed warriors, I'm afraid all 30 people would not have survived. Zhang Ming, quick, stop the Rubik's Cube. Instructor Qin suddenly shouted, pointing at the cube that was still floating in the same place. Although Su Nan is dead, the Rubik's Cube is still running. The light and shadow barrier has entered the temple, and all the survivors are forced to gather together by the light and shadow barrier. I reached out to touch the Rubik's Cube, but was blocked by another layer of barrier. Totally untouchable. System Elf, what should I do to control this Rubik's Cube? Dear Master, the magic cube is a holy weapon. You need the soul power of an Imperial Beastmaster. At this juncture, how could he become an Imperial Beastmaster? All the soul points have been used up to hatch soul beast eggs. Is there any other solution? Before the system elf could reply, there was a sudden explosion above the temple. The violent explosion pushed him away. The entire roof was blown off. Look up. A towering white ape about 100 meters tall held an iron rod in its hand and smashed the roof of the temple with one blow. Everyone was stunned by this sudden attack. The ferocious beast that appeared in front of him was a behemoth that was no less huge than the ancient titan. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit was standing on the shoulder of the sky-bearing white ape. The man jumped from the air and landed on the ruins. It's Venerable Lin. Instructor Qin was overjoyed and very excited. Reverend Lin took a step forward, then appeared in front of the magic cube and stretched out his hand to grab it. A flash of lightning appeared, constantly resisting the power of Master Lin. Venerable Lin snorted coldly, his expression serious, completely different from when they met before. Zhang Ming stood up slowly. Intimidated by the might of the towering white ape, Rodin and Yulan roared angrily. Buzz! A strange sound. In the ruins of the temple, a circle of sparks and light rotated, and a space portal appeared. Behind the portal is endless darkness. A figure wearing a purple robe walked out. The purple-robed man was tall and walked slowly towards the Rubik's Cube. He slowly raised his arm, stretched out his right hand, and the Rubik's Cube flew lightly into his palm. Through the black shadow, one can seem to see a smile on the purple-robed man's mouth. Your Excellency, you cannot touch the holy weapon. The Alliance of the Fallen. Venerable Lin uttered a few words in a cold voice. You could say that. Zhang Ming heard that the voice of the purple-robed man was extremely young and full of vitality. He didn't look like Su Nan, a ghost who was sacrificing his soul. Moreover, the purple-robed man's outstretched hand had a bright complexion, and he was obviously a young man. I am only a servant loyal to the Black Dragon King, Lord Tyrant. You are a fanatic, Reverend Lin said in a flat voice. After saying this, the man in purple turned to look at Zhang Ming with a sly smile in his voice. You, all 17 adults want to see you very much. 17 adults? I took the Rubik's Cube. With that, the purple-robed man turned and walked towards the spark portal. Oh, by the way, Master Lin, before I leave, my lord asked me to tell you something. Don't waste your energy. If you don't want history to repeat itself, don't try to get that thing. The purple-robed man laughed strangely and stepped into the portal. The portal closed, as if it had never appeared. Venerable Lin did not move throughout the whole process. His expression was solemn. No one understood why Venerable Lin did not take action to subdue this man just now. With a towering white ape above his head that was comparable to an ancient titan, why did he let this purple-robed man leave so arrogantly? Only Zhang Ming understood. The moment the space portal opens, the content of the system message bar prompt. Alert! Alert! 3 ancient titan beasts detected. On the other side of the space portal are 3 ancient titan beasts. For the sake of those who survived in the temple, Venerable Lin did not dare to move, nor could he move. He could only suppress his anger and watch the man in purple robe leave. Reverend Lin looked at him kindly, with approval in his eyes. The Rubik's Cube was taken away by a mysterious man, and the light and shadow screen disappeared. Only the red rain remained in the sky, still madly devouring everything. The little caterpillar on my shoulder made a childish sound, as if it was snoring in its sleep. The positioning bracelet is ready for use. Everyone activate the bracelet and return to the Red God. Venerable Lin looked at the remaining people and couldn't help but speak in a low voice. As everyone activated their positioning bracelets one after another, they returned to the Qi Shan. Venerable Lin reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Venerable Lin. Zhang Ming's voice also sounded very tired. I'm sorry we're late. Chapter 55, Business is Coming. Jin Wu City, Central Hospital. Today is the 7th day since returning from Tyrant's ruins. The headlines every day are all about the latest progress of Huaxia District's investigation into the truth behind this matter. This was also the first time that the Fallen Alliance appeared on the screen and became known to everyone. For the first time, people realized that beneath their peaceful lives, there existed such a group of terrifying and hateful demons. The impact of the Red Rain incident on the Tyrant ruins is huge. The ecological balance of the Tyrant ruins was severely damaged. In order to survive, countless ferocious beasts had to migrate to the northeast, causing nearly half of the Tyrant ruins to become a wasteland. There are many low-level ferocious beasts in the Tyrant ruins, and the Chinese region obtains no less than tens of millions of soul crystals from them every year. As a result, the Chinese region will lose a large area for obtaining soul crystals. The source of the disaster, the bloodthirsty flying ants, was also left behind. Only 1 out of 10 of the 300 students who participated in the special training survived, causing heavy losses. The Huaxia District is making every effort to thoroughly investigate the matter and collect evidence. Reverend Lin appeals to the Supreme Court of the Alliance and sues the Meijian District. We need the Meijian District to give an explanation on the Red Rain incident and the issue of shielding the fallen. For a time, the atmosphere in the Huaxia District and the Meijian District was tense, and there were signs of war. In the end, it was the saint who stepped in to mediate the matter, proved that everything that happened in the Tyrant ruins was not done by the Meijian District. Regarding the students who died in this incident and the bloodthirsty flying ants left behind, the Alliance issued a statement saying that it is willing to increase compensation for the deceased and provide relief to the families of the deceased. Elite beastmasters were also drawn from the other 3 regions to assist the Huaxia region in clearing out the bloodthirsty flying ants. In the ward, Zhang Ming had just received an injection of life-enhancing fluid, and after a few days of treatment, his body functions had almost recovered. Brother Ming, you could be discharged from the hospital today. I've been bored to death. Dafei lay on the bed with his legs crossed. Dafei was in the same ward with him, and their beds were next to each other. Zhang Ming looked out the window in a daze. Ming-ji, what are you thinking about? Are you still thinking about the Tyrant ruins? Dafei waved his hand in front of him. He has been thinking these days, recalling his past life and the present, looking for suspicious points in the behavior and words of Su Nan and others. He had a feeling that this was just the beginning, as if there was a vortex hidden in the darkness that wanted to swallow him. Brother Ming. And she pushed open the door and poked out her little head with 2 ponytails. She was wearing a blue and white princess dress, and she stuck out her tongue cutely. She was holding an extra-large lunchbox in her hand. Come and smell it. Is it fragrant? A delicious porridge restaurant has just opened on East Street, and their porridge is delicious. And she opened the lunchbox while speaking, making Defei drooling at the sight. Alas, they're all patients, all human beings, but they have different fates. Angie, you have just recovered from your injury. You don't have to bring me meals every day. He was also a little embarrassed. How can this be possible? And she puffed up her cheeks, pinched her waist with both hands, and let her long ponytails hang in front of her shoulders. If you and Instructor Chin hadn't risked your life to save us, we wouldn't have come back alive. And she pushed open the drawer and took out the dishes and chopsticks, then took out another lunchbox from the Space Horcrux. Defei, this is the pork elbow rice prepared for you. Wow. Defei took the lunchbox and opened it impatiently. The hospital meals he had eaten in the past few days had left him with a tasteless taste. By the way, Angie, how come your injuries are so minor? Defei said while eating. Why? You wish I was more seriously injured than you. No, ahem. Eat slowly, Defei. Zhang Ming also noticed this problem, and she seemed to be less injured than everyone else. Angie, how is Instructor Chin? He asked after taking a sip of porridge. Instructor Chin's injuries are quite serious. He has been transferred to Longsheng for treatment. He needs to rest for a few more days. We will also participate in the Soul Beast competition. By then, Instructor Chin may have recovered. And she said, he nodded slightly. Yes, the Soul Beast competition is about to begin. Although this trip to the Tyrant Ruins was thrilling, it was also very beneficial and fruitful. Not only did he obtain the Demon's Eye and the Dragon's Sorrow, but he also hatched an ancient titan. Although it is still a tiny creature, when it grows up, it will become an ancient creature that can rival 17 ancient titans. The level of the beastmaster did not increase significantly and still remained at beastmaster 1 star. The most important thing is to find out what happened. These days he has been searching for records about the Tanya people on the virtual computer, but unfortunately he has found nothing. Ding dong. You have 999 plus messages that have not been processed in the past 14 days. Please check them in time. The icon of the Cloud shopping mall on the smart bracelet on my wrist suddenly flashed. Oh my god, so much information. Put your finger on the smart bracelet, push it forward gently, and a 7-inch projection light screen will appear. The man who loves playing with swords sent you 63 messages. Man who loves playing with swords. Is the boss here? It's been half a month since I placed the order. When will it be shipped? Favorite long legs. Boss, are you still alive? If you are, please make a sound. DeLang loves drinking ADC. Brother, can this card of yours really improve people's soul aptitude? The man from the Kingdom of Light. Is the boss dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Game Tester Xiaolan. When you go online, you will receive 10 million ingots, a beautiful dress, and a mount with 10 million combat power. Damn it, why are there still advertisements? After checking the messages one by one, I found that all the products on the shelves had been ordered. Since the buyer had not canceled the order, the knight could not contact him, and all the products were piled up in the unprocessed orders. Because they are the victims of the Tyrant Ruins, in order to protect them from external harassment, the hospital blocked all signals and strictly prohibited family members from visiting. I don't know how Anchi managed to enter and leave the hospital freely. So these few days, I couldn't connect to the virtual network. Maybe he was discharged from the hospital in the afternoon, and the internet suddenly worked just now. Immediately dial the number of the Night Express personnel. Hello, I'm the online shop owner of shop number 8. Damn, you're alive. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of Jin Wu College this afternoon. Brother Ming, business is here. Defei naturally heard the phone call just now. Brother Ming, I also secretly took a look at the qualification card you sold. Is it really that magical? Actually, Brother Ming, to be honest, I secretly placed an order and bought one. Defei said a little embarrassedly. In fact, when selling qualification cards on the Yungo Mall, only Anshi and Defei knew that it was him who sold it. No one in the outside world, not even Reverend Lin, could find out that it was him. Moreover, he only opened the purchasing channel in the Huaxiao region and did not connect to the 4 major regions of the Alliance. The qualification cards could only be circulated within the Huaxiao region. If you want to give the purchase qualification card to beastmasters in other regions, you have to go through the black market. System Elf, can you add a setting to the soul qualification card? Sure, Master. What is your request? Others who use aptitude cards to improve their bloodline can only use it once, regardless of the grade. Master, don't worry, this setting is the default. Chapter 56, The Darkness Hidden in the City. In the afternoon, I completed the discharge procedures. Some students who were seriously injured still need to continue treatment and may not be able to participate in this competition. After returning to Jin Wu Academy, Dafei went back to the dormitory first. He waited at the door for the staff of Night Express. The agreed time is 2:30, 3 minutes left. In the sky, a beastmaster who controls a winged pterosaur and has a sword, shield, and pterosaur pattern printed on his clothes gradually approaches. Hello, boss. Intermediate Knight number 1458 is at your service. A young man with a clear voice jumped down from the Quetzalcoatl. Please, boss, take out the goods. We need to take photos and upload them for registration. Zhang Ming nodded, took out the qualification card that had been wrapped in plastic paper, and provided the address. Excuse me, boss. Is this the card you want to sell? The boy took a photo of it with the smart bracelet in his hand and asked curiously. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation, boss. The express delivery will be delivered within 3 days. The boy received all the express parcels in the Space Soul device and took photos of each card for record. There was no need to worry about the knight stealing and causing the parcel to be lost. When I opened the Cloud shopping mall, the account showed that 25 million soul coins had not been received. 70,000 soul points for 25 million. This deal is worth it. The next step is to wait for the buyer to receive the goods, confirm the payment, and all the money will be credited to the account. Humming a little tune, I returned to the dormitory happily. The door of the dormitory was open. A game was running on the smart computer in the room. A whole steaming hot chicken leg was placed on the table. Dafei's clothes were thrown on the bed, but Dafei was nowhere to be seen. Dafei, where did you go? I opened the bathroom door, nothing. At this time, there was no one else in the dormitory building. Maybe they'd gone downstairs. I closed the door to my dorm room and prepared to take a shower. Boom, boom. Wait a minute. I'm taking a shower. I heard a knock on the door and thought it was Dafei. He quickly wiped it with a towel, put on his shorts, and went to open the door. Why don't you rest after coming back? Where have you been? When I opened the door, I saw that it wasn't Dafei and there was no one there. I looked outside the door, but didn't see anyone in the corridor. I looked down and saw a photo. Pick up the photo. Dafei. The person in the photo was Dafei. He was tied to a bench with his bare chest, cotton cloth stuffed in his mouth, and his face was covered with bruises. It seemed that he had been severely beaten. There's another line of words on the back of the photo. I have your brother in my hands. Damn it. He squeezed the photo tightly and hurried back to put on his clothes. Just as he was about to go out, he stopped. Dafei and I left less than half an hour ago. In such a short time, we were able to kidnap Dafei without anyone noticing. Who on earth wants to threaten me with Dafei? Ding dong. The Cloud shopping mall icon lights up on your wrist. Mr. 9 sent you a message. Mr. 9, if you don't want him to die, just do as I say. Customer service at store number 8. What do you want? Mr. 9, qualification card. Customer service of store number 8. Okay, I'll let you go. Mr. 9, don't even think about contacting Qin. Since we have the power to take him away, we also have the power to destroy him. Customer service of store number 8. Location. Mr. 9, it's the Constellation Bar next to the Econe Bridge. I'll give you 20 minutes, and I'll contact you when you get there. 20 minutes, damn. He locked the door and went downstairs immediately. In the city, except for knights and combat personnel, anyone who wanted to ride a flying soul beast had to apply for a flight certificate before being able to control the soul beast to fly. So he ran all the way towards the bridge tunnel. While running, I thought and decided to tell Angie about this. Yakankyo Tunnel is a railway tunnel that has existed for hundreds of years. Although trains have long been no longer used, there are many bars and entertainment venues along the way, and it has developed into a red light district. Whenever night falls, there's an endless stream of pedestrians coming and going in the bridge tunnel, and everyone's face is filled with a satisfied smile. I looked at the time. It was enough. In front of me is a small abandoned railway bridge tunnel. On both sides of the road are small shops extending out. Each shop has a colorful sign. Each shop has a glass window, in which sits a woman dressed in a unique way, either pure or beautiful. Handsome guy, come in and play. There's small ones, come on. An older sister wearing a blue skirt and a very long cleavage was leaning against the door, eating melon seeds, and waving at him continuously. Although this group of people are also beastmasters, as they are at the bottom of the social hierarchy, They have long lost the desire to move up and are indulging in a crazy life of reveling every night. There are also some young people who want to make money quickly through this method and work hard to cultivate soul beasts. Everyone's circumstances and thoughts are different and cannot be evaluated. Zhang Ming stood at the Constellation Bar in Ekong Bridge and opened a message on his wrist. Mr. Nine, go to the Constellation Bar, order a glass of bloody tears with soy sauce, and someone will take you to see him. There was a young waiter standing at the door of the Constellation Bar. Seeing that he was interested in coming in, he greeted him quickly. A distinguished guest. What day did you book? Ignoring the man, the room was lit with colorful spotlights. On the stage, a woman in wild clothing was showing off her dancing moves, and the seats below the stage were filled with people shaking their heads. Although it was broad daylight, there were quite a few people there. I squeezed through the crowd and headed straight for the bar. What would you like to drink, kid? A blonde woman in a black gauze dress, with a seductive figure and a sexy voice, joked. A glass of bloody tears with soy sauce. As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde woman did not react unexpectedly. She put down the wine glass in her hand and leaned forward on the bar. Face to face, eye, only a fist space away from him. The aroma that hits your nose makes you excited. And when you look down, you can see the two things that excite all men. My little brother has good taste. It might be uncomfortable to drink bloody tears for the first time. After adding soy sauce, you might get drunk. Zhang Ming's eyes were firm, and he did not reply. The blonde girl raised a faint smile, took out a few bottles of wine from the wine rack, opened the lids, and mixed the cocktail. After a while, a glass of bloody tears as red as blood was ready, and finally a drop of soy sauce was added. The originally blood-red wine suddenly turned red on top and black on the bottom, looking like a cocktail made with poison. Mr. Nine, drink it. I saw the message on my wrist, raised my glass, and drank it down. Even though we know that it is a deadly poison that can penetrate the heart, we still have to kill him. My little brother is so brave. After drinking this glass of wine, he instantly felt dizzy and his head swollen. The blonde girl in front of him seemed to have turned into a white skeleton wearing a golden wig and clothes, which was extremely weird and scary. Holding the bar and looking behind me, everyone turned into white skeletons, dancing madly. He shook his head vigorously, his eyes went dark, and he passed out. In the hall, all the lights were turned off, and the people who were jumping just now stopped and looked at the unconscious Zhang Ming. Ding, your current state is coma and has been cleared for you. In a daze, he squinted his eyes and saw a space portal suddenly appear. Ding, triggering the side quest. Chapter 57, Twilight Organization. Trigger side quest. Kill the traitor of the Dusk Organization. Reward. SS level, soul qualification card, *1. Two tall men in black suits walked out of the space portal. He took his arm and helped him in. Zhang Ming squinted his eyes and walked through the portal limply. A palace in the architectural style of ancient Chinese dynasties comes into view. There were 4 large characters written on the gold-rimmed plaque. Twilight Organization. With his head hung and his eyes slightly open, he saw 2 soldiers with serious faces, wearing tiger-like armor and with golden swords on their waists, standing at the entrance of the palace. They looked straight ahead with cold and solemn expressions. The leader of all the underground darkness in Huaxia, the Dusk Group? After a moment of daze, he was picked up by the 2 mighty soldiers, helped into the hall, and thrown onto the cold floor. After the 2 soldiers left him behind, they turned around, closed the door, and left. The palace was a little dim, with only a few yellow candlelights. There was a large calligraphy hanging on the wall of the main hall. End war with war. While there is no one in the hall at the moment, he secretly releases Yulan to hide in the dark in case of any emergency. A middle-aged man with a scar on the back of his head and a rather fierce look walked out from the back hall, supporting an old man. The old man was leaning on a cane and walked very slowly. The middle-aged man carefully served him from front to back and only stood aside after the old man sat down. Uzi, ask where your 3 uncles are. Although the old man is old, his voice is full of energy. Yes, Grandpa. Zhang Ming lay on the ground, waiting quietly for his chance to act. Young man, get up when you wake up. The ground is cold. The old man picked up his walking stick and knocked the ground twice. After hearing this, although he didn't know the identity of the old man, it was not his purpose to lie down and pretend to be dead. He stood up, patted his clothes, and faced the old man's gaze without dodging. Taking a closer look at the old man in front of him, he had white hair and kind eyes, and he didn't look like a bad person. The man standing next to him, on the other hand, was tall and strong, with a scar the size of a bowl on his head, which formed a sharp contrast with the old man. At first glance, he looked like a desperado who was responsible for dozens of deaths. "Grandpa, uncles 3, 4, and 5 are on their way and will be here soon." The vicious man bent over and spoke in a low voice, being extremely respectful to the old man. The old man nodded slightly, then looked at Zhang Ming. "Young man, I asked you to come here today because I have some questions that I need your help to answer. Please speak, senior." Zhang Ming's voice was neither humble nor arrogant. "The Twilight Organization. When I was in a combat unit in my previous life, I heard from the elders in the army about some secrets about this organization. It was established after the catastrophe. The exact time should be after the alliance was established and the Chinese region was stabilized. He is the undisputed underground leader in the Huaxia area, in charge of all the shady businesses in China, whether it is underground fighting arenas, black markets, casinos, etc., all obey the orders of the Dust clan." The old man sat in the first seat, and his status must be noble in the Dust group. From their conversation just now, it can be seen that the old man and the middle-aged man are grandfather and grandson, and the two are waiting for the old man's sons. The young man is very calm, worthy of being a student trained by Qinzhan. The old man's eyes were gentle, and he smiled slightly. Zhang Ming did not respond, but was secretly speculating in his heart. Judging from the old man's tone, he seemed to be very familiar with Instructor Qin. "I will not bully the weak. Don't worry, I only want to ask you 3 questions. In exchange, you can also ask me 3 questions." "Okay, please ask, senior," Zhang Ming said with a bow. As far as the current situation is concerned, he is temporarily safe. Although he has no idea where he is and the surroundings are gloomy and weird, he does not want to be too passive and be led by others. "Where did the qualification card come from?" The old man stared intently and started to ask the first question. "You'd better tell the truth, kid." The vicious man, named Hu Zi, pointed at him and threatened, but the old man raised his hand to stop him. Zhang Ming remained silent and did not answer immediately. The old man raised his hand, holding a few B-level qualification cards between his fingers. "The qualification card was made by me using the power of blood to draw the blood of ferocious beasts." Zhang Ming answered calmly. "Nonsense. Grandpa, this kid never intended to tell us the truth from the beginning. I think it's better to leave it to my grandson." The vicious man had a hot temper and flatly denied his explanation. The old man smiled lightly and shook his head. "Young man, I know you have the ancient blood of the Tanya tribe in your body, but the blood ability you just mentioned is not possessed by the Tanya tribe. As far as I know, there is indeed such a race among the 15 ancient tribes. They have the ability to extract the blood of fierce beasts and turn it into qualification cards to supplement the acquired soul qualifications of humans. Unfortunately, this race was the first to become extinct. I don't know how many years have passed since then. Young man, can you think about it again and make up a better excuse to coax me?" Zhang Ming's expression did not change at all. He originally wanted to cover up the past by using the ancient secret of bloodline, but he did not expect the old man to reveal that he had the bloodline of the Tanya tribe. I also told him that there really was such a race in ancient times, and that they had the magical ability to extract the blood of ferocious beasts and turn it into qualification cards, which was simply incredible. "If you don't believe it, you can conduct an on-site experiment," Zhang Ming said with a bow. "No matter whether the old man believes it or not, he will insist on this reason. Regardless of whether there was such a race in ancient times, he would find ways to prove that he possessed the ability of this ancient bloodline." The old man turned his head and gestured. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand, and instantly a corpse of a ferocious beast with a rare bloodline appeared in the hall. "You could try it. If you can't produce the qualification card, you don't have to answer the following 2 questions. The vicious man said viciously. "All right, wait. Bring your space Horcrux here." She took off the Horcrux bracelet and threw it to the man. The man took the bracelet and looked at it for a few more times without saying a word. He squatted down, took out a knife, cut open the belly of the ferocious beast, and reached his hand in. He called up the system panel in his field of vision, opened the exchange mall, and immediately exchanged for a C-level qualification card. He fumbled in the belly of the corpse with his hands, and the qualification card instantly appeared in his right hand. There was no sign of any unusual phenomenon or change. After a few minutes, his right hand raised a bloody C-level qualification card. Seeing that Zhang Ming really took out a qualification card, the old man couldn't help but be surprised, which flashed across his face before returning to normal. The old man hid his expression very well, but he still caught the surprise hidden in the corner of his eyes. The second question is, if someone who already has S-level qualifications uses the S-level qualification card you showed, will their qualifications be upgraded to SS? Won't. The S-level qualification card can only be used once per person and can only be used to forcibly upgrade the original supernatural power to S-level. It will have no effect on people who already have S-level supernatural powers. So that's how it is. It's pretty much what I expected. The old man nodded. The third question is, I will provide you with resources. Can you make an SS-level qualification card? Zhang Ming paused for a moment and then answered, Can. But I can't do that yet. As soon as these words were spoken, the vicious man was ecstatic and blurted out, Grandpa, our Huaxia district can finally stand up this time. I have finished asking questions. It is your turn now. May I ask your name, Senior? Chapter 58 Traitors in the Dust Group. The old man smiled with his eyebrows curved. This old man is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Are you Lin Xiao? Zhang Ming's heart was surging and his eyes were filled with shock. The name Lin Xiao may be known by only a very few people now. But in his previous life, Lin Xiao's name was well known. Everyone knew him. Lin Xiao is not only the helmsman of the Dusk Group, he is also the father of the current Venerable. The existence of the Dusk Group restrains all underground forces in the Huaxia district. It is because of the presence of Mr. Lin that the villains with ulterior motives are deterred. However, the world has always regarded the Dusk Group as the biggest cancer and the worst termite in the Huaxia district. He has always been unknown, bearing countless insults, and willingly transformed himself into the root of the towering tree of China, hidden under the soil, guarding the Chinese area without regrets. How many times have underground forces from other regions of the Alliance tried to infiltrate the Huaxia region? It was Lin Xiao, the old man Lin, who personally led the Dusk Group to repel these evil-minded people time and time again. If it weren't for the Dusk Group, there would be no order in the Chinese district after nightfall. If it weren't for the Dusk Group, the dark side of the Huaxia region would be even dirtier and more chaotic than it is now. He is an unknown guardian, hiding in the dark, always strengthening the roots of China. In the previous life, the Magian district had repeatedly instigated the self-degrading and unmotivated beast tamers in the Huaxia district and spread reactionary ideas in an attempt to make these self-degrading beast tamers gather into a force to fight against the Huaxia troops. It was the Dusk Group that found the spies and killed the traitors time and time again, thus stabilizing the peace in the Huaxia region. There is also infiltration from the Fallen Alliance. The seemingly peaceful and stable alliance not only has to face the threat of ferocious beasts, but also has to deal with the danger from human nature. In this era, too many people choose to surrender. If the Huaxia headquarters is the leaves basking in the sun, the Dusk Group is the roots buried deep underground. I apologize for any offense I caused you just now. Mr. Lin laughed heartily. It's okay. I'm an old man. How can I bother with a junior like you? Your friend is safe, don't worry. I have 2 more questions. Ask them now. That will answer your doubts. Grandpa Lin said. Well, I want to know about the Fallen Alliance. Hearing this question, Mr. Lin's face became heavy. I can't tell you too much about the Fallen Alliance, old man. I can only tell you that this group of people are good at disguising themselves and are willing to sell their souls. They serve different ancient titans and call them masters. Even within the Fallen Alliance, there are differences because of the different behemoths they serve. Since the Fallen Alliance awakened from the ancient titan, the older the Fallen, the stronger they are. As for your bloodline, don't mention it to anyone from now on. The Dusk Group will also send people to protect you in secret. We have already investigated the matter about Su Nan. She became a fallen person when she was in elementary school and sold her soul. Do you know what the price she paid for her power was? What? Kill your father and mother. Actually, this is also my fault. We noticed Su Nan's misconduct a long time ago, but we didn't take any action in order to lure out the corrupt person behind her. Mr. Lin sighed. It was wrong of me to invite you here in this way today. I have already asked someone to test your qualification card. It is not like the second awakening secret medicine in the Magian district, which has side effects. It can perfectly improve the qualifications of humans after using it. I'm just worried about the flow of qualification cards into other areas. I'm worried that someone will get there first. I don't want to alert the enemy. I have no choice. Alas. Senior, I understand. Regarding the qualification card, I will let Lin Hu talk to you in detail later. After saying that, The man standing next to him changed his previous ferocious look and gave him a kind smile. My 3 sons are here. They might make fun of you in a little while. Mr. Lin said this and waved his hand to signal him to stand next to him. 3 similar-looking men in Zhongshan suits pushed the door open and saluted in unison. Father, snort, you still have me as your father in your eyes. Colluding with the Meijian district to secretly sell the secret awakening medicine. Do you think I'm old? Before the 3 of them entered the door, Mr. Lin spoke angrily. I've already said about the secret awakening medicine. This is a conspiracy by the Meijian district against our Huaxia district. It stimulates the user's soul potential and forcibly improves the user's qualifications, which will shorten the user's lifespan. No matter who you are, I will kill my relatives today for the sake of justice. You 3 are already in high positions. Aren't you still not satisfied with money? The 3 people standing at the door remained silent. Through the dim shadows, they opened their devil eyes and clearly saw a sneer on the corner of the man standing in the middle's mouth. Yes, father is right. There is no need for financial satisfaction. But we also want to be a respected person like our big brother, whom everyone looks up to. The man standing in the middle shouted loudly. As long as we agree to this condition, Meijian District will promise to give me a soul beast with legendary bloodline as my contracted beast. Why wouldn't I agree? I can totally agree to their conditions first, and then protect our China. Bullshit. Grandpa Lin was so angry that he kept hitting the floor with his cane. I never thought that my own son, Lin Xiao, would be such an ungrateful person. 4th and 5th brothers, kill him, said Mr. Lin angrily. The 3 of them didn't move at all when they heard the voice. Old Master Lin's eyes jumped, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. It turns out that all 3 of you have become dogs of the Meijian district. Haha, so what if I'm a dog? Why should the father give all the resources to the eldest brother when they are all sons? Why can my elder brother become a venerable, but we can't? Why can big brother stand in the sun and be admired by everyone, while we have to hide in the dark? I don't accept it. Old 4, you have been timid since childhood, and you always shirk every mission. Even if you become a venerable, you are still a dark person at heart, and a disaster for our Huaxia district. Haha, old man, you are old now. It's time for me to take the position of a leader. As he spoke, the 4th brother took a step forward. A deafening roar broke through the sky, and the palace was instantly pierced through. 7 soul beasts over 30 meters tall suddenly appeared. The 3 of them stood on the soul beast, looking down from above. Good, you are really my good son. Old Master Lin felt like his heart was bleeding. He didn't expect these 3 people to be so bold as to attack him here. Grandpa, you are old. The 3 of us brothers have already guessed why you called us here today. Hand over the key. The 3 of US brothers will leave now. We don't care about this damn Venerable. Oh, I may be old, but I'm still more than capable of dealing with you 3 ungrateful bastards. Mr. Lin threw away the cane in his hand, and his whole body's aura suddenly increased. The breath of the Venerable. A black ape covered with black hair and 100 meters tall broke through the palace and suddenly appeared. From a distance, it looked somewhat similar to the white ape of Reverend Lin. The mountain-moving demon ape. Chapter 59. Ending war with war. A strong wind blew by. Old Master Lin's white hair was fluttering wildly. His eyes were like thunder, and he stood still. The mountain demon ape beneath him was like an angry King Kong, looking down at the 7 termite-sized soul beasts, not taking them seriously at all. Zhang Ming rode Rodden into the air. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been hit by the collapsed roof beam and was seriously injured. I have protected China all my life and will never allow my son to betray China. No matter who it is. Betray China. Kill. Old Master Lin roared angrily. His voice was so loud that even Zhang Ming was shocked. Lin Xiao pursued absolute justice throughout his life. Black and white. The evil of human nature can only be ended by evil. He suddenly remembered the large calligraphy hanging in the main hall. End war with war. Father, hand over the keys. We promise that we will never be enemies with China in the future. We just accepted the conditions of the American Jian district. What's wrong with that? Shut up. You are so shameless. What's the matter? Have you forgotten how your mother died? How your sister-in-law died trying to save you? And your eldest brother. He could have gone one step further and become a saint. Who stepped forward to protect China? Where were you 3 then? Faced with Mr. Lin's questioning, the 3 brothers were speechless and fell silent. The third one in the middle looked ruthless and said through gritted teeth, "Have we, brothers, never made any contribution to China? Can't you see everything we have done?" I still say the same thing. I don't accept it. Why would father give all the resources to my eldest brother? In terms of qualifications, I am not inferior to my elder brother. In terms of contributions, I am not inferior either. Why should I give my eldest brother the things that my father brought back from the land given by God? I don't accept it. Old Master Lin's aura surged again, and he had no place to vent his anger. The mountain-moving demon ape beneath him beat his chest with his arms, revealing his huge fangs, his pupils bloodshot, and he looked like he had the power to slaughter the heavens and devour the earth. Evil son, kill. Old Master Lin uttered the word kill. The mountain-moving demon ape seemed like a real mountain. It raised its huge feet and pushed forward, causing the earth to shake. Kill. The three brothers were also determined to fight, and they controlled the seven-souled beasts to attack the demon ape. The mountain-moving demon ape opened its arms and suddenly grabbed one of the lizard-like soul beasts, tearing the lizard's huge mouth hard, trying to tear it apart alive. This mountain-moving demon ape is a soul beast with epic bloodline, while the seven opposite have only perfect bloodline. Through the system panel, we can see that the mountain-moving demon ape is a monarch-level 5-star soul beast, and the seven soul beasts fighting with it are king-level soul beasts. The mountain-moving demon ape is extremely powerful and relies on its own size to fight the enemy. 7 king-level soul beasts took to the battlefield one after another, launching attacks continuously, sneaking up on the back of the demon ape, and attempting to directly attack Grandpa Lin himself. However, they were blasted away by a single shot from Grandpa Lin's spear, which was truly miraculous. The coordination between Grandpa Lin and the soul beast was perfect and seamless, which opened his eyes and broke his inherent view of the battles of beastmasters. It turns out that a beastmaster can unleash such powerful combat power with the help of a Horcrux. I have to say that Grandpa Lin is very experienced. He only summoned one soul beast to suppress 7 soul beasts. He can fight one against 7 with ease. The 3 men were seeing that they were no match for their opponent and looked anxious. They glanced over and saw Zhang Ming hiding behind them. The 7 soul beasts attacked at the same time, biting the demon ape's thighs and arms madly with a fatal attack. 4 soul beasts entangled the demon ape's lower body, making it unable to move, and the other 2 kept attacking the demon ape's head. One of the subdragon soul beasts flapped its wings and flew towards him fiercely. A strong wind was howling. Rodden opened his huge mouth, spit out flames to resist the enemy, and then ran backwards wildly. "Humph! Where are you running to, kid?" Grandpa Lin noticed that Lao Wu went to chase him, but did not take action immediately. The mountain-moving demon ape shook its body, shaking off the soul beast lying on it, and swung out with its huge fist, smashing the head of one of the king-level soul beasts with one punch. Blood splattering. Zhang Mingyu made Leighton flee quickly upwards, and only then did he notice that the surrounding environment was different. There are wisps of clouds floating above my head, but they're not real white clouds, but a rock dome. It seems like he is underground now. There was no time to think carefully. If he wanted to get rid of the king-level soul beast behind him, he would definitely not be able to defeat Rodden head-on. His eyes narrowed. A bold idea popped into my mind. He stopped Rodden and stared at the approaching subdragon soul beast with ruthless eyes. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck." 30 meters. 20 meters. The last 10 meters. Flash. He activated the flash ring and instantly appeared next to Brother Lao Wu, which really surprised him. "How come Mr. Ye's flash ring is with you?" Lao Wu said in horror. Before Lao Wu could come to his senses, he was punched in the face. The punch was delivered with full force, hitting right on the bridge of the nose. Lao Wu covered his face with his hands and wailed in agony. "It's not over yet." He pulled the collar of Lao Wu's Zhongshan suit with both hands, opened the devil's pupil, and stared straight into Lao Wu's eyes with the amber devil's eyes. It's as if one feels the call from the devil's abyss and the advent of the dark world. The desires, ambitions, and wildness deep in human nature are all infinitely magnified at this moment. Gaze into the abyss. Lao Wu was pulled into the illusion of his own desire. Zhang Ming seemed like a bystander, watching Lao Wu being devoured and bitten by countless ferocious beasts in the deep abyss quietly with an expressionless face. It's not that he is cold-blooded. For the betrayer, This kind of death is already a mercy outside the law. No, don't chase me. This is my legendary bloodline. Please, please, give it back to me, please. Lao Wu pleaded like a madman with a tearful voice. The scenes of being chased by the ferocious beast just now suddenly changed into a luxuriously decorated palace. Lao Wu knelt in front of a blonde and blue-eyed American man like a stray dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. His words were full of pleading, and his eyes were full of begging. Please, please, as long as you give me the legendary bloodline you promised me, I promise to provide you with information about the Chinese region. The leader of the Dust Group is my father. As long as you give it to me, I don't think my father can still call me a waste. Suddenly, the surrounding illusion changed again. The illusion, symbolizing power and ambition, was shattered. The blonde and blue-eyed American man stretched out his skin, and a ferocious beast with a bloody mouth bit off his head. Blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpse swayed a few steps as Pan God walked, and his soul completely dissipated, falling in his own desires. With the death of Lao Wu, the two soul beasts were summoned by the soul beast space and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1/3 of the traitors in the Dust Group. Ding! Successfully killed the Huaxia traitor. King level 5, Star Beast Tamer, *1. Reward honor value, 5,000. Open the honor value exchange column in the exchange mall. There was a prompt sound from the system. The third and fourth brothers, who were still holding on, raised their eyebrows when they saw the fifth brother's soul beast disappear and its body fall into the air. Father, you forced me to do this. The third brother roared at the top of his lungs and took out a ball of light flashing red thunder from his arms. Countless violent energies flashed around the ball of light. Mr. Lin was stunned. Zhang Ming also discovered the red ball of thunderbolt held in the third brother's hand. The black technology developed in the creation plan of the Magian district in the previous life, a disposable micro-bomb, a destructive weapon formed by compressing the most explosive red thunder in the thundercloud as energy, enough to wipe out all life in an instant. Alarm! Your environment is detected to be dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. Chapter 60 Titan arrive. 7 sins punish Thad. Alarm! It is detected that your current environment is dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. Faced with the crazy prompt sound of the system, he also wanted to escape, but this was underground, with no way up and no door down. Mr. Lin had a serious expression, and there seemed to be crystals twinkling in his eyes. Zhang boy, it was I who harmed you. Mr. Lin turned around and said with a smile. The third son of the Lin family was holding a miniature bomb, as if he controlled everyone's life and death, with a ferocious expression and a crazy tone. Lin Xiao, blame it on yourself. It's your fault that you shouldn't have accepted Big Brother as your adopted son. The corners of Grandpa Lin's mouth twitched slightly. His eyes were filled with anger. This was the base of the Dust Group that he had run for decades. If it was destroyed after this, not only would the intelligence network of the underground forces in the Chinese region be destroyed, the Huaxia region has lost the secret protection of the Dust Group, and spies, detectives, and the Fallen Alliance from other regions of the Alliance will swarm in. In the Huaxia region, with undercurrents surging, how many people can keep their original intentions? Mr. Lin knows too well the human beings in this seemingly peaceful era. In order to gain greater power and higher status, too many people are willing to choose to surrender. Lin Xiao, who has been working hard for so many years to unite humans to fight against ferocious beasts, finally understood at this moment. Mankind's greatest enemy is not ferocious beasts, but desire. Ungrateful. Zhang Ming looked at the silent Mr. Lin and responded directly. Shut up. This is my Lin family's business. Who the hell are you? The third brother barked wildly and glared at Zhang Ming, looking extremely scary. Zhang Ming was not afraid at all and kept getting closer to the two on his rod. If you are a man, let's die together now. I just want to ask you if you dare. You dare not. You are a fucking coward. Get out of here. Although the third brother was very emotional, the fifth brother had just died at the hands of this kid, so he didn't dare to be careless. Stop. This is the latest bomb developed by the Magian district. As long as I activate it with my soul power, everything here will be razed to the ground. So what if it's a monarch-level soul beast? If it weren't for him, if it weren't for his partiality, the 3 of US brothers would have already become royal beast tamers. Honored beast tamers. Why do you think we're still king beast tamers after all this time? The third brother pointed at Mr. Lin angrily. I only know that he gave you your lives. Zhang Ming responded coldly. What is wrong with this world? After growing up, is it true that everyone can sacrifice everything and betray everything without hesitation in order to gain power, even your closest relatives and the people who love you the most? Humans should have united to fight against the ferocious beasts, but the earliest fallen appeared, hiding their identities and sneaking into the four major regions of the Alliance, instigating humans to fight each other and awakening the desires in their hearts. In the final analysis, the fallen are the source of all evil. Desire is but a tool in the hands of the fallen. Wisps of black gas continued to emerge from the third brother's body, which attracted his attention. The black gas continued to spread, surrounding the third brother from head to toe. His skin instantly turned gray and scaly, and two strange sharp horns grew on his head. His pupils turned dark green, weird and scary. The corner of his mouth cracked towards the back of his ear, leaving a long bloody mark. You are such a waste. No wonder Lin Xiao looks down on you. The third brother spoke in a voice like a child. The fourth brother, who was standing next to the third brother, was shocked and terrified and fled quickly. Although he was encouraged by his third brother to rebel against their father with him, he didn't know that his third brother had already sacrificed his soul and joined the alliance of the fallen. You finally showed up. I thought you were going to be a coward forever. Lin Xiao was not surprised at all, but his voice was calm. One of the 17 ancient titans, the Seven Sins Sanction Thad. The third son of the Lin family opened his bloody mouth and let out a terrifying laugh. Lin Xiao, you're very good. If there are more people like you among humans, it will really give us a headache. Zhang Ming was shocked. It turned out that Lin Xiao had already guessed that the third brother would join the Fallen Alliance. The purpose is to lure the snake out of its hole. The Seven Sins Sanctioned Sod controls the 7 deadly sins of gluttony, greed, laziness, envy, pride, lust, and anger. It can amplify the desires hidden in the human heart and become its most devout servant. Oh, guess what I smell? Pure Tanya blood. Run away. Mr. Lin's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin, who has opened the portal, it's right under the ruins. You two should run away. None of you can escape today. Even though this body won't last long, it's more than enough to deal with you. As he spoke, the Thad that possessed the third brother opened a bloody mouth and swallowed up the soul beast in the soul beast space, along with the fourth brother. The third brother's body was instantly torn apart, and huge hands and feet broke through the flesh and blood, and a huge beast with 7 hideous heads appeared out of thin air. Stand tall on the earth. Just looking at its height, it is taller than the mountain-moving demon ape. Its body is covered with hard scales, and it looks down upon the sky. It seems that everything is so insignificant in front of this ancient titan beast, and all resistance is just a powerless struggle. 7 Sins Sanctions, Thad Split, Bloodline, Epic, Talent, 7 Sins Control, Level Monarch 8 stars, Skills, Heart of Bewitching, Fire of Desire, Magic Sound, Light of Elimination, 7 Sins of Magic. Introduction. One of the 17 ancient titan beasts is a body occupied by a trace of evil thoughts from the 7 Sins Sanction Thad, and has 1/10 of the power of the original beast. Its horror lies in its ability to control the desires of all living beings. Looking up at the huge creature in front of him, he had no time to be shocked and quickly ran towards the portal. This body is still okay, said the 7 heads under the 7 Sins Sanction Thad activity. Want to run? A head raised in the air suddenly spewed out hot flames, and Rodden dodged the attack by moving sideways. Shit, 1/10 of the power is equivalent to a Monarch level 8 star. This is no longer a force he can contend with. Grandpa Lin ordered the mountain-moving demon ape to open his palms and suddenly rush towards Thad. Take this opportunity. Call. Then 3 more 100-meter-tall soul beasts appeared out of thin air and stepped heavily on the 7 huge heads of Thad. A strange tiger beast with deer antlers and 4 hooves, and covered with golden scales all over its body appeared. It fiercely bit one of Thad's heads with its roaring tiger mouth. The other one was a ferocious-looking dinosaur-type soul beast. They are all monarch-level soul beasts. That soul beast with strange purple scales and a pair of wings is an overlord. Sky-splitting beast. Bloodline legend. Talent, Sky Slash. Level, Overlord level 1 star. Skill, shake the sky, crack the earth, and split the sky. 1 strike shatters space and breaks through the air, Introduction: an ancient bloodline living in ancient times. It once ignited the divine fire and was promoted to the ancient titan. After the divine fire was extinguished and fell to the legendary level, the sky-splitting beast inherited the ancient memory and regarded the ancient titans as its mortal enemies all its life. It's the sky-splitting beast. As the sky-splitting beast appeared, its 4 pairs of steel-like wings vibrated rapidly, and the space seemed to tremble. 7 Sin's sanctioned Thad roared ferociously. Facing the attacks of 3 Monarch-level soul beasts and 1 Overlord-level soul beast, it managed to block the attacks with this makeshift body. Grandpa Lin was sweating profusely as he controlled 4 soul beasts at the same time. His soul power was consumed quickly, especially since there was a dominant soul beast among them. Not only did he have to distract himself to control it, but he also had to resist Thad's bewitching attacks at all times. The 7 heads of the ancient Titan's 7 Sin's sanction opened together, spitting out 7 light circles of different colors, 4 of which trapped the sky-splitting beast, and the remaining 3 trapped the monarch-level soul beast. The pupils of Lin Zhao's 4 strongest soul beasts dilated and changed color. They turned against each other and attacked each other. Oh no, it's the 7 Sin's demon. Old Master Lin was shocked. Chapter 61 SS level superpower. Holy light descends. The Overlord-level sky-splitting beast was trapped in a vicious circle of the 7 Sin's demon. The originally clear and bright pupils were filled with ferocity and brutality. The mountain-moving demon ape pounded his chest, sprinted forward, and used his elbow to knock the tiger-shaped soul beast sideways. For a moment, the 4 soul beasts attacked each other. The fighting spirit in the heart is magnified, and the bloodthirsty desire is aroused. The 7 Sin's sanctioned Sod raised 7 heads, ignored everything, and let out a terrifying laugh. This world was created by desire and will be destroyed by desire. In the name of my lord, judgment is coming. Old Master Lin had already jumped off the demon ape's shoulder, holding a spear with solemn eyes. Among the 17 ancient titans, the combat power of 7 Sin's sanctioned Thad may not be the strongest, ranking 17th, but the threat it poses to humans is enough to rank in the top 5. Old Master Lin was agile, and he jumped with every step to avoid the playful attacks of the 7 Sin's Thad. A beastmaster who has lost his soul beast is like a tiger without its claws. Even Lin Xiao, who has the strength of a Venerable, is still weak in front of the ancient titan. You have to know that this is just the evil split of the 7 Sin's punishment Thad. If the real body were to descend, no one but a saint could defeat him. If it weren't for the soul rankings protection, the last spark of humanity would have been extinguished 100 years ago, permanently destroyed by 17 ancient titan beasts. Once the 4 soul beasts are all defeated, what awaits them is something more terrifying than death. Rodin held up the armor of thorns and the geothermal armor. The armor formed by magma was covered with a layer of thick and hard vines. Under the protection of the double layer of defense, he resisted the attack with all his strength and protected him tightly. Whoosh! Zhang Ming seized the opportunity, pulled out the dragon sorrow, and shot an arrow at the eye of one of the 7 Sin's Thad's heads. Hit the mark. The flaming arrow hit his eyes, and it was like hitting a layer of hard glass, shattering. Hateful. The skills of this ancient titan are as formidable as the dreamlike dream of that mirage beast. Suddenly, he remembered that the mirage beast in the misty forest had used a similar skill before, causing Golden Leomon to fall into an illusion. It was a negative state that he had to exchange for a purification power on the spot to remove. The skill of 7 Sin's punishment Thad is not to create illusions, but to stimulate the desires deep in the heart and the bloodthirsty, chaotic soul beasts, making them immersed in endless hatred and killing. If we use purification abilities to expel them, can we also expel the negative states of the 4 soul beasts? Thinking of this, he quickly used advanced purification and advanced blessing on the sky-splitting beast, trying to dispel the 7 Sin's demon on him. Ding! Dispelling failed, power level insufficient. Ding! The Traitor of the Dusk group has been detected dead, and the original reward SS level qualification card *1 is issued. Ding! Trigger a new side quest. Expel the 7 sins of the ancient titan and punish the evil thoughts of Thad. Quest reward: 7 Sins Crystal. Hearing a series of prompt sounds from the system, his pupils shrank slightly, and and he didn't have time to be distracted to avoid a poisonous fog attack. Old Master Lin held a spear in his hand and jumped high, reaching a height of 100 meters. The wind and clouds were trembling, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and tigers. The gun tip was like a rainbow, and one shot pierced into the head of the Seven Sins Thad. The power was so great that it was breathtaking. He was nothing like the old man who walked unsteadily with a cane. Even if I die today, I will stop you from infiltrating the Dusk group. Old Master Lin saw it very clearly. Since Seven Sins Thad dared to risk showing up in the area protected by the Soul List with its evil thoughts, it was preparing to swallow up the Dusk group in one bite and control all the underground forces in the Chinese area. He would never allow the Dusk group to fall into the hands of the ferocious beast. Looking at Grandpa Lin fighting bloody battles, his body covered in blood, a bowl-sized wound on his left arm, bleeding profusely, holding a gun in his right hand, still fighting, I felt my heart bleeding. The little caterpillar, who was originally lying in the soul beast space and taking a nap, suddenly became restless, as if he had smelled the breath of the ancient titan from the outside world and kept sending him signals that he wanted to come out. The little caterpillar appeared on his shoulder, raised its upper body high, and moved its tender jaws slightly, making a hissing sound, as if declaring war on the giant monster opposite. Oh, no wonder I smelled the scent of an old friend. It turned out to be you. Seven Sin Sod leaned his head down and said with some joy, "Your bloodline is broken, your divine fire is extinguished, and you have fallen to the legendary level. My old friend, do you still think you were the queen you once were?" The little caterpillar heard the ridicule of the Seven Sin Sod, and stars twinkled in its smart eyes. Haha, bronze level. You are the queen of fierce beasts and the ancestor of insects, but you have fallen to the bronze level. Please donate your bloodline. The Seven Sins Thad sneered, and its huge body moved forward like an armored tank, raising everything in its path to the ground. As if teasing an ant, its 7 heads kept spitting out attacks, and it kept sneering at Zhang Ming, who was running for his life. He used all his strength to activate the demon eye, stared at one of the pupils of the Seven Sins Thad from afar, and activated the abyss gaze, trying to slow down its advancement. The body of Seven Sins Thad was stunned for a moment. His pupils flashed red, and then recovered. It was during this brief pause that he quickly opened his system backpack and used the SS level qualification card. Check the qualifications and abilities listed on the SS level qualification card. System Elf, please recommend me some abilities that can remove negative status and debuffs. Okay, Master, we have recommended the best option for you. Holy Light descends. Summon Holy Light to 100, remove all negative status debuffs. Add a Holy Light shield. Increase the target's defense by 30 and attack with light attributes. The duration is 3 hours. This ability is only effective on one target. Judgment. After use, the target's negative resistance is increased by 60, and the target's attack power is increased by 15. When attacking, there is a 5 chance to summon the Judgment Blade to judge the opponent, causing 30 true damage. This ability is only effective on one target. Solar Crown. After taking a quick look, he sighed in his heart that it was indeed an SS-level ability. S-level abilities could not be compared at all. Looking at the names of superpowers listed in the SS qualification card, I wish I could change them all out and put them all on my head. Unfortunately, soul points are never earned fast enough to be spent fast enough. The little caterpillar has not yet been upgraded and evolved. God knows how many soul points are needed to evolve a legendary soul beast. The levels of Raton and Yulan also need to be upgraded. Soul points are needed everywhere, and you can only use them in important places. It's time for adults to make choices again. Holy Light Advent focuses on defense, and its attacks have light attributes, and it has the characteristic of 100 removal of negative states. Judgment focuses on attack, and its 30 true damage is very tempting, and there's also the Solar Crown. In comparison, they're all on par with each other. But in the current situation, the primary goal is to expel the Seven Sins Thad. Choose the Holy Light to come. The soul's aptitude is sublimated again. My eyes feel extremely clear. Even without the help of the Devil's Eye, I can see everything within 30 meters. With his keen intuition, the Seven Sins Sod sensed the changes in this weak ant. Raise your hand slightly. A golden light filled with sacred radiance shines on the sky-splitting beast. The holy light is like the sun, which pushes away the clouds to reveal the sunrise. Bathed in the sun, the sky-splitting beast instantly regains clarity. The Overlord-level sky-splitting beast broke free from the mountain-moving demon ape, revealing its clear eyes. Chapter 62. The Queen's Talent. The sky-splitting beast, which had regained its consciousness, pounced fiercely at the Seven Sins Thad. Accompanied by bursts of breaking air sounds, the space shook instantly. It seems as if the space is about to be torn apart. The furious sky-splitting beast went all out at an extremely fast speed. Its figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared. The sharp spatial blade suddenly appeared above the head of Seven Sins Thad. It's like a sharp knife hanging over your head, its edge fully exposed. Boom! A strike that splits the sky. The huge front jaw of the sky-splitting beast bit one of the heads tightly. The surrounding space continues to collapse. Chaotic and complex space cracks emerged, and endless strong winds gushed out, madly sucking in the air from the mountains and rocks outside. Sucking it all in, the space shattered. Old Master Lin stood in the wind and sand, holding a spear in his hand, letting the strong wind blow on his face. But he remained motionless. Blood contract reversal. Old Master Lin's temples were covered in sweat, and his face was bloodshot. In front of him floated a strange rune formation made of blood. He gathered all his soul power and used the power of blood contract to forcibly reverse the situation. Recall the soul beast. Puff! Old Master Lin spat out a large mouthful of blood, spraying it onto the blood pack formation. It was as if a violent suction force of thousands of pounds surged out from the blood covenant formation, forcing the three still violent soul beasts to raise their heads and retreat, constantly pulling them, and recalling the soul beast to the space. On the earth, only Seven Sins Thad and Sky-Splitting Beast were left, staring at each other from afar. Monarch class versus Overlord class. After forcibly recalling the three soul beasts back to the soul beast space, Grandpa Lin swayed backward and almost fell down. Zhang Ming quickly flashed to Grandpa Lin's side, carried Grandpa Lin on his back, and climbed onto Leighton's back. "I can't die yet, old man." Lin Xiao breathed heavily, looked at Zhang Ming, who had a worried look on his face, and spoke in a strong voice. The seven heads of the Seven Sins Thad continuously spit out bloody flames, like the devil fire of hell. The flames touched the rocks and passed through like a shadow, and suddenly went out when they touched the holy light shield beside the sky-splitting beast. Seeing that the fire of desire that made it famous could not break the holy light shield, the Seven Sins Thad raised its seven proud heads and opened its mouth wide, and a ball of purple-black energy continued to condense in the air. This ball of purple-black energy continues to grow. Gradually it condensed into the shape of a sharp sword. The light of judgment. Fall! The purple-black sword was hung high in the air and suddenly flew out, pointing directly at the head of the sky-splitting beast. The four pairs of steel-like wings behind the sky-splitting beast vibrated wildly, and the space collapsed and shattered again. The strong wind that surged out from the cracks seemed to be guided by the sky-splitting beast, forming a wall of wind blades around him. The light of judgment was constantly shattered by the endless gale in this wind blade wall, like a ruthless meat grinder. A huge starry crack suddenly appeared above the sky-splitting beast's head. From a long distance away, one could see the starry sky and the black night sky, which were brilliant and colorful. As soon as the crack was opened, the energy of the shattered light of judgment was completely absorbed, successfully neutralizing the attack from Seven Sins Thad. The sky-splitting beast used its level advantage to suppress the Seven Sins Thad and used its innate sky-splitting slash. The huge body transformed into a silver blade of light and disappeared in an instant. White light flashes vertically, stirring up thousands of sand and gravel. Dust is falling. I chopped off 4 of the 7 sins of Sada's heads and left only 3 heads. Dark green, poisonous blood gushed out like an erupting fountain. 7 sins Thad howls in pain. Damn it, damn it. The remaining 3 heads of the 7 sins Thad cruelly ate the 4 necks of the severed heads. They did not let go of the head that fell on the ground. After eating it, the 3 heads continued to gnaw on the body. The scene was extremely bloody, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, dark green blood dripping onto the ground, and wisps of white smoke rising. It was highly corrosive. The sky-splitting beast launched an attack with a sky-breaking slash, which chopped off the body of the 7 sins Thad, but was blocked by a layer of purple-black passport. This body is almost at its limit. Let me give you one more show before the curtain falls. The ecstatic child's voice of Seven Sins Sod revealed a sinister and terrifying tone. The Seven Sins Thad, with only 3 heads left, was connected to a beating, blood-red heart. The sky-splitting beast made a strong warning sound, and the little caterpillar couldn't help but become nervous. Ding! The Seven Sins Sanctions Thad level has changed. I checked immediately after hearing the prompt tone. Overlord level 1 star. It's on the same level as the sky-splitting beast. Limited by its bloodline, this clone of Seven Sins Thad is only epic, and the sky-splitting beast can still suppress it with its bloodline. Boom! Suddenly, a black beam of light shot out. The wind blade wall was unable to withstand the impact of the sky-splitting beast, and it was pushed hundreds of miles away, only stopping when it crashed into a mountain. The sky-splitting beast's tragic cry was heart-wrenching. Thick white smoke rose from the chest of the sky-splitting beast, and a round hole pierced through his body. There was still an unextinguished fire at the edge, which continued to flicker. With this blow, he finally understood the horror of the ancient titan. Even a powerful overlord-level sky-splitting beast was still no match for an ancient titan of the same level and was pierced through the body by a single blow. Zhang Ming clenched his fists and watched the 3 disgusting heads of the Seven Sins Thad approaching the sky-splitting beast. He wanted to stop them, but with rod and strength, he would be courting death. Heartache. Unwilling. Old Master Lin opened his eyes wide, tears welling up in his bloodshot eye sockets. Spirited Sky, stand up. Mr. Lin suddenly shouted with his voice breaking. Split the sky. The sky-splitting beast, whose body was pierced, lowered its head, as if it was nailed to the spot, and did not react at all. The little caterpillar that was originally standing on the shoulder suddenly floated up, slowly rose, floated into the air, and faced the Seven Sins Sod from a distance. Lin Xiao had already discovered this tender, white little caterpillar. The Dusk Group had not discovered that Zhang Ming possessed a legendary soul beast, so Lin Xiao was still unclear about the matter of this little caterpillar. The two of them looked at the little caterpillar gradually rising into the air, and Zhang Ming also felt the little caterpillar's thoughts from his soul. Guard! A dazzling white light emanated from the little caterpillar, like a slowly rising sun, and the light grew brighter and brighter until it became a ball of light that could rival that of the Seven Sins Thad. Shine on all directions. Seven Sins Sod stopped in fear, and the 3 heads showed expressions of fear. Your inheritance fire is complete. You still retain your divine power. The white light shone on the wound of the injured sky-splitting beast. The huge gap was recovering and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wings of the sky-splitting beast, which had been dead, actually moved slightly. Vitality! Vitality! Descend upon the sky-splitting beast. All the wounds were healed, and the sky-splitting beast stood up again. Old Master Lin burst into tears and could no longer hold back at this moment. In his heart, soul beasts were his family. Wrapped in the strong white light, he seemed to see the outline of a huge butterfly, slowly spreading its wings, slightly flashing, and bits of starlight falling like crystal. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, stirring up a cloud of wind waves in a radius of 1,000 meters. The talent of the ancient Titan Beast Queen. The Queen is coming. The ancient Titan Seven Sins, which was so powerful just now, punished Thad, and its strength suddenly decreased. In the system panel, the level of Seven Sins Thad also began to drop from Overlord level 1 star, Monarch 5 stars, King 3 stars, falling all the way. Finally, it stayed at Star Diamond level 7 stars. Eisen, very good. The Lord will welcome your return. Instead of being worried, Seven Sins Sod sneered meaningfully. Chapter 63 Lin Hu's Apology. In the light and shadow, the little caterpillar transformed into a butterfly, and the light around it gradually dimmed. Old Master Lin also felt that the Seven Sins Thad's momentum was rapidly declining. Kill him while he's ill. The sky-splitting beast leaped up on all fours, with its tentacles curled inward, and a ball of green thunderbolt energy suddenly condensed. This ball of energy was constantly compressed, carrying the power of thunder and roaring. The limbs suddenly spread out, and the energy lightning ball swept across the ground with wind, leaving a trace of being crushed. Bang! The hit the beating heart of Seven Sins Thad, causing 1,000-degree heat and steam rising out. Seven Sin's Saad did not dodge at all, allowing the attack to hit the broken body, and a terrifying and strange laugh was heard. Aizen, your ability is still so strong. What will you choose this time, Ha? Accompanied by a burst of laughter, the body of Seven Sin's Saad exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces of flesh and blood. Splash everywhere. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission to expel the Seven Sins and sanction the Thad clone. Get the reward 7 Sins Crystal. Gain honor points. After hearing the system's prompt sound, it was confirmed that the evil clone of Seven Sins Thad had finally died. Let a long breath. The sky-splitting beast then disappeared, turned into a ray of light, and returned to the soul beast space. Old Master Lin also tilted his body and fainted on the ground. He had just reversed the blood contract and forcibly recalled the soul beast, but had already suffered a backlash of soul power. He had been able to hold on until now only because of his venerable level soul. The skin all over Mr. Lin's body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. His complexion became dull, and the few strands of black hair instantly turned white. He looked much older. After settling Old Man Lin, the little caterpillar floating in the air slowly fell down and was caught by Yulan with a jump. He held it in his mouth and brought it in front of him. The little caterpillar disappeared and turned into a light blue pupa covered with spiral patterns. Queen of ferocious beasts, Pupa. After exhausting the last bit of ancient divine power in the divine fire, she fell into a deep sleep, formed a cocoon, and transformed into a pupa. After breaking out of the cocoon, she will completely inherit the legacy of the divine fire. The period of emergence is 3 months. He held the pupa carefully and took it back into the soul beast space. This time, it was all thanks to the little caterpillar. If it hadn't been for the little caterpillar's great power and talent in the end, he would have been able to forcibly reduce the strength of Seven Sins Thad. I'm afraid he has already become a slave of the ancient titan. Looking at the ruins, broken stones, huge gullies, and the mess on the ground, the desire to become stronger and the mentality to climb to the top were ignited again, and the fire burned bigger and bigger. Brother Ming, grandfather, not far away, a spark portal opened on the ruins of the palace. Lin, who led 2 teams of soldiers in Tiger Guard armor to the scene, and Guofei and Enchi also ran over. There were 2 doctors wearing glasses accompanying them. Enchi rushed to Grandpa Lin's side anxiously. Her eyes were red, and it seemed that she had been crying for a long time. She clutched Grandpa Lin's dry hands and sobbed continuously. I'm sorry I'm late. Lin, who stood there self-blaming himself, with his head down and speaking in a low voice. Doctor, how's my grandpa? The doctor took out the most advanced medical equipment, tested all vital signs, and then felt Mr. Lin's pulse. Mr. Lin's vital signs are still stable. Don't worry too much. It's just that his internal organs have been severely impacted. He needs to be sent to the hospital for treatment immediately. Yes. Hurry. When she heard that Mr. Lin's life was stable, she immediately ordered the soldiers behind her to carry Mr. Lin away. Zhang Ming stood aside, slightly surprised. And she calls Lin Xiao grandpa, Lin Xiao's granddaughter. He knew that Lin Anchi was teacher Lin Wanwan's cousin. But the outside world does not know that teacher Lin Wanwan's father, Lin Zhe, the principal of Jinwu No. 1 Middle School, is Lin Zhao's second son. Could it be? And she is the daughter of the contemporary Venerable, Lin, whose biological sister. And she looked at him guiltily. Brother Ming, Angie, send Brother Zhang Ming to heal his wounds first. I'll explain anything you have to say. Lin, who saw the embarrassment between the two, and quickly asked the people behind him to put him on a stretcher. Jin Wu Central Hospital. He was lying in bed, receiving injections of life-saving fluids, and just 2 days after being discharged from the hospital, he was back again. The internet speed in key hospitals is not fast enough. After Lin, who settled Mr. Lin's affairs, he immediately rushed to his ward. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lin, who apologized sincerely. As for your matter, I can assure you, Grandpa just wants to find out what you are thinking, and he has no intention of taking advantage of you. Before you came, Grandpa had already made it clear that the qualification cards can only remain in China and become a secret resource in our Huaxia region to secretly train elite beastmasters. Lin Hu explained, I know that the qualification card is related to the future of all beastmasters in China. The reason why I put the qualification card on sale in the mall is to connect with the top leaders. After all, the qualification card is too magical. I don't want to be used and leaked. I also don't want to be arrested, tortured, and investigated. After all, I am just an ordinary person. I just didn't expect the Dust Group would use this method to invite me. I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. Lin, who understood the hidden meaning of Zhang Ming's words, and apologized again. It's okay. No need to apologize, Lin Hu. I understand what Mr. Lin is thinking. If it were me, I would probably do the same. Zhang Ming said with a smile. As for the traitors, the Dust Group discovered that they had joined the Fallen Alliance half a year ago, but they have never been able to find the mastermind behind it. Grandpa has been patient for so long in order to lure out the mastermind hiding in the dark and expel him from China. I didn't expect that third uncle and his men would suddenly attack. The evil thoughts of the ancient titan would attach themselves to third uncle and even affected you, almost killing you. Grandpa had expected this day to happen. There weren't many people left at the Dust Group base. As soon as it happened, Grandpa teleported us out by force. Lin, who felt extremely guilty for not providing timely support, not only to Zhang Ming, but also to Lin Xiao. In his opinion, not joining the battle at the first moment was a shame. Having lived with Lin Xiao since he was a child, he's been influenced by him and attaches great importance to the sense of honor and disgrace. I would rather die standing than live in disgrace. As an outsider, Zhang Ming could understand Lin Xiao's love for his grandson and why he kept him. After seeing this, he was both respectful and awed by the old man Lin Xiao's strength and methods. In Lin Xiao's eyes, no matter who it is, as long as he betrays the Huaxia district, he can kill even his own son. He can't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. This kind of justice is too horrible. The purpose of keeping him was to convince him through display of force, so that he would not dare to think of betraying China. Lin Xiao was confident that he had the ability and attitude to sacrifice his relatives for the greater good, and he displayed his venerable level strength to the fullest. It really shocked him. I just didn't expect that the evil clone of the ancient titan would appear. Even Lin Xiao almost capsized in the ditch. Despite this, he was still full of awe for the old man who walked with crutches and had an unsteady gait. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary citizen, working hard every day to obtain resources for cultivating soul beasts. After truly seeing the dark side of this world, he recalled everything that had happened during this period. It was like dry wood, constantly adding fuel to the fire of desire to become stronger. The two were talking. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Chi walked in, supporting Mr. Lin. Chapter 64, joining the Dust Group, codename Hunter. Seeing that it was Mr. Lin who hurried forward to support him. Lin Xiao waved his hand and was helped by Chi to sit on the opposite bed, motioning for them to leave. Only he and Lin Xiao were left in the ward. I understand. You are angry. Old Master Lin opened the door and walked in. Zhang Ming smiled politely and did not respond. This time, old man, I am very grateful to you. I owe you my life. Lin Xiao put his hands together and held the cane and smiled. Zhang Ming was about to speak when Mr. Lin raised his hand to stop him. Let me finish talking, old man. Huzi may have told you something about the qualification card. With China's current military strength, it is not at the bottom among the 4 major regions of the alliance. But do you know how many spies, secret agents, and hidden fallen sneak into the Huaxia district every month? All the combat troops in the Huaxia district must be stationed in various cities to clear out the ferocious beasts. To deal with these rats hiding in the dark, we must form a strong underground force, hide in the dark, and protect the roots of China. Zhang Ming nodded, having already vaguely guessed what Mr. Lin was thinking. I don't know if you are willing to help me, an old man, fulfill this wish. Grandpa Lin said with a smile. Boy is willing. Haha, there's nothing I can do if you don't want to. Don't say that I forced you to do it. An awkward smile. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin would also be able to joke. From today on, you officially join the Dusk Team. Your code name is Hunter. This is a smart bracelet exclusively for the Dusk Team. As he spoke, Mr. Lin took out an ordinary smart bracelet and handed it to him. After taking the smart bracelet and putting it on, it automatically recognizes the face and obtains the pupil. After authenticating the identity information named Hunter is displayed. Twilight Group members, Zhang Ming. Codename, Hunter. Level, 1-star demon. Contribution 0. Zhang Ming browsed the intranet of the Dusk Group with curiosity. Not only were various tasks listed on it, but it also had a contribution mall that was the same as the system exchange mall, where any items could be exchanged. From soul bones and soul tools to soul beast rations, Everything is available. Every day, tasks will be posted on the task interface of the intranet. You can take on tasks that match your abilities. After completing them, the contribution points you earn can be exchanged for items in the contribution mall. In the eyes of the enemy, the Dusk group is a demon, so the level ranges from 1-star demon to 9-star demon. In addition to completing tasks to gain contribution points, 1-star demons can also receive 100,000 soul coins every month. A 2-star demon receives 500,000 soul coins per month. It is clearly stated in the level description on the intranet. If you want to upgrade your level, you must not only improve your own beast level, but also complete higher level tasks to be certified as a higher star demon and obtain more resources. Zhang Ming was very happy. Although the Academy valued his qualifications and provided him with soul crystal resources every month, it was not an unlimited supply. The soul crystals provided by the Academy had long been insufficient for Leighton to upgrade his level. What's more, he owns 2 soul beasts with epic bloodlines and 1 soul beast with legendary bloodline. The soul points required for upgrading the level or evolving in the future will be astronomical. He needs more resources. Browsing the task interface, I found that there are not only tasks of hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, but also tasks of gathering intelligence. In this way, in the future, while he earns soul points by hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, he can also obtain contribution points from the Dusk group to exchange for resources. It is equivalent to 1 investment and 2 returns. Old Master Lin looked at the surprised Zhang Ming with a smile, and the smile on his face was enough to show his satisfaction. After the Soul Beast competition is over, you can provide qualification cards to the group. I will study and give you a number for how many you can provide, and you can decide accordingly. Good. Also, from now on, I will be in charge of your direct dispatches. You can also accept the above tasks freely, but don't be stubborn. The Dusk group will help you hide all your secrets. You can rest assured that no matter what bloodline your soul beast has, we will not ask about it, as long as your heart is in China. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Why are you still calling me Old Lin? From now on, just call me Grandpa like Hu Zi and in Chi. Grandfather. Mr. Lin had a satisfied smile on his face, and he approved of Zhang Ming's character. Willing to take risks for friends, brave enough to face terror, and not be afraid in the face of danger. The most important thing is that none of the 3 soul beasts were below epic bloodline, and they saved his life. With all these factors added together, Zhang Ming passed Lin Zhao's test without any danger. When Mr. Lin first investigated his file, he was moved and shocked after reading his information. The reason why Lin Xiao left him underground was that he was observing him all the time. If he showed any intention of betraying China, he would be killed immediately to eliminate any future troubles. Although the Huaxia district attaches great importance to talented people with high qualifications, if we cannot use them, or if we raise a tiger to cause trouble, it is better to kill it in the cradle as soon as possible. Although he couldn't guess what Grandpa Lin was thinking, he could guess about 70 of it. Whether it was the Dusk group, Grandpa Lin, or the Huaxia district, he would never betray them in his life. One last thing. I don't have to seek first place in the Soul Beast competition, but I must strive for the top 3. Mr. Lin said seriously with a solemn look. Zhang Ming was a little puzzled. Wasn't the Soul Beast competition a competition among the 4 major regions of the Alliance for the younger generation of beastmasters? Could there be some unknown secret hidden behind it? The competition is ostensibly a competition between the new generation of beastmasters, but behind the scenes, it is a reshuffle of resource zones in each of the 4 major regions of the Alliance. The Soul Beast competition is held every year to decide the resource area division for the next year. Now that resources are dwindling, many resources are in areas occupied by ferocious beasts. With the current strength of humans, it is impossible to recover them. In order to balance the strength of the 4 regions and avoid unnecessary infighting, the Alliance has adopted this method to prevent one of the 4 regions from becoming too powerful and then becoming ambitious and attempting to unify the 4 regions. Zhang Ming nodded secretly. In his previous life, in order to dominate the Alliance and unify the 4 major districts, the Magian district adopted tough measures from the economic and resource aspects to seduce people and make them join the Magian district. Although unifying all of humanity is not a bad thing, the Magian district has evil ambitions. How can we leave the countless people of the Huaxia district to him? Let him lead the way for mankind to move forward. I don't trust the old man. Okay, you've heard what should and shouldn't be said. If you have anything to say, you can use the bracelet to contact me directly, or you can tell Anchi to tell me. Old Master Lin stood up and prepared to leave with his cane. He quickly got up, opened the door, and supported Old Master Lin. After opening the door, Anchi blushed slightly and was a little embarrassed. She called out Grandpa softly. Old Lin smiled faintly, and Lin who helped him leave. Chapter 65. Taya Dragon Soul Beast Egg. Zhang Ming Anchi lowered her head and tugged at the decoration on the edge of her skirt nervously. Please don't blame Grandpa. If Grandpa did anything wrong, Anchi apologizes to you. In fact, and she understands that you, Zhang Ming, will not do anything to betray China. Hearing this, Zhang Ming smiled, stretched out his right hand, and suddenly embraced Anchi in his arms. Anchi let out a soft cry, and her breathing seemed a little tense. I was startled by Zhang Ming's action, and my heart was pounding like a deer. Zhang Ming gently leaned close to Anchi's ear, feeling the girlish fragrance emanating from her fair neck, and whispered, Grandpa told me everything. And she seemed to have heard something incredible, and her already rosy face turned even redder. Haha, I was just kidding you. Brother Ming, you are so bad. And she said, shyly, stretching out her little fist to hit his chest. Grandpa Lin told me the whole story. I understand. You don't have to worry. Zhang Ming said with a smile. He did this just now to ease the atmosphere. However, it seems that I have been overdoing it. It touched a girl's heart. But Anchi's scent is really nice. The two men sat side by side on the hospital bed, only a fist distance apart. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, they were very close to each other. Brother Ming, I actually know everything about you. I didn't mean to hide the fact that I'm the daughter of the Venerable. Grandfather told me to keep a close eye on you, so I understand everything. Grandpa Lin did this for China. If it were me, I would probably do the same. After this incident, Zhang Ming understood Lin Zhao's way of dealing with people. But I never guessed that you were the Reverend's daughter. And she smiled calmly. Her smile was innocent and lovely. My mother left me when I was very young. My father was very busy. When I was 5 years old, my grandfather also became busy. I grew up with my second uncle, so I have a very good relationship with Sister Wanwan. Zhang Ming nodded secretly and listened to Anchi's story. In my memory, my third uncle, fourth uncle, and fifth uncle were also very busy, but my relationship with them was not as close as that with my second uncle, because my father was adopted by my grandfather, and my second uncle and third uncle were blood brothers. It might be jealousy that led to the corruption of my third uncle and his brothers. When I first started school, my father didn't allow anyone to contact me in order to protect me. Only Sister Wanwan accompanied me. Later, my grandfather founded the Twilight Group, and I was able to go to school and go shopping openly like you guys. At this moment, Zhang Ming realized that although she seemed carefree every day, like a little princess and enjoyed the highest power in the world, she also had so many worries in her heart. There was a glimmer in Anchi's delicate eyes, and then she turned her head and put on a lovely smile. Brother Ming, what are we having for lunch? Brother Ming. As soon as Anchi finished asking, Da Fei pushed the door open and came in, holding 2 baskets of fruits in his hands. Brother is late. I didn't disturb you too, did I? As soon as he entered the door, Da Fei's keen intuition told him that it was the wrong time to leave. I'm Ming. Zhang Ming said to smooth things over. That's great. I'll get discharged from the hospital later, and we can go eat together. You're well so soon, Mingji. Let me see where it still hurts. Da Fei circled around Zhang Ming, searching the wound up and down. I'm not seriously injured. A bottle of life fluid will make me full of energy, he said with a smile, pushing Da Fei away. East Street Farmhouse Restaurant. The 3 of them ordered a table full of dishes and 2 bottles of red wine. In this era, any vegetable or crop is a precious resource, and the prices are relatively high. But to celebrate their survival, the 3 decided to have a good meal. The 3 of them haven't had a good time together since coming out of the Tyrant Ruins. Zhang Ming raised his wine glass and cleared his throat, acting like an old cadre. I propose that this first cup be dedicated to all the heroes who have been silently guarding our China. And she looked at Zhang Ming with shining eyes and listened attentively. I'll drink it, Brother Ming. Da Fei drank it all in one gulp and smacked his lips, unable to taste anything. Eat as much as you can, eat this big fish. Zhang Ming changed his previous taciturn personality. Anchi, you eat too. I won't serve food to you too. If you can't reach it, stand up and serve it. Needless to say, there are only 3 of us, no outsiders. Da Fei muttered with his mouth full. After a good meal and a good drink, the 3 of them leaned back in their chairs with their round bellies puffed out. Brother Ming, the acquired soul beast competition has begun. What level are you now? Dafei said as he picked with a toothpick. I'm just a 2-star beastmaster, and Rodden is only a 1-star star diamond. What? You're already a 2-star beastmaster? Dafei sat up in surprise. I'm only a 7-star beastmaster, and Dolly is a 3-star gold master. I didn't even bother to use the few soul crystals the Academy gave me, and basically gave them all to Dafei. I don't even have a second soul beast. Dafei said with a sigh. Even with this speed, Zhang Ming still thought it was too slow. Although he killed quite a few gold-level soul beasts in the Tyrant Ruins, there were only a few hundred of them in total, and the soul points were simply not enough. Angie, what about you? Dafei turned and looked at Angie. I'm also a 5-star beast tamer, and my Xiao Wu is also a 1-star star diamond. Hiss! You too. I'm impressed. Awesome. Dafei picked up the half glass of wine left on the table and drank it. By the way, Anshi, what is your S-level qualification? I never knew it. Zhang Ming asked. It's an auxiliary ability, an ability to restore the life of soul beasts. It's not as powerful as yours, Brother Ming. Even my father says your 3 S-level abilities are rare in the world. Zhang Ming was speechless for a while, and she didn't know that he had just acquired a new SS-level superpower. Perhaps only old Lin had noticed it, but he didn't point it out. The Dusk Group had kept his special abilities a secret and would not investigate how they came about. This was what made him feel truly at ease. The system's affairs must not be exposed. The Soul Beast competition will begin the day after tomorrow. Did you know where the preliminaries will be held? Sister Chi? Dafei called in Chi Sister Chi in a rather flattering manner. According to rumors, it seems that the preliminaries will be held in Longqing. All the young beastmasters from all the cities in the Huaxiao region will go to Longqing. After the top 10 are selected in Longqing, they will go to participate in the regional competition. Oh, so that's it. Dafei suddenly realized. Dafei, I have a soul beast egg here. Do you want it? Zhang Ming said. What? Soul beast eggs? What? I just heard Dafei say that the whereabouts of the second soul beast are still unknown. I remember that there are still 3 Taya dragon soul beast eggs in the system backpack. They have been there for a few days. I almost forgot about it if Dafei hadn't mentioned it. Anyway, there are 3 of them. As a subdragon species, Taya dragon has thick skin and flesh and is good for defense. Dafei's eyes widened as he took out the huge soul beast egg and placed it on the table. What kind of beast egg is this? It's so big. Teherans. Wow, it's huge. This is at least a rare bloodline. That's about right. Take the contract back and hatch it. Although the speed of the Taya dragon is a little slower, it has amazing defense and great strength. It is suitable to be paired with your strength. It's simply perfect. Dafei excitedly picked up the Taya dragon egg, couldn't let it go, and kissed it twice. Chapter 66, Demon Eye Evolution. Dafei doesn't have a space soul weapon, so help him collect the soul beast eggs first. Looking at the soul beast egg that he had been longing for, he couldn't wait to hatch it with blood. Back to the dormitory. Dafei couldn't wait any longer and started the soul blood contract. Zhang Ming was not idle either. He opened the system backpack and checked the 7 sins crystals that the system had rewarded him with. 7 sins crystal, produced by the evil thoughts of the ancient titan 7 sins sanction Thad. It is a crystal condensed from the 7 desires and the power of sin. It contains powerful desire power and can be used as a material for Horcruxes. Just after checking the introduction of the 7 sins crystal, another prompt sound came. Discover the material that can be fused with the devil's eye, 7 sins crystal. Whether to merge. Can the demon eye fuse this thing? Yes, since you can fuse and evolve. Why are you still standing there? Ding. Evolution successful. Ability to obtain. Master the 7 deadly sins. Pride, jealousy, wrath, laziness, greed, gluttony, lust. Skills obtained. Eye of desire, gaze into the abyss, 7 sins hell. Eye of desire. Can magnify the other person's inner desires, causing them to fall into a state of madness and become uncontrollable. 7 hells. An enhanced version of abyss gaze, which can construct the 7 hells in an illusion, causing the opponent's soul to suffer from the 7 sins until death. It can be used alone. As expected of a material produced from an ancient titan, although the grade has not been upgraded, the basic abilities gained are comparable to the previous abyss gaze, as well as this enhanced version of the 7 sins hell. I was so happy. The stronger the power of the devil's eye is, the stronger his combat power will be and the higher his ability to save his life will be. The biggest weakness of a beastmaster is himself. Just like when Elder Lin fought against Seven Sins Thad, the four soul beasts were all confused. Even though Elder Lin had the strength of a Venerable, he could only barely save his life. You should know that after a beastmaster is promoted to the grandmaster level, his physical fitness will be enhanced when he reaches the king level, emperor level, and venerable level. The physical strength of a venerable level beast is no less than that of a monarch level beast. Looking at the newly hatched Taya dragon, Dafei had a fatherly look on his face. A bold idea came to mind. Use Eye of Desire on Dafei. Dafei's eyes instantly turned red, and the desire for gluttony buried deep in his heart was infinitely magnified. He took out the food from the drawer and started to eat it with relish. He ate so voraciously that he even bit off a piece of the plate and started chewing it with a crunching sound. His mouth was full of blood, and he seemed to wish he could even chew the table leg. Seeing Dafei finish eating, his gaze turned to the newly hatched Taya dragon cub. Seeing its hungry look, he was so scared that he quickly deactivated the effect of the Eye of Desire. Dafei was in a daze for a moment. Then his eyes regained clarity, and he looked at the mess on the table, not remembering at all what had just happened. Brother Ming, why are my snacks gone? Fuck, where did the blood come from? Why is my mouth bleeding? Dafei looked at the packaging bag on the table with a confused look on his face. Brother Ming, someone bit off a piece of my plate. Ouch, why does my tooth hurt so much? Dafei said in pain, covering his cheek. The effect of the Eye of Desire is amazing. Judging from Dafei's reaction just now, I guess that the effect of the Eye of Desire should be stronger on humans and weaker on ferocious beasts and soul beasts. In short, we have to practice it to know. After closing the devil's eye, Dafei picked up the garbage in confusion. He looked up and down at his bleeding gums in the mirror, but he couldn't remember what he had just eaten. Out of guilt, Zhang Ming took the initiative to buy Dafei 2 of his favorite chicken legs for dinner. Brother Ming, have you seen the notification from the academy? And she is right. We will leave for Longchang tomorrow. Yes, I saw it. Unfortunately, only a dozen people from Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School participated this time. Hey, who caused such a mess to happen in the Tyrant Ruins? It's okay. This competition is divided into high school and college areas. Although there are not many participants from the high school area of Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School, there are quite a few seniors from Jin Wu College participating in the competition. Zhang Ming said, Brother Ming, I heard that several seniors at Jin Wu Academy are beastmasters, and their soul beasts have been trained to the king level. They have a bright future. Dafei said with envy. He has reached the level of a master beast tamer before he even graduates. His future is bright. As long as he survives, he will definitely be a king-level beast tamer after graduation. It is even possible to continue climbing and become an imperial beastmaster. The imperial beastmaster is the pillar that guards the land, has a very important position and rights. There is only a fine line between the king level and the emperor level, and there is a huge difference between them. As long as ordinary people invest a lot of resources, they can become a king-level beastmaster even if they try their best, but to become an emperor-level beastmaster, not only does one have to contract an epic bloodline soul beast to the monarch level, the soul must also receive sufficient nourishment to complete the transformation. One also needs to comprehend the elemental energies in heaven and earth that suit oneself, and merge the comprehended elements with one's soul. Those who can do this have basically already stepped half a foot into the realm of the Emperor. This is also why people with awakened special abilities attract so much attention. Compared to other people who have awakened auxiliary abilities, they have been sensing the elements of heaven and earth since childhood. After becoming king-level beastmasters, they can perceive the elements more easily and integrate them into their souls. The last point is also the most critical step. Drink the blood of the overlord-level ferocious beast. Use its blood to flush the body, reorganize the flesh and blood, and strengthen the body. Once a beastmaster is promoted to the emperor level and his body is strengthened, he no longer needs to rely on flying soul beasts to fly in the air. With each increase in the level of beast control, the soul power will also undergo a transformation. At the grandmaster level, one can attach one's own soul power to the soul weapon, strengthen the power of the soul weapon, comprehend the various elemental energies of the world, and combine one's own special abilities to use them for one's own benefit. The king level can rely on the power of the soul to take objects from a distance. and used the soul weapon to absorb the energy of the surrounding elements as a means of attack. After reaching the Emperor level, the power of the soul can be materialized and directly control various elemental attacks, becoming a powerful means. With just one hand, everything changes. Even without summoning soul beasts, he can still fight against monarch-level beasts. The transformation of soul power brings endless benefits. Every beastmaster has different abilities, and their specialties are also different. Therefore, the blood of the overlord-level beasts has become a barrier that prevents all beast tamers from becoming emperors. A ferocious beast that can become a dominant one must be of epic bloodline, and its combat power is comparable to that of the ancient titans. Even if it cannot compare to the 17 ancient titans, it must possess titan-level destructive power. This is why royal beastmasters are so rare today. Resources, talent, hard work, and opportunity are all indispensable. It was getting dark. After preparing some spare clothes and storing them in his space soul device, Dafei went out to do some shopping again. He bought a lot of food, fearing that he would suffer in vain after arriving in Longshan. Put them all into his space Horcrux. Brother Ming, we're going to Dragon City tomorrow. I haven't been there yet. I'm a little excited. Didn't you go there once with Instructor Qin? Are the girls in Longshan pretty? Do they have long legs? Are they fair-skinned? Ooh. Zhang Ming was embarrassed. He was really stumped by Dafei's question. I was in a hurry last time and didn't have time to watch it. Dafei, fuck you. Chapter 67, The Grand Competition begins. Above Dragon City, more than 10,000 beastmasters were controlling their flying soul beasts, flying freely. There are 30-meter-long, two-winged flying dragons, two-headed soul beasts with wings on their backs, and invisible soul beasts like clouds and mist. There are all kinds of strange soul beasts, and everyone has a confident smile on their face. Young people from all over China rushed to Longshan to participate in the soul beast competition preliminaries. Among the many flying soul beasts, Rodden's huge body and the hot magma all over his body made other soul beasts dare not approach. It was very eye-catching and attracted attention from all directions. Brother Ming, look, there's a flying dog, said to Fei happily. On the ground, Longshan was already covered with various red banners to celebrate the start of the soul beast competition. Lights and decorations were hung, fireworks were set off, and it was very festive. A promotional video for the soul beast competition was playing on the large projection screen. Everyone stared with wide eyes, curiously looking at this greatest city in the hearts of the Chinese people. Jin Wu Academy team, all descend to landing point number 3. The teacher leading the Jin Wu Academy shouted. Teams from other city colleges also gradually descended and landed towards their respective assembly points. After it settled, the young beastmasters from various academies quickly gathered and lined up. Seen from distance, there were neatly colored formations on the landing platform. In preparation for the Soul Beast competition, all the academies were gearing up and ready to go. In order to distinguish the participating teams from different places, the competition group requires each college to unify the color of their combat uniforms, combine the school emblem with their respective cities, and print the pattern on the combat uniforms. In order to show their respective characteristics, each academy has its own unique ideas, and the colors and styles of combat uniforms are also different. This time, Jin Wu Academy prepared a set of navy blue imitation military combat uniforms with the Jin Wu City pattern printed on the shoulders. It is a picture of a ferocious giant turtle riding the waves on the sea. Every student of Jin Wu Academy is decorated with heroic appearance and extraordinary temperament. There are 36 landing platforms in total, all filled with contestants. This is a grand event. A large virtual projection screen appeared in the sky. The competition podium rises high, symbolizing the highest judging panel of this competition. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit appeared on the virtual screen, with gentle eyes looking forward. It's His Holiness. Wow, really? My idol. Someone recognized the man in the picture and shouted excitedly. Venerable Lin gave the speech himself. Hello, students. I am Lin Zaiyan. I represent this competition group and welcome students from all over the world. There were cheers from the audience, loud responses, and the sound echoed all around. In order to ensure the fairness of this preliminaries, the organizing committee has decided to set up a referee group. I will be the head of the referee group, and there will be 4 deputy heads, including Yi Lao from Beiwu City, Xiao Shan from Nanwu City, Yang Qi from Dongdi City, and Lin Xiao from Jinwu City. The referee team consists of 17 referees. The competition is scheduled to be held tomorrow. The rules and matters to be followed have been officially announced. All contestants are requested to abide by them consciously. Finally, I wish every student can gain honor and experience in this competition. Good. Thank you, Your Excellency. When His Holiness finished his speech, the audience burst into applause and cheered. Next, clips of previous Soul Beast contests and interviews with contestants who had won prizes and honors were played on the big screen, which aroused the students' already passionate enthusiasm and made them eager to join the competition right now. Even Zhang Ming was no exception. In his previous life, he had no chance to participate in such grand events as the Soul Beast competition. He just watched as a spectator every time. He still remembered clearly the contestants who won a place in each Soul Beast competition, attended the opening ceremony. Everyone followed their respective teachers and returned to the youth training camp. Youth training camp. Starting from the first competition, the Huaxia district has specially allocated an area in Longsheng to build a large camp for the players to rest, entertain, and train. After years of development, the youth training camp has long since grown into a small town with complete facilities, providing everything from food, drink, and entertainment. Youth Training Camp Area 29 Unit Building 2, the apartment building assigned to Jin Wu College. Including the College of Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School, there are more than 300 people in total. Zhang Ming and Dafei were assigned to room 303 on the third floor. They found their house numbers and found that it was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room residence. In order to ensure that each participating student's rest was not disturbed, only 2 students were allocated to each house. As soon as Dafei entered the room, he went straight to the big bed, sat down, and lay on the bed with his limbs spread out. This bed is so soft. This is much more comfortable than the hard bed in the academy. Dafei looked very satisfied and said happily with his eyes narrowed. Zhang Ming sat on the sofa in the living room and opened the virtual computer on the table to check the rules of the competition. This competition adopts an elimination promotion system. According to the rules of the competition, after each student obtains a corresponding number, the opponent is determined by drawing lots. During the competition, the beastmaster must fight together with the soul beasts, and there is no limit on the number of soul beasts that can fight. After the first round of competition produces 1,000 qualified students, the system will randomly assign opponents in the second round to compete for the top 100 students. The third round will be conducted by drawing lots, and students who draw the same number will compete to produce the top 16. Dafei sat nearby, reading the rules carefully and silently. Why is this competition sometimes using lottery and sometimes using a random system? Dafei asked. It should be to ensure fairness. The random allocation system is inevitably unsafe, so it is combined. After each round, the referee team will check the allocation mechanism again to avoid loopholes. Brother Ming, 1,000 people will be selected in the first round? This Soul Beast competition is really cruel. Well, after all, there are so many students in the Huaxia district. There are high school and college competition areas. There are more people in the college competition area. Our high school competition area is at best here to watch the excitement. The college competition area is the main venue of the competition. Zhang Ming said. Anyway, I didn't expect to get very good ranking. Although Dali is at the gold level, the students from other colleges are not weak either. Some of them are as powerful as you, with soul beasts at the diamond level. I don't know how you train them. Dafei said depressedly. The bracelet on my wrist was flashing. It was Anshi calling. Brother Ming, are you guys done packing? I'm waiting for you downstairs. It's packed, we'll go down now. After hanging up the phone, Dafei smiled maliciously. Brother Ming, and she seems to be interested in you. I'm not blind. Let's go. Don't let Angie wait for us. Okay. On the streets of the youth training camp. On both sides are various snacks being sold and antique stalls, making it very lively. The crowd was surging, and almost all the students participating in the competition took this time to come out for a walk. Contestants wearing various combat uniforms came and went, making the scene very lively. Angel took Zhang Ming's arm and happily ran to one of the stalls filled with antiques. She squatted down and curiously picked up an exquisitely shaped bracelet. Ding! Special energy fluctuations detected nearby. Chapter 68, Broken Gun Tip? Energy fluctuations. I became a little alert when I heard this prompt tone. Boss, how much is this bracelet? Angel squatted down, Her navy blue combat uniform wrapped her curves delicately and attractively, and a pair of long ponytails hung naturally on her shoulders, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. Little girl, you have good taste. This bracelet is made of black lake crystal. Although it is not a Horcrux, the color and texture are beautiful. If you put this bracelet in a shopping mall, you can forget about it without 100,000 yuan. If you want to give 30,000 soul coins. Fuck, this thing costs 30,000 soul coins. Dafei was a little surprised, but she liked it very much. She wore it on her fair and slender wrist, looking at it from left to right with a sweet smile. Boss, please make it cheaper. We are poor students and don't have so much money. Zhang Ming said, 29,000. I'll give you 1,000. Boss, you're not being nice. You're only giving me 1,000. Dafei thought he was going to give me a much higher amount. This black lake crystal can help you sleep. You can't see that each of these crystals is plump. I only have this bunch left. Okay, boss, I'll transfer the money. Zhang Ming took out his smart bracelet and scanned the code to pay. Thank you, Brother Ming. And she smiled sweetly and liked it very much. Just as the three were about to leave, the system prompt sounded again, still indicating that special energy fluctuations were detected. Whatever it is, it should still be on this stall. When the boss saw Zhang Ming squatting down and continuing to look through the items, he instantly became interested and explained with a smile the value and origin of each item, making up lies to the point of going too far. Don't underestimate this old beast egg because it's small. It's the offspring of a monarch-level beast. To tell you the truth, this was discovered by the mercenary team in the ruins. What monarch-level ferocious beast? Boss, you're just kidding. It's just a fossil. Don't try to fool us. Dafei exposed the truth. The boss just laughed and was not angry. Zhang Ming shook his head secretly. This is not it. The boss followed Zhang Ming's gaze, thinking that he would not be able to escape this business again. There were all kinds of things on the stalls, including Horcruxes with soil, ancient weapons, stones, treasure maps made of animal skins, and some low-level ferocious beast materials, but there were not many truly valuable things. Zhang Ming touched each item one by one, but the system prompt tone did not change. The boss was getting a little impatient and couldn't figure out what he wanted to buy. I say, you've almost touched all of these things. Which one have you chosen? The boss frowned, and his tone was a little bad. Sorry, boss. I like everything they look like. Zhang Ming responded with a smile, pretending to be stupid. When you do business, how can you know whether it is good or bad without seeing or touching it? Dafei interrupted. Ding. Energy fluctuation source detected. Ding. Item confirmed. Zhang Ming held a broken gun tip full of cracks in his hand. He weighed it and found it was quite heavy. He looked at it and then put it down again. Then he picked up a transparent bead the size of a fist next to him. Boss, how much do you sell this? Seeing that he finally asked the price, the boss said happily, 100,000 soul coins, no bargaining. Fuck, are you trying to rob me? Why are these beads so expensive? Dafei shouted. The boss rolled his eyes at Dafei and continued. This bead is not an ordinary thing. It is the eye of a sea dragon beast. What do you know? Seedraman. Yes. Although it is a gold-level beast, if you grind this bead into powder and take it with water, it can give you night vision. Do you think 100,000 soul coins are expensive? TSK. Now, we have combat instruments with built-in night vision functions. Who would buy this thing? Dafei responded disdainfully and started to argue with the boss. What about this one? Zhang Ming said as he picked up the broken gun head again. Add this. The boss pondered. Give me 110,000. When I received this thing, I said it was found in the ruins. I thought it was a valuable item. It has been on display for several months, but no one has claimed it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Okay, transfer the money. Open the virtual bracelet and scan the QR code to pay, and 110,000 soul coins will be transferred immediately. He is now a wealthy landlord with a huge sum of 20 million. All the qualification cards sold in the Last Cloud shopping mall were bought by the Dust Group, and more than 20 million soul coins have already been received. To him now, this little money is nothing. Taking the broken spearhead in hand and examining it carefully, I found that it was broken vertically in the middle with a half-moon shovel on the side. It looked like a halberd head from the ancient Chinese dynasty. Just as he put the gun tip into the Horcrux space, 3 students wearing East China Academy combat uniforms came to the stall. The leader was a handsome young man, and the 2 people following him were obviously his followers. As soon as this man arrived, he looked Angie up and down, his eyes never leaving her upper body. The smile on his face was not serious. What did I say just now? This girl is absolutely hot. From the back, her, but is so tight. Give me money, haha. This man didn't care that Angie was there at all, and his words were full of teasing. What are you looking at? Any woman that our big brother likes is first rate, the younger brother next to him said with eyes wide open. Idiot. Zhang Ming cursed, and Dafei covered his mouth and laughed. I'm here to fuck you. Scold me. Go to the back. The eldest brother stretched out his hand and pushed the younger brother to the back, then stood in front of Zhang Ming with his head tilted back and chest to chest. Looking for trouble? Can't I look at women? I have the mouth. I can say whatever I want. My eldest brother is a top student at Donghai No. 1 Middle School in Dongdi City. He is a master of beast control and has 2 Lord-level soul beasts. The younger brother next to him was introducing the story proudly, but Dafei crossed his arms, looking nonchalant and not paying any attention at all. Retarded. Zhang Ming's eyes were cold. He didn't want to pay any attention to these 3 people and turned to leave. Fuck it. If fighting wasn't expressly prohibited here, I would have taught you how powerful I am today. Get out. Stop shouting. Dafei's words stunned the 3 people. All right. I've been humiliated so badly today. Where will I put my dignity as young Master Donghai? Zhang Ming and the other 2 had already walked away, and Enchi covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Ming, there are all kinds of birds in this forest. You think you are arrogant just because you have 2 soul beasts with good bloodlines. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. There are always people who are better than you. There's no point getting angry with this kind of person. Don't let me run into this bastard, or I'll beat him so hard that his mother won't recognize him. Dafei said angrily while Enchi fiddled with the new bracelet. After this little episode, the 3 of them continued shopping and found many precious Horcrux materials, including a very expensive stone. Zhang Ming bought a lot with a wave of his hand. Brother Ming, the boss just now asked you for 1 million soul coins with a black stick, and you didn't even bargain. Just now, the system prompt sounded again of stall. It was a fire stick about 1 meter long, and no one knew what it was used for. The boss directly asked for 1 million soul coins. He didn't even bother to click and directly transferred the money. Dafei felt so distressed when he saw it. When the competition started, all the small traders gathered in the youth training camp. They knew that many of these students were rich, so they would cheat any of them if they could. However, they also excavated many treasures from the ruins. Brother Ming, why are there so many people in front? Let's go over and take a look. Dafei saw a crowded place and wanted to join in the fun. The 3 of them squeezed into the crowd and saw a makeshift auction platform. 2 models with fair skin, long legs, and mature looks stood on the left and right of the stage. In the middle was a table covered with red cloth, on which was placed an exquisite tray. It's 3 million. Is there any higher price? Our young master Su offers 3.05 million. Someone in the crowd made an offer. Zhang Ming took a closer look and saw that what was placed on the tray was actually a blue-quality Horcrux. Brother Ming, these people really know how to do business. 305 first time. 305 the second time. Congratulations to Master Su for winning. Next item, Chapter 69, Humanoid Ferocious Beast. Next item, the descendant of a legendary blood demon, a humanoid species. The auctioneer shouted loudly, raised his right hand, and a steel cage rose in the middle of the auction table. Imprisoned in the cage was a girl who looked like a human, was thin and small, and curled up in a corner. Humanoid. The crowd below the auction table was boiling with excitement. This is a humanoid species that is rarely seen in a century. That's right, classmates. This is the humanoid species with the blood of a ferocious beast, the boss introduced enthusiastically. Zhang Ming was also slightly stunned. He had heard of humanoid ferocious beasts in his previous life, but had never seen one. According to legend, the humanoid beasts came from a different world behind a starry sky gate. They have the same blood as the beasts. Although they look like humans, they possess power that humans cannot match. So far, the Alliance's research on humanoid beasts is still blank. Even the records found in ultra-ancient documents are very few, as if humanoid beasts have never appeared. In recent years, the Alliance has captured traces of human-shaped beast activities all over the world, which gradually confirmed that human-shaped beasts are real creatures. Zhang Ming carefully observed the little girl in the cage. She had long silver hair, pointed ears, purple pupils, and there seemed to be fine scales on her skin that sparkled silver. Other than that, they are no different from normal humans. Students, In order to support you in this competition, this auction has specially put up this item with a reserve price of 50 million. Each bid increase cannot be less than 1 million. The boss was very satisfied with the reaction from the audience and quickly made an offer. Boss, what bloodline of ferocious beast is this? Lord level bloodline. This humanoid beast is not yet an adult. If any student bids for it, our auction house guarantees to help the student force a contract. There's no need to worry about the contract not being successful. Students can bid with confidence. The boss stroked his mustache and was already beaming with joy. Although this humanoid beast has Lord-level bloodline, it has no combat skills at all. Even if you buy it, it will be just a vase and cannot provide any combat assistance. Its only function is to be rare and good-looking. Oh my god, the reserve price is 50 million. Many people off the field were tempted by the sight, but their wallets were empty. Several of the rich kids were eager to try and had already started calling their families to transfer money. They stared at the humanoid beast with sly smiles in their eyes, ready to capture this rare beast. The boss was not in a hurry either. He was rubbing his hands and waiting with a smile. Students, hurry up and make your bids. After you buy this humanoid beast, as long as you train it well, do the laundry and cooking for it, massage its shoulders and back, and dress it in all kinds of pretty clothes, it will be absolutely the best choice. Seeing that no one was bidding, the boss continued to incite. Although the little girl in the cage hid in the corner in fear, she looked at the crowd with disgust in her purple pupils. Whenever someone wanted to get close to the cage and observe it more closely, the little girl would bare her teeth and show her little fangs to ferociously attack the other person. This makes the visitors more excited and happy. Brother Ming, you see she is injured, and she said, pulling Zhang Ming's sleeve. Or we could take a picture of her. Brother Ming, what is a humanoid species? Da Fei asked. You can understand the humanoid species as humans possessing strong bloodlines and unlimited evolutionary capabilities like ferocious beasts. Although they cannot grow in size like ferocious beasts, the humanoid species is extremely powerful. Zhang Ming explained. Oh, that's it. I'll offer 51 million. Someone in the crowd has already started making offers. 55 million. 60 million. Damn it, you dare to compete with our Donghai Tian Xiao. Young Master Tian, this humanoid has a perfect body shape, just what you like. The younger brother next to him flattered him with a fawning look on his face. Still chatting, I like this feeling, a humanoid beast. After I contract it to become a soul beast, I can do whatever I want with it, haha. The person who spoke was the young man who had been acting like a hooligan at the stall just now, and he smiled obscenely. Not only him, almost everyone held this idea. The bidding is fierce. In a short while, it exceeded 100 million. This young master has already offered 110 million. Is there any higher price? Zhang Ming saw that the person who made the highest bid was a beastmaster from Dunan Wuching who was wearing a red combat uniform. He had an imposing bearing, sharp eyebrows and phoenix eyes, and was very handsome. You can tell from his appearance that he comes from an extraordinary family. Brother Ming, do you want to make an offer? Anchi has money. Anchi whispered in his ear. After pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly. 111 million. Angel shouted. Each increase in price was no less than 1 million. The beastmaster in red combat uniform noticed that someone had surpassed him. He instantly looked over and his eyes met Zhang Ming's. Even through the crowd, one could feel the opponent's coldness, but Zhang Ming showed no weakness and opened his devil's eyes. I have desire. The other person's pupils instantly turned into the amber color of a devil's eyes. Invaded by the eye of desire, his inner desires were instantly magnified, and the whole person suddenly went crazy. Seeing the young man suddenly go crazy, the boss realized something was wrong. Seeing that no one was bidding, he was very depressed. He had originally planned to sell it at a sky-high price, but it was only sold for a little over 100 million. Boss, please name a price. Da Fei shouted loudly. 111 million at a time. After turning off the devil's eye, the young man who had just bid with him was carried away by his subordinates. No one noticed that it was Zhang Ming who did it, and they just thought he was crazy. 111 million second time. Etc. I'll give you 200 million. At the end of the crowd, everyone turned around to look for the source of the sound. It's the little war king of Jin Wu Academy. Chi Peng. Everyone made way. Zhang Ming was very familiar with the name of Little War King. He was a king-level beastmaster who ranked among the top 16 in the final of the Soul Beast competition in his previous life. He should still be a grandmaster beastmaster now. He was very famous and was the idol pursued by countless girls in his previous life. He has short black hair, sharp features, and a resolute look in his eyes. He is completely different from the other rich kids before him. It is obvious that he is a beastmaster who has experienced the baptism of fighting. Zhang Ming's eyes fell on the little war king. When she heard that someone had surpassed her price, she pouted unhappily. 210 million. Anshi's temper flared up, and while everyone's eyes were on this man, she made another bid. Chi Peng saw Anshi's figure at a glance. His eyes were a little puzzled, and then he smiled. I didn't expect to see you here, Anshi. If it's what you want, this humanoid won't fight with you. And she ignored Chi Peng's words. Boss, check the count. And she said to the boss at the auction table. The boss was also an intelligent man. He knew at a glance that the identities and backgrounds of these two people were extraordinary, so he checked their numbers immediately. 210 million for the first time. 210 million for the second time. As expected, Chi Peng did not make another bid. He just smiled and watched Chi transfer the money. Da Fei stared in amazement as Chi personally scanned the code to pay more than 200 million yuan. His eyes were as big as cow eggs. He had never seen so much money in his life. It turned out that Anshi was a hidden rich woman. Although he knew that Anshi's father was a Venerable, the world of rich people who could spend more than 200 million as pocket money anytime and anywhere still subverted Da Fei's worldview. Sister Anshi, are you free? Chi Peng said with a smile. No. Chapter 70, Eternal Contract. And she didn't give this little war king any face at all. After paying the money, he took Zhang Ming's arm and walked towards the auction table. The crowd was talking about this little war king, a leading figure among the younger generation of Jin Wu Academy. He is a master beast tamer at a young age. He possesses a soul beast with perfect bloodline and has trained it to the king level. The beast taming level is only a few stars away from upgrading to the king level. As soon as Chi Peng came over, he noticed Zhang Ming, but his eyes were full of contempt and he never looked him in the eye. In his eyes, such a small person is not worth his attention. But when he saw Anshi actually holding the other person's hand, anger rose in his heart, but he quickly hid it in his eyes and continued to smile. Angie, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Boy, stop right there. Seeing that neither of them responded, Chi Peng couldn't help but yelled loudly. Zhang Ming didn't waste any words. He opened the devil's eye and activated the eye of desire directly. Chi Peng's desire was aroused, and his lust and greed were released instantly. The whole person was dancing, roaring, and laughing, with both hands raised high in the air, laughing like crazy. Huh, you rubbish. I'm the little war king. Do you know what a little war king is? I'm the future king-level beast tamer of Jin Wu Academy. That's me. I'm going to prove myself in this competition. I'm the strongest. Huh. Everyone was stunned by Chi Peng's sudden madness. What is this doing? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Ming smiled evilly and removed the devil's eye again. After regaining consciousness, Chi Peng was dumbfounded to see people around him pointing fingers at him, spitting at him, and cursing at him. What has happened? But the scene just now had been captured by someone using a smart bracelet. Get lost. Stop pretending to be such a brat. You little war king. The passionate young people in the crowd were cursing. Chi Peng, who didn't know what was going on, stared at Zhang Ming blankly. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he felt something was wrong and turned away. And she looked up at Zhang Ming, who was grinning evilly, and guessed in her heart that it was Zhang Ming who did it. Although he didn't know what method Zhang Ming used to make him crazy, he was very happy in his heart. Brother Ming, Chi Peng, and I went to the same school in elementary school. He always stuck to me and was very annoying. And she explained. Zhang Ming smiled and said, well, I understand. It's because you're so cute, Anshi, that all boys like you. And she smiled slightly, which was quite cute. Brother Ming, you just gave me a bracelet, so I'll give this humanoid to you. Having said that, and she asked the boss to help Zhang Ming perform the contract ceremony and prepare to contract this humanoid species. This is not a good idea, Anshi. Zhang Ming evaded the question. This is not an ordinary beast, it's a humanoid, and you bought it for 200 million. I didn't pay a cent. Zhang Ming didn't really want to contract this humanoid beast. Although humanoid beasts were relatively rare, a soul beast like this one that was not hatched from a soul beast egg would not be absolutely loyal to the beastmaster after the contract. It is also easy for the beastman to devour his master when the beastman is weak, and this has happened in history. Although this type of contract can save most of the resources and directly obtain a powerful soul beast, its disadvantages are also obvious. The relationship between the beastmaster and the soul beast is not solid. This is what he is worried about. Hey, don't worry, young man. Our auction will help you sign the contract, and we will definitely make this humanoid obey you unconditionally. The boss said with a smile, and took out a piece of waxy yellow craft paper with strange symbols painted on it. Is this an eternal contract? Hee hee, you have good eyesight. It's the eternal contract. Although this eternal contract is precious, this lady was so generous when she paid just now. Our Chamber of Commerce should also show some sincerity. This eternal contract was found in the ruins and has absolute binding force on soul beasts below the epic bloodline. I can guarantee that after the contract is signed, the soul beast will never betray you. If you find that she is dissatisfied, you can activate the eternal contract and make her unable to live or die. The boss explained with a smile and handed him the brown paper of the eternal contract. The eternal contract comes from the super ancient civilization period. As for how it was created, no one knows. People only know that the eternal contract is a more binding contract than the soul blood contract. If the soul contract is an equal contract to establish friendship, then the eternal contract is a master-servant contract that turns the ferocious beast into a servant or slave. You can also control the life and death of soul beasts with just a thought. This thing is even rarer than the humanoid species, but unfortunately the eternal contract is also divided into levels. This eternal contract is only effective for ferocious beasts below the Lord level. Although Lord level bloodlines are rare, as long as you pay the price, you can buy Lord level soul beast eggs, which are tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away. This auction will naturally be sold together with the humanoid beasts. Looking at the malicious eyes of the little girl in the cage, who wished she could eat him, he didn't know whether the contract with this humanoid creature was good or bad. Brother Ming, consider this money as a loan from you. You can return it to me slowly after the martial arts competition is over. And she naturally knew that Zhang Ming and Old Lin had reached an agreement on the sale of qualification cards. As the daughter of a Venerable, money was just a number in her eyes, and she had never worried about resources since she was a child. Da Fei was watching from the side with envy. A ferocious beast in human form. It can do whatever it wants. How is it? Have you made up your mind, little brother? Zhang Ming nodded, bit his index finger, squeezed out blood, and dripped it on the eternal contract. The blood fell on the yellowed craft paper and slowly soaked into it, like a blood contract of the soul. A formation composed of blood-colored symbols appeared. The boss took the eternal contract, took out a small knife, and instantly cut the little girl's arm. A few drops of blood fell on the eternal contract. There seemed to be a strange connection in the soul. This feeling was not as comfortable as the soul blood contract. Instead, it was accompanied by a hint of severe pain, as if the soul was being peeled off. The little girl also held her head and let out a strange scream. The eternal contract suddenly floated up and spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes. The eternal contract was successfully established. He successfully contracted this humanoid species to be his soul beast. A female voice seemed to appear in my mind. The little girl in the cage glared at him fiercely. This voice came from her and was transmitted into his mind through the power of the contract. Damn human, I'm going to kill you all. After hearing this, Zhang Ming was stunned. After opening the cage, the little girl rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Silver scales instantly covered her entire body. She grabbed his arm and bit it. Zhang Ming felt pain and tried to break free, but was held tightly by the little girl. Without caring about anything else, he put it directly into the soul beast space. The little girl disappears. Looking at the bleeding arm, there was a big blood mark. He covered his arm and endured the pain. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting the demon Midor. Complete the achievement of the first humanoid soul beast. Rewards. Chapter 71, Reforging the Flash Ring. Reward, Shining Stone. Shining Stone. I heard the system prompt, but didn't check it immediately. The next items to be auctioned were all materials, so the three of them did not plan to stay any longer and prepare to go back. Return to the apartment. Da Fei bought a bunch of snacks, and next to him was a small pterosaurs that was less than half a meter tall. Come here, Xiao. Da Fei took out a sausage, took a bite, and handed it to Xiao Yaolong. Zhang Ming also returned to the room to check the reward given by the system. Shining Stone. A crystal stone containing the power of space. After use, It can teleport to a designated location within 30 meters. Isn't this the crystal stone inlaid in the flash ring? Compared to the flashing ring on my hand, this shining stone is much larger. System Elf, can this shining stone be integrated into the flash ring? Master, your flash ring does not have the fusion evolution function. If you want to improve the quality of your Horcrux, you can use the recasting function in the Horcrux manufacturing function. Yes, it has a recasting function, but I'm only a high-level Horcrux apprentice now, not even a junior Horcrux master. What is the chance of success? Master, adding high-quality materials and consuming soul points can increase the success rate. Well, let's see what materials I have in my backpack first. Take off the flash ring. Place it in the center of the recast interface. 5 shadowy material windows appear below. Is there a material prompt for the recast function? That's right, Master. The initial Horcrux will have different properties based on the materials you put in it. The recast function will automatically generate material prompts based on the characteristics of the Horcrux. If you're short of materials, you can consume soul points to replace them. It's not bad to be able to consume soul points instead. You should know that not all materials are available for sale in the Soul Point Exchange Mall. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to collect materials from ferocious beasts. Put the shining stone in first. Check the tips for required materials and see if you have them in your backpack first. After all, every penny saved counts. I don't have a lot of soul points now, only a little over 2 million at most. With his current soul power level, the soul power book can provide almost 140,000 per day. Tips: Blackstone *, 1 gold wire crystal *, 1 void broken gold *, 1 fluorescent crystal *1. It's all over. There's no material left for the recast. See how many soul points are needed to offset it. This recast will cost 20 million soul points. Where the hell can I get so many soul points? The difference is more than 18 million. Although the flash ring is only a purple quality Horcrux, it has saved him countless times in actual combat, and it becomes more and more convenient as he uses it. The only regret is that the cooling time is too long and the teleportation distance is too short. If the quality of the flash ring can be improved, I will definitely spare no effort to find a way. Master, you can use honor points to exchange for soul points. Honor value. How could I forget about this? Open the honor value column of the Redemption Mall, and what comes into view are treasure chests flashing in different colors. Green soul point treasure box, blue soul point treasure box. These are soul point treasure boxes purchased with honor points. You can only buy 10 at a time, and they are refreshed once a month. This is considered a system benefit. Last time I completed the expulsion mission, the system rewarded me with a total of 50,000 honor points. Now I have a total of 55,000 honor points. Let's see how much I can get. He scanned the orange Horcrux drawings in the honor value exchange column. His eyes lit up, and when he looked at the prices, he found that the cheapest ones cost hundreds of thousands of honor points. Green soul point treasure box. Consume 100 honor points and obtain 10,000 to 100,000 soul points. Blue soul point treasure box. Consume 1,000 honor points and obtain 100,000 to 1 million soul points. Purple soul point treasure box. Consume 10,000 honor points and obtain 1 million to 10 million soul points. Damn, the purple treasure chest gives up to 10 million soul points. It's equivalent to 10,000 honor points multiplied by 1,000 times. At worst, it can increase 100 times. It's a pity that there are so few ways to gain honor points. Seeing that I only have over 50,000 honor points, I'll use up the number of times I can redeem the green and blue soul point treasure chests first. Successfully exchanged for green soul point treasure chests, *10. Successfully exchanged for 10 blue soul point treasure chests. Successfully exchanged for 4 purple soul point treasure chests. Zhang Ming rubbed his hands together and blew air into them. Emperor of Europe, come on. Congratulations on opening the green soul point treasure chest and obtaining 30,000 soul points. 10 times in a row. The green soul point treasure chest gave out a total of 530,000 soul points, which included 2 explosions of 100,000 soul points. Come again. Congratulations on opening the blue soul point treasure chest and obtaining 1 million soul points. Haha, the first one exploded. 10 blue soul point treasure chests exploded twice for 1 million. More than 5 million soul points have been credited to my account. In the blink of an eye, he had nearly 8 million soul points. This speed was so amazing. There's still a shortfall of 12 million soul points. They're only the last 4 purple soul point chests left. Hold your breath and concentrate. Congratulations on opening the purple soul point treasure chest and obtaining 3 million soul points. Good. We're still less than 9 million. Come again. Congratulations on opening the purple soul point treasure chest and obtaining 1 million soul points. Fuck. It's a guaranteed. Thank God for the blessing of a European emperor. I only returned 2 treasure chests. Congratulations on opening the purple soul point treasure chest and obtaining 7 million soul points. Pretty. Even if the last treasure chest has a guaranteed 1 million soul points, you can save enough in 2 or 3 days. Congratulations on opening the purple soul point treasure chest and obtaining 10 million soul points. It exploded. Grand Slam. Even after the recast, there are still nearly 8 million soul points left. Quickly confirm the soul point replacement. This recasting probability is 100. Confirm. Ding. Recast successfully. Obtain orange quality Horcrux. Shining Ring. Teleport in the specified direction. Maximum distance 30 meters. Cooldown 60 seconds. Awesome. The cooling time is cut in half, and the distance reaches 30 meters. Every minute that passes, I can teleport once, haha. Zhang Ming suppressed his excitement and didn't laugh out loud. She quickly put on a brand new sparkling ring. Compared to the previous simple shape, the new ring was inlaid with a blue gem, and the black ring arm had runes carved with gold wire, which was quite mysterious. I didn't expect that after contracting a humanoid species, the system would directly give me such a great gift. It's a pity that too much honor points were wasted. He had asked the system elf before, and if he wanted to gain honor points, he had to kill the traitors or complete the task of killing the fallen in order to obtain the corresponding honor value rewards. Moreover, the more honor points you accumulate, the more corresponding permissions you can unlock, and you can enjoy discounts in the Soul Point Exchange Mall. This is where honor is most valuable. The first level of permissions allows you to enjoy a 95 discount on Soul Point redemption in the mall. To reach the first level of authority, you need to accumulate 100,000 honor points. Still halfway there. He put on the shining ring with satisfaction, looked at the remaining soul points, and calculated how to use them to maximize the benefits. Human, let me out. While I was calculating, a female voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Chapter 72. Midor loses his amnesia. Through the power of the contract, Zhang Ming can sense the soul beast's joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness at any time. But this kind of exchange of thoughts was the first time. After all, neither Rodin nor Yulan could speak, so he could only feel the emotions of the soul beast but could not communicate. Judging from his attitude, this humanoid doesn't seem to be very friendly to him. There was no time to check the attribute panel of this humanoid. Demon Midor. Bloodline Lord. Talent. Receive transformation. Talent is incomplete. Cannot be remembered. Level. Silver 1 star. Skills. None. Introduction. The demons from an unknown world were caught in the turbulence of Space Storm. Their originally outstanding talents were damaged, and they lost all their memories. They look fierce on the outside, but naive on the inside. Demon Tribe. Is this race among the 15 ancient humanoid tribes? No skills, damaged talents, and amnesia. The unknown world has a very mysterious origin, and even the system introduction does not clearly state it. Zhang Ming tried to respond, and his voice appeared in his mind. Can you understand what I'm saying? During the first communication, he was worried about the language barrier. Damn human, let me out. Able to understand, no communication barriers. What do you mean by abominable human beings? You humans are all damned. Catch me while I'm injured. Don't think I don't know anything. Don't argue. Calm yourself down first, and face the facts before you speak. We are the ones who saved you. You keep calling us hateful humans. If you really fall into the hands of those hateful humans, guess what will happen? Zhang Ming deliberately used a sarcastic tone. It is impossible to convince this kind of soul beast who has changed his ways by virtue, but it is also impossible to make it submit completely by force. You have to boil the frog in warm water, use soft and hard tactics, and build up the relationship bit by bit. There's really no other way, and in the end we can only rely on the contract to force control. This is the only solution. You, let me out. The little girl in the soul beast space was extremely scared, but also extremely angry. She remembered nothing. She even forgot how she came here. She was captured by humans just after she woke up. In her impression, humans are synonymous with evil, which makes her have no good feelings towards humans. Losing memory and appearing in an unfamiliar environment is what makes people most frightened. But through the eternal contract, the little girl could truly feel that there was no malice in Zhang Ming's words. It seemed that a trace of warm soul power was coming to her, making her very comfortable. Zhang Ming ignored her and let her scream. After shouting for a while, the little girl seemed tired and sobbing could be heard. Please let me out, it's so dark here, I'm so scared. Ooh. That's not right. The soul beast space can automatically transform its living environment according to the soul beast's inner thoughts. How could it be dark? Could it be related to her amnesia? Please, let me out. I can't remember anything. Let me make it clear first. You can't bite me after you get out, and don't even think about running away. We signed an eternal contract. If I die, you'll die too. No matter how far you run, I can still send you back to the soul beast space with the power of the eternal contract. You have to listen to me. Do you understand? Zhang Ming's voice was stern. He had to act like a master at this time. I understand. The little girl was released and appeared in the bedroom. She was still wearing the tattered white dress. There were wounds on her silver scales, and her hair was slightly messy, which made people feel distressed. Your name is Midor? Zhang Ming asked. The girl nodded, as if she had really obeyed. She stood there with hatred and fear in her eyes. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I think you may have some misunderstandings about humans. There are good people and bad people among humans. As Zhang Ming spoke, he took out a bunch of snacks, opened the packaging, and handed them to Midor. Eat. I don't know whether you want to eat soul beast rations or our food. Try it and see which one suits your appetite. Midor was not at all wary. He took the snack, put it under his nose, and sniffed it. His two pointed ears moved, and his originally sharp purple pupils brightened instantly. He reached out and took out a handful of potato chips and put them in his mouth. What is this? It's delicious. Midor's cheeks were bulging with food. It was the first time she had eaten such delicious food. In her vague memory, she seemed to have not eaten much before and had forgotten how she survived. It's called potato chips. Try this, it's a bit spicy. This smells so pungent. Midor pinched his nose and waved his hands. This long strip is so chewy. So spicy. So spicy. Midor was enjoying his meal. He had just kept talking about the hateful humans, but now he had forgotten everything. It seemed that he had not only lost his memory, but also had a large brain circuit short-circuit. My dollar. Do you remember what happened in the past? How did you get here? It's so spicy. Water. He quickly handed over a bottle of drink and drank it in 2 gulps. Zhang Ming was shocked. Midor's mouth didn't look big, but he finished a bottle of drink in 2 gulps, which was faster than Dafei. What is this? It's spicy and delicious. This is spicy noodles. Eat first, then take a shower and change your clothes. I've left your clothes here. Take a bath. Midor was a little confused. Zhang Ming was also confused. Doesn't he know how to take a bath? Don't you know how to take a bath? Midor shook his head. Although they shared the same language, there were cultural differences. Come here, I'll teach you. Take Midor into the bathroom and turn on a shower. To the left is hot water, to the right is cold water, and this is shampoo. Do you understand? Oh, Midor looked at him stupidly, stretching out his fingers and moving them left and right. No, you didn't take a bath before, or you said there is no such thing as a bath where you live. Well, let me think about it. Midor raised his head and put his fingers on his chin, thinking hard. Oh, I can't remember, I don't think so. Human, please help me wash it. Zhang Ming's reaction was a bit over the top. He had helped Rodin and Yulan take a bath before, but Rodin and Yulan were both in animal form. Midor is a humanoid species. Although I'm a little curious whether her structure is the same as that of normal humans, she is her own soul beast after all, and she has lost her memory. She can't even take a bath, and you expect her to fight for you in the future? I always feel that the 200 million yuan bought a mentally retarded child. I have to return the money to Angie later. Thinking about the huge sum of 200 million yuan, it hurts a bit. Is it not possible? I'll demonstrate it to you first, and then you can follow me. By the way, my name is Zhang Ming. You are my soul beast now. You must call me Master or Sir from now on. Master, Midor called out curiously, then tilted his head to think. Zhang Ming nodded with satisfaction. He was not completely stupid and still had potential for improvement. Now that you've learned it, wash it yourself. Zhang Ming closed the bathroom door and left his clothes and towel inside. Dafei had finished eating and drinking long ago and lay down on the sofa, falling asleep next to Taolong. The sound of water is rushing. Zhang Ming was lying on the bed, still calculating the maximum value of soul points. The bathroom door opened. Midor stood at the door, dripping wet, and Zhang Ming stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth open, stunned for a moment. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Chapter 73, full of positive energy. Midora stood stupidly at the bathroom door, with unwiped water drops sliding down from top to bottom. The two little feet, which didn't know where to put them, were twisting against each other. Perhaps it was out of instinctive shyness, but Midora's face turned slightly red. He quickly got up and took a bath towel to wrap Midor up like a big dumpling, then took out the towel and covered his still dripping hair with it. Midor, in human society, men and women must wear clothes before they can meet. While wiping, Zhang Ming taught Midler some basic knowledge. Midor tilted his head and spoke in a confused manner. Oh, but in my impression, it seems that we rarely wear clothes. Zhang Ming, a winky face. What a wonderful cultural heritage. Being so close to Midora and having seen everything clearly just now, Zhang Ming's face turned slightly red. It was discovered that the silver scales on Midor's body did not cover his entire body. There was only a small part on his arms, a small piece of sparkling scales below his collarbone, and a small part on his knees and lower abdomen. The waves sparkle like the twinkling stars in the night sky. So beautiful. Other than that, Midor is almost indistinguishable from humans. No one could have imagined that this slightly cute little girl would be a ferocious humanoid beast. Then, Master, do I have to wear clothes in front of you from now on? As soon as Midor said this, Zhang Ming's face instantly turned red from his neck to his ears. This question is really difficult to answer. Where? As a beastmaster with integrity in mind and body, he must transmit positive energy to Midor, full of positive energy. The smart bracelet on my wrist rang with a phone call reminder. I raised my hand and clicked it. It was Anchi calling. Brother Ming, please open the door for me. I'm at the door. Why is Anchi here at this time? I quickly closed the bedroom door and went to open it for Angie. Brother Ming, what are you doing? And she said with a sly smile, with her hands behind her back. Nothing. I just reached an agreement with Midor. Midor, Angel asked doubtfully. Yes, that's the name of the little girl. Brother Ming, I got some clothes for Midor. You think you might not have clothes for her to wear? Even though you were her master, it might be a little inconvenient. So I wanted to come over and see if there is anything I can do to help you. You're here at the right time, Zhang Ming said as he pulled in Chi's arm and walked towards the bedroom. DeFei, who was sleeping in the living room, was awakened by the noise. He wiped his saliva and saw Zhang Ming leading in Chi into the bedroom. He said dazedly, "It has to be Brother Ming." He dealt with Chi so quickly. He briefly told Angie the whole story of what had just happened, and she covered her mouth and laughed. Although Midor is a humanoid and similar to us humans, his cultural heritage is definitely different from ours. Let Angie take care of this matter. And she patted her chest and said confidently. Midor sat on the bed and only understood half of the conversation between the two. There were already cultural differences, and coupled with Midor's amnesia and confused memory, he couldn't understand many normal behaviors in human society. To put it bluntly, he's like a silly and idiotic person. And she asked Zhang Ming to step aside for a while, spread all the clothes she brought on the bed, and let Midor choose by himself. There are red and black princess dresses, black and white maid outfits, and cute white long leg stockings with hollowed-out patterns. Zhang Ming pretended to be calm and closed the door, like a healthy man full of vigor and vitality. In his eyes, these beautiful clothes are like titans. Don't peek. As soon as she went out, and she opened the door, stuck her head out, and said with a smile, "Do I need to peek if I want to see it?" Zhang Ming thought to himself. He has the devil's eyes and can see through things, don't you understand? Okay, Brother Ming, come in. So soon. Open the door. Midora's long silver hair was tied into two small balls. She changed into a college-style school uniform skirt, paired with white stockings that just covered the scales on her legs. Her two black princess shoes were tied inside each other, and her little hands were a little restrained, not knowing where to put them. How is it, Brother Ming? Angel looked at Midor after he was dressed up, nodded, and smiled with satisfaction. When Angel and Midora stand together, Angel gives the feeling of a cute girl, while Midora gives the feeling of a little sister next door, making people unable to help but love her. Nice! After being dressed up by Angel, Midora, who already had a good appearance, looks even more pure and lovely. Master, Midora called softly. Master, I'm so hungry. Thinking about the fact that Midor had only eaten some snacks just now, he might not have eaten much before. And she took Midor's hand and said, "Brother Ming, I'll take Midor downstairs to eat something, and we'll be back soon, okay?" "Yeah." Seeing in Chi's understanding look, he nodded in response. DeFei, who was lying in the living room, vaguely saw the two angels walking out of the bedroom. Zhang Ming followed behind them, rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. Brother Ming is getting more and more powerful. Angel took Midor downstairs to eat. Zhang Ming knew in his heart that compared to the long-term relationship in the future, it was now necessary to let Midor integrate into human society as soon as possible and familiarize him with various rules. After all, it was his first time to cultivate a humanoid soul beast, and he certainly couldn't cultivate it normally like he cultivated Rodin and the others. Moreover, there was a gender difference between Midor and him, so there would inevitably be some things to avoid in the future. How strong a willpower must one have to have such a living person in front of him every day? Open the Soul Point Exchange Mall and spend 1 million soul points to exchange for an epic bloodline card. Save it for Midor to use to improve his bloodline. I didn't dare touch the remaining soul points. Although bloodline cards were not expensive, after the soul beast bloodline was upgraded, the corresponding resources required for each evolution would increase dramatically. Most resources require soul points to replace, and now these soul points are just a drop in the bucket. Angel and Midora were out for about 3 hours before they came back, carrying large and small bags. He and Dafei had something to eat at the street stall downstairs. When Anchi came back, it was already dark. "Brother Ming, I bought you some food." Anchi put down the lunchbox, and Dafei looked at Midor beside him with surprise. "Mingji, is she?" "Yes, her name is Midor." Looking at the pure and lovely Midora, Dafei couldn't believe that this was the humanoid species just now, which was exactly the same as a human. "Hello, I'm a master's soul beast, Midor." Midor introduced himself with a smile. "I went out with Angel, and I don't know how Angel talked to Midora, but after coming back, Midora seemed to have a much more cheerful personality and his IQ improved a lot. You should rest early. The competition will start tomorrow. Come on, Brother Ming." And she said after looking at the time and raised her little fist. "Well, thank you today, Anchi. I still have to thank Anchi. After all, she has contributed both money and effort. This is what Anchi should do. Grandpa told me that you save his life, and I have to repay you well." Anchi tilted her head and smiled. "Master, Sister Anchi, and I bought you some clothes. Do you think they fit you?" Looking at the rather enthusiastic Midora, he pushed him back to the bedroom. Sitting in the living room, Dafei, who was dependent on Taelong, hugged Taelong's neck and cried out in pain. Kill the dog. Chapter 74, Black Technology, Dimensional Space. The Grand Tournament Hall. The entire sky over Dragon City was filled with red balloons and banners, and large screens everywhere were broadcasting promotions for the competition. All the streets and shopping malls are bustling with activity. Everyone is talking about the elite beastmasters in each city and who has the hope of making it to the top 16. The Soul Beast competition was no different from a grand event, and hundreds of thousands of spectators had already gathered in the competition hall. Supporters from major cities changed into uniform clothing, sat in the audience seats, and waited with great anticipation for the Soul Beast competition to begin. Zhang Ming was standing in the martial arts competition hall at this moment. Look around. The entire competition hall is as big as 6 or 7 football fields. It is extremely large. In order to facilitate the support of the huge bodies of soul beasts, the ground under the martial arts competition hall is paved with hard alloy foundations, which can withstand the attacks of monarch-level soul beasts and avoid ground collapse. There is also a high-strength protective cover for protection. The big screen hanging in the sky showed the teams of contestants. The following are the contestants from Jin Wu City. The host's voice sounded. Zhang Ming, who had been waiting in the waiting corridor for a long time, was also a little excited. After all, it was his first time to attend such an event. This is a moment to showcase the younger generation of Huaxia District. All the participating beastmasters from Jin Wu Academy walked out of the waiting passage one after another. Everyone in the hall was cheering. From afar, they saw the fans supporting Jin Wu City, waving flags and cheering. Jin Wu City will win. Come on, Jin Wu City. Brother Ming, look, isn't that Teacher Lin Wanwan? Dafei also had sharp eyes and spotted Teacher Lin in the audience stand at a glance. Several people waved enthusiastically and greeted all the audience happily. The next contestants to enter are from Dongdi City. Following closely behind Jin Wu was a group of beastmasters from the East China Sea Academy, wearing sea blue combat uniforms. All of them were running forward, shouting slogans, and their morale was high. Eastern Emperor's City. Must win. Eastern Emperor's City. Must win. The team leader led everyone in shouting slogans. Zhang Ming noticed that the young man who called himself Tian Xiao yesterday was also in the team, shouting until his face was red and his neck was thick. The big screen showed shots of each contestant from Dongmei City one after another. Some people in the audience screamed, and some shouted wildly, "Young Fen! Young Fen! I love you! I'm here!" Hearing the voices of some excited female fans, a young man in the front row of the Dongmei City team smiled and waved. Young Fan, the genius who possesses the S-level explosive combat ability. Zhang Ming thought to himself that he had already taken a rough look at all the contestants in this competition. The genius who made a name for himself in the competition in a previous life has long been engraved in his mind. Geniuses with S-level superpowers are rare, but there are more than a dozen of them in the entire Chinese region. Although their ranking on the Soul list and superpower list is not as high as his, they should not be underestimated. In addition, in this life, the Magian district openly sells secondary awakening potions, which has led to the emergence of a large number of beastmasters with S-level abilities, although some of the potions that flowed into the Huaxia district are poisons with side effects. But most people still choose to take it. The real children of high-ranking officials naturally have ways to obtain qualified medicines without side effects. Zhang Ming dared to say that there were at least a few hundred people with S-level abilities in the current martial arts competition hall. The queue that had already entered stood in the designated area with their heads held high, competing secretly. After the wait for admission was over, basically all the beastmasters who had ranked well in their previous lives showed up. Among them, Dongmei City and Nanwu City have the strongest overall strength and are ranked in the first echelon. Jin Wu City and Beiwu City are ranked in the second echelon. Among the first-level cities, Zhenhai Pass, Yulong City, Tating City, and others are ranked in the third echelon. Although the overall strength is not as good as the first echelon, there are several strong young beastmasters among them. It seems that this competition is more exciting than I thought. Zhang Ming was already looking forward to the competition starting. What he was most looking forward to was fighting against beastmasters and soul beasts with various qualifications and abilities. Beastmasters not only need to go through the trials of fighting, but also need to be prepared to deal with the Alliance of the Fallen at all times. The battles between beastmasters will never stop at fighting against ferocious beasts. Quiet. A resounding male voice was heard in the grand competition hall. Hello everyone, I am the host of this competition. From now on, the competition officially begins. All contestants draw lots according to the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, a large box appeared out of nowhere in front of all the teams. Space teleportation technology. Someone immediately called out the name of this black technology. Have we mastered the technology of space teleportation? Some contestants were still a little incredulous. The space teleportation that the Huaxia region has mastered now is more than just this basic teleportation technology. The spark gate teleportation has already reached perfection, but it has not yet been widely used. Each contestant stepped forward, reached into the box, and pulled out a numbered badge. I'm number 561. I am number 7. I am number 3256. Zhang Ming did not use the demon's eyes perspective function, but walked forward and drew a number plate. Number 17 is not bad either. Brother Ming, what's your number? Da Fei asked curiously. Number 17, what about you? I'm number 745. Enchi, what about you? Zhang Ming said. I'm number 520. This number is auspicious. Inside the hall, the host's voice sounded again. All the contestants who have drawn number plates, please wear the number badges on your chest and protect your number plates. Now we will draw lots to determine your opponents. The lottery box in front of me suddenly disappeared and then reappeared. This caused many students to sigh. I hope you too won't be drawn in the first round of the draw. Please bless you. Da Fei clasped his hands together and prayed. I'm at platform 67. Da Fei took the number in his hand and started looking for the platform. I'm number 79. Zhang Ming also finished drawing. No. 132. And she was also very curious about who her opponent was. Brother Ming, although this hall is not small, there's so many of us, and we can't see a fighting stage. How are we going to fight? And we can't release so many soul beasts. Da Fei asked puzzledly. Zhang Ming smiled knowingly. You'll know in a moment. Everyone put the lottery ticket you drew on the number plate and scan it. Following the host's instructions, the names, numbers, and platforms of all the contestants appeared on the big screen in an instant. Number 79 versus number 17, Zhang Ming versus number 99, Lu Bo. On the screen, the platforms are listed from platform 1 down to over 4,000. This shows how many contestants there are. Please enter the red battle zone ahead. Thousands of contestants entered the battle zone together. Suddenly, a blue beam of light appeared under everyone's feet, enveloping them, and the figures suddenly disappeared. The hall is now empty, and the bustling sounds just now have all disappeared. In the blink of an eye, thousands of large screens appeared in the sky. Zhang Ming found himself in a pitch-black space with no opponent in sight. The host's voice appears in the space. This is the stage for your battle. Dimensional space. You can do whatever you want here. The rules of this competition do not limit the number of beastmasters that can be summoned, and they cannot be lethal. Violators will be disqualified. If one party admits defeat, the number badge will be triggered and will automatically be transferred out of the dimensional space and returned to the hall. Zhang Ming nodded secretly, just as he guessed. The Soul Beast competitions in previous lives had already begun to use the technology of dimensional space, and the final top 100 competition would be held in the hall. Suddenly, the originally dark space scenery changed. There was barren land under his feet, surrounded by mountains with gullies still visible. The sky was gray, and there was no sign of life, and suddenly a strange young man appeared in front of him. All the audience in the hall were excited. Watch thousands of beast tamers fight at the same time. My blood is boiling. Ding. The Soul Beast competition begins. Chapter 75. I'll make you understand your defeat. Zhang Ming, who was in the dimensional space, did not know the level and name of his opponent. However, the real-time live broadcast outside showed the identities and numbers of the two people. The young man standing opposite looked a little nervous and couldn't help shaking. Seeing his opponent's condition, he planned to end the battle quickly. In the first preliminary round, opponents will be matched by drawing lots continuously until 1,000 people are left. The purpose is to screen out the real elites. The top 100 will be selected from these 1,000 people, and the top 100 competition is the real Soul Beast competition. Name Lu Bo. Age, 17. Level, Beastmaster 4 stars. Soul qualification, B. Spiritual power, slow. Soul Beast, Earthwing Dragon Green, Arrow Poison Frog. The system was called up to check the opponent's attribute panel, but the Beastmaster was a 7-star, and the strongest Soul Beast was only a silver 8-star. He couldn't even catch a claw from Yulan, let alone summon Rodden. It can be said that this opponent is not worthy of him summoning Soul Beasts. Judging from the opponent's age, he is only 17 and should be a high school student like him. This attribute is definitely inferior to his, but in Jin Wu No. 1 middle school, he is also considered a key student. The Devil's Eye suddenly activated. I have desire. The opponent's pupils instantly turned amber. The fear deep in his heart was magnified and ignited, and the fire of desire burned fiercely. Lu Bo grabbed his head with both hands, had an exaggerated expression, laughed wildly, and talked nonsense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he flew forward, ran quickly, and appeared in front of Lu Bo. Lu Bo, who had just gone crazy, didn't notice Zhang Ming at all. He gently stretched out his finger and pressed the number badge on Lu Bo's chest. Lu Bo's figure blurred, and he was teleported away in an instant. Remove the demon eye. A mechanical voice came from the dimensional space. Contestant number 17, Zhang Ming wins. In the huge hall, Lu Bo was the first to appear, and everyone was stunned. He stood blankly in the hall, as the first player to lose the game, with a confused look on his face, and he had no memory of what had just happened or how the battle went. He only remembered that before he could see his opponent clearly, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, which made him feel a little uneasy, and then he forgot what happened afterwards. When I woke up again, I was already in the guild hall. In the dimensional space, Zhang Ming smiled knowingly. This fancy move just now was not against any rules. It could only be said that he took advantage of a loophole. Naturally, he learned it from watching the martial arts competition in his previous life. Although the rules of the competition clearly state that the losing party can be teleported when a number badge is triggered, there are no regulations on who triggers it. Even if the opponent touches the body, triggering the badge number is still valid. Lu Bo in the hall reviewed the battle scene and saw his opponent trigger the badge number on his body very quickly, with a look of disbelief on his face. The game has just begun, and number 79 versus platform is already competing for the win. The first winner with the fastest time has appeared. Number 17 Zhang Ming from Jin Wu City. The host's voice is passionate. The winner here has been decided, and the information and avatar of the winner Zhang Ming appear on screen number 79. The whole audience was in an uproar. Number 79? Zhang Ming? So fast. Yeah, the battle ended so quickly. This is an instant kill. Fuck, what did I just miss? Lu Bo rewatched the video replay and found that neither of them had summoned Soul Beast to fight, yet they had already lost the game. Moreover, his behavior was strange, his expression was exaggerated, and he was very dissatisfied. Moreover, he was the first one to lose the competition among the 10,000 contestants. Referee, I don't accept it. I apply for arbitration and a rematch. Lu Bo shouted loudly to the host. Facing thousands of screens, the audience in the hall was not watching every screen after Lu Bo became the first loser. After only 2 seconds, more than a dozen people were teleported out one after another, and several people were teleported out almost every second. The host submitted Lu Bo's application information to the judging panel and asked the judging panel to make a decision. Less than 2 minutes passed. Feedback from the referee team is here. Turn down. Dear contestant, the referee team has determined that your opponent Zhang Ming did not commit any fouls, nor did he take advantage of loopholes in the rules. So, it is a legitimate victory. The host said with a smile. Impossible. I didn't even summon a soul beast. He triggered my number badge. Couldn't the referee see that? And didn't the referee think my behavior was weird? Faced with Lu Bo's violent questioning, the host's expression turned a little cold. Are you questioning the highest authority in this competition? The host's cold answer made Lu Bo feel a chill in his heart, and then the host smiled again. If you're dissatisfied with the review, you can connect with our referee. After the host finished speaking, he ignored the man and continued hosting. Lu Bo used his smart bracelet to call the referee, and the call was connected after a beep. The referee's voice came from the smart bracelet. Lu Bo, right? Lu Bo was stunned. The referee knew his name. Referee, I'm Lu Bo, and I'm not satisfied with the match just now. I request a rematch. Ha! The referee laughed a few times. Our referee team has already watched the video of the match. Your opponent Zhang Ming did not violate any rules. He just used some methods you don't know to defeat you. The referee said tactfully. But I haven't even summoned a soul beast, so how can this be considered a soul beast competition? Lu Bo's voice was filled with anger. Haha, your opponent has touched your body, and you are completely unaware. If he had a knife in his hand, would you still call me to argue with him? The referee said in a flat voice. But why don't I remember anything? Lu Bo continued to ask without giving up. Since you don't know, then I'll make you lose clearly. The opponent used control abilities to cause you to be confused and lose your memory. These are the private secrets of the players, and the referee team doesn't know either. Well, the referee team has explained it to you. If you continue to make trouble, you will be sent back immediately. The referee hung up the phone and turned to joke with his colleagues. This little fellow named Zhang Ming is really amazing. He killed this student in 1 second without even summoning a soul beast. This student was not convinced and kept looking for the referee team. Really? How did he do that? I just watched the replay video. It should be a mind control ability. First control the opponent's mind, then run to the opponent and trigger the number badge, and the opponent will lose the game. What a terrifying supernatural power. But he was able to find loopholes in the number badge. He has strong observation skills. Haha, this isn't a loophole in the number badge. It was left there on purpose. Didn't you notice? Think about it. Your opponent has already come into contact with you. Do you still have a chance of winning? This means your soul beast has already been defeated. Well, in other words, you died in front of the opponent without even having the chance to summon a soul beast. Well, it's a big competition after all. It's normal for contestants to be dissatisfied with each other. It's better than those who rely on their strength to violently beat their opponents. We still have to come out and explain. After the two people finished talking in the referee room, Zhang Ming continued to stay in the dimensional space, and the surroundings returned to darkness. The lottery box appeared in front of him, allowing him to continue drawing lots. Reach out and grab a number. Platform 69. At the same time, in the dark dimensional space, a contestant wearing glasses and with a smile on his face licked the blood from the corner of his mouth took out a white handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains on his right hand, and also drew number 69 with a somewhat excited tone. Come quickly. Chapter 7610 Blade Cat Claws. In the guild hall, nearly 5,000 contestants were eliminated in the first preliminary round, looking very miserable. Not only Lu Bo, who lost the game, most people were dissatisfied. Damn it, he and I are at the same level of beast control, and the soul beasts are not much different. If he hadn't attacked by surprise, how could I have lost? If you lose, you lose. Why are you making so many excuses? If you have the guts, you can also launch a sneak attack. On the ground, there appeared a contestant with scars all over his body, bloody wounds, and his combat uniform was torn. All the players present suddenly fell silent, looking at the bloody and unconscious wounded man being carried away by the paramedics. I couldn't help swallowing. Who was his opponent? Why did he get hurt like this? The referee team doesn't care. The rules state that it is not allowed to cause death, but it doesn't seem to say to what extent the injury can be. Lu Bo, who was in the crowd, saw what happened to this man and felt a pang in his heart, realizing how lucky he was. As the losers left, less than 5,000 people remained to participate in the first round of the draw. The first round of the preliminary round has ended. Unfortunately, many contestants have withdrawn from the competition. But don't be discouraged. You will still have a chance to participate in the competition next year. The second round of the preliminary round will begin next. In midair, the number of virtual large screens dropped sharply. This time, someone paid special attention to screen number 69, where Zhang Ming was, wanting to see the battle process of contestant number 17. Da Fei and Anshi also successfully advanced to the second round of the preliminary round. In the dimensional space, the scenery began to change. The surrounding darkness turned into a dense rainforest environment. Every leaf looked so real that even the veins on the leaves were clear when touched by hand. The two people's dimensional space overlapped together. Everything seemed real and virtual. It was unclear what was true and what was false. The sunlight above his head penetrated the tall leaves and shone onto the ground, allowing him to see his opponent clearly. A pretty boy wearing silver-framed glasses and a braid appeared. He smiled with squinted eyes and looked very kind. Judging from his facial features, he looks Chinese, but his skin is very white and his hair is a little yellow. There is a faint smell of blood coming from this person. Is it him? Ten-Blade Cat Claw Lu Academy. Thinking back to the name, this opponent is no simple matter. In his previous life, although he did not make it to the top 16, he also advanced to the top 100 finals. Although he had a smile on his face, there was a ferocious beast living in his heart. A cruel and bloodthirsty beast. He is a high school student from a second-tier desert city, Lu Academy. He is called this name because his father is from the Huaxia district and his mother is from the European Union district. His name is a combination of his parents' surnames. So he is mixed race. Because he is a mixed race, his childhood was full of exclusion and shadow, and the devil grew in his heart since he was a child. His mother was a spy hidden in the European Union. After this news was exposed in his previous life, Candy felt angry and defected from the European Union. The name 10 Blades Cat's Claw was given by the contestants after the competition in the previous life. Taken from a Horcrux he used, the 10 Blades Cat's Claw. Ican is good at assassination, and his methods of dealing with each opponent are extremely cruel. He must cut open his opponent's flesh one by one, making him suffer unbearable pain and kneel down to beg for mercy, in order to satisfy his inner empty sense of gain. In his previous life, he didn't have a very good impression of this cat's claw. Later, he learned that his mother was a spy and that he had betrayed China and fled to the European Union, which aroused public anger. Looking at the kind-looking eye candy, Zhang Ming also smiled and became interested. This time, he plans to take action. Call up the system panel to view. Name, Lu Academy. Age, 17. Level, Beastmaster 2 stars. Soul qualification, A. Soul power, precision cutting. By obtaining the other party's basic information through system exploration, it was discovered that Icon still had ill-level qualifications like in his previous life, and it seemed that he had not taken the second awakening potion. Icani still looked at him through the lenses with a gentle smile. Hello, friend. Shall we start now? Unexpectedly, there was a kind look in Akan's sincere eyes. As soon as the words fell, Akan leaned forward and assumed a running stance. Next second, Ican's figure disappeared on the spot. Suddenly, Zhang Ming opened the demon eye and used his insight ability. His vision was close to 360 degrees. He observed his surroundings keenly, but he could not detect Ican's figure at all. There's no way it could move that fast. Behind, Zhang Ming suddenly dodged sideways. As he expected, 5 alloy claws suddenly appeared, scratched his face, and blood oozed out. You have good reflexes. You were able to dodge my silent steps. The two men stood facing each other. Zhang Ming wiped the blood off his face and smiled. Just now, within the range of the devil's eye, except for the blind spot behind his head, he was not detected in other areas. He dodged subconsciously and thus avoided the attack. The attack was so fierce as soon as it started. You're also very good. You can get close to me without summoning a soul beast. Ican was slightly stunned when he heard his words, then laughed. Then how about summoning each soul beast? 2 soul beasts over 3 meters tall appeared in front of Icandy. One was a cat-like soul beast with a yellow-brown body, and the other was a giant light green mantis holding 2 big swords. Green giant mantis. Bloodline elite. Level gold 1 star. Skill, tearing and dancing double blade slash. Introduction, a knife man living in the jungle with good attack capabilities, good at blending into the environment with its own color to launch sneak attacks. Its 2 front limbs have great cutting power and can easily cut open prey. Weaknesses, abdomen, wings. Night saber leopard. Bloodline rare. Talent, shadow strike. Level gold 2 stars. Skill, quickly catch the wind and the shadow and kill. Introduction, a ferocious beast that is born to be an assassin. It can move as fast as a shadow. Together with the ghost tiger, it is known as the nightmare of beastmasters. When you meet it, don't even think about sleeping. Weaknesses, abdomen, eyes provided that you can find it. An insectoid with elite bloodline, and a night blade leopard with rare bloodline. Night blade leopard and ghost tiger are both assassin-type players who are good at sneak attacks. Zhang Ming also summoned Rodin and Yulan. Yulan's body was almost transparent, and it dived into the bushes nearby as soon as it was summoned. And Ican was also amazed by Rodin's extremely arrogant posture. His body was covered with magma scales, and the scorching heat evaporated the surroundings. A tearing roar made the 2 soul beasts on the opposite side tremble uncontrollably. As soon as Rodin appeared, he flapped his wings and rose into the sky. The pressure from their bloodline level caused the 2 soul beasts to put up fierce resistance. Ican lifted his glasses frame with his palms. The claw-shaped weapons on his hands reflected strong light. In the sunlight, the lenses also reflected a white light. You are excellent. I will fight with all my strength. Chapter 77, 7 Sin Hells. Under the sunlight, Ican raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. The giant green mantis swung its big knife at an extremely fast speed, making bursts of air-breaking sounds. A pair of emerald green crystal gems locked onto Rodin, and the wings behind it began to flap, preparing to launch an attack. Icandy naturally lowered his arms, and the pair of sharp claws that were more than 10 centimeters long stretched out, flashing a cold light. The cat's paw rubbed back and forth in Ican's hand, creating sparks. Zhang Ming locked the probe on the Horcrux in Icandy's hand and checked the attribute panel. 10-blade cat claw. Grade, purple. Features, has sharp cutting ability. Introduction. This Horcrux is made from the claws of the king-level ferocious beast, the Stygian, which can give the assembler terrifying cutting power. It's a purple Horcrux. Although it has no skills, this feature is considered top grade among offensive Horcruxes. Most Horcruxes can only generate skills when their grade reaches orange. There are also a few special Horcruxes like the Flash Ring, which also have skills at the purple grade. I'm going to get on. Icandy said with a smile, and then his figure disappeared again. The devil's eyes opened. Insight. I saw a ghostly figure moving through the dense forest, and its cat claws emitted a cold silver light. Zhang Ming saw that although Icandy was running very fast, his feet did not stir up any dust, as if he had no weight. The night blade leopard roared, turned into a yellow-brown shadow, and disappeared. It will appear again, and it is just around the corner. Roar! Yulan suddenly jumped out, accompanied by 3 deep purple claw lights, and the night blade leopard was knocked to the ground by Yulan. With the powerful air support of Rodin, Zhang Ming was not afraid of Ican's sneak attack at all. He locked his opponent with his demon eyes, took out the dragon's sorrow, and put his right hand on the bowstring. The soul power gathered on its own onto the bowstring, condensing into a flaming arrow, aimed at the giant green mantis. Whoosh! An arrow flies out. hit the left eye of the giant green mantis. Seeing that the Hulk mantis was defeated, Ikan still did not show up. Immediately afterwards, Rodden spewed out several fireballs, which instantly ignited the surrounding dense forest and wrapped the Hulk mantis in the middle. In the battle between soul beasts, there is no doubt that Rodden and Yulan almost crushed the other. He easily defeated the green mantis and the night saber. Originally, Rodden and Yulan had the advantage in level and bloodline. The night blade leopard was ripped open by Yulan's 2 claws and turned into light and returned to the soul beast space. The giant green mantis was almost roasted by Rodden's scorching flames and was defeated in just one encounter. Although the 2 soul beasts summoned by Ikan were both defeated and returned to the soul beast space. But the battle is not over yet. Eye Candy is best at sneak attacks and assassinations. In his previous life, the reason why he was able to stand out was not entirely due to his soul beasts, but because of his strange steps and the pair of cat claw soul weapons in his hands. Compared with soul beasts, Eye Candy is more confident in his own strength. Zhang Ming's pupils moved rapidly, following Eye Candy's figure. Eye Candy also seemed to notice Zhang Ming's eyes. No matter where he hid, it seemed that the other party's gaze could always find him. This made Eye Candy not angry, but rather a little excited. It's been a long time since I met such an opponent. Eye Candy licked his lips. Zhang Ming once again set up the Dragon Sorrow, condensed a flaming arrow, and aimed at the target. I could have just witnessed the power of the bow, an arrow in his hand. With just one arrow, his gold-level soul beast, the giant green mantis, was crippled. He had to take action. Relying on the power of the demon's eye, Zhang Ming turned his body and the arrow was always aimed at Eye Candy. Whoosh! The flaming arrows shot out. Bang! It actually failed. There was still a shadow of Ikan at the place where he was just now. Interesting. Break the delusion. Amber's pupils suddenly shrank, like an eagle's eyes. In his eyes, Ikan's speed suddenly slowed down and his body moved slowly. Let's see where you can hide this time. Just when Zhang Ming was about to shoot another arrow, Ikan suddenly stopped, and his originally gentle eyes were suddenly filled with fierce, murderous intent. The two were about 20 meters apart, but Ikan's figure seemed to be ephemeral. His feet did not move. His body rushed forward like a ghost. In an instant, the silver cat's claws formed a white X shape and came down on his head. Yulan threw himself forward without hesitation to block the attack. There was pain with a tearing roar. The skin, which was originally almost transparent, became slightly solidified and dark blue blood flowed out. Just one hit. The skin on Yulan's back was torn apart. Next time, I'll see who can stop you, Eye Candy said in a flat voice. Zhang Ming also smiled. Yeah, I have desire. The demon's eyes looked directly into Ikan's eyes. The murderous desire hidden deep in Ikan's heart was released. His eyes were bloodshot. The murderous aura on his body suddenly increased. His pupils dilated, and he laughed wildly. Eye Candy waved his cat claws wildly. His steps were disorderly, and he cut all the flowers, plants, and branches around him. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at him excitedly with a bloodthirsty desire in his eyes. Attack quickly. Leave an afterimage. The eye of desire aroused the desire for killing in his heart. He is such a madman. Zhang Ming was not at all panicked. He removed the demon eye and did not dodge, waiting quietly for Ikan to attack. Seeing Eye Candy sticking out his tongue with an exaggerated expression, full of desire for killing and death. 7 hells of sins. The devil's eyes changed again, and the originally amber pupils turned into a purple hexagram pattern. The cat's paw landed 1 centimeter away from his nose and stopped. Eye Candy's eyes were filled with fear, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body couldn't help shaking. Rodden was flying in the sky and standing behind him. As if it was expected, he did not attack Ikan. All this was Zhang Ming's intention, in order to test the true power of the devil's eye. The cat claw horcrux on Ikan's hand fell off, and he held his head with both hands and let out a horrified scream. In the illusion of the 7 hells, Eye Candy is experiencing the torment of desires of the 7 deadly sins. First, the hell of arrogance allowed him to possess the most powerful soul beast in the world and let him enjoy the highest treatment. And then he was cast from the supreme throne to the mortal world. This feeling of inner collapse made him collapse. Every hell of desire will continue to torture his soul in the same way, making him feel mental torture. Eye Candy rolled on the ground in agony. The skin on his face had been scratched by him, and his expression was extremely hideous with pain. Zhang Ming had a blank expression on his face and gently pressed the number badge on his chest. After Ican was teleported away, the Seven Sins Hell was not lifted. He was immediately carried away by paramedics. The spectators watching the game in the hall looked confused and had no idea what had just happened. Pick up the 10-blade cat claw that fell on the ground and put it into the system backpack. The surrounding scenery changed, returned to darkness, and a mechanical sound was heard. Player number 17 wins. Icandy was carried away and had just been sent to the hospital for an injection of sedative. His pupils suddenly dilated and contracted, and he stopped breathing. In the dimensional space, Zhang Ming clicked on the dust bracelet and opened the task platform. Kill the suspicious person, Lu Icandy. Click Finish and wait for 10 seconds. After verification, the suspicious person has died, and 10 contribution points are obtained. Chapter 78 Battle against Yang Fan. Ican's death was like a fallen leaf, attracting no one's attention. Silently, in the hall, all the players who lost the second game gathered. After the second fierce competition, there are still 2,300 contestants left in the dimension. They include players from both the high school and college divisions. Let's applaud the players who stayed. The host's passionate voice aroused the mood of the entire audience. After 2 games, the eliminated players either had low soul beast levels or had poor psychological quality and no practical experience. The competition group still reserved audience seats for the failed players, so they can stay and watch the game until the end. In the stands, DeFei returned to the audience, and it was obvious that DeFei was eliminated. Although his one-horned rhinoceros beetle also had gold-level strength, it could not withstand the large number of the opponent's soul beasts. Under the attack from both sides, the rhinoceros beetle was directly driven back to the soul beast space. Teheran is still young, in his infancy, and cannot participate in the battle. Otherwise, there's hope of entering the top 100 of 1,000 people. Now let's start the third game of the preliminary round. After this match, the 2 divisions will select 1,000 people to participate in the top 100 tournament. In the audience, everyone cheered loudly and cheered for the players they supported. Platform 418. Zhang Ming drew lots again and picked out a number. As the mechanical voice counted down in the dark space, another unfamiliar opponent was waiting for him. 3, 2, 1. The environment in the dimensional space changed, and the body was suddenly suspended in the air and then fell down suddenly. Quickly summon Rodden. Look down. Below me is a vast ocean with waves rising and falling one after another. Is the environment this time an air and naval battle? Suddenly, Zhang Ming noticed a sharp gaze. Under the blue sky, a young man in a navy blue combat uniform was looking at him proudly. Yang Fan, a gifted young man from Jin Wu City, the owner of S-level supernatural power explosive combat, a master of beast taming, and possesses a star diamond-level soul beast. Zhang Ming looked at Yang Fan meaningfully, and there was interest in the eyes of both of them. Jin Wu City, Yang Fan. Yang Fan said, Jin Wu City, Zhang Ming. You defeated Cat's Paw. It's me. Yes, you are qualified to fight me. Yang Fan's words revealed a hint of contempt. Yeah, but I don't think you are qualified to fight me. Zhang Ming responded with a smile and a calm tone. Yang Fan was not impatient, but smiled instead. A column of water emerged from the waves under his feet and lifted him high up from the sea surface and dragged him into the air. Yang Fan stood on the water column more than 10 meters high, with his hands behind his back, facing Zhang Ming. Grandmaster level control of soul power? Zhang Ming thought to himself. No, Zhang Ming noticed the shoes on Yang Fan's feet. It seemed unusual. It was actually a Horcrux. So that's how it is. With the help of the power of the Horcrux, the water is gathered into a pillar and it stands firm. The Grandmaster level can attach soul power to the Horcrux and use the Horcrux to control basic elemental energy. The King level can rely on soul power to take objects from a distance and use soul weapons to draw on the energy of surrounding elements as a means of attack. After reaching the Emperor level, the power of the soul can be materialized. The soul power stored in the human body becomes even more massive, and manipulating the elements becomes a powerful means. Name, Yang Fan. Age, 18. Level, Beastmaster 2 stars. Soul qualification S. Soul power, explosive battle. Soul beast, storm pterosaur, dragon armor crocodile, horned tiger shark. Calling up the system panel to check Yang Fan's attributes, He found that he was also a 2-star beastmaster and had 3 soul beasts. He became a beast tamer in his 3rd year of high school and was set to become a beast tamer after joining the academy. Yang Fan looked at him arrogantly. Behind him, a storm pterosaur appeared with a strong wind. Under the water column, a more than 10-meter-long dragon-armored crocodile was swimming, swinging its huge body. A tiger shark with a single horn suddenly jumped out of the water, splashing countless waves. Haha, sorry, this seems to be my home court, Yang Fan said with some pride. The dragon-armored crocodile is an amphibious soul beast, the horned tiger shark is a water combat soul beast, and the storm pterosaur is good at flying. Although its attack power is a bit weak, it is famous for its speed, and its ability to survive is first class. Yang Fan jumped high from the water column and landed on the back of the storm pterosaur. Rodden let out a roar mixed with sarcasm at the storm pterosaur. The aura of the star diamond-level soul beast was revealed at this moment, and the storm pterosaur was shaken to a certain instability. Yang Fan tried to steady the storm pterosaur with great effort, looking somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Ming, you and I are both high school students, but I am older than you. I advise you to teleport out by yourself now. Otherwise, you will inevitably suffer physical injuries, Yang Fan said with some annoyance. Huh. Zhang Ming chuckled. Is Yang Fan, who is famous in Donghai No. 1 middle school, only good at talking? Looking for death. Yang Fan spat out these 2 words, feeling that this sentence was a provocation to him. Take action immediately. The more than 10-meter-long dragon-armored crocodile swung its huge body, suddenly poked its head out, opened its bloody mouth, and shot out several water arrows, pointing directly at Rodden in the air. Unexpectedly, the water arrow was evaporated by the geothermal armor on Rodden's body before it even touched his body. The attack just now was tantamount to a provocation to Rodden. The dragon-armored crocodile is only at the gold 6-star level. The truly powerful one is the one-horned tiger shark, lurking in the water and waiting for the opportunity. Tiger shark, bloodline lord, talent, king of the deep sea, can summon tiger sharks from the deep sea. Level, star diamond level 1 star. Skills, maelstrom water stream, deep sea cannonball, harpoon, Vulcan cannon. Introduction, the giant tiger shark living in the deep sea has a strong sense of territory. Its body is extremely huge when it grows up. It is called the king of the deep sea and has amazing bite force. After checking the attributes of this one-horned tiger shark, except that its bloodline is 2 levels lower than Rodden, its talent is enough to rank in the upper middle among the ferocious beasts with lord-level bloodline. He is worthy of being Mr. Yang's grandson, Zhang Ming praised secretly. To cultivate a soul beast to the star diamond level at such a young age must have consumed a huge amount of resources. Even many older college students probably don't own a star diamond level soul beast yet. Zhang Ming really wanted to fight with Yang Fan, but unfortunately the environment here was not favorable for him. Yuan had just been injured and had not yet recovered. It would be difficult for Rodden to defeat the tiger shark hiding in the water with just his strength. It seems that I can only use the devil's eye again. Although it was a somewhat unfair victory, given the current situation, we cannot afford to consider so much. Yang Fan had already controlled the storm pterosaur to attack, and the strong gale blew in his face, as sharp as a knife. Rodden's armor of thorns was activated, and the vines and the armor after the magma cooled merged into one, rebounding all the storm damage. A big fireball was spit out, but was easily dodged by the storm pterosaur. Haha, surrender. Yang Fan, who took the initiative, shouted loudly. Master, Midor also wants to fight. Just as Zhang Ming was dodging, Midler's voice came from his mind. Chapter 79 Transformation Skill, Soul of Satan. No, the opponents outside are not someone you can deal with. Zhang Ming directly rejected Midler. The one-horned tiger shark and the dragon-armored crocodile are both soul beasts that are good at water combat, and he doesn't want Midor to put himself in danger. It's okay, Master. Midor just remembered how to fight. Master, Midor can do it. Hearing Midor's cute, pleading voice, he threw the 10-blade cat claw from the system backpack into the soul beast space. Can you try to use this Horcrux? Midor took the 10-blades cat claw and put it on his hand awkwardly. Master, it's so heavy. Although Midora also has Lord-level bloodline, her talent is incomplete and her level is only Silver 1 star. He has not had time to upgrade her bloodline, and he is a little worried about whether Midora can evolve successfully. The level of a soul beast's bloodline directly affects its future evolution and growth. The evolutionary paths of rare bloodlines and epic bloodlines are completely different, and the attribute growth after evolution is also different. He had thought before whether he could save some soul points if he first upgraded the soul beast level and then used the bloodline card to upgrade its bloodline. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. The higher the bloodline of a soul beast, the more evolutionary routes it displays. Choosing the strongest and most suitable evolutionary route can bring the greatest benefit, and each time you upgrade your level, you can get more attribute bonuses. If the level is upgraded and evolved first, and then the bloodline is upgraded, then the potential of this soul beast will be exhausted when it reaches the king level. Master Midor likes this. In the soul beast space, Midor waved his cat claws clumsily, which was a bit funny. Midor, wait a minute. Zhang Ming took out the epic bloodline card from the system backpack and used it directly on Midor. Seeing that Rodden continued to fly upwards, Yang Fan kept ordering the tiger shark to fire deep-sea shells at him. If you're scared, fly higher. Faced with Yang Fan's ridicule, Zhang Ming did not respond. In the soul beast space, a 5-colored light suddenly appeared, and Midor's whole body was wrapped in brilliant colors. Silver scales instantly covered the entire body. The pupils turned sapphire blue. The silver scales under the ears grew downwards, wrapping the entire body, then faded away, and a sapphire blue scale condensed on the forehead. There were no longer any scales on her skin, making her look just like a human girl, except that her pupils had turned royal blue. Master, Midoro feels so comfortable. Midor closed his eyes and let out a soft moan. When I heard this sound, my whole body felt numb. Scene? Open Midor's properties panel to view. Midor, bloodline, epic, talent, receive transformation, can memorize 6 transformation modes. Level gold 1 star. Transformation skill, soul of Satan 1/6. Introduction. The demon race with noble blood has the terrifying talent of receiving the power of fierce beasts and using it for themselves. They can receive part of the target's body or receive it completely. They cannot receive fierce beasts that are 1 level higher than their own. After transformation, their combat power will be increased by levels. Their combat power is terrifying, and they are called Satan Witch. Satan the Witch. With the upgrade of the epic bloodline card, Midor's level was forcibly upgraded to gold 1 star, and his talents seem to have been repaired as well. Looking at the complete introduction, you can see that Midor's bloodline is extremely powerful. I just wonder why there is only 1 skill. Soul of Satan. Soul of Satan. The whole body is transformed into the posture of Satan, with extremely high speed and strength, but it cannot be used multiple times. It has strong immunity to toxins and can absorb external toxins for its own use. After reading it, Zhang Ming was a little surprised. It turns out that this is Midor's true talent and strength. You can absorb the power of ferocious beasts and use it for your own benefit. Fear. Feeling the changes coming from Midor in the soul beast space, he simply invested all the remaining soul points in one go. Check the evolutionary path. Master, due to Midor's talent, he cannot evolve. The voice of the system elf appeared. Because of my talent, I can't evolve. If you think about it carefully, it is true. Midora has the talent to receive transformations and has stored a transformation mode of a ferocious beast, which is equivalent to the ability to evolve. The system panel shows that it can currently remember 6 transformation modes. That means you can receive 5 more types. This is equivalent to Midor being able to possess transformation modes with different abilities as long as his level goes up. Powerful. Since it cannot evolve, just use all the remaining soul points to upgrade Midor. Upgrade. Successfully upgraded Midor Gold 2 stars. Successfully upgraded Midor Gold 3 stars. More than 7 million soul points, but only upgraded to 3 stars. Just got 4 stars in gold. Yang Fan also realized Zhang Ming's strange behavior in midair and began to order the tiger shark to attack continuously. The black horn on the tiger shark's head suddenly split into 5 pieces, revealing the cone-shaped object inside, which flew like a cannonball and rushed straight towards Rodden. Harpoon Vulcan Cannon. The shell hit the geothermal armor hard, and the thorn armor bounced back some of the damage. But the tiger shark had thick skin and flesh, and with the blocking of the waves, it did not cause any damage at all. Surrender quickly. Yang Fan smiled proudly, very satisfied with his tiger shark. This tiger shark was a baby shark that he had begged for and spent a lot of effort to catch in the deep sea, and it took countless resources to cultivate it to the star diamond level. Similarly, the more effort and resources spent, the stronger the tiger shark will be now. Zhang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sly smile. In the sky, a silver-haired girl in a preppy skirt appeared, just floating in the air without any help. Yang Fan looked surprised. Some people in the guild hall also noticed this scene. I was very confused about this silver-haired girl. Look, that girl can actually float in the air. Is she an imperial beastmaster? How is it impossible? No, that silver-haired girl looks familiar. Do you think she looks like the humanoid beast that appeared that day? Don't tell me it's true. Oh my god, this humanoid looks so amazing. Master, Midor is ready. Midor showed his little fangs on both sides and said in a very cute manner. Zhang Ming nodded and said, just don't beat him to death. All right, Master. Midor floated in the air, his small fist suddenly clenched, and a powerful momentum suddenly surged. The long silver hair that originally hung on her shoulders suddenly stood up. A flash of purple-black light. Midora, who just looked like a cute loli, suddenly turned into a charming girl with silver hair flying high, cold eyes, and a hint of playfulness in her expression. His hands also turned into a pair of ferocious devil claws, and behind him was a pair of strange and huge devil wings, dragging a dark green tail, which was swinging up and down powerfully. This is the transformation skill, Satan's Soul. Chapter 80, The Terror of Midor. After the transformation, Midora not only became taller, even the parts that have not yet matured have grown larger. The lines wrapped in dark green armor are extremely attractive, making people fall into the maze. Especially the pair of smoky eyes, the playful look, and the defiant expression, which are completely different from the cute Midori before. Cold and unruly, Midor crossed his legs, held his chin with one hand, and spoke in a very soft voice. Get ready. As soon as the words fell, Midor's figure disappeared from the spot, as if he had teleported. There was a plop sound, and it seemed as if it had dived into the sea. Then, a huge figure more than 10 meters long suddenly flew out of the sea, roaring. The dragon-armored crocodile was grabbed by its tail by Midor and thrown directly out of the sea. Yang Fan opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. Is this a fucking soul beast too? Even Zhang Ming was shocked. How could Midor possess such strong power? Although this dragon-armored crocodile is of gold grade, its huge body must weigh at least dozens of tons. Midor is spinning it in the air, casually as if he were holding a puppy. Midor grabbed the dragon-armored crocodile's tail with one hand, and the black and purple soul power ball slowly gathered in his ferocious claws. Dark flow. Bang! The dragon-armored crocodile's tail was blown into 2 pieces. It instantly turned into a ray of light and returned to the soul beast space. Yang Fan gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! How can this humanoid be so strong? Didn't Grandpa say that this humanoid is useless? Yang Fan clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Midora raised a wicked smile and looked at Yang Fan. Not good. Attack. Yang Fan quickly ordered a tiger shark to stir up a whirlpool in the sea to prevent the same mistake from happening again. Midor didn't care about the tiger shark below. He stretched out his right hand, and the black and purple soul ball condensed again. Circles of soul power like rune formations swirled around his hand, and suddenly turned into a huge black hand, grabbing the pterosaurs soul beast under Yang Fan. The pterosaurs soul beast howled in pain. Then it disappeared and returned to the soul beast space. Yang Fan's body fell rapidly, and he quickly activated the Horcrux on his feet, using the power of the sea water to drag him down. A tiger shark leaped high, creating huge waves, and crashed into Midor. After the transformation, Midor's level was upgraded across levels, equivalent to the strength of a 4-star star diamond, and both his speed and strength were enhanced. As soon as the tiger shark leaped into the air, it was suddenly hugged by Midor. The ferocious claws dug deeply into the thick skin of the tiger shark, tearing it and drawing blood. Midor held the tiger shark and spun rapidly in the air, creating a tornado visible to the naked eye. The surrounding waves were raised to a height of more than 10 meters, and even Yang Fan was caught in the strong wind. Super sadistic and violent. Midor's claws once again produced a black and purple energy ball, followed by a loud explosion. The tiger shark's body was covered with tear scars, and it turned into light and returned to the soul beast space. Yang Fan also fell into the sea and took several big gulps of seawater. Midor picked up Yang Fan with one hand and brought him in front of Zhang Ming. Yang Fan, who was still in shock, looked at Zhang Ming with horror, not daring to look directly at this horrifying humanoid monster. So powerful. With just a wave of his hand, he sent the soul beast he was so proud of back to the soul beast space with just a few moves. Zhang Ming smiled and said nothing. He slowly extended his right index finger and gently pressed it on the number badge on Yang Fan's chest. Player number 17, Zhang Ming wins. A mechanical voice appeared and announced the winner. This time, he did not rely on the demon's eye, but won again and made it into the ranks of thousands of people. Midor also canceled the transformation mode and returned to his previous cute appearance. His height also decreased, and he said to him with his cute fangs showing, "Master, what was Midor's performance like just now? Midor was amazing, wasn't he?" "Sharp." Zhang Ming gave a thumbs up and praised, and couldn't help but scratch the tip of Midor's nose. Seeing that Midor was a little weak, he quickly called her back to the soul beast space to let her rest. This time, Midor's performance really opened his eyes. The strength of the humanoid species is terrifying. After the transformation, not only can one upgrade one's level across levels, but many of the skills used cannot even be detected by the system panel. Almost every attack is fatal, with powerful explosive power and damage. In the guild hall, Yang Fan was very unwilling. But Zhang Ming didn't know that at this moment the audience in the hall was already going wild. The performance of Midler just now made all the audience become his fans, became a fan of Midor. Even the host was very excited after watching the live broadcast of the game. Congratulations to all the contestants who advanced to the top 100. In this competition, contestant number 17 Zhang Ming from Jin Wu City brought us a huge surprise. Let us welcome all the advanced contestants with warm applause. As the loser leaves, all the winners in the dimensional space appeared in the hall. They each had a proud expression on their faces and faced the audience stands with the attitude of a winner. As soon as Zhang Ming came out, he saw Dafei waving a big flag in the audience stands and cheering loudly. From a distance, I saw the two big words, "awesome," written on the flag. When did Dafei make this? Looking at the excited Dafei, Zhang Ming also waved and greeted him. "Hi, Brother Ming." Someone patted my shoulder, and when I turned around, it was in Chi. "Congratulations, Brother Ming, you've advanced." "Congratulations, and Chi, you have also advanced." And she put her hands behind her back and smiled cutely. Today's competition ends here, and a total of 1,127 winners have been decided. The top 100 competition will begin tomorrow. The top 100 contestants will be selected from a more than 1,000 winners. All contestants who advance to the top 100, whether college students or high school students, will be provided with a 1-year supply of soul beast rations by the organizing committee of this competition. No limit on soul beasts. As soon as these words were spoken, all the winners present cheered loudly. Although the value of purchasing soul beast food is not high, the number of soul beasts contracted will increase as time goes by. As the level of soul beasts increases, the appetite of soul beasts will also become bigger and bigger. Beastmasters not only have to collect resources for the evolution and upgrade of soul weapons, but the daily consumption of soul beast rations is also a considerable expense. It is no exaggeration to say that a year's supply of soul beast rations can save millions of soul coins. The first round of preliminary competition ends here. The second round will start tomorrow, with the top 100 qualifying rounds for 1,000 people. After everyone left the stage, Dafei quickly ran over carrying a large banner, looking very excited. "Ming Ye, so damn handsome. Do you know that when your humanoid transformed, the audience went wild? It exploded. Fuck, this is so fucking awesome." "Huh." Zhang Ming laughed when he heard Dafei's description. A tall lady wearing a gray skirt cleared her throat. "Teacher Lin, elder sister, it's Teacher Lin Wanwan." Teacher Lin touched Anshi's head and said with a deliberately angry expression, "Teacher, I'm still here. Are you guys just chatting like this?" Dafei scratched his head in embarrassment, and Zhang Ming also smiled sheepishly. However, congratulations, Zhang Ming, for advancing. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. The teacher will treat you today and take you to a big meal." Teacher Lin patted his chest and smiled. Chapter 81. I Can't Drink Much. A hotel inside the youth training camp. Teacher Lin Wanwan had already reserved a table to celebrate with Zhang Ming and his friends. All the restaurants in the youth training camp were already packed with people and were basically fully booked. All the winners of the competition came to book a room to celebrate. "Hello, our dishes are ready." In the private room, the waiter said with a smile. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, the three of them suddenly felt a little hungry. Teacher Lin Wanwan sat in the main seat and told the three people to eat first if they were hungry. What kind of dish is this? It's delicious. Dafei picked up a piece of vegetable that looked like meat, but wasn't meat, and put it in his mouth. It was so delicious that it made him cry. Teacher Lin Wanwan put her hands on her chin and said as she looked at him with satisfaction, "This is the meat of the vicious beast, the Muzhong raccoon. It's his family's specialty. And she, Zhang Ming, you two should try it too." "Okay, sister." And she nodded, very happy. "Sister, I suggest we have a drink first." When the three of them were halfway through their meal, Angie felt like something was missing. "You want a drink right after you come out?" "Okay, a small bottle then." Call the waiter to order drinks. "Excuse me, everyone. We only have white wine left in our store." "Just the liquor?" The three of you look at me, and I look at you. "I've never drunk white wine. We just want a small bottle to try, sister. We don't have to drink it all." And she said, "Well, all right, I'll just have white wine." Okay. After a while, the waiter brought a bottle of Maoxiang liquor in luxurious glass, packaging, and poured a small glass for each person. This wine is a 56 proof liquor. Zhang Ming picked up the bottle and looked at it. This degree is not low. Teacher Lin raised his mini wine glass and said, "Teacher, congratulations to Enqi and Zhang Ming for advancing. Defei, don't be discouraged this time. There will be another chance next year." "Thank you, teacher." The three of them raised their glasses and spoke in unison. "This wine is so spicy." And she took a small sip and put it down. Look at Teacher Lin again. He has a full cup and is standing up. Teacher Lin is a heavy drinker. Dafei didn't dare to drink it at first and only took a small sip. He was a little impressed to see Teacher Lin drink it all. "Zhang Ming, your performance this time really surprised us." After drinking a glass of wine, Teacher Lin's face turned slightly red, and he held his head with one hand to force himself to remain calm. Teacher Lin. Zhang Ming looked at Teacher Lin, who was a little drunk, with his eyes slightly closed and speaking in a daze. "No way, I got dizzy after just one glass of wine. I can't drink much." "Brother Ming, this is a two-tail cup, right?" Dafei said. "Yeah, let's eat quickly and send Teacher Lin back later." I helped Teacher Lin to rest on the sofa next to me. I felt it was inappropriate to put my hands anywhere, but I could feel the softness in my hands and the refreshing smell, and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It feels like being injected with a large amount of powerful hormones, and the blood in the body is rushing wildly. "Let's eat first, otherwise this table of food will be wasted." Well, I don't know why my sister drank so much in one gulp just now. She drinks so hard, even though she has such a low alcohol tolerance. And she said with a smile, "Beast, I won't agree to your request." "Beast?" On the sofa at the back, Teacher Lin was in a daze, as if he was dreaming, and he kept muttering to himself. Let the three of them hear it clearly. Defei opened his eyes and tilted his ears. The three of them slowed down their eating at the same time. I only heard the word beast. Looks like there's a story. Zhang Ming and Dafei turned to look at Enqi, their curiosity for gossip aroused. "I don't know either. I never ask about my sister's affairs." And she explained quickly. We had almost finished eating, and there was almost nothing left on the table. Zhang Ming was worried about how to send Teacher Lin back. "Angie, do you know where Teacher Lin lives?" "My sister lives with me. We can help her back together." As he spoke, Zhang Ming pulled up Teacher Lin, who was lying on the sofa, and put his hand on his shoulder. But Teacher Lin walked unruly and staggered. I just put on my shoulders and carried Teacher Lin on my back. "Angie, lead the way." Zhang Ming carried Teacher Lin on his back, and Teacher Lin subconsciously put his arms around his neck and almost strangled him to death. And she covered her mouth and smiled, seeming to be somewhat happy to see this scene. "This building in front is here. We live on the second floor." Zhang Ming nodded, exerted his strength, and walked quickly towards the terminal. He opened the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and wanted to put Teacher Lin down. You know what? He looks quite thin and heavy. Teacher Lin held his neck tightly, wrapped her legs in front of her, and hugged him very tightly. Carefully pull out your hands and gently take down Teacher Lin's legs. After untying the arms around his neck, Teacher Lin instantly lost his balance and fell onto the bed. Teacher Lin was curled up, her already slender legs, and her sleepy state. Her face was red and white, her hair was charming, and a hint of fair skin was revealed at her waist, which made people imagine endlessly. Realizing that it was a bit awkward, I stood up and left the bedroom, leaving the rest of the work to Angie. Dafei had already returned to the apartment. Angie, I'm going back first. You should also go to bed early. Okay, thank you, Brother Ming. And she had already noticed that Zhang Ming's face was flushed and he was a little shy, so she teased him mischievously on purpose. After leaving Angie's room and walking out of the apartment building, my heart, which had been excited by hormones, finally calmed down. Teacher Lin's figure and face are almost like an ancient titan that is enough to cause crime. Return to your apartment. Dafei was lying on the sofa, watching the video with drooping eyelids and feeling a little sleepy. This is what happened to the 56 proof flicker. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Took a hot shower and lay down on the bed in the bedroom. The scent of Teacher Lin's perfume still lingered on my hands, and for a moment, I couldn't help but, after all, he is a physically healthy man. Master, Midor wants to come out for some fresh air. Hearing the voice of Midor in the soul beast space, summon it out. Seeing the petite and cute Midor, I recalled the queen just now, who was decisive and unruly, and had completely different styles. Midor stretched lazily and saw Zhang Ming lying on the bed. His face was slightly red. He stretched out his hand and touched him. It was a little hot, so he quickly ran out to pour a glass of water and placed it in front of him. Master, your face is so hot. Master, what is this thing? Seeing Midor looking down, he asked curiously and quickly covered himself with the quilt. Stay calm. Stay calm. Control your inner impulses and suppress your desires. Master, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Midor's voice was like a devil's sound entering his head, making him scream in his heart that he couldn't stand it. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. In the dark night, I suddenly opened my eyes. I felt a quilt covering me, and when I looked up, I saw someone lying on top of me, feeling the warmth in my hands. Midor actually slept with him. Chapter 82 Teacher Lin is missing. He didn't wake up Midor, but directly called him back to the Soul Beast space. He raised his hand and checked the time. It's past 2 a.m. now. It seemed like he came back around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This wine has quite a strong after effect. Although he didn't drink often in his previous life, he wouldn't get drunk after drinking 2 tails of wine. Thinking about it, it's possible that his current body has not yet developed a resistance to liquor. I got out of bed and washed my face and saw Dafei hugging Taelong and sleeping soundly on the sofa in the living room. Nor did he ask him to go back to bed. The smart bracelet on my wrist made a ding-dong sound and lit up. It was Anchi calling. 17 missed calls. Answer it quickly. Hello, Brother Ming. My sister is missing. What? Don't worry, Anchi. I'll be there soon. Take your time and tell me. Have you reported it? Anchi's crying voice was heard from the other end of the smart bracelet. He quickly pushed the door open and ran towards where Anchi lived. It was past 2 a.m., and there was still a night market outside the youth training camp. Although there were not many people, the lights were bright. And she had been waiting for him anxiously downstairs in the apartment building. What's going on, Angie? Take your time to speak. Zhang Ming soothed. After you sent us back, my sister received a call and went out. She hasn't come back yet. I have already informed my father about this and sent people to look for her. It's been more than 2 hours now. The main thing is that no matter how I call, my sister always says that the service area is out of range. Teacher Lin went out after receiving a phone call. This is Longcheng, which is heavily guarded. How could a living person go missing? Angie, whose call did Teacher Lin answer? What did they say on the phone? What was Teacher Lin's attitude like? Do you remember? Zhang Ming asked, hoping to find something suspicious in the way Teacher Lin answered the phone. I had just finished taking a shower when I saw my sister was very impatient. She cursed at the bracelet and hung up the phone. After a while, it seemed that she called again. I asked my sister who hit her, but she wouldn't tell me. What did Teacher Lin scold? It's the word beast that we heard together in the restaurant. Has Teacher Lin ever told you who she hates? Zhang Ming guessed that Teacher Lin's disappearance might be related to the beast she had scolded. And she tilted her head and thought seriously. Before my sister graduated, she told me once that there was a guy named Xiao who liked her and kept harassing her, but this guy was not ordinary. My sister also told my father, but my father told my sister to just ignore him. Surname Xiao. I quickly thought about the family with the surname Xiao in China. The one who could make such a great figure as Lin Zun's and say, ignore him, must have a powerful force behind him that can keep pace with him. Apart from a Xiao family in Jin Wu City, he couldn't think of a second family with the surname Xiao, because there is a quasi-venerable level beastmaster named Xiao Shan in Jin Wu City, located in the southeastern region of China. Its power covers the southeast, and it can cover the sky with one hand. Zhang Ming quickly opened the dusk bracelet and contacted the dusk group to see if he could find any clues. I saw a 2-star task posted on the task platform. Looking for teacher Lin Wanwan from Jin Wu number 1 middle school. Take the task first. But Longcheng is so big. Where to look and how to look, there's no clue at all. It seems that we have to start looking from a Xiao family. Brother Ming, could the Xiao family be the Xiao family from Nanwu City? And she thought for a while and asked in confusion. Zhang Ming nodded, his eyes cold. Although it's not certain, it's pretty close. But the Xiao family has Grandpa Xiao sitting in Nanwu City, who is the pillar of the sea. Grandpa Xiao would not do such a thing. And Xiaoshan will definitely not do it. But what about his grandson? Zhang Ming held in Qi's shoulders and said in a somewhat cold voice, "Hurry up and check which apartment his grandson lives in." And she nodded quickly and dialed the smart bracelet. I found out that Xiaoshan's grandson, Xiao Cheng, doesn't live in the youth training camp. He lives in a small villa in Lecheng district. He also participated in the competition this time and is a player from the Academy district. Although my sister didn't mention his name, it must be this person. I've heard about this guy named Xiao Cheng a long time ago. He relied on his grandfather's prestige to date girls everywhere in the academy and flirt with them. Angie said angrily, "We'll go over there now." As he spoke, he summoned Rodin, and the two of them rode on Rodin's back and flew towards the Green City district. In the dark night, Dragon City is ablaze with colorful lights. People come and go in the night market. To go to the Green City district, one must pass through this prosperous and bustling street. If it were not for the invasion of ferocious beasts hundreds of years ago, all the cities of human civilization would have been as bustling and prosperous as this street is now. Come to the small villa area in Green City district. At first glance, it is obviously where rich people live. It is a 3-story villa covering several hundred square meters. In this Dragon City, where every inch of land is valuable, to own such a villa, one must be either rich or noble. There's a light on the 2nd floor. When they were still a few miles away from the Green City district, he recalled Leighton used Yulan as a means of transportation and lurked in the green belt nearby. This villa belongs to Xiao Cheng. My sister must be inside. Look, there are 2 men in black standing at the door. They're still standing guard in the middle of the night. There must be a ghost. And she said with puffed cheeks and clenched fists, "Wait for me here. I'll contact you with the bracelet if anything happens. I'll see if I can sneak in." "I'm going too, Brother Ming." Just as Shi was about to get up, he pushed her back. "Wait for me here." Zhang Ming lowered his voice and said softly, "The devil's eye is open." Perspective. Passing through the wall of the villa, you can clearly see the layout and furnishings inside. On the bed in the lighted room on the 2nd floor, Teacher Lin had his hands and feet tied, his mouth stuffed with cotton cloth, and was looking angrily at a man in front of him. I watched the man rubbing his hands, grinning, and moving closer to the bed. "Hey, Wanwan, how are you? Are you feeling comfortable?" "I, Xiao Cheng, have never failed to get a woman I want to sleep with. No matter what means. I'm going to get you." The man was wearing a black suit, his hair was combed back, he had an emerald ring on his hand, and he was shaking a red wine glass in his left hand. With the lewd smile on his face, he looked like a fake human. As he spoke, Xiao Cheng drank the red wine in one gulp, threw away the glass, jumped forward suddenly, and lay down in front of Teacher Lin. "Reach out and take off the cotton cloth from Teacher Lin's mouth." "You beast! My uncle won't forgive you." Lin Wanwan shouted angrily. "Oh my, I'm so scared. I'm so scared that the Venerable will kill me." Wanwan, others are afraid of the Venerable, but I, Xiao Cheng, am not. My Xiao family is in charge of the Southeast. Without my Xiao family, do you think China can be so complete now? To tell you the truth, your uncle needs my grandfather and my father. I just forced you to sleep with him. What can happen? Xiao Cheng reached out and stroked Lin Wanwan's chin, his eyes unable to help but look around. "Take your dirty hands off me. Hey, this is my private area. Even if they find me, I've already done what I need to do." Xiao Cheng could no longer hold back, and just as he was about to lie down on her, Lin Wanwan bit him on the shoulder and bit him to death. Bang! The crisp sound of glass breaking. There was nothing under Zhang Ming. He was flying in the air, with a bow holding the dragon's sorrow in his hand. Xiao Chengdu was stunned. How did this person fly in here, riding on the air? Whoosh! Chapter 83, teaching Xiao Cheng a lesson. Before Xiao Cheng could react, a flaming arrow shot towards him. In an instant, the emerald ring on Xiao Cheng's left hand shone with green light, forming a spherical shield to protect him. Resist the flaming arrows. Zhang Ming took a step forward and jumped, landing next to Teacher Lin. He picked up Teacher Lin and placed him on Yulan's back, and told Yulan to send Teacher Lin out first. Xiao Cheng's face was gloomy, even though he had just been frightened. But the duck that was about to be caught flew away, and his teeth were itching. You're looking for death. Xiao Cheng pointed at Zhang Ming and cursed angrily. I think you're the one looking for death. Zhang Ming's eyes were sharp, and his words were also full of sharpness. Haha, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Boy, you are still too young. Xiao Cheng shook his wrist, his eyes full of pride, and sneered as he stroked the ring. Oh, how do you know if you don't try? Zhang Ming smiled and was already prepared. For a moment, the room was tense. Good, you're brave. If you have the ability, don't summon soul beasts. Let's fight one-on-one. The loser will kowtow 3 times to the other. Xiao Cheng had a wicked smile on his face, and no one knew what he was planning. Come. Zhang Ming agreed immediately. When it comes to close combat, he asked himself if he had ever met an opponent other than Instructor Qin. God knows what evil things this kid has in mind. But he has the trump card of the devil's eye. Even if I can't kill him, I will make him lose some skin. They both got into position at the same time. Xiao Cheng took off his formal suit, threw it away, and prepared to fight. Boy, you haven't even fully grown your hair yet, and you dare to snatch my woman. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Cheng moved extremely quickly, waving his fists and rushing forward. A punch pointed directly at the sky. Aim at the vital points, and be prepared to kill with one strike. Zhang Ming did not give in and stood straight where he was. He took a step forward with his right leg, as strong as a horse stance, pulled out both arms suddenly, bent his body, and used his fists like bullhorns to knock Xiao Cheng flying. Bullhead. Xiao Cheng flew backwards, holding his chest in pain. This guy is practiced. Zhang Ming had a face as beautiful as a peach, with a smile on his face, and stretched out his right hand to hook forward. Come here. Xiao Cheng looked at his arrogant attitude and knew he had never been humiliated by him before. He stood up and rushed over again. He bent down and kicked Zhang Ming's lower body, trying to knock him down. Who knew that when he kicked out, it was like kicking a stone? Not only did he fail to kick Zhang Ming, but he knocked himself down instead. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity and took action. Swing your arms forward, making powerful sounds, clench your fingers tightly, and make your fists tight and powerful. He grabbed Xiao Cheng from the ground and used him as a sandbag. Shoulder, chop with a palm. A heavy punch to the chest. The palm turned into claws and pinched Xiao Cheng's collarbone with great force. Xiao Cheng's legs softened in pain, and he knelt on the ground begging for mercy. If he used more force, Xiao Cheng would be crippled. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts! Boy, let go! Oh, let go! Xiao Cheng was in so much pain that tears came to his eyes, but this breath was as hard as a mule's penis. Are you convinced? I give in. I give in. I give in. Ouch, let go. Will you dare to do it again in the future? I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. Zhang Ming smiled knowingly, raised his foot forward, and kicked Xiao Chenggan into the doorframe. Fuck you. Xiao Cheng, who had just been freed, was so angry that his eyes turned red and he kept cursing. Instantly summoned a 7 or 8 meter tall, dinosaur-type, thornback lizard. The room was torn apart by the soul beast with a bang. I'm going to kill you today. Xiao Cheng summoned the flying soul beast again and pointed at Zhang Ming angrily. Zhang Ming deliberately let him go in order to provoke him to summon the soul beast to attack. In this way, even if he is Xiao Shan's grandson, according to Chinese law, he is a victim and can fight back in self-defense. As long as you don't kill him, it's okay to leave him half-crippled. In the dark night, a giant flaming bird more than 10 meters long suddenly rose into the sky, shining like the sun, illuminating the surroundings with extreme brightness. As soon as Rodden appeared, his momentum overwhelmed Xiao Cheng's spurred lizard. Several fireballs were spit out without hesitation. The fire directly ignited the villa area below, and the fire spread, instantly turning into a sea of fire. You're really serious? Seeing the villa area on fire, Xiao Cheng became anxious. He originally wanted to summon a soul beast to scare him, but now the other party was really attacking him. Seeing his brand new villa engulfed in flames, his heart was bleeding. The furniture inside were all made of fine wood, and each piece was a style carefully selected by him. It's gone, all gone. Xiao Cheng was so angry that he wanted to tear Zhang Ming apart with his bare hands. 3 soul beasts were summoned one after another. The earth trembled. One of the soul beasts was nearly 20 meters tall and quite scary. It was an ice-clawed white bear. Its white fur was covered with a layer of ice-like armor, looking mighty and domineering. As soon as he appeared, Zhang Ming felt the temperature around him drop instantly. It formed a subtle confrontation with the flames all over Rodden's body. The other 2 soul beasts were a dinosaur-like thunder dragon and a ferocious bird with 3 pairs of wings. Together with the dinosaur-like spiked-back lizard from before, the 4 soul beasts attacked from the front and back and attacked Rodden at once. Is the dog desperate? Have you summoned all 5 soul beasts? I'm afraid you don't have enough soul power to sustain the summoning time. Zhang Ming pursed his lips and smiled lightly. This Xiao Cheng is a master beast tamer, and the highest level soul beast is this Ice Claw White Bear. Ice Claw White Bear. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, 0 degree freeze. Level, Star Diamond, 3 stars. Skills, Frenzy, Piercing War, Rush, Earth-Shattering Ice Claws. Introduction. The polar bear that lives in the Arctic ice field is born with the power of frost. It is extremely powerful and can manipulate the frost element at will. It has a pair of extremely cold ice claws, and each attack can freeze the target. Perfect bloodline. It is indeed very strong. After looking at the attributes of this ice-clawed white bear, I had a general understanding of Xiao Cheng's strength. Of the remaining 3, 1 has Lord-level bloodline, and 2 have Rare-level bloodline, but they're around Gold-level 6 stars. Not a big deal. With Rodden's 1 star diamond strength, it is more than enough to deal with these 3 trash. Xiao Cheng was riding on a big eagle, looking smug, looking down at Zhang Ming. Boise, this is my true strength. And she and Teacher Lin, who were hiding not far away, couldn't help but look at Zhang Ming in midair with worry. Teacher Lin had already contacted the launching combat department, but after a while, the combat team still hadn't arrived. Sister, Brother Ming will win, don't worry. And she looked very confident. Teacher Lin suddenly remembered the scene where Zhang Ming's humanoid soul beast brutally abused Yang Fan yesterday, and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Ming was riding on Leighton's back with his arms folded, and a well-behaved and cute little girl was floating beside him. When Xiao Cheng saw the floating little girl, his eyes lit up, and he was attracted by her beauty. Then I realized something was wrong. Today he was only thinking about kidnapping Lin Wanwan. He had only heard about Midor's affairs, and had not watched Zhang Ming's battle video. But when he saw the little girl in front of him suddenly transform into a witch who looked like the devil Satan, Xiao Cheng opened his mouth wide and stuttered. Satan Witch. Chapter 84, titled Strongman, Barbarian Hammer Xiaoshan. Although I haven't watched Zhang Ming's battle video, the reputation of Satan Witch has spread. He swallowed as he looked at the enchanting witch in front of him. For some reason, his forehead was covered in sweat, as if there was an inexplicable pressure that made him a little breathless. Subconsciously, I felt that something was wrong. Now that we have taken action, we must fight. The ice-clawed polar bear opened its mouth and roared, and the icy cold air drifted down, forming layers of frost. The icy claws were like sharp ice knives, cutting through the air, accompanied by the falling of snowflakes, and suddenly slashed towards Rodden. Midor moved and disappeared from the spot in an instant. He actually used his claws to catch a several-meter-long cramped. There was a wicked smile on Midor's lips, his smoky eyes were charming and cold, and then he exerted force suddenly and shouted softly. He actually moved a polar bear with ice claws that was over 20 meters tall. Lift it high. Focus your right hand. A black and purple energy ball appeared and bombarded wildly, filled with raging violent power. It opened its claws and aimed at the white bear's chest, and launched an attack like an anti-aircraft gun. A loud explosion. The originally snow-white hair on the ice-claw polar bear's chest was instantly burnt, revealing a large black area. The wails of pain echoed through the night. Midora floats in the air, her charming smile setting off her graceful figure, like a queen descending into the night. He raised his hands, and 5 sharp alloy claws extended from each of his claws. 10-blade cat claw. Xiao Cheng looked at Midor in disbelief. How could the Ice Claw White Bear be defeated with just 1 strike? He doesn't believe it. Ice Claw White Bear. Stand up. Attack. Attack. The ice-clawed white bear raised its head and responded to Xiao Cheng, then dug its ice claws into the ground and stood up. His eyes were also filled with sharpness. He lowered his body slightly, and heavy white mist exhaled from the nose of the ice claw white bear. Which is better, your ice claws or my cat claws? Midor chuckled and disappeared again. Appear again. Already arrived at the face of the ice claw white bear. I saw 2 flashes of white light. The X-shaped attack is printed on ice claw white bear's furry bear face. The ice-clawed polar bear felt the pain, but before he could show his might, he was defeated again. Countless cold breaths came out of the white bear's mouth. The surrounding environment instantly dropped to 0, and the air began to freeze. Midor understood that Ice Claw White Bear was preparing to release his talent. The 10 Blades cat claws are dancing wildly. Hundreds of cold lights appeared in succession. Midor opened his mouth with an excited smile and waved his 10-edged cat claws as much as he could. Every time a cold light flashed, a scar was left on the Ice Claw White Bear's body. The skin is torn and the flesh is exposed. Finally, the demon claws attacked together and pressed on the forehead of the Ice Claw White Bear. A burst of silver-white lightning flashed at high speed, like a quantum cannon about to be fired. Boom! Super sadistic flash. The Ice Claw polar bear was directly bounced away. His eyes rolled back, his eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Cheng clenched his fists. He couldn't believe it. His Ice Claw White Bear was a perfect bloodline, a star diamond level soul beast, and his innate skills hadn't even been used yet. How could he lose like this? Midor bypassed the other 3 soul beasts and appeared directly in front of Xiao Cheng. He picked it up and brought it in front of Zhang Ming. Ha! Zhang Ming slapped Xiao Cheng on the left cheek without hesitation. Come again. Midor deliberately turned to the left, revealing the right side of his face. Ha! After 2 slaps, my hands felt numb. Xiao Cheng put his hands on his left and right cheeks to protect them, his eyes full of tears. It was obvious that he was a rich second generation, who was soft-hearted and afraid of the strong, and who bullied the weak. Brother, I've changed. Don't hit me in the face. No slap in the face. Ha! I'm going to hit you in the face. Why are you still protecting it if you have no shame? The other soul beasts of Xiao Cheng watched Xiao Cheng being captured and did not dare to act rashly. What's more, there was Midor there to support them. His charming eyes made the 3 soul beasts lower their heads instantly. Tell me, what should I do with you? As Zhang Ming was speaking, he noticed the small movement of Xiao Cheng's left hand and placed his left index finger on the ring. Go to hell. A violent energy suddenly emerged from the ring. The bright light flashed him, and he subconsciously let go. Midor quickly stretched out his hand to block the attack. After the flash, wisps of black smoke came out of Midor's claws, and he was obviously injured. Zhang Ming looked coldly at Xiao Cheng, who had not run far away. Immediately activate the flash ring. Appeared in front of Xiao Cheng in an instant. Grabbing his collar, the devil's eye opened. I have desire. Then he took out a sharp knife, which shone with a cold light. Boy, how dare you? Stop! A middle-aged figure appeared from the side and tried to stop them, but it was still too late. The knife falls with a sudden movement, directly cut off the finger with the ring on Xiao Cheng's left hand. Immersed in lust and greed, Xiao Cheng didn't feel any pain at all and let the blood drip. Take off the ring on the severed finger and remove the devil's eye. When Xiao Cheng regained consciousness, he saw that his left hand was bleeding and a finger was missing, and he screamed in fear. My fingers! You cut my finger off! Looking at Zhang Ming's cold and ruthless eyes, Xiao Cheng was extremely scared. This man was simply a devil. It was your ring that hurt Midor just now, so I want to cut him off. Devil! You devil! Xiao Cheng turned around and ran away, and Zhang Ming did not stop him, because he knew that the person standing behind Xiao Cheng had appeared. As soon as a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Xiao Cheng appeared, he attacked him and was ready to take action. Xiao Yan, stop it! In the darkness, an old man's voice was heard. 2 teams of Dragon City combat teams appeared and blocked and surrounded the entire surrounding area. Looking up, he saw an old man with black and white hair and a dignified face walking towards him. Nan was City, Manchu Hammer Shaoshan, the pillar that stabilizes the sea in southeastern China. The royal beastmaster with the title of Barbarian Hammer. Rumor has it that one of his soul beasts has already entered the overlord level and possesses the strength of a quasi-venerable. The pressure like a mountain was rushing towards him, making it hard for him to breathe. Midor smiled evilly and appeared in front of him. The pressure was instantly reduced a lot. Demon. Very good, Xiao Shan said in a flat voice. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes, but Xiao Cheng's father, Xiao Lian, had murderous intent in his eyes, and he wished to tear him into pieces. Please return my grandson's severed finger. What happened today was Xiao Cheng's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of my grandson. Xiao Shan spoke in a deep tone, bent down to apologize, and showed his sincerity. Zhang Ming didn't say anything, but opened his palm, revealing his severed finger. Then, he pointed in the direction where Teacher Lin was and said lightly, Mr. Xiao, you shouldn't apologize for him. If you really want to apologize, you should apologize to Teacher Lin. A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Shan's eyes, and he laughed. The young are formidable. They are indeed the talents that Elder Lin values. Father, he cut off Cheng'er's fingers. Kill him, Xiao Yin said angrily. Shut up. You didn't discipline your children properly, and you dared to do such a thing in Longqing. Where can I put my Xiao family's face? How will people from other districts view our Huaxia district? Aren't you ashamed? Get out of here right now. Xiao Shan shouted angrily. Venerable Lin, since you are already here, please show yourself. On Teacher Lin's side, a man in a Zhongshan suit had appeared for a long time. He had been watching silently from the side when the two men were fighting just now. Father, and she pulled on the collar of Master Lin with some concern. Reverend Lin smiled and touched in Chi's forehead, then walked to the front of the crowd and stood in front of Zhang Ming. Chapter 85, Defeat Spear. Your Excellency. Xiao Shan nodded slightly and addressed him. Venerable Lin nodded in return and looked at Zhang Ming with a hint of approval in his eyes. Even though Xiao Shan is of the same generation as Grandpa Lin, as Venerable Lin is the supreme commander of the Huaxia region, now is not the time to compare seniority, and proper etiquette must be observed. Your Excellency, my grandson Xiao Cheng made a mistake, and the Xiao family is willing to accept the punishment. Xiao Shan spoke before Reverend Lin could do so. Venerable Lin just smiled. Xiao Cheng has already been punished for this matter. I will ask the best doctor in Longqing to use the most advanced technology to reattach his severed finger. As the pillar of the Huaxia district, it is normal for Mr. Xiao to have some conflicts among the younger generations. As parents, we can't use our power to pressure others. Let's end today's matter here. I won't pursue Xiao Cheng. Southeast China still needs Grandpa Xiao to guard it. After Master Lin finished speaking, Xiao Shan found it difficult to speak even if he had 1,000 words to say. The Venerable has already given him face and a way out. If he doesn't go down, it will seem that he is incompetent. Besides, Xiao Shan is considered to have a lot of experience among the old and powerful people. At this age, all I have left is my face. Thank you, Your Excellency. Xiao Shan bowed his back and thanked him, then turned and left with a sigh. After watching the Xiao family members leave, Venerable Lin put his hand on Zhang Ming's shoulder and spoke with a kind look. You did a great job this time. This Horcrux is one I used when I was young. Although it is a little worn out, it has saved me from danger many times. Taking the Horcrux from Reverend Lin's hand, holding this Horcrux covered with traces of battle, he could feel the thick blood energy coming from the sharp blade, which was a murderous intent accumulated from killing countless ferocious beasts. Let's go back first. We can talk about it after the competition is over. Yes, Your Excellency, Zhang Ming echoed. Under the escort of the Dragon City combat team, Teacher Lin was safely escorted back to his residence. After everyone left, Venerable Lin's eyes shone with light, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. The streets were shrouded in darkness and were once again empty. Only Reverend Lin was left standing alone in the dark corner. A dark figure whose face could not be seen clearly appeared out of nowhere and half knelt on one knee behind the Venerable. Shadow Guard, Your Excellency, I have found evidence that Xiao Lian, the eldest son of the Xiao family, is colluding with the Meijian district. Xiao Shan himself has received invitations from the Soviet Union district many times, but he refused them all. It has not been proven that Xiao Shan is guilty of treason, but his son Xiao Lian now has irrefutable evidence. Hearing this, Venerable Lin did not speak. Look up and gaze at the stars. How many people's hearts will be devoured under this black curtain? I see. What agreement did Xiao Yin and Meijian district reach? The Meijian district is willing to allocate an intermediate mineral resource area to the Xiao family for secret mining. Go down and continue to monitor the Xiao family. In the dark night, Reverend Lin walked forward alone, and the streetlights on both sides stretched his shadow very long. Return to Teacher Lin's residence. Teacher Lin was in good spirits and was not frightened, but he was extremely angry. She was angry at herself for being so stupid. I hate her for being so weak. Sister, don't blame yourself. Xiao Cheng is a villain who used such conspiracy and trickery to trick you out. And she comforted her. Although I don't know what conspiracy Anchi is talking about, it is not difficult to guess that it must be a third-rate trick. Xiao Cheng tricked me out and asked me to meet him on the pretext of assassinating you. I was angry at the time and wanted to go over and scold him, but I didn't expect him to be so bold as to send someone to kidnap me. Zhang Ming was stunned when he heard this reason. Back at the apartment, Dafei was sleeping like a dead pig on the sofa. I didn't disturb Dafei's sweet dream. I lay on the bed and took advantage of the fact that he could still sleep for a while before dawn. He tilted his head and looked at the night outside the window. For a moment, I couldn't sleep anymore. He was just grateful to Lin Wanwan and had no other extra emotions. Zhang Ming knew what his purpose in this life was. Since I couldn't sleep anyway, I opened the dusk bracelet and turned in the task I had accepted earlier. Get 500 contribution points. Oh my god, so many. Zhang Ming thought he had seen it wrong. A 2-star mission actually had so many contribution points, and the reward was comparable to that of a 5-star mission. Considering Teacher Lin's identity, it becomes clear that Lin Xiao must have been behind this. But 500 contribution points is not too much, but not too little either. You can exchange them for some Lord-level soul crystals and ferocious beast materials. Save them first and exchange them when you have enough. The top 100 competition among thousands of people will begin at dawn. Through these competitions, he also discovered his own shortcomings. That is, the means of personal attack are too simple. Like the cat claw I candied before, he is good at assassination and sneak attacks, and his personal strength is no less than that of a gold-level soul beast. When he cooperates with the soul beast, his combat power is not just 1 + 1 = 2. Instructor Qin also had a handy melee Horcrux, a shield that could be used for both attacking and defending, which had made him extremely envious at the time. Although he has an A-level superpower, Explosive Flame, which can add fire attribute soul power to the Horcrux and enhance its power. But at his current level as a soul beastmaster, he is not yet able to attach souls. Even with his existing soul weapon, Dragon Sorrow, he is unable to add the explosive fire attribute to the soul weapon. Dragon Sorrow is a fire attribute Horcrux with powerful damage, but as a long-range Horcrux, it is suitable for use in the wild. He still lacks a melee Horcrux. He took out the Horcrux that Master Lin had just given him from the system backpack. It is a Horcrux in the shape of a spear. The gun barrel is neither gold nor copper, and its color is more like red copper. It is impossible to tell what material it is made of. It does not feel cold when held in the hand. The gun barrel is covered with scratches, and the gun tip is a bit rough, but a hint of coldness can still be vaguely seen. Defeat Spear. Grade, purple. Features, each attack absorbs 7 of the damage and converts it into your own life. This is the only passive ability. Introduction, a Horcrux made of blood abyss magic stone that has been soaked for 100 years. After being blessed by the Black Word Curse, it has the ability to suck blood. The only passive ability of this bloodthirsty spear is very strong. Can absorb damage and restore health. No wonder the Venerable said that he had saved him from danger. Open the Horcrux recasting system. Place the bloodthirsty spear in the middle position and check the materials required for recasting. Ding! For recasting options found. Frozen Overlord Gun. Demon-proofing blue steel spear. Abyss bloodthirsty spear. Chapter 86. The King's Treasure. Prototype. Godkiller Hydra. Seeing the 4th recasting plan, Zhang Ming became very curious. This Spear of Defeat is clearly a purple-grade Horcrux, yet the system actually gives 4 options, and each one is an introduction to the recasting of the orange grade. Although the specific properties of the last type, Hydra, cannot be displayed, you can understand its power just by looking at the introduction. Godkiller, Hydra. The ancient ancestors used the ancient Titan Hydra as a prototype to create the King's Treasure. After being blessed by the Black Word spell, it can have 9 different Magic Ball special effects, and is called God Killer. Black Word's spiritual spell. The talent of the Wu Pao tribe in ancient times. In the previous life, the European Union had discovered the civilization of the Wu Pao tribe, one of the 15 ancient humanoid races, in ancient ruins. This race was born with extremely powerful soul power and had an unusual affinity for external elements. They were able to enchant Horcruxes with black magic spells, giving them the effect of magic orbs. In the previous life, the European League explained the term orb effect as a secondary creation based on the material properties of the Horcrux itself, enchanting the Horcrux to enhance its offensiveness. No longer limited by the unique characteristics of the Horcrux's own materials. It gives Horcruxes more possibilities. If the characteristic of the Ten-Blade Cat's Claw is its sharp cutting power, after being enchanted by the Black Word Curse, the Ten-Blade Cat's Claw may have the effect of sucking blood or breaking armor. During the use, the Beastmaster can still add his own soul power to enhance the power. It is equivalent to strengthening the power of the Horcrux. However, the ancient secret technique of the Black Word spell had long been lost, and even the art of creating Horcruxes had declined. Zhang Ming didn't expect that the Horcrux given to him by the Venerable would have so many unexpected surprises. The following 4 recasting schemes are compared. The first 3 are all separate magic ball effects, namely powerful life-sucking, freezing deceleration, and immunity to skills. But the last one, God Killer Hydra, has 9 kinds of magic ball effects. The King's Treasure, the best of the orange-grade Horcruxes, known as the King's Treasure. Damn it, the first recasting method requires 12 materials. Looking at the fourth one, even more outrageous, more than 20 kinds of secondary materials. Oh my god, it will take more than 3 billion soul points to replace it? System Elf, are you sure there's no calculation error? Looking at the dry remaining soul points, Zhang Ming felt the sorrow of an old man sitting in vain and crying. Soul point. I need soul points. Master, what I'm showing you now is the finished Horcrux, so a lot of materials are needed. The owner can also choose to recast the prototype of the Horcrux, retaining only the original sphere effect, and then fill it with materials to achieve the finished product. Can it still be operated this way? Of course you can, Master. The System Elf's lowly voice is so cute. Sigma? Sigma. Then how many soul points do I need to recast a prototype of a Horcrux? 1 billion soul points will do, Master. After upgrading Midor, I used up all the soul points, and now there are only over 100,000 soul points left. Nothing. Ding. Recasting materials detected in your space Horcrux. A mechanical system sound prompted, and an emerald inlaid ring and 2 inconspicuous objects appeared on the system panel. It was the one he cut from Xiao Cheng's hand. Ferrero ring. An elemental ring made mainly of elemental crystals. It can absorb external elemental power, transform it into energy storage, and use elemental torrents to attack targets. This emerald is actually an elemental crystal. He pinched the small ring between his fingers and looked at it with wide eyes. Elemental crystals are a rarer material than space, or because their output is extremely rare and the conditions for their creation are very harsh. It is necessary to be in an area where a single element is violent, and the elemental power accumulated for a long time is constantly compressed and fused to create a fist-sized piece, even if someone discovers it. Whether or not you can get it out of the elemental rampage zone alive is another matter. I didn't expect Xiao Cheng to have such a rare treasure. No wonder this grandson touches his ring whenever he has time. It's obvious that he's trying to show off invisibly. It's mine now. When you're satisfied, place the elemental crystal into the recast material. Looking at several other recast materials discovered by the system. Mutilated gun head. Strange black stick. Seeing these 2 things, Zhang Ming remembered. Wasn't it that day when he was browsing the street stalls, the system prompted him to buy an item with energy fluctuations? Mutilated spearhead. Fragment of a sacred artifact. Sacred fragments. No wonder the system indicates that there is energy fluctuation. Strange black stick. Shenzhen iron. Shenzhen Tetsu. Zhang Ming jumped up from the bed. Divine soul weapon materials that are on par with divine materials. When I first bought it, I couldn't figure out what it was using the system exploration function. Upon learning that this was the precious iron, Zhang Ming could no longer sit still. If there is one thing a Horcrux master's lifelong pursuit is, it is to create a Horcrux using divine materials and divine iron. Usually, we would be thankful and grateful if we could come across a small piece of divine material. I dare not even think about Shingentai. The Horcrux made with divine materials has the ability to repair itself and evolve like living creatures. The soul weapon made of precious iron can be big or small, light or heavy, as you wish. When it is light, it is like a feather. When it is severe, mountains will be split and the earth will crack. Put the needle into the ear. When it's big, the sky will be shattered. This black stick is more than 1 meter long. It feels light in the hand, without any weight at all. Zhang Ming couldn't hold it back any longer. Even if he didn't sleep tonight, he had to finish this god-killing hydra. Check how many soul points are needed to replace the remaining materials. Requires 15 million soul points. Taking away these 3 top-quality materials, the soul points instantly became more than 1 billion. These 3 materials alone offset nearly 1 billion soul points. Fear. Fortunately, there's still a lot of ferocious beast materials left in the system backpack. Zhang Ming decided not to sleep today, build Horcruxes all night long, and then recycle them into soul points. Just do it. If you don't have enough soul points left to exchange for a green Horcrux creation book, exchange them for 100 white Horcrux creation books first. Open the liver. Ding. Congratulations on successfully creating a white Horcrux *1. Ding. Congratulations. Recover white soul weapon *137. Obtain 1.6 million soul points. Looking at the system backpack full of materials, I will exchange them for some green Horcrux manufacturing books. Recover green soul weapon *260. Obtain 3.6 million soul points. Outside the window, the sky began to turn white. Zhang Ming had dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night, but he was still full of fighting spirit. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. Soul points 17 million. My liver is coming out. If a Horcrux master has reached the level of a senior Horcrux master, he will be upgraded to a junior Horcrux master after 100 or so attempts. This time, all his belongings were gone. Not even a bone of a ferocious beast was left, and all the materials accumulated in the ruins of Tyrant were used up. Completely destitute. Bill, confirmed with great excitement. Ding. Congratulations on successfully creating the God-Killing Hydra. God-Killer Hydra. Rank. Orange. Prototype of the King's Treasure. Characteristic. First Orb. Chapter 87 Chi Pangs, Two-Headed Griffin. Features. Unparalleled. Size as desired. First Orb. Bloodthirst LV1. Absorbs 7 of damage and restores health when attacking. Second Orb. Armor Break LV1. Reduces target's defense armor when attacking. Third Orb. None. Fourth Orb. None. Active skill. Charged attack. Absorbs elemental power. Releases after 10 seconds to cause damage. Passive skill. Splash. When attacking, causes 4-0 area damage around the main target. Active skill, passive skill, and 2 magic ball effects. It is indeed the King's Treasure. This is just the prototype of the King's Treasure. If it is a finished product, the properties of this soul weapon will be incredible. Although the God-Killer Hydra cannot hide in the wrist like the Dragon's Sorrow, it can grow larger or smaller. A thought came to my mind. The God-Killing Spear continued to shrink in the palm of his hand, and finally became the size of a silver needle. Looking at the mini God-Killing gun, I gently picked it up with my fingers and placed it in front of my eyes. The more I looked at it, the more I loved it. It's better to put it in the system backpack. It will be a joke if it falls off. Looking at the whitening sky outside the window, I simply decided not to sleep. Took a shower, changed into combat clothes, and prepared for today's game. In the martial arts hall, Zhang Ming and other contestants stood in the center of the hall. Today, tens of thousands of seats were temporarily added to the auditorium, and even the front desk was full of standing people. Supporters from various cities waved flags and cheered wildly. Dafei waved the awesome flag high. There was also the Jin Wu Academy emblem on his face. Teacher Lin wore a bright red cheerleading outfit today. Unlike her usual style, she tied her hair into 2 long ponytails. Her pair of knee-length white socks revealed part of her fair thighs. Come on, come on. Zhang Ming smiled, turned his head to look at the audience, and waited for the host to come out. Classmates, sorry to have kept you waiting. The second round of battle begins today. A 1,000-person promotion match. Only 100 of you will be qualified to advance. Whether you're a college student or a high school student, as long as you make it through the first round, you'll have the opportunity to compete in the top 100. The big screen system will now match players. Please continue forward, stand in the red area, and wait to be teleported to the dimensional space. Everyone looked serious as they stepped forward and waited quietly. 4 sets of numbers then appeared on the big screen and kept rotating. 3 seconds later, all the opponents of the thousands of contestants were matched. Número 17 Zhang Ming versus número 369 y Peng. The teleportation flashed, and Zhang Ming caught a glimpse of his opponent, Chi Peng. The college student known as the Little War King is at the level of a beast tamer master. In the dimensional space, the scenery changes, with swampy mud and dense rain forest underfoot. Feeling the ground beneath his feet sinking, he quickly summoned Yulan, rode on Yulan, and jumped toward the treetops. Before he could steady himself, suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. A crimson long knife brushed past him and stuck into the tree trunk in front of him. Zhang Ming, we finally meet again. On a tree trunk, not far away, a man in red combat uniform was staring at him with a wicked smile. Jin Wu Academy, Little War King. Qi Peng. Qi Peng suddenly stretched out his hand, and the long sword was attracted by the soul power and returned to his hand again. He carried the long sword wrapped in crimson light on his shoulder. Zhang Ming didn't get angry, but laughed instead. Boy, you made me look bad in public last time. This time I spent 2 million soul coins just to match you, to take revenge with my own hands. Qi Peng laughed excitedly, wishing he could take action immediately. Zhang Ming noticed that Qi Peng was wearing a pair of sealed combat goggles on his face, covering his eyes tightly. Don't even think about using your previous ability anymore. This battle suit was tailor-made for you. It's to prevent your move. What Qi Peng was referring to was the devil's eye. After returning home that day, Qi Peng found a video uploaded by someone on the internet. He was furious and studied the video repeatedly. He found that the problem was with Zhang Ming's eyes. Among the spiritual powers, there are also a few people who rely on their eyes to display their powers. He only regarded Zhang Ming as having a special power. This combat device is not cheap, is it? Zhang Ming said with a smile. Qi Peng was stunned. I thought Zhang Ming would be scared and frightened, but the question he asked was completely different. Nonsense. How can a custom order be cheap? Your longsword soul weapon is quite good. Zhang Ming pointed at the long sword in Qi Peng's hand and said. Qi Peng's proud eyes were full of admiration for the long sword. That's right, this knife is called Predator and is of purple grade. Oh, that's amazing. Zhang Ming answered in a deliberately sarcastic tone. Haha, let me see if you can still laugh later. Qi Peng said fiercely. Summon Soul Beast. Immediately, a huge monster with a wingspan of over 20 meters appeared. It's a two-headed griffin with huge wings. In the sky, this two-headed griffin had 2 lion heads that were 7 or 8 meters long. It opened its mouth, revealing its ferocious fangs. Its 4 pupils were cold and fierce, and a fierce aura was blowing in your face. Two-headed griffin. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, Beast King's Roar. Level, King 1 star. Skills, Roaring Rage, Breathing Ice and Fire, Lion Claws Breaking, Wings Flapping and Slashing. Introduction. A king of ferocious beasts living in the Rift Valley. Its huge wings can stir up strong winds, and its 2 lion heads can spit out ice and fire to attack targets respectively. It is good at close combat and can fight against enemies above its level with its outstanding flying speed. Its weaknesses, wings and tail. Checking the system panel, it can be seen that the attributes of this two-headed griffin, both in terms of bloodline and skills, are superior to that of the one-horned tiger shark. It is absolutely impossible for Rodden alone to defeat it. And looking at Qi Peng's smug face, there must be other soul beasts that have not been summoned. But a king-level soul beast, even 1 star, is enough to intimidate the opponent. Summons Rodden to fly into the sky. Zhang Ming's eyes were like an eagle. He opened the demon eye and locked onto the weakness of the two-headed griffin. Qi Peng also jumped onto the two-headed griffin, holding a predator's long sword in his hand, intending to fight Zhang Ming one-on-one. Although the match cannot lead to death, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece today. Qi Peng looked at him excitedly and controlled his 2 griffins to fly forward. Relying on the king-level soul beasts, he thought that Zhang Ming was like fish on the chopping board and let him cut him as he pleased. Qi Peng, you really think too much. Zhang Ming took out the god-killing spear, with 9 giant snakes entwined around the tip of the spear. The 9 snake heads were like stars surrounding the moon, guarding the tip of the spear. It was shining with cold light and had a mysterious feel that captured one's soul. Qi Peng was slightly stunned when he saw the spear-shaped Horcrux that Zhang Ming took out. He had already studied the previous battle videos and believed that it was impossible to defeat him by relying on the number of soul beasts. Although Qi Peng had a king-level soul beast, he was no match for his humanoid species. Qi Peng was also worried that his two-headed griffin might be defeated. Only one-on-one combat. Chapter 88. The Power of the God-Killing Spear. Qi Peng's plan in mind was to fight Zhang Ming one-on-one. Defeat him with absolute determination. Prove to everyone that he deserves the title of Little War King. Zhang Ming held the god-killing spear in his hand and controlled Rodden, flying towards the two-headed griffin. Rodden spewed out a huge fireball and pounced directly at the two-headed griffin. However, the flame was swallowed by the left lion head of the two-headed griffin. Then, the right lion head spewed out cold air, freezing Rodden's flame. Something, Zhang Ming said in his heart. Although this is the first time to use guns, when they were in combat units in their previous lives, every combat team member had to choose one of the cold weapons to practice. The spear was the cold weapon he chose. Although he was a little unfamiliar with the spear, he was able to use it as soon as he got the hang of it. That familiar feeling came back. Every move of the gun was poured out as he pleased. Bang! Metal and stone collide. The plunderer and the god-killing spear collided with each other. Zhang Ming clenched the butt of the gun with both hands. His mind moved. Big. The god-killing spear suddenly stretched out, and the tip of the spear became bigger. Suddenly, the weight increased. Feeling the weight in his hand, he stopped immediately. If it was any bigger, he wouldn't be able to hold it. The god-killing spear was more than 1 meter long, and the tip of the spear was bigger than his sword. Chi Peng gritted his teeth and persisted, looking at the Horcrux that suddenly grew longer and bigger with a confused look on his face. Due to the rarity of the divine iron, most people would not associate it with this aspect and would simply think that it was some kind of special power. Chi Peng shouted loudly, strive to push away the god-killing gun. The two-headed griffin under him suddenly stretched out its lion claws and grabbed towards Rodden. Armor of Thorns. The black armor formed after the solidified magma merged with the armor of thorns to form an armor as black as a rock wall, which tightly wrapped Rodden's entire body. The claw attack of the two-headed griffin only left a few shallow marks. Long Yin sings. Rodden opened his mouth wide, and instantly 9 fire dragon heads emerged from his mouth. Pouncing on Chi Peng, who was on the lion's back, Chi Peng swung his sword, and the crimson light became brighter and brighter. The soul power was attached to the soul weapon, and the 9 fire dragon heads were actually split in half by Chi Peng's sword. This is the power of the Grandmaster, Zhang Ming said softly. After a beastmaster is promoted to a beastmaster grandmaster, his body will be strengthened for the first time, and the strength of his entire body will be improved. He can also attach his own soul power and supernatural powers to his soul weapon, which is called the power of the Grandmaster. The reason why Chi Peng was able to break through Rodden's attack just now was that he combined his own soul power and supernatural powers and attached them to the Horcrux. Chi Peng also realized in his heart that Zhang Ming was not easy to deal with. Just this star diamond level soul beast alone was so difficult to deal with, and its defense was so high. If he wanted to defeat him, he had to summon another soul beast. But when he thought of Zhang Ming's terrifying humanoid creature, Chi Peng felt a little depressed. Although the competition does not limit the number of soul beasts that can be summoned, it does not mean that the more soul beasts you summon, the faster you will win. The more soul beasts you summon, the more soul power you consume, and the time you can maintain the highest level soul beast will also be reduced. It is better to fight a battle with the strongest soul beast. In the sky, Rodden and the two-headed griffin each tried to attack. The two also held Horcruxes and attacked each other. The god-killing spear would suddenly stretch and grow larger every time, piercing into the back of the two-headed griffin and almost knocking him down twice. It was the first time he saw a Horcrux that could grow bigger or smaller. It was really weird. Damn it, let's fight. Seeing that the situation was not favorable to him, Chi Peng gritted his teeth and summoned another soul beast. It's a sub-dragon soul beast, Devil-horned Black Dragon. This devil-horned black dragon is covered with black scales all over its body and has the body shape of a giant western dragon. It is more than 10 meters longer than Rodden and has a protruding conical devil horn on its huge dragon head. As soon as it appeared, the devil-horned black dragon looked at Chi Peng with disdain and was seen by Zhang Ming. It seems that this soul beast changed its ways and was contracted by Chi Peng. Otherwise, a soul beast would never show that kind of look. Attack! Chi Peng's expression also became stern, and he gave orders to Black Dragon. Magic Horn Black Dragon. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, gigantic. Level, Star Diamond, level 9 stars. Skills, Black Dragon Breath, Magic Horn Surprise Attack, Tornado, Storm, War, Trampling. Introduction, the direct descendant of the ancient Titan Black Dragon King Tyrant. Although he is a sub-dragon species, as a noble dragon clan, he has always regarded humans as weak ants. After exerting his innate giantization, his body size has increased dramatically, and he can defeat the little titan. The direct bloodline of the Black Dragon, King Tyrant, Zhang Ming noticed that after Qi Peng summoned the devil-horned Black Dragon, sweat began to flow from his forehead. It was obvious that the soul power consumed in maintaining this Black Dragon soul beast was extremely huge. Although it is not yet at the king level, it is probably stronger than this two-headed griffin. It seems that the title of Little War King is not groundless. With just these two soul beasts with perfect bloodlines, Qi Peng has the strength to advance into the top 16. Qi Peng roared loudly. The devil-horned Black Dragon launches a charge. The huge black horn moved forward fearlessly. Its enormous wings stirred up a strong wind, and it rushed towards Rodden like thunder, causing the surrounding air to whistle. Zhang Ming held the god-killing gun in his hand and took a defensive stance. He suddenly gathered strength in his right hand, and a five-colored light lit up around his fist. Rodden was not to be outdone. He roared and rushed towards the Black Dragon. The geothermal armor from the epic bloodline talent surged wildly, and the hot magma wrapped around Rodden's head, forming a suit of black steel armor. The armor of thorns protected the outside, and the spikes were like steel nails spreading outward. Boom! The two huge monsters suddenly collided with each other. The battles between soul beasts are so brutal, and their skills are just auxiliary attacks. Soul beasts prefer to collide with their bodies. Even if I'm covered in scars, it feels good. Zhang Ming was dizzy from the violent impact. The 9 giant snakes on the god-killing spear in his hand seemed to come alive, spitting out their venom around the spear tip frantically, as if they would burst out of their holes in the next second. Charge up for strike. 5-colored light suddenly appeared. Countless elemental forces burst out. A strong elemental torrent caused the surrounding air to vibrate, and the rainforest on the ground tilted forward. The devil-horned Black Dragon also felt the power of this attack, and immediately used his talent, his body suddenly growing to 40 meters in the blink of an eye. Giant. The torrent of 5-colored elements was like a rainbow beam of light, tilting down with a loud bang. Shoot straight at the neck of the devil-horned Black Dragon. There was no sound at all. When the elemental torrent touched the Black Dragon's neck scales, it penetrated it directly. Instead, the devil-horned Black Dragon let out a howl of pain and fell downwards. The surrounding elemental power was completely absorbed. Zhang Ming took one more step and jumped high up by stepping on Leighton's back. Activate the Shining Ring. Standing on the lion head of a 2-headed griffin. Point the spear. Just 1 point away from piercing Qi Peng's forehead. Qi Peng quickly raised his hands, a look of disbelief on his face, and showed a gesture of surrender. He could never have imagined that Zhang Ming would be so powerful that he could defeat his devil-horned Black Dragon with just a Horcrux. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. This was a sub-dragon soul beast that even his instructor had been fighting for a long time without a clear winner. How could it lose so easily? And that 5-colored attack, just now, was not like an ordinary skill at all. For a moment, Qi Peng's mind was in a mess. Zhang Ming stretched out the god-killing gun, pressed the number badge, and Qi Peng left the stage. Contestant number 17, Zhang Ming wins. Ding! Congratulations! Your Horcrux God-Killer Hydra is ranked 36th on the Soul List Horcrux ranking. Get rewards. Chapter 89 Top 10 Popular Videos. Congratulations on reaching the top 50 in the Horcrux ranking. Reward. Automatic interpretation of ancient documents. Automatic interpretation? This reward was somewhat beyond his expectations. In the field of vision, a green mini icon appears in the upper right corner of the system panel. It's a pity that I don't have any stone carvings of ancient civilization at hand, otherwise I could give it a try. The first game is over. All the winning players were teleported out and gathered in the lounge for the halftime break. Qi Peng, who had just been defeated by him, had resentment in his eyes. He left the stage angrily and entered the audience seats, having no hope of making it into the top 100. And Qi ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and the two sat on the chairs in the lounge, talking about the opponent they had just met. Brother Ming, I just watched your battle video. That spear you use is so cool, and it can grow bigger and smaller. It's amazing. Angie said with an admiring look on her face. Not only in Qi, almost everyone saw the live broadcast of Zhang Ming defeating Qi Peng with a god-killing gun, and they all exclaimed in amazement. The beast taming master fought against the beast taming grandmaster. Despite the suppression of soul beast levels and the suppression of beast taming levels, he turned the tide by relying solely on soul weapons. Everyone was curious about the spear used by Zhang Ming. The Soul Beast competition is a large stage for real-time broadcast. He had chosen to hide his talent before and was afraid to reveal it because he was worried that someone with ill intentions might harm him. After all, he was just an ordinary low-level beastmaster in his previous life, and the character he developed since childhood was that he dared not show off. Now that he has the Twilight Group to help him keep secrets, he can do whatever he wants without any worries. Ding! Fallen Alliance fanatics spotted nearby. Just as the two were watching the battle videos of other winning contestants, a system prompt interrupted them. Fanatical believer? Zhang Ming did not look around immediately. Instead, he pretended to stretch and looked left and right. I didn't notice any unusual behavior from the people around me. Since the system has given this prompt, it means there must be a fallen one nearby, but we just can't tell who it is. And this is no ordinary fallen. He is the most loyal and stingy fanatic in the Alliance of the Fallen. They regard the ancient titans as gods. Since their birth, their souls have been enslaved, and they're willing to dedicate everything to the ancient titans. Once this kind of enemy lurks in the Alliance, it is the most terrifying and deadly. Because the fanatic doesn't care about death, he can drag you to death at any time. Since there are fanatics sneaking into the competition, it means that the Fallen Alliance has set its sights on one of their targets. He has the blood of the Tanya tribe. Will his target be me? Zhang Ming thought secretly in his heart. Next to them, the host and cameraman entered the lounge to interview the contestants. Hello, contestant number 789. Where are you from? The host handed the microphone to a handsome young man and asked, Yulong City. The young man replied with a smile. This contestant from Yulong City is the young man who performed the dragon controlling technique. Your battle video has received over 100,000 likes and has been named one of the top 10 most popular battle videos. The 5 soul beasts you controlled in the video were all sub-dragon soul beasts, which brought a strong visual impact to the audience. Now facing our camera, contestant number 789, do you have anything to say? The host's passionate voice echoed in the lounge, attracting everyone's attention. This is also a major feature of the Soul Beast competition. Because all contestants were broadcasting their battles in real time, the contestants' respective methods and soul beasts could not be hidden, which naturally sparked heated discussions and comments from the audience. Viewers can like and leave comments on their favorite battle videos, and the 10 most popular videos will be ranked even if they did not rank well in this competition. You can also receive a popular video award provided by the competition organizing committee. It can be considered a small welfare award in the Soul Beast competition. The video of the host's interview will also be recorded and played at the next Soul Beast competition, becoming a fine tradition to inspire the younger generation of beast tamers. There's nothing much I want to say. I just want to get the reward for the competition. The answer from our contestant number 789 is very straightforward and simple. The rewards for this Huaxia preliminaries are extremely generous. The organizing committee has decided that those who advance to the top 16 will not only receive 1,000,000 soul coins, but the top 3 will also receive soul weapons and soul bones. The first prize is an orange quality soul bone. Even I, the host, am tempted. If I were not over the age limit, I would definitely sign up to participate. Similarly, halfway through the game, almost all the elite players from the Huaxia region are in our lounge. The next game will definitely be more intense. Let's follow the camera and interview the top 10 most popular battle videos. Give a thumbs up to contestant number 17, who ranked first. When I heard the host say contestant number 17, I saw him walking towards me with a microphone in hand. Before he could say anything, the microphone was pressed against his chin. Sorry, I used too much force. The host smiled awkwardly. Fine. Excuse me, contestant number 17. Have you watched the battle video called Satan Witch? No. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and replied that he only watched videos of contestants who had won places in his previous life, and he had never watched his own battle videos. It was the battle between you and Yang Fan, when you summoned a humanoid soul beast for the first time. That battle video of yours has received over 5 million likes. Surely ranked first among the top 10 videos. Zhang Ming was stunned and a little surprised. He really didn't expect this. Then, the staff behind the host turned on the virtual computer and played the scene of Midor transforming into the Satan Witch and fighting. The number of likes in the lower right corner has exceeded 5 million. There are more than 1 million comments and messages, and the number is still increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The audience is very enthusiastic about your humanoid soul beast. Can I interview you and ask you the name of this humanoid soul beast? Thousands of people have written in blood in the comments asking for its name. I also want to know it, so I'm satisfying a small request from my fans. Zhang Ming clicked on the comments below the video. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it. Good man, so much dirty talk. Fuck, this soul beast is so fucking hot. Damn it, if I had this kind of soul beast, I would die in bed every day. This soul beast is so cool. Great, great, great. The owner of the soul beast must be very happy. /smirk. Wow, I'm sore. 10,000 people wrote in blood, begging for your name. The comments section is really an eyesore. Midor. The name of the soul beast Satan, which is Midor, right? Zhang Ming nodded slightly. Ugh. The camera turned and aimed at the host. This competition has seen many outstanding contestants, bringing us unexpected excitement. Contestant number 17's humanoid soul beast. Contestant number 789's stunning performance of controlling 5 subdragon soul beasts. And contestant number 211's soul beast muscle rabbit. The host interview program is over. Return to the hall again, enter the red combat area, wait for the system to match an opponent, and enter the dimensional space. Matching starts. Zhang Ming's name appeared on the screen. Number 17, Zhang Ming versus number 595, Lu Yuan. Seeing the name Lu Yuan, Zhang Ming recalled the information about this person. In the previous life, I was ranked 10th in the top 16 of the qualifiers. The beastmaster with the title of Ghost Envoy. His soul beast is different from that of ordinary people. It is not a vicious beast, but a ghost. Chapter 90, Battle against the Undead Bone Dragon. Ghost Envoy Lu Yuan. Zhang Ming silently repeated the name, feeling quite interested in it. In his previous life, Lu Yuan was called the Ghost Messenger because of his extraordinary spiritual powers. A normal beastmaster has a blood pact with a ferocious beast, but he is different. He made a contract with the soul of a vicious beast. Therefore, his soul beast is not a ferocious beast with flesh and blood, but it is the body of the undead after the death of a living being, similar to the ancient Titan's March of the Dead ability. All the soul beasts he contracted were undead soul beasts. The scenery in the dimensional space changes. Zhang Ming was standing on a black stone bridge at this moment. Under the bridge was brown-green river water, with bubbles appearing from time to time. Weird and scary. Looking up again, the sky was covered with gray clouds, and there was not a trace of sunshine. When you breathe, you could smell a foul odor that is extremely pungent and disgusting. In the middle of the stone bridge, there stands a stone tablet. Land of the Dead. I was a little surprised to see the carvings on the stone tablet. Although I know that the dimensional space is just a simulation of the topography of various parts of the world and changes randomly. But the scenery in front of me was so realistic that it felt like I was there. The Land of the Dead is one of the 8 forbidden areas along with the Abyss of the Dead. This is the sleeping place of one of the ancient titans, the March of the Dead. Across the stone bridge, a young man in a slate-gray combat uniform, with a deathly pale face, grayish skin, lifeless pupils, and a sleepy look, was looking at him. He looked quite scary. It was his opponent, the contestant from Tating City, the ghost messenger, Lu Yuan. Throw out a probe to the landing element and check the properties of the system panel. Name Lu Yuan. Age, 19. Level, Beastmaster 3 stars. Soul qualification S. Soul power, undead hosting. Soul beast, Black Flame Bat Skeleton Warrior Undead Bone Dragon. 3 undead soul beasts, and 1 is an undead bone dragon. This is an anomaly. Zhang Ming did not dare to be careless, and stared closely at Lu Yuan, who did not move. Although the undead species are not very lethal, they are fearless and have viruses. He had seen it once last time in the Misty Forest. Yolan's mother was devoured by the corpses of the undead. If you want to deal with undead soul beasts, the most effective way is to add the ability of Light attribute. Not only will it be more effective, but it also has the ability to restrain the damage of undead. Lu Yuan's pupils were dim, and he just stood there quietly, as if this body had no soul. Open, let's get started. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and spoke hesitantly. The sound of the voice is still normal, just a little short of breath and weak. However, he looked really scary. He didn't say a word for a long time, and his whole body gave off a cemetery-like feeling. It makes people feel creepy and their scalp tingles. Lu Yuan took out countless fresh flesh and blood from the Horcrux space with hearts, livers, and intestines hanging on them and threw them on the ground. Then he bit his finger, put his hands together, and chanted a mantra. The blood from the finger that had just been bitten floated in the air and condensed into a strange blood-black magic circle. The fresh flesh and blood on the ground instantly rotted, became moldy and smelly. It was as if he was being sucked by this strange magic circle. Is this an employment contract? Zhang Ming said in his heart. A mercenary contract is a way to contract the undead. Unlike an ordinary soul blood contract, which is an equal contract, the eternal contract is a master-servant contract. A hiring contract is when the beastmaster sets the terms of the deal with the undead soul beast. The beastmaster gives the undead soul beast items, flesh, or other items in exchange for the undead soul beast fighting for him. In addition, there are also subjugation contract and familiar contract. But the mainstream contract nowadays is the soul blood contract, which is both stable and safe for beastmasters. Lu Yuan squatted down, chanted a spell silently, and pressed one hand on the ground. A cloud of mist suddenly dissipated from his palm. In the fog, I vaguely saw a dragon-shaped shadow that was more than 30 meters long. Undead bone dragon. There was also a skeleton warrior about 4 or 5 meters tall, wearing tattered armor, holding a sword in his bony claws, and 2 green ghost fires lit up in the black eye sockets of his skull. Skeleton warrior. Lu Yuan tiptoed and jumped onto the back of the black flame bat, gradually rising, still expressionless, looking at him with a pair of dead fish eyes. This look made Zhang Ming very unhappy. Summon Rodin immediately. Step on Rodin's back, take off into the air, and confront him. Seeing Zhang Ming summon a soul beast whose momentum was no less than that of the undead bone dragon, Lu Yuan's dead fish eyes changed slightly. Undead bone dragon. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, skeleton reorganization. The skeleton body can be reorganized after being broken. Level, King 3 stars. Skills, undead bone, poison skeleton penetration, poison splash, bone, sword pulse wave. Introduction. Lu Yuan collected the bones of various subdragons and dinosaurs to piece together the undead bone dragon. After the pieces were assembled, it was born with an independent consciousness. It did not accept Lu Yuan's blood contract and could only appear in the form of a mercenary contract. It ignored any physical attacks and skill attacks, and had very poor resistance to light attacks. Skeleton warrior. Bloodline lord. Talent. Undying soul. As long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, there is no death. Level, King 1 star. Skill. The Deadblade summons skeleton soldiers to charge into battle. Introduction. An undead species born from skeletons in the land of the dead. It was once a general in life. After birth, it inherited his battle memory. It is good at close combat. It can consume soul power and summon thousands of skeleton soldiers to assist in attacks. After investigating the attributes of these 2 undead soul beasts, I have to say it is really strong. In terms of size and level, they are far superior to him. As expected, he was one of the top 16 players in his previous life. Although those dead fish eyes are unpleasant to look at, one has to admit that Lu Yuan is very strong. Fortunately, he also has the SS-level Holy Light Descent Soul ability. Although it is an ability to eliminate negative debuff states, it can add light attributes to the soul beast attacks. Able to restrain undead soul beasts. Immediately, Holy Light descended. A beam of golden light suddenly descended and shone on Rodin's head. The scorching red color on Rodin's body was covered with a layer of light golden glow, and the flames he spewed out were also mixed with golden light. 3 huge fireballs rushed straight towards the undead bone dragon. Try the opponent's firepower first. Zhang Ming was not in a hurry to fight, but wanted to find out Lu Yuan's tactics first. Wait and see what happens, then act when the time comes. The fireball hit the huge white bone dragon of the undead bone dragon, as if it had hit the lake. A puff of black smoke rose up and it went out directly, leaving only a faint black and gray trace, which made Zhang Ming a little confused. Light attribute has no effect? Zhang Ming opened the demon eye and observed carefully. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just that Rodin's level is too low and the damage is not enough. Rodin spread his wings, which were more than 10 meters long, but were not enough in front of this undead bone dragon. Then try this. Gaze into the abyss. The devil's eyes opened and stared at Lu Yuan's dead fish eyes. After a while, Lu Yuan showed no reaction at all. His heart was as dead as a pool of water, and Zhang Ming did not see any illusion appear either. Is he a machine without emotions? No emotions? Zhang Ming was slightly stunned. The devil's eye, which had always been effective, was ineffective on Lu Yuan. 7 hells of sins. Still no response. Lu Yuan stared at him with his gray pupils, without blinking, and there was no expression on his face. It seems like a real machine without emotions. Chapter 91 Midor appears. There was no time for Zhang Ming to react. The undead bone dragon stretched out its white bone head, and a purple poisonous mist spread out. Undead bone poison. Zhang Ming quickly covered his mouth and nose, and controlled Leighton to fly upwards, escaping from the poisonous fog. It seems that all we have to do is to summon Midor to join the battle. Owner. Midor's voice was a little timid, floating on his left. Midor's opponent this time is quite strong. Midor nodded slightly and hummed. Purple-black light flickered. Transformation skill, Soul of Satan. Midor transformed into a Satan witch, with her devil wings spread out and a dark green tail dragging behind her. She had a cold and slightly sarcastic expression, a charming figure, and looked at the undead bone dragon with seductive eyes. Seeing my lovely little master again. Midor's charming voice revealed an enchanting melody that made people afraid to listen. Is that the little pet? Midor held his chin lightly with an evil look in his eyes. Lu Yuan, who was standing on the black flame bat, saw Midor appear. His pupils changed a little, and he showed a rare greedy look. His expression was slightly open, and he seemed a little excited. Ding! Trigger random task. Defeat the ghost messenger, Lu Yuan, and obtain the trace of the ancient titan Lich King. Reward: 30 repair rate of the imperial weapon Evil Ghost. The system has issued a random task. 30 repair rate of the Evil Ghost. It has been such a long time since I exchanged for the imperial weapon Evil Ghost Haunting, and finally I got the task that rewards the restoration degree. It looks like we have no choice but to win this game. The undead bone dragon raised its huge skeleton head, and sharp bone spurs extended from its skeleton full of white bones, showing its edge and shining coldly. The skeleton warrior held a sword in his hand, and there was a skeleton warhorse sitting on him without knowing when. Ride on a skeleton warhorse, hold your sword high, and charge forward. Behind him were thousands of skeleton soldiers wearing simple armor. In an instant, like thousands of troops crossing the border endlessly. This scene and momentum doesn't look like a duel between beastmasters. Midor crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth raised, and an unintentional sneer appeared on his face. Slowly extend your right hand. In the dark green devil's claws, purple-black energy balls continued to condense. The light of thunder was like lightning, and violent breath flowed out from the palms. This energy gathered bigger and bigger, and stronger and stronger. The purple-black energy ball split into 2, and then into 4. Midor suddenly threw his claws forward, throwing out purple-black energy balls one after another, landing in the army of skeletons. Dark spark, like a continuous bombing. Dazzling light flashed among the army of skeletons. The roar continues. Midor looked exaggerated and excited, as if he was having fun, and he threw purple-black energy balls madly. In the blink of an eye, thousands of skeleton soldiers turned into countless bone fragments. The skeleton warrior was not spared either. His head and limbs were separated and shattered into pieces, and the horse under him was blown away. Although Zhang Ming had witnessed Midor's strength after his transformation, he was still shocked when he saw Midor's violent attack method again. Powerful, so strong. Looking at the skeleton army that was wiped out in an instant, Lu Yuan seemed to have expected it and was not surprised. Those dead fish eyes were still staring straight ahead. A layer of bright white shield appeared on the body of the undead bone dragon, blocking the previous attack and preventing it from receiving any damage. Midor flew up and disappeared on the spot. He stretched out his claws and grabbed the soul fire in the skeleton warrior's skull. Absorb. The dark green soul fire represents the life source of the skeleton warrior. Once the soul fire is extinguished, it will no longer exist. After Midor absorbed the soul fire, he looked very satisfied, and his evil expression showed enjoyment. Throw the skull away. Stepping on the white bones under his feet, making crisp cracking sounds, he walked towards the undead bone dragon step by step. Although the taste is a bit bad, it's still good. Midor licked his tongue, and said with a smile, "Receive transformation." Midor's figure suddenly changed. The black demon wings behind him fell off, revealing a few eerie white bone wings. The demon claws turned into skeleton claws, and his body was covered with skeleton armor, which was weird and terrifying. Her originally wild hairstyle was tied up high, making her look like a skeleton witch. This is Midor's talent, receiving transformation. Midor gave a ghostly smile, and after transforming again, his speed increased a lot. The skeleton in his left hand turned into a shield, and the skeleton in his right hand turned into a bone spear, stabbing straight at the undead bone dragon. Bang! The crisp sound of bones colliding. The undead bone dragon roared, shaking the surroundings. The huge white bone dragon head took the attack head-on, and the two sides were a stalemate. On the skeleton on the chest of the undead bone dragon, the bones seemed to soften and flowed like liquid, gathering into a huge bone spur that looked like a missile, which was suddenly fired at Midor. Boom! There was a huge explosion, raising thick smoke. After the explosion, it's not over yet. The bones all over the undead bone dragon were like thorns, suddenly stretching out like a cactus and stabbing towards Midor. In an instant, Zhang Ming quickly jumped off Rodden, holding the god-killing spear and stretching it out. Used both hands suddenly to exert force. With a loud roar, he pushed the undead skeleton dragon back 2 meters. Midor. The smoke cleared. Midor's originally silver-white hair was turned a little black by the thick smoke. She was covered by a huge bone shield. Midor gave Zhang Ming an evil smile. "Don't worry, this little dog can't bite me, my master." After saying this, the skeleton armor on Midor's body shattered. In a burst of white light, the skeleton transformation was lifted. The soul power of this skeleton warrior has withstood this attack, and it seems to have been exhausted. After canceling her skeleton transformation, Midor regained her image as the Satan Witch. The claws gathered energy again. Several energy balls bombarded the undead bone dragon crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Holy light is coming. A golden glow covered Midor. Midor's continuous attacks triggered soul power absorption. Midor's explosive power was already high, and with the blessing of the demon lord arrival, the attacks from soul power absorption were superimposed. In an instant, Midor's attack power broke through to the king level. A black and purple tentacle suddenly stretched out and grabbed the neck of the undead bone dragon tightly. Midor smiled slyly, shouted angrily, and picked up the undead bone dragon. The undead bone dragon's body was covered with bone spurs that stood out and continued to condense. A long sword that was even larger than the previous cannonball-shaped bone spur stretched out from the skeleton on its back. Bone sword pulse wave. The bone sword mixed with pure white fluorescence slashed towards Midor, trying to cut off the connection between the tentacles and her. Midor moved extremely quickly and changed into human form. This bone sword seemed to be able to track and chase Midor closely. At this moment, after the undead bone dragon condensed this bone sword, its body seemed to have become a little smaller. Zhang Ming seized this opportunity and raised the god-killing spear. Charge up for strike. Chapter 92, Satan's Soul, Ultimate Secret Technique. The elemental torrent breaks through like a flood, and the beasts are out of their cages. Blout! It pierced straight through the huge head of the undead bone dragon. Midor withdrew his tentacles and jumped up. His hands gathered silver-white lightning again. Super sadistic flash. After a silver-white flash, the head of the undead dragon skeleton was completely separated from its skeleton. Midor was also a little out of breath. His soul power was consumed too much, and his transformed state could not be maintained for too long. Midair, an invisible shadow passed by. Ghost Claw, facing the soul fire of the undead bone dragon. 3 black shadows with sharp claws emerged. Zhang Ming and Midor stood together, watching the soul fire of the undead bone dragon dissipate. The level of the undead bone dragon is already 1 level higher than Midor, so it cannot absorb the soul fire of the skeleton warrior and turn it into its own soul power like it does. All I could do was watch it dissipate. Lu Yuan, who was standing on the black flame bat, still did not move. There was no worry or concern at all, as if the one who died was not his soul beast. "Are you guys done fighting?" Lu Yuan opened his mouth and spoke in a cold voice, as if asking a question. Seeing that Zhang Ming did not answer, Lu Yuan continued to speak coldly. "Then it's my turn. The dead are staying." Lu Yuan opened his mouth and stretched out his palm. A transparent shadow actually flew out of his mouth. drilled into the head of the undead bone dragon. The fire of the soul lights up again. It is a ball of red soul fire, fierce and brutal. The undead bone dragon stood up again, and its white bone dragon armor was instantly covered with a layer of bright silver armor. It was shining silver from head to toe and was fully armed. Although its body did not grow larger again, it still made Zhang Ming a little frightened. My supernatural power has been awakened once, so my soul is unstable. Only after I take residence in the undead species can I restore my original personality. Now, let's get started. Lu Yuan's voice came from the undead bone dragon. His tone was completely different from before, as if he had become a different person. The real battle begins now. Midor reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, little master. Give me 10 seconds. Looking at Midor's confident smile, he walked towards the undead bone dragon. Drink! Midor suddenly exploded. The silver hair on his head stood up, and the stone slabs on the ground were attracted by this powerful breath, peeling off and floating. Purple-red thunder appeared around Midor, and the dark green scales on his body began to change, forming a black battle armor that covered the whole body. The band on the forehead turned into a spiked forehead guard, and a demon relief gathered on the chest, opening its mouth wide, as if to devour everything. A giant hammer covered with barbs was constructed from soul power. The heavy hammer held in the hands of Midor's weak figure seemed extremely mismatched. The purple-red light faded away. Midor stood in front of the undead bone dragon again. Transformation skills, the ultimate secret skill of Satan's soul. Satan's soul, purgatory. The ultimate move should be used only at the last moment. Midora smiled evilly. It's time to go. Midora shouted loudly, holding a heavy hammer that was several times bigger than her in one hand, and raised it high. It fell down with a loud bang. With one hammer, the undead bone dragon's head was embedded into the ground. Master, please remember to help me keep time. 10. After one hammer strike, he raised his hand again and hit the dragon frame with a heavy hammer. Brute force crushing. The skeleton dragon frame shattered directly. Only a skeleton dragon head is left. 9. Prison suppression. Midor's whole body exploded with energy, and red-purple light covered his entire body. He struck the dragon's head with a heavy hammer repeatedly, smashing it into bone residue. Only the lonely soul fire was left floating away from it. 8. Midor reached out and grabbed the soul fire, and Lu Yuan's terrified voice came out from it. At this moment, he was really scared. So terrible, so horrible. What kind of humanoid soul beast is this? How could she possess such powerful strength? She is just a gold-level soul beast, and she has this weird transformation skill. Lu Yuan kept begging for mercy in the fire of his soul. 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds had passed. Not even 10 seconds of checking, and the undead bone dragon that had seemed like a formidable enemy just now instantly turned into a pile of bone fragments. It was simply shocking. Even Zhang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. Midora now only has an epic bloodline, gold level. If she is upgraded to a legendary bloodline, king level, then after the transformation, wouldn't she have strength comparable to that of a monarch or even overlord? If Midor is really cultivated to that level, I'm afraid the ancient titans will be alert. Midor's strength can no longer be judged by common sense. Looking at the soul fire in front of him, Zhang Ming didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, the rules of the competition prohibit killing opponents, but he does not have a Horcrux to store souls. Master, can you give him to Midor? Midor is so weak. No. Please let me go. I'm just an insignificant pawn. There is a big man behind me. He is in the big competition and is also participating in the competition. Oh, hearing this, Zhang Ming became interested. Tell me first, what happened to your dead fish eyes before? My supernatural power was awakened for the second time by accident and upgraded to S level, connecting to the spiritual space of the ancient Titan Lich King. I don't know how it happened, but the Lich King cast a spell on my soul, causing my thoughts to be a little slow. I can only regain consciousness with the help of undead soul beasts. I really have no intention of betraying China. This was just an accident. Please help me, and help me escape from the Lich King's control. It is really too painful. In the soul fire, Lu Yuan repeatedly begged for mercy and tried his best to explain why he was now the soul fire. Usually, the soul of a normal person is a soul body similar to that of a human. Only the undead are the form of soul fire. At this moment, Lu Yuan appeared in the form of soul fire, which also meant that his soul was no longer a human. no matter what the reason is. Zhang Ming had no intention of letting him go from the beginning. Open the dusk bracelet. Connecting to Lin Lao. Turn on signal blocking. The live broadcast screen outside suddenly went black, and the audience could not see what was happening inside. Mr. Lin, this is Zhang Ming. The phone was connected. I'm currently fighting Lu Yuan in the dimensional space. I have captured his soul fire. I want to ask for some information about the Lich King, which may cause immeasurable damage to Lu Yuan. I see. I'll leave Lu Yuan to you. Just do it with confidence. As long as there are parasites in the Huaxiao region, no one will be spared. The Dust Group will back you up. Don't be afraid. The domineering voice of Mr. Lin coming from the smart bracelet made Zhang Ming feel more at ease. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Lu Yuan's soul fire only saw him making a phone call and couldn't hear what he was saying, but when he saw Zhang Ming smirk, Lu Yuan knew that the situation was not optimistic. Tell me about the Lich King. I know you must know something. Tell me honestly, and I'll consider letting you go. Otherwise, I'll let Midor eat you right now. Why? Lu Yuan sighed. I knew this day would come sooner or later from the moment I connected to the Lich King's spiritual space. The ancient Titan Lich King uses his spirit to connect with me every once in a while. The undead bone dragon and the skeleton warrior were summoned using the method the Lich King taught me. The Lich King appears to be trapped in Chapter 93. Sacrifice the blood oath and subdue Lu Yuan. The Lich King seems to be trapped in the desolate land of Outland. I have no idea where this place is. A desolate place in the outside world. Zhang Ming thought to himself. This was the first time he had heard of this place. What is the Lich King's true purpose? The Lich King has been secretly helping me summon powerful undead species. I hope I can get a place in the competition, get closer to the core layer of the Huaxia district, and have a chance to find the key. Key. Zhang Ming was once at the base of the Dust Group, and the three sons of Mr. Lin came to ask for the so-called key. Even Thad, one of the ancient titans, sneaked into the Chinese area under the influence of the Soul List at all costs. As for what this key is, Zhang Ming didn't know either. But anything that is coveted by ancient titans must be a treasure of extraordinary significance. Tell me how you contacted the Lich King. At this point, Lu Yuan knew it clearly. If he continued, he might really lose his life. Immediately put forward your own conditions. I can tell you, but you have to keep me safe. Oh, do you think you are still qualified to bargain now? Zhang Ming said jokingly. Haha, I'm not qualified to bargain, but don't you want to know the information about the Lich King? Lu Yuan laughed. Midor, eat it. Zhang Ming did not respond at all and directly gave the order. Midor stretched out his soft little hand, grabbed the soul, and prepared to put it into his mouth. No. I'll tell you. Seeing Midor open his mouth without hesitation, Lu Yuan shouted anxiously. I don't want to hear this kind of words a second time. Zhang Ming's voice was cold. The Lich King is the 6th-ranked ancient titan. He was attacked by the 7th-ranked Soul Harvester Mu, the army of the dead and the death slaves, 2 other ancient titans, and trapped in a desolate land. As for why the ancient titans fought each other, I don't know the reason, but I only know that the Lich King is very powerful, enough to be compared with the 4th-ranked Black Dragon King Tyrant. Because the Lich King can summon an army of tens of millions of undead. The undead army? Yes, this undead army was very famous in ancient times. It was called the Scourge. Zhang Ming seemed to be thinking about something and did not interrupt Lu Yuan. The Lich King has been secretly asking me to collect more bones and souls of ferocious beasts, and then help me shape them into undead soul beasts for me to drive and improve my strength. The purpose is to win a rank and obtain information about the key. I really don't know anything about this key. The Lich King never told me. Midor. Zhang Ming shouted intentionally to scare Lu Yuan. I really don't know anything. Please believe me. I really have never thought of betraying China. Please spare me. I can sign a blood oath of sacrifice unique to the undead species with you. I will sacrifice the fire of my soul to you. My life and death are all in your hands. I only ask for your mercy. Sacrifice blood oath. It can be said to be a unique form of contract for the undead, similar to the master-servant relationship of the eternal contract. But the sacrificial blood oath is even more cruel than the eternal contract. Once the soul is sacrificed, Zhang Ming can turn the opponent into a killing machine that has no independent thinking ability and only knows how to fight at any time, just like an ancient titan controlling a cursed warrior. It is a true slave relationship, driven by Zhang Ming. Oh, what use do I have for you? Even after you sacrifice the blood oath, you still have to occupy my soul beast position. No, no. Master, you are wrong. Lu Yuan's tone was already extremely respectful, and he changed his address to Master. After I return to the dragon bones of the undead bone dragon, I can return to the abyss of the dead or the land of the dead to survive. As long as the Master needs me, he can use blood to construct a magic circle to summon me at any time. I can show up at any time to serve you, my master, and this is the only way I can get rid of the Lich King. Hearing Lu Yuan's proposal, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel moved. A little brother who does not take up his number of soul beasts, who is available at any time, with perfect bloodline and king-level fighters. This is a good suggestion. Think about it for a moment. No, anyone who does anything unlawful to China must be killed. This has always been the rule of the Dusk Group. Faced with Zhang Ming's cold and ruthless tone, Lu Yuan was really a little anxious. No, master. I will sacrifice my soul fire to you now. Life or death depends on your decision. I have never harmed anyone in China. My involvement with the Lich King was just an accident. As Lu Yuan spoke, the red soul fire suddenly split into a blood-like flame that flew into his brow. Master, this is my sacrificial blood oath. It has been integrated into your soul. You can now control my spirit at any time. Lu Yuan's voice was a little weak. I felt deep in my soul that a strange connection seemed to have been established. It felt as if I could easily crush him with just a slight pinch of my fingers. You can go back. Zhang Ming uttered a few words softly. Lu Yuan was quite surprised and immediately returned to the broken skeleton of the undead bone dragon. The bones that were originally scattered on the ground instantly reorganized and gathered into a giant skeleton dragon again. The undead bone dragon lowered its head and lay on the ground, showing Zhang Ming's dignity. Master, Lu Yuan is always at your service. After saying this, a strange blood-red formation appeared under the undead skeleton dragon, and the figure disappeared. Although the undead bone dragon disappeared, the connection deep in the soul remained intact. It seems that no matter how far away they are, he can be crushed in an instant. Master, Midor has no more food. Midora watched Lu Yuan's soul fire fly away with a somewhat frustrated expression. Zhang Ming pinched Midora's little cheek and said with a smile, I will make sure you have a good meal next time. Now that the game is over, let's go out first, okay? Okay, Midor is waiting for you, master. After saying this, Midor returned to the soul beast space, and Zhang Ming was also teleported out of the dimensional space. There are still more than 200 winners left. In progress. You can compete for the final top 100 contestants. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission to defeat Lu Yuan and obtain the trace of the Lich King. Get the reward of 30 repair of the Imperial weapon, Evil Ghost. The Emperor's weapon, haunted by evil spirits, adds 30 to the repair rate each time. Adding the previous 10, 60 is left for complete repair. It seems that it is faster to complete the tasks issued by the system. If I have to accumulate soul points, I don't know how long it will take. Zhang Ming was somewhat grateful for the reward for this task. Friends, today's competition ends here. Tomorrow we will start competing for the top 100, and then the elimination and promotion system will begin. I hope all the winning contestants can have a good rest after returning home and prepare well for tomorrow's battle. The host's voice appeared, causing the audience to cheer. Before we had enough, the two games ended so quickly and many people were still not satisfied. He wished he was the one fighting just now. Before he left the hall, a white-haired old man on the referee stand of the competition was walking towards him with a smile on his face. Chapter 94. Joining the Soul Master Association. Take a closer look. It's Mr. Yi. He quickly stepped forward to greet him, and this action attracted the attention of others present. Although everyone knew that Zhang Ming owned a humanoid soul beast and were very envious of Midler's combat power, they were just envious and thought that Zhang Ming was lucky and happened to buy a humanoid soul beast whose value the Chamber of Commerce had underestimated. Because of the Dusk Group, all information about Zhang Ming is kept secret, and outsiders don't know much about Zhang Ming's specific information. Even the auctioneer that day regretted his decision. They actually auctioned off such a powerful humanoid soul beast. Mr. Yi is here. It's Mr. Yi. The nearby contestants immediately stood up and greeted him with their eyes. In the hearts of the beastmasters in the Chinese region, Mr. Yi is respected for his identity as a soul weapon master. Almost 70 of China's soul weapons are made by the Jin Wu City Soul Weapon Master Association. Almost all of the fine works are from Mr. Ye's hand. In order to be able to buy a Horcrux made by Mr. Yi, countless wealthy and powerful families came to knock on his door with huge gifts, but to no avail. Therefore, in a sense, Mr. Ye's status and position in the Chinese region is somewhat on par with that of Venerable Lin. Respected. Looking at Mr. Yi with a kind smile on his face, Zhang Ming roughly guessed what was going on. Is Mr. Yi here to see him? Isn't he a beastmaster with a humanoid form? That's him. People around couldn't help but talk about it. You performed very well. Mr. Yi smiled amiably. Zhang Ming scratched his head embarrassedly. Do you have time? Come chat with me, old man. He nodded slightly, followed Mr. Yi, and walked towards the office at the referee's desk. Look, he followed Master Yi. Damn, I'm so lucky. I must have been noticed by Master Yi. The two came to the office, and Mr. Yi calmly made a cup of tea for Zhang Ming. Sit down, don't be shy. Old man Lin told me everything. Mr. Yi smiled knowingly, with an expression that said, I know everything. Zhang Ming sat obediently on the sofa, feeling more pressured in front of Mr. Yi than in front of Venerable Lin. Mr. Yi picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Can you show me the spear-shaped Horcrux you use? Zhang Ming had already guessed in his heart that the reason why Mr. Yi came to him was because of the god-killing spear. The magic of the god-killing spear could be hidden from an outsider, but could not be hidden from the Horcrux master in front of him. Zhang Ming nodded and took out the god-killing gun. As soon as Mr. Yi saw the god-killing spear, his originally blurry pupils immediately brightened up. He stared at the god-killing spear intently, holding it in his hands as if it were a treasure and studying it carefully. It is indeed made of divine precious iron, Mr. Yi said excitedly. No, this Horcrux has the power of the Black Word Curse. It is also an enchanted Horcrux. Zhang Ming, tell me quickly, where did you get this Horcrux? Mr. Yi was a little excited, and his voice became a little high-pitched. Zhang Ming recounted the story of how the Venerable gave him the Spear of Defeat. I don't have any other intentions, old man. I am just a little excited to see this Horcrux made of divine iron. I remember the last time I saw divine iron was 30 years ago. It's a pity that it's not in the hands of my Huaxia district. The ability of Shenzhen iron is something that I, an old man, have coveted for a long time. Old Yi held the god-killing spear and looked it up and down. Both the pattern and the craftsmanship were top-notch. I wonder if the old man could ask you a question. Mr. Yi, just say it directly. Do you still have a precious iron? Where did you get such a long piece of precious iron? Mr. Yi waited for his answer with great anticipation. This piece of sacred iron was found on the body of the seven sin sod. Oh, Zhang Ming made up a lie. After all, no one knew about it at the time, and Mr. Lin was also in a daze. Do you still have the sacred iron? Mr. Yi asked impatiently. No, there was only this piece of precious iron left, and I used it all to make the Horcrux. Can you make Horcruxes? This Horcrux? It's you. It's me. I built it. Looking at Zhang Ming's determined eyes, the teacup in old Ye's hand shook slightly. Unbelievable. How old is he? With his experienced eyes, he could tell at a glance that the quality of this Horcrux had reached the orange grade. And it's not an ordinary orange grade. It is the best among the orange grades, the king's treasure. He could actually create an orange grade Horcrux? You know, even with his level of Horcrux master, he can't guarantee that he can create an orange grade Horcrux. What's more, the raw material of this Horcrux is made of precious iron. In order to melt the precious iron and turn it into molten iron, not only extremely high flames are required, but also perfect soul power control to control the change of the molten iron's shape and integrate the properties of each material into one. This is the most difficult step in creating a Horcrux. Mr. Yi no longer knew how to praise him. Gently put down the teacup in your hand. Good boy. Can you tell me your current level as a Horcrux master? Almost to the Horcrux master. Almost to the Horcrux master. Old Yi stared in surprise. Horcrux apprentice, Horcrux master, Horcrux master. These 4 levels seem short. But there are 3 levels in between: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Each step of promotion requires countless accumulation of experience, starting from white materials to green, blue, and purple qualities, and the amount of ferocious beast materials consumed in the process is countless. It is hard to imagine how much resources it would take to train a Horcrux master. The master of the soul weapon can only create a purple grade soul weapon, and its quality is only between good and high quality. Each grade is further divided into 4 sublevels: good quality, superior quality, fine quality, and top quality. It's in a few short months. Zhang Ming became a high-level soul weapon master, and he also created an orange-gray Horcrux. If this gets out, I wonder how many people in the Alliance will pay attention to it. Mr. Yi thought to himself that he must keep this secret well and never let outsiders know. Child, the Horcrux in your hand is extraordinary. Don't tell anyone that you made it yourself, otherwise it will bring unnecessary trouble. Your top priority now is to train the soul beast well and improve the beast control level. Mr. Yi spoke earnestly, as if he was promoting a younger generation. Zhang Ming nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand, Mr. Yi. Well, if anyone asks, just push it on to me." Zhang Ming understood that by saying this, Mr. Yi was helping him to get into unnecessary trouble. He had used the god-killing spear in battle before. It cannot be said that everyone in the Alliance has noticed the god-killing spear, but at least those who are interested have discovered the magical difference of the god-killing spear. What Mr. Yi meant was to act as a shield for him. "I remember you want a bow and arrow. Can you show it to me? Summon the dragons, woe from your wrist." 2 orange-grade Horcruxes were placed on the table. Mr. Yi looked a little excited. These 2 items are the Dragon Sorrow and the God-Killing Hydra, which are ranked on the soul list. "I didn't expect it to be in your hands, haha." Old Yi threw his head back and laughed, very happy. "Child, are you interested in joining the Soul Weapon Master Association of Jin Wu City?" Ding. Trigger random task. Join the Soul Artifact Master Association and become Honorary CEO. Award. Chapter 95, Tempting Reward. Reward. Secondary occupation, Pharmacy Master. Master of Pharmacy. Damn it, this reward is a bit cruel. As we all know, the profession of pharmacist, like that of Horcrux Master, is a one-size-fits-all profession that requires not only talent and resources, but also a lot of money to buy secret recipes for potions. Moreover, the time and energy required for the secondary profession of pharmacist is even higher than that of a soul weapon master. Zhang Ming still has no clue. Unexpectedly, the reward this time was directly the Grandmaster of Alchemy. Go through the 3 stages of Pharmacy Apprentice, Pharmacist, and Pharmacy Master, all in one step. He immediately accepted Mr. Ye's invitation with a smile on his face. "Okay, I'll come find you after your preliminaries are over. The Horcrux Master Association has finally found a genius, haha." Mr. Yi also turned around and left happily. Leave the meeting room, and she was already waiting for him outside. "Brother Ming, today's game is over. Sister asked us to go eat together. Let's go together." "Well, let's go." Zhang Ming called Da Fei, and the 4 of them came to the pedestrian street of the youth training camp and found a fried skewers restaurant. Order the skewers and open the beer. The stool is ready. 4 plates of cold dishes were served first, and the 4 of them ate and chatted. "Brother Ming, why did the screen go black at the end of your battle just now?" Da Fei said, "There was an accident, it's okay." Zhang Ming did not intend to tell anyone about his taming of Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan's identity was too sensitive. Moreover, the ancient Titan Lich King is of great importance. Before finding out the reason, he does not intend to expose the matter of the Lich King. For now, he should focus on the competition and get the rewards from the competition and the system. The food is here. The boss is a one-armed man. In his left hand, he holds an iron clamp holding a large copper pot with a layer of red and oily chili floating in it. "Oh my god, this one looks really spicy." The boss is really willing to put chili in it. Da Fei looked at the chili oil in the copper pot and felt a little scared. "Try it. Their copper pot hot pot meat is very delicious. The meat is cut from silver-grade sheep horns and has no smell at all. I have to eat this copper pot every time I come to Longcheng." The owner of this shop was once a member of the Iron Army. He was injured during a mission and all his soul beasts died. That's why he opened this shop here. Lin Wanwan preached to the crowd. No wonder the boss who served the dishes just now gave people a feeling of integrity and determination, somewhat similar to Instructor Qin. So, this boss's beast taming level must be quite high. Why doesn't he train any new soul beasts? Da Fei said while eating. "Well, I'm not quite sure about this question," Lin Wanwan said. Zhang Ming had just blanched a piece of meat and was dipping it into the sauce dish. He paused for a moment and spoke. "Because even if we train new soul beasts, the lost relatives cannot be replaced." "Is that so, Brother Ming?" And she said with some confusion. After all, among the 4 people present, only Zhang Ming had joined a combat unit in his previous life. In field combat, they might encounter powerful beasts at any time. Once the soul beast died, it would be a heavy blow to the beastmaster. Even if they can get over the grief and turn it into strength, as they get older, most team members will choose to retire and spend the only peaceful time in their lives. This is the epitome of reality today. The four major regions of the Alliance, because of the protection of the power of the soul list, isolate the ancient titans from the outside. The elites of mankind survive and live inside the circle, while ordinary people like Zhang Ming could only live outside the circle in their previous lives. That's why when the ancient titan Jura invaded the city outside the circle, it caused so many casualties. In this seemingly stable and peaceful circle, humans still retain their pre-disaster lifestyle. Even though everyone is a beast tamer, no one is willing to risk their lives just to gain the qualification to settle down in the circle. Eat, and then go back and have a good rest. You two still have a competition tomorrow. Lin Wanwan said, today's battle was exciting and your opponent was very strong, but I don't know how you defeated him in the end. Lin Wanwan sat with her legs together, in a very elegant posture, and picked up a piece of mutton covered in chili sauce and put it in her mouth. Lu Yuan is indeed very strong and difficult to deal with. I remember that the soul beast summoned by Lu Yuan seemed to be all undead species. It is not common to find beastmasters who contract undead species, but the combat power of undead species should be higher than that of ordinary soul beasts. Dafei was a little curious and said to Zhang Ming, yes, you must be careful when you encounter undead species in the future. Zhang Ming didn't say much and concentrated on eating. Teacher Lin's eyes fell on Zhang Ming, and he smiled intentionally or unintentionally. Tomorrow's competition will determine the top 100 contestants. After all, there's a huge gap between high school students and college students. Your soul beasts have been trained 2 or 3 years less than theirs. It's already very good to be able to get a top 50 ranking. Don't be too stressed, Lin Wanwan said with a smile, which actually had a bit of the flavor of a little girl, making people intoxicated. After all, the competition is prepared for college students. High school students just come here to experience it first and broaden their horizons. Those who compete with the other 3 regions are the final 16. Zhang Ming said, yes, for you, this competition can also clarify the direction of contracting soul beasts in the future and learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. After the 4 of them finished eating, Lin Wanwan insisted on paying the bill. Zhang Ming felt bad for them and bought a cup of milk tea for each of them. My sister and I will go back first, Brother Ming. And she stood downstairs and waved goodbye. Well, bye. See you tomorrow. Zhang Ming and Dafei also walked towards the apartment. You stupid girl. Why do you have to scream so disgustingly? Lin Wanwan deliberately acted like an elder in front of Anqi and scolded her with a smile. What's wrong, sis? Are you two? Angie had a smirk on her face. Go away. I'm several years older than him. And you just come of age, you can't. Oh, I know, sister. Angie knows everything. I'm not a child anymore. If you like Zhang Ming, I can help you. I find that there's something different about Brother Ming. I feel at ease with him. Girl, you talk more and more nonsense as you grow older. You're not as quiet as you were when you were a child. You're full of bad thoughts. I will beat you up. Lin Wanwan was chasing Anqi in the living room in her pajamas. The 2 girls were playing around, and it was quite funny. Ah, sister, you tickle me again. Ha, sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me, sister. And she rolled back and forth on the bed, holding her waist, almost laughing to tears. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again in the future. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore, huh? I'll let you off this time. Next time, don't address Zhang Ming in such a cheesy way in front of outsiders. Okay, I get it, sis. Do you know that Zhang Ming saved Grandpa and joined the Twilight Group? Even Dad is very optimistic about him. After Anqi finished speaking, Teacher Lin was a little surprised. I haven't seen my uncle, nor have I contacted my grandfather. I don't know about this. What's wrong with my grandfather? Chapter 96, 4 Mountain Opening Beasts. The next day. Today is the day to decide the top 100 contestants. The remaining 200-odd contestants are already talented beastmasters from various colleges and high schools. As long as you make it into the top 100, it doesn't matter even if you're ranked last. You can also get an encouragement reward from the competition organizing committee, a blue-grade soul weapon. Everyone is ready to try, standing in the center of the hall, waiting for the host to appear. The large screen above continuously displayed the identity information of each player, as well as screenshots of the soul beasts participating in the battle. This drew countless applause and cheers from the audience. Dear audience and contestants, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The host stood on a suspended frisbee and appeared in midair with a very cool posture. Today we will have the last round of the top 100 competition to decide who will participate in the final round. Let me hear your cheers, okay. As soon as the host appeared on the stage, he livened up the atmosphere of the venue, and there were screams from the audience. First of all, I would like to state again the match rules. This match will still be conducted by lottery. After the number is drawn, you will enter the dimensional space to fight. It will be broadcast live in real time, and all players will compete together. The top 100 will be ranked based on the fastest time, and those ranked after 100 will be eliminated. As soon as the host finished speaking, the contestants standing in the hall frowned, and some of them were very worried. Host, what if the opponent we meet is very strong, and we can't decide the winner for a while? This contestant asked a good question. In order for the contestants to be able to display their true strength to the greatest extent in a short period of time, the organizing committee has decided that this competition will only last 30 minutes. If the two contestants still haven't decided the winner within 30 minutes, both will be eliminated. Only those who defeat their opponents in the shortest time within 30 minutes will be qualified to be among the top 100. Fuck, isn't this competition rule meant for us to fight to the death? Someone whispered. Host, if someone is lucky enough to draw an opponent whose level and soul beast are lower than his opponent's, and he is killed instantly, then wouldn't he be the first among the top 100? That's right. The top 100 ranking is only the initial ranking and will not be the final ranking. But sometimes, good luck is also a kind of strength. So, are you ready? The host suddenly raised his voice and asked loudly. I'm ready. Come on, young man. Everyone enter the red combat zone and wait for the transmission to start the draw. Zhang Ming and Chi looked at each other and nodded secretly. However, he did not notice that in the northwest corner of the crowd, there was a tall and thin young man who was staring at him with a smile on his face. Step into the red combat zone. Everyone's body turned into shadows and disappeared in the hall. Come to the dimensional space again. A lottery box appears in front of you. Zhang Ming reached in and picked up a number at random. Number 6, Jola. This name sounds familiar. He didn't wait for him to think about it. The dark scene around me began to change. This is the Thunder Rift. Looking at the roaring thunder in the sky, blue and red lightning continued to appear, and endless violence rolled wildly. It suddenly brought his thoughts back to his previous life. I have to say, the dimensional space simulation illusion is so real. Even the cliff where he fell in his previous life was still there, as well as the cave under the rock where the Windhound lived. It is really hard to imagine how the second dimension space achieves this one-to-one real-life replication and image restoration. Ahead, a chubby fat man, 1.9 meters tall, about half a meter wide, and weighing at least 300 kilograms, appeared. In his left hand, he held the roasted leg of an unknown ferocious beast, and in his right hand, he held a large can of drink, which he was drinking from straw. Zhang Ming was slightly stunned. Is this volume real? A humanoid titan? He remembered. In the previous life, he was ranked 7th among the top 16. Human cannonball Jola. Don't be fooled by his chubby face and harmless appearance. His special ability is S-level damage rebound. Can reflect all damage back to the opponent. The fat on his body was gained just for this special ability. Moreover, the soul beasts he contracted were all defensive soul beasts and were extremely good at defense. In his previous life, the reason why Jola was able to rank 7th among the top 16 was almost entirely because he kept defending, draining the opponent's soul power and winning by a protracted battle. Pity. He met Zhang Ming. Before Jola could summon the soul beast. The devil's eye is open. Quick decision. No time to breathe at all. I have desire. The power of the devil's eyes is to look directly into the opponent's eyes. Huh, why is it not working? Zhang Ming suddenly discovered that the devil's eye had failed again. After 2 consecutive failures, he was speechless. To use the skill of Demon Eye, all it needs is for the opponent to look directly into its eyes. However, when Zhang Ming looked at the other person, his upper and lower eyelids were squeezed into a straight line with his big eyes. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether he opened his eyes or not. Fuck, I'm really impressed. Zhang Ming made a running move, preparing to close the distance between the two. Shining Ring appeared in front of Jola in an instant. Duang, a cue bullet sound. Jola actually cooperated by thrusting his belly forward, sending Zhang Ming flying. Hey, I've already analyzed the characteristics of all the contestants. I know there's something wrong with your eyes, so I won't look at you. As long as I avoid your gaze, I won't be tricked. The fat guy Jola said while eating the roasted leg with a smile. Oh, that's pretty smart. Zhang Ming guessed that it was during the match against Icon that he used the demon eye in order to kill Icon, but was discovered. I glanced at the time on my wrist and saw that only 2 minutes had passed. It looks like I won't be able to get the first kill, since the opponent is prepared. Let's fight. He didn't believe that the other party would ignore him. Summons Rodden and rises high. Gain high altitude advantage first. Moreover, he had secretly released Yuan a long time ago. He had been lurking nearby, hiding behind Guolei, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Guolei bit the roasted leg and clasped his strong hands together. Summoned 4 soul beasts as tall as small mounds of earth. Then he summoned a huge, long feather dragon, which slowly carried him up into the air. The long feather dragon is a sub-dragon flying dragon covered with feathers. It has a slow flying speed and weak attack power. Its only feature is that it is large, strong, and can carry heavy loads. The 4 soul beasts had green faces and red eyes, and 2 curved and sharp fangs. As soon as they appeared, they lowered their heads and dug the ground, raising clouds of dust, and humming sounds came from their noses from time to time. They turn out to be 4 identical soul beasts. Mountain opening beast. It's a wild boar. The 4 mountain opening beasts were huge in size, with poisonous thorns covered on their bodies like porcupines, and their colors were dark blue and light blue. Mountain beast. Bloodline lord. Level, star diamond 5 stars. Talent, thick skin, passive defense increased by 50. Skills, pick and kill, brutal charge, war, trample, stab, fly, attack, Taishan pressure. Introduction, a mountain opening beast with sharp fangs and thick defenses. The stingers on its body are full of poison. Being stabbed will cause dizziness and hallucinations within 30 seconds. Few ferocious beasts in the jungle dare to provoke it. Its strong sense of territory makes it a lord. Weaknesses, abdomen, anus. A 1 star diamond is worth 5 stars. A 1 star diamond is worth 3 stars, and a 2 star diamond is worth 1 star. This weak spot, chrysanthemum, is a bit weird. Chapter 97. See how wide you can open your eyes. The 4 mountain opening beasts were like bulldozers, panting and charging forward. The violent stomping sound caused the earth to shake with a rumbling sound. Guolei sat on the back of Changji along, squinting his eyes and watching with a grin. Ada air, San, Xiaoxi, come on. Push it down for me. Guolei shouted loudly, dancing and gesticulating with some excitement. This fat guy is really cute. Zhang Ming didn't care and raised the corner of his mouth. Midor was summoned immediately. Master, Midor called shyly. Midor, bring the fat guy over here me. Yes, master. Transformation skill, soul of Satan. Satan the witch is coming. Midor spread his black devil wings and flew swiftly. The strong wind he created blew the 4 mountain opening beasts up. Guolei sat on the long feather dragon, very calm. The 4 beasts suddenly changed direction in perfect harmony, guarding Guolei in the middle. The long feather dragon descended to the ground, and the beasts were like a steel wall, defending against the attack. Midor smiled evilly and raised the corners of his mouth. A purple-black ball of energy had begun to gather in the demon's claws and was thrown forward. Several energy balls bombarded wildly, hitting directly on the thick fur of the Kaishan beast. Raised a cloud of dust. The smoke cleared. The 4 mountain opening beasts only had black smoke burning on their bodies, with some signs of being attacked, but they were still defending Guolei firmly, intending to wear down Zhang Ming with their defense. Hey, keep attacking. Your soul beast is very powerful. I want to see how much soul power she can consume and how long your soul power can last. Guolei looked confident of victory and took a bite of the roasted leg. Haha, fatty, you're happy too early. Zhang Ming didn't get angry, but laughed instead. Midor stood in the smoke with her long legs, taking steps forward like a modern girl, her posture enchanting, and her smoky eye makeup intoxicating. Silver-white flashes flickered in the devil's claws. Thunder roared. Super sadistic flash. Midor's figure suddenly disappeared and turned into a hurricane, like a drill, crashing into the huge body of the mountain opening beast, and bursts of hot smoke emerged. The mountain opening beast also roared in pain. The silver-white flash collided with the chrysanthemum of the Kaishan beast, and the Kaishan beast was in so much pain that it shed tears. The mountain opening beast snorted, and Guolei realized that something was wrong. You're despicable. They actually attacked that place. Hee, isn't it despicable for you to hide in there and consume my soul power? A crow stands on a black pig, so no one can say who is black. Zhang Ming replied. A cold light flashed. Midor took out the 10 blades cat claw and directly cut off the short tail of the Kaishan beast, which fell to the ground. A pig's tail. Maya-san. Guole was also anxious and shouted loudly. Damn it! Damn it! I'm so pissed off, savage charge. Following Guole's order, the 4 mountain opening beasts suddenly turned their fangs and pointed them at Midor, rubbing their front hooves against the ground. The mountain beast whose tail was cut off by Midor had red eyes and tears in it, and it kept humming hot air. Guole rode on the mountain opening beast in the middle, like 4 armored tanks, flattening everything that blocked his way and marching forward wildly. 4 mountain opening beasts, shaking the earth and mountains, launched a charge. Guole was riding on a mountain opening beast, holding up his legs for roasting, and his posture was somewhat funny. Midor just stood there, not moving at all. The devil's claws suddenly emitted purple light, and the pair of claws grew bigger, like 2 giant devil hands. Base! The enlarged devil's claws grabbed the fangs of all 4 mountain opening beasts. Midor suddenly exerted his strength and shouted loudly. The devil's claws tightly grasped the fangs, put them together, and raised them straight above the head. The ground beneath Midor's feet sank. Zhang Ming was also shocked by Midor's powerful strength. Until now, he didn't know the limit of Midor's Satan Soul transformation skill. After the transformation, Midor can fight against the Star Diamond level soul beast as if it were a piece of cake. Although it takes some effort to fight against the King level soul beast, he can still win. No matter what, Midor's strength is indeed amazing. The 4 mountain opening beasts showed terrified looks. Midor pushed off the ground with 1 foot and rushed into the air. Spinning rapidly in the air, the 4 mountain-splitting beasts were fluttering in the strong wind, and the sound of pigs being slaughtered was even heard. Boom! Throw it with all your might. It crashed into a small hill in the distance, creating a big hole. Midor followed again, grabbed Guole, and brought him to Zhang Ming. Owner, thank you for your hard work, Midor. Looking at Guole, who was knocked unconscious, Zhang Ming grinned wickedly and stretched out his hands. Forced his eyes open. I want to see how wide his eyes can open. Damn, it turns out you can only open your eyes this wide. Guole woke up immediately after being frightened. He looked at Zhang Ming in front of him and wanted to step back, but his arm was firmly restrained by Midor. Fuck, what do you want to do? Nothing, just seeing how wide you can open your eyes. Zhang Ming was too lazy to play a prank on Guole and just pressed his number badge. As the white light appeared, Guole left the stage. Midor also returned to the Soul Beast space. A mechanical sound was heard in the space. Player number 17 won, taking 10 minutes and ranking 37th. 37th? Not bad. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Ming was also teleported out and successfully advanced to the top 100. As soon as he arrived at the venue, he saw Guole, who was looking at him angrily. Seeing Zhang Ming successfully advance, his fans in the audience also cheered, especially when they saw Midler's energetic performance just now. The group of people were simply excited. Brother Ming, congratulations. Angie ran towards him and showed him her grades. You're better than me, Angie. You're the 20th one to finish the battle. And she raised her little face and said happily after being praised. I saw your match just now. Guole's 4 soul beasts are mainly defensive. Even soul beasts that are good at attacking will find it difficult to defeat him in a short time. Only a soul beast like Midor with high speed and high burst can catch someone off guard in a short period of time. If it were me, I would definitely have to wait until the time is up. Guole sat on the bench, angrily holding 2 large roasted legs, which were even bigger than the previous ones. What's wrong, lazy? Did you lose the game? A young man with yellow curly hair walked next to Guole. TSK, I lost. Oh, even our little cannon lost. Who do you think it was? I will avenge you later. The young man's tone was arrogant and a little arrogant. TSK, you'll definitely lose even if you meet him. Yang Fan and Chi Peng both lost to him, so it's not unfair for me to lose. You met Zhang Ming? The young man asked in surprise. He is the most popular beastmaster in this competition. Fans call him the Demon Lord. No wonder you lost. But having a humanoid soul beast is not something to brag about. Do you remember the new transfer student to our academy? The young man deliberately said in a low voice. You mean Wu Kuan? Chapter 98. The mysterious saint-level expert, Nandasai. The 2 of them did not avoid Zhang Ming when they were talking. Although I was several meters away, I could hear it clearly. The curly-haired young man seemed to be saying this intentionally for him to hear, and he looked in his direction deliberately after he finished speaking. Don't pay attention to them, Brother Ming. They can't beat them, so they start bragging about who is more powerful in our school. We have seen a lot of people like this. And she turned her head and said, Zhang Ming was naturally not angry. Just noticed that name was mentioned. Wu Kuan. It is neither from a first-tier military city nor a second-tier city. It is a little-known remote town, Lin Yuan City. And the name of this small town became known to everyone because of his name. Because he is also a beastmaster of humanoid soul beasts. In his previous life, this Wu Kuan was indeed very famous and also won the 3rd place in the preliminaries. In his previous life, Wu Kuan was on a roll all the way, killing everyone instantly and making it into the top 3. At that time, this move shocked everyone. If it weren't for the pervert who owned a synthetic beast and was the 1st place in the preliminaries, I'm afraid Wu Kuan would have won the 1st place. Ding! Fallen Alliance fanatics spotted nearby. Zhang Ming let out a light exclamation. He quickly looked around. He saw a tall and thin man in the corner of the exit, looking at him with his head down and a half smile. See Zhang Ming's gaze. The man quickly turned around and disappeared. Lu Yuan is not a fanatic of the Fallen Alliance. It seems that his identity is hidden very deeply. The man turned around so quickly that Zhang Ming couldn't see his face clearly. Estimate in your mind. This person is definitely related to fanatics. Now, he has entered the top 100. The subsequent competitions will be about waiting for the contestants to decide their rankings and waiting for the final winner to be announced. Today's competition will be over. The remaining 10 minutes passed quickly. The host's voice appeared in the hall. As of just now, the last contestant in the top 100 competition has appeared. First of all, congratulations to all the contestants who made it to the top 100. Let's give them a big round of applause. There was thunderous applause from the audience. The contestant who took the fastest time and was the first to come out is contestant number 996, Nan Zhan from Dongmei City. The second contestant is Wang Yang from Nanwu City. The host announced the top 10 contestants, and each of them had a confident smile on their face. This is the glory of the victor. Today's competition ends here. Tomorrow we will start the top 100 elimination round. The new rules will be announced tomorrow. Winners, please take a good rest, gather your energy, and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Everyone in the hall began to leave. Zhang Ming and she also met up with Teacher Lin and the others and walked out of the guild hall. Ding! Fallen Alliance fanatics detected. The system prompt sounded again. He turned his head suddenly. In the crowd, the tall and thin man was looking at him with a smile. Turn around and run away immediately. Without having time to explain to the 3 people, Zhang Ming hurriedly caught up. The system gave him a series of prompts, making him feel as if something was going to happen. Make your way through the crowd. The tall and thin man seemed to be stopping intentionally, letting him catch up. The 2 came to the rooftop of a shopping mall. The tall and thin man was not wearing combat uniform, but was dressed very casually. He was standing at the edge of the rooftop with his back to him. Seems to be waiting for him. You're here. The tall, thin man had a clear voice. Zhang Ming did not reply, but slowly moved forward, secretly released Yulan, and lurked nearby ready to attack at any time. Unexpectedly, the tall and thin man suddenly threw a flying knife, directly pierced into Yolan's back. Blood flowed everywhere, and the invisibility was instantly broken. I came to you with sincerity. Don't play these little tricks in front of me. The tall, thin man turned around slowly. It's not Wu Kuan. It was a strange face with blue hair and a red tattoo under the right eye. But he had never seen this face before. Zhang Ming noticed the man's arms, which were very white, and the voice and feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. I remember. This man once appeared in the underground temple of Tyron's ruins. At that time, he took away the holy cube. He also said that the 17 adults all wanted to meet him. Unexpectedly, he dared to show up in Dragon City. Haha, it seems you remember me. The tall and thin man smiled slightly with a gentle expression. Zhang Ming did not dare to act rashly and took Yulan back to the Soul Beast space. This man was so powerful that even Venerable Lin at the time did not want to use direct force against him. I immediately used the system's detection function to find out his background. Fanatical follower Nandis. Age, 320. Race, Wu Pao tribe. Level, Saint level 3 stars. Soul qualification, SSS. Soul power, Celestial Gravity Dark Spell. Soul beast, none. Zhang Ming was a little surprised when he saw this information panel. This person is actually at the saint level, 320 years old, the Witch Robe clan, and it is an SSS level soul qualification. And what is this supernatural power, celestial gravity? Isn't there no SSS level qualification in historical records? If so, why doesn't it appear on the soul ranking? The soul list can sense the powerful soul qualifications from all over the world, engrave them on the soul list, and make them public for everyone. The man named Nandith looked at him with a smile. My name is Nandith. Faced with the sudden appearance of a saint-level powerful person, he really didn't expect that under this young appearance, there was actually a soul of more than 300 years old. What do you want to do? Zhang Ming placed his finger on the shining ring, ready for any eventuality. After all, in front of a saint-level beastmaster, although he didn't know why the number of his soul beasts was shown as 0, with his saint-level strength, he didn't need soul beasts at all to kill him. A saint-level beast tamer is in itself a terrifying existence equivalent to an overlord-level ferocious beast. You must be curious about the purpose of my appearance. Is it right? Nandi said with a chuckle, a voice that matched his appearance extremely well. I would like to invite you to join the Fallen Alliance. I wonder if you have any ideas. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. You can think about it again after I finish speaking, said Nandasai. If you choose to join the Fallen Alliance, you don't need to sacrifice your soul. All your soul beasts will be upgraded to legendary bloodlines, and I can assure you that within 3 years, you will become a Venerable beastmaster. As soon as Nandith opened his mouth, he threw out a big cake. Legendary level? Haha, he really doesn't need it. As for the Venerable level, he will reach it sooner or later. That's it, Zhang Ming sneered. Nandasai was not angry at Zhang Ming's attitude and continued. What if I trade with you by igniting the divine fire and advancing my bloodline to the ancient level? Light the sacred fire. There is no way to ignite the divine fire in the Alliance right now. Even your saints are struggling to find the scattered keys and are running around to open the ancient gate. The legendary bloodline is already the top of your class. Key. Hear this word again. Chapter 99 Rooftop Conversation. This thing called key. What exactly is it? Why are both the Alliance and the Fallen fighting over him? However, Zhang Ming was somewhat interested in the igniting the divine fire mentioned by Nandasai. Above the epic bloodline is the legendary bloodline, and one step above the legendary bloodline is the ancient bloodline. All 17 ancient titans were no exception. They're all ancient bloodlines, as far as he knows, whether in the past life or this life. The only saint who now stands at the pinnacle of humanity seems to only possess legendary bloodline soul beasts, and no ancient bloodline soul beasts. If humans did not have the protection of the soul list, a saint-level beastmaster alone would never be able to withstand the attack of the ancient titan. However, the ancient bloodline card is not available in the Soul Point Exchange Mall. Zhang Ming also noticed this very early on. I once asked the system elf, and the answer I got was that I needed to explore it on my own. It seems you don't understand the key yet. Nandi's always had a smile on his face, but this smile always revealed something weird. With your saint-level strength, since you can sneak in a Longsheng, why don't you just kill me? Zhang Ming said in a cold voice, looking straight at the other party. Nandasai was slightly stunned, then recovered. As expected of the Tanya tribe that the adults praised, you and I are both ancient races that still exist today. If you can join us and serve the adults, I will take you to experience a wider world. Nandith invited with open arms. Join us, become us, and you will find out how ridiculous and ignorant all your previous cognitions were. Zhang Ming sneered in response. As a human being, you are willing to be a pawn of the ancient titans. Do you think you are smart? You want me to join you? That's impossible, Zhang Ming said in a decisive tone. Ha! Nandasai smiled with his eyes narrowed. You will join us, and I believe it won't be long before you will come to me on your own initiative. Zhang Ming didn't understand where Nandasai's confidence came from and why he was so sure. Also, what is the purpose of the ancient titan on him? If they see him as a threat, why not just kill him? They even went to great lengths to invite him to join the Fallen, and he was puzzled by the various mysteries involved. You've crossed the line. Nandith, a steady voice came from the rooftop. Reverend Lin appeared beside Zhang Ming, staring at Nandi's with a cold look in his eyes. Oh, it's Xiaolin here. When Nandasai saw Venerable Lin, he actually waved and greeted him. Since we last saw the Tyrant Ruins, Xiaolin's level has improved again. Upon hearing this, Venerable Lin did not respond. But the aura on his body continued to rise, and the invisible air waves surged forward. This is not the place you should come to. Venerable Lin said in a low voice. I just came to see this little boy. What's wrong, Xiaolin? Don't you even take the teacher seriously now? Nandasai said something shocking, and beneath his kind smile he revealed a cold, murderous intent. Mr. Lin's teacher? Don't force me to take action. This is Dragon City. Even if you are a saint-level beastmaster, you no longer have any soul beasts. Do you want to fight against all the beastmasters here by yourself? Or are you sure you can win and escape successfully? Venerable Lin spoke word by word with a stern look in his eyes. Xiao Lin is now the Venerable who commands the Huaxiao region. Teacher, I will leave after I say one more word. Little friend, I advise you not to attract the attention of the Lich King. After saying this, a circular black hole appeared next to Nandasai, and endless darkness swallowed up Yangguang's head. After one foot stepped in, it immediately disappeared and the black hole closed. There was no more scent of Nandis. Your Excellency, Zhang Ming addressed him. The Venerable's eyes were heavy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhang Ming, I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart, but now is not the time to let you know. I also know about the Lich King. Just focus on the game. Venerable Lin patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder and spoke earnestly, with no emotion visible in his deep eyes. Yes, Your Excellency. Zhang Ming responded in a low voice. Afterwards, the Venerable also disappeared. Zhang Ming stood alone on the rooftop, enjoying the breeze. Thinking about what Nandasai just said, how to ignite the divine fire, advance to ancient bloodline, what exactly is the key, and what is the ancient door, countless question marks appeared in my mind. Forget it. The Venerable has also said that now is not the time for me to know. Even if I know, what can I do? What can I, a beastmaster, change? At present, the main purpose is to improve the level and strength of soul beasts. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. Only by turning all his potential into strength will he be qualified to know the truth of everything. It's a bit surprising that Nandasai is the master of Lin Zunzan. Zhang Ming thought about it seriously. Nandasai has lived for more than 300 years. With the level of a saint-level beast tamer, it is easy for a human to live to more than 300 years old. A royal-level beast tamer can live to more than 150 years old. What's more, he is a saint-level beastmaster. Moreover, ancient documents have recorded that in the super-ancient civilization period, the last generation of saints lived for more than 800 years. It simply breaks the human understanding of life. When I left the rooftop, I found more than a dozen missed calls from Angie on my smart bracelet. But the smart bracelet didn't give any prompt just now. Maybe it was interfered by Nandis in some way. He called back and found out that Anshi and the others had already booked food at the restaurant and were just waiting for him to arrive. Why were you running so fast just now? And she asked puzzledly. Nothing. I thought it was my childhood playmate in the orphanage, but I was wrong. Zhang Ming made up a lie to get away with it. Teacher Lin deliberately picked up some food for the three people to change the topic. Angie got a good ranking today, Teacher Lin praised. It's just okay, and she replied playfully. Hey, seeing that both of you have made it into the top 100, I will also work hard next year. Da Fei cheered himself up. The players who can make it to the top 100 in the Soul Beast competition are almost all geniuses and elites from each city. In addition to the high-level bloodlines of the Soul Beasts, the skillful cooperation between the Beastmaster and the Soul Beast is also required to win every game. Teacher Lin said, I was surprised that Zhang Ming made into the top 100. I originally thought that he could easily make it to the finals with Raton, but when I saw so many contestants had 2- or 3-star diamond-level Soul Beasts, I felt that the competition this year was much more intense than in previous years. And she continued after taking over Teacher Lin's words, I didn't expect Brother Ming's humanoid to be so powerful. Inside the restaurant, a young man with a cold expression pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhang Ming looked at the young man's face. It's Wu Kuan. Like him, he's also a beastmaster who possesses a humanoid soul beast. Chapter 100. Foolish people play foolish cards. Wu Kuan came out alone. At this time, although he possessed a humanoid soul beast, it had not yet been exposed. So he was not surrounded by a halo like in his previous life. Wu Kuan just ordered a plate of egg fried rice, which was a very light meal. Inadvertently, he looked up and made eye contact with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming keenly noticed that Wu Kuan seemed to be sizing him up. Boss, pay the bill. After the four of them finished their meal, Zhang Ming paid the bill. Leaving the restaurant, passing by a small supermarket, Da Fei suggested buying a few packs of playing cards to kill time. Play poker. Zhang Ming said, Yes, This is a game that has been passed down for a long time. Before the disaster, it was an entertainment activity suitable for all ages. Anyway, there is nothing to do after returning home, and it is not even afternoon yet. Dafei said, "Buy a few pairs." Brother Ming, Anchi also wants to play poker with you. Anchi said playfully, "My sister and I would be very bored if we go back home. So why don't you come to our apartment and play together?" Zhang Ming looked at Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin did not object, which was considered as his agreement. All right. The four returned to where Anchi lived. Anchi and Teacher Lin went to the bedroom to change into home clothes. Zhang Ming lay on the sofa, resting his head on his arms, thinking about what happened today. Through the soul contract, I sensed that the queen of ferocious beasts in the soul beast space was still sleeping. The queen of ferocious beasts, Aizen, is one of the ancient titans. She once ignited the divine fire and is a true giant beast of ancient bloodline. Although her bloodline has fallen now, she is still at the legendary level. There are still 2.5 months until hatching. The system previously prompted that Aizen began to inherit the fire of inheritance, but it is not known whether Aizen, after his transformation, still has the memory of igniting the divine fire. Anchi and Teacher Lin changed into bear-style pajamas. The two girls' snow-white skin made people want to take a few more glances, while Dafei was cutting Taelong's nails. "Let's start. What shall we play?" And she said as she moved a small stool and sat down. "The four of us, let's play landlord." "Okay, let's talk about it in advance how the loser will be punished." And she smiled maliciously. "The loser will treat us to a meal. If we play for real money, I don't have much money." Zhang Ming said after thinking for a while. "Okay, it's a deal. The loser will buy dinner. Open 4 decks of playing cards. Shuffle. Draw the landlord card. Get some ideas. It's Zhang Laokai. 13. Angie, you draw the cards first. Collect them all, leaving no one behind. Angie, do you want to accept the offer? If not, please step down. Answer it. Why not answer it?" Looking at Anchi's smug smile, Zhang Ming looked at the biggest card in his hand, which was a pop-up. "Finished. This one is gathering dust. Play your cards, Angie." Dafei also became motivated. He held the cards in his hand, shaking them back and forth with full confidence. "Okay, I'm leaving now." And she drew a handful of cards and dropped 2 or 3. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. 4 5s and 2 6s. Dafei was confused. "The 4 cards are bombs. Why did you just give them to me?" "Why can't I?" "Can. What a fool. No one wants it." And she continued to post. 4 4 5 5 6 6, a pair. Take care of it. Dafei is Anchi's next door, 5 5 6 6 7 7. Teacher Lin continues to follow up, 6 6 7 7 8 8. "You guys are having fun, scalping here." Zhang Ming couldn't stand it anymore. "For mistresses, try your firepower." 4 9s. And she pressed him to death again. "Have to. It looks like Angie is sure to win this time." 4 2s and 2 kings. And she's killer shot. 4 2s, with big and small kings, shocked the whole audience. "Haha, I win." Teacher Lin couldn't help but shake his head, speechless. "The landlord has run away, and they are still playing. Who among you 3 will treat us to dinner?" And she smiled while pinching her waist. "Whoever has the most cards left will treat us all," said Zhang Ming. But he regretted it as soon as he said it, because he had the most cards. "I'll give it to you. Let's play again next time. I don't believe I can't get a good hand." Shuffle. Keep coming. The 4 of them played poker for the whole afternoon. As the sky outside was getting darker and darker, in the end Zhang Ming lost 6 games. Dafei won 3 games. Teacher Lin won 2 games, and Anchi won completely. That's really strange. Anchi always got the joker, the jack of jokers, and all the big cards went to her. I don't know what kind of luck she has. Even if the positions are changed, the cards are still drawn. This made the 3 of them a little depressed. So, in the next few days, Zhang Ming will start by treating everyone to a meal. Today is the first meal. In the evening, after dinner, I return to the apartment. Lie down on the bed and summon Midor. Take out the poker again. The 2 men fought against each other. He refused to believe it and taught Midor the rules. The winner puts a white strip on the other person's face. The 2 sat on the bed and played poker for half the night. In the end, the novice Midor won all the victories. It's amazing. Zhang Ming's defeat was as tragic as being flooded with white stripes all over his face. After playing to the end, I can't play anymore. Just go to sleep. There's a competition tomorrow. The next day, after having some breakfast on the street, I walked towards the guild hall. The number of contestants at the club center today was significantly less, but there were many more people in the audience. It was pitch black. The top 100 elites are all gathered here. Talented beastmasters from various cities in the Huaxiao region. The competition for the top 16 will officially begin today. The host changed into a red and blue racing suit today, did a 360-degree Thomas spin, and fell from the sky. Come on stage and show off your style. Dear audience and contestants, nice to see you again. Today we will officially start the top 16 competition. Our top 100 contestants have already spontaneously stood in the hall. It seems that you're all very confident about this competition. Let's give some applause to encourage the contestants. Okay. The host's voice echoed throughout the hall, and the audience shouted in response. Announce the matching rules for our top 16 competition. The referee team has decided that the competition will use a system random matching mechanism. This means that your opponent will only be of equal strength to you, and there won't be a huge gap in strength, so please pay attention to this. In addition, the competition adopts an elimination mechanism. Each person has 3 matchmaking opportunities. If they win all 3 matches, they will automatically advance to the next match. If you lose all 3 games, or lose 1 or 2 games, you'll have a loser match to determine the final ranking of the top 16. Contestants, are you ready? I'm ready. Players, please step into the red battle area and wait for matching. On the big screen, the names of the top 100 contestants slid wildly like a turntable. The names of 50 groups of competing players were listed instantly. Zhang Ming clearly saw that his opponent was contestant number 211 Feng Jian. In the dimensional space, the surrounding scene began to change. A grassland scene appears. The ground was covered with weeds, the trees were not very tall, and there were piles of rocks. Opposite, a handsome young man with a shiny crew cut and wearing a fitted combat suit was holding a mirror and adjusting his hairstyle with a comb. This contestant's bizarre appearance made Zhang Ming laugh. This is too vain. Chapter 101 Devil Muscle Rabbit. Hello, baby. Contestant number 211, Feng Jian, had a sunny smile and greeted him naturally. Hello. Zhang Ming also responded symbolically. I took a closer look at the boy named Feng Jian. He had a confident smile, skin whiter than girls, and eyebrows that seemed to have been trimmed. From the fact that he carried a mirror and a small comb with him, I could tell that he was at the age of adolescence when he loved beauty. Baby, shall we start now? There was something strange about Feng Jian's voice. Although he spoke Chinese, it sounded unfamiliar. Oh, sorry, baby. My father is from Huaxia District, and my mother is from Warner in the European Union District. I went to elementary school in the European Union District, and I just returned to Huaxia District, so the language is a little rusty. Kazama explained in a very elegant and gentlemanly manner. There is no time limit for the top 100 competition, so you can play freely without worrying about time issues. The name Kazama was not well known in his previous life, and he did not advance to the top 16. He is the most popular contestant among girls. It's not just because of Feng Jian's gentlemanly image, but also because of his special soul beast. Muscle Bunny, what's wrong, baby? Why don't you speak? Seeing that Zhang Ming ignored him, Feng Jian asked. It's okay, let's start now. Although Feng Jian was very polite in his speech and behavior, and not effeminate, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Okay, baby, I'm going to summon the soul beast. A rabbit about 4 meters tall, with brown fur, strong muscles all over its body, and standing on its hind legs appeared. It even had sunglasses on its eyes and a boxing champion's gold belt around its waist. This shape is simply amazing. The 2 powerful front paws are wearing boxing gloves. Bang bang means 2 punches. Afterwards, 2 slightly shorter soul beasts that looked like kangaroos appeared. Each of them dragged a 3-meter-long, strong, and powerful tail, using the tail to support the ground. They were also wearing boxing gloves and standing behind the muscular rabbit. The appearance of the 3 soul beasts had a very society flavor. Dang, 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 dang. Underground boxing competition, European champion Biggie Bunny is here. Kazama bent over, leaned sideways, and waved his hands constantly, using handmade special effects to dub the muscular rabbit's appearance. Zhang Ming was completely speechless. It's fucking weird. The 2 standing behind Bikini Bunny are my youngest 10-time champion boxers, Hessen and Tai Long. Kazama continued the introduction. Wait for him to finish his introduction. A roar resounded through the sky, and Rodden appeared, flames splashed all around, and a raging fire ignited. Rodden spread his wings that were more than 10 meters long, which instantly shocked Feng Jian. Some scenes are definitely not as shocking as seeing them in person when viewed through video. Rodden wrapped in flames, rose into the sky, with whistling hot wind blowing towards him, symbolizing the king's dominance, and pounced on the three soul beasts, making them full of fighting spirit. This is your pterosaur soul beast. It's really handsome. There were stars in Feng Jian's eyes as he looked at Leighton with fascination. Bang! The muscular rabbit decisively punched Feng Jian, knocking him to the ground, and a big bump instantly appeared on his head. Kazama smiled sheepishly and apologized to the muscular rabbit. Sorry, boxing boss, you are the best. Watching the beaky bunny exhale white air, the boxing gloves kept colliding and swinging left and right, always ready. Devil Muscle Rabbit. Bloodline Lord. Talent. Boxing Mastery. Level. Star Diamond 7 stars. Skills. Bullet Fist, Rocket Fist, Machine Gun Fist, Storm. Introduction. After the disaster, the rabbit with genetic mutation in the occupied area has a strong physique, fierce strength, and is a natural boxing champion. In his eyes, there is nothing that cannot be solved with one punch, and if there is, he will use 2 punches. Eastern Rock Wallaby. Bloodline Rare. Talent. Rockification, can turn part of the body into rock. Level. Star Diamond 3 stars. Skills. Uppercut, Jump Punch, Windmill, Tail Whip, Rain of Attacks. Introduction. After the catastrophe, the genetically mutated kangaroos in the occupied areas have the ability to petrify parts of their bodies. The petrified parts are as hard as rocks and can be used as a powerful means of attack. They are easily provoked and are naturally very aggressive. After investigating the attributes of the 2 soul beasts, Zhang Ming had a rough idea in his mind. I really didn't realize that Feng Jian is also a boxing enthusiast. The 3 soul beasts are all boxing-based soul beasts. Although his bloodline is not high, he has the strength of a star diamond level. I know you have a humanoid soul beast. Can you summon her out? I can fight you one-on-one. Let's see who is stronger, your humanoid or my bikini bunny. Feng Jian said confidently. The devil muscle rabbit crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if waiting for the challenger to appear. Since the opponents hold the spirit of friendship first and competition second, he must be satisfied. Summon Midor, pointing at the devil muscular rabbit. Midor, the rabbit wants to fight with you. Rabbit. Following Zhang Ming's gesture, Midor saw the devil muscle rabbit. His eyes shone with golden light, and he actually drooled. What a big rabbit. Master, Midor wants to eat. Feng Jian was not far away and also heard these words. But when I thought about the cute girl in front of me, who would become the terrifying Satan, which after transformation, I couldn't help but feel worried. When Biggie Rabbit heard what Midor said, he became a little angry and shook his fist in the air. If you win, I'll take you to eat real braised rabbit head. Zhang Ming was pulled by Midor's arm and begged to eat the devil muscle rabbit opposite, so he had to agree to take her outside to eat. Okay, master, it's a deal. Midor said happily. Immediately transform. Wrapped in purple-black flashes, Midora transforms into the Satan Witch. Feng Jian's eyes were shining. Seeing it from such a close distance was indeed more exciting than watching it in a live video. Midora swung its tail violently, hitting the ground. The loud noise attracted the attention of Bikini Rabbit. Bikini Rabbit also leaned forward and made an attacking posture, with the other 2 kangaroo spirit beasts assisting on both sides, preparing for a 3-on-1 fight. Hyzen and Tai Long, you 2 can go up later. Let Biggie Bunny go up first. Feng Jian said to the other 2 soul beasts. Bikini Bunny took off her sunglasses, and her strong muscles bulged. Midor just looked at it and smiled evilly. He squeezed the devil's claws, making a crisp sound. Walk forward slowly. No need to come one by one. All 3 of you can come together. Midor pointed at the 3 soul beasts and said jokingly, stretching out his fingers to hook them. How could Hyzen and Tai Long tolerate Midor's provocation? The impulse from nature forces them to suddenly bounce their tails off the ground, wave their fists, and rush forward. Midor suddenly raised his foot and kicked with his slender thigh. Boom! Hyzen was seeing stars, feeling dizzy, and lying under a big tree with his tongue hanging out. Kazama was stunned. Chapter 102 Dragon Riding Boy. Oh, baby, are you okay? Kazama yelled and ran towards the knocked down Kurosaki. Midor continued to move forward. Seeing his companion being knocked down, Tai Long hesitated but rushed forward resolutely. The huge tail twitched suddenly. His body rolled like a cannonball and hit Midor. Midora smiled slightly, gathering purple-black energy in his right claw. A dark torrent. Blow Tai Long away directly. You have no moral principles. We agreed on a boxing match, Kazama said angrily. Really, kid? Before Zhang Ming could speak, Midor had disappeared from the spot. Lower your body and punch hard. The devil muscle rabbit's head was obviously deformed and was knocked away by one punch. Hit the sky. Fongjin was really stupid this time. Facing this perverted humanoid, there was no ability to fight back. How can it be so strong? Midor has used her strength to prove her power time and time again, and it is not just boasting. Outside the venue, the audience was boiling, especially when seeing Midler kicking and punching. The cheers drowned out the other supporters. The audience loves to watch this kind of invincible instant kill live broadcast. Do you want to surrender yourself? Or should I go over? Zhang Ming said softly. I'll surrender myself, baby. Your soul beast is really strong. I knew I had no hope of winning when I met you. I just want to see how big the gap was between Bikini Rabbit and your soul beast. Now I know that the gap is too big, baby. Kazama said with a wry smile, then pressed the number badge. Player number 17 wins and advances. Please continue to wait for the next player to be matched. A mechanical voice was heard, and Zhang Ming called Midor back first to avoid wasting his soul power. In the top 100 competition, only those who win all 3 games are eligible to compete for the top 10. Even if we win all 3 games, we can only hope to make it to the top 16. So Zhang Ming must win. To be honest, the opponent in the first game was a bit weak. After all, the system evaluation is based on the level of the beastmaster and the level of the soul beast. Zhang Ming's level of beastmaster, combined with 1-star diamond level and 2 gold level soul beasts, matches a 3-star diamond level opponent. Judging from the data alone, he is much stronger than Zhang Ming. But who can blame Midor for being so abnormally strong? In the pitch-black dimensional space, a large screen appeared above the head. Zhang Ming's number continued to match and began to rotate. Number 17 Zhang Ming versus number 789 Long Kong, the young man from Jin City who controls 5 giant Western dragons. The name Long Kong is a little unfamiliar. This name has never appeared in any class in the previous life. The dimensional space scenery changes. Zhang Ming was standing on the square of an ancient castle, and the castle below him looked like an ancient Western architectural style. Opposite him was a young man with a blank expression and a calm look. The two looked at each other. Invisibly, a fighting spirit filled the air. Jin City is as its name suggests. The soul beasts contracted by all the beastmasters in the city are basically sub-dragon or dinosaur species. They firmly believe that only dragon soul beasts are the most powerful. Long Kong said, softly with a calm expression. Long Kong, Zhang Ming, your humanoid is very strong, but you are no match for me. Long Kong said this very calmly, without any arrogance or sarcasm, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. You won't know unless you try. Zhang Ming responded. Let's get started. Name, Long Kong. Age, 18. Level, Beastmaster 7 stars. Soul qualification, S. Soul power, Dragon language spell, Control. Soul beast, 5. After checking Long Kong's information, I have to admit that he is indeed very strong. Especially his S-level supernatural power, the Dragon language spell. It turned out to be a supernatural power that was on par with the Black Word spell and possessed the same strange power. Dragon language spell, Control. Chant the dragon language to communicate with the dragon clan and control nearby elements as a means of attack. Dragon language is an ancient and obscure ancient language, just like the language of the Wu Pao tribe, which is only recorded in ancient times. This kind of text possesses mysterious power, and mysterious things can happen just by reading it. This guy's ability is actually related to dragon language. Zhang Ming thought to himself that he had to take it seriously. Immediately, Long Kong moved his mouth slightly and recited the dragon language. The surrounding space suddenly split into 5 spatial cracks, and a huge dragon claw stretched out from the cracks. 5 ferocious dragons, each nearly 20 meters in size, stood in front of Long Kong, roaring. Greedy red dragon, emerald green dragon, frost white dragon, 2-legged blue dragon, amethyst flying dragon. 5 giant dragons of different colors appear. In an instant, the audience outside the venue is boiling. Supporters from Jin City are waving flags to cheer. This is the subdragon soul beast that symbolizes Jin City. Greedy red dragon. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, flame of greed. Level, king 1 star. Skills, red dragon breath, flying attack, battle Beyblade, dragon roar. Introduction, The subdragon dragons from Dragon Valley, with strong bloodlines and huge dragon bodies, have the power of destruction. The Dragon Clan, which has inherited the will of the dragon, has been working hard to fight against the Black Dragon King all their lives. King level, perfect bloodline. Although it is only a 1-star king, the combined combat power of 5 king-level dragon soul beasts is enough to rival the peak king level. Moreover, these 5 giant dragon soul beasts have different talents. The other 4 giant dragon soul beasts are respectively good at poison, frost, melee combat, and defense. Wanting to defeat them one by one, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if Midor could do it. Summon Midor. Owner. Rodin was dominating the sky, roaring at the 5 giant dragons. Although he is a pterosaur, the suppression from his epic bloodline still allows the 5 dragons to feel Rodin's extraordinariness. The devil's eye is open. I have desire. Long Kong stood in place. His pupils turned amber. The 5 giant dragons gasped heavily, as if they had noticed Long Kong's abnormality. 5 rays of light of different colors fell on Long Kong. The light flashed, and there seemed to be the low hum of dragon language. Long Kong's eyes regained clarity. The eye of desire is blocked out by this light. Zhang Ming already had a premonition that the devil's eye might not work. Long Kong raised a smile. Jump onto the greedy red dragon, flap your wings, and look down at the earth from a high place. I told you, your humanoids are no match for the dragons. Zhang Ming smiled, but did not respond. Midor transforms, shrouded in purple-black light. The Satan which disappeared on the spot as soon as she appeared, an extremely fast speed. 2 violent energy balls hit the head of the greedy red dragon. Boom! Then there was an explosion. The greedy red dragon had cold eyes and did not dodge at all. The other 4 dragons seized the opportunity and immediately started breathing. Poisonous breath. Frost breath. Amethyst sharp diamonds are flying towards me. A 2-legged blue dragon also appeared in front of Midor, stretched out its claws and grabbed Midor. Chapter 103. Exclusive Sacred Gear. Heyo Hakiji. Midor was strangled by the sharp claws of the bipedal blue dragon. The other 4 dragons attacked at the same time in tacit understanding, breathing several breaths directly at Midor. Midor tried hard to break free, but his hands were bound by the dragon's claws, and he could not exert any strength at all. A breath of dragon. A bright smile appeared on Long Kong's face, as if all this was within his expectations. Surrender now, and I can consider letting your soul beast go. The competition rules don't stipulate that soul beasts cannot be killed. Long Kong's voice was calm, but contained a threat. Midor continued to struggle, but was held down by the blue dragon. Suddenly, Midor opened his mouth. A ball of purple-black energy suddenly spurted out of his mouth, hit the blue dragon in the face. The scorching flames caused the blue dragon pain, but did not loosen its claws. Midor smiled evilly and licked his lips. Just a bunch of reptiles from Dragon's Nest. The purple-black light reappears. Satan's soul, purgatory. Midor transforms into the ultimate form of Satan's soul, his entire body covered in black armor. The forehead guard on his head is a symbol of strength and ferocity, and the spiked shoulder guards on his shoulders are hideous and terrifying. A dozen purple-black energy balls suddenly floated out from the demon pattern in the middle of the purgatory armor and exploded in the dragon's claws. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. 2 of the blue dragon's claws were blown off, and blood was dripping from them. The anthropomorphic blue dragon revealed a look of fear and met eyes with the other dragons. Long Kong, who was standing on the greedy red dragon, immediately recited the dragon language spell. In an instant, the sky turned gray and the earth turned dark. It's like the end of the world. The greedy red dragon, the emerald green dragon, the frost white dragon, the 2-legged blue dragon, and the amethyst flying dragon. The 5 giant dragons each took off from the ground, and their huge bodies were wrapped in layers of light. 5 beams of light formed red, green, white, blue, and purple, breaking through the sky. Gathered together, stirring up the clouds, forming a vortex. 5 giant dragons actually gathered together. Combined, the giant dragon wrapped in the 5-colored light actually merged together. A giant dragon as huge as a mountain appeared in the light. Midor had a determined look in his eyes and bit his lip lightly, looking quite serious. A heavy hammer appears. He raised the sledgehammer and hammered hard at the dragon's shadow. Bang! There was a crisp sound of metal and stone, as if hitting steel. Midor was actually knocked back. Shaking his arms slightly, Midora looked seriously at the giant dragon in the sky after it merged. It turned out to be a dragon over 30 meters tall, with 3 wings and 6 legs. It had curved horns coiled on its head, like bull horns, and its body was covered with hard scales like black iron. Its 2 dragon tails kept whipping the ground. 6 dragon claws stomped the ground madly, causing earthquakes. Gustav Dragon King combined form. Bloodline, epic. Talent, Earth Dragon King. Level, King 6 stars. Skills, Wing Dragon Ice / and Fire Dragon Breath Dimension / Hate Heaven and Destroy Earth. Introduction, the form of the descendants of King Gustav Dragon after fusion. They can obtain some of King Gustav Dragon's abilities. The Fusion Dragon Clan will have the power to destroy the world. Weakness, the fusion state can be maintained for 10 minutes, after which time is up. They will enter a weak period. Use the system to explore the information of this dragon shadow. Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. It is actually possible to improve the bloodline and level of soul beasts through fusion, which is somewhat similar to Midor's transformation skill. Midor's original rank was gold level, and after the transformation, he had the strength of star diamond level. It was already very strenuous for him to fight against 5 king-level dragons. After the 5 dragons merged, their level rose to 6-star king. Even Midor, who was in purgatory, felt a sense of threat. Destroy it. Long Kong stood on the back of the giant dragon, stretched out his right hand, like an emperor on earth, ruling the world. Arrogant. Disregard. This is the confidence that comes from powerful strength. The giant dragon stretched out its head, which was even bigger than before, like an ancient titan. When its 6 legs landed on the ground, they created a collapse in the earth. With a slight flick of its tail, it flattened a hillside. In terms of power alone, it is already terrifying. Midoro is wearing infernal armor and holding a heavy hammer. His lips moved slightly, and he was actually chanting a spell. Blackwood's spiritual spell. Although Zhang Ming couldn't hear clearly what Midor was reciting, he saw that every time Midor recited a symbol, it would turn into a black rune attached to the hammer. The blood-red hammer, which was originally 3 meters long, was rotated by circles of coiled black runes, making it mysterious and odd. The heavy hammer seemed to be injected with life, and it miraculously made a thumping sound. One time, twice, Zhang Ming clearly felt that the heavy hammer was breathing and vibrating. Midor smiled evilly and aimed at the dragon. Lift the heavy hammer. Like a dragon slayer declaring war. Wake up, Heoha Kiji. Midor shouted loudly. The heavy hammer in his hand seemed to come alive. Countless black tentacles extended from the handle of the hammer, connecting Midor's arm to it. Zhang Ming also noticed the difference of this heavy hammer. Godblood Temple. Rank, Gold, exclusive holy weapon. Features, evil power, increases the user's strength by 100. Passive skill, Earthshaker. After the target is hit, it will be stunned for 3 seconds. Active skill, Frenzy, increases attack speed by 75 and movement speed by 100, lasts for 8s. First Orb, Bloodthirst LV3. Each attack causes 4 of the target's current health as absolute damage. Second Orb, Bloodthirst LV3. Each attack absorbs 18 of the damage and converts it into your own health. Third Orb, Block LV3. 80 chance to block 40 damage. Introduction. In the ancient civilization period, the Demon King slaughtered all living things and was killed by Emperor Sangyo. The peerless magic weapon was forged with his soul as the main component and his blood as the auxiliary component. Later, its whereabouts were unknown during the super ancient civilization period. Zhang Ming was shocked. The weapon in Midor's hand turned out to be a holy weapon. He originally thought that this was just a Horcrux constructed by Midor with his soul power, but he didn't expect that the properties of this sledgehammer were so powerful. Although there were only 3 magic orbs, both the skills and bonuses were far beyond his imagination. Midor was holding Heoha Kiji with a strange smile on his face. The dragon also sensed the threat from the heavy hammer, and confusion appeared in his eyes. Why does this Horcrux give him such a strong sense of oppression? Does the exclusive holy weapon mean that only Midor can use it? Zhang Ming couldn't help but guess. Midor leapt into the air. Heoha Kikidara, who is even bigger than her, is lifted above her head. A hammer falls. The giant dragon that had obtained the power of the ancient dragon king stretched out his forelimbs and crossed them in front of his body. A layer of circular shield protected him firmly. A flash of red and black lightning appeared. Raging violently, Midor shouted. There were tiny cracks appearing on the shield on Gus' body. Boom! Chapter 104C, If I Can Stab You to Death. A charming smile flashed across Midor's lips as she looked at Long Kong teasingly. Then, swing the hammer quickly. The huge Hawakiji temple was like a rattle in Midor's hand. One hit after another. Soul power absorption. Attack stacking. Each attack increases the attack power by 1, stacking up to 30 layers, lasting for 30 seconds, and the status will not drop as long as you keep attacking. Midor uses his active skill, Frenzy. He swung the hammer tirelessly, with great speed and heavy force, and actually overturned the dragon with one blow. The dragon spread its wings and flew into the sky with 6 pairs of wings. A breath of dragon exhaled. The dragon's breath mixed with ice and fire instantly swept across the earth, spreading for hundreds of miles. Flood everything around. Bloodthirsty, Midor flew up to catch up with the dragon, made a feint with his hammer, and knocked Long Kong off the dragon's back. Zhang Ming quickly controlled Leighton and summoned the Dragon of Sorrow. Focus. Dragon flamed on. A giant flaming dragon roared and rushed straight into the sky. Seeing that he couldn't save Long Kong, the giant dragon had no choice but to fight Midor in hand-to-hand combat. Dragon's breath dances wildly. The 4 claws bombarded Hawakiji frantically, but each attack was mostly blocked by Midor. Midor becomes more and more crazy as the battle goes on. The more we fight, the crazier it gets. Under the effect of Hakiji's bloodthirsty orb, the dragon was forced to lose 4 of its absolute damage with each attack, which was extremely painful. Midor completely gave up on attacking with skills and only relied on Hakiji to beat the dragon, causing it to suffer repeatedly. The black scales on the dragon's body were smashed into blood-red pieces by Midor's heavy hammer. The superimposed attack, combined with 8s of frenzy, is blessed with absolute speed. The Gus dragon had consumed more than half of its strength and was on the verge of its limit, and could no longer maintain its combined form. Long Kong was hit in the shoulder by Zhang Ming's arrow just now. He covered his shoulder, endured the severe pain, and hid behind a rock. Zhang Ming didn't give Long Kong any chance to escape. Take out the god-killing Hydra and ride on the blue. A shot was fired. The rock exploded instantly, breaking into countless pieces of rubble. The tip of the gun was pointed directly at Long Kong's throat. You either surrender yourself or I escort you out, Zhang Ming said in a flat voice. Long Kong chuckled. He didn't expect that the words he just said would be returned to him so quickly. Long Kong looked up at the sky. It was really unbearable to see such a big guy being beaten back repeatedly by a tiny creature. I lost. Long Kong lowered his head, admitting defeat. But Zhang Ming could see that although Long Kong admitted it verbally, he was still not convinced in his heart. Midor grabbed Hawakiji and spun wildly, creating a red tornado. The violent force swept up countless sand and rocks, determined to give the dragon the final blow. At this moment, the dragon used all its skills, but they were all blocked by this strange hammer. Not only did it fail to hurt Midor, but it made the opponent more courageous. Midor's purgatory state cannot be maintained for too long. The cooldown time of the frenzy skill is also 3 minutes, but now the purgatory form can't last for less than 3 minutes. I have to fight to the death. Just as Zhang Ming reached out to press the Long Kong number badge, Long Kong's eyes suddenly became sharp. Fly back. Throw out 2 smoke bombs to block the view. Destroy the world with hatred, Long Kong shouted towards the sky. It seemed as if he had made a great decision. Upon hearing the voice, the dragon hesitated for a moment, then gave a suggestive look. Suddenly, there was a strong wind. Countless sands and rocks were attracted from the area around the giant dragon, and a mysterious force enveloped the giant dragon. The giant dragon also protected its abdomen with its 6 claws and opened its mouth slightly. It seemed that a ball of violent energy was brewing in its mouth, ready to deal a fatal blow to Midor. Midor raised his eyes, sensing danger. He picked up Hakiji and rushed forward, ready to end the dragon's life. I was just tricked by the insidious Long Kong, and I felt extremely annoyed. Even if I didn't kill him this time, I would definitely make Long Kong suffer. He patted Yulan, causing Yulan to chase Long Kong at a rapid speed. A tiger pounce knocked Long Kong to the ground. Although Long Kong has the level of a beastmaster, he was injured in the shoulder and was entangled with Yulan. In order to stop the attack from the giant dragon in the sky, charge up for strike. The god-killing spear stabbed out quickly, firing more than a dozen times in an instant. Every bullet was aimed at Long Kong's vitals and pierced the most sensitive nerves. In an instant, blood spurted out. Like a fountain. See if I can stab you to death. Long Kong fell to the ground and fainted. He immediately pressed the number badge and sent Long Kong out. In the sky, the giant dragon felt the suction and seemed to be recalled, but the energy ball gathered in its mouth had already taken shape, and the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, so it had to be ejected. A ball of energy more than 10 meters in size, mixed with a frenzied air wave, passed across the earth. Wherever it passed, only traces of being crushed were left. That was why Midor did not choose to resist. He took back Heo Hakiji and moved quickly to Zhang Ming's side. He grabbed Zhang Ming and fled far away. In the distance, a dazzling light briefly brightened the sky. A huge mushroom cloud rose. Zhang Ming realized that if the dragon had really prepared for the attack just now, it would probably destroy the entire dimensional space. This kind of power has surpassed the king-level soul beast and reached the monarch-level power. Moreover, ordinary monarch-level creatures may not be able to achieve the same level of destruction as just now. Only soul beasts that inherited the bloodline of the dragon clan could have such power. The combined form of King Gustav Dragon made Zhang Ming feel the power of the dragon clan. King Gustav Dragon, one of the 5 dragon kings that have existed since ancient times. Together with the Black Dragon King Tyrant, he is known as one of the 5 dragon kings. Although for unknown reasons, it did not reach the level of the Black Dragon King Tyrant and become an ancient titan and the dominant beast. Even so, each of the 5 dragon kings is an ancient bloodline that has ignited the divine fire and is a mythical behemoth. Their offspring should not be underestimated. The powerful force of the explosion almost knocked him away. If Rodin hadn't protected him and Midor with the geothermal armor and the armor of thorns, they would probably have died long ago. This Long Kong has a vicious mind. We must get rid of him if we have the chance. The dimensional space shook for a while, and the ground beneath his feet finally stabilized. Then I heard the mechanical sound. Number 17, Zhang Ming wins. This game was hard won. Midor also exhausted his soul power, so he ended his transformation and fell weakly into his arms. Looking at the sleeping Midora, Zhang Ming knew that Midora might not be able to play in next game. We can only rely on him, Leighton, and Yulan. Owner, Midor whispered and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Ming. Have a good rest. Send Midora back to the soul beast space and transfer his own soul power into Midora's body. 3 games, 2 wins now. There is only 1 game left. The opponents are getting stronger. Facing the college students who were older than him and whose soul beasts were higher in level than him, Zhang Ming's eyes were firm. In the outside world, the audience who watched the live video just now all applauded and praised it. Wonderful. So wonderful. Whether it was Long Kong who controlled 5 giant dragons, the super large dragon after merging, or Zhang Ming's humanoid soul beast, they all gave them too much excitement and surprises. Refresh their vision again and again. For a moment, the voices supporting Midler almost filled the entire venue. In the dimensional space, a mechanical sound appeared. This space is damaged. Player number 17 will be transferred to another space. Matching is in progress. Please wait. About 2 or 3 minutes passed. Zhang Ming felt a sense of movement, probably a different dimension. A large screen appeared before my eyes. Matching starts. Zhang Ming versus Wu Kuan. Chapter 105, Two-Headed Hellhound. Zhang Ming versus Wu Kuan. When I heard the name, I was slightly stunned. The 3 games are played consecutively, leaving you no time to rest. According to the organizing committee of the competition, the Soul Beast competition is meant to test the fighting ability of beastmasters and is a competition of continuous high-intensity combat. Whoever can hold on to the end will be the winner. The last one standing is the winner. Only after all 3 games are completed can we get a day of rest. So by the 3rd game, no matter whether it was the winner or the eliminated player, most of their soul power had been consumed with very little left. Their soul beasts were also injured and exhausted, so the competition was about endurance. In his previous life, Wu Kuan was famous for being a humanoid soul beast. But now, unlike in the previous life, he did not advance all the way to the finals, but instead hid the fact that he was a humanoid. Outsiders don't know, but Zhang Ming knows it clearly. The second dimension space started environmental simulation, and Zhang Ming was on a small central island surrounded by magma. The air was filled with scorching heat, and he felt like the soles of his feet were about to be burned. Looking at Wu Kuan in front of him, with injuries on his face and looking rather disheveled, it was obvious that he had been through a tough battle. Wu Kuan looked at Zhang Ming with clear eyes. Without any words, he summoned the soul beast. It was a hellhound as tall as a 2-story building, with a pair of wings on its back and 2 huge heads raised. Stars of fire were wrapped around its body, appearing and disappearing from time to time. A foul smell emanated from its mouth, and its sharp fangs were dripping with saliva, which was actually corrosive when it fell on the ground. 2-headed hellhound. Bloodline, Lord. Talent, magma body. Level, star diamond 7 stars. Skill, inspire the violent, vicious dog to pounce on the 2-headed hellfire. Introduction, a 2-headed hellhound from Demon Hell, one of the 10 forbidden lands. It is naturally warlike and extremely loyal. Once it recognizes its master, it will never regret it for the rest of its life. The 2 heads each have independent thinking ability and can use different abilities to attack targets. Weaknesses, nose, waist. Wu Kuan only summoned 1 2-headed hellhound and did not summon a second one. It's not that Wu Kuan is hiding his strength. Apart from the humanoid soul beast, Wu Kuan only has this 1 soul beast available. In other words, he only has 2 soul beasts. Being able to make it to the top 100 with a 7-star diamond level head, he really can't be underestimated. All the opponents Zhang Ming met before were wealthy and powerful, owning 3 or 4 soul beasts, and each of them had reached the star diamond level or even the king level. Compared with his previous opponents, Wu Kuan is really pitiful. But the sense of danger that Wu Kuan brought to him was vaguely no less than that of Long Kong. Summon Rodin. Riding on Rodin and flying high into the sky, his intuition told him that Wu Kuan was definitely more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. After all, this was the 3rd place in the previous life's competition. After rising into the air, Zhang Ming bit his index finger, moved his mouth slightly, chanted an obscure spell, and blood floated in the air, drawing a blood magic circle. A crack appeared in space. A skeleton dragon claw, flashing white light, pushed open the crack, revealing the body behind it. Undead Bone Dragon. King-level soul beast. It's Lu Yuan. As soon as the undead bone dragon appeared, the huge dragon body crushed the 2-headed hellhound so hard that it couldn't breathe. Lu Yuan's voice appeared, very respectful, crawling and kneeling in front of Zhang Ming. Sir, your servant senses your call. Please give your orders. Wu Kuan looked slightly surprised and shocked as he looked at the huge monster in front of him. The undead bone dragon is more than 30 meters tall, and the 2-headed hellhound really looks like a puppy in front of it. Fighting. Zhang Ming didn't say much, just uttered 2 words. Lu Yuan understood what was going on, so he raised the skeleton dragon's head and aimed it at the 2-headed hellhound. A mouthful of undead bone poison spurted out and splashed onto the eyes of the 2-headed hellhound, instantly blurring its vision. The hellhound kept shaking its 2 heads. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wu Kuan turned over and jumped onto the back of the 2-headed hellhound. He also bit his finger, used the blood as ink, and drew a strange blood formation, which he imprinted into the body of the hellhound. What is this ability? Zhang Ming wondered in his heart. After Wu Kuan immersed himself in the blood formation with full concentration, the 2-headed hellhound's eyes turned blood red and it entered a violent state. Its aura continued to rise, directly rising from Star Diamond level 7 to King level 1, forced to upgrade to level 4. This is the Soul Burning Totem, which ranks 130th on the Soul list. Almost everyone remembers all the superpowers ranked on the Soul list. The 4 major regions of the Alliance have special departments to analyze and study the effects and methods of using various superpowers. Check and confirm the personnel. Of course, these are all confidential within the 4 major regions. Others can only see the names of the people ranked according to their abilities on the Soul ranking. After Wu Kuan used this special ability, his face turned visibly pale, and it seemed that it had cost him something. Although he didn't know what the price was, it looked like Wu Kuan was not feeling well either. The Undead Bone Dragon is the main attacker, with Rodin as the auxiliary. Attacking from both sides, Rodin's body was wrapped in magma, spitting out hot lava breath, covering the entire earth with thick magma. The 2-headed hellhound flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. He was hit hard by the undead bone dragon's tailbone. The skeleton on the back of the undead bone dragon condenses into a sword that looks like it is about to be unsheathed. Bone sword pulse wave. The powerful shock wave shook the lava in the magma lake, and Rodden took the opportunity to get closer. Zhang Ming is in the god-killing gun. Elongation. A shot pierced the two-headed hellhound's nose. Oh, whoa, whoa. There were a few whining sounds, and the two-headed hellhound felt pain. Wu Kuan looked unhappy and frowned. A sweep of the spear. Blood splattered everywhere. Charge up for strike. Keep up. Countless elemental torrents shot out from the gun tip and hit the two-headed hellhound's waist, hitting its weak points. Wu Kuan could only watch anxiously as the two-headed hellhound was defeated. Slapped the hellhound on the head. A layer of fiery red light appeared on the body of the hellhound, and it dived into the lava lake with a plop. Countless magma poured on the two-headed hellhound, melting its hair and flesh, revealing bloody bones. The two dog heads were also melted in half, with fangs exposed, which was extremely terrifying. The two-headed hellhound, relying on its gifted magma body, seemed to have a destroyed body, but in fact it had repaired all the injuries it had just suffered. It had two dog heads and a big mouth. Two pillars of magma, fire, shot out. Seeing this, Leighton did not dodge at all and stayed steadily in the air. With the help of geothermal armor, the attack was completely blocked. Although there is a one-level difference in level, it is still too naive to play with fire in front of Rodden. Zhang Ming jumped off Rodden and rode on Yolan's back. Rodden also went straight into the lava lake and started fighting with the two-headed hellhound in the lava. No matter how the two-headed hellhound bit Rodden, he was protected by the geothermal armor and the armor of thorns and could not hurt Rodden at all. Rodden spread his wings and inserted his head into the hellhound's mouth. A mouthful of magma. 9 fire dragons pierced through the body of the two-headed hellhound, and Wu Kuan was also rolled into the lava lake. Seeing Leighton's victory, Zhang Ming knew it was not over yet. Wu Kuan has not yet used his humanoid soul beast. In a lava lake, a humanoid soul beast wearing devil armor and with 2 ferocious devil horns on his head, covering his entire face so that his features could not be seen, holding a battle axe in his right hand and a black chain in his left hand, bathing in magma, slowly rose up. The other end of the chain was wrapped around Wu Kuan, looking at him with unwilling eyes. Chapter 106 Half-Demon, Capricorn. Human, what do you want to call me for? Wu Kuan gritted his teeth, holding onto the chain tightly, and was brought to the ground by the humanoid soul beast and thrown to the ground. Wu Kuan actually knelt on one knee respectfully, looking a little frightened. Sir, your loyal worshipper Wu Kuan would like you to help defeat my opponent. Zhang Ming was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw a beastmaster kneeling down to a soul beast, and his tone was so respectful. It seems that the contract between Wu Kuan and this humanoid creature is not an equal contract. It should be familiar contract. The so-called familiar contract is that humans worship powerful alien creatures, which can also be ferocious beasts, in exchange for the number of times the worshipper will take action. Some are similar to employment contracts, but they are different. Because an employment contract can be changed at any time, once a familiar contract is determined to serve a certain creature, it cannot be changed. Otherwise, there will be backlash. The humanoid wearing devil armor had a slightly gloomy voice. Half-demon Capricorn. Bloodline, perfect. Talent. Half-demon body, controls dark elements, and performs transformation and manipulation. Level. King level 7 stars. Skills. Dark battle axe, shadow assault, iron blood, body bath, crazy battle, shadow legion. Introduction. A half-demon born from the union of a human and a demon. He is half the blood of a dark demon. He was originally the chief guard of the Casa Kingdom, but was later destroyed by the demons. He hated himself for having the blood of a demon and was resurrected by the demons after dying in battle. He was controlled by hatred and could not serve the demons, so he was exiled by the Sergeant Major. Weaknesses. Mental chest. After exploring the information of this humanoid species, Zhang Ming was a little confused. Half-demon. I think he's from the same place as Midor. However, Zhang Ming did not expect that Wu Kuan could hide so deeply. A king level 7 star soul beast. Enough to sweep the entire competition. The humanoid creature is wrapped in armor all over. It is so tall that even the eyes cannot be seen. The heavy armor is solemn and dark, with strange lines painted on it, which makes people sigh. Wu Kuan retreated behind him, and hid far away, covering his chest. He took a closer look and found that there was a fist-sized piece of flesh missing from his chest. Blood was flowing out. Wu Kuan used a quick freezing agent to deal with it himself and sat down aside. Looking at the weak Wu Kuan, Zhang Ming smiled knowingly. Although Midor cannot take part in this battle, he still has the demon eye that he has not used. Decided to meet this humanoid first. After all, Zhang Ming was also very curious about Midor's origins. The half-demon Capricorn suddenly threw out the chain in his hand, tied up the two-headed hellhound, dragged it to the front, turned over, and jumped onto the back of the hellhound, holding the battle axe, and exerted force suddenly. Hold your battle axe high and charge forward. Seeing this, the undead bone dragon Lu Yuan quickly held up a white light and protected Zhang Ming. In an instant, more than a dozen bone spikes protruded from the skeleton of the undead bone dragon, stabbing straight at the half-demon. The two-headed hellhound was pierced by the bone spurs, and the half-demon kicked his feet hard, giving up the hellhound. Blood flew away. The battle axe fell on the skull of the undead bone dragon. Click! Crisp sound. There were actually cracks on the skeleton of the undead bone dragon. Although it hadn't broken yet, it was shattered with just one strike, which was enough to show the terrifying strength of this half-demon. The undead skeleton dragon knew it was no match for the opponent, so it dragged its huge body. Countless poisons splashed onto the half-demon's armor. After the venom landed on the armor, wisps of green smoke emerged and were absorbed by the armor, so the half-demon's expression could not be seen. The half-demon threw out the chain in his left hand, which was firmly wrapped around the skeletal dragon's head. No matter how the undead bone dragon struggled, the chain seemed to come alive and became tighter the more it struggled. Various black runes flew out from the chains, and the undead bone dragon fell to the ground exhausted. Sir, I feel my soul power draining away. The undead bone dragon opened its mouth, and Lu Yuan's voice came out. This black chain can actually absorb Lu Yuan's soul power. Rodden screamed. He spit out several balls of flame, but the half-demon didn't dodge at all, allowing the fire to burn him. After the fire, he still stood there. After counting the breaths, the demon armor actually had a big crack in it, returning the flames intact. Although it did not cause any harm to Rodden, it allowed Zhang Ming to understand the strength of this humanoid creature. The battle axe in his hand is extremely powerful, but I don't know how it compares with Midor's Heohakiji. The black chains can trap people and absorb their soul power, and the armor on his body can also absorb skills. With this kind of strength, Zhang Ming felt a little pressured. The battle axe in the half-demon's hand seemed to have magical powers, emitting a faint red light. With one axe, Rodden was knocked down from midair, fallen to the lava. Fortunately, Rodden was not afraid of magma. After falling into the magma, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled the magma, which merged with the geothermal armor and emitted white-hot steam. A column of lava pushed the half-demon back 10 meters. Instead of melting the demon's armor, the hot magma was absorbed by it. The half-demon turned his head and looked at Zhang Ming. A column of magma and fire spurted towards him. Activate the shining ring immediately. Flash. Avoid this attack. The half-demon followed closely behind, and the undead bone dragon held up its skeleton tightly, trying to protect Zhang Ming, and the black chain tightened. The undead bone dragon was completely exhausted and could no longer provide any help. You can only rely on yourself. Zhang Ming rode on Yulan and took out Dragon Sorrow. Keep your distance. Whoosh! An arrow was shot. The arrow hit the demon's armor without causing any damage. The half-demon held a battle axe and stepped forward step by step. His heavy armor made a rustling sound, and each step was powerful and left a footprint on the ground. Relying on Yolan's speed, Zhang Ming and the half-demon exchanged several moves. But it's just a few moves. He dared to say that the half-demon had never shown his full strength since his appearance until now. His steps were slow, but they gave him a great sense of oppression. This feeling might be the oppression that others had felt when facing Midor before. He took out the God Killer Hydra, and relying on the characteristics of the God Killer gun, he launched a sneak attack from behind. The spear tip was directly entangled by the half-demon's chains, and he instantly felt his soul power being continuously absorbed along the chains. If it wasn't for the fact that he could adjust the length of the spear freely, even the God-killing spear would have been taken away. Give up. If you want to live, give up quickly. Otherwise, he will kill you. Wu Kuan, who was hiding in the distance, shouted loudly. Zhang Ming smiled. Give up? Is the last game going to be lost? Zhang Ming rode on Yulan and moved quickly, approaching Wu Kuan behind him. He activated the shining ring and flashed to Wu Kuan's side. I have desire. Wu Kuan was instantly controlled by desire. His expression was ferocious, his pupils were dilated, and he was dominated by desire. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Ming prepared to press the number badge to forcefully end the game. Just when he succeeded, two dark shadows jumped out from nowhere and stopped Zhang Ming from making a move. Then, another dozen black shadows stood up from the ground and turned into masked men in black. It's the Black Shadow Army launched by the humanoid species. Zhang Ming thought to himself. For a while, this method could not be adopted. The only thing left is to defeat the half-demon Capricorn. Ding. Detection. Chapter 107 The Origin of the Demonic Armor. Ding. Shadow Demon Fragments detected. Do you want to devour? After swallowing, Midor obtains the second transformation skill. Dark Shadow Demon. Transformation skill. No time to think about it. Swallow. In the soul beast space, Midor was sleeping, but a pure white light was shining on his body. An invisible force pulled the half-demon Capricorn's demon armor, and pure white lines flowed out. The half-demon also noticed something was wrong, as if something strange was forcibly taken away from his body. Kneeling on the ground in pain. My headache is splitting. No, I'm going to kill you all. The voice coming out of the half-demon Capricorn sounded a bit like that of a middle-aged man. The eye sockets hidden under the helmet were bloodshot and bloodshot. The gray skin was bulging with blue veins, and the demon pattern on the demon armor also had a bloody mouth, extremely painful, and a hideous expression. No, don't put the demon fragment into my body. Don't want. The half-demon yelled at the top of his lungs. At this moment, Capricorn recalled everything that happened before, and the scenes flashed through his mind. He is a half-demon, with half-demon blood flowing in his body. He was born to be ostracized by his own kind. It was King Kassa who accepted him and made him the captain of the guard, guarding the palace and winning respect. Afterwards, the demon army attacked the Kassa kingdom, and Capricorn fought desperately until the last moment of his life. On his deathbed, he vaguely saw a high-ranking demon with demon horns on his head squatting beside him, who seemed to be saying that his physique was very suitable for bearing the fragments of the demon god and inheriting the power of the demon god, and hoped that he would not have his sanity overwhelmed by the brutal murderous intent. When he opened his eyes again, he had been nailed to an ancient magic circle, surrounded by demons in purple robes. They recited strange words, raised their hand high, and were pious and sincere. Above his head was a suspended crystal fragment that was flickering with a faint white light. Not big, just the size of a palm. As the fragment disappeared into his body, countless violent and cruel emotions surged from his chest. He wished he could kill all living beings and destroy everything. He lost the last ounce of his sanity. After he vented his murderous intent and resentment, he was imprisoned in an underwater prison, where he spent the darkest period of his life. Only then did he understand. Why did the demons save him? Because he is half demon, his mother is a demon, and his mother is the descendant of the Dark Shadow demon. Although he also has half human blood, that's why. Capricorn's bloodline has regressed, and he has gained the ability to control dark elements with his half-demon body. Even among the descendants of the Black Shadow demon, only a very small number of demons possess this talent. Moreover, only this ability can draw out the remnants of the Shadow demon's fragments. In order to eliminate the remnant of the Black Shadow demon in the fragments, the demons want to first find an experimental subject to fuse the fragments, and then forcibly strip away the blood and integrate them into the bodies of other demons. Or use one experimental subject after another to dissipate the brutal aura in the fragments. In this way, you can obtain the power of the demon in the fragments perfectly. So, Capricorn is just one of many experimenters. Fortunately, Capricorn is still alive after experiencing the impact of the violent aura. The previous experimental subjects suffered soul damage due to the impact of negative aura and died on the spot. In the end, the demon's plan did not succeed, because Capricorn escaped from the underwater prison. At that time, Capricorn had to go through tense and terrifying experiments every day and face death at all times. On his own, he could not escape from the deep-sea prison tens of thousands of meters below. Even if he escaped, his body could not withstand the high pressure at the bottom of the sea. You will be crushed by the pressure in an instant. While he was still imprisoned in the dark prison, the sergeant major who had a high status among the demons, he actually let him go. The so-called release is actually the exile of spatial turbulence. Capricorn has no idea how he got here. However, the demon fragments in his body were not taken out. After that, the shadow fragments slowly transformed his body, as if they had merged with his flesh and slowly produced this set of demon armor, which stuck tightly to his body, along with the battle axe and chains, which he could never take off for the rest of his life. At the same time, it made him a truly strong man, but also made him lose his sense of autonomy. The half-demon Capricorn once again recalled that horrific memory and suffered day and night in the underwater prison. His nerves were tense again. It's like a powder keg ready to explode. Zhang Ming also realized something was wrong and stepped back to keep some distance. Wu Kuan watched all this very calmly. After all, this was not the first time he had seen this scene. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to sign the familiar contract. I'm in so much pain. Kill me. Kill me now. The half-human demon, Capricorn, tore off the armor on his body randomly, trying to take it off. Zhang Ming had already guessed the pain and struggle from his face that was completely covered by the helmet. The chains on the undead bone dragon seemed to be running out of soul power and were withdrawn into the demon armor. The pure white silk thread continued to fly into the soul beast space. Zhang Ming quickly summoned Midor and held him in his arms. Midor, who was still sleeping, let out a soft, comfortable moan. How so? Seeing this scene, Wu Kuan was somewhat unbelievable. The audience outside the venue also widened their eyes and watched the scene curiously. What happened to the half-demon who shocked everyone when he appeared just now? Why is it so painful? The demonic armor on the half-human Capricorn screamed in pain at the same time, and it peeled off from Capricorn's body as if it had life. The flesh and blood that was attached to it was torn off, revealing the eerie white bones. Under the armor is Capricorn's flesh and blood. Zhang Ming was shocked by what he saw. All the demon armor fell off Capricorn and stood directly in front of Capricorn. The demon on his chest opened his eyes. These eyes were as black as the deep starry sky, without any cruelty or murderous intent. Just like when you gaze at the starry sky, you will be lost in thought and in a daze. Zhang Ming was deeply immersed in it. Capricorn, covered in blood with no skin left, lay on the ground in pain, breathing weakly, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I finally got rid of your control. When Zhang Ming heard this, the armor had already pounced towards him, as if it was going to stick to him. Run away. The remnant thoughts in the demon god fragments have long been worn away. This is because my belief in revenge is too strong, and the evil thoughts have been reborn. It has been controlling me and influencing my thoughts and actions. Don't let it control you. Capricorn used up his last bit of strength to give Zhang Ming a final reminder. He was about to pounce on him. Open the demon eye. 7 hells of sins. The demon armor paused slightly and continued forward. The demon in the armor exuded a look of satisfaction. Zhang Ming thought to himself that something was wrong and quickly closed the devil's eye. Holding Midor in his arms, he jumped onto Rodin and fled into the air. Wu Kuan had already ridden his 2-headed hellhound and hid far away in the lava lake, watching the horrible armor in horror. The weak Midor in his arms opened his eyes and called out, "Master." After the demon armor saw Midor clearly, it once again revealed an anthropomorphic expression, which was anger. The demon armor chased Zhang Ming and flew off the ground. At the critical moment, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed in the system backpack. Chapter 108 Second Transformation Skill, Soul of Dark Shadow. Zhang Ming did not notice anything unusual in the system backpack. It wasn't until the bright red light penetrated the system backpack and lit up from his chest that he discovered it. The demon armor noticed Zhang Ming's abnormality and did not stop its actions at all. Ding! Demon's intention detected. Should we devour it? After swallowing the Emperor's weapon, the evil ghost gains 50 repair degree, followed by 2 mechanical system prompt sounds. The Emperor's weapon, haunted by evil spirits, was floating in the air, emitting a dazzling red light. The bright red light was like a bloody sun, illuminating the surroundings and covering everything in blood. Demon God's thoughts. It's an imperial weapon. When the demon's armor was illuminated by the blood red light, it actually revealed a look of extreme fear. Midor in his arms was bathed in blood red light, showing a comfortable expression. His originally weak and pale face gradually turned rosy, and he opened his eyes slightly. Who are you? How could he recognize you as his master? The demon armor spoke in a hoarse voice, speaking in disbelief. The sound was a bit harsh in my ears, but I could still hear it clearly. The demon armor seemed to be afraid of being haunted by evil spirits, and the lights of the two were in conflict with each other. The flashing black light of the demon armor contrasted sharply with the blood-red light. Finally, the demon armor couldn't hold on any longer, and it was powerless to continue. The blood-red light pounced on the demon armor like a tiger. An invisible yet visible black shadow was pulled out from the demon's armor. Warning, warning. Detected the residual divine consciousness of the black shadow demon. The threat value to the master is 5 stars. Full of stars. Midor in his arms quickly jumped down and hovered in the air. Close your eyes gently. He chanted a spell silently and opened his hands. Silver-white scales quickly covered his entire body. 2 protruding small horns grew on his fair forehead. His sapphire pupils instantly turned black, as if thousands of stars were hiding in them. Take over, Midor shouted suddenly. Determined eyes. The black shadow struggled, trying to break free from the blood-red light, but was pulled back by the imperial weapon. No, lowly human, let me go. I am the great dark shadow demon. Even the ancient titans must prostrate themselves before my throne. Jura, save me. As the black shadow shouted for the last time, the emperor's weapon, the evil ghost, absorbed all the blood-red light around it in the blink of an eye. The sky suddenly became clear, and the demon armor lost the incomplete divine consciousness and began to shake, falling from midair. After Midor finished chanting the spell, his hands shone with colorful light. Produces a strong suction force. The demon armor seemed to turn into liquid and flowed into Midor's body through his hands. Midor tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and looked very enjoyable. The silver scales all over the body are also changing strangely from silver to black to gold, and the color changes back and forth. Finally, a layer of seemingly hard black scales remains behind the ears and under the eyelids, which is extremely magical. Ding! Midor successfully received the Dark Shadow Demon God Demon Armor, successfully promoted to Star Diamond Level 1. Zhang Ming was a little stunned when he heard the prompt tone. Midor, who was originally only a 1-star gold level, jumped a whole level in one go and was upgraded to a 1-star diamond level after receiving the energy from the demon armor. This upgrade speed is really enviable. Ding! Midor activates his second transformation skill, Soul of Darkness. Dark Shadow Soul. After the Emperor's weapon, Evil Ghost Haunting, absorbed the remaining thoughts of the demon god, the original damaged part of the armor began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a fist-sized gap was left on the chest, and it could be completely repaired. Repair rate 90. Only the last 10 left. Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel happy. It was really unexpected that the humanoid creature summoned by Wu Kuan would bring him such a big surprise. The Imperial weapon, which was originally thought to take an unknown amount of time to repair, is now almost repaired. Until then, he can truly wear the Imperial weapon and be haunted by evil spirits. This is an Imperial weapon that even the remnant of the Black Shadow Demon God consumes as nourishment. It is really hard to imagine what kind of power he will possess after wearing it. Midor looked very happy. Wu Kuan, who was hiding far away in the lava, had a look of shock and horror on his face. He simply couldn't express his feelings at the moment in words. Zhang Ming's Soul Beast is too powerful. It's totally not the same level. Ding, please repost your wish. Wish? He suddenly remembered that he had indeed posted a wish before, which was for the Imperial weapon, Haunted Demon. However, due to his arrogance, he exchanged it in the exchange mall, and the wish list automatically changed to the restoration level of Haunted Demon. Therefore, sometimes when a task is triggered, the system will reward him with a corresponding degree of repair. This time the repair was almost complete, and the system reminded him again to change his wish list. You can add any item from the redemption mall to the list. The system will reward you based on the difficulty of the task. When it accumulates to 100, you can get the item you wished for. Wait until the game is over, then go to the Soul Point Exchange Mall to make your selection. Right now, we should ask the timid Wu Kuan to come out first. The winner is clear, come out. Zhang Ming said calmly. Grown-ups. The undead bone dragon lay in front of Zhang Ming, with a hint of apology in its voice. The enemy this time was unexpected. You have tried your best. Go back and take good care of your injuries. If you have any problems, contact me through the contract. Zhang Ming said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said goodbye respectfully and a strange magic circle appeared on the ground and then disappeared. The humanoid Capricorn had no skin on his body, and a pool of blood was flowing from under his body. At this moment, he had reached the end of his life. Walk up to the humanoid Capricorn. I don't know how to comfort him. When a humanoid Capricorn saw Midor's appearance, he was a little surprised and seemed to want to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. The fragments of the Dark Shadow Demon God are a power coveted by even high-ranking demons. Only those with good intentions in their hearts can be immune to evil thoughts. Once evil thoughts arise, Dark Shadow God thoughts will arise again. This is the secret of the Dark Shadow Demon God's immortality. The humanoid Capricorn used all his strength to tell Zhang Ming what he knew. I hope I won't be like him, blinded by revenge, and finally controlled by the Dark Shadow's mind, becoming a walking corpse, a puppet with no control over his body. It feels like the soul is trapped in the body, able to see but unable to speak. Zhang Ming nodded slightly, and Midor stood aside without saying anything. Sir, I would like to ask you for a favor before I die. You said I would try my best to do it as long as I can. In any case, Capricorn helped him in disguise. A demon armor not only helped Midor activate his second transformation skill, but also restored the Imperial weapon to a large extent. The humanoid slowly took off a necklace pendant that was stuck to his neck. It was soaked in blood, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. If there's a chance, please help me deliver this pendant to a woman named Na Chiosha. He took the bloody pendant, held it in his hand, and nodded heavily. The humanoid Capricorn felt relieved, closed his eyes with a smile, and his body turned into crystals and floated between heaven and earth. The game is over. Contestant number 17, Zhang Ming wins. Chapter 109. First place in the top 16. It's finally over. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Afterwards, he was also teleported out and appeared in the center of the hall. As soon as he appeared, he was greeted by countless cheers from the audience. The Lord of Demons. Demon Lord, come on. Zhang Ming finally realized they were calling him when he heard the audience's cheers. He smiled and waved to the audience in the stands. Dafei even rode on another fan's shoulders and waved a big, awesome flag high in the air. Brother Ming, awesome, waited in the hall for a few minutes. One after another, the winners behind were also teleported out. The host's voice appeared, and the contestants who had won 3 consecutive games also appeared on the big screen in the air. After a fierce competition, according to the referee team's discussion, our first round rankings are now announced. Any player who wins 3 games in a row in this competition will advance directly and wait for the ranking the day after tomorrow. The remaining contestants will have a revival match tomorrow to determine the qualified contestants. The day after tomorrow, they will compete with the contestants who have won 3 consecutive games for the championship title. There are a total of 27 players who have won 3 consecutive games this time. The remaining players have more or less lost a game, so don't feel sorry. As long as you win the resurrection match, you will still be eligible to participate in the top 16 qualifying round and the championship. Now let's announce the rankings. This ranking is determined by the referee team based on each player's overall strength and battle videos. It's fair and just. As soon as the words fell, all the contestants standing in the hall were filled with confidence again. They still have a chance. Zhang Ming was a little curious about how he would rank based on his performance. After all, the referee team has very experienced eyes. Whether it is the level and ability of the beastmaster himself or the comprehensive assessment standard of the soul beast combat power, it will affect the ranking. Now the 10th place is announced. Southern War. There were bursts of applause from the audience. Nanzhan, who came from Dongmei City, had an arrogant and cold look in his eyes and was obviously dissatisfied with being ranked 10th. But this ranking was decided by the referee team, and he could only watch helplessly. Ninth place, Wang Yang. The young man named Wang Yang turned around and waved to his supporters behind him. He also deliberately glanced at Nanzhan, as if to show off, but Nanzhan ignored him coldly. 8th place, Wei Dadong. 7th. The list had been read to the 5th place, but his name still did not appear. Zhang Ming began to feel a little nervous. Is he ranked outside the top 10? The 3rd place is Sun Zai. 2nd place, Wen Tang. Wenong. The 2nd place has been called, and the information of 9 people appears on the big screen. The 1st place is also the contestant you have the highest vote count for. Is the Demon Lord, Zhang Ming. The whole audience was boiling. Zhang Ming stood there. Indeed, he had not expected this based on his experience in his previous life. As the first in the preliminaries in the previous life, Wen Tang has already reached the king level. The 5 soul beasts he contracted have not only reached the king level, but are also synthetic beasts combined with the most advanced black technology. Ordinary king-level beings are nothing in front of him. There are also Nanzhan, Wang Yang, Wei Dadong, including Qi Peng and Yang Fan, who were defeated by him, all of whom had a place in the top 16 in their previous lives. But because of his appearance, many people who won a place in their previous lives are ranked after the top 16 this time, even losing a game. For example, Long Kong, who owns 5 Dragon Soul beasts, could definitely compete for the top 10 or even the top 3 with his strength, but because he lost to him, he was forced to enter the resurrection match. In the audience stands, everyone's support for Zhang Ming and Midor became louder and louder. Some people even made a super large template of Midor's transformed appearance and hung it high to show their support and love for Midor. Now please welcome the number 1 contestant, Zhang Ming, to speak. Thunderous applause. The host handed the microphone to Zhang Ming. Thank you to all the fans who support me and like me. I will continue to work hard. Zhang Ming felt a little excited. After all, he had never achieved such results and honors in his previous life. With the help of Midor's unstoppable momentum, he made it into the top 16 and took first place. The other contestants who ranked after Zhang Ming looked a little dissatisfied. He is just a beastmaster. Even if his humanoid species can fight, so what? Why should he be ranked first? Isn't my level of beastmaster, 2 king-level beasts, not enough? Before the host could speak, one of the top 10 contestants in the previous life said with jealous eyes. Zhang Ming ignored this person. Since the referee team chose him as the first place, they naturally saw that Midor had just been promoted to the Star Diamond level, based on the experienced vision of Elder Lin and Venerable Lin. If this point cannot be seen, the 2 great Venerables will certainly not be able to justify it. This ranking is just the initial ranking, and it will not be included in the final ranking of the competition. You will have matches between each other, and it is still unknown who will be the champion. The host then explained, Humph, then I won't accept him either. We are all college students. How can he, a high school student, be ranked ahead of me? Yes, that's right. Why? This player was Wei Dadong, who was ranked 8th. Nanzhan, who was ranked 10th, glanced at him, sneered, and said nothing. That look seemed to say, I'm ranked 10th, what did I say? Faced with the questioning of the contestants, the host also frowned and spoke in a gloomy tone. The initial ranking was decided by the referee team. Do you dare to question the referee team? Question your excellency. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The word venerable is like a heavy mountain pressing on the heart. The status of venerable in the hearts of Chinese people is comparable to that of a god. This already describes an invisible faith. But I still don't understand why he is ahead of me. Wei Dadong, who had spoken just now, spoke in a much softer voice, obviously lacking in confidence. The second person, Wen Tang, opened his mouth and spoke slowly. The reason is very simple. I don't know if you watched the match between him and Long Kong. I would like to ask all the players present here who can guarantee to defeat Long Kong. Even if I face Long Kong, it won't be easy to win. After Wen Tang finished speaking, the rest of the people fell into deep thought, comparing themselves with Long Kong. Long Kong, who was standing at the back, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was very unhappy about being compared with others. He should have been in the top 10 and enjoyed everyone's attention. It was a shame for him. He must win. Take back your own glory. Afterwards, the top 10 players were notified that they would take part in the qualifying round the day after tomorrow, in a one-on-one matching format, 16 into 8, 8 into 4, 4 into 2, and 2 into 1. In this way, they would compete for the final championship in the hall. The competition is still going on, but for Zhang Ming, the victory will be decided in the game the day after tomorrow. Chapter 110, Long Kong's Death. As soon as I left the guild hall, a group of people surrounded me. Demon Lord, please sign for me. Zhang Ming, don't let him get away. There's a large group of men and women behind him, crowded together. Zhang Ming broke into a sweat when he saw this. He had never experienced such a situation. Under Dafei's cover, he crawled onto the ground and managed to get out. Ran out quickly. These fans are so damn passionate. Brother Ming, this group of people are really crazy, Dafei said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Behind them, Anshi and Teacher Lin had already come out and found a restaurant to wait for them. Brother Ming, this way. and she stood at the door and waved at the two of them. Today's game is over. We have one day to rest tomorrow and can fully prepare for the game the day after tomorrow. At the dinner table, the four of them raised their glasses together. Congratulations, Zhang Ming, for getting first place in the top 16. Teacher Lin said happily. Congratulations, Brother Ming. And she said sweetly. This time when drinking, everyone learned their lesson and was not as foolish and bold as last time. They ordered a bottle of red wine. The tall wine glass was swaying in Teacher Lin's slender fingers. The charming fragrance, paired with the crimson red wine, left a special feeling in the heart. There is one thing I don't understand. Why would the referee team hold another revival match? Haven't the top 16 already been selected? Angel said puzzledly. Dafei had his head down and was busy eating, but he raised his head when he heard this topic. I think the main reason lies with Zhang Ming. Teacher Lin said slowly. Me? Zhang Ming pointed at himself and said, That's right. I'm just guessing that the so-called resurrection match should only be held for a few of them. After all, among the players you defeated, there are indeed a few who are very strong. Although they lost one game after 3 consecutive wins, their strength is still enough to make it to the top 16. After all, this competition is also to select outstanding players for the Alliance competition. Only players who are truly strong and can fight and resist can stand out in the Alliance competition. Teacher Lin's words enlightened several people, and it seemed to be the case. But no matter what, the referee team has already announced the top 10 rankings. It's set in stone that we will be in the top 16. Dafei said as he ate. Zhang Ming also understood in his heart that Midor's strength was too amazing. He even defeated Long Kong, who had 5 king-level sub-dragon soul beasts. With his strength, he was definitely qualified to be ranked in the top 10. After dinner, everyone went back to their apartment to rest. Anchi lost one of the 3 games this time and missed the top 16, so she still has to participate in the revival match in the afternoon. Zhang Ming returned to the apartment by himself, while Dafei went back to the hall to watch the resurrection match. I went back to the apartment and took a shower first. Relieve fatigue. He summoned Midor again and ate something casually. Lying on the bed, browsing the Soul Points Redemption Mall. Get ready to pick out an item to add to your wish list. Now the Imperial weapon is still 10 short of repair. It may not seem like much, but if it is converted into soul points, it will still require 1 billion soul points. So he is not planning to change it immediately, but just take a look in advance. Go directly to the column of Horcruxes and Soul Bones. Horcruxes and Soul Bones of various colors and grades are simply too cool. In his eyes, qualification cards are just a small matter now. He still has 5 slots left for his S-level abilities, and he doesn't plan to fill them all at once. After all, qualification cards are not expensive, and he can choose one at any time. Keeping it as a precautionary measure was what he really intended. Mount an 8-finger bone, Naga wings, body protection, Luoxing bracelet, eyeball of the ghost. Looking at the items with strange names in the Redemption Mall, I felt so anxious. Take a look at the price. Good job. The cheapest one costs 80 million soul points. Let's look at the red grade Horcrux bones. Blackword spellbook. Blood and soul, Qilin heart. Xianming fire. Qilin arm. Ancient horn. Snow clam cream. Check out one at random. Ancient horn. A Horcrux made from the double horns on the head of the fire demon. When blown, it can increase one's own health and armor, 75 attack, and 20 movement speed, which lasts for 60 seconds. Qilin arm, the arm of an ancient giant beast from the east in ancient times. Normal attacks can reduce the target's movement speed by 60 and attack speed by 50 for 12 seconds. Mountain Spirit 8 finger bones. Soul bones transform from the finger bones of the Overlord level ferocious beast Mountain Spirit ape. They can be fused and used as materials for soul tools. After fusion, they can increase the strength of one hand. Naga wings, the wings of the Naga clan. The black and white wings represent light and darkness. After fusion, the flight speed is greatly increased, and it comes with an LV3 blood-sucking orb. Look at the soul point again. 300 million soul points. I can't afford it. The Soul Point Exchange Mall is now only unlocked to the red level, and there seem to be 2 more levels that have not been opened. After saving soul points for a period of time, I now have more than 2 million, but it is just enough for him to improve his own soul power level. Now, both Rodin and Yulan need to upgrade their levels and evolve, and his soul power level also needs to be improved. He can only wait until the competition is over and then go to the wild to hunt ferocious beasts to accumulate soul points. Resist the desire in your heart and get the last 10 of the repair value of the Imperial weapon first. Close your eyes and feel sleepy. In a dream, he dreamed that he came to Midor's world, which was very similar to the world he lived in. There were also ferocious beasts, but the ferocious beasts were like ants that could be slaughtered at will. This world has countless races. They attack each other, rob resources, and seek dominance. No words were spoken that night. He didn't even know what time Dafei came back, perhaps because he was too nervous before. But I had a very sound sleep. I wanted to ask Dafei to go for breakfast, but Dafei refused to get up, so I had to go downstairs to eat by myself. Boss, give me 3 baskets of Xylong Bao. In the breakfast shop, diners were talking about yesterday's game. Zhang Ming also heard his name. Did you know that someone died in the resurrection match yesterday afternoon? Someone's dead? Don't you know? Who died? Aren't there rules in the competition that say you can't cause death? Dead people, this topic is quite sensitive. Even if he took action at that time, he did not dare to do it directly on the spot. This was under the premise that he had the support of the Dust Group behind him. It's Long Kong who has 5 subdragon soul beasts. Zhang Ming was a little surprised when he heard the name. The boy from Yulong City? How'd he die? He's quite strong, isn't he? Even if he loses in the competition, he can still be teleported out according to the number badge. You may not believe it if I tell you. It was Yang Qi from Dongmei City, a member of the referee team, who did it. Yang Qi. Isn't he a titled royal beast tamer? How could he possibly do that? I said you didn't believe it. Zhang Ming really didn't know about Long Kong's death, so he quickly opened the smart bracelet on his wrist to check. Really? The latest news reads, Human Spy, Long Kong. Chapter 111 Encounter with Instructor Qin. According to the judgment of the referee team, the real identity of this contestant Long Kong is one of the 5 Dragon Kings, a descendant of the bloodline of the ancient Dragon King. He was judged to be an alien race, and Yang Qi, a member of the referee team, shot him and killed him on the spot. Alien, the report only published a few pictures of the 5 subdragon soul beasts of Long Kong after they merged, as well as the speech of the titled Emperor Yang Qi, and nothing else. As for how it was discovered and how it was judged, there is no mention at all. Zhang Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. The referee team must have intentionally held this resurrection match. As for why, he really couldn't guess the purpose behind it. Perhaps, only by being in that position can you see higher and farther. Zhang Ming still felt a little sorry for Long Kong's death. If he was not an alien, he might have become a powerful beastmaster who opened up new land for mankind in the future. What a pity. But Long Kong's true identity is the descendant of the ancient Dragon King. Doesn't that mean that he has dragon blood flowing in his body? The same situation as that half-demon. No wonder his talent is the dragon language spell, and he can recite the dragon language fluently. After all, Tyrant, the Black Dragon King, one of the ancient titans, is now one of the 5 Dragon Kings, and the relationship between humans and dragons is not very harmonious. In a previous life, the Black Dragon King Tyrant often launched attacks by the dragons under her command. As for anyone who has anything to do with the Dragon Clan, the Chinese high-ranking officials would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let a single one go. Now that humans' living areas are blessed by the power of the Soul List, the ancient titans will never be able to break in. If they want to come in, they can only appear in the form of clones, and their strength will be greatly reduced. Only the ferocious beasts below will harass them from time to time. At best, the ancient titan beasts would attack the cities around humans just like Jura did last time, lest humans forget their existence. However, Zhang Ming still believed that Long Kong's death concealed a secret that he could not see. After thinking for a long time, I decided to give up and think it was useless to worry about it. The referee panel consists of 2 great venerables, Venerable Lin and Old Lin, as well as Old Yi, the master of soul weapons, and 2 titled emperors. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, they have to consider whether they can return alive. In addition, most of the elite armed forces in the Huaxiao region are now concentrated in Longqing. 2 of the latest space carriers were even mobilized to guard the sky. It is equipped with a long-range, star-destroying cannon, and a single shell can severely damage a dominant beast. After eating and drinking, we got up to pay the bill. Just then, a young man with a cold and arrogant look came towards me. War in the south. Nanzhan and Zhang Ming passed each other without any eye contact. Boss, give me 10 baskets of Xiaolong Bao. After sitting down at the south station, he said something shocking. Fuck, this guy doesn't look fat, but he can really eat a lot. Zhang Ming said in his heart. Nanzhan noticed Zhang Ming's strange look, sat up straight, and looked at him. Ow, I can't eat so much, right? Zhang Ming laughed out loud. Yesterday in the guild hall, he saw Nanzhan with a cool look on his face and thought he was an arrogant person. He didn't expect that his hidden attribute was so special. You can eat. Eat as much as you can. I can't beat you in ranking, and I can't beat you in eating buns. Nanzhan picked up a steamed bun and ate it one by one. Zhang Ming smiled and prepared to leave. Another person came in through the door, and his face instantly lit up with joy as soon as he appeared. Instructor Qin. The person who came was Instructor Qin. Zhang Ming. Good boy. You can do it. First place. Haha. The two of them started with a bear hug, without noticing Nanzhan behind them, who had his cheeks stuffed with steamed buns and was looking at them angrily. Uncle, are you here to find me? Or are you here to find a number one? Zhang Ming heard Nanzhan calling him uncle. He looked at Instructor Qin and then at Nanzhan. Qin Zhan is actually Nanzhan's uncle? Huh. Instructor Qin smiled embarrassedly. He pulled Zhang Ming to sit next to Nanzhan, and they ate and chatted. No wonder he ordered 10 baskets of Xylong Bayo. With Instructor Qin's appetite, I'm afraid even 10 baskets would not be enough. What's wrong with you? Are you still mad at your uncle? If you keep acting like this, I'll show you how I'll discipline you. Instructor Qin scolded him coldly, and Nanzhan suddenly became dispirited. Let me introduce you to each other. Nanzhan is my nephew, and this is Zhang Ming whom I mentioned to you. Hello. Nanzhan greeted him indifferently. No wonder both of their names contain the word Zhan. Zhang Ming really didn't know the relationship between Nanzhan and Instructor Qin. Coach Qin, what have you been busy with these days? Confidential mission. Have you eaten, Zhang Ming? I just finished eating. My nephew has always been very arrogant since he was young. But as arrogant as he is actually very easy to get along with. You two are about the same age, so you can communicate more in the future. Nanzhan, like him, is a high school student, but like him, he also made it to the top 16, which is enough to show that he is quite strong. After all, there's only a 1 or 2 year age difference between high school and college. I've mentioned you to him before, so he's never convinced. He said, how can we know who's stronger without competing? It just so happens that there's an opportunity this time. If you two brothers are destined to be together, you may very well be a match. Instructor Qin said with a smile that he was very happy to see that the two young people were so outstanding. After dinner, I'll take a break today, so I can cook for you too. I heard the word small stove. Nanzhan's face darkened instantly. Zhang Ming, who didn't understand why, also had a bad feeling. Seeing Instructor Qin staring at Nanzhan, he swallowed. Uncle, can you wait until I finish the competition? Nanzhan's voice was not loud, and his expression now was nothing like the arrogant young man on the court. No, it's better to sharpen your sword before the battle. You must practice. Instructor Qin's face tightened, and he scolded sternly. Nanzhan lost his temper. Zhang Ming also silently agreed. After dinner, I followed Instructor Qin to the Combat Conference Center in the central area of Longqing. This building concentrates the most advanced technology in the Huaxiao area. It is not only an ordinary office building, but also a defensive fortress. Various black tech weapons can be seen everywhere. Of course, Instructor Qin only took the two of them into the civilian area, open to the public. I have watched the battle videos of both of you. Although the soul beasts are quite powerful, you both have a common weakness and made the same mistake. Nanzhan and Zhang Ming pricked up their ears and looked at Instructor Qin in confusion. As beastmasters, we control soul beasts to fight. The stronger the soul beast, the stronger we are. This is already deeply understood by everyone. But you two have neglected to improve your own combat power. Don't think that when your beast taming level increases in the future, your soul power will change your physical fitness and give you stronger strength. With your physique, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to summon soul beasts when facing a powerful opponent. Do you understand what I mean? Clear. Clear. They both agreed. The competition is not only to select excellent beastmasters, but also to hone your coordination with soul beasts. In this regard, Zhang Ming did quite well in the battle and knew how to use soul weapons to attack the opponent's beastmaster. Hearing his uncle exaggerating, Nanzhan curled his lips. I don't have a Horcrux. You don't have a Horcrux, but why don't you make good use of your powers? Every time a battle starts, you want to dig a hole and crawl into it. Is your S-level power for watching? Why can't you just jump on him and beat up your opponent? Although I don't object to the conservative fighting method, you are my nephew, and you must learn the offensive fighting method from me. After being scolded by Instructor Qin, Nanzhan hung his face, unable to refute. I'm going to give you a little lesson today and teach you, too, how to develop your physical potential. The two of them widened their eyes and became interested. Instructor Qin took out a yellowed booklet from his arms and showed it to the two of them. Ding! Automatic recognition starts. Confirmed item is Chapter 1, 12, Ultra Instinct. Confirmed item, Ultra Instinct. On the yellowed booklet, there were 5 small characters written in ancient official script. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan both opened their eyes wide, their faces full of curiosity. In his previous life, although he had heard that in ancient ruins, a technique was discovered that could be practiced by humans to enhance their physical fitness, this was also a secret of the Alliance and had never been made public. Now look at this yellow booklet. It even alarmed the system, and he realized that this martial art called Ultra Instinct must be extraordinary. Instructor Qin acted mysterious and passed the booklet to the 2 men for them to circulate. Zhang Ming, do you still remember the Emperor plan I mentioned to you before? The Emperor's project? That's right, from now on, I officially declare it. Hearing Instructor Qin's serious voice, the 2 men quickly stood still. Zhang Ming, Nanzhan, become members of the Emperor Project. Zhang Ming, codename Hunter. Nanzhan, codename Saber. Instructor Qin smiled knowingly and looked at Zhang Ming. Nanzhan's expression was solemn. Although he had also heard of the Emperor plan, he did not expect to have the honor of becoming a part of it. Ultra Instinct is one step in the Emperor's plan. You should read it carefully and remember it carefully. I will only give you 1 hour. If you cannot memorize it this time, you will have to wait until the competition is over and you officially join the Emperor team to get a copy. Yes. The 2 answered in unison. Turn the pages together. Start from page 1 and memorize it. Not only are there words, but there are also pictures of the human body, marking each acupoint and how to use one's own energy. Extremely mysterious. Zhang Ming opens the devil's eye and reads quickly. As the pages were slowly turned, the devil's eye quickly scanned each page like a scanner, which surprised Nanzhan, standing next to him. He had just memorized the 3rd page when Zhang Ming had already finished reading the entire book. Although this booklet has only a dozen pages and can be memorized by force with the sole power of a beastmaster, it is the first time that Nanzhan has seen such a fast speed. It really surprised him. Instructor Qin, I have memorized everything. Zhang Ming's mind was now constantly replaying the method of practicing Ultra Instinct, as if it was imprinted in his heart, and he could use it with just a little understanding. Then let me test you. How many levels does Ultra Instinct have? It's divided into 4 stages in total. Oh, then tell me about these 4 stages. Good. Looking at the confident Zhang Ming, Nanzhan stopped remembering and was quite shocked. The original meaning of Ultra Instinct is a way for humans to train their bodies for combat. The first stage is perception. Sense the flowing qi around you. Use the qi to judge the enemy's strength, the method and trajectory of the attack, and make a judgment in the first time. Especially after reaching the Beast Taming Grandmaster, you can counterattack more quickly, greatly improve your combat power. Good. What about the second phase? Instructor Qin crossed his arms and nodded secretly. The second stage is being at ease. The appearance will change, and the various parts of the body will perform conditioned reflexes without the need for any brain thinking. The movement speed and reaction ability will be accelerated to the maximum extent. The body and consciousness will be separated, allowing each part of the body to transcend instinct to perceive the danger around and take action. If you can achieve the level of ease in the second stage, you can fight against king-level beasts. The third stage is the ultimate intention. This stage is more accurately called a state. The meaning of the state is different for each person, so it is difficult to explain in detail. The final stage is to control the gods. When you reach the final stage, in ancient Chinese, it is called the unity of man and nature. The body and mind become one with the universe. The description in the exercises is also very vague. To be precise, is a state of mind. You are absolutely right. Instructor Qin praised. Generally speaking, being able to cultivate the first stage of Ultra Instinct is already the limit for most people, and those who can cultivate to the second stage are even rarer. In the early stages of Ultra Instinct, the focus is on physical training. From the second stage onwards, the focus is on artistic conception. Artistic conception is too vague. It cannot be seen or touched. It is nowhere to be found. It is not like the soul power level automatically awakens the ability, so it can only be realized through understanding. However, it is recorded in the literature that any beastmaster who practices the ultra instinct will have a combat power that is superior to that of ordinary beastmasters. So you too must practice diligently. Instructor Qin, what stage are you at now? Zhang Ming asked, and Nanzhan also looked at Instructor Qin curiously. I have just entered the second stage. I am free. Every time I use my appearance, it changes, and it doesn't last long. It takes too much energy on my spirit body. Can you show us? Can. Instructor Qin stepped back a few steps. Suddenly, gas exploded from his body. A huge momentum came over him, and Instructor Qin's hair and pupils turned all silver. It was magical, and Instructor Qin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of bright light. Instructor Qin, who was in a comfortable state, was extremely fast, and his figure was like Midor. He disappeared from his spot in an instant and punched hard, smashing the huge rock in the training hall with one punch. There was an infrared net in the training hall. Instructor Qin entered it. With nimble steps and agile posture, he moved freely in the infrared net at an extremely fast speed, which surprised the two people who watched it. There was a sudden explosion of air under his feet, and Instructor Qin actually flew into the air. This is also one of the advantages of Ultra Instinct, the ability to stay in the air for a short period of time. Instructor Qin then released his Ultra Instinct, slowly descended and spoke. Although Ultra Instinct is divided into 4 stages, each stage is divided into entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. I'm only at the beginning of the second stage, and it puts a great strain on my body. It can only be used as a trump card in a critical moment. Instructor Qin said this, and the two of them nodded. No matter what, Ultra Instinct as a human cultivation method passed down from ancient times has indeed opened another door for them that they have never seen before. Since the soul list appeared, humans have awakened their soul qualifications and become beastmasters. Until now, they have neglected the cultivation of their own bodies, relying entirely on the soul power to transform their bodies after the beast taming level has been improved. However, when fighting in cooperation with soul beasts, humans are only in a passive defensive state. After all, the key to a beastmaster lies in the person. As long as the person is there, the soul beast will be there. When the person dies, the soul beast will automatically return to the soul beast space, and the soul beast space will collapse and dissipate, destroying the world. The reason why the 4 major regions of the Alliance are committed to developing high-tech equipment is to solve this shortcoming. Whether it is a soul weapon or a soul bone, it is to enhance the strength of human beings so that they can protect themselves from harm to a greater extent in future battles with ferocious beasts. You two will sit here in meditation today. I will instruct you. First, feel the existence of qi. After you get into the first stage, you can practice independently. After Instructor Qin finished speaking, he began to guide the two people step by step to start practicing. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan sat in meditation with their eyes closed, following the methods of Ultra Instinct and feeling the energy around them. Chapter 113, Promise with Nanzhan. As soon as you enter into meditation, the methods of Jizai Jiagang will automatically start to operate in your body. It seemed as if there was really an invisible air moving slowly. The 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses are all opened at this moment. Although I closed my eyes, I could clearly feel the air flowing in the air. Instructor Qin's anger, the spirit of the Southern War. There are also various gases floating in the air, invisible and elusive, yet so clear. Instructor Qin was surprised to see Zhang Ming get into the state so quickly. Nanzhan opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Ming, obviously not finding this feeling yet. Instructor Qin was very satisfied with Zhang Ming's performance. Being able to sense the qi in such a short time was enough to be considered a gifted talent. The first stage is perception. Zhang Ming felt at this moment like an elf bathing in the wind. With the wind, all the subtle changes in the scenes of all the surrounding objects were presented in his mind. This feeling was like the scene after opening the devil's eye. However, it is different from the devil's eyes in that the former sees first and then reacts and judges. The latter perceives it directly and makes judgments subconsciously. Although the difference is very slight. But at the critical moment, he still understood that a slight mistake can lead to a huge difference. Instructor Qin deliberately walked behind Zhang Ming and then punched him. Zhang Ming, who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed, suddenly felt Instructor Qin's attack. He reacted subconsciously, turned his body to the side to avoid the attack, and then opened his eyes. Instructor Qin? Huh, not bad. You are the student who can enter the state of practicing Ultra Instinct the fastest that I have ever seen. Although Nanzhan was a little angry and unwilling before the war, he now admires Zhang Ming in his heart. He had just sat in meditation for a long time and didn't sense any energy at all, not to mention sensing Instructor Qin appearing behind him. After realizing the power of Ultra Instinct, Nanzhan made up his mind that he must sense the qi today. When you go back, maintain this state and sense the energy of everyone. When you can use it in combat, it means you have achieved some success. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Instructor Qin said with a smile. Zhang Ming nodded, closed his eyes, and practiced Ultra Instinct again. It was as if the Ultra Instinct had been memorized by his body. As long as he began to practice it, it would operate on its own like the Soul Power Manual, without his having to activate it deliberately. It was already afternoon. After 2 hours of meditation, Nanzhan also felt the existence of qi. This feeling is so magical and hard to describe. No wonder one can be comparable to a king-level beast after practicing the second stage of Ultra Instinct. This terrifying perception alone is enough to predict all dangers and dodge them, ensuring one's invincibility. It's simply amazing. The wisdom of our ancient ancestors is truly unimaginable. In the afternoon, Instructor Qin received a phone call and left, and Zhang Ming and Nanzhan continued to practice. It was getting dark. The two of them became familiar with each other, and Nanzhan took the initiative to invite him to eat noodles. "Let's go together," Nanzhan said. Zhang Ming nodded in response. They randomly found a noodle shop and sat down by themselves, not knowing how to start conversation. You. They both spoke at the same time, wanting to ask the other question, and it seemed that they both had their own doubts in their minds. "You ask first," Zhang Ming said. Nanzhan said after taking a bite of noodles. "My uncle always praised you in front of me before, but I didn't accept it. Although you practiced faster than me today, I still don't accept you." After hearing this, Zhang Ming was not angry at all, but smiled instead. "I've also heard Instructor Qin praise you, but we've never competed. If we have a chance tomorrow, we must have a match." "Real? Has my uncle ever praised me in front of you?" Nanzhan widened his eyes and said curiously. Nanzhan has been trained in various ways by Qinzhan since he was a child. He feels hatred and fear towards Qinzhan, but also respects him immensely. The position of Qinzhan in Nanzhan's heart is indescribable. Being recognized by Qinzhan is the honor that Nanzhan most wants. Hearing this, Nanzhan quickly took 2 big gulps of noodles and smiled happily. The previously arrogant and spoiled Nanzhan now took off all his appearances and revealed his truest side. Zhang Ming smiled and said nothing, but he did not dare to underestimate Nanzhan's strength. Although he is ranked 10th, Nanzhan is second to none in terms of both beast taming level and soul beasts. It is natural for him to be a little arrogant. Moreover, the Nan family behind Nanzhan is also a major family in the Chinese region. Nanzhan is a person who is not good at expressing himself, but he is not offensive either. The two ate a bowl of noodles, smiled at each other, and made an appointment to attend the big competition tomorrow. "Zhang Ming, how about we make a bet?" Nanzhan said with a smile. "What bet?" "If we meet in a competition, whoever wins will be recognized as the big brother. Do you dare?" "Why not? What if we didn't meet?" "If we haven't met, then we can compete in private. Whoever wins will be recognized as the big brother. No regrets." "Good." The two of them high-fived each other and made a common agreement. On the way back, Zhang Ming was still thinking about the young man Nanzhan. He was quite interesting, the typical tsundere boy, but he was tough and had to prove himself with actual actions. But this kind of person has no bad intentions. After all, he is Instructor Qin's nephew. If a student taught by Instructor Qin's iron-fisted and impartial teaching methods dares to harbor evil intentions, Instructor Qin will probably be the first one to kill him. Return to the apartment. Continue to sit on the bed and practice Ultra Instinct. After practicing for an afternoon, Zhang Ming discovered that practicing Ultra Instinct could actually replace sleep, and after practicing for an hour or two, he would feel refreshed and not feel sleepy at all. Moreover, when practicing the Ultimate Instinct, the speed of the Soul Power Book will also increase. Normally, he only gains soul points once every 15 seconds. However, when practicing Ultra Instinct, he gained twice as many soul points as usual. This discovery surprised him. Continue practicing immediately. In another bedroom, Dafei's breath was exhaled and fell in an orderly manner, and Taelong's breath also appeared clearly in Zhang Ming's mind. Suddenly, he thought that if he gave the ultra instinct to Midor, it would also be effective. Summon Midor. Owner. Midora wiped his unopened eyes, probably sleeping. Midor, I will now teach you a practice method. After saying that, he used pen and paper to write down the ultra instinct that he had memorized in his mind and showed it to Midor. Oh, is this ultra instinct? Midor said the name at a glance, which surprised Zhang Ming a little. Do you recognize him? Midor already knows how to do it, but I don't know how to teach you, Master. All right, then go to sleep. Master, I want to sleep here. Although I imagine the soul beast space to be like a room, it's so lonely. I want to sleep with you, Master. Looking at Midora's innocent expression, he agreed to her. Midor slept in bed while he continued to practice. After one night, Zhang Ming felt relaxed and at ease. He felt that if he maintained this state, it would not take more than a few days for him to achieve some success and be able to use the method of sensing qi in battle. The ranking competition starts today to determine the final top 16 and compete for the championship. Zhang Ming finished his meal early and came to the clubhouse, waiting for the competition to begin. Chapter 114, Thunder Sword Lion Beast. In the guild hall, the host grabbed the rope and landed in the center in a very cool manner, with all the spotlights gathered in the center. Hello, dear audience friends. It's great to see you all again. In the guild hall, Zhang Ming noticed dozens of new faces and opponents he had defeated. After yesterday's resurrection match, there are 23 people again. Let's welcome them with warm applause. According to the rediscussion of the competition organizing committee, today's competition has been decided to be a ring match system, with the top 16 players as the defending players. You can choose your opponents and challenge them. The venue of the competition is here. After each challenge, the competition will provide quick recovery potions to restore the soul and physical strength of the defending players, so there is no need to worry about overconsumption in the round-robin battles. The players who finally stand on the stage will be the final 16, and the champion of the tournament will also be chosen in the ring match. Who can stand to the end? Who is the winner? The competition begins. The timer is 10 hours. During this time, you can challenge any of them. Each match cannot exceed 1 hour. If there is no winner, the referee will decide the winner. Are the players ready? Ready. About 50 people agreed in unison. Then, 16 large arenas appeared in the middle of the hall, surrounded by a layer of transparent protective shield. Each arena was the size of a basketball court, large enough for the contestants to perform. As a first place, Zhang Ming walked onto the number 1 stage. Zhang Ming's portrait and number lit up on the screen on ring number 1, waiting for all defenders to come on stage and the challenge to begin. Soon someone challenged it. I want to challenge the top 16, Zhou Jie. A handsome young man pointed at the young man on the stage, shouted loudly, and then jumped onto the stage. The two men confronted each other. Each of them summoned a soul beast. Beginning a Baidu. Within 5 minutes, the challenger was defeated. The opponent pressed his number badge and automatically teleported him out of the ring. The victory was decided in an instant with overwhelming strength. The defender did not even use the recovery potion and continued to wait for the challenger. Having just demonstrated his strength, the contestants below were eager to try, but they were also worried about their own lack of strength and were hesitant to initiate the challenge. I'll do it. Another contestant jumped onto the stage. It's Qi Peng. It's still a challenge on stage number 16. The two summoned soul beasts. Qi Peng's demonic horn black dragon launched the first attack. The dark and sharp demonic horns directly knocked the opponent's soul beast to the ground with brute force. Qi Peng seemed to have made a lot of progress in this fight than before. Although the opponent was also a star diamond level soul beast, his demon horn black dragon relied on its brute force to pin the opponent's soul beast to the border barrier. Although the barrier prevented it from falling, the intense squeezing made the soul beast scream in pain. Qi Peng also took advantage of this opportunity and launched an attack on the beastmaster. With one punch, he sent the opponent, who was hiding far away, flying several meters away. In a hurry, it was too late to call on the soul beast to protect its master. Qi Peng had already pressed his number badge with his finger. Challenge successful. Occupy the 16th stage. Qi Peng looked at the contestants below with pride, as if to prove his strength. The judging panel witnessed Qi Peng's strength, secretly scored him, and made an overall assessment. This young man is obviously more of an offensive type. He's quick and powerful. His overall strength is AB+. What do you think? As for whether he can be sent to participate in the alliance competition, we'll decide after the competition is over. Can. The 5 members of the judging panel discuss together and determine Peng's score. Seeing someone successfully win the competition, the contestants who were discouraged just now suddenly became motivated. Each of them chose to challenge a contestant who was not much different from themselves, but the top 5 remained unchallenged. Zhang Ming sat in meditation, practicing the ultimate instinct. The surrounding qi appeared in his mind like an image. All people's qi surrounded him. Feeling the changes in the gas, he could clearly predict the next move against his opponent's qi. Zhang Ming, I want to challenge you. Zhang Ming opened his eyes. This energy was not unfamiliar to him. It was the Southern War. Nanzhan smiled and stepped onto the stage. Just now 2 small fish and shrimp challenged me. I just dealt with them. I want to challenge you during the break. Nanzhan said with confidence. Okay, how is your soul power recovering now? You just went through a battle, and your mental strength should not have recovered yet. I am willing to wait for you to recover. Need not. I'm in peak condition now. I just warmed up. I'm going to beat you now. You're quite arrogant, come on. Zhang Ming prepared for battle. They each summoned a soul beast. A majestic and powerful soul beast in the shape of a lion suddenly appeared behind Nanzhan. It was somewhat similar to Instructor Qin's golden lion beast. It was covered in heavy armor and armed to the teeth. It was a simple soul beast armor. Moreover, its minions are equipped with metal horcruxes to increase the damage. Thunder Sword, Lion Beast. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, Thunder Sword. Level, King level 4 stars. Skill, Thunder Strike. Sword teeth penetrate the golden sword rain, increasing the power. Introduction, Thunder Sword Leomon. Evolved from Leomon, controls the powerful force of thunder, can effectively paralyze the opponent and cause a fatal blow with great force and extremely fast speed. After activating the innate Thunder Sword, it can condense a sword forged by thunder to attack the opponent. As soon as this more than 10-meter-long Thunder Sword Lion Beast appeared, its lion roar was deafening and echoed throughout the venue. Countless viewers witnessed this cool soul beast and couldn't help but stand up and watch. Aren't you going to summon one? Zhang Ming said with some confusion. Nanzhan laughed and said, the Thunder Sword Lion Beast is already my strongest soul beast. 5 king-level subdragons were defeated by you. The soul beasts I have left are only at the star diamond level. So I am willing to use the strongest soul beast to compete with you. Okay, Zhang Ming responded. Midor shows up. The current Midor is already a 1-star diamond level and was comparable to the king-level soul beasts. Zhang Ming also wanted to see Midor's current strength. When Nanzhan saw Midor appear, he realized in his heart that he would definitely lose. But despite this, he still wanted to fight. Only after fighting can you understand the gap between you and him and where you lost. Midor, come on. All right, master. Midor transforms. The whole audience was boiling. In the form of Satan the Witch, Midora is tall, with a long devil tail swinging behind her, devil wings spread out behind her, and she looks at the thunder saber-tooth with evil eyes. The saber-tooth instantly feels an invisible pressure looming over it. Nanzhan raised his right hand. A golden light fell on the thunder saber-tooth. S-level superpower, burning aura. I saw that the thunder saber-tooth was covered in a circle of flaming halo, and its silver-white hair was painted with a fiery red. Midor licked his lips and smiled. The figure disappeared. Chapter 1, 15 Steel Gorilla Beast. When it appeared again, it had already reached the fangs of the thunder saber-tooth. Midor gathered his strength in his right hand, and a ball of purple-black energy accompanied his punch. A heavy blow hit the saber-tooth's jaw. A hard fall. The saber-toothed beast was blown away. Nanzhan was stunned. Although I knew in my heart that Zhang Ming's humanoid creature was very powerful, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Although he was only a beast tamer, he had put all his resources into training the saber-tooth to the king level, but he never expected that it would be knocked away by one punch. This is a saber-toothed beast with a blessing of a burning halo. Is it so vulnerable? Thunder and lightning flashed on the body of the thunder saber-tooth, mixed with a halo of fire. After falling to the ground, it immediately stood up and pounced towards Midor fiercely. Midor didn't give the thunder saber-tooth any chance to breathe. 3 balls of light appeared in the devil's claws one after another. Dark flow. The saber-toothed beast was burned black. He shook his head violently, looking stunned. He continued to pounce forward, with his fur standing on end, and launched a rain of golden swords. A bunch of thorn-like hairs attacked Midoro like an overwhelming force. Midor held his right wrist with his left hand, outlining a purple-black barrier to block all attacks. Not only Nanzhan looked desperate, even the others were frightened, especially when Tang on the number 2 stage, who could not stop observing with his eyes, frowning, and it was unknown what method he was thinking of. So strong, Midor spread his demon wings and flew into the air, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the shield. He gathered a large amount of purple-black energy in his hands and sent a shockwave at the Thunder Sabertooth. The Thunder Sabertooth became alert and activated its talent, the Thunder Sword. A sharp sword condensed by the power of thunder collided fiercely with the shockwave. Sparks flew in the air. After a burst of thick smoke, Midor grabbed the dizzy Thunder Sabertooth with one hand and appeared at some point, but the battle was over. Nanzhan was convinced at this time. There was also envy in his eyes. The humanoid species is really too powerful. This feeling of oppression is suffocating. I lost, and I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The first place in this competition, Zhang Ming, must be you. Nanzhan smiled helplessly. Thank you. Zhang Ming smiled and didn't say much. Nanzhan admitted defeat, walked down the stage, and returned to stage number 10. Those who have seen Zhang Ming's strength are even more afraid to challenge him, and can only challenge the weaker contestants behind him. On the referee's stand, the referees nodded. Zhang Ming's humanoid talent is very strong. Although it is an epic bloodline, it is already comparable to a legendary bloodline. Once this potential is cultivated, he will become one of China's great war gods in the future. Yes, I agree with Mr. Lin's opinion. Zhang Ming's overall strength is S+. What do you think? No. After Elder Yi, Reverend Lin, and Xiao Shan finished speaking, only Yang Qi remained silent. I think S should qualify, S+, and that depends on what happens after he fights Wen Tang. Can. Then let's call it S for now. The game continues. The top 10 were all challenged, but without exception, they all successfully defended their titles. Only the rankings after the top 10 keep changing. Finally, it was stabilized in the hands of several players. There are not many players left who have not launched a challenge. As long as the waiting time is over, the ranking of the top 16 of this competition will be finalized. Almost half of the time had passed. The contestants who failed in the challenge have no hope anymore, while the remaining contestants who have not challenged continue to wait and see. I want to challenge arena number 1. The sound came from ring number 8. Wei Dadong. Zhang Ming opened his eyes, looked at the man, and stood up. Zhang Ming, I have now figured out your strength. Apart from the powerful humanoid beast, the remaining 2 soul beasts are only 1 diamond and 1 gold level. I have 2 king-level soul beasts. I am now fully confident that I can defeat you. Wei Dadong crossed his arms and said proudly. Everyone turned their heads to look at Wei Dadong. I wonder where he got such confidence from. Wei Dadong is an academy student, a little older, at the level of a beastmaster, with 2 king-level soul beasts of around 4 stars. His supernatural talent is not S-level, so he can only be considered an upper-middle-level player. Wei Dadong walked on a stage number 1. Zhang Ming didn't even bother to look at this kind of person. Midor was not recalled, but simply canceled his transformed state and stayed with Zhang Ming. Wei Dadong smiled strangely, signaling him to let Midor transform. Although Zhang Ming didn't take the other party seriously, there must be something fishy behind this weird smile, so he'd better be careful. After waiting for Midor to transform, Wei Dadong calmly summoned the Soul Beast with a look of confidence in victory. 4 Soul Beasts appeared on the scene. One is an earth-shaking bull that is over 10 meters tall, one is a beetle soul beast covered in red copper armor, and the other 2 are the Snow Mountain Gibbon and the Iron Gorilla. Earth-shaking bull. Bloodline Lord. Talent, the power to move mountains. Level, King level 4 stars. Skills, bull-like force, savage charge, crazy trampling, charging into battle positions, shaking the earth. Introduction, a wild bull living in the grasslands of southern Qinghai. It has amazing strength and can carry objects several times its own weight. It has a bad temper and is good at attacking the opponent with its horns and body. Its weaknesses are abdomen and eyes. Earthquake bug. Bloodline Lord. Talent, low-frequency sound waves. Level, Star Diamond 4 stars. Skills, earthquake, buzz transmission, harassment, weak, electric stimulation. Introduction, an insect species that lives in the crater of a volcano. It is not afraid of high temperatures, has a hard shell, and has a strong ability to resist sharp attacks. It can create low-frequency noise to interfere with the target's judgment and make it enter a dizzy state. It is an auxiliary soul beast. Weaknesses: freezing, ultrasound. Snow mountain gibbon. Bloodline rare. Talent super strength. Level star diamond 4 stars. Skills: rock climbing long arm, fist snowball cover mountain collapse fist. Introduction: the gibbon living in the snow-capped mountains in the north mutated after a catastrophe and has amazing strength. It can tear its prey apart with its bare hands. It is cruel by nature and can use weapons to attack like humans. It has a strong learning ability. Iron Gorillamon. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, alloy body. Level, king level 2 stars. Skills, banana peel slide, dark energy bomb, Caesar's fist, deathlight, thunderbolt sword. Introduction: a synthetic beast transformed by human technology. Its body is made of super alloy metal. It is not afraid of high temperature or severe cold. Its super strong defense can even withstand quantum cannons. It has infinite strength, a playful and arrogant personality, and is ruthless in its attacks. Its weakness: arrogance. It doesn't take anything seriously. For soul beasts appeared. Wei Dadong was very proud. A synthetic beast? Zhang Ming noticed the last soul beast and became somewhat concerned. The name synthetic beast also came out of nowhere in the previous life. It is an enhanced version of soul beast created by combining human black technology with soul beasts. Some soul beasts are even equipped with cannons and flying vehicles, and their combat power has increased by leaps and bounds. But these alone may not be enough to defeat him. Then let you feel the dark shadow soul of Midor, Zhang Ming said calmly. Chapter 116. The Power of the Dark Shadow Soul. In the arena, the atmosphere was tense. Looking at Zhang Ming's confident smile, Wei Dadong felt a little uncomfortable. I was worried. Although everyone has witnessed Midor's strength, some people just refuse to believe it unless they experience it themselves. Very stubborn. Wei Dadong is confident that he is stubborn, and his Iron Gorilla Beast is even more stubborn. No matter how powerful your humanoid species is, you can never break the defense of my Iron Gorilla Beast, Wei Dadong said in his heart. He was extremely confident in the alloy appearance of Iron Gorillamon. At the beginning, his soul beast was chosen as a synthetic beast experiment, and it actually changed the soul beast talent. He tested it with his own eyes and found that even the quantum cannon could not penetrate the alloy defense of Gorillamon. So even though the humanoids are powerful, he still has confidence in his heart. Zhang Ming did not underestimate the enemy and really wanted to use Wei Dadong as a whetstone. Try out Midor's new transformation skills and see what abilities they possess. After all, the soul of Satan is already so powerful, let alone after absorbing the dark shadow demon's demon armor. Suddenly, long and floating black ink lines emanated from Midor's body. Without the previous passionate and violent aura, it was as if a layer of ink was wantonly splashed. Midor was wrapped in black shadows from head to toe and began to change. The black armor had no decoration and was draped on Midor, with a half-armor cloak draped over his shoulders. A strange pattern appeared on his forehead, and 2 huge horns shaped like bull horns grew out from both ends of his forehead. Unlike the transformed appearance of Satan's soul, Midor's body mostly remains human. Only her hair falls naturally, hanging below her ears. At the moment of transformation, a heavy aura pressed down on the 4 soul beasts. Led by Metal Gorillamon, the other soul beasts roared and declared war on Midor. Compared to the heaviness of Satan's soul, the dark shadow soul gives people a ghostly feeling. Midor smiled evilly. This smile seems to have become Midor's iconic smile. The figure flashed. There was no trace of Midor anywhere. Zhang Ming rode Rodden to keep a distance from Midor, feeling his aura. He opened the devil's eye and was still unable to find him. It's not invisible. Suddenly, Midor's energy disappeared. It was like sinking into darkness, silent and without a trace. Wei Dadong kept his eyes fixed on the arena, not caring about anything else, and ordered the 4 soul beasts to launch the attack first. The earth-shaking bull stomped on the ring, causing the air to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Following this, a beetle more than 1 meter long came flying from the back of the bull, flapping its wings rapidly. Go straight to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming took out the god-killing hydra, suddenly stretched it out and stabbed it into the ground. Using the god-killing spear to support himself on the ground, he jumped onto the earth-shaking bull. This move shocked Wei Dadong. This is tantamount to going deep into the enemy camp. Zhang Ming smiled knowingly and looked at Wei Dadong. This smile was like a steel needle, piercing deeply into Wei Dadong's heart. The arena was suddenly enveloped by endless darkness. It was like the sky suddenly turned dark. Both sides were bathed in darkness, and eerie laughter came from all directions. In the dark, Wei Dadong screamed in pain as if he was punched by someone and fell to the ground. Midler appeared in front of Wei Dadong at some point and strangled his neck tightly. Wei Dadong's pupils constricted. It was not until now that he realized how big the gap in strength between the two sides was. It turns out that the other party has been playing with him all along. They didn't take him seriously at all. All they did was just to scare him and make fun of him. Attack! Attack! The frightened Wei Dadong gave orders to the four-soul beasts in a hurry. The four-soul beast's vision was blocked, and they attacked in the darkness. The Snow Mountain Gibbon and the Iron Gorilla Beast had no choice but to stand there stupidly because they had no target. If you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. You're playing tricks on me. I won't accept it. Midor, give him a chance, and make him admit defeat sincerely. Zhang Ming's voice came from behind. Okay, master. Midor raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a playful look. The darkness lifted. Midor's graceful figure appeared in front of Wei Dadong, and at this moment, she was like a devil. 4 against 1 is a little unfair, kid. Midor leaned forward, her bright red lips extremely tempting. Midor stood still and clapped his hands lightly. Suddenly, more than a dozen black shadows appeared from the ground, condensed into shape, stood up, and transformed into human form. Each of the human-shaped shadows was wearing black warrior attire and holding strange-shaped weapons in their hands. The Shadow Legion? Zhang Ming remembered that this was one of Capricorn's skills. Although he had not seen him use it, he guessed that after Midor took over the Black Shadow Demon, he must have inherited this skill. There are a total of 17 Shadow Warriors. Wei Dadong was stunned. Is this also considered a skill? Superior. Midor clapped his hands lightly and gave orders. 17 Black Shadow Warriors moved quickly and lightly, surrounding the four-soul beasts and launching a burst of attacks. All kinds of moves seemed to be innate, and every Shadow Warrior is like a martial arts master, fighting hand-to-hand with the Snow Mountain Gibbon and the Iron Gorilla. But because the Shadow Warrior has an illusory body, he can transform into a black shadow every time to avoid attacks. Midor stood there leisurely with a pipe in his hand. He looked charming and enchanting as he exhaled smoke, which even surprised Zhang Ming. Is it any wonder that Midor's personality changes every time he transforms? Wei Dadong was so anxious that sweat drops like soybeans were falling. The Shadow Warrior fought with the four-soul beasts. Not just him. Even the audience outside the venue exclaimed that it was amazing. Soul beasts can summon fighters to join the battle, and even the referee team is watching this arena with great interest. The ability of this Black Shadow Soul is quite interesting. It seems that apart from the undead species being able to summon their own kind to assist in battle, this is the first time I've seen this. An old man in elegant clothes on the referee's stand said with excitement. His eyes lit up. This humanoid has a mysterious origin. I originally wanted to release her to elicit her origins, but I didn't expect this guy to take her down. I got a great bargain. However, he was able to develop the potential of the humanoid to this point, which shows his ability. Old Lin sat in the middle, pretending to appreciate Zhang Ming's expression, and spoke in a deep tone. Mr. Lin is right. This kid's S+ is too low. He should be rated SS. Steel Gorillamon was forced into a corner. The alloy shell withstood all attacks. Although the Black Shadow Warrior was helpless, the Iron Gorilla Beast could not destroy the Black Shadow Warrior either. The Earthshaker Bull and the Earthquake Bug had already been besieged by the Black Shadow Warrior and driven back to the Soul Beast space. Only the Snow Mountain Gibbon and the Iron Gorilla were left on the ring, struggling to their death. Midor blew out a smoke ring. With an impatient expression on his face, he waved his hand to dismiss the Shadow Warriors, then turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the ground. Bang! A loud bang. Midor suddenly appeared in front of the Snow Mountain Gibbon and hit him with a knee. Directly knocked the Snow Mountain Gibbon away. Without waiting for Midor to turn around, a black beam of lightning came towards them. It was the Deathlight Thunderbolt sword of Iron Gorillamon. Midor actually reached out and caught it. Look back and turn around. Holding the beam of light in his hand, he hit the outer shell of the Iron Gorillamon. A few cracks appeared. I give up. I give up. Wei Dadong shouted loudly when he saw this. Chapter 117 Appearance. Terrifying synthetic beast. Wei Dadong walked off the stage with a sad face. Everyone witnessed Zhang Ming's strength, and their faces showed rich expressions. I want to challenge, but I can't beat him. Nanzhan applied to challenge Wei Dadong and started a sprint towards the top few. Zhang Ming did not consume too much soul power in this game. Looking at Midor's comfortable and relaxed look, it seemed that he did not even use his real strength. He knew that the Dark Shadow Demon had a chain and a battle axe. The real demon power must be as good as the soul of Satan. One is the power of the devil, and the other is the power of the demon. They are all as powerful as the ancient titans. It is the power that humans have been pursuing and exploring to this day. Midor, who combined the two powers in one, snuggled up to Zhang Ming and gently blew out smoke rings, causing the crowd outside to explode. Cheers and screams, one after another. Goddess! Wow, I love you. Dark Shadow Goddess. Midor is almost becoming a soul beast star. After this competition, not many people know Zhang Ming, but they are all very familiar with Midor's nicknames: Satan, Witch, and Shadow Goddess. Zhang Ming conserved his energy and closed his eyes to relax. He knew in his heart that there would be a battle between him and Wentang. As for the remaining contestants, if he were not arrogant, I'm afraid that even if they were tied together, they would not be enough for Midor to defeat. He has the confidence, and Midor also has the strength. Wentang's expression was calm, neither anxious nor impatient. I looked at the time and saw that there was still halftime left. I want to challenge Zhang Ming. Wentang stood up and said. Zhang Ming smiled and stood up out of politeness. I can wait for you and your soul beast to rest, and then fight me in full body posture. Wentang said, okay, but it didn't take much out of me just now. We can start now. After hearing this, Wentang did not respond, but just smiled faintly. Walk towards stage number 1. At this moment, the host's voice appeared. Is this the most exciting game today? Ring number 1 and ring number 2 are finally going to fight. The mechanical madman is about to challenge the demon lord. As the two of you are in the top 10, you are already confirmed winners. I'm afraid no one else here can match your strength. As the host continued to exaggerate, the audience cheered louder. Looking forward to this game. Name Wentang. Age, 19. Beast taming level, king level beast tamer 1 star. Soul qualification S. Soul power, mind sharing. Number of soul beasts, 4. King level beastmaster. After investigation, Zhang Ming's eyes brightened. The 19-year-old king level beastmaster is only 3 years older than him. Although it is only 1 star, its body has been transformed by soul power twice, which is definitely not comparable to a beastmaster like him. Fight against this kind of person. Not only must one be careful of his soul beast, but also of the beastmaster himself. Sometimes the beastmaster himself is a greater threat than the soul beast. Zhang Ming didn't dare to be careless. Summon Rodin as air support. Although Yolan's level is a bit low, he could be a potential killer after lurking. Middle is home ground. Wentang was not nervous at all. When I raised my left hand, it turned out to be a metal arm. Click on the button on the left arm. Before, 4 space cracks appeared. A mechanical dinosaur species covered with alloy metal mixed with flesh and blood stuck out its head. It carries all kinds of weapons and missiles all over its body, has steel teeth, red light eyes, sharp claws made of metal, and a long tail covered with thorns. On the back of the dinosaur was a knight holding a huge sword and wearing silver armor. His eyes lit up like laser beams. Next came another gigantic monster that was over 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. Mechanical giant ape. On the chest, there was a flashing energy reactor, and violent energy surged onto the ring. With the appearance of the 3 synthetic beasts, the arena spontaneously stretched and grew larger, accommodating several soul beasts. There's only 1 synthetic beast left. Although Zhang Ming had witnessed the power of Wentang's synthetic beast in his previous life, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes today, not just from the huge stature. They were even more amazed at the amazing combination of technology and soul beasts. Wentang gave a weird smile. An armored elephant walked out of the last crack. What was surprising was that the elephant did not have any mechanical technology on it. Instead, its body shrank, turned into white light, and fell into Wentang's hands. This is Elephant Sword, Horcruxes from a super ancient civilization period. Zhang Ming was stunned. Beast transform Horcrux. This is something that only exists and is recorded in ancient documents. In his previous life, Wen Tang had never shown this. The method of making beast-like Horcruxes was extremely difficult even in the ancient civilization period, and it is impossible to trace it now. You said it is a soul beast, and it can transform into a soul weapon. You said it was a Horcrux, and it could transform into a soul beast and attack you during battle. In short, it's very weird. Although they are not holy weapons, all beast-like soul weapons are golden in color, making them a unique existence among soul weapons. The most crucial point is that the beast soul weapon can be upgraded to a holy weapon or even an imperial weapon as the level of the soul beast increases. Because they have life. Among the 48 ancient imperial weapons, nearly half of them were promoted to imperial weapons after being transformed into beast soul weapons. They are not only soul weapons, but also companions. Wen Tang held the elephant's sword with a calm expression, and behind him stood the dinosaur knight and the mechanical giant ape. Mechanical evil dragon beast. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, infinite cannon. Level, king level 7 stars. Skills, quantum missile, medium-sized pursuit cannon, laser beam, evil dragon cannon. Introduction. The original form is a mechanical transformation of the dinosaur species collapsing dragon. The synthesized mechanical bell soul beast is equipped with the most advanced weapons and equipment. The titanium steel alloy covering its body has no sense of pain. As a killing machine, it will become the most ruthless war machine of mankind. Andro Nightmon. Bloodline, epic, incomplete. Talent, heavy sword mastery. Level, king level 8 stars. Skills, spinning sword, spiral sword, Gatling missile, defeat sword wound. Introduction. The first generation of humanoid synthetic beast experiments made from the flesh and blood of different kinds of ferocious beasts. It uses a subdragon epic blood heart as its core to provide energy. The core is an intelligent chip that uploads the memory of heavy sword proficiency. It is named the humanoid mechanical species. It fights tirelessly, and even ferocious beasts find it terrifying. Robotron. Bloodline. Epic. Talent. Diamond power. Level. King level 9 stars. Skills. Thunder axe, giant snake, great ape gun, tank cannon, rhino grenade. Introduction. The giant ape clan that protects China is willing to become experimental subjects. The third generation giant ape synthetic beast has been able to retain its original consciousness. The weapon mounted on its chest can accurately hit the target. The talent brought by its epic bloodline makes it extremely powerful. Its huge size gives it an absolute advantage. Just 3 soul beasts made Zhang Ming feel a lot of pressure. As expected, he was the first in the previous life's competition. The horror of the synthetic beast will make your heart beat faster just by standing there. Ancient white elephant sword form. Bloodline, perfect. Talent, sword form. Level, king level 6 stars. Skills, Fong Nose assault, knife-shaped, sword-shaped gravity strike. Introduction. This beast-like soul weapon was created by the Huaxia district by imitating the secret method in ancient documents. It has no possibility of evolution, but has the ability to transform into a sword form and the autonomous consciousness to cooperate with a master in battle. Strictly speaking, the elephant sword is still a contracted soul beast. After transforming into a sword form, it has the ability of an orange top-grade soul weapon. Although Zhang Ming was surprised, Midler looked calm. Black ink painted Midor's entire body, and his violent aura swept the entire venue. The ultimate secret skill of the Shadow Soul. Dark Soul, Avicii Yuan 2. Chapter 118 Avicii Yuan 2 Double Swords. The left and right halves of Midor's armor are completely different. On the left is the ferocious face of a heinous desperado, and on the right is a kind, smiling face. Yuan 2 Avicii. The momentum of the entire audience was shocked by Midor. Countless black, ink-like gases swirled around Midor and were instantly absorbed into the armor. Midor's momentum also reached its peak at this moment. Zhang Ming was quite shocked. He didn't know how strong Midler was at this moment. What kind of impact will the ultimate secret skill of the Dark Shadow Soul bring to him? Midor smiled evilly. Take a step forward. There was no expression on Wen Tang's face. Sitting on the shoulders of the mechanical King Kong, the huge body stepped forward, the ring shook, and even the contestants in other rings felt the vibration. So strong. Andra Knightman rode on Machine Dramon, transformed into a dragon knight, held a heavy sword, and charged first. 2 shells had already flown out from the launcher on the chest of the mechanical evil dragon beast. Quantum missile. This is a weapon that can seriously injure king-level beasts. Swoosh! The shell seemed to be locked onto Midor and shot towards Midor. Midor did not dodge, and a strange smile appeared on his face again. He drew out the battle axe from his back, held it tightly in one hand, and with his left hand, he suddenly formed a shield with a ferocious tiger head carved on it, which he held in front of him. Bang! The missile hit the shield directly. The air was filled with smoke. After the explosion, Midor was unharmed, and when Tang did not expect that these 2 small shells could seriously injure her. If so, she would not be worthy of being his opponent. It's my turn. Midor smiled confidently. The shield in his left hand suddenly changed and was swung hard by Midor, turning into a long black chain, wrapped around the claws of Machinderman while it was running. Midor shouted loudly. Tear it suddenly. Andrew Nightman leaped up high and slashed at Midor with a heavy sword in his hand. Midor held the axe in one hand, blocking the attack and making a low sound. Andrew Nightman continued to push down, and 2 laser beams suddenly shot out from its red eyes. Midor bit his lips, quite angry, then relieved. Just as the laser beam hit her, the armor on her body suddenly came alive and protected Midor's face, causing only slight dust. Despite this, Midor found the battle more and more interesting. With a sudden force, Andrew Nightman was repelled. The battle axe and chain were wrapped in black and purple energy and began to change. 2 strangely shaped, slender and sharp swords appeared in his hands. A Vici sword. This is the real secret of a Vici Yuan-2. Midor twirled the sword in both hands, creating whirlwinds. The Yuan-2 sword is blood red all over, as if it were stained with blood, giving people a bone-eroding and heart-piercing feeling. The Abi sword is entangled by hundreds of ghosts. The sword body is shining silver, and the hilt is dark black. The 2 swords have their own merits, and you can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary objects. Moreover, this shape is very similar to the shape of ancient Chinese swords. Vici Yuan-2 double swords. Rank: Gold, exclusive holy weapon. Features: Onizuka, after being killed, the soul is imprisoned in the sword and becomes the undead in the sword. Passive skill: Absolute attack speed. Passive increases attack speed by 100. Active skill: Blood Prison Ami River. Creates a sea of blood to extract the opponent's soul and suppress it. First orb: Must kill LV3. Damage is added each time you attack. The 5th attack is a must kill. Second orb: Bloodthirst LV3. Each attack absorbs 18 of the damage and converts it into your own health. Third orb: Rising Dragon /LV3. 20 chance to knock the target away during melee/ranged attacks. Introduction. In the ancient civilization period, it was made from the soul stone condensed from thousands of souls in the blood sea and the Styx. After being killed, the souls will be imprisoned in the soul stone and become resentful spirits, which enhance the power of the Horcrux. Users of all generations have called it disaster, believing that using it will be an ominous sign. Zhang Ming observed the Horcrux in Midor's hand from a distance. Really, like Heoha Kiji, this is another exclusive holy weapon. It can only be used by Midor himself. At this moment, even Zhang Ming felt a little envious. He only has 2 transformation skills, but he already possesses 2 holy weapons. His god-slaying spear Dragon Sorrow are only of orange grade. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. There's no comparison. Midor's talent is really abnormal. Vici Jinto swung his double swords, colliding violently with Andrew Nightman's heavy sword. For a moment, missiles flew across the arena. Midor can handle the 3 major types of machines with ease. The mechanical Kong pushed forward with strong pressure. Missiles flew everywhere, and the mechanical 8 palms kept bombarding the ring. Zhang Ming was a little worried that the arena could not withstand the explosions of several soul beasts. The audience outside the arena were frightened. Their heartbeats accelerated, and they cheered continuously. It is truly thrilling to be able to watch such a spectacular battle from such a close distance. When Tang held the elephant sword in his hand, and when the time was right, a huge elephant head appeared from the elephant sword. The elephant's trunk rolled up and attacked him like a giant fist. Zhang Ming quickly stretched out his god-killing spear and thrust it hard. Lift the trunk apart. The 2 looked at each other, and it seemed that when Tang did not intend to watch indifferently. Since we have to fight, come on. Zhang Ming held the god-killing spear in his hand, full of fighting spirit. He activated the shining ring and shot a poisonous dragon. It stabbed straight into Wen Tang's heart. Midor jumped up on the spot, flew to the level of eyes with the mechanical King Kong, and suddenly threw the battle axe in his hand. The two blue glowing eyeballs of the mechanical King Kong were hit directly. There was a sound of sparks and electricity, and one of the eyes lost its light, but the mechanical King Kong did not feel any pain at all. He raised his palms and grabbed Midor. The captured Midor suddenly turned into a black shadow, broke away from the palm of his hand, and turned to the body of mechanical evil dragon beast, revealing his upper body strangely, like an assassin in the dark. Avicii Yuantu's two swords dance wildly, strangling. Midor struck at such a high speed of almost 100 swords per second that even the air was vibrating. The buzzing sound is huge. The attack speed instantly reached its peak, and every sword was a sure kill. Cut off all the flesh and blood circuits that connect Andrew Nightman's mechanical arms to his limbs. Boom! With an explosion, Andrew Nightman was blown to pieces, leaving only a head that was emitting sparks. Its two red, glowing eyes had short-circuited, and Machinderman immediately raised the infinite cannon behind him. Launch with a bang. This is a cannon that can seriously injure monarch-level beasts. Zhang Ming did not dare to be distracted, and Wen Tang did not care about the battle situation over there at all. The elephant's sword in his hand was like a loach, constantly tempting him. Fortunately, the god-killing spear could also be extended, and with the help of Yolan's speed, he fought with Wen Tang for a few moves and did not lose the upper hand. Wen Tang saw Andrew Nightman on the ground being blown into pieces. He took out a piece of light blue crystal and threw it on the ground. Andrew Nightman, which was in pieces just now, was attracted by the crystal and gathered together instantly. Andrew Nightman stood up again. All the machine gun switches on the mechanical body were turned on, and a burst of fire was fired at Midor. Zhang Ming's eyes jumped. Chapter 1, 19 Black Shadow Giant. I was a little worried about Midor's safety. Your opponent is me. Wen Tang's eyes flashed. The elephant sword in his hand suddenly turned into a huge white elephant, and its huge tusks almost pierced his abdomen. Still feeling scared, Wen Tang was a king-level beastmaster and was physically stronger than Zhang Ming. In the one-on-one battle, Zhang Ming was at a disadvantage and nearly suffered heavy losses several times. The beastmaster's level is not as good as Wen Tang's in terms of reaction speed and physical strength. I'm afraid he would be defeated by Wen Tang before the battle on Midor's side was over. Devil's Eye. I have desire. Zhang Ming opened the Devil's Eye and looked at Wen Tang. Wen Tang's heart was as calm as water, but his eyes kept changing, and the expression on his face changed from ferocious to cruel to kind, which was very strange, crying and laughing at the same time. However, this brief gap gave him time to catch his breath. The elephant's sword seemed to realize that something was wrong with its master. It stretched out its elephant head and stabbed Wen Tang's shoulder with its tusk. The severe pain made Wen Tang struggle to wake up. There was blood all over his shoulder. Looking at Xiang Jin's angry eyes, Wen Tang realized that he had just been hit by Zhang Ming's pupil technique. That move you just made was very good. If you had used it earlier, I might not have had the chance to summon a soul beast. Thanks to the elephant's sword and my mind being connected, it pulled me out of the illusion just now. Zhang Ming wanted to use the demon eye again, but the elephant sword suddenly charged forward, leaving him helpless, and he had to retreat. If the other party does not look at him, he cannot use the Devil's Eye. No matter what, this is also your strength, but defeating you like this will make me feel more honored. Wen Tang actually looked very excited. The pain in his shoulder actually exposed Wen Tang's true feelings. He's eager to fight. He thirsts for the blood of the strong. Tooth knows. Tusk and trunk strike again. The two tusks are 5 or 6 meters long and very sharp. The elephant's trunk is like a loach, rolling constantly and hitting the body with great force. Midor looked at Andrew Nightman, who had stood up again, his eyes full of interest. Olga Crystal has the ability to attract metals by memory form. Midor called out the name of the light blue crystal just now. This item, which even Zhang Ming did not recognize, was called out by Midler at a glance. Midor put his swords on his shoulders, opened his arms, and closed his eyes. The body actually floated upwards. The three-headed mechanical species saw this opportunity, found many loopholes, and fired hundreds of cannons at once. There was only smoke and the sound of artillery fire on the ring. Rhino Grenade, Evil Dragon Cannon, Spinning Sword. The attacks of the three-headed machine species come one after another. What happened next was a strange scene. All the shells and attacks passed through Midor's body as if passing through the air. Midor's body gradually became illusory, like a black shadow, and was constantly stained by black ink. The ring was also shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, it was as if night had fallen. Midor's size suddenly grew, transformed into an extremely huge black shadow. There was no face, just a humanoid black shadow, huge, exaggerated, terrifying. Just like the shadow under a street lamp, it is stretched and magnified. The shadow stretched out his hand and grabbed the mechanical Kong. The Cybertron tried to break free and kept firing shells at the shadow, but it was completely ineffective and the shells exploded on the barrier. At this moment, Zhang Ming finally understood the meaning behind the name Black Shadow Soul. The embodiment of darkness, like a black shadow, is omnipresent. The mechanical Kong was constantly compressed and deformed in the hands of the Black Shadow. The connection between flesh and machinery was squeezed into a pile of scrap metal. Blood flowed down like a waterfall, and a pool of blood instantly appeared on the ring. When Tang felt something was wrong, and his attacks on Zhang Ming became more and more intense. He wants to end the battle as soon as possible. This change in Midor is terrible. After the first mechanical Kong was shattered, Tang did not throw out the light blue crystal he had just thrown. His expression clearly showed some hatred towards Midor, and his attack with the elephant sword in his hand became even more fierce. Fortunately, Yolan's speed was fast enough, comparable to that of a Star Diamond level soul beast. Although its attack power was a little weaker, it was enough for Zhang Ming to dodge. Suddenly, the elephant sword transformed into an ancient white elephant and pressed towards him with its huge body. This is a fight to the death. In an instant, Zhang Ming felt that his five senses suddenly opened up, and the air around him continued to flow. Especially the warm air on the ring was extremely obvious, and the changes in flow of the gas could be clearly felt. When Tang flew towards him, this energy was pulled forward, and this clear feeling made him subconsciously dodge the attack. When Tang's eyes were filled with shock, how did he know the direction of my attack? Then, Zhang Ming counterattacked. Close combat with the God-killing gun. Sweep. Elongation, puncture. After a series of moves, he actually gained the upper hand. Overwhelmed the king-level beastmaster Tang. It surprised everyone present, especially those on the referee's stand, who were amazed. He just used the first stage of ultra instinct perception. You're so young, yet you can use it in combat. You're so sensitive to chi. Xiao Shan was both surprised and excited. Although his grandson had done that to Lin Wanwan before, as a pillar of Zhenhai and the defender of China, the old guys did not mention the matter openly to protect his face. But the old guys still agreed on cultivating the next generation of Chinese talents. Old Lin was also very satisfied. He asked Qin Zhan to teach Zhang Ming the Ultra Instinct. It only took 2 days for Zhang Ming to unleash his potential in battle and apply it in actual combat. Zhang Ming used his perception of qi to predict Tang's attack method with every move. Easily dodge. The elephant's sword, which was as weak as a loach just now, was now a little confused as to why its attack could not hit him. The giant black shadow transformed by Midor crushed and blew up Machine King Kong, and then continued to lift Machine Dragon Beast. Just as Machine Dragon was about to release his innate infinite cannon, Midor protected it with his 2 black hands, and Machine Dragon's infinite cannon exploded on the spot. The protective barrier was almost blown up. As the 2 mechanical soul beasts exploded into scrap metal, Tang became a little anxious. The last Androniteman inserted the heavy sword into the ground and waited for the black hand to come. Let me show you the true power of the Dark Shadow Demon. Midor stretched out his black hand and reached out to Androniteman. Androniteman instantly drew out his heavy sword, jumped high, swung it in a cross shape, and slashed at the black hand. This cross-shaped slash with a faint glow actually scratched the black hand. Although it was a bit unexpected, he couldn't escape being crushed by Midor. After the explosion, Midor took out the light blue crystal. Restore human form. Just now, Midor turned into a black shadow for a very short time, just a few breaths, but he killed 3 king-level soul beasts, and they were synthetic beasts. Midor walked towards Tang with frivolous steps, holding the Avicii sword in both hands. In Tang's eyes, Midor at this moment was like a devil descending from the darkness. Fear. Midor flew up and slashed. Two swords crossed. Under Wen Tang's horrified eyes, he fell on the stage. Chapter 1, 20 Champion. Zhang Ming. We won. The Demon Lord won. The host's voice resounded in the hall, shocking the entire audience. At this moment, cheers, celebrations, and honor belonged to Zhang Ming. When Midor transformed into a giant black shadow at the end, it shocked everyone. Even Venerable Lin's eyelids twitched slightly. This kind of ability, this kind of talent is really terrifyingly strong. Midor walked up to Zhang Ming holding the Olga crystal in his hand, half knelt on his knees, and presented the crystal to Zhang Ming in standard knightly etiquette. Although Midor had just acted very strong, he still had great respect for his master Zhang Ming. Master, this is a good thing. There was a hint of sexiness and enchantment in Midor's voice. Then Midor canceled her transformation and turned back into the kind and lovely girl. Her smiling face was particularly adorable. Zhang Ming put his hand on Midor's head, killed by patting the head. Thank you, Midor. Midora's curved eyes and the girl's smile are always so heartwarming. This moment was also captured by the camera and frozen on the big screen. From now on, the name of the Demon Lord will resound throughout the Alliance. Now, even the strongest contestant, Wen Tang, has been defeated, and the other contestants have long given up the desire to challenge Zhang Ming. The remaining top 16 matches are still going on. But compared with the battle just now, both the excitement and the shocking scene seemed a bit trivial. The ranking of the top 16 is still being determined, and as long as the time is up, there is still hope. Nan Zhan took another step forward and successfully stood on the number 5 stage with the help of Ultra Instinct. On the referee stand, the 5 referees were very satisfied and pleased. They looked at the contestants competing below and nodded. The strength of the top 16 this time is much stronger than the last time. The titled Strong Man Hammer Shaoshan said seriously. Elder Lin, who was sitting in the middle seat, spoke. Not only are the players in our Huaxia region stronger, the players in the other 3 regions are also strong. That young man named Wen Tang is already a king-level beastmaster before he even graduates. He will have no problem getting promoted to the emperor level or even getting a title in the future. Looking at the time on the big screen, there are more than 2 hours left. Zhang Ming is now the uncrowned king and champion of the competition. As soon as the time is up, today's game will come to a successful conclusion. Although Wen Tang was defeated, he was convinced. In his opinion, Midor's strength had exceeded his limit and he might be a monarch-level beast. Wen Tang guessed that this humanoid species might be able to fight. This talent of being able to fight above one's level is truly beyond words and extremely powerful. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and rested. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water. All the breath of the outside world emerged leisurely in his mind, slowly and ethereal. The contestant standing on the ring at the back felt both fear and hatred in his heart when he saw Midor's explosive performance just now. The reality is right in front of us, and there is no other way even if we cannot accept it. The competition has entered its final stage. Are there any players who want to fight for the top 3 rankings? The host's voice suddenly appeared, as if encouraging the final wave. The contestants clenched their fists, looked at each other, wanted to go forward, but then backed off. They were afraid of Midor's power. Even though each of the top 10 contestants had a king-level soul beast, they were no match for Midor, who was only at the star diamond level. Time finally returned to 0. The final ranking of the top 16 also stopped, and the top 10 were as stable as a rock. Except for the successful challenge in the South War, the players behind had almost no wins. Congratulations to the contestants standing on the 16 stages. You successfully defended the ring. You are qualified to participate in the Alliance competition. The host shouted at the top of his lungs. The next second, the audience in the hall hugged each other excitedly, and countless colorful crystals fell from the sky to celebrate the winner of the competition. Hearing that the game was over, Zhang Ming slowly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally won. First place. The chief referee on the bench, Reverend Lin, stood up, followed by the other 4 referees. Thanks to all the players for their joint efforts, today we have selected the champion of our Huaxia preliminaries, Zhang Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, applause broke out. Venerable Lin personally nominated the first place in the competition. What an honor it is. Even Wen Tang showed envy in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. first place in the Huaxia District qualifiers. Since you have not lost a single game in this competition, the reward will be upgraded. All rewards originally scheduled for the top 3 are now being distributed. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary bloodline card *1. Congratulations on obtaining 1 orange quality soul bone. Congratulations on obtaining an orange quality Horcrux *1. Congratulations on receiving the soul points reward. Almost at the same time, Venerable Lin announced that he was the first. The system's rewards also arrived as promised. Good fellow, you're just giving me all the rewards for the top 3 places? The reward for first place in the Soul Beast Competition Chinese Regional Preliminaries is a legendary bloodline card. The legendary bloodline card requires 10 million soul points in the exchange mall. For him, 10 million soul points is not too much, but not too little either. However, he definitely cannot afford it with his current wealth. However, with this legendary bloodline card, after Midor's bloodline was upgraded to the legendary level, Zhang Ming couldn't help but look forward to what extent Midor's talent and strength would be improved. Reverend Lin stood in the center of the hall and loudly read out the top 16 of the competition. Second place, Wen Tang. Third place, Wang Yang. The fourth place is Sun Zai. Fifth place, Nanzhan. You will represent China in the league competition. With the honor and hope of China. Everyone stood up, their eyes bright. This was a sense of belonging and responsibility to China, which made everyone present united as one and shouted, "Long live China." Next, the 5 referees personally presented awards to the top 16. On the podium, Zhang Ming held high the championship trophy. The spotlights and cheers were all for him. All contestants who make it to the top 16 will not only receive a reward of 1 million soul coins, but will also receive free soul beast rations for the next year, while Zhang Ming will receive free soul beast rations for 3 years. 10 million soul coins reward. This reward belongs to him alone. Wen Tang, who came in second, also received a reward of 5 million soul coins. And Qi, Teacher Lin, and Fei were all excited, especially Teacher Lin. He felt indescribable joy to see this student, who was unknown when he first arrived, finally standing on the first podium. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes, and Qi even burst into tears on the spot. "Brother Ming, I knew you could do it." Wu Wu Dafei wiped his nose. "Boy, you did a great job." Reverend Lin patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder and praised him. Then he walked to Wen Tang and praised him in the same way. "You have become a king-level beastmaster at such a young age. Your future achievements will not be inferior to mine." Facing the praise from Reverend Lin, Wen Tang stood at attention. "Thank you for the compliment, Your Excellency. The awards ceremony is over. The league competition is scheduled to be held in January, and a specific time will be notified later. The top 16 contestants of this competition will be organized by the Huaxia District to undergo a 1-month closed training. Chapter 1, 21 Soul Bone Reward, Hand of Demigod. After the awards ceremony, the top 3 will receive their competition rewards. Mr. Yi is standing aside now, saying with a smile. Zhang Ming, Wen Tang, and Wang Yang, the 3 contestants, followed behind Mr. Yi. The other contestants were jealous and could only watch them leave with envy. The first prize is an orange soul bone. I don't need to explain the meaning of soul bones to you. Although I already knew it was a soul bone, the value of an orange quality soul bone could no longer be measured in money. The second and third place winners each received an orange-gray Horcrux, but they were specially made by me, an old man. Please don't think it's shabby. Mr. Yi spoke with a smile, without any airs of a powerful titled master. He was approachable and friendly. There's only one word difference between soul bones and soul weapons. But there's still a big difference between the two. The former, after fusion, can use the skills or talents of powerful beasts to enhance their own strength. The latter is made of various materials, such as the skin, fur, and bones of ferocious beasts, and requires constant training and use. Take Zhang Ming's demonized soul bone, for example. It has been used many times in actual combat. On the contrary, although the Horcrux is powerful, Zhang Ming's soul power level is low now, and he is unable to exert its full strength. Naturally, the price was greatly discounted. It didn't mean that Horcruxes were worse than soul bones. Wen Tang and Wang Yang heard that there were orange Horcruxes to be taken. Naturally, I'm smiling. Zhang Ming is also looking forward to what soul bone rewards there will be. The soul weapons and soul bones in the exchange mall are extremely expensive. You can only look at them, but not buy them. I am very envious. Fortunately, the system rewards this time include a soul bone, a soul weapon, plus the soul bone rewards for this competition. There are 2 soul bones now. Following Master Yi to the referee's hall, Master Lin, Xiao Shan, and the 2 title masters Yang Qi were also there. Lin Lao glanced at Zhang Ming with a gentle look. Looking at Xiao Shan again, his expression was serious. Yang Qi is a slightly burly man with a loyal and determined look in his eyes. He admires the 3 outstanding juniors very much. Sit down. I have brought all the rewards. Old man, let me first listen to your ideas. I will let you choose what kind of Horcruxes and soul bones you want. Hear this. The 3 people's eyes lit up instantly. And this is a good thing. You can choose by yourself. They think that whatever they are given is enough. Let's start with the 2 of you. Mr. Yi, when Tang bowed respectfully, I now have the elephant sword, and I want a defensive Horcrux. When Tang expressed his thoughts, Mr. Yi nodded and touched the Horcrux ring on his hand. Years ago, 3 armor Horcruxes of different styles and shapes appeared, each emitting light. These 3 pieces are all top-grade orange. The first piece of Kalen armor is made of silk spit out by insect-type monarch-level beasts. It has strong resistance to elemental attacks. The second piece of Gothic armor was exchanged from Grandmaster Da Vinci in the European League. It is mainly light and thin, and it also increases speed. The third elite armor was made by me according to the time drawings from the super ancient civilization. When Tang carefully examined the 3 defensive Horcruxes and finally chose the elite armor, Wang Yang did not want offensive or defensive Horcruxes. Mr. Yi, I want an auxiliary soul weapon because my first soul beast is not a flying soul beast, so I want to make up for this weakness. Okay, I understand now. Old Yi once again took out 3 auxiliary soul weapons. There are rocket-powered flying Horcruxes that combine the latest black technology, as well as flying cloaks and flying boots. This rocket-flying Horcrux is the fastest, capable of reaching the speed of sound. It uses your soul power as its energy source, and can also use soul crystals. This flying cloak and flying boots were made by my apprentice. They are both good flying Horcruxes. Wang Yang felt them one by one. Finally chose the flying cloak. There is no other reason, mainly because I think this cloak is so good-looking. It's your turn. Mr. Yi looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming had already thought about the soul bones he needed. The Demon's Eye is a special type of soul bone that can both attack and assist, but its weakness is also obvious. If the other person doesn't look you in the eye, it's all in vain. In terms of attack methods, he has the dragon's Sorrow long-range bow and arrow, and for close combat, he has the god-killing spear. What he lacks most at the moment is improvement in strength and speed. These 2 points can only be greatly improved if his beast taming level is raised to the king level or emperor level, and his body is transformed by soul power. After all, Ultra Instinct is just a technique to assist in combat, and training the body is only auxiliary. So far, the most effective way for humans to increase their physical strength is to use potions or increase their levels. There is no other way, unless it is fused with a soul bone that can increase strength. But this kind of soul bone is much rarer than normal soul bones. Master Yi, I am so bold as to want a soul bone that can increase my strength or speed. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi pointed at him and smiled. You are quite knowledgeable, kid. Take a look for yourself. I don't have much in stock, old man. After he finished speaking, 2 soul bones emitting a faint golden glow floated in front of Zhang Ming, making the 2 people next to him look radiant. The piece on the left is a finger bone similar to that of a human palm, with 5 fingers that are crystal clear, as if carved from white jade. On the right is a right arm bone with a trace of red blood, and it looks like it was just taken out of the oven not long ago. This finger bone is an external soul bone. I don't know who its owner is. I only know that the power of this finger bone is very strong. Once fused, the power of your punch may not be inferior to that of a king-level beast. The so-called externally conceived soul bones are soul bones that are formed when a fierce beast devours a powerful human, and the human remains are not completely digested and finally merge into one. The one on the right is a natural soul bone. It is the arm bone of a monarch-level peak beast, the king of Barrow Bone. After fusion, the power in the soul bone will slowly transform the hardness of your entire body. These 2 soul bones can both enhance the strength of your body. They are equally matched. You can decide which one to choose. A finger bone and an arm bone. Oh, I want them all. It's really a difficult choice. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can only choose one. As a species of undead, it is already amazing that Barrow Bone was born with soul bones, and he is the king of Barrow Bone. After the fusion, there's a high possibility that he will obtain the talents that Baro had during his lifetime. I choose this hand bone. After looking around, Zhang Ming still likes this 5-finger soul bone that is shaped like a palm. Hand of Demigod. Grade orange. Features: power of dragon and elephant. Skill: sky lifting finger. Introduction: the left hand left by a powerful man in ancient times, which has not decayed for 10,000 years, but its grade has dropped. It was later accidentally eaten by a dragon-swallowing beast and turned into a soul bone. Demigod. Just the name surprised Zhang Ming. He never believed in the existence of gods in this world, and the word God had never appeared in existing documents. No exaggerated introduction and skills. The power of the dragon and the elephant, after fusion, can possess the strength comparable to that of a king-level ferocious beast with infinite power. His only skill, sky lifting finger, draws upon all the soul power in his body and the surrounding elements to condense an attack that can penetrate the target with just one finger. At Yi Lao's request, the demigod's hands were fused in front of the two of them. A flash of light passed by. Zhang Ming felt a sharp pain in his hand, as if it was bitten by thousands of ants. Chapter 1:22 What delicious food is hidden? He endured the itchy and painful feeling on his hands. The face looks painful. Seeing Zhang Ming's expression, the two people next to him were slightly moved. The hand bones turned into pure white liquid and flowed into the left hand, emitting a faint 5-colored light. A feeling of comfort came over me. My left hand was wrapped in a faint white light and turned into a crystal-clear jade hand like white jade. Then, Zhang Ming clenched his fists. Feeling the power coming from my left hand, I had the urge to punch the ground. Forcefully resisting the urge, the fusion was completed. Ding! Successfully fused the demigod's hand. Congratulations on obtaining the power of the dragon elephant. Not bad, not bad. Mr. Ye's eyes were full of praise, and a hint of inadvertent awareness flashed across his face. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhang Ming immediately thanked Mr. Yi respectfully. One should never forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. After all, this soul bone was given by Elder Yi. If he had not given this soul bone to let him choose, it would have been impossible to fuse the hand of demigod. Zhang Ming now feels in his heart that if he faces Wen Tang again, I'm afraid that with the dragon elephant power of the demigod's hand alone, he might be blown to pieces with one punch. Of course, this is just speculation and has not yet been put into practice. Now, after integrating this soul bone, Zhang Ming's combat power must be comparable to that of a beastmaster. Okay, the rewards have been given to you. The soul coins and food supplies have been transferred to your academy accounts. You can claim them at any time. The three of them bowed in unison to thank Mr. Yi. After leaving, Reverend Lin walked out from the side door. The facts prove that the origin of the demigod's hand comes from the Tanya tribe, and only the blood of the Tanya tribe can be integrated. Mr. Yi said as he stood aside. Venerable Lin nodded and replied, Zhang Ming is a man of justice. My father and I are relieved to leave the hand of demigod to him. I hope he can restore the hand of the demigod to its former glory. The hand of demigod came from the Emperor Burial Abyss. The existing ancient documents record that a quasi-emperor of the Tanya tribe cultivated his body into a half-step supreme body. This hand bone is also called a half-step supreme bone. It has unlimited potential. Unfortunately, after so many years of sedimentation, although it has not been damaged, its grade has dropped, and there is little divine power left in the soul bone. For him, the hand of demigod is enough. The two men looked at the three people, leaving with serious expressions. Brother Ming, Dafei waved and shouted from a distance. Following behind him were Teacher Lin and Qi and a group of students from Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School, who surrounded Zhang Ming in the middle. Just lift him up. Let's cheer for the Demon Lord. The one who shouted the loudest in the crowd was Dong Liang, who was wearing clothes with the Midor pattern printed on them. No matter whether they were senior or junior students, all of them celebrated spontaneously at this moment. The best in Jin Wu. Zhang Ming is number 1. Zhang Ming was also very excited, his face filled with joy. The largest and most luxurious hotel in the youth training camp. The 4 young masters from Jin Wu No. 1 Middle School paid for the reservation and booked 10 tables. Now Zhang Ming is a household name in the Huaxiao region, and he became famous overnight. He has a human form. His combat power is comparable to that of a king-level beastmaster, and he is still so young. As rich kids like Dong Liang and Jiang Jie, they naturally regard Zhang Ming as an object to be won over. At the banquet, several people were extremely respectful to Zhang Ming. Their words were full of praise and flattery, and all kinds of flattery were flying all over the place. In order to take care of the dinner party and deal with these people, Zhang Ming had no choice but to listen to their bragging. After 3 rounds of drinking, Brother Ming, my Jiang family would like to invite you to serve as an honorary director. You can ask for specific dividends. Jiang Jia couldn't help but express his inner wishes first. If Zhang Ming joins any force with his current influence, he will guide most beastmasters to follow his footsteps, whether it is soul beast rations or daily necessities. As long as he nods and endorses, he will make endless money. Brother Ming, my dad said that as long as you graduate, you can come to our city to serve as a law enforcer. Law enforcer? The others at the table hissed. Regardless of whether it is a second-level city or a third-level city, the status of the law enforcer is no less than that of the city lord, and his power is even slightly greater than that of the city lord. This condition is, it has to be said, really tempting. Zhang Ming remained unmoved. After more than a dozen people present had finished speaking, Zhang Ming spoke calmly. First of all, I would like to thank you all for inviting me. Thank you. I'm still young. Although I won the championship by chance, I'm not yet finished with my studies. There's also a big league competition coming up. I feel that now is not the right time to think about the future. I will consider your opinions after I graduate. Thank you again. After saying that, Zhang Ming stood up, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. The audience applauded. Teacher Lin gave a thumbs up, approving of what Zhang Ming had just said. By saying this, he neither offends these wealthy families nor the second generation of officials, nor does he leave himself a way out. Short-term glory does not represent future achievements. The Competition Management Bureau was just an experience to hone his growth. In the final analysis, it all depends on his strength. In the Huaxia regional qualifiers, Zhang Ming's reputation and image were promoted in major cities. Almost overnight, it resounded throughout the league, and everyone knew about this young man named Demon Lord. His battle videos were spread across the 4 major regions of the Alliance, with over 100 million views in one day. After the banquet, we said goodbye to everyone. Finally, I got back to the apartment and lay down comfortably. Reeking of alcohol, he fell directly onto the bed, feeling really exhausted. Master, Midor is a little hungry. The voice of Midor appeared in his mind, and Midor was summoned out immediately. When the drunk Zhang Ming looked at Midor, who was wearing a black silk maid outfit and a maid's headscarf on her head, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated and his already red face became even hotter. Midor opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhang Ming, who was lying down. Although Zhang Ming was dizzy, he was still conscious and followed Midor's gaze. Midor was staring at his belt and seemed to say something in a low voice, but I couldn't hear it clearly. I have snacks on my bedside table. Zhang Ming hurriedly took the quilt and covered himself with it. A quick glance. I just happened to see Midor sticking his butt out, holding snacks with a happy look on his face. This little heart is about to beat out of my throat. I wish I could let my animal nature run wild, show my prowess, kill indiscriminately, and be invincible. Grass. Zhang Ming is in pain. Master, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Midor took out almost all the snacks in the drawer, half-knelled on the bed, and felt his body temperature with the back of his hand. When he got closer, a faint fragrance came to his nose. No, it's nothing. I drank a lot. Is it enough? If not, I still have some snacks stored in my space Horcrux. That's enough, Master, he. Midor showed a cute smile. Zhang Ming covered his head with the pillow. Oh my god. Sudden, a strange feeling came over me. Ice cold. Warm. Slowly removed the pillow. Zhang Ming sat up with a start. Where are you touching? Midor didn't know what shyness was, and said with some curiosity in his big eyes. I'm just curious whether the owner has hidden something delicious in there. Zhang Ming was speechless. How could he explain this to him? It seemed necessary to educate Midor on the knowledge of human body structure, especially gender aspects. Chapter 123, Golden Soul Bone, Heart of the Holy Spirit. He quickly took Midor back to the Soul Beast space. Wash your face and wake up. He hasn't chosen the system's reward yet, which includes a soul bone and a soul weapon. Open the system backpack. Check out the orange grade soul bones. Ding. This reward is randomly drawn. Do you want to open it now? Random selection. Check out which orange grade soul bones are included in the rewards. From good quality to high quality, and then to finest quality. Basically, these 4 qualities, although belonging to the same orange grade, have different characteristics and skills. 8. Spider Lance, a soul bone bred from the leg bones of a human-faced spider. It has poison properties and increases speed and jumping ability. Heart of the Holy Spirit. In ancient times, the heart of the fire spirit was born in a volcano. After fusion, it obtains the body of the fire spirit, which can transform the body into fire element and ignore physical attacks. X. Titanium Skull, a human skull synthesized by Orion's black technology. After fusion, the brain is directly developed by 10, comparable to a superbrain. Eyes of Thor. These are a pair of eyes from Thor, representing all the punishments in the world. Zhang Ming took a breath of cold air. Dang, very nice. That's fucking great. Golden grade soul bone. Zhang Ming rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. There are 3 fingertip-sized grids on the turntable, which seems to be the ultimate grand prize. I really want both. It seems that the orange grade soul bones given by the system this time are not too bad. They're all powerful soul bones comparable to the devil's eye. Once fused, the strength will increase sharply. What kind of soul bone you could draw depends entirely on fate. Just work hard and leave the rest to God. Start. A big lucky wheel appeared on the panel, which was divided into more than a dozen small spaces. Zhang Ming's heart was gripped. This is fine too. The turntable spins rapidly. You will get the soul bone that the pointer points to. Finally, the pointer stopped at an area representing red flames. A throbbing, burning heart, mixed with flames, appeared in the system backpack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Heart of the Holy Spirit. Heart of the Holy Spirit. Gray gold. Attributes. Holy Fire attribute. Features. Elementalization. Can transform any part of the body or the whole body into an element. Skills. Self-developed combination. Introduction. Born from the heart left after the fall of the Holy Spirit in ancient times, it could devour flames of the same attribute to upgrade. After fusion, it is not afraid of physical attacks, and its body will turn into flames. Heart of the Holy Spirit. It just corresponds to his supernatural power A-level fire explosion. Why not take this opportunity to upgrade the original A-level fire blast directly to S-level? Anyway, for being the first place winner in this competition, the system also rewarded him with 10 million soul points. Now he had exactly 13 million soul points on him. It would be a waste if he kept such a large sum of money on him without using it. Fuck him. S-level soul qualification card is 100,000. SS level is 1 million. SSS level is 10 million. Zhang Ming suddenly had an idea. Do you want a big one? Let's not upgrade our soul power level yet. Let's go for the big one right away. Upgrade Pyroblast to SSS level ability. Look at the changes in Pyroblast. He's been looking forward to what the SSS power will be like. I can't contain my excitement. Exchange for SSS level soul qualification card. Ding. Successfully exchanged SSS level soul qualification card *1. Looking at the red card lying quietly in the backpack, I held back for now. Integrate the Heart of the Holy Spirit. The beating heart of the Holy Spirit disappeared instantly as soon as it touched Zhang Ming's chest and entered his body. Suddenly, I felt a burning sensation in my chest, and my throat felt hot and dry. My whole body felt like it had jumped into a furnace and became hot instantly. There was a wisp of white steam on his skin, and the quilt under him was almost burned. I quickly jumped out of bed, rushed into the bathroom, turned on the cold water, and rinsed off my head. A burst of steam rose up. I finally feel better. Immediately, Zhang Ming's whole body turned red and hot, and even the temperature in the room rose. The temperature of this flame is no less than that of the magma in Rodden. The room was filled with white steam, and if you didn't know, you would think that the boiler in the bathhouse had boiled. 3 flames appeared from Zhang Ming's head and shoulders. In an instant, the fire covered the whole body. Zhang Ming was burned into a fireman by the raging fire, but he did not feel any pain or burning sensation. He was still able to control his body, as if he could release the flames on his body with a thought. This indescribable feeling of wonder is magical. Ding! Successfully merged with the Heart of the Holy Spirit. Friendly reminder, devouring flames or soul bones of the same attribute can increase the soul bone grade. Zhang Ming quickly looked inside his chest to check the replaced heart. Sonorous and powerful. It is much more powerful than the original parts. My whole body feels full of energy, as if I have endless strength. The dizzy head that was just now is no longer there. At this moment, he is like a shining and warm sun. I just completed the fusion and am not yet accustomed to controlling the heart of the Holy Spirit. He stretched out his hands, and with a thought, his hands instantly turned into flames, but they still maintained the shape of arms. Zhang Ming's whole body turned into flames and rushed out of the window, turned into a beam of fire and fly into the sky. Fly into the sky and look down. Various neon lights, people coming and going, and towering buildings are all in sight. Zhang Ming's change instantly attracted the attention of Longqing's defense department. Send troops to investigate immediately. This soul bone is too strong. Zhang Ming put his hands in a pistol position and fired 2 flaming bullets from his fingertips. No wonder skills have to be developed on their own. This is only the orange grade. If it could be upgraded to the gold grade, or even a higher red grade, it's really hard to imagine how powerful this soul bone will be. After flying around, I returned to the apartment. Under Zhang Ming's deliberate protective consciousness, the Horcrux bracelet, the shining ring, and the dust bracelet were not burned to ashes. He took out a set of clothes and changed into them. My confidence increased greatly. So what if he is a master beast tamer? As he can transform into elements, he is almost invincible, and it also has the ability to fly. Unfortunately, the elemental transformation consumed a lot of his soul power. It would be fine if only part of his body was elementalized. I just calculated that he could maintain the elemental transformation and continue attacking. At his current level, he would be beaten back to his original form in no more than 5 minutes. But that's enough. Continue to open orange-grade Horcruxes. It's still the lucky wheel. My eyes are dazzled. There is actually a gold-grade Horcrux. There are various Horcruxes such as swords, guns, sticks, and clubs, as well as epic-making technological Horcruxes. It's really an eye-opener. Rhythm of Steel. A Horcrux created by the legendary Horcrux Master Ray Tefa during the super ancient civilization period. In his hands, steel is given life, with elegant curves and contours that flow like a woman's body. Blood-burning mantra, a soul weapon created by an ancient holy spirit at the cost of his own life. The sword is surrounded by flames like blood and emits the faint sound of mantra chanting. Sarah Melancholy. Extract. The turntable starts to spin. There are more than 100 types of Horcruxes on the turntable this time. Too many. It makes my blood boil. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Ghost Emperor Wind God Wings. Chapter 124, Ghost Emperor Wind God Wings. Ghost Emperor Wind God Wing. Grade, Dark Gold. Attribute, Wind. Features, Blessing of the Wind God. Passively increases speed by 50. First Orb, Skill Penetration LV3. Ignores 12 of the target's skill resistance. Second Magic Ball, Thunderous Cyclone Level 3. After being activated, a cyclone will be released to a nearby target every second. Third Orb, Wine God Power LV5. Active use increases speed by 100. Lasts for 60 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Introduction. The treasures collected by the Ghost Emperor during his lifetime were later buried with the Ghost Emperor into the Emperor's burial abyss. It is said that whoever can obtain these wings will be blessed by the power of the Ghost Emperor and may become a great emperor from then on. If this pair of wings can reappear in the world, it will surely cause a bloody storm. Ghost Emperor Wind God Wings. A Horcrux that is completely based on wind attributes. I wonder what's going on with this grade of dark gold. Zhang Ming was a little confused. The Horcruxes are divided into green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. After they're the 5-color holy weapons and the 7-color imperial weapons. This was the first time he had seen dark gold. Immediately asked the system elf, Master, the quality of dark gold exceeds that of gold, and it is only one step away from becoming a legendary Horcrux. Zhang Ming nodded. Orange and gold grade Horcruxes correspond to king-level and emperor-level beastmasters. Red is the Horcrux grade that can only be controlled by a Venerable level beastmaster, and although his evil ghost haunting is an emperor weapon, it has not been fully repaired yet, and its grade has dropped, and it also has a red grade. Once the repair is completed, it will directly transform into a colorful imperial weapon. The Ghost Emperor's Wind God Wings were taken out. Although they were soul weapons, this pair of wings entered his body directly like soul bones, and a pair of dark blue wing patterns covered with wind and thunder appeared on his back, which was very strange. There was no pain at all, as if I could spread my wings with just a thought. I just don't know what will happen after I become an element and summon the Wind God Wings. Zhang Ming immediately turned his entire body into elements, and blazing flames once again shot out of the sky. Suddenly, a pair of extremely huge dark blue wings spread out, 2 or 3 meters long, with two circles of thunder and lightning surrounding the top of the wings, and thunderballs rotating in them. The three-wing spikes were covered with the power of wind and thunder. Instant speed increased to the limit. A flash of fire broke through the clouds. UFO spotted ahead. The opponent's energy fluctuations are extremely strong. The initial judgment is that it is an invasion by a king-level peak beast, requesting firepower support. In the dark night sky, a patrol team spotted Zhang Ming and reported immediately. Zhang Ming felt the layers of clouds and fog around him and had not yet noticed that a quantum cannon was aimed at him in front of him. Target locked. Emission. Suddenly, 10,000 meters in the sky, the space carrier stationed in Longqing fired quantum cannons, and the sky became brilliant. Fireworks are everywhere. At that instant, Zhang Ming keenly felt a powerful aura flying towards him. He mobilized the power of the god of wind and actually caught up with the cannonball shot at him and flew with it. This speed made the people on the space carrier exclaim in surprise. What kind of beast is this? Why is it so fast? Even a monarch-class beast that is good at flying can only go this fast. Report to the captain. According to the target tracking, this fireman is not a ferocious beast, but Zhang Ming, the first-place winner of the competition. Who? Zhang Ming? The first in that competition. How is this possible? I will report this to His Holiness immediately. As the captain of the space mothership, this serious-looking general is also an imperial-level beastmaster. Although he has not been awarded a title, both his soul beast and his own strength are unfathomable. This matter is of great importance. I immediately called the Venerable and reported everything that had just happened. The answer was to continue monitoring and not attack. The general was a little surprised, but he had no choice but to follow the order. On the top of Tianju Mountain in Longsheng, Venerable Lin and Old Lin, the father and son, were sitting on a stone bench looking at the screen in front of them. On the screen was a ball of flame flying at a very high speed. It must be Zhang Ming or someone else. This little guy has quite a lot of secrets. I specifically asked Elder Yi to give him the hand of demigod. I don't know where he got this pair of wings from. Reverend Lin said with some curiosity. Shouty yawned. Do these wings look a bit like the ones recorded in the stone carvings? Father, do you mean the ghost Emperor Feng Shinai from the ancient era of the Emperor's fall? Reverend Lin then asked. That's right. It is recorded in the stone carvings that gods existed in ancient times. This pair of wings was forged by the Ghost Emperor when he killed the Wind God. They certainly possess the power of the Wind God, but looking at it this way, they're not like the Ghost Emperor. The Wind God wings of the Ghost Emperor are as famous as the 48 ancient Emperor weapons of our human race and our supreme soul weapons. Yeah, that's something I can't quite figure out. Could it be that the prophecy in the ancient stone carvings is true? Mr. Lin fell silent. Only you and I, father and son, know about this. The human alliance seems stable now, but in fact, there are undercurrents. Both the ferocious beasts and the fallen are ready to make a move. So far, with you and I in charge, China is still stable. But I've already stopped at the early stage of the venerable level in this life. You still have a chance to be promoted to the saint level. If possible, I hope you can do your best to assist this young man named Zhang Ming. We must do our best to protect him from the secrets in his body. Yes, father. Venerable Lin nodded in response. Mr. Lin looked up at the night sky, wondering what he was thinking. After playing for a long time, Zhang Ming felt that his soul power was almost exhausted, so he reluctantly returned to the apartment. It's so cool. It turns out that the transformation is so refreshing. He feels that after the transformation, he is like a human-shaped ferocious beast. His strength, speed, and attack power all increase sharply. It seems that I must hurry up and upgrade my beast taming level. At least he had to be promoted to the Beast Tamer Grandmaster before the Alliance competition. Only in this way could he ensure the consumption of the Ghost Emperor's Wind God Wings and elemental transformations. Otherwise, it would be frustrating to have a treasure mountain but not be able to use it. As soon as I lay down, the dusk group bracelet on my wrist rang. It's Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Zhang Ming knew in his heart that it must be what happened just now. Zhang Ming also intended to show that he is different now than before. Only by constantly showing his strength to the Chinese top leaders can he get better treatment, more opportunities, and protection from the Chinese region. Try not to show the transformation you just did in the city in the future. Although Dragon City is in the core area of the Soul List, and it is difficult for the ancient titans to spy on it, you still have to be careful. Yes, Mr. Lin. Qin Zhang will contact you tomorrow. You just need to follow Instructor Qin's orders. We have arranged a special training for you. After saying that, the phone hung up. Special training? Okay, Mr. Lin. Chapter 1, 25 SSS level. Unknown Divine Fire. Although I don't know what special training Mr. Lin is referring to. But if you think about it carefully, it is definitely not simple. There is only one step left. Improve SSS level soul power. I don't know what changes will happen after upgrading Pyroblast to SSS level. Open the system backpack. Select Use. Improve the original ability and cover it. Promote. In the darkness of the night. A dazzling, colorful light illuminates the earth like the aurora, and tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. The soul list hanging above the 9 heavens was shining brightly. This light was noticed by all 4 regions of the Alliance. The night turned into day, and even the sleeping people were awakened by this strange phenomenon. This is, 4 large characters emitting colorful light appeared at the first position in the supernatural power ranking on the soul list. I don't know the divine fire. At this moment, the 4 major regions of the Alliance were boiling. Hidden in the darkness, countless people are secretly contacting each other to investigate. More than 200 years. SSS level supernatural power reappears. Most people understand what this means. As long as he grows up, he will become a saint. Unknown Divine Fire. Rank SSS. Attribute Fire. Features. Each attack causes 1.8 to 2.5 times the fire damage. Introduction. The Divine Fire from distant space has a temperature that can surpass the sun. All methods of its use must be explored by yourself. Please do not use it only as a supernatural power. It is a real divine fire. At this moment, Zhang Ming was also stunned. Is this an SSS level ability? Compared to the introduction of S-level supernatural powers, it seems extremely brief. But he clearly felt a warmth coming from his soul, as if the sun was rising, making him very comfortable. Ding! It is detected that your soul bone is perfectly compatible with the unknown divine fire. Whether to merge. After fusion, the heart of the Holy Spirit can be completely absorbed, and the SSS level supernatural power will be transformed into a physical entity. Yes, Zhang Ming's chest was shining with light like the sun, brilliant and colorful. The heart of the Holy Spirit and the unknown divine fire in the soul are changing. The two are constantly in contact and becoming one. The heart of the Holy Spirit was originally the heart of the fire spirit from ancient times. The birth of the fire spirit requires the energy of the fire element, which is a gathering of the purest elements in the world. At this moment, the divine fire is constantly burning the heart of the Holy Spirit. Zhang Ming's body was like a furnace, dry and stuffy. The heart of the Holy Spirit was constantly being burned, and the remaining fire energy turned into pure soul power and entered the body. Successfully upgraded Beast Tamer to 5 stars. Successfully upgraded Beast Tamer to 6 stars. The pure soul power directly sent Zhang Ming to the 10th star of Beast Taming Master, which was faster than riding a rocket. Only 1 step away from becoming a Beast Tamer. The heart of the Holy Spirit also became the size of a walnut, a more delicate small cube slowly rotating inside the body. A flame-like rune appeared on it, which was extremely mysterious. There was also a vague shadow of a giant flaming bird spreading its wings and flying. Only Zhang Ming himself can see this change. Ding! Successfully upgraded to Beast Tamer 1 star. Ding! Soul bones with other attributes detected. Soul power transformation of your body is about to begin. Perfect absorption. Yes. The demigod hand on the left. The devil's eyes in both eyes. At this moment, everything is shining. After a beastmaster is promoted to grandmaster, he will start the first soul power transformation of the body, which will strengthen the functions of various organs in the body. Because he was unaware of the changes in the divine fire, all the soul bones in his body were activated, and he felt as if they had become one. The power of demigod hidden in the hands of demigod, and the demonic power in the demon's eyes. One is good, and the other is evil. Ding! Tanya bloodline awakened successfully. Following this prompt tone, Zhang Ming felt his bones being torn and his skin being stretched. The bloodline of the Tanya people was known as the strongest warrior in ancient times, possessing the power to split the sky and the earth. Can tear ferocious beasts apart with bare hands. All activated. Suddenly, Zhang Ming felt his stomach churning, and his skin began to feel painful and itchy. Countless black substances with a foul smell condensed from under my skin. I quickly ran to the bathroom and turned on the shower to rinse. Under the neutralization of the Tanya blood, Zhang Ming's pupils turned into a strange amber color, and the various abilities of the demon eye that he had used before needed to be activated. Now it seemed as if they were his original eyes. It consumes soul power, but all it takes is a thought to unleash a variety of skills. His hands were as white as jade, and not only his left hand, but also his right hand had increased in strength. Looked in the mirror. I suddenly discovered that he had grown taller, and abdominal muscles. This figure is simply too perfect. Even a bodybuilding champion would feel resentful after watching this. Feeling the strength coming from every muscle in his body, he really didn't know how strong he was now. The beastmaster can now add his own soul power to the Horcrux to increase its power. Take out the god-killing gun. I don't know what happened, but a divine fire appeared at the tip of the gun, wrapping the gun body in flames. Hold out your palm. Unexpectedly, the divine fire seemed to have intelligence and transformed into a small bird covered with flaming feathers and landed in the palm of his hand. Take a closer look. I didn't know that the bird transformed from the divine fire had pupils exactly the same as his. I'll just call you Fire Crow. The firebird transformed from the divine fire nimbly adjusted its body, flew into his chest, and hid in the cube of the Holy Spirit's heart. The successive changes made Zhang Ming a little excited. In the outside world, the Alliance's holy ship, Noah's Ark. 12 lights flickered on a round table. Then, one virtual figure after another appeared, sitting at a round table, with their heads down, and their expressions could not be seen clearly. Venerable Lin also appeared among them. There was no figure at the first seat of the round table where the red light was flashing. Only 7 of the 12 showed up. No one spoke first. As the red light faded, a cloaked figure emerged. Saint, everyone stood up and said respectfully, "What did you call me for?" The saint's voice was not loud. The blonde who was facing Master Lin spoke in a flattering voice. An SSS-level ability just appeared on the soul ranking, called the Unknown Divine Fire. Please help, Saint, find out where this genius came from so that the Alliance can protect him. Upon hearing this, the Saint's expression did not change at all, just nodded slightly. Place your palm lightly on your forehead and then point your hand towards the east. In the Huaxia district, everyone was shocked, but quickly concealed their expressions. Venerable Lin remained unmoved and did not speak. Leave this young man to Lin to find. There is one more thing I want to tell you. Nandes has blew up all the soul beasts and escaped. His clone has escaped. You all should be careful. As for the key, no one should look for it anymore. Wait for me to come back. The saint said simply and then went offline. It's a saint. When everyone heard the name, a hint of fear flashed across their faces, and they were even more surprised than before. This time, Reverend Lin ignored the blonde. The blonde girl hugged her shoulders, looked at Master Lin meaningfully, and chose to log off. Chapter 126 5-star, General Long Shu. Venerable Lin looked gloomy and retreated back to Tianju Peak. Although he didn't say a word, Mr. Lin could still see what was on his mind. It's a good opportunity to train him. As for other things, we should consider the overall situation first. Zhang Ming will eventually get in touch with the core of the Alliance. Grandpa Lin said calmly. In the apartment, Zhang Ming was so excited that he could hardly sleep. This time, not only did he awaken the Tanya bloodline, but he also completely transformed the hand of demigod and the heart of the Holy Spirit into a part of himself, without having to consume his soul power to borrow the power from them. With a smile on his face, he fell into a deep sleep. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. He opened his eyes and stretched. I felt like there was something warm and soft in the quilt. Twisted it with his hands. Warm, soft, and tender. Midor. Zhang Ming sat up instantly and looked at Midora with sleepy eyes in surprise. Why did Midoru come out? It seems that he didn't summon Midoruo when he went to bed yesterday. Owner. Midora rubbed his sleepy eyes and called out softly. How did you get out? I don't know either. I just wanted to sleep with you, Master, and then I came out of the soul B space. Then, I saw that you didn't cover yourself with the quilt and slept together. Midora stared at him with her watery eyes, looking at him innocently and cutely. Zhang Ming didn't know what to say, so he could only get dressed and get up. Ming brother, good morning. Dafei had just gotten up and was sitting in the living room playing with Taelong. Under Dafei's feeding, Taelong has grown very fast in the past few days and has become a little bigger. Let's go strolling around Dragon City today. You've been competing all the time these days and haven't had time to stroll around properly. As soon as Da Fei finished speaking, the smart bracelet on Zhang Ming's hand rang. It's Instructor Qin. Answer the phone. Okay, Instructor Qin. Wash up quickly and get dressed. You don't want to play together? Where are you going, Ming-ji? Instructor Qin told me that there was an emergency and he might not be able to go back to Jin Wu City with you guys. He asked me to pack my things and go find him now. Da Fei said, "Oh," and felt a little disappointed when he saw Zhang Ming pushing the door open. Unknowingly, the gap between the two of them was widening. Da Fei looked at Taelong. Although it's impossible to surpass Brother Ming, I must work hard to catch up with him. After going out, Zhang Ming went straight to the operations center. Instructor Qin was standing at the door waiting for him. The two of them nodded and greeted each other from a distance. Come with me. Instructor Qin did not explain much. Zhang Ming followed behind him and took the elevator upstairs. Identification confirmed, you can pass. Instructor Qin shone his pupils towards a metal door, and the door opened, revealing the scene inside. The uniformed combat personnel are monitoring the entire Dragon City in an orderly manner. Above them are hundreds of large screens, responsible for monitoring every tree and blade of grass in Dragon City. General Long. Instructor Qin suddenly stopped and saluted. Serious expression. General Long? Zhang Ming was a little confused. Opposite him was a general with 5 stars on his shoulders and the rank of admiral. He looked dignified and saluted Instructor Qin. General Nagarjuna? After Zhang Ming saw the face clearly, he suddenly remembered this person's identity. The highest commander of the United Front Work Department of the Huaxia region, the right-hand man of Mr. Lin, the chief disciple of Mr. Lin, and the royal-level beastmaster with the title of War Dragon. Nagarjuna. According to rumors, Long Shu is also an imperial beastmaster who could be ranked among the top 3 among all the titled masters in the alliance area. Be it his own strength or his soul beast, there's nothing wrong with it. But what is most admirable is not just Nagarjuna's strength. It was General Longshu's advanced awareness in commanding large-scale army operations. If Venerable Lin is the pillar that sits in the open in China, and Grandpa Lin's Dust Group is the secret organization guarding the roots of China, then the army controlled by Admiral Longshu is the sharpest knife in China. A sharp knife that can stab the enemy without hesitation. Here I come, Qinjian. General, please give the order. General Longshu smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Ming behind him with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Then, General Longshu seemed to activate some device in his hand, and a spark space gate appeared beside him. Come with me. Although Zhang Ming was a little curious, he followed in. Behind the space gate is a blue sky that stretches as far as the eye can see, and above his head was the soul list. It feels like you can touch it with your hand. Floating clouds passed by his ears, and at this moment he had arrived on an extremely large space carrier. In front of him, there was a familiar face. War in the South. Nanzhan had a strange look in his eyes and exchanged a few glances with Zhang Ming. General Long stopped and looked at Nanzhan and Zhang Ming. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Long Shu, and I'm the captain of the Suanio space carrier. I called you two here this time because I have something to tell you. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan stood straight. I now formally invite the two of you to join the reserve team of the Chinese Suanio space carrier. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan were both stunned. Space carrier reserve member. Others may not know what this means, but Zhang Ming is very clear about the meaning behind becoming a reserve member of the space carrier. Like the members of the aviation battleship Qishun who had previously escorted them during their special training in the field, as long as they boarded the ship, they would be granted the rank of non-commissioned officer, and all your logistics would be guaranteed, including soul beast rations and the regular cultivation of soul crystals. Compared with the space carrier, the aviation battleship, as the earliest warship, has been in service till now, but its size and weapons are not as good as the super-large space carrier under your feet. Until now, the Huaxia region is also only used for 2 space carriers, which can travel in space, directly pass through the atmosphere, achieve supersonic flight, and are equipped with weapons that can severely damage Overlord-level beasts. Once becoming a formal member of the team, he will be directly awarded the rank of second lieutenant. Behind this is not only resources, but also honor. The two of them agreed immediately in unison. Good. General Long was also very satisfied when he saw the spirits of the two men. Venerable Lin has handed you over to me. I will be responsible for your special training for the next month. I have watched all of your game videos. You performed very well, especially Zhang Ming. I'm going to give you a task this time. I wonder if you dare to accept it. Dare! Nanzhan was the first to rush to agree. This mission is both difficult and easy. Here are 2 identity cards and disguise chips. I will send someone to implant the disguised chips into your facial skin later. These 2 identity cards are the identities of the Meijian district. After hearing this, Zhang Ming had a general idea in his mind. This means they're asked to go undercover. General Long smiled knowingly and walked up to the 2 men. This mission is very simple. We will be responsible for sending you to the Meijian district. You 2 are tasked with lurking, finding the ancient treasures we left behind in the Meijian district, and bringing them back successfully. When Nanzhan heard about this task, his face instantly turned bitter. This task sounds impossible to complete. Chapter 127, Seamless Martial Arts Competition. General Long noticed Nanzhan's expression, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, we have arranged all the identities for the 2 of you. Unless you 2 take the initiative to expose yourself, the Skynet in the Meijian district will not screen you out." Zhang Ming nodded secretly without saying anything. The Skynet in the Meijian district is a surveillance system similar to the Beidou Spore system in the Huaxia district. It not only includes surveillance and eavesdropping, but more importantly is responsible for external expansion, recovering the territories of ferocious beasts and investigating the terrain. At the same time, Skynet will verify the identity of every resident in the Meijian district. If any identity fraud is found, Skynet will release a 1,000,000-volt super-strong electric current to kill the target on the spot. This is the biggest risk lurking in the US-China region. You always have to face the possibility of being discovered. Nanzhan couldn't understand why they sent him and Zhang Ming to infiltrate the Meijian area as spies for just 1 month. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. General Long saw through Nanzhan's thoughts. "I know you 2 will be curious and have a lot of questions, but I'll just bear with them all. After the chips are implanted, your faces will look the same as on your ID cards, and your smart bracelets will be transformed into special bracelets to keep in touch. Also, the code name this time is Blue Ocean. You can get the information and clues you need through the modified smart bracelet. Now, stand at attention. Turn around." Following General Long's order, the 2 men marched in unison. After entering the battleship's operations room and getting on the operating table, a group of technicians in white coats began to make drastic changes to the 2 men's faces, implanting chips into their faces. Now you can. Look at this photo and imagine it in your mind, and you will become like this. Also, the chip also has a memory function for the person you come into contact with and can change their appearance. However, the chip can only remember 3 faces at present. If it exceeds 3, the previously remembered faces will be automatically cleared. Currently, only our Huaxia district has this technology, so we must master it well. The staff explained patiently. Zhang Ming touched his cheek curiously, somewhat incredulously, as he watched the face in the mirror change at will. Even the hairstyle and wrinkles were lifelike. When he touched it with his hands, it felt like the real thing. The power of technology is amazing. General Long looked at the 2 curious people with a smile on his face. "The Spark Space Gate has been opened for the 2 of you. Go through it now. Once you get there, you can only rely on yourself. The first thing you need to solve is the problem of survival. You also need to call each other by the name on your ID card. Remember your mission. If you're caught by the Meijian district, the Huaxia district will not send anyone to rescue you. Once you get there, you can only rely on yourself to survive." After General Long finished speaking, a space portal really appeared in front of the 2 of them. Things changed too quickly. Before Nanzhan could react, he was kicked in by Instructor Qin. Zhang Ming hurriedly followed. Watching the spark portal disappear, General Long looked at Instructor Qin, and the 2 smiled at each other with mysterious smiles. Let's see what these 2 guys can do in the Meijian district. However, the competition method that Meijian thought of this time is quite unique. Whoever can find the exchanged objects first will be the first in the competition. This breaks the previous routine competition. Instructor Qin said with a sigh. "Yes, we should be careful about the intentions of the Meijian district this time. The top 16 will be divided into groups of 2. They're in the 3rd group, right? How about Wen Tang and Wang Yang, who were sent to the European League district? The first group of 2 people has been successfully settled." General Long nodded. All the players from the 4 regions thought that the alliance competition would be held in a month. This was just a training session. If they knew that the competition had already started, I'm looking forward to the surprised expressions of these young people. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan, of course, didn't know that they had already been seamlessly connected and started the alliance competition. Compared with previous combat competitions, this time the Magian district proposed to compete in this way, with each of the 4 major districts sending 8 groups of players to select the first place in the competition based on time. At the same time, the 4 regions' strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities are also looking for these contestants. Once discovered, they will lose the opportunity to compete if the contestants from the 4 regions fail to find the items they exchanged. The winner will be determined by which team can stay in hiding the longest, or which team can receive the exchange item most recently. The Huaxia district took out 3 items and placed them in the U.S. district, the European Union district, and the Soviet Union district. Similarly, the other 3 districts also took out 3 items, which were hidden by the Huaxia district in cities large and small in the Huaxia district. The contestants have to hide their identities while searching for items, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and they also have to risk being discovered at any time. It has to be said that the method of this competition makes everyone feel interesting. The top leaders of the 4 major districts all wanted to see what these little guys would do. A strong man. Not only must you have strong strength, but you must also have the ability to survive in the world. The determination to protect humanity. On the other side, 2 people passed through the space gate and appeared in a slightly dirty street trash can. The foul smell of garbage made the 2 of them quickly crawl out. The trash can was filled with all kinds of excrement. It was disgusting. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan each changed their appearance to match the names on their ID cards. Zhang Ming looked down at Nanzhan's name tag and read slowly. Tom. Your name is Tom? Yes, Jerry. Forehead. Get out of this stinking place, Tom. Zhang Ming looked at the bracelet on his hand and confirmed his current location. It is a first-class city called Lincoln City in the American Kin District. The 2 walked through the alley and stood on the street. What catches the eye are buildings full of Western culture, various sculptures of people, churches, pedestrians coming and going, men wearing suits and ties, and women wearing high heels and bright clothes. This is very similar to the scenes of the old times that Zhang Ming saw in his textbooks when he was in school. Fortunately, the 2 of them had changed into clothes that were characteristic of the Magian area, and they looked like authentic Americans at first glance. Zhang Ming was portrayed as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, while Nanzhan was portrayed as a single-eyed boy with short, slightly yellow hair and some freckles on his face. The 2 stood on the busy street, feeling a little lost and confused as they were in a strange place. I have no idea where this is going. Zhang Ming grabbed Nanzhan and whispered, "Let's find a place to stay first. Don't look around. The Skynet in Magian District is everywhere. Do you see the camera on the street lamp above your head? Be careful." Nanzhan nodded, and for a moment Zhang Ming became his backbone. Suddenly, on the wide road, a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 black horses came galloping. In the Magian district, people who can ride this kind of old-time carriage are of noble status and must be king-level beastmasters. Only king-level beastmasters can enjoy such an honor. The 2 looked at the emblem carved on the carriage. Pretend to walk and search with the bracelet. It is the emblem of the Edward family of Lincoln City. This family is very famous in the Magian district and can be called a noble family. It has been passed down for 100 years and has produced 2 titled beastmasters. The passers-by around also showed envious expressions and then continued on their way. Both of us are already adults according to our ID cards. According to the reliable information provided by the bracelet, we can go to Haina Street to find a job and settle down. As for finding ancient treasures, we can wait for a few days before settling down. Nanzhan didn't know what to do next, so he could only follow Zhang Ming. Ding! The alliance competition has begun. Hearing the prompt tone, Zhang Ming was stunned and stopped. Chapter 128 Edward Family Job Fair. Nanzhan followed Zhang Ming and touched his back. Why did you stop? Fine. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and continued walking towards Haina Street. But at this moment, I began to think about the reason for the prompt sound just now. Could it be that this spy mission is not just a simple special training? Zhang Ming suddenly figured out the problem. No wonder they acted so hastily. It seemed that the 4 major regions of the Alliance had fooled all the players. In fact, the Alliance competition has already begun. Finding the ancient treasure that was lost in the Magian district will apparently determine the winner of the competition. Whoever finds their respective items first will win the competition. This time the competition is still a 2-person team system. After thinking this through, It's no wonder that the mission of this special training is so difficult. Looking at the clean road surface on both sides of the street and the flowers and plants that had just been watered, it was completely different from the previous streets. Although the pedestrians on the road were in a hurry, he could feel the aura coming from these people, which was very strong. Cross the main road. Haina Street. I checked the map location on the bracelet and confirmed that this was Haina Street. Although the 4 major regions of the Alliance do not speak the same language now, the chip implanted before he came here has already connected the language of the Meijian region to his language nerves. Now, when Zhang Ming speaks, he speaks pure American dialect, which will not arouse suspicion. Haina Street was already crowded with people. Standing at the innermost was a middle-aged man wearing a gentleman's suit with white curly hair and a fat body. Behind him was a large rolling screen with various jobs appearing on it, and the family emblem of Edward's family was prominently displayed on the screen. Those people surrounding the platform are all here looking for work. Compared with the Huaxia district, the Meijian district still practices city autonomy, with several large first-tier cities jointly governing the Meijian district. Behind this are the 4 famous families. The Edward family is one of them. Therefore, the people in the Meijian district are divided into 2 extremes. The elite people are not only gifted, but also have support from their families in terms of food, clothing, housing, transportation, and the training of soul beasts. And people like this group of people with low qualifications and humble origins even have problems filling their stomachs, let alone breeding soul beasts. What is surprising is that there are still people in the Meijian district who don't have a contract with a soul beast. The policy of the Meijian district is different from that of the Huaxia district. It pursues the principle of survival of the fittest and concentrates all resources together to provide them to people with outstanding talents. In the Huaxia district, no matter how talented one is, one can get a flying soul beast. We cannot completely deny that the policy of the Meijian district is bad. The Meijian district follows the elite route. Looking at the current situation, the number of title-level powerhouses in the Meijian district is still higher than that in the Huaxia district. The Huaxia district has 2 venerable-level beast tamers. The Meijian district has 5 supreme beastmasters. This is also the result of the Meijian district taking the elite route and has always called itself the boss among the 4 major districts. Zhang Ming looked at the text scrolling on the screen. The body was squeezed here and there. Tell me all the life skills you're good at. The fat man on the stage cleared his throat and spoke in fluent American English. I worked as a pastry chef at the president's palace for 3 years. I drove for the former head of state's first wife. I worked as a soul beast feeder for the Wasp King. I am very experienced. Zhang Ming stood outside and watched for a long time before finally understanding it. This fat man is the foreign affairs manager of the Edward family. He came today specifically to recruit people to work for the Edward family. No wonder these people are so excited that they try to get in even if they lose their heads. If you want to work in our Edward family, you must not only have work experience, but also be at least a beastmaster. If you're not a beastmaster, please go back. No, how can this be possible? I'm the beast tamer. I have 2 soul beasts with rare bloodlines. I beg you, Chief Steward Lao, please choose me. Looking at the man with messy clothes and sincere eyes, the fat man, known as Manager Lao, didn't even look at him. He went back to his seat, put his hands on his stomach, and asked the people below to maintain order. Nanzhan was not clear about the situation in the Meijian area and was a little surprised. Ming Jerry. Nanzhan almost called out the wrong name and immediately changed his words. Why are people in Meijian district like this? Now that everyone is taming beasts, shouldn't we be working hard to train and cultivate soul beasts or hunt fierce beasts in the wild? Why is it like this? Nanzhan didn't understand why these people didn't go out into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for soul coins and materials, but instead were desperately looking for jobs here. In his previous life, Zhang Ming also didn't understand this problem. Later, he slowly understood. Precisely because the route taken by the Meijian district is different from that of the Huaxia district, the Huaxia district invests all its resources in every new beastmaster, starting from elementary school and junior high school to lay a solid foundation. And after reaching adulthood in high school, awakening their soul qualifications, each person is equipped with a flying soul beast. Young beastmasters in the Meijian district who want to own soul beasts after awakening must have B-level qualifications to obtain soul beasts. Otherwise, they must either buy them themselves or look for them in the wild. So for most people, it is really difficult to live in the Meijian area. In addition, the economy of the Meijian district is controlled by 4 major families, and each major city is autonomous and has long formed its own small circles, but they are combined together for common interests. What's strange is that this form has existed for hundreds of years without being overturned. It can be seen that the strength of the four major families has already clearly manipulated the people of Meijin District. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan glanced at the work on the screen. They're gardeners, cooks, grooms, drivers, and guards. What kind of jobs are these? How come it is the same as the work in the old society before the disaster? Although it still exists now, it has been banned in the Huaxiao area long ago. It seems that the Meijin area still maintains the ancient system of respect and hierarchy. Jerry, Nanzhan pushed Zhang Ming. Intentional on-screen guard work. The salary for this guard job is quite good, up to 50,000 soul coins per month. After all, the threshold is to become a beastmaster, and there are other welfare subsidies as well. Zhang Ming was also somewhat tempted. We are now recruiting 7 guards, with Grandmaster level as the standard. Those who meet the requirements will automatically take over. Manager Lao took a sip of tea and spoke. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan looked at each other, and seeing that someone had already gone on stage, they also jumped onto the platform. In an instant, more than a dozen people were standing on the platform. Zhang Ming checked and found that they were much older than the two of them. The youngest was 35 years old. Their appearance was particularly eye-catching. After all, they looked like young men in their 20s. You two stop messing around. This is the Edward family's job fair. Manager Lao pointed at the two of them and scolded them. He pointed to the Edward family emblem behind him with an arrogant look on his face. Nanzhan was a little unconvinced and was about to fight back when he was stopped by Zhang Ming. Your Excellency, Chief Steward Lao. Chapter 129, The Magical Use of Fire Crow. At this moment, on the Suanio space carrier in the Huaxia district, General Long and Instructor Qin looked at a screen showing an alliance signal map with a smile on their faces. 12 bright lights were distributed across the 4 major areas. It seems that the 2 little guys have settled down. Lincoln City is the headquarters of the Edward family. Their landing will be both dangerous and safe. General Long said with a sigh. Instructor Qin stood aside and nodded. Qin, I'm going to have to work hard for you. There are 36 contestants entering our Huaxiao region for this competition. I need you troops to check them one by one and find them out. Yes. Instructor Qin stopped and answered. Let's just wait and see how these little guys perform in this month. General Long said with a smile. Lincoln City, USA. Hainao Street. Zhang Ming used a lot of language to make Manager Lao feel very comfortable. Nanzhan behind him was stunned. How could he have imagined that Zhang Ming had such a side to him? Uncle Lao, we have longed for the Edward family since we were young. Can you give us a chance? We promise to be obedient. We will honor you every month. Zhang Ming half-knelt on the ground and massaged Manager Lao's legs. The people in the audience were disgusted by Zhang Ming's behavior, but dared not say anything. In their hearts, they envied Zhang Ming for being able to talk to Manager Lao at such a close distance. As he spoke, Zhang Ming took out a Lord-level soul crystal from the Horcrux base and put it into Chief Butler Lao's loose coat. This is a ferocious beast I encountered on the way here. I wanted to give it to you as a gift. Manager Lao glanced at Zhang Ming and looked at the name on the ID card. Your name is Jerry, and his name is Tom. The fat steward Lao always felt that this name was a bit strange. Yes. You two have passed the test. Please go to the back, and someone will take you to Edward's mansion to report. Okay. Thank you, Manager Lao. Zhang Ming winked at Nanzhan, who followed closely behind him, head lowered, and walked toward the backstage. A staff member took off the identity cards of the 2 people, used the intelligent computer to identify them, and then obtained all the information of the 2 people, including date of birth, place of origin, soul beast level, etc. After confirming their identities were safe, they received a letter of introduction with the Edward family emblem printed on it. Go to Edward's mansion and report to Captain Laibin, said the staff. Okowo. The 2 left the crowded job fair without a penny. Although they both had Horcrux bases that stored some things, they randomly found a park, sat on a bench, and ate a few bites of food. It was already noon since they got up in the morning, and they hadn't eaten a single bite of food yet. The 2 took advantage of this break to eat and catch up on their knowledge about the Meijin district. Watching the Southern War was a constant source of surprise. Damn, the 4 major families in the Meijin district are too domineering. By connecting the bracelet to the official platform of Meijin district, all the information that is difficult to see on a daily basis will appear, including gossip from major forums. The most common ones are complaints and accusations from the masses. If you don't work, You won't have food to eat. Isn't this a pyramid model? The lower class supports the upper class. The combat forces in the Magian district are all controlled by the four major families. The Edward family is only at the bottom of the four major families. There are also the Lumen family, the Kazan family, and the Four family. Among them, the Lumen family controls all the military forces in the Magian district, produces weapons, and researches technology. The Four family controls the entire U.S. economy and is the richest family. The Edward family is responsible for reclaiming the land and training elite beastmasters to provide to the upper class. The Kazan family is the most mysterious family. It is called the Sword Soul Kazan. It is also the oldest family. It existed before the disaster. It has been hundreds of years. There are not many records about the Kazan family. Nanzhan muttered as he watched. The information that can be found on official and other forums is just what Magian district wants you to see. Zhang Ming knew in his heart that the situation in Magian district was even darker. Suddenly, a small bird with fiery red feathers landed on the shoulders of the two men. He jumped up and down and wanted to steal the food from the two people's hands. Is this the fire feather bird? Nanzhan looked at it in surprise. That's right. This bird, whose entire body seems to be wrapped in flames, is a creature unique to the Magian district. Although it is also a kind of ferocious beast, it has ordinary blood and is the lowest level of bronze. As long as you don't provoke it, you will not be harmed, being allowed to live in cities and coexist with humans. Although no one is willing to make a contract with this kind of ferocious beast with low-level bloodline, many people often use this fire-feathered bird as a lighting tool. They catch it and put it in a bird cage, which can be used for viewing and lighting. Zhang Ming looked at the fire-feathered bird in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Open your right hand. A flaming bird that was extremely similar to the fire-feather bird appeared, combing its feathers very flexibly. It was the fire crow transformed from his unknown divine fire. Go! Throw the fire crow into the air. The fire crow quickly merged into the flock of fire-feather birds, and it was impossible to tell which one was just the fire crow. However, the connection between Zhang Ming and the fire crow was not broken, and through the vision-sharing ability of the Devil's Eye, he obtained all the scenes that the fire crow saw. High in the sky is the entire city skyline of Lincoln and people coming and going. The fire crow also turned into amber demon eyes. Then the fire crow landed on a branch not far from the job fair. The fire-feathered bird was a common ferocious bird, so passers-by subconsciously ignored the existence of this creature and had already accepted it in their hearts. However, Zhang Ming activated the demon eye through mental communication. The fire crow's pupils looked towards Butler Lau. Manager Lau may look fat, but his intuition is still very sharp after so many years, and he always feels like something is staring at him. Fire-feathered bird? Manager Lau noticed the fire-feathered bird on the branch right in front of him. Then, the Eye of Desire activated. Manager Lau was led into endless desires for money and wealth, beauty and power. The whole person went crazy in an instant. He missed a step and fell off the stage. The arm was broken instantly by the weight of 200 or 300 kilograms. Zhang Ming gave this manager Lau a small punishment through the fire crow, but he did not intend to take his life. After all, causing a death would definitely attract attention. The fire crow then flapped its wings and flew away, returning to Zhang Ming and landing on a treetop far away. Always pay attention to what's going on around you. Zhang Ming nodded secretly. I didn't expect the fire crow to be so useful. Nanzhan thought of all this as an ordinary fire-feathered bird that fell into his hand and flew away. He didn't know that Zhang Ming had already controlled the fire crow to punish the fat steward Lau. According to the instructions in the bracelet, will the four saints' portraits be in the capital of Magian district? Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and thought about it. The capital of the Magian district is similar to the Dragon City in the Huaxia district. It is the main city respected by all first-level cities and is guarded by a Venerable all year round. The ancient treasure they're looking for this time is the head of the Azure Dragon, one of the four sacred heads in the Huaxia area. It's hard to say. It could be hidden in a third-tier city or a second-tier city. If we want to find the hiding place of the ancient treasure within a month, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for us alone. Even if we search for a needle in a haystack for 10 years, we may not find any clues. Only by removing the people in the upper echelons can we get clues about the ancient treasure. Nanzhan had a worried look on his face, and he understood the reason. It's okay to let him fight and kill, but this is the first time to let him lurk as a spy. I have no clue. Okay, don't think too much about it. Just take it one step at a time. As long as we don't get discovered, it'll be fine. For now, we will join the Edward family as guards and start searching from Lincoln City below us. As Zhang Ming said this, he stood up and the two of them walked towards the Edward family's residence. Ding! Start the main quest. Alliance competition searching for the head of Azure Dragon. Successfully find the Azure Dragon's head and receive the Azure Dragon scale as a reward. The player with the fastest time will win first place. Only first place will be awarded in this competition. First prize. Chapter 130, Jaw of the Thunder Dragon, Captain Lei Bin. First prize, Emperor Burial Abyss Map. Zhang Ming checked the contents of the reward as he walked. Map of the Imperial Burial Abyss. There are many different rumors about the Emperor's Burial Abyss. Some say it is the lair of ancient Titan beasts, while others say the abyss is a passage connecting to another world. The most official statement of all the relevant records so far is that during the catastrophe, the earth cracked open to reveal infinite fissures. The Emperor's Burial Abyss was once the burial place for many Emperor-level powerful men from ancient times, so it was named the Emperor's Burial Abyss. It contains countless treasures and inheritances. It is also the first of the 10 forbidden areas. Zhang Ming realized that although the reward for this competition was just a map, it was extremely important and would definitely have an impact on the future. As they were thinking, they arrived at the door of Edward's family mansion. It is said to be a mansion. At a glance, the main entrance is extremely wide, and there is a security guard standing guard next to the door with a weapon on his shoulder in a standard posture. The area 10 meters outside the door is designated as a restricted area. Looking inside through the fence, you can see a magnificent manor. At first glance, there are no buildings, only plants and fountains. It's so grand. Nanzhan couldn't help but sigh. He had never seen such a luxurious house in Huaxia district. The two men stood at the door, walked towards the guard hall, and took out the letter of introduction. The security guard took a look, sized up the two of them, and then dialed the smart voice to contact the people in the manor. You wait here. Captain Lei Bin will be out soon. Okowo. They both nodded. After a while, a tall and strong man with short hair from the American district walked out of the manor. He was wearing an expensive S-class combat suit, with a hooked nose and vicious eyes. The two of them instantly felt like they were being stared at by a predator. Zhang Ming could feel that the other party's aura was very strong, and he was definitely a top-level, king-level beastmaster. His combat capability is no less than that of Instructor Qin. Lei Bin glanced at the letter of introduction, casually, and said nonchalantly, "It's the people recruited by that fat guy Lao again. He really recruits anyone." After saying this, Lei Bin turned and left. Zhang Ming saw that the man didn't even look at them and was about to call out to him. Lei Bin dodged it. "Captain Lei, we are here to apply for the guard job at the Edward family." "I know." Lei Bin obviously didn't buy into the two's ideas. Every time there was a recruitment expansion, Fatty Lao was sent to do the work because he was well known to Mrs. Yuri's, and he had to follow behind to clean up the mess. This made Lei Bin very unhappy. "Can you give us a chance?" In order to infiltrate the Edward family, Zhang Ming had to lower his posture. But obviously he did not get the other party's respect. In Lei Bin's eyes, what can two little yellow-haired kids do? Jerry, let's not ask him. Let's go to the Rufus family," Nanzhan said deliberately while standing aside. The Edward family and the Rufus family are competitors in business. When Lei Bin heard this, he got slightly angry, then realized that this was a provocation, and then he laughed. "As long as the two of you can take 5 of my blows with your bare hands, you will be qualified. How about that? Not summoning soul beasts. If they can summon soul beasts, why would the Edward family hire guards? The duty of a guard is to be sensitive to the source of danger as soon as it occurs, and to protect the master with his body. You can dodge and fight back. As long as you can take 5 of my attacks, I will agree to it. How about that?" Lei Bin crossed his arms, confident of victory. With his strength at the peak of the king level, dealing with the two little ghosts was a piece of cake. Summoning soul beasts is a joke. To deal with the two little ghosts, you need to summon soul beasts. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement immediately. Lei Bin got into the hover patrol car parked at the door, and the two of them sat in the back, admiring the scenery in the manor. After driving along the lawn for 10 minutes, we finally saw a huge castle standing before us. Oh my god, this is a first-tier city, and the Edward family's manor is too large. The two couldn't help but sigh that the world of the rich is really unimaginable. There are also many ornamental beasts in the manor. They are not aggressive and are only used for aesthetics. They are worthy of being one of the 4 major families in Meijin District. No matter how rich and powerful the families in Huaxia District are, they don't have a manor as large as this one in the city. It's not that the noble families in Huaxia District don't have the financial resources to build it, but Huaxia District does not allow such people who transcend the class to exist. This is enough to show how powerful the Edward family is. In this city of Lincoln, he has absolute power. Laban had an extremely proud look on his face, and he enjoyed the curious looks in the 2 people's eyes. Arrived at the castle gate. Look up. It is more than 200 meters high. Zhang Ming feels that such a large castle is more than enough to accommodate 1,800 people. After entering the castle, we followed Lei Bin through many twists and turns, climbing stairs and taking the elevator. The castle was full of old buildings and objects from the old times, and they were made from the old times working, probably on the middle floor of the castle. Open the door. It's an arena. The 2 were ashamed. When I looked at the castle from the outside just now, I felt that the interior of the castle was very large, but I didn't expect it to be so big that it even had a fucking arena. Although there is no spectator seating, only a platform used for fighting training, it is also very large, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. There are also weapons from old times placed around it, with types and styles from all civilizations. Laban casually poured a glass of foreign wine and introduced it while standing next to the weapons rack. This sword is already 1,700 years old, but it is still intact. It is a weapon from the ancient Chinese civilization dynasty. And this dagger is a weapon from the Viking era 1,000 years ago in the European Union. Although so much time has passed, they are still as sharp as ever and are comparable to the current Horcruxes. Don't you 2 think they are beautiful? Laban stroked the weapon in his hand with an intoxicated look on his face. It can be seen that this person is a collector and is obsessed with weapons. I control this arena. All the guards in the castle train here on weekdays. Okay, let's get started. After saying this, Laban stood on the arena. The 2 looked at each other and stood on the arena together. Zhang Ming quickly entered the Ultra Instinct state and felt the aura of everyone in the castle. Suddenly, I realized that there were more than 1,000 auras in the castle, and there were so many people. Laban noticed the change in Zhang Ming. His eyebrows moved slightly, and he showed some interest. It seems that I really underestimated these 2 little guys. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan took a defensive stance, ready to take the first move. Laban gathered his strength into his fists and crossed them across his chest. As the name suggests, 2 thundering yellow lightning coiled around the fists. He is the owner of the S-level supernatural Thunder Dragon Jaw. Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that the man in front of him was Lei Bin, the royal beastmaster who was given the title of Thunder Dragon in his previous life. However, he has not yet been promoted to the emperor level, nor has he become a titled strawman. A golden arc of electricity suddenly popped out from Lei Bin's fists and rushed towards the 2 men. The powerful sense of oppression instantly pinned the 2 men to the ground, unable to move. Chapter 131, Nanzhan's Superpower, Bloody Battle. Nanzhan wanted to dodge sideways, but found that the soles of his feet were sucked tightly by the strong electric current. My legs also felt tingling and numb like an electric shock. I want to move, but can't. Lei Bin raised the corner of his mouth, and he estimated in his mind that with this punch, the 2 men would definitely fall to the ground. Zhang Ming reached out and grabbed Nanzhan's arm, activating the shining ring. Whoosh! In an instant, the 2 disappeared, teleported to a place 10 meters away, followed by a huge explosion. There was a charred black area on the ground. Lei Bin missed his attack and was fooled. Lei Bin looked at Zhang Ming's left hand with some amusement, with a hint of greed in his eyes. A Horcrux that can teleport? That's a really cool thing. This dodge just now provoked Nanzhan's explosive temper. With Zhang Ming's current strength, it would not be difficult to kill Lei Bin even if he did not summon a soul beast. But he did not want to expose his strength too early given his ability to transform into elements. Kill him in the blink of an eye. Of course, Zhang Ming also decided to teach him a lesson. After all, the power of the demigod's hand had already completely integrated with his hands, as well as the power of his Tanya bloodline. I was worried that I had no touchstone to test my current strength. Having a king-level top beastmaster as a sparring partner is something I've been wanting to have. Immediately, Zhang Ming concentrated all his strength into his hands, and muscles emerged from under the skin covered by his clothes. Let's look at the Southern War. His pupils turned blood red, and there was a hint of bloody and violent aura floating around him, but his eyes were cold and stern, and he tilted his head and glanced at Lei Bin. This feeling made Lei Bin's heart skip a beat. I remembered this when I saw the changes in Nanzhan. This change is exactly Nanzhan's S-level ability. Bloody Battle. Instructor Qin once severely reprimanded Nanzhan, asking him why he didn't combine his own special abilities and cooperate with the Soul Beast to defeat his opponent. Nanzhan has also demonstrated this S-level skill in the competition, and he has also watched the battle video. It is indeed very strong among S-level abilities. It is a hard-hitting, close combat ability that becomes more courageous as the battle goes on. As long as the opponent is inflicted with a bleeding wound, he can absorb the opponent's blood and energy to replenish his own blood and energy. It is somewhat similar to the blood-sucking of a Horcrux. Of course, after using this power, he will also fall into a short period of weakness. This ability is simply a berserker ability born for close combat, so the Southern Ward did not dare to use it continuously. Looking at Nanzhan with red eyes, Lei Bin became serious. Gather your hands together again. A golden thundercloud appeared above his head, and a golden thunder dragon coiled in the thundercloud. The S-level ability of the Thunder Dragons, Jaw, also surprised Zhang Ming. Looking at the mighty Thunder Dragon, if it struck down, you would at least be covered in burns, if not killed. Lei Bin is serious. Zhang Ming secretly released the Fire Crow and flew into the thundercloud. The Thunder Dragon, which was so arrogant just now, instantly became wilted in front of the Fire Crow. Lei Bin noticed that the Thunder Dragon's momentum was getting weaker and weaker, and immediately sent it down. There was a loud noise in the castle. Nanzhan, with red eyes and blood all over his body, actually condensed into a blood dragon and flew out from the ground, collide with the Thunder Dragon in the air. Lei Bin gritted his teeth and fought back with all his might. Where did he put his dignity as a king-level beastmaster? At this moment, because of the loud noise before, other people in the castle also stood on the stairs above and stopped to watch. Who are these two young men? Reporting to Madame Yuri's, this is the guard hired by Chief Steward Lao, and he is currently undergoing the test by Captain Lei. A woman in her 40s, wearing luxurious clothes and a long skirt, spoke up. Her skin was fair and without a single wrinkle. The butler next to her was wearing a formal suit and bowed respectfully. This woman named Yuri's is the eldest wife of the current patriarch of the Edward family. She is in charge of all the internal affairs of the castle and is equivalent to the queen of the castle. Everyone must obey her, even the entire city of Lincoln. Next to Mrs. Yuri's stood a pretty girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, as beautiful as a princess from a fairy tale. She was wearing a tight, long skirt, a crystal laurel crown on her head, and elegant makeup, and she looked a bit like her mother. Captain Lei's Thunder Dragon was blocked by the red-eyed boy. Yes, Miss Wei Wei. It's been a while since we've seen Captain Lei take action. Mother, let's just watch here for a while. Mrs. Yuri's eyes were very gentle, and she nodded in agreement with her daughter's request. Third move. Lei Bin knew that his wife was looking at him from behind. Immediately mobilize all your soul power to the limit. Lei Bin stretched out his right hand and grabbed with his big hand. The air was squeezed instantly, and he actually caught Nanzhan in midair. A huge hand composed of yellow soul power appeared in the void. It was the signature ability of the king-level beastmaster, able to capture objects from a distance. Moreover, Lei Bin has obviously reached the threshold for an imperial beastmaster to materialize his soul power. Can add soul power attributes to the Hand of Nothingness. After Nanzhan was captured, he still had no expression on his face and showed no signs of pain. Zhang Ming was a little worried and wanted to use his elemental transformation and the power of fire to save Nanzhan. Believe me, Nanzhan said 3 words to Zhang Ming. Nanzhan raised his hands and grabbed the huge soul power hand that was pinching his neck. Nanzhan's 2 arms suddenly became huge and full of blood. He actually forcibly broke open Lei Bin's soul power hand. Lei Bin struggled against the powerful force, and suddenly a fist appeared on his right. It's Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming waited for the shining ring to cool down, and while he was distracted, he mobilized all his strength. A powerful punch. The punch hit Lei Bin's right cheek. The space was deformed by the force of the fist, and the bones on Lei Bin's right face were deformed and shaking violently. The body flew backwards. With a loud bang, smash on the wall. Nanzhan smiled with red eyes, looked at Zhang Ming, and then released his bloody and frantic fighting state. My S-level ability is a status ability. It cannot be maintained for too long, otherwise it will easily overdraw the blood and essence in my body. Nanzhan explained, but he was also surprised that Zhang Ming's punch was so powerful that it directly knocked Lei Bin flying. Miss Wei Wei, who was standing on the balcony, saw her captain being knocked away and actually applauded. She admired the two of them very much, but was looked back at by Mrs. Yuri's. Leave these two young men here to guard the castle at night. Mrs. Yuri's said this lightly and left with the servants behind her. Miss Wei Wei looked at Nanzhan's expression and couldn't help but smile cutely. Nanzhan seemed to notice someone was staring at him and looked up. He saw a girl with light blonde hair, pretty features, and an elf-like look above him, smiling at him. Zhang Ming patted Nanzhan on the shoulder. Tom, stop staring at the girl. Someone's coming. Lei Bin was carried away on a stretcher. Today, a feud was formed, but Zhang Ming and Nanzhan were not afraid at all. The two have similar personalities and hate pretentious people the most. Beat everyone you see. Tom and Jerry, my lady has ordered that the two of you be in charge of guarding the castle at night. The slightly thin old man with white curly hair in front of him bent slightly, looking very gentlemanly. Zhang Ming knew that the Edward family had come in. The first day passed safely. The next step is to lie in ambush and find out the whereabouts of the head of the Azure Dragon. Chapter 132, Punishment of Lei Bin. Under the guidance of their personal steward, Old Man Burlingame, Zhang Ming and Nanzhan took a tour of the castle's general structure. I have to say, the Edward family is not only wealthy, but also has a profound foundation. Through conversation, the two learned. This castle has a history of 400 years and was the only building that was not damaged before the disaster. At that time, the Edward family was a member of the U.S. Congress, holding a high position of power and controlling the country's economic lifeline. At that time, there was also the name country. Now they're all classified as major leagues and are referred to as districts. The objects randomly placed in the castle are all antiques with hundreds of years of history, including medieval swords and bronze objects unearthed from the ultra-ancient civilization period. The super-civilization period is the last period of human civilization. It is difficult to estimate the time from now. Some scholars say it is 1,000,000 years ago, while others say it is incalculable. Surprisingly, the bronze artifacts left over from the last period of human civilization are still in such good condition. Not only does it not oxidize, but it can also make a crisp, buzzing sound when you tap it with your fingers. It makes people marvel at the wisdom of the last civilized human beings. The two of them took a quick look around. The castle is roughly divided into 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. The original castle was not as high as it is now, only about 10 meters, and was added later. The bottom floor is mainly where servants and guards of the castle live, and where they carry out daily activities, including training and living. The middle floor is where all the relatives of Edward's family live, and it has a huge indoor garden. The top floor is inhabited only by the patriarch of Edward's family, his wife, Lady Eurus, and their direct descendants, symbolizing their supreme status in the castle. If I have to describe it in one word, it's big. In Zhang Ming's eyes, this castle was like a small town. It was not only a house for living, but more like a military fortress, because many places were sealed with prohibition signs. Steward Berlin Han said that these are restricted areas. Once someone breaks in, they will be detected by the intelligence inside, which will trigger the castle's defense system. Zhang Ming knew clearly that behind these iron doors must be the weapons and equipment of this castle. Accommodation arranged for 2 persons. On the second floor of the ground floor, a standard double room with private bathroom and good privacy. There are more than 200 guards here, with 2 people in each group. All of them obey Lei Bin's orders and are responsible for daily patrols to protect the safety of the castle. Each of them is well-trained and good at physical combat. The beast taming levels are all at the Grandmaster level without exception. In addition, the Edward family will provide some soul crystals every month for the guards to use to cultivate their own soul beasts. Even if they stop being guards, they can join any industry of the Edward family. Get a good salary. This is the most attractive thing about the Edward family. A steady stream of elite talents pour into the 4 major families, ensuring their long-term prosperity. The people at the bottom can only keep working and provide resources to those above them. The two hadn't eaten all day, so a girl in a maid outfit brought over 2 plates of food. Milk, bread, barbecue. This is the daily food of the people in Meijin District. It's a bit bland. Fortunately, food and accommodation are provided. Moreover, the guards have a very high status among all the staff in the castle. Except for the people of Edward's family, everyone else is extremely respectful when they see the guards. The two men changed into the Edward family's guard combat uniforms and put on a layer of thin armor on the outside. According to Butler Burlingame, this was Mrs. Ury's request. Because Madame Ury's was born in the European Union, her ancestors were a famous Grand Duke family in the European Union, so she attached great importance to etiquette and the chivalry that was popular in the Middle Ages. All guards must be required to dress according to her ideas. Although it is not too heavy, it is a bit too troublesome to go to the toilet. Fortunately, it was not too hot in the castle, otherwise I would have gotten prickly heat even with such a layer of armor on. But they both look pretty handsome in their armor. Although both of them have blonde hair and blue eyes, they both have their own unique temperament. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Captain Lei Bin, with a gloomy face and a bandage on his head, gathered all the guards who stayed in the castle today and began to give them a lecture. In addition to their daily duties of guarding the castle, these Edward family guards also need to go out frequently to guard the patriarch or important family members. There's still more than 50 guards on duty in the castle today. Everyone stood straight in 3 rows. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan stood at the end of the team. Although the others saw Captain Lei Bin's gauze and rolled their eyes slightly, they did not say anything. Lei Bin had a long face and paced back and forth in front of the team, inspecting the team. Tom and Jerry out. Zhang Ming thought to himself, he knew it. We are recruiting 5 guards today. Let's welcome them with warm applause. After applause in unison, Lei Bin continued, Tom and Jerry, I want to give special praise to you. It's great that you were able to hurt me. Lei Bin said this with gritted teeth. Zhang Ming knew clearly that the reason he was able to knock him away with one punch was, on the one hand, because Lei Bin was careless and underestimated their enemy, and on the other hand, he used a sneak attack. If a war really breaks out, it will definitely be a tough battle. Of course, if he were to transform into an element, the battle could end quickly. The other guards had heard a long time ago that the 2 new guards had beaten Captain Lei Bin today. They were all very curious about who these 2 warriors were. After seeing them today, they found that they were indeed brave. I hereby declare that all-night shifts this month will be done by Tom and Jerry. Everyone, disperse and go back to sleep. When everyone heard this, joy showed on their faces. If you offend Captain Lei Bin, I will torture you to death in this Edward castle. Unless you quit. But who among them would be willing to give up such a well-paid job? The 2 men didn't speak. Lei Bin was angry, and in the afternoon he started thinking about how to deal with the 2 young men. Since his wife asked them to be on duty at night, he might as well let them do it this month. I am just trying to interfere and create conflicts. It will make the lady feel disgusted. It would be easy to just drive the 2 out of the castle, but this did not make Lei Bin feel relieved. He wanted to make sure that the 2 had no place to stand in Lincoln City. The 2 of them had already prepared themselves mentally. Nanzhan even curled his lips and smiled contemptuously at Lei Bin. Lei Bin noticed Nanzhan's smile and snorted. If anything happens to the castle, you 2 will be held fully responsible. Remember, the Edward family has all the law enforcement power in Lincoln City. Any mistake can lead to your punishment. Lei Bin did not hide his true feelings at all and began to threaten. Zhang Ming disagrees. A fire crow was standing on the chandelier not far from Lei Bin. After everyone left, a clear bird call attracted Lei Bin's attention, and he just looked up. Zhang Ming activated the Eye of Desire. Lei Bin's eyes changed instantly, and he entered into infinite emotions and desires. He danced wildly and controlled the power of thunder and lightning to bombard him wildly. In a short while, all the antiques in the castle were destroyed. Alarmed Mrs. Ury's. Chapter 133 Underground Casino. Mrs. Ury's had just changed into a long dress and was preparing to attend a banquet. Then I heard the people below report that Captain Lei Bin had gone crazy. Standing on the stairs and looking down, a dozen guards stepped forward to hold Lei Bin down, but he broke free and wreaked havoc in the castle. Although Madame Ury's didn't know the reason, she would never forgive him for going crazy in the castle like this. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The 2 men stepped forward. Zhang Ming hugged Lei Bin tightly, and Nanzhan used his supernatural powers to control Lei Bin and pretended to be kicked away by Lei Bin and was seriously injured. Fight bravely. Don't be afraid of danger. All of this was seen by Madame Ury's. She was very satisfied with the performance of the 2 newly arrived young men and looked at the other useless guards with disdain. Zhang Ming saw that it was time to end it and released the control of the devil's eye. Laban also regained consciousness instantly and woke up from the illusion of desire. Captain Lei, I know you feel ashamed that we hurt you and lost face, but we will leave now at your command. Don't go crazy. Yes, Captain, you can take your anger out on us two brothers however you want. Mrs. Eurus walked quickly down the stairs. After hearing the two voices, Laban saw fear in his eyes and the mess in front of him, not knowing what was going on. What has happened? Looking at all the people around him who were eyeing him covetously, and Zhang Ming, who was hugging him tightly from behind, his heart skipped a beat. Not good. I was tricked by these two little devils. When is it? He couldn't remember it all, and I remember everything that happened just now. Mrs. Eurus had already walked up to him, raised her hand, and slapped him twice in the face. Laban was about to explain, but when he saw the things he had destroyed, he shut his mouth wisely. Laban, are you too bold? Faced with Mrs. Eurus' questioning, Laban did not dare to look up. Don't act recklessly just because you've been with me in the castle for a few years. All your positions and salaries will be suspended now. Go home and reflect on yourself for a month. All security work within the castle will be temporarily taken over by Butler Burlingame. Then he looked at Zhang Ming and Nanzhan, who were standing aside with their heads down, and remembered the names of the two young men, pointing at Nanzhan and said, he will be in charge of the arrangement of the guards for this month. Please follow the orders of Butler Burlingame. Go home and rest. We will decide whether to stay or go after the master comes back. Mrs. Eurus glanced at the destroyed furniture and decorations, her eyes full of anger, then walked out the door, got in the carriage, and drove away. Laban was left speechless and mad, staring at the two men viciously. In an instant, the identities of the two people changed drastically. Laban fell from being the captain of the Edward family guard to being unemployed, but he still had to please Butler Burlingame, the thin old man. Butler Burlingame always had a nonchalant expression, as if he had not yet woken up. He helped Laban up, but did not add insult to injury. Follow Madam's orders and go back to rest. Clean this place up and restore it to its original state. Tom will be in charge of the work in the castle. Yes, Chief Steward Burlingame. Nanzhan responded proudly. Burlingame is the steward in charge of everything in the castle. The previous steward, Lau, was only the steward of foreign affairs. Burlingame has followed the patriarch of Edward's family since he was a child, and his status is higher than some of his immediate relatives. Deeply trusted by the clan leader and his wife, Nanzhan immediately ordered his servants to clean up and arrange for guards to be on night shift. Now, everything is fine. The two returned to the dormitory. There's no need to patrol anymore. Just arrange everything for the people below. The Fire Crow will be responsible for monitoring the movements outside the castle and eavesdropping on the whispers of the people below. Everything is under Zhang Ming's control. Laban stood angrily at the gate of the manor. A Fire Crow was hiding on the treetop, and Zhang Ming was watching all this from afar. Bitch, damn it. You relied on your background to boss me around. I have worked diligently in Edward for more than 10 years, but you dare to let me go home and rest and take away my captain position. You bitch. You're still waiting for the chief to come back. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back this time. After spitting, Laban disappeared into the darkness. A Fire Crow followed closely behind. Laban felt as if he was being followed, but after looking back several times, he did not find anything suspicious. The Fire Crow is the product of the fusion of the SSS-level unknown divine fire and the heart of the Holy Spirit. In the dark night, although its body is wrapped in flames, it can control the brightness of the flames to the dimmest. It's impossible to find out. Laban sneaked all the way to a dilapidated wooden house in the civilian area of Lincoln City. The Fire Crow landed on the roof of the cabin. There was actually a mechanism hidden in the wooden house. Laban opened a wooden board on the ground to reveal a dark tunnel and jumped in. The Fire Crow quickly extinguished all the flames on its body and turned into a bird with pitch-black feathers, following closely behind. Catch the eye. There was a lot of noise in the tunnel. There were more than a dozen tables, and in front of each table stood a sexy, long-legged beauty, dealing and shuffling the cards with skillful movements. The tables were full of people. Underground casino. As soon as Laban appeared, two formally dressed younger brothers came to greet him. The tone was very respectful. Boss. Laban, with his eyebrows raised, sat in the center of the casino. Two sexy beauties hurried over and knelt down, one holding a tray of fruit and the other holding a glass of fine wine. Laban was like the king of an underground casino. He let one of the beauties sit on him, caressing her wantonly and venting his emotions. The man standing next to him was trembling with fear and dared not make a sound. How's the casino's revenue this month? Report to the boss. This month's profit increased by 14 points compared to last month. Hearing this, Laban nodded with satisfaction. He took a long puff of his cigar and grabbed the beauty hard. Then, the murderous look was revealed. How's the job I asked you to do going? Boss, the other party only said that they would come to discuss it after meeting you, boss. We dare not make a decision on our own. Laban looked thoughtful, pointed at the man with the cigar in his right hand, and said, Make an appointment. I want to meet with the Four family. Yes. One more thing, boss. We received a tip that the alliance competition has already started. The format of the competition in the 4 major regions of the alliance seems to have changed. The 4 major regions will exchange their ancient treasures with each other, and the contestants from the 4 major regions will sneak into each region to search for them. Whoever finds the ancient treasure first will be the first in this alliance within 1 month. Oh, what does this have to do with us? Laban obviously didn't care about this. Boss, according to reliable intelligence, the ancient treasures exchanged by the 3 regions this time are all very valuable. Hearing this, Laban's eyes lit up instantly. I'm in the mood. What are they? The sword and the stone in the European Union, the saint's handwritten letter in the Soviet Union, and the azure dragon head, the leader of the 4 saints in the Chinese Union, are all ancient treasures passed down from ancient times. Their value is immeasurable. Laban was thoughtful. Before Laban joined the Edward family, he was not from the American region, but from the European Union. He was also a pirate roaming the sea and had engaged in countless robbery businesses. For Laban, beauty, strength, and wealth are what he pursues. When I heard the word ancient treasure, I instantly became interested. Boss, although this matter is confidential, it has already begun to be known by the top leaders of the 4 major families. However, no one knows the true identities of these contestants, but someone has found us. Who? First place in the Soviet Union District Martial Arts Competition, Su Xiaote. He wants to cooperate with us, Thunder Gods. Chapter 134, The Origin of the Title Emperor. Zhang Ming was in Edward Castle at the moment, and he could hear the conversation between the two through the fire crow. The fire crow was standing on a load-bearing beam in the hall. Its feathers were so dark that even if one looked closely, one could not tell that it was a bird. Madman sucks it? In his previous life, Zhang Ming was very familiar with this name. This is the man who won the league championship in his previous life. Not only his strength, but also his wisdom are extremely outstanding. He is regarded as the next successor in the Soviet Union and is being trained. Make an appointment and have him come see me. Boss, he's in the back hall right now and has been waiting for you for 2 days. The follower whispered in his ear. Laban raised his eyebrows. I see. Turned and walked toward the back hall. Zhang Ming also became serious and observed Laban's every move carefully. The style of the back hall is like that of a medieval royal aristocratic family. In the main hall is a throne made of pure gold, with a sword hanging high behind it, symbolizing power. On the left was a short-haired young man wearing a mask. When he saw Laban coming, he stood up and nodded slightly to show his respect. Zhang Ming looked at this man and thought to himself, he is not Su Xiaote. Lord Lei. Seat. Laban stretched out his hand, and his voice changed in attitude. Let's get straight to the point. Good. I know the clue to the head of the Azure Dragon. The masked young man directly stated the purpose of this trip. Oh, Laban was very calm and didn't take it seriously. The Azure Dragon head is an ancient treasure from the Huaxia district. It's not difficult for you to get clues, given your influence in the Sumling district. Yes. The masked boy did not shirk his responsibility and admitted it immediately. What if I say that I also know the sword and the stone in the European Union and the first volume of the Saint's handwritten book in the Soviet Union? Laban was a little restless, but his expression remained calm. Kid, knowing is one thing, having is another, and being able to produce is another. Just tell me what you can bring me. Okay, Master Lei. This time, the Huaxia district has placed the Azure Dragon head, the Vermilion Bird head, and the White Tiger head among the 4 saints in the 3 major districts. There are also the upper, middle, and lower volumes written by the saints in the Soviet Union district, and the sword and the stone, the armor of the Holy War, and the badge of the gods in the European Union district. Whichever one you find quickly will be first. I have the exact clues to the Magian district. In other words, I only need to find one and win the championship. The remaining 2 can belong to Master Lei. As for whether Lord Lei can possess it or hold it, It is not a question for me to consider. If Lord Lei does not have this ability, I will consider changing a partner. Although the masked boy's words were plain, they also revealed his dominance. After hearing this, Laban was not angry at all. He knew very well that no matter the true identity of the young man in front of him was Su Zayut or not, the arrival of this person represented Su Zayut. Su Xiaote represents the next generation of successors in the Soviet Union area, which is equivalent to the future supreme beastmaster. He doesn't dare to offend now, and he will never dare to offend in the future. Although this is the territory of the Meijian district, the Thunder God clan he founded, under the protection of the Edward family, controls the underground industry in Lincoln City, but they want to get rid of him. For Su Zayut, it was just a matter of words. Why did you find me? Lei Bin understood the benefits. Whether it is the leader of the four saints of the Huaxia region or the ancient treasures written by the saints, they're all ancient treasures from ancient times and are themselves extremely powerful soul weapons. If it weren't for this competition, none of the four major districts would be willing to take out these ancient treasures. With his current strength at the peak of the king level, it would not be a problem for him to obtain these ancient treasures and rival the emperor level. At worst, I can leave the four major regions of the alliance, return to the sea, and become my own king. How great it would be! Laban's thoughts were instantly in a tizzy, because one of the blue dragon heads is in Edward Castle. What? Laban was a little surprised and did not hide the surprise on his face. Even Zhang Ming blinked unconsciously. The head of the Azure Dragon is in the Edward family? Impossible. The clan leader went to the capital to judge the Soul Beast competition. He hasn't come back yet. I know who comes in and out of the castle every day. It's impossible. Laban waved his hands, not believing what the masked man said. Master Lei, don't you know that the Alliance has already developed the space technology of the Spark Portal? It can be teleported to different places without anyone noticing. The Huaxia district used this method to teleport the Azure Dragon's head to Lincoln City. Although Lei Bin had heard of this technology, he never thought it would appear so soon. I've been dismissed by Madame Yuri's and am resting at home. I can't even enter the castle. I can't help you. Although Lei Bin was tempted, he rejected him considering his own situation. And he had more important things to do than ancient treasures. If even you can't help, I'm afraid there won't be anyone in Lincoln City. Laban didn't care. He had just said that he wanted to change a partner, and now he was the only one. Although he said that he still had to deal with what he had to deal with. See what he says next. You colluded with the Kazan family and assassinated Patriarch Edward. Wasn't it all for the dragon blood in Patriarch Edward's hand? What if you agree to my terms and do something for me? I can give you dragon blood and help you advance to the emperor level. Will you still hesitate? Laban was moved. Dragon blood. Laban has now been at the peak of the king level for 3 years. All he needs to do is bathe in dragon blood, wash his whole body, and advance to the emperor level. The soul beast with epic bloodline has also been cultivated to the monarch level. Everything is ready, except for the final step. So now, he urgently needs the blood of the overlord level ferocious beast. Patriarch Edward just happened to have a bottle of blood from an epic bloodline overlord level ferocious beast in his hand. He pleaded many times but was rejected. Born a pirate, he had no choice but to join forces with the Kazan family to plot against the dragon's blood in the hands of Patriarch Edward. This was a desperate measure. The bloodline of an overlord level beast must be of epic level. Regardless of whether it is epic or legendary, once it reaches the overlord level, it cannot be defeated by anyone other than a Venerable. It is not something that an emperor-level beastmaster can win by sheer numbers. Only the titled emperor has the strength to fight against the overlord-level ferocious beasts. Why? The titled emperor must possess a soul beast that has reached the overlord level and is 1 star. This is the origin of the titled emperor. Only the best among the imperial-level beastmasters have the hope of breaking through their limits and being awarded the title. Below the emperor level, soul beasts can grow beyond the level of the beast tamer, just like Zhang Ming. When he was a beast tamer master, he was able to cultivate soul beasts to the star diamond level, or even higher. Once the beast taming level is raised to the peak of the king level, the level of soul beasts will not be able to grow across levels and will remain the same as that of the beastmaster. It eventually stopped at the upper limit of cross-level growth, monarch level 1 star. Unless it crosses this threshold, the soul beast can break through the upper limit and continue to grow and upgrade. Otherwise, it can only stay at the monarch level of 1 star for the rest of its life. What do you need me to do? After some hesitation, Laban decided to agree. Chapter 135 Conspiracy. It's very simple. You just need to kill everyone in the castle, search every corner of the castle, and leave it to me. What? Laban slapped his chair and stood up. On the other hand, the masked boy had a calm expression. Even Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. As expected of a madman in his previous life, his style of doing things is still so domineering and arrogant. Although Laban was born a pirate, he had lived in the Edward family for so many years. With the protection of his family, he was promoted to the peak of the king level. Although he felt resentful afterwards and wanted to assassinate Patriarch Edward. But the massacre of everyone in the castle was still a bit surprising. After all, I haven't killed so many people in all these years. But soon, Laban smiled and sat down calmly, licked his tongue. As everyone knows, I'm the captain of the guard of the Edward family. The people living in the castle are my closest friends and brothers in life and death. You asked me to slaughter them all. What? Is it not possible? The masked man said calmly. Can. I want more money. 2 bottles of Overlord blood. Can. The masked boy agreed without any hesitation. Then, he took out 2 bottles of golden Overlord blood from the Space Soul device and shook them in front of Laban deliberately. Give me. Laban's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and he wanted to rush forward to grab it. But the masked boy dodged it easily. His steps were ghostly and seductive, like a shadow shifting from one shape to another. After the deal is done, we'll pay for the goods. If this is successful, I can consider telling you the clues to the remaining 2 ancient treasures. Good. Laban seemed to have awakened the pirate heart that had been immersed for many years. The bloodthirsty impulse surged in his heart again. At this moment, he dropped all his usual kind disguise and revealed a cunning look. When will we start? Tomorrow night. I will help you seal off all the exits of Edward Castle. You will be the only one to handle this massacre. I will find a way to get Madame Yuri's out of the way tomorrow. No one in the castle can stop the massacre of a beastmaster who has stepped halfway into the realm of the Emperor. The masked boy's calm tone had already decided the life and death of thousands of people in the castle. Zhang Ming, who was eavesdropping through the fire crow, was somewhat moved and his mind was in turmoil. Eyes flickering. Good. Laban agreed immediately, and then the masked boy mysteriously disappeared right under his nose. Laban called over the newly arrived attendant and whispered a few words into his ear. There was a fierce look in his eyes. The Overlord's blood is mine, and the Azure Dragon's head is also mine. Zhang Ming decided not to recall the fire crow, but to keep it with Laban and keep an eye on his every move. He also told Nanjan everything he had just heard. Is this Su Xiaote so vicious? The Southern War was still somewhat unbelievable. As far as he knew, he was not unfamiliar with the name Su Zayud, as he had often heard Instructor Chi mention it. The next generation successor of the Summing District is an upright person with SS-level soul qualification. He is being trained as the next generation successor. Like Zhang Ming, his first soul beast is of epic bloodline. He is currently a king-level beastmaster and owns more than 2 monarch-level soul beasts. Although they are a new generation force, they are enough to be on par with some veteran king-level beastmasters. It has great momentum and reputation in the Soviet Union area. This Su Xiaote has evil intentions. But how did he know the clues about the Azure Dragon's leader? Could it be? Nanjan widened his eyes in disbelief. Is there a traitor in our Huaxia district? Not only our Huaxia district, he also knows clues about the sword and the stone in the European Union district. I am not curious that he knows the whereabouts of the ancient treasure in our district, but our Huaxia district handed over the ancient treasure to the Meijian district. It should be the secret leaked by the Meijian district. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a traitor in our Huaxia district. Zhang Ming analyzed while holding his chin. It's horrible. In this competition, I think the 4 major regions of the Alliance are also interested in competing with each other and testing their respective spy networks. We are nominally contestants, but in fact, we have already been drawn into the vortex of the Alliance's internal fighting. Nanjan couldn't help but sigh. Yes. The most urgent matter is that since Su Xiaote has already determined that the head of the Azure Dragon is in this castle, we might as well use his trick against him. Although Lei Bin is quite powerful, we may not necessarily lose if we join forces. Zhang Ming encouraged. That's right. And there is also Madame Yuri's, the royal beastmaster, in the castle. Mrs. Yuri's will be sent away by Sashut tomorrow. I don't know how, but when Laban takes action tomorrow night, Mrs. Yuri's will definitely not be in the castle. So, the first people Lei Bin will eliminate when he enters the castle tomorrow will definitely be you and me. Nanzhan's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid of fighting. Instead, he was thinking about where the head of the Azure Dragon was hidden in the castle. Where do you think the head of the Azure Dragon will be? Zhang Ming pointed upwards. You mean the upper level? Yes, the only person who might know the head of the Azure Dragon is Madame Yuri's. While we still have time, why don't we search thoroughly today? Even if we can't find it, at least we can rule out the general area. At least we can be sure that the Azure Dragon's head is in the castle. Nanzhan said with some excitement. If only we could be invisible. Invisible. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered Midor's dark shadow soul. That's right. Although he cannot become invisible, Yulan can, and Midor can also summon a legion of shadow warriors. The shadow warriors can not only travel through the darkness, but also help them find things. Summon Midor immediately. Master, Midora misses you so much. Master hasn't talked to Midora for several days. As soon as Midora appeared, she pouted and complained. Although Nanzhan had seen Midora and even fought against him, but when he saw the coquettish Midora at such a close distance, his sense of balance suddenly dropped, and he felt both envious and jealous. What a good soul beast. Midora was wearing a nightgown with a bunch of pigtails on her head, which made her look particularly cute. Zhang Ming pinched Midora's face. Midor, do me a favor. I need you to summon the Shadow Legion to help me find something. What, master? Zhang Ming used his bracelet to release the image of a green dragon's head, which was a green dragon head with 2 horns. Is this the head of the Azure Dragon? Do you know him? Zhang Ming was a little curious. I have a little impression, but Midor can't remember it clearly. All right, remember, there's a very dangerous person in the upper floors of the castle. Be careful and make sure the Black Shadow Legion does not alert the enemy. Okay, master, won't you be with Midor? I want to, but I can't hide and lurk. Midora pouted and thought about it. Master, I can allow you to temporarily possess the physique of the Dark Shadow Soul and travel through darkness, but it can only last for an hour. After an hour, it will no longer work. Moreover, during this period, Midor can no longer summon the Dark Shadow Legion to help you. Hearing this, Zhang Ming was somewhat happy. Real. He has the clairvoyance of the devil's eye, so if he can hide, he will have no problem doing so. Everything will be exposed, and nothing can escape his eyes. Nanzhan was standing aside, listening to the conversation between the master and servant, and was surprised and speechless. What kind of trick is this? I want a humanoid too. Chapter 136, The Strange Upper Floor of the Castle. South War. Winky Face. Zhang Ming finished the discussion with Midor. Tom ba fucking Tom. Nanzhan, you stay here and help me transfer all the guards. Madame Yuri's may be resting now. I want to sneak into the upper level to find the head of the Azure Dragon. Nanzhan was a little worried, but he couldn't help much. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, the two smiled at each other, and trust arose from the bottom of their hearts. Then, Midor silently chanted a spell, and it seemed that endless darkness was swallowing him up. The whole room turned dark in an instant, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. Endless fear arose in his heart. Midor spread his hands. Zhang Ming's body turned into a black shadow and merged into the ground, disappearing on the spot. It was very magical. Midor was panting a little, obviously having used a lot of strength. How are you, Midoro? Zhang Ming asked with some concern. It's okay, master. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. How do you feel about it? Zhang Ming tried to control his body. Although he turned into a black shadow, it did not affect his movement speed at all. On the contrary, it was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he could jump a distance of more than 10 meters. And it ignores the obstruction of walls and can pass through freely. It's so convenient. There's only 1 hour left, so act quickly. Zhang Ming immediately walked through the door, and Nanzhan cooperated very well and had all the lights in the castle dimmed, leaving shadows visible everywhere. Zhang Ming did not go straight to the upper level, but decided to start searching from the bottom level. After all, he was moving very fast now, almost rushing through the bottom floor at a reckless speed. I also went into the room that was locked before. It was equipped with various sophisticated instruments and weapons. Just as he had expected, the entire castle was a war fortress that could change its shape at any time to reveal various hidden weapons. Naturally, Zhang Ming had no intention of letting go of these instruments and weapons. Anything he recognized and liked, no matter whether it was a weapon or some high-tech technology, would be forcibly dismantled. All of them are illegal buildings, stuff into system space. Now, the castle has not entered into war mode, and no equipment has been activated, so naturally no one noticed. After all, Mrs. Yuri's does not like the current high technology very much and prefers the medieval knight style. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hired guards and installed a smart butler to keep the entire castle in order. The fuel storage tanks and scatter bomb-type weapons needed to move the castle were basically installed on the bottom floor of the castle. They were all demolished without leaving a single one behind. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Ming had completely destroyed the bottom layer. Keep going upward. It's still a locked room. Is this the most advanced spark-destroying cannon in the Meijin district? In this quantum ion cannon, one shell can severely damage a king-level beast. So horrible. Zhang Ming, who was hiding in the darkness, was shocked when he saw the hundreds of cannons. The strength of the Edward family is truly terrifying. The weapons equipped in the castle alone are enough to give a title-level strongman a headache, and there are 3-star destroyer cannons among them. A weapon that can kill the enemy with one shot and cause damage to Overlord-level beasts. This is a truly strategic weapon that can balance the 4 major regions of the Alliance and the ferocious beasts from the outside world. Fucking demolish it. Put it into the system backpack. Even if I can't use it, I can't leave it to Edward's family. Whenever he thought of his past life, the clamoring face of the American district, the look on his face that wanted to dominate the Alliance and re-establish a country, he felt sick. The Americans have been secretly researching new weapons with the intention of unifying the Alliance. He searched all the rooms outside. With the help of the devil's eye, he didn't even need to enter many rooms. He could tell what items were placed in every corner just by looking from a distance. It didn't take long to search the middle layer. No trace of the Azure Dragon's head was found either. It seemed that it must be on the upper floor in the room where Edward's direct descendants lived. I just don't know where Mrs. Yuri's hid the ancient treasure. When he reached the upper level, Zhang Ming was extremely careful, because the architectural style of the upper floor suddenly changed. Not only the distance between buildings increased, but also there were huge stone pillars, which looked very much like the sacrificial temples of the super ancient civilization period in the European Union area. This attracted him. The entire upper floor was very empty, with only the room in the corners still flickering with light. Using the devil's eyes, I saw that it was Miss Weiwei's room, and she was still asleep. Miss Weiwei was lying on the bed sideways with a smile on her face. I don't know who she was thinking about. Her face was very sweet. After a thorough inspection, I discovered that apart from Miss Weiwei's room, there was only an entrance similar to a door in the center of the upper floor, and it was pitch black inside. There is no light at all. Even the devil's eyes couldn't see the furnishings inside clearly, so there must be something odd. Zhang Ming sneaked into a room that looked like a temple in the darkness. As soon as I entered, in an instant, I felt as if 2 worlds were separated. When I looked back, the back was pitch black, and it was very far away from me, as if I had traveled through another space. Only Lady Eurus could go up to the upper floors of the castle. Even Butler Burlingame, who had served the Edward family for decades, was not qualified to go up. Zhang Ming was also very curious why there was another space in the castle. This place is somewhat similar to the dimensional space where the Chinese region competed before, but it is also somewhat different, and he can't tell why. Push the devil's eye to its limit. The scene before me emerged. It turned out to be 2 rows of statues of ancient Titan beasts. In the very center is the starry sky monster Jalal. Mrs. Yuri's knelt in front of the statue of the star beast like a devout believer, with a pious look on her face, muttering something silently. Bursts of starlight shot out from Jalal's eyes and fell on Mrs. Yuri's shoulders. This scene made Zhang Ming very confused. Ding! Unknown energy detected. Danger! Danger! The system prompt sound also sounded at this moment, and Zhang Ming became more alert. At the feet of the statue of the star beast Jalal, there was an object that was glowing with a light green light. It is the head of the Azure Dragon. The dragon head of one of the 4 ancient Chinese sacred blue dragons has its eyes slightly closed. Its dragon horns are lifelike, and even its scales are clearly visible. If there was only one dragon head left, one would probably think it was fast asleep. Zhang Ming couldn't figure out all of this yet, so he could only move forward slowly, getting closer to Mrs. Yuri's. Arrived before Madame Eurus without being discovered. Zhang Ming was frightened when he saw Mrs. Yuri's appearance. If he had not been hiding in the darkness and unable to make any sound, this glance would have cost him his life. Mrs. Yuri's original appearance was fair-skinned and a dignified look, but now her face was covered with dry, gray bark, with a dozen large holes showing, worms moving in and out of them, and her eye sockets had long lost their eyeballs. He kept repeating to himself, "Great God, Jalal, thank you for giving your slave a new life." Zhang Ming couldn't bear to see Mrs. Yuri's disgusting look. Sudden, the statue of the star beast Jalal stopped emitting starlight, and Mrs. Yuri's appearance instantly returned to its fair and tender appearance. Eyeballs grew in her eye sockets. She regained her clarity and began to pay attention to her surroundings. Chapter 137 Space Overlap. Zhang Ming is not sure whether he has discovered him. At this moment, he was hiding in the darkness, blending into the shadow. He was the shadow. Logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to discover him. But it is not absolute. It is very likely that the statue has sensed something unusual. After waking up, Mrs. Yuri's looked very impatient. She looked around angrily, and when she saw that the azure dragon's head on the altar was safe and sound, she continued to close her eyes. "Open your arms." He tried to summon Zerif's guidance again, and with the help of Zerif's power, absorbed the remaining divine power in the blue dragon's head. This is Mrs. Yuri's purpose. Mrs. Yuri's whispered something to herself, then opened her eyes again, but the statue did not move. "Where's the starlight? What about guidance? Why is it gone?" Madame Yuri's waved her hand, and instantly the whole hall was brightly lit, illuminating everything with incomparable brightness. Zhang Ming also quickly hid in the shadow behind the star beast Jalal, using the huge size of the statue to hide. Mrs. Yuri's kept pacing the hall. With her keen intuition and the scene just now, she could judge and was very sure that there was an outsider in this room. Although there was no conclusive evidence, just a thought was enough to make her believe it. This is the sacrificial temple she built specifically to attract the starry sky beast Jalal. She must not let anyone know about it, even if someone knows about it. They couldn't get in either. This is what Mrs. Yuri's is least worried about. Although the sacrificial temple was built on the top floor of the castle, there was a black spell of overlapping space at the entrance of the temple. Anyone who broke in would be instantly crushed into powder by the overlapping space. In the end, not even a bone was left. Moreover, people living in the castle, whether they're servants or guards, are not allowed to set foot on the upper level even once in their entire lives. In this castle, Madame Yuri's words are equivalent to an imperial decree. No one dares to carry them out. This is a fear that comes from deep in their bones. This is also the most terrifying thing about the Meijin district. It will control your mind, constantly restrict your ideas, and make your existence a tool that only serves the upper class. These people will become so unwilling to resist that they won't even have the intention to resist. Zhang Ming didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that Mrs. Yuri's would notice something. After all, this lady is not the dignified noblewoman she usually appears to be. Her true identity is a fallen person who believes in the ancient titans. Even if we put this aside, Madame Yuri's is also a genuine titled royal beastmaster. Possess at least 3 overlord-level 1-star soul beasts. Although Midor is very strong, it is not a wise choice to confront a titled strongman head-on now. Even if Lei Bin comes tomorrow night, he will have to wait until Madame Yuri's leaves the castle before he dares to come over. The strength of the overlord-level soul beast is not to be underestimated. In front of the ancient titans, the overlord-level soul beasts may be suppressed, but among humans, the 3 words overlord level are a symbol of power and strength. Zhang Ming kept retreating toward the door behind him. When I arrived at the previous location, I found that the exit was right in front of me, but I couldn't get there. Can't get out. Oops. Mrs. Yuri's searched every corner of the hall like an old cat, without sound. The style of the temple was inherited from ancient times. Except for the statues, the rest of the floor was empty. At this moment, Zhang Ming had no way to escape except hiding in the darkness. Once the time is up, he will show up. Then, you will have a lot of fun. Fortunately, Midor was still outside, and he didn't bring him in. He quickly used the power of the contract to contact Midor. "Midor, I can't get out. I have less than half an hour now. Tell Nanjan that Madame Yuri's is a fallen person. Send this message back to the headquarters. The head of the Azure Dragon is in the sacrificial temple on the upper floor of the castle." Master's voice. Okay. Midor immediately obeyed and told Nanjan all this. Nanzhan clenched his fists and worried about Zhang Ming. Send the message back to the Chinese headquarters first. This is a major discovery. The wife of the head of the Edward family, one of the 4 major families in the Meijin district, turned out to be a fallen. Once this matter is made public, not only will the Edward family lose its reputation in the Meijin district, but they will also become the public enemy of all mankind. The Edward family will also be used as an excuse by the other 3 families to divide up Edward and weaken the strength of the Meijin district, which is what Zhang Ming wants to see. Good boy. You found the clue to the Azure Dragon's head so quickly. You are the first in the alliance. General Long's voice of praise came from Nanzhan's special bracelet. This kind of cross-regional call can be made by the 4 major districts, but it requires a specific signal frequency to avoid being eavesdropped. Otherwise, once exposed, it will be directly identified and eliminated by the Skynet of the U.S. Jin District. General Long, Zhang Ming is now trapped in the sacrificial temple. Southern General Zhang Ming described the situation that had just been reported, including Mrs. Yuri's strange behavior. General Long, who was standing on the space carrier at this moment, had a heavy expression on his face. According to Zhang Ming's description, Yuri's performance just now should be to use the power of the star beast Jola to absorb the remaining divine power in the Azure Dragon's head. This lost black spell was also mentioned in ancient stone carvings. Believers do not need to sacrifice their souls. They only need to sacrifice 100 fresh hearts of young girls every day, and they can also receive the gift of Jalao's power. This method of sacrifice was called the heart-eating feast in ancient times. The Azure Dragon Head is an ancient treasure we found in the Blue Secret Realm. It is the patron saint of ancient China. If it weren't for the extraordinary significance of the ancient treasure that the Meijin district brought out this time, we would never have used the 4 saints' heads as an item for exchange. General Long and Instructor Qin beside him whispered. Instructor Qin also understood the pros and cons. Nanzhan said that Zhang Ming was trapped in the temple and couldn't get out. It felt like he was very close to the exit every time, but also very far away. He was staying with that lunatic Yuri's, and Yuri seemed to be aware of his presence. Zhang Ming is in a very dangerous situation now, Instructor Qin said worriedly. Overlapping spaces. General Long carefully thought about what he had just said and then suddenly brought it up. We haven't cracked this technology yet. The dimensional space has just taken shape and has been the final stage of modification after passing the test of the Soul Beast competition. Could it be that the Meijin district has the technology of space overlap so quickly? General Long couldn't help but worry. The implication behind the overlapping of space is too great. This era is not only an era of taming beasts, but also an era of technological explosion, when technology is combined with extremely powerful soul beasts. It will explode with energy that can destroy the world. Space overlap is also a destructive technology that the Chinese region has not yet encountered. What General Long is worried about is that if the Meijin region really masters this technology, it will be a disaster for the Chinese region. Nanzhan, tell Zhang Ming that we have no technology for overlapping spaces at the moment, but if we want to get out, we can only open it from the inside. Also, protect yourself. Yuri's is a lunatic among the royal beastmasters. Don't underestimate her, just because she is a woman. Her fighting ability is only a hair's breadth away from Patriarch Edward's. Nanzhan's face turned serious after receiving General Longshu's reply. At this moment, Zhang Ming was hiding in the shadows, with only 10 minutes left before the deadline. Mrs. Yuri seemed to do it on purpose. She sat back in her original seat and stared at every corner of the hall. Nanzhan was also calculating the time in his mind. Midor, tell Zhang Ming that I have an idea that can get him out. Chapter 138 Battle against Yuri's. What's the idea? Midor asked curiously. Mrs. Yuri's must know a way out. Midor will need your cooperation in a while. After you transform, attack frantically to create explosions and chaos. In this way, Mrs. Yuri's will definitely come out to check, and Zhang Ming can follow her out. Even if they can't come out, we can lure Yuri's out and buy time for Zhang Ming. Midor nodded without any hesitation. Good. The 2 men acted separately. Nanzhan first called together all the guards on duty in the castle and sent them all to patrol the manor. He was solely responsible for all security work in the castle. Although the guards had their doubts, they did not dare to question Nanzhan's decision in the strict class environment of the castle. Only a bunch of weak servants were left, posing no threat. Midor flew straight up to the upper level. The soul of Satan transforms. transformed into Satan the Witch. In her hands, two balls of purple-black energy were quickly thrown into the temple gates, and violent explosions roared. But as she expected, no damage was caused. The combat power of Midor in Satan, which form has not yet been measured. Compared with her previous level, when she was comparable to the king level, her current strength is immeasurable. Zhang Ming guessed that it was very likely comparable to the monarch-level combat power. The overlapping space at the entrance of the temple instantly absorbed the explosion and did not affect the inside. The pitch-black entrance was like a quiet pool of water, with countless ripples disturbed. Mrs. Yuri's had been paying attention to the entrance the whole time. She noticed this invisible fluctuation, and her mind moved slightly. Someone is attacking the temple? Mrs. Yuri's was about to raise her foot, but then she retracted it. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Little guy, I know you're hiding in there. Don't hide anymore. Are your companions attacking outside, trying to lure me out, and then you're following me out? Mrs. Yuri's laughter was very gentle, but it revealed a creepy feeling. Zhang Ming, who had turned into a black shadow, felt his hair stand up, although he didn't know whether he had any hair now. Mrs. Yuri's voice was warm and pleasant, but at this moment it was like the devil's voice urging him to die, constantly approaching him. Seeing that no one came out, Midor increased the power of his attack. Dark Flow. Midor suddenly burst out with extremely strong momentum and pushed a ball of purple-black energy into the gate with one hand. The overlapping space immediately sucked Midor's hand tightly, and then he felt a sharp pain. It was as if countless spatial gravity was pressing towards her at this moment. Midor struggled to break free and pulled out his arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and a smooth wound was revealed at the wrist, and the devil's claws were swallowed up. This was the first time Midor was injured, and his claws were swallowed by the entrance of overlapping space. Midor frowned. His eyes were sharp, and he held his arm in his hand. He didn't cry out in pain, but he was already angry. A loud shout. The originally missing devil's claws actually grew back again. Midor was breathing heavily, and sweat was oozing out of his forehead. Mrs. Yuri's stretched out her hands and slightly rotated her fingers, revealing the entire scene outside the entrance. Interesting, it looks like a remarkable person has sneaked in. Are you right, Demon Lord? Mrs. Yuri's recognized Midor's identity and exposed Zhang Ming immediately. At this moment, Midor from the outside world could not attack. The original plan to lure out Mrs. Yuri's was also discovered. Zhang Ming made a decision promptly. Endless darkness swept over the stone statue, and the Azure Dragon's head was directly drawn into the darkness. It was thrown into the system backpack. No matter what, I just took the ancient treasure first. When Mrs. Yuri's saw that the head of the Azure Dragon was taken away, she was not angry, but just chuckled, lip reading silently. Everything around was constantly bright. It was like a bright sun rising, and all darkness retreated under the light, revealing everything. The last bit of shadow disappeared. Zhang Ming's figure was also exposed. The dark group was him, hiding under the stone statue. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from Mrs. Yuri's hand and pierced towards Zhang Ming in the black shadow group. An unprecedented sense of danger immediately arose in my heart. A ball of blazing fire suddenly rose from the black shadows and attacked Mrs. Yuri's. Elementalization. Mrs. Yuri's frowned slightly. Elemental spirit? What a weird ability. Mrs. Yuri's made a sound of surprise. Next second, a ball of golden flame condensed in Mrs. Yuri's left hand, and another golden light was held in her right hand. Zhang Ming distanced himself from Mrs. Yuri's, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters between them. He stared at Mrs. Yuri's with cold eyes. Double S-level superpowers. That's right. Madame Yuri's possesses 2 S-level abilities, Golden Fire and Holy Light. Hello, Demon Lord. First place in the Chinese region, Zhang Ming. Mrs. Yuri's voice was gentle and delicate, but it also revealed a dangerous, murderous intent. I never thought that the sacrificial temple I have run for decades would be discovered by a mere beastmaster like you. Mrs. Yuri's smiled self-deprecatingly. But what if they were found? I have already killed everyone who found them. Mrs. Yuri's raised her head. Her face was hideous. Her tongue stretched out instantly. Her eye sockets shrank, and her skin and appearance, which had been beautiful just now, turned into that horrible and disgusting face again. The golden flame and light in his hands also turned into pitch-black flames and dark light flickering with black light. The fallen. Zhang Ming uttered 3 words lightly. Hee. Do you think I'm a fallen person? I am a titled emperor. How can I be a lowly slave? As she spoke, Madame Yuri's revealed the black patterns on her withered arms. Fanatic. Zhang Ming immediately recognized that this was a mark only possessed by fanatics. Only humans who have been loyal to the ancient titans for generations are qualified to obtain this decorative mark. It is a belief that comes from the blood and can never be erased. Mrs. Yuri's transformed into an ugly and disgusting appearance, with gray-black skin, filthy hair, and several black holes on her face, which were crawling with worms. But Mrs. Yuri's obviously didn't care about this ugly appearance. Instead, she kept twisting her neck, stretching her nails, and squatting on the ground. This image suits me best. It's too tiring to pretend to be a human all day long. The voice of the Yuri's monster became hoarse, and at this moment, she no longer looked like a human being, but more like a humanoid monster squatting and walking. And it's extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he pounced towards Zhang Ming. The black flame and black light stood on Yuri's shoulders respectively, and unexpectedly grew noses and eyes, turning into 2 giggling monsters, which was extremely weird. Zhang Ming didn't have time to transform into an element to dodge. The Ghost Emperor's wind god wings opened instantly. A pair of extremely huge dark blue wings spread out 2 or 3 meters long, with 2 circles of thunder and lightning surrounding the top of the wings, and thunderballs rotating in them. The 3 wing spikes were covered with wind and thunder power, and the violent wind instantly blew away all the surrounding stone statues. In an instant, Zhang Ming also urged the wind god wings to move painfully. Its speed is not inferior to the flash teleportation. Mrs. Yuris squatted on the ground, her yellow teeth and saliva dripping from her mouth, rotting the stone slab. What kind of monster are you? My father is Fenrir, the giant wolf, one of the ancient titans. Chapter 139, Overlord Soul Beast. Giant wolf, Fenrir, ancient titan, one of the 17 ancient titans, and also the only largest titan. Even the black dragon king Tyrant feels inferior to it. Only the star beast Zerif is larger than it. Fenrir is also the one among all the titans who likes to mate with humans the most, so half of his offspring are wolves and half are humanoid monsters. He is also its most loyal fanatic. Zhang Ming now has to be serious. The Ghost Emperor activates his wind god wings. I plan to fight him with my strongest attitude, since I can't avoid it anyway. It's better to have a fight. The power of the wind god. He took out the god-killing Hydra, and the violent power of fire instantly wrapped around the spearhead. Unexpectedly, the divine fire was also summoned back at this moment, and it grew from a fist-sized size into a flaming phoenix with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. The Hydra stretches. A shot was fired. The fire phoenix transformed from the divine fire let out a roaring sound, and the power of the divine fire directly suppressed the black flame on Yuri's shoulder. The black flame was not to be outdone and transformed into a black dragon more than 10 meters long. Zhang Ming swung the god-killing spear, and it collided with Yuri's long and narrow nails, making a sound of metal colliding with stone. I don't know what this monster ate to make its nails so long and hard. It can actually go head-on with the god-killing spear. Yuri stretched out his tongue and flicked his saliva, revealing a greedy look. I will eat your body and offer your soul to my father. He will definitely reward me. Yuri's was like a mad dog, using his hands and feet, lying on the ground and rushing towards him at a rapid speed. The god-killing spear swept across in one move. He actually jumped directly onto the gun barrel. He jumped suddenly and almost kicked the god-killing spear in his hand away. Not only is he fast and light, he also has strong explosive power. Is this the strength of a titled strongman? Zhang Ming exerted force with both hands and activated the power of demigod. The god-killing spear continued to grow thicker and bigger, and it felt like a huge iron rod in the hand. A loud shout. He picked up the god-killing gun and smashed it down roughly, very brutally. Bang! Yuri's was smashed into the ground by the god-killing spear. There were several loud noises in succession. With the blessing of Zhang Ming's demigod power, his hands continued to gather strength, and the gun tip penetrated Yuri's body. There was no trace of blood, and there was no defense at all. The magic ball effect of the god-killing gun had no effect on Yuri's. Yuri's was pierced through the body, but he still smiled strangely. Instead, he raised his dry hands, grabbed the huge gun head of the god-killing spear and pulled it out from his abdomen. Don't you know that my father Fenrir's gift is immortality? As long as my father is alive, you will never be able to kill me. Yuri's laughed strangely, and his laughter was extremely harsh. All the divine power of the demigod's hands is gathered in his hands. His hands are wrapped in golden light and explode. One shot blew off Yuri's head, fly to the ground. After Yuri's body and head separated, his body quickly ran towards him, and his nails almost scratched him. Fortunately, he transformed into an element in time and avoided this physical attack. Then, two even weirder laughs were heard from behind. Black light and black flame. The two terrifying creatures with facial features opened their mouths wide, their teeth chattering as they attacked him from behind. A ball of fire appeared on the spot. Zhang Ming transformed his whole body into elements, and with the help of the wind god wings, the wind helped the fire, and the fire helped the wind. The speed actually increased a bit. Originally, wind god wings was blessed by the wind god. Now after activating the power of the wind god, its speed reached the limit, exceeding the speed of sound, and his figure could not be seen at all. Since I can't kill you, I'll tear you into pieces. Zhang Ming was no longer holding back. Gathering all the unknown divine fire between his hands, it continued to condense, and an extremely huge fireball appeared. This was a skill he had imagined in his mind, and this was the first time he had tested it in actual combat. A huge fireball like the sun swallowed and melted all the stone statues. Yuri's also truly felt the threat and showed a look of fear. The sacrificial temple was suddenly broken. 3 ferocious beasts as big as mountains appeared and instantly broke the temple apart. Previously, Midor was not damaged by such an attack. Now Yuri's only needed to summon soul beasts to destroy the unbreakable space overlap. There are 3 huge monsters, and you can't even see their heads when you look up. Ding. Overlord level soul beast appears. Danger. Danger. Yuri squatted at the head of the ferocious beast in the center, stretching out his gray claws and stroking it continuously. Mother's babies, go and kill him. 3 ferocious beasts shaped like giant wolves roared and broke through the sky. At this moment, the castle had no roof. Looking up, one could see the stars above one's head. The roar shook the entire city of Lincoln. Even Labin Underground was attracted by the roar. Is it coming from the direction of the castle? It's the howling of a wolf. Laban had a bad feeling in his heart. There are many beastmasters in Lincoln City who have wolf-shaped soul beasts, but there is only one person whose roar alone can shake the entire city. Mrs. Eurus. Sun Chaser Wolf Cull. Bloodline Legend. Talent. Solar Eclipse. Level. Overlord Level 1 star. Skills. Drinking the light of the sun, shaking the earth, wolf claws, stealing the sky and changing the sun, devil wind roaring. Introduction. The 7th son of the ancient Titan wolf Fenrir, the giant wolf Cull, has the speed to chase the sun and the moon and the ability to devour the sun. His strength is terrifying. Once the divine fire is ignited and he is promoted to the ancient level, his strength will catch up with the ancient Titan beasts. There are 3 giant wolf soul beasts. Without exception, they are all Overlord Level 1 star, and they are all direct descendants of the giant wolf Fenrir. The eldest of the 3 giant wolves had a scar on his right eye and could speak human language. He spoke to Yuri's with great disdain. You are a monster with dirty blood. Do you know the price you will pay for summoning us? My dear, Mommy has been hurt. Don't you plan to avenge her? The 2nd and 3rd oldest and the 8th and 9th oldest among the giant wolves immediately looked at Yuri's with angry eyes. Shut up. You dirty, ugly monster. How can my father give birth to a monster like you? Although my father has given you the right to summon us, please don't forget the conditions for summoning us. 1 million human flesh and blood souls, not one less. The 2nd brother, Cook, and the 3rd brother, Curry, howled like wolves, swearing to the land how powerful the 3 brothers were. 3 Overlord-level soul beasts are enough to flatten the city of Lincoln. The smile on Yuri's face did not fade at all, and he kept pestering the giant wolf leader Cull. Okay, you can kill anyone in this city, but I have to eat the body of this man in front of me, and I want to give his soul to my father. When the giant wolf Cull heard what Yuri said, he noticed the tiny creature under his feet. Yuri's did it for such a tiny thing? Human? With just one glance, the giant wolf Cull could tell that Zhang Ming was different. It turned out that he was of the Tanya bloodline, and more than 3 kinds of divine powers were perfectly integrated in his body. No wonder Yuri's was so obsessed with his body. We've made this deal. The giant wolf cull made a heavy human voice. Zhang Ming realized that this battle was obviously beyond his expectations. The 3 giant wolves stretched out their claws, and the floor cracked instantly. The height was a full 30 meters, no less than that of a smaller ancient titan. Facing such power, he could only run for his life. The giant wolf waved its claws and pressed towards him. Critical moment. Midor appeared and held the wolf's claws with both hands. Chapter 140. Fighting the Giant Wolf. Midor. The giant wolf's claws were extremely huge, and Midor bought Zhang Ming some breathing time to escape. Zhang Ming spread his wind god wings behind him, and 2 circles of thunder suddenly burst out with thunderous electromagnetic lightning. He leaped forward, picked up Midor with both hands, and was able to escape from the wolf's claws, flying in front of the 3 giant wolves. There's no way to avoid it anyway. Let's fight. Southern War. Run away. Zhang Ming shouted loudly towards the bottom. Nanzhan responded with a solemn look in his eyes, bursting out with astonishing momentum and fighting bloody battles. Summon the Thunder Saber Tooth. Escape? How is that possible? Although the king-level soul beast is insignificant in front of the overlord level, Nanzhan did not show any fear. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The bellicosity in his bones made him want to participate in the battle. Zhang Ming and Midor cooperated and had already started fighting with 3 overlord-level giant wolves. Midora, in the form of Satan the Witch, has strong explosive power and great strength, but the attack she caused was so great because of the huge difference in levels that she couldn't even damage the giant wolf's fur, let alone defeat it. The 3 giant wolves are all descendants of the ancient titan Fenrir, and they also possess the proud heart of the ancient titan. In front of them, Zhang Ming and Midor are like 3 slightly larger flies. Just one movement brought about a huge force of thousands of pounds, and the whirlwind it created blew the 2 people away. Midor was firing crazily in the front. Nanzhan used his small size to attack the giant wolf's belly, and Zhang Ming took the god-killing gun and stabbed the giant wolfs but when he saw the opportunity. The 3 of them fought in coordination. Although the giant wolf is large in size and has strong combat power. But Zhang Ming and Midor were both extremely fast. They did not engage in head-on combat with the giant wolf, but instead relied on their speed advantage to dodge all attacks. The effect of the power of the wind god has ended. The giant wolf cull obviously saw through the fighting style of the 2 men. Although he had only one eye, the giant wolf cull was extremely fast, faster than the 2 giant wolves next to him. He was also the largest among the 3 giant wolves. The giant wolf cull suddenly opened his mouth, and a dark light seemed to be swallowed up. Countless lights were swallowed into his mouth, like a black hole, all sucked into his mouth. Drink the light of the sun. Immediately afterwards, the dark energy that had just been swallowed was released from his mouth. The 2 giant wolves, Cook and Curry, grasped the ground tightly, their hair brushes blown by the strong wind, and there was a hint of excitement in their roars. Midor and Zhang Ming dodged quickly. Although their speed was extremely fast, this strange energy did not produce a huge explosion, but it shattered into countless magic arrays like black diamonds. Seal the light on the 2 people instantly. There was no light at all in front of the 2 of them, as if they were really in darkness. Midor used the dark soul. Midor also felt the disappearance of the darkness in front of him and wanted to transform into a shadow, but he found that he could not transform without light. He could only do it with the presence of a shadow. The incomplete shadow soul is not able to do that yet. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed. The 2 arms turned into flames and burned, transforming into flame elements. The whole person instantly turned into a ball of blazing fire. Like a rising sun, great flame ring. The entire night sky was illuminated by the flames with incredible brightness. The sun, incarnated by Zhang Ming, rose above the castle. Almost all the residents in the city saw this scene. Zhang Ming used up all his soul power and pushed the elementalization to the extreme. This was the first time he released the unknown divine fire so thoroughly. Faintly, one could see a flaming phoenix roaring in the sun. Midor also unlocked Satan's most advanced form, Purgatory. Heio Hakiji is shaking hands. The 2 are connected in soul and have mutual understanding. With a holy weapon in hand, Midor hit the giant wolf cull's head hard, followed by the sun incarnated by Zhang Ming. In an instant, the decomposition of light and dark in the sky is particularly obvious. The scene of a demon holding a huge hammer fighting 3 giant wolves will forever be fixed in the hearts of the people of Lincoln. This commotion had already alarmed all the beastmasters in the city. The garrison defense force sent by the U.S. Army to Lincoln City consisted of only a dozen people. Laban knew that his chance had come, but when he saw the 3 giant Overlord wolves, he became frightened again. But for Overlord blood, let's do it. In the distance, a subdragon soul beast with its body shining with lightning soared into the sky. Standing proudly on the dragon's back was Laban, a 1-star monarch-level thunder dragon. As a beastmaster at the top king level, Laban had already broken through his limits, and his soul beast had advanced to the monarch level. All he had to do was raise his own level to the emperor level, and then continue to cultivate soul beasts to improve their strength. To him, the meaning of Overlord level blood is emperor level strength. He had to make a choice and give it a try. Laban guessed from afar that the 2 parties fighting in the castle must be the 2 newcomers who had fought with him 2 days ago. Dark place. A man wearing a conical hat and a black robe smiled and watched everything silently. A cube with a twinkling starry sky was floating above his raised left hand, which looked very mysterious. The Hao-Hom is Midor's exclusive sacred weapon, and it is made from the flesh and blood of the Hao-Hom king in ancient times. The Hao-Hom king himself also has ancient bloodline, but Midor's current strength is not enough to bring out its full power. But this hammer also made the giant wolf called dizzy. He shook the huge wolf head vigorously. Obviously, this attack has worked. Midor in the purgatory form has great attack power, but it was just a minor injury. Zhang Ming, who transformed into a big sun, rushed towards the 3 giant wolves with blazing flames. Under the full urging of the heart of the Holy Spirit, the energy of the divine fire exploded at this moment. There was a crackling sound in the air. Laban also came to the edge of the manor, quietly waiting for the battle between the 2 sides to end. When they were exhausted, he killed everyone unexpectedly. Everyone in the castle had already escaped, just when Laban was feeling proud. Behind, a mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat appeared at some point. A sharp knife pierced into Laban's heart. Laban couldn't believe it. Eyes straight. The blood and soul power in the body seemed to suddenly become weak and were being lost madly, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. The thunder dragon next to it was also being sucked inward by the vortex of the soul beast space, turning into a golden vortex and slowly disappearing. Laban turned his head with all his strength. Seeing only half of the man's fair-skinned face, he couldn't believe that he would die like this. All of Laban's flesh and blood was absorbed by the sharp knife, revealing a blood-red glow. The man in black robe smiled with satisfaction and walked slowly towards the castle. Yuri's, who was standing on the giant wolf cull, seemed to sense something and suddenly looked to the side. The 3 giant wolves also felt this breath. Although the sun transformed by Zhang Ming was very powerful, the 3 giant wolves blocked it with their fur and only caused the fur to turn a little gray and black. However, Zhang Ming's purpose was to create conditions for Midor. It was originally a dark night sky, but the stars were twinkling in the sky. Sudden, darkness is coming. A dark giant, even bigger than the 3-headed wolf, appeared. Chapter 141 Nandi's appears. The strongest form of the shadow soul. Zhang Ming named it the Dark Giant. The 3 giant wolves each showed a puzzled look at the monster that was even bigger than them. If the 3 giant wolves are like 3 small hills, then the Dark Giant, incarnated by Midor, is the real ancient titan, just a human figure, without any expression. Midor stretched out his giant dark hand and grabbed the giant wolf call with force. Countless dark lines gathered at the neck of the giant wolf and actually lifted it up. Dark Shadow Demon. She devoured the fragments of the Dark Shadow Demon's godhood. The second giant wolf, Cook, recognized the strange change. The eldest wolf, Cull, was lifted into the air and the black hand suddenly let go. The giant wolf fell heavily to the ground. The third brother, Curry, suddenly turned his head and bared his teeth towards the back with a ferocious expression, for claws grasping the ground. Obviously, he encountered some terrible threat. The current situation seems that Zhang Ming and Midor have the advantage, but the 3 giant wolves don't think they will lose at all. Yuri's chanted a spell, and the black light and black rays on his shoulders suddenly jumped out, entangled Midor's dark figure, and wanted to attack, but found it was in vain. The darkness was everywhere, and the shadows were invisible and passed straight through, as if everything in the world was like this. Zhang Ming felt a little exhausted. The attack he just launched was to transform Midor into a dark giant. The entire sky was rendered in golden light, so that Midor could transform into a dark giant to the greatest extent. He did it. Next, the question is not how to fight, but how to get out. Nanzhan is in close contact with the Huasha headquarters and is receiving orders from General Long. Yes, Nanzhan looked serious. Zhang Ming, I have sent our coordinates to General Long. The Chinese headquarters will open the Spark portal for us in a while, but it will take some time to avoid the tracking of Skynet in the American Jian district. Can Midor hold on? For how long? 10 minutes. Good. The dark giant was surrounded by endless darkness, just like the black shadow demon in ancient times. With a raise of his hand, he turned into an endless black hole, swallowing up the starry sky and absorbing the sun and the moon. But now Midora can only transform into a dark giant and use the power of darkness to perform simple actions. But it was enough to deal with 3 giant wolves. After all, the former dark shadow demon was a god who condensed his divine nature and achieved the status of a god. The power of God, even if it is only a little bit, is not something that a hegemonic soul beast can resist. If the overlord-level beasts want to go further, they can only ignite the divine fire, upgrade their legendary bloodline to the ancient level, condense their own divine power, and be promoted to the mythical level. The ancient Titan beasts are all mythical level without exception. Perhaps only an ancient being like Jola can fight against the former human emperor. Reach the supreme level. The giant wolf call was obviously angry. Being grabbed by the neck by the other party was tantamount to an insult to him. As the son of the ancient Titan Fenrir, such insults cannot be tolerated. Stealing one thing and changing another. Suddenly, the weather changed drastically. The dark wind is blowing. A silver moon appeared in the form of a full moon. 3 giant wolves howled at the moon, and their size actually increased a bit. It also adds a bit of ferocity. Midor's dark body was not affected, but the attacks of the 3 giant wolves were illuminated by the moonlight and were able to scratch Midor's dark body. Every attack was like tearing off a black curtain. It was chewed viciously in the mouths of 3 giant wolves and swallowed. Pure dark power. Although Midor could not speak, he had been communicating with Zhang Ming's soul. As long as they could hold on for 10 minutes, the space portal of the Chinese headquarters would open and they would be able to escape. General Long's reply to Nanzhan was that he must come back alive. Yuri's gave a strange laugh. Baby, look who's here. Oh, it's our respected Lord Nandis. Yuri's voice attracted the attention of the 3 giant wolves. It turned out that the dangerous aura just now came from him. Nandis. Fanatic. Naturally, Zhang Ming saw Nandisai, who was wearing a long robe and a bamboo hat, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, as a fanatic, Nandisai's level has reached the terrifying saint level. Regardless of whether he has a soul beast or not, he is not someone that all the people and soul beasts present can fight against. Even the 3 giant wolves gave up attacking Midor and bared their fangs at Nandis. It seems that Nandis, as a fanatic, is not very popular in the ancient Titan circle. Nandisai took off his hat, revealing fair skin and a youthful appearance. Give a kind smile. Yuri's also changed his playful attitude and became serious. Lord Nandis, this is the area controlled by my father Fenrir. Please abide by the rules set by the adults and do not cross the line. Nandisai didn't say anything, and his smiling eyes didn't reveal any meaning. Midor's dark giant took this opportunity to immediately capture the giant wolf curry. Fell hard to the ground. The giant wolf curry's tail was caught, and for a moment he couldn't muster up the strength, nor could he straighten his back to bite the black hand. The giant wolf call did not dare to act rashly before figuring out the other party's intentions. The man in front of them was someone that even their fathers didn't dare to mess with. Although it is a human body, pledge allegiance to the ancient Titans. But he is loyal to only one person, and that is the star beast Zerif. Nandis raised his right hand and waved it towards the void. In an instant, the black night seemed to be cut open, and rays of sunlight appeared in the endless sky. You have to know that it is night now. Even if there is no darkness for Midor, it is impossible to see the sunlight. The sun shone straight down like a spear, piercing Midor's dark form. The crack then grew larger and larger. More and more sunlight shines down, driving away all the darkness around. Because the shadow soul that Midor once absorbed was only a broken fragment of the divinity, he could only use this move under the premise of blocking the sunlight. The sunlight was Midor's biggest enemy. Nandasai, this old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, naturally knows a lot of secrets. Midor was forced to abandon the dark giant posture and transform back into the Black Eagle Witch, holding the twin swords of Avicii and Yuan-Tu in his hands. His eyes were fixed on Nandasai. Always be prepared to fight to the death. Nandis, please leave. This is the area controlled by the giant wolf Fenrir. The giant wolf cull's voice was heavy and threatening. Because of Midor's transformation, the giant wolf curry also stood in a row with the other two giant wolves to face the man in front of them. What if I say no? Nandis' voice was not loud, but it stirred the hearts of the three giant wolves. Sudden, Nandis turned his gaze towards Yuri's, who was squatting on the wolf's head. One ugly monster. It first mated with humans to create human monsters, and then used them as tools to contract its true offspring to become its soul beasts and enter the territory below the soul ranking. I have to say that Fenrir is very smart. Nandis' voice was not loud, but it revealed the biggest scar in Yuri's heart. This is why the giant wolf looks down on Yuri's. Her appearance was just a tool created by the giant wolf Fenrir. Only the giant wolf can be the true descendant of Fenrir, one of the ancient titans. Chapter 142, Destroying the World, Greedy Wolf. When the giant wolf cull heard Nandis mention the name of his father Fenrir, his eyes became fierce and thick mist came out of his nose. The three giant wolves would never allow anyone to talk about their father Fenrir in front of them. Immediately, the giant wolves Curry and Cook rushed upwards, ready to bite Nandis. Nandasai raised his hand slightly. The two giant wolves that had just pounced seemed to have encountered extremely strong resistance and actually stayed in midair, just floating there. Nandis pushed his palm forward. The two giant wolves flew straight backwards, fell heavily to the ground. The giant wolf was as big as a small building more than 10 stories high, and in an instant it caused a large section of the upper floor of the castle to collapse. Zhang Ming recognized that the move that Nandasai had just used was the SSS-level supernatural celestial gravity. Control the gravity of surrounding objects and attract or repel them at will. Zhang Ming and Midor watched from afar, knowing in their hearts that Nandasai must have appeared to target him. Before, Nandasai had invited him to join the Fallen. This time he appeared in the Meijin district. I wonder what he is up to. Moreover, the three giant wolves are all at the overlord level. They feel like three big puppies in front of Nandasai, being manipulated at will. There was no way to resist. Don't be rude to Lord Nandis. The giant wolf cull said fiercely on purpose. His previous attack didn't even touch the edge of Nandis' clothes. What's more, the three brothers are triplets from the same mother. The reason they were able to come to the human territory was because of the contract summoning of Yuri's. Once Nandis kills Yuri's, they will return to the territory of the giant wolf Fenrir. If you want to contract with humans again, you may have to wait a long time. They dare not gamble. Yuri's, who was lying on the giant wolf cull, did not move after seeing Nandis' attack just now. There is a supreme level between the Emperor level and the Saint level. The difference in strength is too huge. Crushing her to death is like crushing an ant. Zhang Ming, nice to meet you again, Nandasai said with a smile. Midor stood in front of Zhang Ming and was pushed behind him by Zhang Ming. Although Midor is very strong and cannot defeat the three overlord-level giant wolves, he is still able to match them on equal terms. There is no chance of winning against Nandasai. Mr. Nandis, Zhang Ming took a step forward and said, "You are lucky to meet a royal demon. Unfortunately, the demons in Azeroth are now losing ground. The adults may be about to take over that world. Zhang Ming, I need you to join us and become one of us." Zhang Ming's eyes were solemn. When Midor heard the word Azeroth, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. A female demon in armor kept appearing in her mind, and scenes flashed by quickly. Midora cried and knelt on the ground, with tears falling from her eyes. She saw 17 ancient titans attack Azeroth, the world she once lived in, where war and killing swept across all races. Azeroth is a magical world where countless ferocious beasts and gods were born. As the indigenous people, the demons are also the strongest race. In order to dominate the world, they have launched wars and tried to conquer the entire world. This is the warlike nature of the demons. Until that day, 17 ancient titans came to Azeroth, summoned all the ferocious beasts of Azeroth, and frantically absorbed the creatures of the continent of Azeroth as their nutrients. The demons spontaneously became the leaders of Azeroth's resistance. Midor's mother was the highest-ranking sergeant major in the demon clan. In order to give Midor a chance to survive, she forcibly broke open the Stargate and threw Midor into the Stargate. At the cost of herself, she sealed the Stargate and cut off the passage between Azeroth and the Ancient Titans. Behind the Stargate is the alien world of Azeroth, the home of Midor. On that day, the Sergeant Chief of the Demon Clan fought against 7 Ancient Titan beasts alone. Afterwards, only less than 10 Ancient Titans escaped and returned to their own territory to sleep and recuperate. These scenes of experience reawaken me. Midor's eyes were red at this moment, filled with only hatred. The man in front of me. This was the man who attacked Azeroth that day and summoned 17 Ancient Titans. It's him. Brought disaster to Azeroth. Nandith smiled meaningfully. It seems that you remember me. Your mother is a very powerful warrior. She's only one step away from reaching the throne of God. Even the adults are troubled. In order to avoid future troubles, I can only get rid of you. Nandasai had just finished speaking. Zhang Ming immediately summoned Midler back to the Soul Beast space, turned his hands into elements, and prepared for battle. Nandasai noticed the change in Zhang Ming and became slightly interested, then looked towards the sky in the distance. Yuri's, should I do it myself? Or should you 3 brothers do it? You know exactly why I'm here. After hearing these words, the 3 giant wolves all fell into deep thought. Yuri's even showed an expression of extreme fear. No, my lord, my father is the giant wolf Fenrir. The giant wolf Fenrir is ranked last. Although he is 1 place higher than the 7 sins, he is not as wise as that adult. The ancient titan at the bottom is not qualified for me to call him an adult. Nandasai's smile made the 3 giant wolves itch with anger. Superior. The giant wolf Kull was extremely angry. In his heart, his father Fenrir was a godlike existence. Although the opponent was powerful, Kull, who was of giant wolf blood, would never allow anyone to question the strength of the ancient titan. Purple light emanated from the 3 giant wolves. Running like crazy, jumped suddenly. 3 giant wolves of enormous size were actually merging together above the full moon, accompanied by purple light. Fusion formed a giant 3-headed wolf. The size reached more than 300 meters. Fear. It is not inferior to the real giant wolf Fenrir. You should know that this size is extremely huge and terrifying among the ancient titans. World-destroying greedy wolf. Bloodline legend. Talent. Immortal body. Level. Overlord level 7 stars. Skills. The art of destruction swallowing the sky and dark earth claws of great destruction chasing the sun and eclipse the moon. Introduction. The offspring of the ancient titan beast giant wolf Fenrir. The form of 3 giant wolves merging together can obtain the power of the giant wolf bloodline to the greatest extent. It has 1/3 of the strength of the giant wolf Fenrir and is comparable to a killing machine. If the 3 giant wolves ignite the divine fire and are promoted to ancient bloodline, they will have the ability to swallow celestial bodies. After Zhang Ming found out the information after the 3 giant wolves merged, he was shocked. This is the most powerful beast ever seen so far, except for the real ancient titan. This level is comparable to that of a real ancient titan. At that time, the clone of 7 Sins Sanction, with his epic bloodline and monarch-level strength, was able to defeat Grandpa Lin's sky-splitting beast. This is real Overlord-level strength. I'm afraid, even if the Venerable from the Magian district comes, we'll have to be careful. Unexpectedly, Nandasai remained unmoved. The body suddenly floated into the sky. Stretch out your hands. Chapter 143, 3 Great Lords. The 3 wolf heads of the world-destroying greedy wolf looked at Nandis fiercely, and the saliva falling from the wolf's mouth corroded the castle beneath it. As expected of the bloodline of the ancient titan, if this was the real giant wolf Fenrir, its strength would probably be even stronger. And this is just its offspring. The giant wolf Fenrir, ranked 16th among the ancient titans, and the 7 Sins, ranked 17th, are both at the bottom of the list. But even so, they are not a force that humans can contend with now. If it were not for the power of the soul list protection, all beings that ignite the divine fire would be prohibited from appearing in human territory. I'm afraid that humans would have become extinct during the catastrophe. The world-destroying greedy wolf attacks. The whistling wind lifted up the castle beneath them and stirred up a strong wind on the ground. Zhang Ming quickly called on Nanzhan to hide. Nandasai was seen floating, and a Rubik's Cube with sparkling stars appeared in front of him. Holy Cube! An invisible cage covered Nandasai, and when the world-destroying greedy wolf pounced on him, sparks flew and he failed to break through this layer of defense. Yuri's had already curled up somewhere and was hiding, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. How come an adult's Rubik's Cube is in your hands? The wolf head in the middle of the world-destroying greedy wolf was none other than One-Eyed Kull, and his heavy voice was filled with questioning. Do I need to tell you? Fall! Nandasai suddenly shouted. Among the starry sky, the dark night suddenly becomes bright. A huge fireball fell from the sky. It's a meteorite. Nandi's actually attracted a meteorite from space. The falling meteorite rubbed against the atmosphere, creating countless sparks and igniting flames, like the setting sun. It was even more terrifying than Zhang Ming's great flame ring. Zhang Ming opened his eyes wide. Escape. Once this meteorite falls, the entire city of Lincoln will probably be destroyed. Nanzhan, run away. Is the portal ready? 30 seconds left. Damn it. Zhang Ming is really anxious now. The world-destroying greedy wolf looked at the huge meteorite above his head. At this moment, he finally understood why his father Fenrir had warned him countless times not to provoke Nandis and to treat him like those adults. But how could Kull, a ferocious beast, take Nandis, a human, seriously? Nandis' eyes changed. The Rubik's Cube in front of him suddenly glowed brightly. The birdcage reappeared. The world-destroying greedy wolf was trapped, and no matter how he struggled and bit, he could not break free from the restraints of the birdcage. Countless injuries appeared on his body instantly. A layer of transparent light and shadow screen appeared, and the world-destroying greedy wolf relied on the power of his immortal body to continuously attack the screen. Trying to break through, Nandi smiled faintly and sucked Yuri's, who was hiding in the distance, into his hand. Yuri's and the rubble were drawn to Nandi's. Just as Nandi's chanted a spell, black runes flew out of his mouth and instantly covered Yuri's body. Yuri's soul was instantly annihilated as a humanoid monster. Yuri's completely turned into a dried-up monster, with 2 balls of green soul fire rising from his empty eye sockets. Become a slave loyal to Nandi's. The meteorite is getting closer. Nandasai trapped the world-destroying greedy wolf with the holy artifact Rubik's Cube, and then walked in the void towards Zhang Ming. The blood of the Tanya tribe was once as strong as the blood of gods. Even though it is very thin, it is enough. In front of you, I'm giving you 2 choices now. Be loyal to me, and I will give you infinite strength and make you my spokesperson among humans. Or die now, and I'll take your body. After hearing this, Zhang Ming broke out in a cold sweat. Nandi's was clearly standing far away in the sky, but his voice seemed to be right next to his ear. He did not release any momentum at all, but the invisible pressure had already made him resist with all his strength. Saint-level strength. How could a mere beast-taming master like him bear this? You may be human, but you have an ancient titan in your heart. What exactly is your purpose? Nandi smiled. Of course, I will purify this world and then recreate a world where I am the true God. If this sentence was said by someone else, it would probably be regarded as a joke. But coming from this man, crazy. Nandi's identity and origin are mysterious, and the relationship between him and the ancient titan does not seem to be what he imagined, a relationship between a servant and a master. It is more like a cooperation between him and the ancient titan to achieve a common goal. Zhang Ming, the portal is open. Nanzhan shouted. Suddenly, Zhang Ming felt a strong suction force pulling his body forward. It's totally out of control. He quickly transformed into elements, turned into flames, and used the speed of the wind god wings to dodge. The Ghost Emperor's wings? There's also the heart of the ancient fire spirit, plus the unknown divine fire, which is really good. Now that you've made your choice, disappear. The flames of the meteorite are about to lift to the ground. The scorching heat melted the surrounding buildings. The sky in the distance. 2 beams of light were coming at a rapid speed. Nandith, a middle-aged man in armor appeared, with the emblem of the Kazan family on it. He has a rough face, long brown hair, and a thick beard. Next to him was a somewhat hunched old man in a black robe, with an old face full of wrinkles. He held a staff in his hand, and a 5-colored ball of light was constantly spinning on the staff, illuminating the faces of both men with an incomparable holiness. A supreme beastmaster, the Stone Sword Master and the Grand Master of Judgment from the Magian district. Both are from the Kazan family. As soon as the two appeared, they summoned their respective soul beasts. A behemoth beast, as big as the world-destroying greedy wolf, suddenly appeared, its 6 arms vibrating, and the earth shook instantly. Shake the sky. The Stone Sword Master raises his sword and summons. A huge rune formation appeared beneath him, and a sky-holding swordsman carved out of stone and standing upright slowly rose up. The stone-carved armor was lifelike, and his hands were on the hilt of the sword, looking majestic and solemn. "Ah, you've even contracted the Ancient Guardian. You're quite capable." Nandis looked at the stone swordsman and still kept smiling. The peak of Overlord level. The Grand Master of Judgment had an unconcealable seriousness under his wrinkled face. He waved his staff, and a ray of 5-colored light fell on the behemoth. He needed to deal with the meteorite immediately. The behemoth beast, as big as a mountain, beat its chest, and all the hair on its body turned into a flaming red. Suddenly jump up, hit the meteorite in the sky, and on the other side of the portal, an extremely huge crack also appeared. Reach out a huge furry hand, tear the crack to both sides. The sky-high white ape, its Reverend Lin's soul beast, also at the peak of the Overlord level. A 100-foot-long stick first stretched out from the crack, and accompanied by a loud bang, Reverend Lin, standing on the shoulder of the sky-bearing white ape, suddenly appeared on the battlefield, looking at the Stone Sword Saint and the Grand Master of Judgment. The two venerables from the Magian district showed strange expressions at the same time. "Lin, this is not the place for you to come," the Stone Sword Master warned. "I'm only here to pick up the people from our Huaxia district." This plain sentence left the two great venerables speechless. The behemoth collided with the meteorite, burst into brilliant sparks. The sky was bright. The sky-bearing white ape stood in front of the two men, holding a long stick, feeling confident and secure. Reverend Lin looked at the two of them and smiled. "Let's go home." Chapter 144. Each one is intimidating. The Stone Sword Master and the Grand Master of Judgment did not stop Master Lin. Although the two were surprised that Master Lin was able to come to the Magian district freely, the most urgent task of the moment was to stop the meteorite from falling. And there is this dangerous man in front of him. Zhang Ming and Nanzhan took the lead and passed through the spark portal. On the other side of the door is the control room of the Suanio space carrier. General Long Shu and Instructor Qin were waiting anxiously. There were more than 100 combat troops gathered around them, ready to go at any time. When they saw the two men escape from danger, they finally smiled. "Instructor Qin, Uncle," the two shouted at the same time. And the other side, meteorites fall. The behemoth's punch did not break the meteorite, but only broke off dozens of fragments. The Grand Master of Judgment quickly swung his staff, creating an invisible gust of wind, slowing down the meteorite's landing. He looked at the Stone Sword Master next to him. The Stone Sword Master nodded and raised the heavy sword in his hand. The stone swordsman beneath him also pulled out the stone sword that was inserted into the ground. The wind was howling, and the stone swordsman's movements were synchronized with the Stone Sword Saint. The Stone Sword Master flew towards the meteorite. The stone swordsman also flew off the ground. The 100-meter-tall stone statue was extremely agile, and dazzling red light burst out from shining red eyes. Cut it with one sword. Pa! The Stone Sword Saint is said to have a stone sword that can break anything in the world, and this moment proves his strength. The meteorite shattered and broke into 2 pieces. Nandis had no expression. His lips seemed to be smiling, but his eyes were still narrowed. I ignored the two venerables. He picked up the holy artifact Rubik's Cube with his backhand, and it kept shrinking, compressing the world-destroying greedy wolf inside it from a size of 100 meters to a dozen meters, and finally turned into a 2 or 3 meter long, 3-headed wolf, floating beside him. "Do you want to ignite the divine fire and become one of the ancient titans?" Nandasai suddenly asked. The world-destroying greedy wolf did not dissolve the fusion. The wolf head in the middle, Kull, understood what the man said and knew that it was never groundless. He did not answer immediately. Curry and Cook were also thinking about it seriously. The 3 brothers were born from the same mother. Although they were direct descendants of the giant wolf Fenrir, with powerful bloodline and legendary bloodline, they did not know how to ignite the divine fire. This is a secret among the ancient titans. They also yearn to ignite the divine fire, advance to ancient bloodline, and achieve mythical level. Become an ancient titan like their father, the giant wolf Fenrir. Kul also longs for power. As the last ranked offspring, he not only has to obey his father's orders, but also has to rely on his eldest brother for survival. The giant wolf clan submits to the strong, but they also have an undefeated desire to become stronger. Light the sacred fire. Kul said calmly. Lord Nandasai, we three brothers are willing to submit to you. Kul finally compromised. Originally, the three brothers followed their father's orders and appeared as contracted beasts of the humanoid monster Yuris, lurking in the human beauty zone, waiting for orders at any time. Once the 100-year period was up, they would cooperate with the ancient titans to annex humans. Nandi smiled. 3 drops of blood flowed out from the index finger of his right hand and fell onto the 3 wolf heads respectively. Servant contract. The world-destroying greedy wolf is unsealed and transformed into a 100-meter-tall behemoth again. Nandi stood on the middle wave like a king, opened his arms again, and showed an evil smile. One can be caught. So what's next? An extremely huge shadow appeared on the surface. It's another meteorite. No, it's bigger than the previous one. It's a celestial body. There was no expression on the stone sword master's face, and it was hard to tell whether he was worried or anxious. He just looked down at the city below, with a hint of pity in his expression, and glanced at Nandi's angrily. Earth Giant! The stone sword master thrust his heavy sword into the void, and instantly a huge magic circle appeared, floating in the air, with strange runes and what seemed to be ancient chanting sounds. A stone giant taller than the stone swordsman just now stretched out a foot from the magic circle. The guardian of the gods from ancient times. Earth Giant. As soon as the Earth Giant appeared, he opened his arms and actually dragged up the celestial body. The earth suddenly collapsed. Hundreds of collapsed cracks appeared, and the city was instantly destroyed and turned into ruins. The Grand Master of Judgment chanted a spell, and hundreds of small magic circles appeared in the sky behind him. Wind blades, spears flew out from them, quickly shooting towards the celestial body, accompanied by violent winds. Reverend Lin watched all this from afar, and the sky-bearing white ape stood not far from Nandasai, holding an iron stick. Mr. Yuan, please take action. Just consider it as our payment for this trip. The sky-high white ape's black eyes were solemn, and he nodded. The iron rod in his hand suddenly stretched out and became thicker. It is actually made of precious iron, and it is 100 meters long, which is completely subversive. The 2 hairy hands of the sky-bearing white ape moved wildly, and the iron rod was swung to form a windmill. Head for the sky, instantly overshadowed the behemoth and the Earth Giant. The 6-armed behemoth huffed a breath of hot air and looked at the white ape with hatred in his eyes. Break! A dazzling white light. The celestial body shattered into countless pieces of powder. The sky-bearing white ape stood in front of the Earth Giant but just reached its knees. However, its momentum was still not inferior, and the 3 great masters were vaguely in opposition. Nandasai suddenly laughed out loud. Lin, you are still so strong. I look forward to fighting with you one day when you advance to saint level. By the way, let me give you a friendly reminder. The 100-year period is approaching, and the adults are about to wake up, so be prepared. Nandasai looked at the starry sky gate in the distance intentionally. Reverend Lin naturally understood the meaning behind his sentence. He said goodbye to the Stone Sword Saint and the Grand Master of Judgment and prepared to leave. Although the Stone Sword Saint was unwilling to leave, he was stopped by the Grand Master of Judgment. He wants to leave, and you can't stop him. If it's old man Lin, we still have the confidence to keep him here, but forget about his son. The Grand Master of Judgment shook his head and said, the Stone Sword Saint had no choice but to give up and let Master Lin pass through the space portal. Seeing the entire city of Lincoln reduced to ruins and the Edward family also reduced to ruins, the 2 Venerables could not help but sigh and shake their heads. The Edward family has been truly expelled this time. The clan leader is ready to take real action this time. The Grand Master of Judgment said in a low voice. The Stone Sword Master shook his head and called back the Earth Giant and the Stone Swordsman. Although these 2 guards are very powerful and can be comparable to low-level ancient titans when they are at full strength, it is a pity that only saint-level strength can drive them to the maximum extent. The Stone Sword Saint sighed. Nandis has now regained his contracted beast. With his former saint-level peak strength, that world-destroying greedy wolf will surely ignite the divine fire and become a low-level ancient titan. It seems we must speed up to get that thing from the secret realm. But without the key, how can we get it even if we get in? The stone sword master responded, and the two looked worried. We still have to wait for another half a year for the secret realm to open. We still have half a year to spare, even if we have to blast the gate open. The Grand Master of Judgment's eyes suddenly became fierce. We must first open the door and ignite the sacred fire. Chapter 145, Nanchaman Above the Starry Sky. In the starry sky, the Suanio space carrier. The atmosphere is right below the space carrier. The Suanio passed through a layer of water ripple barrier, and the surroundings instantly became bright. A steel barrier like a huge gate in the sky appeared in the field of vision. All the space carriers and aviation battleships in the Huaxia region were parked in the starry sky. Zhang Ming widened his eyes and looked at the stars in the universe that were twinkling with different lights. And beneath their feet is the planet where they have lived for a long time. Could this be the conceptual space station that Huaxia district proposed in the previous life? Zhang Ming guessed secretly. General Nagarjuna saluted and was very respectful to Venerable Lin. Your Excellency, General Long, I take full responsibility for this accident. Please punish me, Your Excellency. Venerable Lin smiled, but said nothing. The accident in the Magian district is not your fault. Even I did not expect that Nandasai would be so bold. The offspring of the giant wolf Fenrir would lurk in the Magian district in the form of a contracted soul beast. It seems that the rumors are true. Nandis has caused all the soul beasts to self-destruct. The purpose of his appearance this time is to contract the bloodline of the giant wolf Fenrir. He knows how to ignite the divine fire. The conversation between the two was confusing, and Zhang Ming and Nanzhan didn't understand anything. Nanzhan was even more curious and lay at the window, looking at the planets in the distance. General Nagarjuna smiled and said, "This is the real foundation of our Huaxia district. The Nanchaman project, which was implemented before the disaster, has been in a hidden stage. All space carriers and aviation battleships are repaired and maintained here." Nanchaman project? Nanzhan read with joy. Built in space. Won't it be discovered by the ancient titans? Zhang Ming also raised a question. Subconsciously realizing that this might involve touching confidential information, I shut up immediately. It's okay. It's okay to tell you some things now. General Nagarjuna said, "Do you remember the Stargate that the star beast Jola came from the starry sky and summoned before the disaster?" They both nodded. According to our research, Jola is from the world behind the Stargate. Azeroth. General Nagarjuna's eyes lit up, and then he thought of something. That's right. As for the origin of Jola, this is just our speculation, but what can be confirmed is that there are records of Jola in both the ancient times and the super ancient civilization period. It was not until the ancient and medieval times that he gradually faded out of human records. According to the earliest records, except for Zirif, the 16 ancient titans were all giant beasts born on our native planet. They were not alien creatures. The records are too mythical. However, according to our recent discoveries, of the 17 ancient titan beasts, no more than 10 remain on the blue planet. Hearing what General Nagarjuna said, Zhang Ming also understood something. Midor once said that she came from the continent of Azeroth, and her mother was the leader of high-ranking demons among the demons, the Grand Sergeant, who once led the demons to fight all over the world and tried to unify the continent of Azeroth. Before, in the martial arts competition, the half-demon Capricorn had also seen Midor's mother. Because of Midor's mother, he was stranded in this world and had been in a daze for an unknown amount of time. Afterwards, Nandis led the ancient titans to invade the continent of Azeroth. The Grand Sergeant sealed the Stargate at the cost of his life, blocking the ancient titans' way back. Less than half of the ancient titans escaped and fell into a deep sleep. After this, human beings have indeed lived a peaceful life for 100 years. The ancient titans have never appeared. Just when everyone thought that the ancient titans had fallen into sleep again, the sky overlord Jura attacked human cities. Through General Longshu's words and combined with Midor's words, Zhang Ming guessed the reason for the incident. The 100-year deadline is almost up. Nanchaman, as the last foundation of our China and even the entire human race, must be improved as soon as possible. We cannot put all our hopes on the Saints. The Saints are traveling around the continent, looking for keys and ways to ignite the divine fire for us. Jalal is behind the Starry Sky Gate and will inevitably lead other ancient titans to impact the Starry Sky Gate. When the power of the soul list disappears, It will be a disaster for all of humanity. This was the first time Zhang Ming saw Master Lin look sad. It turns out that behind all this stability, there are so many secrets hidden. 100 years. Azeroth. Stargate. Midor's home. And Nandi's Jelf. Then, Your Excellency, does our alliance competition still count? Nanzhan interrupted their conversation. He and Zhang Ming fought hard to find the head of the Azure Dragon, and it took them 2 days. Although some unexpected changes happened in the middle, he still wanted to know the ranking of the competition and whether they won. General Nagarjuna smiled. Of course it counts. The videos of your previous battles were all recorded by the bracelet and submitted to the Alliance. You are the first to find the ancient treasure. Although the players in other districts have not encountered any accidents, they're still lurking. Oh, as long as it doesn't affect the division of resource areas in our Huaxia district. Nanzhan has always been thinking about this matter in his heart. He knows that the ranking in the Alliance competition is related to the proportion of external resources in the 4 major regions. Haha, today, Venerable Lin came forward, and the 2 Venerables in the Magian district already have an idea in mind. In fact, the basis for deciding the division of resources is not only you young people, but also the Venerable level combat power, and this Nanshaman under our feet. The rise of the Huaxiao region is inevitable, and no one can stop it. General Nagarjuna's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he spoke with full confidence. Your Excellency, General Long, there is an urgent message from the European Union and Soviet Union. Suddenly, a combatant said, Red, Nandi's brought 3 giant wolves that looked like ancient titans to invade the European Union and Soviet Union regions, took away the offspring of 2 ancient titans and left, severely injuring the Venerables in the European Union and Soviet Union regions. General Nagarjuna listened and said nothing. Nandi's has already started to act, said Venerable Lin. There's still 3 years left before the 100 years term. Once it comes, the power of the soul ranking will disappear on that day, and the ancient titans will invade human territory. Nandi's will open the Stargate and summon the Star Beast Zerif and other ancient titans who remain in Azeroth. We must open the door to the secret realm before Nandi's and find a way to ignite the divine fire. Venerable Lin said with a serious expression, It will take another half a year for the secret realm to open. Moreover, only beastmasters below the Emperor level are allowed to enter the secret realm, which is filled with countless dangers. General Longshu expressed his concerns. The bracelet on Reverend Lin's wrist suddenly flashed blue light. All 3 noticed. It's an emergency meeting sent by the saint. The image of Reverend Lin is transmitted over long distances. Alliance headquarters, Noah's Ark. All 12 seats were present this time. Venerable Lin and Old Man Lin represented the Huaxia region and sat on the east side. The armored stone sword master and the black-robed archmage of judgment sat on the opposite side, with 2 other men and 1 woman. The man with long wavy hair is the Lionheart monarch, and the man with short hair and long beard sitting next to him is the patriarch of the contemporary Kazan family. The only sexy woman is the Viper Queen of the Magian district. The 5 great masters of the Magian area. There were 5 Venerables from the European Union and Soviet Union zones, 2 of whom were injured. There are 3 Venerable ones in the European Union and 2 Venerable ones in the Soviet Union. All present. There was no verbal exchange among the crowd. The scene was silent. The saint appeared. Everyone's sharp eyes noticed that the saint's left hand hidden under his robe seemed to be injured, and the transmission signal was extremely unstable. Chapter 146, The Secret of the Key. This small room is where the round table meetings that determine the survival of mankind are held time and time again. The 12 Venerable level Beastmasters represent the 4 major regions of the Alliance. They come from different races, but shoulder the common responsibilities of mankind. Among the 5 Venerables in the Magian district, the Stone Sword Saint, holding the stone sword in his arms, raised his eyes slightly to look at Venerable Lin, then lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest. The stone sword in the hands of Master Lin is exactly the ancient treasure of the European Union, the Excalibur. Although one of the 3 Venerables in the European League was injured, the other 2, a man and a woman, looked at the stone sword saint with some resentment. The sexy blonde girl, the Viper Queen, waved her big waves, and her alluring red lips made it hard to imagine that this sexy girl in front of them would be a Venerable level beast tamer. A woman who single-handedly controls the richest 4 family in the Magian area. Both the black and white industries are controlled by her alone. Even the Grandmaster Judgment, who is also a Venerable, has to rely on her power. The lion-hearted monarch always has a proud and confident smile on his face, with his golden hair naturally falling down his shoulders. The royal armor on his body forms a sharp contrast with the simple armor of the stone swordmaster. The former is simple, and the latter is brilliant. This smiling man is also the person in power behind the Rumen family, and he has what is known as the most powerful combat force in the human alliance. The Lion King's Holy Guard. Only the patriarch of the Kazan family lowered his head, wearing a mask carved like a devil on his gloomy face, which was very mysterious. He held a black knife in his hands, and a faint black aura emanated from the knife. The saint began to speak only after he was seated and the projected image became stable. Everyone had already noticed the injury on the saint's hand, but no one asked about it. Everyone is here. The saint's voice was still hoarse, accompanied by 2 coughs. Nandis has appeared, and I believe everyone understands what this means. The seal of the Stargate is about to be unlocked, and Zeruf will come again. Everyone should be prepared for battle. With just these few words, everyone's heart instantly became heavy. The seal of the Stargate has loosened, Nandis has returned, and the ancient titan who returned with severe injuries has gradually awakened after 100 years of recuperation. After saying this, the saint coughed again, took out his handkerchief to cover it, but it was covered with golden blood. Saint, Reverend Lin finally couldn't help himself and greeted with concern. It's okay. It has been more than 200 years since I woke up from the seal of the sacred stone. I am very content with these 200 years. We can currently confirm that there are 7 ancient titans. Among them, the 5 ancient titans who have awakened from their seriously injured slumber are Soul Harvester Mu, Lich King and Sky, Overlord Jura, Giant Wolf Fenrir, and 7 Sins Punisher Sad. The Lich King is trapped in the desolate land of Outland and will not be returning anytime soon. As the 6th rank high-ranking titan, this one alone is as powerful as 10 low-ranking titan wolves, Fenrir. Its destructive power is beyond our ability to contend with. Everyone listened carefully to the words of the saint, not daring to be distracted. The remaining 2 are the 3rd-ranked Ancient Divine Ape and the 11th-ranked Ming Snake. Ancient Divine Ape. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. My heart is in turmoil. In terms of size alone, the giant wolf Fenrir, as a low-level titan, is the largest among the ancient titans. But the Ancient Divine Ape possesses a talent that no other ancient titan can match. That means getting bigger. Unlimited growth. No one has seen how big the Ancient Divine Ape can become, but after displaying its talent, the Ancient Divine Ape can easily kill the giant wolf Fenrir with just 1 finger. As a high-level titan, the 3rd-ranked one is naturally terrifyingly powerful. Apart from the 1st-ranked Star Beast Jola and the 2nd-ranked one, the Ancient Divine Ape is almost the ceiling among the high-level titans. Even the Black Dragon King Tyrant, who is also a high-level titan, cannot defeat it alone. It takes the combined efforts of the 5 Dragon Kings to defeat it. It is conceivable that once the Ancient Divine Ape, this titan beast from the ancient times, awakens, it will be another devastating disaster for all mankind. Ming Snake is a middle-level titan and the most cunning one. I have fought with it before and sealed it at the bottom of the Wuwang Sea with the sacred artifact Yantian Guangluan. This can buy you 10 years. Mr. Lin's face looked heavy. Not only Elder Lin, but everyone present had a gloomy look on their faces. In the eyes of the world, they are high and mighty ones, possessing overlord-level soul beasts, and are extremely powerful, able to move mountains and seas with ease. But only those who have truly fought against the ancient titans understand how terrifying they are. Even the clone of the 7 Sins Sanction, which is ranked at the bottom, can easily defeat Lin Lao's sky-splitting beast. The descendants of the giant wolf Fenrir alone are enough to stop the 2 Venerables. Not to mention that there is also Nandis who is eyeing humans and trying to annex them at any time. The human alliance, which has been peaceful for 200 years, is destined to no longer be peaceful this time. Disaster, despair, will be shrouded again. A small spark portal suddenly appeared in the round table. For keys of ancient shape, but only half of them flew out from it, suspended in the air. These 4 keys are the other half of the key in your hands. When you return, combine them and wait for the secret realm to be opened. Each key corresponds to a different door. Whether you can find a sacred source depends on you. Venerable Lin took the key that flew over. It was a cup from the ancient Chinese civilization, but only half of it. Take out the other half and combined the two into one. It has become a complete bronze jug, engraved with a blue dragon and a true phoenix, and engraved with rice grain words, which makes people think deeply. The U.S. Kenya zone is a black iron torch whose flame has long been extinguished. The European Union zone is an ordinary transparent holy grail, and the Soviet Union zone is a golden lion statue in a jumping posture with a crown on its head. Rather than being a key, it is more like a token symbolizing the civilizations of the four major regions. Each of them put away their keys. The key is related to the secrets of the four secret realms. If I hadn't extinguished the divine fire myself and lost my memory, you wouldn't have to work so hard to find a way to ignite the divine fire, and humanity wouldn't be facing the danger it is facing now. The saint's hoarse voice revealed self-blame. It makes people feel mixed emotions. I just hope that you will not be deceived by the ancient titans and lose your mind. Throughout the ages, our ancestors have already told us with blood that temporary submission cannot bring permanent peace. Only by completely destroying the ancient titans can we end this cycle that has lasted for billions of years. About the origin of the saint. The saint only said that he was a survivor of the previous civilization. In order to end the cycle, he extinguished the divine fire at the cost of sealing himself in the divine stone, and went through hundreds of thousands of years of vicissitudes, all for the purpose of saving mankind after the disaster. The 12 Venerables were silent. Their power is too weak in front of the ancient titans. Even the great emperors of the ancient times failed to completely exterminate the ancient titans. You should know that according to the saints, even in the super ancient civilization period, there are at least hundreds of human supreme beastmasters. Don't let anyone know what happened today. Prepare as soon as possible. As long as we survive the 100-year period, we still have hope. Yes, Saint. The 12 Venerables went offline one after another, and the projections disappeared. Lin, you stay last. Just as Venerable Lin was about to cancel the signal transmission, the voice of the saint appeared in his mind. Chapter 147, The Origin of the Saint. In the gloomy round table conference room, only the saint and Venerable Lin were left. Lin, don't tell anyone what I'm going to tell you next. Saint. Venerable Lin nodded and looked at the saint whose health was deteriorating. If this last pillar of mankind collapsed, the consequences would be disastrous. It is very possible that humans will once again recreate the Black Rock Age recorded in ancient documents. My life can only last for 2 years at most. This time, in order to seal the Ming snake, I used up too much of the remaining divine power. When he heard these words, Venerable Lin's eyes flickered. Only he understood how much the saint had sacrificed for humanity. The reason these powerful men left over from the last civilization have been running around until now is simply for the beliefs in their hearts and for persisting until now. But it doesn't matter. 2 years is enough for you. Reverend Lin did not understand the meaning of this sentence. There are many ways to ignite the divine fire. I extinguished the divine fire myself and cut off too many memories of the past, but my saint-level soul is still there. As long as you can absorb and integrate all the divine power in my soul within these 2 years, there should be a 30% chance of igniting the divine fire. Take this step. Even if you fail, your divine soul contains all my knowledge and memories, which will allow you to continue. The saint's words left Venerable Lin at a loss for words. In the last civilization, I couldn't overcome the fear in my heart, so I avoided fighting. I watched my former friends die in battle one by one in front of me. In order to pass on the faith of mankind, I chose you, Lin. I hope you won't reject me. This was the first time the saint took off the robe on his head and revealed his true face. The face hidden under the robe was that of an old man with a kind smile and white hair. But what is strange is that there is a rune pattern shaped like a chain on the saint's forehead, which is surrounded by a circle. Reverend Lin recognized at a glance what this circle of rune patterns represented. Reincarnation curse. There were records of this in ancient stone carvings. Humans who once served the ancient titans and became fallen, when they betray their masters again, will be cursed by the ancient titans for eternal reincarnation and will be subject to the vicious resentment of the ancient titans in every life. Life is worse than death. The saints once joined the fallen. The saint did not speak, but a barely visible smile appeared on his old face. I used to think that by sacrificing my soul and gaining great power, I could escape from my previous painful life. In fact, it was only after I became a fallen that I realized that when I slaughtered humans with my own hands, the desire and pleasure disappeared, and I was left with the torment from the depths of my soul. I was born in the darkest Black Rock age in human history. In that era, without the protection of the great emperor or the saint, humans were merely food raised by the ancient titans and slaughtered at will. Like everyone else, I was afraid of death and became a fallen, choosing to serve Scylla among the ancient titans. I gained power I never imagined, but I also paid a price I could never afford in this lifetime. The saint's eyes flickered, like a child who had made a mistake, crying silently. Later, I finally couldn't stand having my hands stained with blood. With the help of the queen of ferocious beasts, I ignited the divine fire, but I found that I still couldn't protect humans. Do you know who ended the Blackrock era? Who? It's Nandis. Venerable Lin was incredulous and shocked. Nandis' identity is very mysterious. He has a truly immortal soul that can infinitely parasitize human bodies and walk the world in a human posture. No one knows what his purpose is, although he said he wanted to purify the world. But at that time, this man was a saint-level peak, quasi-emperor-level warrior with 9 mythical soul beasts. Even the high-ranking titans at that time were no match for him. He could have easily wiped out humanity, but he didn't do it. Perhaps only Nandisai himself knows the answer. I saw the future and realized that the Black Rock era would repeat itself, so I asked Nandis to help me extinguish the divine fire and seal it in the divine stone. When I saw Nandis again, he no longer looked the same and had the same personality as before. He has become our enemy. There was a hint of desolation in the saint's voice. Lin, whether it is a ferocious beast or a human or any other race, once they enter the saint level, the key to igniting the divine fire is to recast their souls and turn them into divine souls. If the divine souls are indestructible, they will be immortal. To prevent the method of igniting the divine fire from being lost over time, the saints of past generations established the 4 secret realms. This is the last hope for mankind. I don't have much time left, so I'll leave the unfinished task to you next. The saint's old eyes revealed determination. I sensed the aura of the queen of fierce beasts from that little fellow named Zhang Ming. Although the distance is far, I will never forget this aura. I will train him well. The saint's words suddenly reminded him. Briefly describe the story of Zhang Ming and Midor. You can think of the world of Azeroth and our world as symbiotic worlds, except that the level of the world of Azeroth is higher than ours. In fact, in ancient times, the races in our world were stronger than those in Azeroth. If it weren't for Xerath's arrival, the ancient races would have perished one after another and fled Azeroth, and this world wouldn't have become a paradise for the ancient titans. If Zhang Ming has the blood of the Tanyas, you can bring him to see me. Yes, Saint. How is your father's recovery going? Father's level dropped in that battle, but he still managed to maintain his position as a 1-star Venerable. You go back first and wait for me at Tianju Peak tomorrow. Reverend Lin nodded in response. And at this time, the capital of the Magian district, the 5 Venerables gathered together. The Stone Sword Master and the Judgment Master sat on one side. The Lionheart Monarch and the Patriarch of the Kazan family sat in the middle. The Serpent Queen sat on the side, and the key Holy Grail was placed between the 5 people. The key has now been completely handed over to us by the Saint. Let's discuss what to do next. The Serpent Queen spoke up, glancing at Chief Kazan and the Lionheart Monarch. Among the 5, the Lionheart Monarch and Chief Kazan were both at the 8-star level of the Venerable, while the Stone Sword Master and the Archmage of Judgment were lower, and she was the weakest among the 5, with only 3 stars of the Venerable. The key must never be given to Nandis. Before Chief Kazan could speak, the Stone Sword Master beside him looked up and said, "The key is related to the secret of how we can ignite the divine fire and enter the holy level. Although Nandisai knows how to ignite the divine fire, we don't know what is in the secret realm. If you give it to Nandisai so easily, aren't you afraid of the extinction of mankind?" Nandis promised us that he would never attack the Magian area in the future. Can we believe his words? The Stone Sword Saint's words also reflected the common concerns of the 5 Venerables. My words don't count. The clan leader and the monarch still have to make the decision on this matter. I agree with the Sword Master and will not hand over the key. The speaker was the Lionheart Monarch. At this moment, the lion-hearted monarch no longer had his previous smile on his face, but instead had a serious and majestic look on his face. The Lion King's dominance was fully displayed. The Grand Master of Judgment did not speak, but just sat aside and listened silently. I see. Chief Kazan did not express his opinion. No expression could be seen under his mask. He stood up and left with the black knife in his arms. The lion-hearted monarch looked at Chief Kazan's departing figure and shook his head. Lesso has lost his mind because of the black knife. Now he only believes in that knife. Chapter 148, The Hateful Magian District. Lesso could be a hands-off manager, but there's one thing to deal with right now. The Grand Master of Judgment, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. This alliance competition was disrupted by Nandisai. The Huaxia district took 2 days to find the head of the Azure Dragon. This first place must have a result. After hearing this, everyone frowned. Originally, this competition mode was proposed by the Magian district. It was not only to explore the details of the Huaxia district, but also to take advantage of the lack of strength of the Venerables in the Huaxia district and intervene in the development of the Huaxia district. This is the real plan of the Magian district. Now the plan has been completely disrupted. The contestants from the other 3 regions have been recalled. The competition cannot be carried out, but we absolutely cannot give the first place to the Huaxia region. The Serpent Queen's eyes turned and her tone was sharp. Although she is the lowest-ranking Venerable among the few people, she is the nominal chief financial officer of the Magian district. She is responsible for the financial income and military expenditure of all people in the Magian district, and she has to personally review the annual expenditure. Once the first place is given to the Huaxia district, those high-level resource areas will become the lifeblood of the Magian district. Most of the soul crystals and weapons of the Lion King, Holy Guard of the Lionheart Monarch, came from the Serpent Queen, and a few of them had common interests. In that case, let's unite the Soviet Union and the European Union to put pressure on the Chinese region. This match doesn't count. According to convention, we will be the referees on Noah's Ark and let the top 4 regions fight once to determine the winners. The lion-hearted monarch had always insisted on fighting this kind of battle with real guns and real bullets. But he had no choice but to agree in order to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the Huaxia area with justification and collect the details and military secrets of the Huaxia area. Several people were in deep thought. Okay, what if the Huaxia district disagrees? The Stone Sword Master said after considering it. Haha. Although Lin Zaiyan is a 10-star Venerable, Lin Zhao's strength has been damaged, and he is now a 1-star Venerable. Lin Zaiyan will agree. The Serpent Queen was fully prepared and spoke with confidence. It's better to leave this matter to the Queen. After all, you have dealt with Lin Zaiyan several times. After Chief Kazan left, the other 3 were led by Lord Lionheart, who spoke and gave orders. It's the monarch. After saying this, the Serpent Queen deliberately revealed an evil smile. On the Suanio space carrier, Zhang Ming, Nanzhan, and other contestants returned one after another and were arranged to rest. Strange, why didn't the system notify me of the first place in the competition? Zhang Ming, lying on the bed, checked the prompt panel, thinking he had missed something. I found that there was really no prompt. The system elf said the game is not over yet. The head of the Azure Dragon was also handed over to General Nagarjuna. Took a hot shower. He and Nanzhan were in the same room, and Nanzhan was in a daze with his head supported by his hands. What are you thinking of, Tom? This sentence made Nanzhan laugh. Now that you're back, why are you still calling me Tom? Oh, let me guess, are you thinking about Wei Wei? Zhang Ming deliberately joked, and Nanzhan's face turned slightly red, feeling a little embarrassed. Ah, it happened suddenly. Yuri's is the descendant of the ancient Titan and Wei Wei. I knew you were thinking about this. I have already asked General Long for you. Miss Wei Wei is not a humanoid monster, and she does not have Titan blood in her body. Mrs. Yuri's was the body of the humanoid monster that took over Miss Wei Wei's body after she was born. Mrs. Yuri's skin was just a disguise for that humanoid monster. I just don't know if Miss Wei Wei survived given the intensity of the battle that day. After hearing Zhang Ming's words, Nanzhan's eyes showed worry. It's a pity that she is American. The strong are competing against each other, and we're just tools for them to use. What do you think the masters in the Magian district are thinking about all day? Wouldn't it be better to just have a good fight and decide the winner? You have to use this kind of conspiracy and trickery to constantly test the bottom line of other districts. Zhang Ming didn't say anything and had no expression. He had also thought about this question in his previous life. Even if the 4 regions of the Human Alliance were merged into one large region or a real country, the internal fighting and disputes would not stop, because this is what human beings are. What's more, there are ancient titans outside, eyeing them covetously. Amid internal and external troubles, the 4 major districts all want to stay out of trouble, protect themselves, and ensure that their races survive in this chaotic world. These are not issues we should consider. If there comes a day when you become the leader of the Huaxia region, perhaps you will understand. Now we just need to constantly improve ourselves and follow the arrangements. Yes, Nanzhan nodded, his voice a little heavy. The two were chatting about life topics. There was a knock on the door. It's Instructor Qin. You two haven't slept yet. Instructor Qin. I have an urgent notice to tell you. Zhang Ming. What's up? Have a good rest today. Tomorrow, Master Lin will take you to Noah's Ark to participate in the final of the Alliance competition. The two were completely confused. Although the game was interrupted, we are already in first place. Why do we still need to compete? Instructor Qin also looked unhappy. It is precisely because of Nandi's appearance that the competition was interrupted, causing the contestants from the other three regions to fail to complete their tasks. The Magian District, together with the European Union District and the Soviet Union District, put pressure on us and refused to recognize the final ranking of this competition. So we have decided temporarily to gather the top players from each of the four regions at Noah's Ark tomorrow to compete in the final match. Fuck you. My Jiang is so fucking shameless. After hearing this, Nanzhan's anger instantly surged in his heart. Does my Jiang really think he is the king of the world? He can do whatever he wants. Faced with Nanzhan's out-of-control attitude, Instructor Qin did not scold him for the first time. Zhang Ming. Instructor Qin looked at Zhang Ming. I will be ready for tomorrow's game. I understand, Coach Qin. Instructor Qin patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder, closed the door, and left without saying anything. Fuck, that's too crazy. This is also expected. Nandisai has visited all three regions except the Huaxia region. Thinking back to when he and Nandisai had first come into contact, Nandisai had verbally invited him to join the Fallen Alliance, and there might be other implications behind that. This time, Nandisai has recaptured a total of 3 legendary bloodline beasts lurking in the Alliance. Each of them is a descendant of the ancient titans and is extremely powerful. Once Nandisai gets ahead, these beasts will ignite the divine fire. That will give birth to new ancient titans. This is undoubtedly a disaster. Strength and more strength. If he now possessed the same power as Nandisai, a power that the 4 major districts fear, both the Magian district and the ancient titans would be afraid of him. After this competition, he decided to apply for graduation and devote all his efforts to improving his strength. Chapter 149, Arena. Noah's Ark. Palaces and buildings of ancient civilization can be seen everywhere on this ancient warship that carries the hope and fire of mankind. After the catastrophe, the boat of hope awakens with the saints. It saved the last human being from the ocean of millions of ferocious beasts. After hundreds of years of sedimentation, it has become a holy place in everyone's heart. The area of Noah's Ark is extremely large. The hull is made of ancient Jinmu, and the keel is mainly made of the skeleton of a titan beast with ignited divine fire, which was given a sacred blessing by an ancient powerful man. It is a truly top-grade holy vessel. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a quasi-imperial weapon. The Ark gathers the most elite scientists and inventors in the Alliance, and stores all the plant seeds and animal genes that have become extinct on Earth today. Whether it is synthetic beasts or artificial soul beasts, they all come from here. It can be said that the most elite humans gather here. Due to the discussion among the Venerables, the saint originally planned to go to the Huaxia area, but changed his route today and came to Noah's Ark. Prepare to witness the final games of the 4 major regions of the league. At the same time, he will personally test the 4 contestants. On the Suanio, Zhang Ming followed Master Lin and said goodbye to everyone. This time, we have no chance to board the Arkansas. We put all our hopes on you. You must win. Beat up the Magian district. The person who was speaking was not Nanzhan, but Wen Tang, who had once competed with him for the first place. Wen Tang was at the top of the pack in terms of both level and strength, but he still lost to Zhang Ming. He was a little disappointed that he failed to get first place and lost the opportunity to compete against the other 3 regions. I heard that a saint will be present in person at this competition. If I can get the saint's guidance, my future path will definitely be easier. Although no one knows the origin of the saint, everyone knows that the saint has awakened from the ancient times. He is a living ancient fossil, and his knowledge and insights are unimaginable. Come on, come on. Everyone encouraged Zhang Ming. At this moment, Zhang Ming felt warm in his heart. Previously, Everyone was dissatisfied with each other because of the competition, but now everyone was furious when they heard that Magian District had gone back on his word and overturned the rules that he had set himself. Thank you, everyone. Zhang Ming nodded heavily. Begin locating the coordinates of Noah's Arkansas. The controller's voice came from his side. Sir, the location is successful. Do you want to teleport immediately? The space gate will be open for 5 seconds before closing. Open. A spark portal appears. This technology of arbitrary space teleportation was provided by the Saint to the Huaxia region. Other regions can only employ the technology of the Huaxia region and are unable to crack the core of the space teleportation technology. Zhang Ming followed Master Lin into the portal, although it is not the first time to enter the portal. But this time the feeling was different from the previous times. The coordinates of Noah's Ark are changing all the time, so it's normal for you to feel that the space is unstable. Once you advance to the king level, you'll be able to stabilize yourself with your soul power. Venerable Lin put his hand on Zhang Ming's shoulder and said, Step out of the portal. What comes into view is a huge square. The ground is paved with rectangular pieces of white jade. Tall ancient trees are planted on both sides, each of which is 100 meters high. In the center is a simple-looking temple, only 3 stories high, but very delicate, carved with different patterns and designs. At the top of the temple stands a stone statue of a man and a lifelike statue of a ferocious beast shaped like a butterfly. It is the stone sculpture of the queen of ferocious beasts. The scene on the ark was different from what he had imagined. Everything was so simple. I thought it would be extremely lively, equipped with all kinds of cutting-edge weapons and elite guards. But in fact, the huge square was empty and even a little deserted. Let's go, you'll understand once you get in. Reverend Lin smiled and took Zhang Ming into the temple gate. Only after he went and did he understand. It turns out that what was seen from the outside was an illusion. The space inside the temple was so huge. All kinds of advanced high-tech equipment were running automatically. Staff members in white isolation suits were busy working in a steady and orderly manner. The square you just saw is the defense. All the equipment and personnel are concentrated inside the Arkansas. The temple is just the entrance to the interior. The reason why the space inside is so wide is that it uses the new technology of space overlap and dimensional space fusion. Venerable Lin explained as he walked with the curious Zhang Ming. When people passing by saw Master Lin, they all greeted him politely. Press the elevator button, -3rd floor. All the way down. Arrive at the interior space of the Ark. It was actually an arena built of black stones. There was a dark hole in each of the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. The roar of ferocious beasts seemed to come from inside. In ancient times, humans created the beast arena in order to select the strongest. These 4 holes are connected to the cells that imprison the ferocious beasts. The base of the beast arena is built with black stone from the Wuang Sea. Even the overlord-level soul beasts cannot shake it. Venerable Lin brought Zhang Ming to the lounge. The furnishings and furniture in the room were completely different from modern ones, with a strong ancient style. It seemed that he was the first to arrive. Venerable Lin left first to meet the saint. Zhang Ming was waiting in the lounge. After all, he had no idea where this place was and didn't dare to move around casually. Ding! Special ability, fluctuation detected. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Triggering a random task. The will of the ancients. Perfectly repair the imperial weapon, haunted by evil spirits. Inject it with ancient will, and awaken the spirit of the imperial weapon. Ancient will? The spirit of the imperial weapon. Zhang Ming was shocked. Each of the 48 ancient imperial artifacts has its own independent intelligence, and the evil spirit is no exception. He had not changed the wish mission because the last 10 of the repair had not been completed, but this time the mission reminder was a perfect repair, and there was one more item, awakening the spirit of the imperial weapon. Zhang Ming looked towards the arena, and suddenly a sound of fighting appeared in his mind. The desire to fight also arose in my heart. The grades of Horcruxes start from orange, then go to gold and red. Only when they reach the 5-color light can they be called holy weapons. The Horcruxes are reborn and possess unparalleled power. The gold and red Horcruxes are also known as epic Horcruxes and legendary Horcruxes. Zhang Ming's Dragon Sorrow is orange in color and is the best among the royal weapons, so it is called the Royal Treasure. The Ghost Emperor Wind God Wing is of dark gold grade, just one step away from becoming a legendary Horcrux. In fact, it is also an epic Horcrux, but it can exert the power of a legendary Horcrux. Whether it is a human, a ferocious beast, or a Horcrux, the Saint level is always the threshold for a person to make the leap to the Dragon Gate. Only by crossing this threshold can you become a truly strong person. Just as Zhang Ming was looking at the beast fighting arena, an aloof young man in Soviet zone military uniform walked into the room. Madman Sucksit. He was the first-place winner in the Soul Beast competition in the Soviet Union and was hailed as the next-generation successor. When the two looked into each other's eyes, Zhang Ming could feel the strong desire to fight in the other's eyes. In the next second, Su Zayut changed the serious look on his face, smiled, and stretched out his left hand to shake hands with him and say hello. Hello, I'm Su Zayut. Chapter 150 Powerful Opponent. Susute gritit pelaitli. Zhang Ming also stretched out his hand, and the moment they shook hands, the other person's palm was ice cold, without a trace of warmth. Afterwards, Su Zayut sat not far from Zhang Ming. The two did not exchange any words. Continue to wait for the other two players. Zhang Ming also felt the danger from Su Zayut. In his previous life, Su Zayut launched a crazy campaign in the Sumang district, encouraging all the people in the Sumang district to rush into the wild to fight with ferocious beasts, directly leading to the death of most of the population. At the same time, it also created countless elite beastmasters and raised the status of the Soviet Union district among the four major districts. Whether it was resources or technological power, it was at the forefront. It competed with the Magian district for several years and once became the spiritual leader of the Soviet Union district. The young man in front of him will definitely be a more dangerous person than Magian district in the future. His ambition is to control all of humanity and make them work for him. As the two of them were waiting, a man and a woman came in one after another. The man lowered his head with a cold look in his eyes, his arms wrapped around a long knife, and a cold breath blew towards him. Kazan Doyle, the eldest son of the patriarch of the Kazan family in Magian district. The girl gave people a different feeling. She was wearing a golden armor and a cloak behind her. She looked heroic and had the feeling of a female hero. She also had long golden hair, blue pupils, and a golden spear in her right hand. Vashpiya. There was an unparalleled confidence on her lips, and in front of her, all the light seemed to be dimmed. The first in the European League competition, Saint Anna, known as the Goddess of War. The four of them sat upright, and at first glance, only Zhang Ming looked ordinary, like an ordinary citizen. The temperaments of the others gave people the aura of a leader, or were cold, or as passionate as the sun. They're all king-level beastmasters. Zhang Ming thought to himself. Among the four, he is the only one who is a master beast tamer. In his previous life, Wen Tang, who owned a king-level synthetic beast, came in last place in the final competition. These three are definitely the best beastmasters among the current young generation. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and cultivated his energy. Feel the energy of the three people. There was a red aura rising from Su Zayud's body that was as blazing as the scorching sun, but it sometimes restrained and sometimes surged. The aura emanating from Doyle was as cold as freezing mist, while the aura emanating from the war goddess Anna was a golden glow that continued to spread outwards. They all have very strong energy. Above him, there was a crisp sound of a switch outside. All the lights on the Colosseum were turned on, and the originally dim hall became bright at this moment. Looking up, there were already 5 people sitting in the originally empty referee's seat. Reverend Lin and the Stone Swordmaster. The Venerable Hillel in the European Union area, and the Sea Mountain of the Earth in the Soviet Union area. The saint was sitting in the middle, wearing a long robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. The 4 people noticed that outside, Su Zayut was the first to walk out the door, and Zhang Ming followed at the end and checked all the information of the 3 people. All 3 have SS-level abilities. Sushut's is the fanatical heart, Doyle's is the sword's spirit possession, and the goddess of war is the holy war of honor. Zhang Ming was calculating silently in his heart. Wait for the 4 people to come out. The saint sitting in the judge's seat suddenly spoke. Welcome. The 4 of them looked up at the saint with confidence and determination. Even Doyle, who had been looking down, raised his head. The saint glanced at the 4 people and nodded slightly. The arena in front of you was built in the ancient era of the Emperor's Fall, which was also the beginning of the Black Rock period. This arena carries the will of our ancient ancestors to fight and strive for self-improvement. I hope that you can find your own direction and goal in this battle. The saint's speech was not like the previous opening remarks. Instead, it introduced the history of the Colosseum. However, the four of them were all knowledgeable people and had long heard that this arena was not simple. The ranking of this competition will directly determine the division of resources in the region behind you. It is also an opportunity for you to verify your own strength. In the near future, I hope that you can all become the Venerables sitting next to me and protect mankind. The saint's words were very simple, without any sensational or inspiring words, but they touched the hearts of the four people. A strong desire to win arises in my heart. Venerable Lin took over and continued preaching. This competition doesn't have a one-on-one rule. It's a free-for-all. All four of you enter the arena. The other three all fall down. The last person standing wins. Reverend Lin's words instantly attracted attention. Melee? That's just like in ancient times when a bunch of wild beasts were put together to fight each other to determine the final winner. Yes, just as you expected. The purpose of building the arena is this, a fight between trapped beasts. On this arena, only one person can win. For the sake of everyone's safety, if you encounter an irreversible danger during the competition, whispering surrender will automatically teleport you out and avoid death. Susit's eyes were sharp, Kazan Doyle's expressionless face also showed interest, and Santa Anna couldn't wait to get on the court. The Stone Sword Master took over and continued speaking. The four of us and the Saint will personally watch your fight. As Venerable Lin just said, this match is life-threatening. You all need to be mentally prepared. The Beast Arena has contained the fighting will of countless ancestors since the time of the Emperor's fall. You must fully appreciate the course of this battle. Afterwards, the Stone Sword Saints signaled to Reverend Hiller and Earth Sea Mountain to speak, but the two Venerables shook their heads and refused. Finally, the winner of this competition will receive guidance from the Saint for a month. This last sentence, like a bombshell, guidance from the Saints. If you can get the guidance of a Saint, not only will your own strength be qualitatively improved and unlimited resources will be allocated to you, but more importantly, with this identity, you will become a hot figure in the four major regions of the Alliance. There's a great possibility that he will become the leader of the four major regions of the Alliance. This is the most exciting condition. Starting now, please enter the venue. The four of them walked up the steps to the beast fighting arena under the watchful eyes of the five adults. As soon as I entered, there were bursts of dim light around the arena, and there seemed to be faint roars of wild beasts and countless shouts of fighting. For people stood in the four corners of the arena. The Colosseum didn't look that big from the outside just now. At this moment, it seemed to be infinitely magnified. The distance between the four people was also lengthened, and a layer of dim light surrounded the arena. Sudden, a strong desire to fight arose in the hearts of the four people. This feeling is like fighting for the sake of fighting, which stimulates the desire to fight in your heart. Kazan Doyle and Santa Anna reacted most strongly. The goddess of war, Anna, plunged the spear in her hand heavily into the ground, whispered, clasped her hands together, and began to recite silently. A huge hexagram magic circle appeared under his feet. Doyle swung his sword, and the cloth wrapping the blade flew off. The handle of a knife is carved with the head of an unknown ferocious beast, and the opening is connected to the blade. The purple blade is separated by purple-black lines, which surround the blade. The tip of the blade seems to have a ferocious beast constantly struggling forward, which makes people feel attracted at first glance. This is the Holy Sword of Oracle.